In the high-altitude clouds, a passenger plane was flying steadily. A man was sitting in a window seat, smiling and stretching out his slender left hand to greet a woman next to him who looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. The woman had an elegant temperament and a beautiful face. Her clear black eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the heart of a man. At that moment, he couldn't suppress the throbbing feeling in his heart. "Hello, my name is Xia Yu," the man said with a smile. The woman looked him up and down, a look of surprise on her face, but she quickly extended her right hand in response to the handshake, smiling and saying, "Hello, my name is Tang Yina." As expected, being handsome does have its advantages. At least the chances of being rejected when approaching someone are much lower. As the two of them exchanged words, the conversation quickly opened up, and the atmosphere gradually became more subtle, with even a hint of ambiguity. At this moment, the plane had entered the airspace over Yunnan province, and the sweet voice of the flight attendant came from the cabin. "Dear passengers, we will arrive at our destination, Kunming City, in 5 minutes. Please prepare for landing." Xia Yu subconsciously raised his head and looked at the LCD screen above the passage. A bright red time flashed on the screen. December 21st, 2032, 12 hours, 11 minutes, and 55 seconds. He glanced back at Tang Yina beside him with some reluctance. Tang Yina was quietly gazing out the window at the sea of clouds, her expression serene and ethereal, her beautiful profile seemingly etched with thoughts. Suddenly, countless dazzling white fireballs appeared outside the window, falling from the sky without warning. The entire cabin instantly descended into chaos, with screams and cries echoing one after another. Before Xia Yu could even think, his body jolted violently. The plane shook violently, and a huge ball of red flame suddenly exploded, disintegrating the plane on the spot. Instinctively, he grasped Tang Yina's hand, which was soft yet piercingly cold. But the violent tremors quickly separated them, and he only managed to yell, "Tang Yina." Tang Yina's face was pale, and her eyes were full of despair. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but was swept away by the fireball and completely disappeared from his sight. Xia Yu could only watch her being swallowed by the flames. The entire sky was filled with brilliant white fireballs. His ears roared, and soon he could hear nothing. It was as if the whole world was leaving him. He closed his eyes in despair, but his heart was surprisingly calm. Everyone on the plane, as well as the Earth about to be destroyed by the meteorite, are likely to be doomed. He never expected that his first encounter and heartbeat in his life would become the last scene before the end of the world. On December 21st, 2032, at 12:12 p.m., a full 20 years after the Mayan prophecy of doom, Blue Planet was suddenly destroyed. Falling from the sky, Xia Yu believed himself doomed. However, he is unexpectedly drawn into a space-time tunnel shimmering with strange lights, thus beginning a 10-year journey of survival in the apocalypse. After the meteorite impact, the ecology of the Blue Planet was completely destroyed. The landscape was drastically changed. The flora and fauna were nearly extinct, and only 1 in 10 humans survived. Then, a sky as gray as a nuclear winter descended. The sun lost its brightness. The temperature plummeted to -80 degrees Celsius, and the Ice Age set in. Xia Yu struggled to survive in despair, witnessing the collapse of humanity, the scramble for resources, and the tearing apart of power. In order to get a bite of food or a bottle of water, they had to fight hard every day. Later, all kinds of terrifying interstellar beasts appeared on Earth. They were powerful and ferocious, and they almost suffocated the survivors. In the endless darkness, Xia Yu completed his own evolution, and his body, strength, and spirit all reached the extreme, which could be called the pinnacle. But even so, he still failed to usher in the final dawn of humanity. Until the last dark night arrived, Xia Yu struggled to climb out of the ruins, covered in wounds, but saw a light gate as dreamy as the starry sky. At that moment, he seemed to see hope, and saw the person who had once made his heart flutter. Perhaps the road ahead held a new beginning. Xia Yu no longer hesitated, and, exhausted and filled with hope, she climbed into the gate of light. Xia Yu opened her eyes. Warm sunlight bathed her face, and time seemed to stand still for a moment. Before him lay a vast valley, estimated to be several thousand acres wide. Lush greenery covered the valley, a river meandered through it, and meadows were covered with wildflowers, butterflies fluttered, and bees hummed. Xia Yu was stunned by the sight. Xia Yu rubbed his eyes and couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, Is this a paradise on Earth? He took a deep breath. The fresh air, mixed with the fragrance of plants, made him feel extremely happy. I'm not dead. Ha ha. With a splash, Xia Yu jumped into the river. The cool water washed over him, awakening the joy that had been dormant in him for a long time. The moment he jumped into the water, a clear message appeared in his mind. Current time, February 21st, 2032, 12:12. Ding! Stargate Small World recognizes its master and binds. Stargate Small World, a total of 9 levels. The first level of the Small World has been opened. Terrain, valley, area, 7,000 mu, high-quality arable land. 3,800 mu, soil quality, planetary excellent, water quality, planetary excellent, air quality, planetary excellent. The main body has been upgraded. Physical fitness, 400, strength, 400, speed, 500 100 m speed 6.93 seconds, brain development. 15. Special ability, spiritual teleportation, which can imprint and teleport any object with a teleportation limit of 60,000 kilometers. All this made him suddenly realize. It turned out that after the plane crash, Xia Yu did not die, but fell into some kind of time and space channel. After traveling through the apocalypse for 10 years, he was recognized by this mysterious little world at the end of the world. Because of the reversal of time and space, Xia Yu actually returned to 10 months before the apocalypse. At this moment, his physical indicators have surpassed 4 times that of an ordinary person, almost to the point of being unimaginably strong. Xia Yu clenched his fists excitedly, his fighting spirit rekindled. With just over 300 days left, and since God had given him a second chance at life, he was determined to live a better life this time and protect the people he cared about. The first level of the small world, the valley. Surrounded by mountains over 2,000 meters high, the slopes rise gently, covered in a variety of towering, 1,000-year-old trees. At the foot of the mountains, a continuous orchard of fruit trees is scattered in an orderly manner. Xia Yu even discovered some fruit trees he had never seen before, likely wild species growing naturally in the valley. Although it was already February, the middle of winter, the trees were still laden with ripe fruit, and the sweet fragrance wafted in the wind, intoxicating. The valley is warm like spring, with temperatures hovering around 20 degrees Celsius year-round. Perhaps because the surrounding mountains block the cold currents, or perhaps because of the electromagnetic shielding effect of the mountaintops, cold weather and heavy snow never penetrate here. Whenever snowflakes fall, they transform into rain in the air, nourishing the earth and adding vitality to the valley. The surrounding mountains are rich in water sources, and on the eastern side of the mountain, there's a waterfall with a drop of hundreds of meters falling from the mountainside. The waterfall passes through 8 stone platforms, its water flowing in a winding and cascading manner, like a white silk thread, majestic and imposing. Below the waterfall is a deep green pool covering tens of thousands of square meters. The water is so clear that you can see the bottom, and schools of wild fish and shrimp swim freely in the water. Tan Shui decided to climb from the foot of the mountain. He sampled various fresh fruits along the way. In his years of living in the apocalypse, he hadn't tasted such fresh and delicious fruits in a long time. After more than an hour, Xia Yu finally reached the summit. He discovered that the mountains outside the valley were incredibly steep, with almost all of them being 90-degree cliffs. Looking out, he saw mountains stretching out in a continuous line, shrouded in mist and clouds, as if he were in a strange place. He spent several more hours walking along the ridge, but still couldn't find any path leading to the outside world. It seemed that this valley was the only connection between the small world and the blue planet, isolated and closed, with no entrance or exit. As he reached the south side of the valley, the stream gradually widened and flowed southward until it reached the end of the fog. Nothing could be seen clearly in the fog, appearing mysterious and unusual. Ding! Stargate Chaos Space. Spatial volume, infinite. Time, absolutely still, capable of housing various supplies, plants, and lower-level organisms, maintaining them permanently fresh or dormant. Entry method, mind transfer. Upgrade nutrients. Mutated and evolved organisms, mineral purple energy. Chaotic space. Xia Yu smiled. How could this magic weapon for survival in the apocalypse be without the blessing of space in comparison? Those portable spaces that were a few cubic meters or the size of several football fields seemed insignificant. With just a flick of his divine sense, he could instantly store any material warehouse, no matter how far away, into a small world or chaotic space. Furthermore, chaotic space could not only store dead objects, but even living plants and lower organisms. He smiled and jokingly said, "Except for the fact that people can't fit in, the entire Lake Baikal shouldn't be too much, right?" This chaotic space was almost perfect. A bold doomsday plan gradually formed in Xia Yu's mind. It was time to leave the valley and return to the outside world. After the small world recognized its master, Xia Yu discovered that not only had his physical strength and quality increased, but his mental and thinking abilities had also improved significantly. Things he once couldn't understand now become clear to him. Even a book he read over 20 years ago seems right before his eyes. This may be because his brain has reached 15% development. This level of brain development is truly astonishing. To verify the feasibility of spatial teleportation, Xia Yu used his spiritual sense to scan a tall loquat tree in the valley. With a single thought, the tree vanished, leaving only a large pit on the ground, 2 meters long, wide, and 5 meters deep. Then, he sent his spiritual consciousness into the chaotic space. He saw the loquat tree, covered in fresh soil, quietly suspended in the gray vacuum. Success! Xia Yu caught 2 more live fish and tried again. An hour later, the 2 fish remained suspended motionless within the chaotic space, and upon returning to the water, they were still alive and kicking. This proved that the chaotic space was not only capable of accommodating lower-level creatures, but also completely flawless. Finally, he could leave. Xia Yu's mind raced, and the image of the upscale apartment in Nandu emerged in his mind. He had lived in that 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment for 3 whole years. Every corner bore traces of his spiritual consciousness. To ensure that everything went smoothly, he first tried to transfer a live fish carrying his spiritual consciousness to the fish tank in the apartment. He let the fish swim in the tank for a while before transferring it back to the pool in the valley. Long-distance teleportation with a spiritual imprint is completely feasible. Without further hesitation, Xia Yu thought again and instantly sat on the sofa in the apartment. He looked around, and the familiar layout and space made him feel warm. Xia Yu took a deep breath. "I'm finally back. Countdown to Doomsday, 305 days. He knew that this time, he had plenty of time to prepare. The first step in his plan, of course, was to make money. Although he possessed a golden finger that could teleport supplies at any time, making it easy to purchase items for free, it was still better to keep a low profile until he was strong enough. Moreover, many key supplies still needed to be purchased in advance and put in their bags for safekeeping. With money, he could stockpile supplies, seeds, poultry, fuel, weapons, and machinery, laying the foundation for the improvement of his small world. In addition, after the end of the world, building a solid shelter was also very necessary. After all, many tasks require a frontier base to execute, such as talent gathering, material exchange, power expansion, etc. After clarifying the direction, Xia Yu breathed a sigh of relief and decided to go have a big meal, first to replenish his energy and relax his tense nerves. The next day, around 5 in the afternoon, Xia Yu leisurely drove back to the company. As the Overseas Securities Department employees for the evening shift arrived, Xia Yu returned to his general manager's office, sat in his large office chair, and gazed out the window at the tall buildings. He looked down at the streets and green belts, and couldn't help being dazed for a moment, with a deep feeling in his heart. Are there only 304 days left of such peaceful days and the glory of modern civilization? The people on Blue Planet are still working hard for their lives and ideals, unaware that the Doomsday disaster is quietly approaching. Although he has a golden finger, he will never be stupid enough to be a savior. Living a good life and doing his best to help those around him cope with the end of the world is what he should do. Xia Yu forced himself to look away, calmed down, picked up his phone, and checked his bank card balance. 66.91 million Chinese yuan. It wasn't much, but it wasn't a small amount either. As Chiefing Finance's top trader and partner, he owned 11 of the company, and his commissions and dividends were substantial. At such a young age, he was already worth over 10 million. But facing the threat of Doomsday, this money was far from enough. He collected his thoughts, picked up the phone on the table, and dialed a number. "Hello, brother phone, it's me. Are you at the office? I'll come see you." Pushing open the door and stepping into the spacious and luxurious 200-square-meter chairman's office, Xia Yu was stunned. In front of the tall French windows, a burly figure stood in the afterglow of the setting sun, puffing out a cigarette. "Brother phone." Xia Yu quickly approached the man, and when he saw him turn around, he opened his arms and hugged him tightly. Hey, watch out for cigarette butts. You little brat, What's going on? Wu Yifeng pushed Xia Yu away in disgust. Wu Yifeng stared at his face carefully for a while, then said, "Tell me, what are your plans?" Xia Yu laughed and continued to stretch out his arms. "Brother Feng, let me hold you for a while." "Get out." Wu Yifeng pushed Xia Yu's hand away with a look of disgust, put the cigar in his right hand to his lips, and took a deep puff, then scolded with a smile. "If someone is being too nice to you for no reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. If you have something to say, hurry up and say it." The two pushed each other and finally sat down on the sofa. Xia Yu picked up a pack of cigarettes from the coffee table, lit one, and took a deep breath. "Brother Feng, I'm looking to raise $100 million tonight. So urgent planning to invest in U.S. stocks. Any favorites?" "Yes, the newly listed Future Intelligence Technology. I expect a threefold return." Wu Yifeng's eyes lit up. "How confident are you?" 90%. Wu Yifeng was silent for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, I'll have the CFO come in." Half an hour later, $100 million had been successfully transferred into Xia Yu's offshore account. Simultaneously, $200 million had been added to the company's overseas account. The 38-year-old Wu Yifeng seemed to maintain a high level of trust in Xia Yu, a generation younger than him. According to Xia Yu's memories from his past life, the U.S. stock market will see a dark horse tonight, a China-related stock. Newly listed Future Intelligence Technology will plummet 14 at the opening, but an hour later, several bombshell news breaks. Several of Future Intelligence Technology's new drugs are about to pass Phase 3 clinical trials and receive approval for market release. Gene-targeted anti-cancer drugs have a cure rate of up to 83 for non-small cell lung cancer. New drugs for Alzheimer's disease have a cure rate of up to 95. Endothelial therapy for cardiovascular and cerebrovascular blockage has a cure rate of 97. iPSC-based liver and kidney regeneration technology can cultivate complete livers using universal artificial embryonic cells, completely eliminating the risks of xenotransplantation. More importantly, the company's breakthroughs in genetic life sciences and regenerative medicine have addressed the root causes of human aging at the cellular level. Experimental data suggests that within a decade, a human lifespan of 300 years may no longer be a dream. With this news out, how could the stock price not skyrocket with this massive influx of capital? Future Intelligence's stock price could rise by over 300 in just one day. At 10 p.m., Xia Yu sat down in front of a large LCD computer screen. The funds in his offshore account had been successfully transferred to his U.S. stock account. At another computer nearby sat a petite, pretty girl in her early 20s. It was Xia Yu's assistant, Xia Yu, who was in charge of the company's U.S. stock brokerage account for the night. Both accounts used 10x leverage. At 10:30 p.m., the U.S. stock market opened, and, on the screen, the stock price of Future Intelligence Technology immediately began to plummet. In just over 10 minutes, the new stock plummeted 12% from its opening price of $86.30 to $75.90. Xia Yu looked at Xia Yu nervously. "Brother Yu, what should we do?" "Don't panic. Just follow my instructions," Xia Yu said calmly. At 10:49 p.m., Future Intelligence's stock price continued to fall, approaching $75. Xia Yu quickly manipulated his keyboard, completing a buy order for his personal U.S. stock account. He instructed, "Xia Yu, buy the full amount for $75. Quick!" Xia Yu expertly tapped away, and in less than 10 seconds, the company's U.S. stock account had successfully purchased $300 million worth of stock. Xia Yu breathed a sigh of relief and stretched, but then he noticed Wu Yifeng staring at the screen behind him, bewildered. "Holy crap, it's already below the IPO price. How can this be called a dark horse?" "Brother Feng, calm down. It's about to go sideways. Let's wait and see for a while, huh?" Xia Yu offered him a cigarette and consoled him. Wu Yifeng pushed the cigarette aside and pulled out a traditional Chinese cigar, lighting it. "I definitely believe you, but just don't let the bullet fly into the Pacific Trench. How long will it take for the price to rise? About an hour. Then let's take a break on the side. Xia Yu, you keep an eye on it." "Okay, Brother Feng, I'll keep a close eye on it." An hour later, at 23:50, the news about Future Intelligence's hardcore black technology suddenly broke out during the trading session. The market was in an uproar, and funds poured in like a tide. Future Intelligence's stock price began its ascent from a low of $74, breaking through $176 in less than half an hour. Its momentum was unstoppable, like a tiger descending from a mountain. Xia Yu, sitting in front of her computer, was already shouting with excitement. "Brother Feng, it's up. Future Intelligence's stock is up. It's up a lot. The two bosses quickly moved to their computers and watched the green curve on the screen climb wildly. They exchanged a smile and said, "It worked." At 5 a.m. on February 24th, China time, the U.S. stock market closed. Future Intelligence's stock price reached $272.80, a 316 surge from its IPO price of $86.30. From a sharp drop at the opening to a surge during the session, it was a truly wild and volatile market. Xia Yu sold all his shares when the stock price hit $270. Calculating his personal account's profit, $100 million in principal, 10x leverage, and a $75 purchase price, he earned $195 per share for a total profit of $2.6 billion, a 2.6x profit. First battle, a complete victory. The company's account also sold at $270, using $200 million in principal and 10x leverage. The profit was exactly double Xia Yu's personal account, for a net profit of $5.2 billion. The overnight frenzy in the U.S. stock market had netted Xia Yu a combined $3 billion in profits, including his personal income and the company's share. What a treat. He was sure to sleep soundly tonight. Chapter 4. Comprehensive Layout and Overall Profits. In just one night, in addition to the $100 million he returned to the company, Xia Yu's U.S. stock account balance reached $2.3 billion. Add to that the company's $700 million in profit, dividends, and bonuses, and the total reached $3 billion. Xia Yu kept $2.5 billion in the U.S. stock account to continue trading and converted the remaining $500 million into Chinese currency and transferred it to his domestic stock account, which, at the exchange rate, equated to approximately $3.5 billion. Haha, investments in both the domestic and overseas markets are booming. Of course, despite possessing the clear foresight of his past life, Xia Yu wouldn't be so foolish as to personally manage the market. That would waste energy and leave him no time for other more important things. He simply needs to send his assistant Xia Yu the list of stocks to buy that day, half an hour in advance every day, set the buy and sell prices, and leave the rest to her, allowing him to be hands-off. For Xia Yu, large-scale transactions certainly couldn't rely solely on automated system orders. The thrill and joy of manual operation were unmatched by others. Furthermore, Xia Yu's average daily returns in both domestic and international markets remained over $300 million US. As his capital continued to expand, so did his returns. In Xia Yu's words, Xia Yu's stock selection vision and foresight were simply inhuman. Every time she looked at Xia Yu, her eyes were filled with admiration and respect. She didn't know that a month later, Xia Yu would personally short the U.S. stock market. Could her little heart withstand the prospect of such a huge profit ahem? Perhaps her heart was already starting to waver. Xia Yu's bank account balance was only 66.91 million yuan, a bit meager indeed. But he knew that the stock market would soon bring him even greater wealth. As for the person he'd always wanted to meet, Xia Yu certainly knew Tang Yina's workplace, but he was still hesitant. How should he present himself to her? Like on the plane, he extended his hand, smiled, and said, "Hello, my name is Xia Yu, Xia for summer, Yu for unique." He thought this was too abrupt, lacking the beauty and romance of their plane encounter. Alas, he'd better put it aside for now. He wasn't prepared. During this time, Xia Yu added a small ritual to his life. Every morning, he would teleport to the valley in his small world to bask in the sun. He bought 2 bamboo lounge chairs for this purpose, and occasionally picked some fruit from the orchard at the foot of the mountain. He had also long since moved the century-old loquat tree back to its original location, where it now thrived lushly. In the evening, Xia Yu would return to the valley, soak in the hot springs, and enjoy the beautiful sunset. Colorful butterflies danced, and birds sang amid the vibrant flowers and green willows. He savored the sweet wild fruits and drank some milk or orange juice, washing away the fatigue of a day in the city. Life is like this. What more could he ask for? Of course, besides making money and enjoying life, planning and layout before the apocalypse still had to be carried out. Xia Yu listed his daily to-do list according to priority. Earn money to purchase and store strategic survival supplies. Food, water, vegetables, fruit, seeds, livestock, meat, aquatic products, medicine, energy, machinery, weapons, etc. Build a doomsday shelter. Upgrade the small world. 0 yuan shopping. Harvesting supplies and mountain scenery around the world. With these goals clarified, Xia Yuxiang asked Wu Yifeng for a long vacation. Chiefing finance was now largely remotely operated. He didn't need to be physically present. He simply controlled the company's progress remotely. He promised to regularly control Xia Yu's trading remotely to ensure the company's account returns kept pace with his investments. February 26, 2032 was a memorable day, for it marked the official launch of the Guangchong base. 2 days prior, Xia Yu had chosen the site for the Doomsday shelter, a small village in the northwest of Nan province. In Xia Yu's Memories of the Apocalypse, this land was renowned for its unique geography and rugged mountains. After 2 days of planning, Xia Yu quickly established connections with the local tourism bureau and forestry bureau. He then leased the entire mountain range in Guangchong village, along with over 20 mu of wasteland in front, for 16 million yuan for 20 years. He also promised to build a cement road connecting to the highway several kilometers away. This plan also received strong support from the local government. Under the guise of rural tourism, Xia Yu also signed a 3.5 billion yuan investment agreement with local authorities to develop a karst cave ecotourism and castle sightseeing project. Such a significant investment and project naturally garnered strong support from leaders at all levels. With everything in place, the next step was to find a reliable shelter design and construction team. After lunch, Xia Yu called his best friend Deng Deguang. "Detsi, where are you? I'll come find you." Deng Deguang's gruff voice came from the other end of the line. "Damn, Xiao Tu, are you dating someone lately? Why are you so quiet?" Xia Yu frowned, moved the phone slightly away from his ear, and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. Send me your location. I'll come find you. We have a big project that we want you to collaborate on." 15 minutes later, Xia Yu drove to the hotel location Deng Deguang had sent him. Deng Deguang was attending a Doomsday base club salon organized by a wealthy second-generation Hong Konger. This guy, who had abandoned his own construction company and had nothing to do all day, was obsessed with the bizarre idea of Doomsday survival. He was truly a complete IFU. The two met at the hotel entrance and joked with each other as usual. Then Deng Deguang began to introduce the two unfamiliar faces beside him, a young man with a height of 1.8 meters and a handsome face. O Guodong, the prince of the O Group, and a double PhD in biology and zoology from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Hearing this, Xia Yu was secretly surprised. No wonder he had such a strong background. It turned out that children of rich people are so outstanding. The other was a stylish woman in her 20s, tall and slender, with a refined, elegant appearance. She wore a beige, patterned, half-high-neck sweater, topped with a black down jacket, and had a slightly tan complexion. She took the initiative to shake Xia Yu's hand. Oh man, a minor architectural designer, but also a master of apocalyptic survival. Xia Yu smiled. "My name is Xia Yu." When the three learned that Xia Yu was planning to inspect the newly rented cave and develop an eco-tourism project themed around apocalyptic refuges, they immediately expressed their willingness to join them. The two cars drove northwest, and 2 hours later, they finally arrived at the legendary Guangchong Cave. Chapter 5. A strange lava cave. The entrance to the cave lies on the east side of a mountain range approximately 1,800 meters above sea level. The mountain range stretches for 5 kilometers, with steep peaks and surrounded by pine forests and shrubs. Beyond the cave entrance lies a 20-acre wasteland covered with half-human-high weeds. To the left of the wasteland flows a clear stream, its winding course merging into a natural lake in the distance. The Guanan Expressway is approximately 3 kilometers away, and the nearest village, Guangchong, is approximately 4.5 kilometers away. 15 kilometers south of the expressway lies an industrial park, home to hundreds of large and medium-sized enterprises and logistics facilities, offering convenient transportation. Xia Yu chose this cave for its unique location, situated far from the city, yet within easy reach of key transportation routes. The surrounding industrial and logistics parks also facilitate post-apocalyptic planning. The group stood at the cave entrance for a while, observing the location and surroundings, expressing their high praise. Entering the cave, they were greeted by a hallway approximately 60 meters high and 400 meters wide, with a flat floor and a depth exceeding 1,000 meters. The ceiling and walls were shimmering bluish-white rock, and the stalactites were rounded, resembling a honeycomb or ceiling light. Inside the cave, the air was fresh, a cool breeze blowing from the depths. Clearly, there were multiple hidden ventilation holes. They continued inward, and after about 1,000 meters, the light began to dim. Each person was equipped with a powerful flashlight, and the ground ahead was relatively flat, making exploration smooth. After about 200 meters, they came to a pool of water, its edges strewn with strange rocks. Beside the pool was an off-white stone platform, approximately 800 square meters in size, resembling a small square. A row of stone steps, smooth and seemingly naturally formed, adorned the platform. "No way out," Deng Deguang asked. "Let's look around. There must be another exit." This cave structure is strange. The outer cave entrance hall wouldn't be this spacious and smooth. There must be a connection somewhere. Man expressed great interest from the outset. Everyone used flashlights to carefully examine the area, and indeed, they discovered another path behind the stone platform. Xia Yu led the way up the stone steps, knowing this path well. He had been here before and was very familiar with it. Passing through the inner cave behind the stone steps, everyone truly felt the vastness and mystery of this karst cave. The inner cave is very spacious, covering an area of at least 5 square kilometers, and the cave is over 100 meters high, with a magnificent and awe-inspiring atmosphere. The cave ceiling and walls are covered with stalactites of various shapes, some resembling running beasts, some like flying birds, and still others like immortal figures or unique trees welcoming visitors. All the stalactites radiate a white glow, contrasting beautifully with the off-white stone slabs at the cave's bottom, creating a palace-like mystique. In the center of the cave stand 6 milky white platforms, each bubbling with geysers. The water converges in the lowlands to form a small river. The water flows quietly, like mist and smoke, like a goddess dancing gracefully on the water. The river meandered for miles before suddenly plunging from a cliff into a 100-meter-high waterfall. The roar of the water gave the faintest glimpse of the scale of an underground river. Everyone present was stunned. Deng Deguang couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap! Holy crap! If this could truly be turned into a Doomsday refuge, it would be perfect." Guodong couldn't help but sigh. Man nodded in agreement. The rock mass of this mountain is solid, the cave is large enough, and the ventilation is good. Most importantly, there are mineral springs and underground water sources here, which is simply shocking. She suddenly turned to Xia Yu, approached him coquettishly, and asked, "Xia Yu, do you accept to invest in this cave project?" Xia Yu's mind was full of black lines. What does this have to do with it? He is not short of money. But considering that she is a beauty, I can agree to let her live in the cave. I built this cave as an ecotourism project, mainly with the concept of a Doomsday refuge. Don't take it seriously. Xia Yu remained calm on the surface, but in fact he had something in mind. "That's okay. I don't have to invest." Man immediately added, "But I must participate in the design of this project. I am the architect of the Doomsday. I was in charge of shelter design and material construction at VivoS for 2 years. You'll definitely make money if you work with me." Man proudly introduced herself, and Xia Yu's eyes lit up. VivoS was the world's leading Doomsday shelter contractor. With such talent, why not utilize it? He made a quick decision and put forward the requirements. Man would be responsible for the overall design and execution of the construction details, while Deng Deguang would use his family's construction company to undertake the project. As for Guodong, Xia Yu tasked him with designing a fully enclosed plant and animal ecological circulation system. The initial budget had reached 10 billion yuan, and Xia Yu contributed 10 million yuan as startup capital. Although he was short of funds, he believed that if the project succeeded, its prospects would be limitless. Man generously waived the design fee, requesting only that she live in the cave for a few months after completion. After the discussion, Xia and Deng Deguang reached an agreement to sign the construction contract immediately upon their return and pay a 20 million yuan down payment. Within 3 days, they would begin topographic surveying and overall design, constructing a road leading to the highway, and the project officially entered its implementation phase. Chapter 6 Acquisition of a seed company. The design and construction of a shelter base temporarily relieved Xia Yu's worries. There was still a lot of follow-up work to be done on the base project. For example, the design plan he and Man had agreed on called for a 5-story, fully enclosed bunker covering 18 acres at the entrance of the cave. The bunker's foundation is 20 meters deep, and its walls are 5 meters thick. They plan to use ultra-hard steel bars and C130 super concrete, achieving a strength of 149.5 MPa, far exceeding granite's hardness. 2 layers of 30 cm thick explosion-proof alloy steel plates line the center section of the wall, making this protective structure impenetrable even to armor-piercing rounds. Every level of the bunker's interior has been meticulously crafted, including the floors, which are constructed entirely of high-standard concrete. Each floor has a usable area of approximately 9,500 square meters, with each of the 5 floors housing different functional areas. From the 2nd to the 5th floor, firing holes and emplacements are located every 3 meters on the exterior walls, normally sealed with movable alloy steel plates. The entire bunker is fully enclosed and features 600 two-way exhaust vents. 13 entrances and exits are located at the top and on 3 sides of the bunker, and the rear is closely connected to the cave, creating a protective living space that connects the inside and outside. A stepped wall will be constructed at the junction, along with 2 3-meter-thick, high-strength titanium alloy nuclear-proof doors. These doors will be coated with a new Starlight composite material, capable of withstanding nuclear radiation and temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees Celsius. Combined with advanced automatic monitoring, radar detection, and protection against cold and heat attack weapons, the complex will be a formidable military fortress. Xia Yu demanded top-notch construction materials and supporting facilities for the base project. He had plenty of money, so he could be as capricious as he wanted. As for the functional design of the bunkers and caves, with professionals like Oh Man, Xia Yu didn't need to worry too much. Deng Deguang, likewise, had recently become completely absorbed in his passion for Doomsday enthusiasts and thrown himself into the project. 3 days later, on February 29, 2032, just after the Spring Festival, the temperature in Nandu began to warm up. Today, Xia Yu decided to officially launch a stockpiling and zero-yuan purchase model, with the first step being the acquisition of an agricultural seed company. Xia Yu had long been targeting this seed company. In fact, Xia Yu's hometown, Shicheng, is located near Nandu, about 100 kilometers away. It's a third-tier city with a population of about 2 million, nestled in a plateau. Xia Yu remembered that his cousin, Xia Binglin, worked at a seed company on the outskirts of Shicheng. Xia Binglin inherited his father's passion and talent for agriculture from a young age. He was admitted to the Provincial Agricultural and Forestry University and, after graduation, returned to his hometown to work in seed cultivation and breeding. However, given Xia Binglin's abilities, he felt somewhat underemployed. Xia Yu's parents died young, and after turning 16, he boarded at school, often staying with his eldest uncle when he returned home. It could be said that his uncle and cousin were the people he relied on most. Xia Yu parked his car in front of the gate of Wufeng Seed Company, Limited, and called his cousin. After meeting, he briefly explained his purpose. Xia Binglin was surprised, but without further questioning, he took Xia Yu into the boss's office. The owner of the seed company, Li Yuan, was a middle-aged man in his 40s, overweight, with slightly dark skin. Upon seeing him, Xia Yu was stunned to discover that he actually knew Li Yuan. During the apocalypse, Li Yuan led a group of survivors, hoarding vast quantities of food and seeds and commanding thousands of men. Xia Yu, representing the base, traded food with Li Yuan, who then took a liking to Xun Yu, Xia Yu's assistant. He then made things difficult for her, attempting to seize her, leading to a confrontation that resulted in the deaths of 7 of Xia Yu's teammates and a facial injury to Xun Yu. Although that was in the past, Xia Yu knew the hatred still lingered within him. This encounter had already begun, and when enemies meet, they often see eye to eye. He calmly asked, "Do you want to sell the company?" Li Yuan poured tea for Xia Yu, a puzzled look on his face. "What's your offer?" "Mr. Li, please give me a price first, and see if I can accept it," Xia Yu said with a faint smile. 5 million. Li Yuan held up 5 fingers, his offer staggeringly high. Xia Binglin gasped. That price was outrageous. He figured the seed company, including the old building, facilities, supplies, trucks, and seed inventory, was only worth about 3 million. 5 million is no problem, Xia Yu replied calmly, unwavering. But I have a condition, Xia Yu added with a smile. Chapter 7 1 million tons of rice. Mr. Xia, what are your conditions? Li Yuan saw Xia Yu agree to his high price so readily, and smiled so much that wrinkles appeared at the corners of his eyes. Mr. Xia, please state your intentions. Xia Yu picked up the teacup, took a sip slowly, and then said, It's nothing, I just want to ask Mr. Li for a small favor. Within 10 months, can you help me purchase 1 million tons of rice for storage? I believe that with Boss Li's connections and abilities, this shouldn't be a problem, right? He finished, then continued. Of course, I'll charge the normal wholesale price. A 30 deposit is required for each shipment, and the balance will be settled after inspection. Li Yuan was stunned, unable to react for a moment. The acquisition of the seed company alone was already shocking enough, but Xia Yu hadn't expected to mention the purchase of 1 million tons of rice. Li Yuan thought to himself, 1 million tons of rice is a lot. It's enough to feed 10,000 people for 300 years. Does Xia Yu really have that much money? Such a large deal would cost at least 4 or 5 billion Chinese yuan. Xiao Binglin was also stunned, his eyes wide open, staring at his cousin. He opened his mouth but couldn't speak, and he gasped. Xia, Mr. Xia, you're serious, right? Li Yuan pressed. No kidding, Xia replied with a smile. We can sign the contract today. Boss Li, I'll give you a 5 commission on your services. You just need to fully utilize your connections and channels. Li Yuan was stunned. A 5 commission on a total of 5 billion yuan. A quick profit of 250 million. He couldn't believe it. This was the potential profit he could make. Li Yuan was so excited he could barely contain himself. Seeing Xia Yu be before him was even more exciting than when he'd pounced on that beautiful girl from the vocational school 2 months prior. He truly made it big. Li Yuan calculated. The seed company had made a considerable profit from selling 5 million yuan, and as the agent for purchasing 1 million tons of rice, the commission would be over 200 million yuan. He also figured if he could squeeze the price difference, he could make even more. Li Yuan was fully committed, even prepared to use his entire fortune, even using loans and borrowing from relatives to scrape together 30 million yuan to acquire a small number of properties and profit from them. However, Xia Yu knew that Li Yuan's greed was the perfect opportunity for him to take advantage. A scumbag like Li Yuan was just the right thing for him to exploit to achieve his goals. Mr. Li, have you thought this through? Xia Yu asked. It's rare that President Xia values me so highly. How can I refuse? Li Yuan replied readily, a broad smile on his face. That's good, Xia Yu continued. Let's sign the seed company's transaction contract first, and I'll transfer the 5 million to you immediately. As the deal progressed, Xia Yu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The big fish had finally taken the bait. This time, he could avenge his past grievances. In addition, we will draft a separate contract for purchasing rice. Boss Li can first set up a grain and oil wholesale company and rent a few warehouses to store rice. We only accept high-quality rice, such as Wuchang, Ximiao, Shangshui, and fragrant rice. We will discuss the specific details later. Mr. Xia is generous. Then it's settled. Li Yuan responda accitably. This incident was destined to become a legend in the apocalypse. Within 10 months, Xia Yu had acquired 1 million tons of rice, and in doing so, he had set a huge trap for Li Yuan. Li Yuan, while thrilled by the message that 5 million yuan had arrived, was also scheming to make more money. He wondered if he should ask the bank's voluptuous and alluring female manager out tonight. But he quickly dismissed the idea, believing business was more important. Almost that same day, the transfer of ownership of Wuffing Seed Company was completed, and Xia Yu had already made a substantial profit from the transaction. The next day, Li Yuan took Xia Yu to a large storage park on the outskirts of the city. In the southwest of the park stood 10 rows of tall, white-walled warehouses. Originally built by a grain and oil company, these warehouses had recently been left idle due to relocation and were now available for rent. After an inspection, Xia Yu was very satisfied with the warehouse and praised it, saying, Boss Li, you're really efficient. Let's rent it today. We'll rent it for a year and have the first batch of rice delivered by the end of May. The quantity should be no less than 300,000 tons. Is that okay? Li Yuan nodded excitedly. Don't worry, Boss Xia. We guarantee that the rice will be delivered on time and in good quality. I feel relieved with what Boss Li said. Xia Yu smiled and said, Send me your bank card number and I will transfer 2 million to you to rent the warehouse first. Please rest assured, Mr. Xia, I have already made arrangements with my third uncle at the Grain Bureau. We can use his special channels, so we can save on contracts and deposits. We can pay the full amount in one lump sum after the entire batch of goods is put into the warehouse. Li Yuan took credit for it. Oh, that's even better, more efficient, Xia Yu praised. Then I'll transfer you 10 million yuan as event funds. I'll also give you an extra 2 percentage points on the commission, to 7. What do you think, haha? Li Yuan was thrilled, his eyebrows beaming. Mr. Xia, how generous. Xia Yu smiled and immediately transferred 12 million yuan to Li Yuan. Li Yuan was so excited that he almost jumped up, his heart filled with dreams of getting rich. While Li Yuan's mind was preoccupied with making a fortune, Xia Yu had already scanned the entire storage park with his divine sense, imprinting his mark on every warehouse and supply. The apocalypse was approaching, and in about a month, these supplies would vanish into a corner of his chaotic space. Li Yuan would ultimately suffer heavy losses, with creditors constantly demanding his debts. Ultimately, when the apocalypse arrived, he would be left destitute, a life worse than death. Xia Yu couldn't help but sigh silently. I'm sorry, but he also knew that there was no turning back. Everything was proceeding as planned. The seed company had been handed over, and Xia Yu continued to move forward, preparing to implement the next step in his Doomsday plan. Chapter 8 Billionaire. Brother, how many acres of greenhouse do we rent? Xia Yu asked. 96 acres, mainly for growing some expensive vegetables, as well as cucumbers, beans, peppers, etc. Xia Binglin replied. That's not enough. Let's rent another 300 acres. Xia Yu shook his head and said, we will be growing many varieties of vegetables and fruits in the future, such as snow peas, pumpkins, potatoes, radishes, spinach, ginger, garlic. Try to have as many varieties as possible. Don't be afraid to spend money. Trust me, these will be very useful once you grow them. Although Xia Binglin was once again surprised, he silently took these words to heart. Also, buy more grain and vegetable seeds, and try to fill up several warehouses. Also, buy some high-quality poultry and livestock, such as chickens, ducks, geese, cattle, sheep, horses, pigs, rabbits, and aquatic seedlings. The quantity doesn't need to be too large, but the varieties must be excellent. Brother, buy as much as you can, don't skimp on your money. I'll put 200 million yuan into the company account, so feel free to spend it. Xia Yu waved his hand, his expression dignified. Xia Yu, where did you get all this money? Xia Binglin was increasingly surprised. I made it from stock trading, Xia Yu replied nonchalantly. It was then that Xia Yu suddenly realized his bank account balance was low. He checked his phone and saw only 3.9 million yuan. He felt a little broke. Money was spent like water. In the blink of an eye, more than 60 million was gone. It's time to take stock of the earnings in the stock account. Xia Yu thought and immediately called the beautiful assistant Xia Yu on WeChat. Xia Yu, what are you doing, work? You squeeze me every day, and I can't do it anymore. Xia Yu's tone was filled with complaints. Well, then drink more hot water. That's it. Xia Yu must have rolled her eyes. Boss, no response, Xia Yu laughed. What response do you want to pledge your love to me? That's impossible. Report your performance first, and then I'll consider how to reward you. Okay, brother Yu, you're amazing. In less than half a month, you've earned $6.273 billion in your personal U.S. stock account, and now the account balance is $8.773 billion. Your domestic account has a profit of 9.983 billion Chinese yuan, with a balance of 13.483 billion. Your personal dividends from the company's U.S. stock account are $1.371 billion, and they've been transferred to your overseas bank account today. Do you want to transfer all of this to your U.S. stock private account to increase your principal? Okay, proceed as directed, Xia Yu replied easily. Okay, brother Yu, you've become a multi-billionaire. That's a fortune in U.S. dollars. Xia Yu's voice was filled with envy. Hey, it's only 10 billion U.S. dollars. I'll give you 3 days to get 15 billion. If you achieve that, I'll reward you big when I get back, Xia Yu said confidently. Really? Ha ha ha. Brother Yu, just wait and see. Xia Yu giggled. Even if you squeeze me dry this time, I'll accept it. Xia Yu was completely speechless, unsure how to respond to this young woman. Xia Yu, please transfer 2 billion Chinese yuan to my domestic bank account for me. I'll use it later. Got it. Xia Yu agreed readily. Less than 5 minutes after hanging up, a text message arrived. 2 billion yuan has been received. Xia Yu immediately transferred 200 million yuan to the seed company's account, then discussed with his cousin the procurement plan for high-quality seedlings and livestock, and then went out to eat. Over the next 2 days, Xia Binglin finally got to work, aggressively purchasing livestock and seedlings. He also leased 300 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of fertile vegetable land connected to his existing 96 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, greenhouse, rapidly transforming it into a larger vegetable and melon cultivation area. The seed company also began importing high-quality livestock and young breeds. Free-range chickens, bear ducks, lion-head geese, rabbits, dogs, dairy cows, water buffalo, cattle, black goats, sheep, horses, and even a few ostriches. Each animal species was paired with a male and a female, making the work less tiring. Each species also had a group of young. To establish a large-scale livestock farm, Xia Binglin also ordered 300 specialized sheds and 150,000 tons of green fodder and feed, as well as 300 battery-powered automatic feeding machines. The aquatic seedlings were limited in variety, with only 8 species collected in the first batch: carp, sea bass, sweet-scented mullet, soft-shelled turtle, prawns, shrimp, freshwater crayfish, and stone snails. Considering the extreme scarcity of the apocalyptic environment, Xia Yu believed these aquatic delicacies could provide a valuable food source during the apocalypse. He secretly planned to quickly establish a farm in his small world. Although the valley was small, he was eager to upgrade his small world. The seed company's farm was growing at a noticeable rate, but it was clearly understaffed. So, my uncle and his wife's family moved into the seed company and began working diligently. Meanwhile, my cousin Xia Yu hired 30 seed breeders and 30 livestock breeders to ensure the smooth implementation of the apocalyptic plan. On Saturday, March 13th, 2032, the countdown to Doomsday was 290 days. On this day, the Guangchong Base Project had completed the connecting road between the cave and the highway, and the overall design and infrastructure for the cave had been completed. Despite Xia Yu's temporary escape, Deng Deguang initially strongly condemned her over the phone, but upon receiving the 300 million yuan advance payment for the second phase of the project, Deng Deguang immediately chose to shut up. Oh Man then sent over the final design drawings for the base, and Xia Yu couldn't help but praise her after seeing them. She's truly a talented girl. She made the right choice for this tool. Xia Yu initially had low hopes for Guodong's fully enclosed plant and animal ecological recycling system, but this handsome, wealthy second-generation kid surprised him. In just 10 days, Guodong successfully developed a technology for rapidly and completely degrading animal manure into fertilizer, a feat that was inseparable from his professional background and years of experimental experience. Xia Yu immediately invited him to stay at the seed company permanently, promising to provide experimental space and financial support. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Xia Yu received a call from his high school classmate Qin Zhuozi. Shadow, are you going to the class reunion tonight? Desk. I'm in Shurcheng. Reunion tonight. I didn't receive any notification. Damn it. You didn't even call me after you got back to Shurcheng. You're so stupid. Also, don't you check the group messages? The class monitor has it you several times. Xia Yu smiled wryly. He'd been completely absorbed in his doomsday plans these past few days and hadn't had time to pay attention to these things. Tonight at 6 o'clock, Tiangong Hotel, 20th floor. Remember to be there on time. If you're not there, someone will be disappointed. Okay, I'll be there on time, Xia Yu agreed. After hanging up, Xia Yu scrolled through his class group and discovered that his class monitor, Yi Bing, had indeed ed him multiple times. Although he had kept a low profile over the past few years, he had never imagined that his classmates would think he was not doing well. Tonight, he had to go and give those people a slap in the face. Ding! Yi Bing's WeChat message came. Will you come tonight? Xia Yu hesitated for a moment, sighed inwardly, and replied, Come. See you tonight. Okay. Chapter 9 Pretentious Classmates Reunion. As the sun set, Xia Yu drove to the Tiangong Hotel. He was dressed in a white long-sleeved shirt and black trousers, plain and understated, yet still able to conceal his handsome and extraordinary charm. He didn't drive his own high-end Maybach S2030, but instead drove the seed company's beat-up Honda. According to the common plot tropes of novels, one always has to play dumb before getting slapped in the face, right? Why was he so boring, so childish? But why did he feel a sense of excitement and anticipation? Forget it, there was really no hope. Huh? Isn't this our school's most handsome boy, Xia Yu? A shrill male voice broke his thoughts. Xia Yu turned around and saw Lu Qi, the English class representative. He was dressed in designer clothes, his arm around a charming, brown-haired woman. Xia Yu didn't recognize her, and she wasn't likely from their class. Hello, Lu Qi. Xia Yu smiled, his face harmless. Huh, I thought you were so successful, but you didn't even bother to attend our party and didn't even reply to our messages in the group. Lu Qi scoffed. I've been a bit busy lately, Xia Yu replied calmly. What are you busy with? I don't see you making a fortune, and you drive a junky car. You actually drove out in an old Honda. Who do you think you are? Lu Qi pressed the key in his hand, and the blue Audi Q10 a few meters away immediately flashed its door lights, appearing extremely dazzling. TSK, this scene is really eye-rolling. Enough talk. Let's go inside. Lu Qi hugged the brown-haired woman tightly and strode gracefully towards the hotel entrance. Your classmate is so handsome, The brown-haired woman said in a low voice, glancing back. What a handsome fellow. He's just a poor bastard. The man next to her snorted coldly. Xia Yu's mind was filled with black lines, thinking, isn't this dialogue too childish? Standing in the wind, his face disheveled, Xia Yu silently lit a cigarette. Xia Yu. Suddenly, a gentle voice echoed, familiar yet distant, as if it came from a classroom years ago on a sunny afternoon. Xia Yu turned around and saw a face as beautiful as a lotus flower on ice. Yi Bing, he called out with a smile. Xia Yu, why aren't you going in? Yi Bing stood there, a faint smile on his face. Oh, I'll have a cigarette first, Xia Yu shrugged. Yi Bing rolled her eyes at him, a sunset glow rising from her cold and beautiful face. Stop smoking. Let's go in together. Okay. Xia Yu stamped out the cigarette, but in the Yaoqi room on the 20th floor of Tiangong, at the party, the handsome school hunk and the beautiful class monitor pushed open the door side by side. Seeing this scene, the classmates had different expressions. Why is the beautiful class monitor late? Come. You have to drink a penalty glass first. Xia Yu, have you been missing lately? Shadow, come sit over here. Several classmates rushed over, pulling the two apart and seating them a few seats apart. Xia Yu sighed, thinking, these people are so boring. Less than half the people showed up for this reunion, just over 20. Since graduation, they hadn't seen much of each other, so there was a sense of familiarity yet strangeness between them. The male students talked about making money and current events. Some are modest and low-key, occasionally showing off their high-end contacts on their phones. Some ran to the pretty female students to toast, pretending to be generous, but in the end it had no real effect. The female students talked about clothes, bags, and cosmetics, and from time to time they would dislike their wealthy husbands or boyfriends, mentioning how they were not romantic. They didn't even give a single rose, only LV bags and 13-14 souvenirs. A few attractive female students coquettishly declined the male students' toasts, and when they had almost refused, they started to cling to their shoulders and arms, but in the end, they got nothing. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone was half drunk. At this time, the face-slapping King Liuqi finally stood up and said, classmates, I have a proposal. To better continue our friendship, preserve the memories of our youth, and get to know each other more often, I suggest we set up a reunion fund. Our beautiful class monitor, Yi Bing, will manage the fund. Everyone should contribute voluntarily, according to their ability. The minimum donation is 100 yuan, and there's no upper limit. What do you think? Okay, I agree. Chen Zhuozi, sitting to Xia Yu's right, exclaimed excitedly. I'll donate 500 yuan first to set an example for classmate friendship. Behind these words, Chen Zhuozi had deeper motives. He wanted to connect with the girls in the class, and he put on a righteous front. That's great that Chen Zhuozi is taking the lead. I hope other students will participate, but don't force it, Liu Qi said with a smile. Then, more than a dozen people donated between 200 and 1,000 yuan. The female students gave less, but class monitor Yi Bing made a splash with a 3,000 yuan donation. Since everyone's so enthusiastic, I can't fall behind, Liu Qi said with a smile. I'll personally pledge 30,000 yuan. Then, he casually picked up his phone and made a transfer gesture. Ding, your Zifubo account has arrived. 30,000 yuan. Squad leader Yi Bing's phone also rang with a pleasant notification tone. Boss Liu is awesome. Let's toast to Boss Liu. Everyone started to compliment him, and the atmosphere instantly became lively. Brother Liu Qi is so generous. Where did you make your fortune? Take me with you too. Brother Liu Qi is a restaurant tycoon. His family owns 5 or 6 chain restaurants in Shicheng and Nandu. No wonder the restaurant industry is making money these days. Let's go visit Brother Qi's restaurant someday. Sure. We're all classmates, so you're always welcome. Just remember to mention my name, and I'll give you all a 20% discount. Liu Qi's eyes lit up, glancing at Xia Yu, who sat across from him. The brown-haired woman beside him clung to Liu Qi's arm, sharing his glory. The atmosphere grew increasingly lively, and Liu Qi grew even more elated. Xia Yu, however, felt that this gathering was a bit too contrived. Seeing Liu Qi's gaze, he sighed helplessly, thinking, what a cliché. Before Liu Qi could speak, Xia Yu stood up and looked him straight in the face. Are you going to ask, how much should I donate? And if you think I'll donate 100, you'll say, since I'm poor, forget it, you can help me with the 100. Or if I donate 1,000, you'll definitely say, don't be so pretentious. Excuse me, I'm going to hit you in the face, but it's you I'm hitting. So, I'm donating the wool. Wouldn't it be nice if I could save the money to stock up on supplies? There was an uproar. No one had expected the usually low-key Xia Yu to be so assertive. Lu Qi's face flushed and paled as he stared at the man, who was so handsome he practically glowed, secretly furious. After a long while, Yi Bing finally calmed down. She quietly approached Xia Yu, tugged at his sleeve, and whispered, "Xia Yu, come out for a moment. I have something to tell you." Xia Yu nodded and put down his glass. The two of them walked out of the venue, one in front of the other, with all kinds of eyes staring at them. Chapter 10 Strange Stone and Red Carp. Standing side by side on the sky terrace on the 20th floor of the Heavenly Palace, the two of them gazed upon the dazzling lights of the Stone City. Yi Bing was the first to break the silence, saying, "Xia Yu, how have you been lately?" "Good. Not good," Xia Yu replied. Can you tell me more?" Yi Bing turned to look at him curiously. "I've been lucky lately and made some money." Xia Yu calmed down his inner turmoil and said, "But I died once before and came back to life." "Died once?" Yi Bing was shocked. Xia Yu shook his head and said, "There are some things that none of us can control, such as birth, old age, sickness and death, sudden disasters, and even the destruction of Blue Planet. I'll tell you the details when I have the chance, but first, tell me why you came to me." Yi Bing stopped asking questions, hesitated for a moment, and then mustered up the courage to say, I want to ask you a favor. There's a dinner party at Songlingshuan tomorrow night, and I'd like you to accompany me." After saying this, Yi Bing's face turned red. Damn, is this a family reunion? Xia Yu thought to himself. The Yi family was a truly wealthy family. The Yi Group owned the nation's largest production lines for agricultural machinery and grain processing machinery, as well as 2 flour mills and food canning factories with annual output exceeding billions. For such a wealthy family, relationships weren't just about relationships. They were about exchanging profits. But Xia Yu was helpless. "I'm just pretending. I won't make it difficult for you," Yi Bing explained quickly. Xia Yu thought to himself, "I don't trust you. You've been pretending so much, but in the end, you still can't help yourself. Besides, you're such a beautiful woman with such a charming temperament. Don't you have any self-awareness at all?" "Okay, what time tomorrow?" Xia Yu finally agreed, still considering their former friendship and the importance of the Yi family's industries in the apocalypse. Farming machinery, grain processing machinery, flour, and canned goods were all extremely important strategic materials in the apocalypse. "Tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, in the Supreme Room of Songlingshuan, let's meet in the lobby in advance." Yi Bing said, "Okay." Xia Yu agreed. The end of the world is getting closer and closer, and Xia Yu has felt an unprecedented sense of urgency. He must speed up the progress, as there are still too many things to do. The next morning, the 300 livestock sheds and battery-powered automatic feeders ordered by the seed company finally arrived. Xia Yu seized an opportunity and entered the small world alone. He decided to quickly choose a suitable location within the small world and establish a large-scale livestock farm. The first level of the small world, the initial stage, terrain, valley, total area of 7,000 acres. The east side of the valley is the highest, with lush, ancient trees growing on the mountain, waterfalls cascading down and merging into pools to form rivers, and a large orchard at the foot of the peak. The terrain in the north of the valley is slightly lower, with undulating hills and lush green bamboo forests scattered around. A clear stream flows from the east and passes through the forest. The West Valley is the most unique, with more than 20 hot springs of various sizes surrounded by white marble. The hot springs are surrounded by colorful wildflowers, and a sea of flowers stretches for hundreds of acres. The southern part of the valley is open and covered with green grass. The stream flows into a small river, which is shaded by peach trees. The peach blossoms on the bank are bright, just like the spring scenery in the countryside. The southern end where the stream disappears, deep in the clouds and mist, is the entrance to the chaotic space. The small world's high-quality arable land covers 3,800 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, and is concentrated in the Central Valley. The soil is incredibly fertile and deep. Although this land is currently undeveloped, it is teeming with wild vegetables and strawberries, thriving with life. Xia Yu was troubled. Before the small world was upgraded, there was no suitable location in the valley to build a livestock farm. Perhaps after the small world was upgraded, suitable terrain would appear. Upgrading the small world required 2 things: exotic beasts or purple chi. Before the apocalypse, exotic beasts were hard to find, and purple chi was even more impossible to obtain. Around 7 in the evening, Xia Yu arrived at Songlingshuan in a Maybach. Yi Bing was already waiting in the lobby. She was wearing a light yellow short-sleeve top and a navy blue long skirt, a cool and elegant look with a hint of playfulness. This woman was truly beautiful. Seeing Xia Yu enter, Yi Bing was delighted. She smiled and naturally took his arm. Let's go in. They're all here. Room 001, the most luxurious and expensive private room at Songlingshuan, was a private room. Yi Bing walked in with Xia Yu's arm in hand, and everyone at the table was stunned. At the head of the table sat a 50-year-old man with graying hair. He had a handsome face and a look that bore resemblance to Yi Bing. Xiao Bing, who is he? The middle-aged man asked coldly. Dad, his name is Xia Yu, and he's my boyfriend. Yi Bing responded confidently. Your boyfriend, how come I haven't heard of him? A young man in blue suddenly stood up and exclaimed, Impossible. Lu Chuchun, does this have anything to do with you? Yi Bing asked coldly. Why not didn't we come here today to confirm the marriage between our two families? Lu Chuchun said angrily. That's just wishful thinking. Yi Bing shot back. Xiao Bing. Ye's father stopped their argument and turned to Xia Yu. Please sit down first. Xia Yu nodded and calmly pulled Yi Bing to sit down. Lu Chuchun sat down angrily, staring at Xia Yu with a knife-like gaze that seemed to kill. To Yi Junlin's left sat a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance, well-dressed and full of aura. There were 3 other women at the table, 2 in their 40s, elegantly dressed, and 1 in her 20s, charming and voluptuous. What a travesty! The charming woman glanced at Xia Yu with disdain, muttering a curse. Old Yi, what's going on? Asked Lu Zhongjia, the middle-aged man beside Yi Junlin, with a frown. Brother Lu, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Yi Junlin said awkwardly. Oomph. In that case, let's get straight to the point. Lu Zhongjia waved his hand and said, Chuchun, go get the things. Okay, father. Lu Chuchun walked to the sofa next to him, took out a large password box, and then took out a square, ancient rosewood box. The box was about 30 centimeters long and had intricate carvings on the rosewood. When opened, it revealed a smaller jade box inside. Lu Chuchun carefully placed the jade box on the table. Open it, Lu Zhongjia commanded. As soon as the jade box was opened, everyone in the room felt a strange illusion, as if time had stood still, or perhaps even rapidly passed. Xia Yu's heart trembled, his eyes flashing. The object in the jade box finally appeared. A strange stone about 20 centimeters tall, its base a deep green, resembling rippling blue water. Atop the waves, a lifelike purple-red carp leaped, its scales, whiskers, and eyes all rendered with uncanny vividness. A faint purplish glow shone from the surface of the strange stone, like a stream of purple energy arriving from the east, though only Xia Yu noticed it. What is this purple energy? His heart trembled, and he felt the connection to his small world vibrate several times. Ding! Purple energy mineral discovered. Grade. A+, concentration. A+ can upgrade the small world to the initial stage of the 2nd level. Damn, this is so exciting. Xia Yu was shocked. I want this stone. No one can take it away. I accidentally found this rare stone from a mine in Pekin, Myanmar. It's shaped like a carp leaping in the blue water. It's naturally beautiful and full of charm. Lu Zhongjia smiled. Hence the name, red carp leaping over the dragon gate. This stone is worth at least 200 million Chinese yuan. Brother Yi, please appreciate it. Yi Junlin praised it endlessly. Well, it's a masterpiece of art. A divine item. A divine item. Humph. In that case, let's just get straight to the point. Lu Zhongjia said with a smile. Chuchun, go get the item. Chapter 11 Small World Upgrade. Of course, the stone carp is just a betrothal gift. If the Yi and Lu families marry, we are willing to inject 10 billion Chinese yuan into the Yi Group and help the Yi Group completely open up the Southeast Asian market. Mr. Yi, how do you think about this proposal? Lu Zhongjia said leisurely. Yi Junlin was overjoyed, straightened his body, raised his cup and said, Brother Lu, you have such a broad mind. I'd be remiss if I didn't. I'll give you tea instead of wine. I toast you. Lu Chuchun, who was sitting at the table, was even more proud. He glanced at Xia Yu with disdain. Boy, you want to compete with me for a woman? What role do you play? Several people nearby also raised their glasses to celebrate the upcoming marriage between wealthy families. I don't agree. Yi Bing stood up suddenly, his face pale and his eyes red. Dad, how can you use my happiness as a business tool? Xiao Bing, the noble and beautiful woman on Yi Junlin's right scolded. Don't be willful. Anyway, I absolutely disagree with this marriage. Yi Bing turned around, covered his face, and left the table. How dare you? Ye's father was furious and slammed the table. How can you question such a serious matter as marriage? There's a reason for our parents' arrangement. Ye's mother, Qin Lin, patted his arm and said softly, "Don't worry, I'll go and persuade her." "Aunt, I'll go with you." The charming young woman also got up and followed. When she passed by Xia Yu, she snorted. A toad who wants to eat swan flesh shouldn't even take a piss and look at himself. Xia Yu touched his face. "Am I that bad? I feel pretty handsome." "Old Yi, 2 days from now is an auspicious day. I will bring my son to formally propose marriage. I will bring this treasure with me and prepare all the necessary etiquette." Lu Zhongjie said. "Okay, I'll be waiting for you at my humble home the day after tomorrow." Father Yi said with a bow. "Chu Chun, put the stone carp into the box first and take it home later." Lu Zhongjie instructed his son. Lu Chuchun responded by covering the jade box on the table, then carefully put it back into the rosewood box and locked it back into the password box. Little did he know that the stone carp had already been branded with Xia Yu's spiritual consciousness, unknown to gods and ghosts. As long as Xia Yu is willing, he can just think about it at any time and the stone carp will be taken into the chaotic space. Seeing himself sitting alone, the situation was really awkward. Xia Yu said hello to Ye's father and walked out of the box. At this time, the sumptuous dishes began to be served one after another, but Xia Yu's mind was no longer here. The right thing to do is to get the stone carp quickly and upgrade the small world as soon as possible. However, I don't know what the reaction will be since it is the first upgrade. I can only go back to the seed company and find a quiet place to upgrade. Xia Yu was a little impatient. When he passed by the lobby, he saw Yi Bing sitting in a corner, crying with her head down. On her left and right, Ye's mother Qin Lin and cousin Lu Xiaoyuan were trying their best to persuade her. Xia Yu stepped forward quickly, staring at Yi Bing's tear-stained face, and said firmly, "Don't worry, I will help you find a solution." Then he turned and left. "Oh." Yi Bing raised her head and wanted to get up and catch up, but her mother and cousin held her down on each side. "Cousin, what's so good about him? He's just a scumbag." "Ah." Xia Yu was innocently shot again. Although in this situation, ignoring it does seem a bit scumbag. More than 10 minutes later, Xia Yufei drove back to the seed company, walked into his private dormitory, locked the door from the inside, and sat on the chair in the room. He calmed down a little. I sensed the stone carp's location from afar and found that it was still in the private room of Song Lingshuan. So he no longer hesitated, and with a slight thought, the stone carp instantly appeared in the vast chaotic space. The stone carp instantly transformed into a ball of purple-red gas, shaped like a purple-red koi. The surrounding gray and chaotic aura that seemed to be eternally silent quickly wrapped around it, and then dispersed with a rich purple aura. It's like the beginning of the universe, the creation of the world. After a slight vibration, the stone carp and the purple air disappeared. Xia Yu intuitively felt the changes in the small world. The valley seemed bigger, the terrain wider, and everything in the valley more vibrant. The most important thing is that a new terrain appeared, closely connected to the southern end of the valley. The new place turned out to be an endless grassland with green grass stretching to the horizon and low wild flowers swaying in the wind. Birds and colorful butterflies occasionally flew through the flowers and grass. In the middle of the prairie, there grows a giant ancient cherry tree about 1 kilometer tall. Its branches and leaves are full of crystal red fruits, shining attractively in the sun. A wide river flows around the cherry trees, winding like a piece of white silk and floating into the distance. At the end of the river, the water shimmers, and one can vaguely see a clear lake with a radius of 100 miles. Beside the lake, there are forests of red fruits, and the fragrance of cherries wafts in the air. By the second level of the Stargate Small World, the initial stage. Upgraded terrain, valley, with an area of 56,000 mu, 37.3 square kilometers, and 30,000 mu, 20 square kilometers, of high-quality arable land. Newly upgraded terrain. Grassland, covering an area of 700,000 mu, 466.7 square kilometers, including one freshwater lake, covering an area of 75,000 mu, 50 square kilometers. Soil, air, and water, planetary level excellent plus. The small world in the second level has undergone tremendous changes. Not only has the original valley expanded 8-fold in area, but the area of high-quality arable land has also reached 30,000 mu. Given the valley's perennially warm, spring-like climate, if it were used to grow crops, it shouldn't be a problem to harvest 3 crops a year. With planetary grade superior plus fertile soil and water quality, the yield per mu can easily exceed 1,000 kilograms, whether growing rice or grains. With 30,000 mu, the annual grain harvest can reach 90,000 tons. Therefore, the 90,000 tons of grain harvest in the valley alone is enough to feed 200,000 people. If you have food at home, you won't be worried. On the vast grassland in the small world, Xia Yu stood facing the wind. He felt relaxed and happy, and his whole body was extremely comfortable. As he gazed into the distance, a sense of heroism suddenly surged in his chest. End of the world? Haha, I am the protagonist. Chapter 12 Super Homo sapiens. Bye. The upgrade of the small world's associated main body has been completed. Physical fitness, 1,500%, strength, 1,600%, speed, 1,900%, 100 m speed, 2.36 seconds, brain development, 30%. As a series of data poured into his brain, Xia Yu was pleasantly surprised to find that he has become stronger, very strong. Her height increased from 1.78 meters to 1.80 meters. Her figure became more well-proportioned. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and she exuded a unique temperament all over her body. He felt as if all the muscles and bones in his body were rejuvenated, and he could control everything with his mind. In order to know exactly how strong he was, he tested his strength in the small world. With one punch, a blue stone as big as a millstone was instantly shattered. The force of one punch was nearly 3,000 kilograms, which was more than 15 times that of an ordinary person. Coupled with his keen sense of touch and abnormal speed, he is definitely a superhuman. When the brain development reaches 30%, Xia opens a door to the world before his eyes. Looking at the leaves, one can seem to feel the growth of the veins. An ant crawling 100 meters away can be clearly controlled in the mind. The consciousness and thoughts seem to have entered another dimension, and everything seen and heard seemed to be understood and mastered quickly. Xia Yu believed that if he wanted to memorize a dictionary at this moment, he only needed to flip through it quickly and he would remember every word. There was once a view in the scientific community that it is far less important for humans to develop their brains than to enhance their physical fitness. When a person's brain is developed to 20%, he or she will gain superpowers. His or her 5 senses will become extremely sensitive, and he or she will even be able to hear the subtle crawling sounds of insects in the distance. Without deliberate training, his or her senses and physical fitness will become super strong. This is super Homo sapiens. So what level is Xia Yu, whose brain development has reached 30% at? He's probably never appeared in this world before, right? It can be said that in terms of physical strength and spirit, he is at the peak. 2 days later, an explosive piece of news came from the Yi family. The marriage proposal, which was originally a done deal, fell through because the Liu family suddenly lost the rare stone red carp. Liu Zhongjie was furious about this and beat and scolded his son severely and ordered a thorough investigation into the missing stone case. But it is estimated that the Liu family has no hope of solving the case in this lifetime. That same day, Xia Yu received a WeChat message from Yi Bing containing only 3 words. Did you do this? Xia Yu didn't hide it. Yes. Then he got a blushing emoticon. Wah. Hey woman, please stop slowing down my sword drawing speed, okay? After the small world was upgraded, Xia Yu asked his cousin to speed up the seed company's purchase of seedlings and animal breeding progress, and woofing seeds ushered in the craziest expansion in history. Oguodong's joining made Xia Yu's super breeding plan possible. Next, it's time to develop the livestock farm in the small world. In the end times, there will be endless food and meat, endless vegetables and fruits, which will be the greatest guarantee of survival. The small world is his biggest trump card in secret, and he will not show it to others easily. When the small world has a wider living space and can produce inexhaustible food, meat, and resources, he will have enough confidence to face the long and changeable end of the world. After settling everything in Shicheng, Xia Yu decided to return to Nandu to inspect the construction of Guangchong Base. Then, the global $0 purchase harvesting operation will be officially launched, with teleportation of spiritual consciousness and the small world of stargates. Haha, just ask yourself what else on this surface of the earth can't be harvested. As the saying goes, Stargate Express, mission accomplished, awesome. On March 12, 2032, The balance of Xia Yu's overseas U.S. stock account finally exceeded $15 billion US dollars, and the balance of his domestic account also exceeded 13 billion Chinese yuan. Wu Yifeng has been following up firmly on behalf of the company and has gained even more, conservatively estimated to be over 30 billion US dollars. Chiefing Finance has ushered in the most prosperous golden age since its establishment. Investing in U.S. stocks, always successful. In just over half a month, bonuses were distributed to the entire company twice, and the amounts were extremely generous. Everyone knows that miracles are all due to one person, the most handsome man in history, who is privately called God. Xia Yu returned to the company for a rare visit, and his assistant Xia Yu followed closely behind him. Brother Yashin, will you agree to my wish? The cute and lovely Xia Yu had fiery eyes. Everyone in the company knew that this outstanding computer genius had joined Chiefing just for Xia Yu's eye. Except for my body, everything else is fine. Xia Yu smiled. It's not fair, Xia Yu said dejectedly. I thought I could marry into a wealthy family from now on, but it turns out it was all an illusion. Woo-woo. Maybe in the next life. Xia Yu patted the girl's head happily. Come on, please tell me your dream. Brother Yushin, can I not use the wish for now? I want to keep it for now, Xia Yu said cunningly. Can. Xia Yu didn't take Xia Yu's little thoughts to heart. He secretly transferred 2 million Chinese yuan to her bank card as a personal reward for her. Who doesn't like capable and obedient subordinates? At the Guangchong base, the basic structures of the inner and outer caves have been completed. When Xia Yu met Deng Daguang, this guy was seriously discussing and modifying the architectural details with a wheat-skinned beauty. After touring the base for a long time, Xia Yu was very satisfied and prepared to invite the two to have dinner together. Let's go and eat some fresh river food. You idiot, can't you see we are busy? Deng Daguang rolled his eyes and said with disgust. That's right, the construction period is so tight. How can you still have the nerve to eat? Oh man added. You too. No matter how busy you are, you still have to eat. No, really not going? If you have nothing to do, get out of here. A man and a woman said in unison. Well, we can't afford to mess with such a bitch. Chapter 13 Yi Bing is in danger. Xia Yu drove back to the city, planning to check out the nearby industrial park along the way. Halfway through, I received a text message on my phone. Save me, it's Yi Bing. Is she in danger? He quickly parked the car by the side of the road, and Xia Yu's super senses were naturally stimulated. Fortunately, the spiritual consciousness that he left on Yi Bing a few days ago was still there. Even though he was hundreds of miles away, he could clearly detect Yi Bing's location. She was being held in a remote private estate outside Shurchen. Fuck, why is she awake? Take her phone away. A man's voice came from inside the room. If you do that again, I'll rape you. 2 seconds later, a tall young man appeared out of nowhere in the room. At this moment, the man's handsome face was full of frost. Lu Chuchun, I didn't expect you to be such a scumbag. Ooh, Xia Yu? How did you get in? Lu Chuchun breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that there was only one person on the other side. You two bastards, who forgot to lock the door when you came in? Lu Chuchun turned around and kicked the 2 white buttocks beside the bed, cursing. The 2 burly men climbed down from the bed awkwardly. What a fucking letdown. Both the bad guys and the good guys should be dragged out and have their dicks chopped off. After putting on a briefs, the 2 big men glared at the uninvited guest in the room with hatred, and one of them blocked the door tacitly. Haha, I said I flew in. Do you believe me? Xia Yu picked up a coat from the ground and gently put it on Yi Bing's half-naked body. At this moment, Xia Yu could clearly feel the girl curled up on the sofa, her trembling body filled with an extremely strong emotion. Pain, sadness, and deep gratitude. At her most desperate moment, the text message she sent subconsciously really made this man appear out of nowhere. Yi Bing couldn't help but burst into tears. It's okay, I'm here. Xia Yu patted her back soothingly. Are you okay? You're ruining my good thing, and you think that's all that's left? Tell me, how do you want to die? Fall from a building or be buried alive? Lu Chuchun cursed angrily. Idiot, Xia Yu calmement lit a cigarette. I casually glanced at the bed and saw the plump white body on the bed, still twisting in excitement, and bursts of soul-stirring moans came from the pillow. It was obvious that someone had drugged her, and it was a very powerful aphrodisiac. The enchanting face of the woman on the bed was still blushing, and her slightly closed eyes still showed a lustful dream. Damn, how could this person be Lu Xiaoyuan? Xia Yu only hesitated for a second before his powerful brain perception system automatically grasped the truth of the matter. In order to vent his dissatisfaction and get Yi Bing, Lu Chuchen secretly bribed Lu Xiaoyuan, and together they set up a trap to hold Yi Bing hostage. After secretly bringing the person to a remote manor, the two bodyguards around Master Lu fell in love with the hot girl Lu. The three men were so horny that they decided to go all out. They gave Lu Xiaoyo a large amount of aphrodisiac and had a threesome. Who would have thought that just as they were having fun, Yi Bing, whose drug effects were about to wear off, woke up unexpectedly on the sofa and secretly sent a message for help to Xia Yu. Looking at Yi Bing with disheveled clothes, Xia Yu suddenly felt angry. Although Yi Bing was not his woman, did she mean that you could touch her casually? Lu Chuchun, you are a scumbag. How dare you do such a heartless thing? Do you believe that your life is coming to an end? Xia Yu stared at Lu Chuchun's naked and ugly body and said coldly, Damn, how dare you threaten me? Lu Chuchun was about to call on the bodyguards to take action, but he saw a figure approaching before his eyes. Then he felt a severe pain in his head and fainted on the ground. What quick skills! The other two big men in the room also lasted less than 2 seconds before being knocked unconscious. After doing all this, Xia Yucai walked over to the sofa and squatted down, helping Yi Bing wipe the tears from her face with extremely gentle movements. Yi Bing stopped crying and silently stared at the enchantingly handsome face so close to her and the warm and firm hand that was caressing her face. She knew that she would never be able to break free from her obsession with this man in her life. Xia Yu calmly picked up the phone and dialed the police number. In the police station, Xia Yugong finished taking the statement. Chang Lei, the deputy captain of the criminal police who was in charge of taking the statement, went out to answer a phone call. When he came back, he began to look at the handsome man in surprise. Do you know who called? Chang Lei asked. Hospital. Xia Yu answered. Then do you know what you have done? Chang Lei's expression became more serious. Yes, the two suspects have the same injuries. The third cervical vertebra is dislocated, and the fifth rib on the left is fractured in 3 places. The other one had a moderate skull fracture, was in a coma due to concussion, had the second cervical vertebra dislocated, and had symmetrical fractures in the middle of the third rib on both sides, and had developed moderate pulmonary edema. Xia Yu said calmly, Ew. You peeked at the hospital report? Chang Lei looked as if he had encountered a monster. Impossible. The report is still in the hospital. I just found out over the phone. Xia Yu was helpless. Don't you know there are people in this world who can sense injuries from a distance? Besides, I did it myself. How could I not know the extent of the injury? Xia Yu, you're too harsh. I was acting in self-defense, protecting the hostages. They were outnumbered. Chang Lei rolled his eyes. With such terrifying damage output, are you afraid of crowds? No matter what, you have to be detained for 24 hours. Wait until the suspect wakes up. Also, your phone will be temporarily confiscated. Casual. Xia Yu was locked up alone in a small dark room with iron bars and iron locks, and the lights in the room were dim. Less than 20 meters away from the small dark room was the deputy captain's office, where Chang Lei and several of his men began a heated discussion about the case. Excellent. The timing is right and the location is right. Shurching, Third People's Hospital, 8th floor, orthopedics inpatient department. 2 uniformed police officers were guarding the door of a ward. Lu Zhongjie was talking on the phone irritably, while a middle-aged lady was sobbing softly on the bench outside the ward door. Soon, the door of the ward was opened and a male doctor in his early 40s wearing glasses walked out, followed by 2 male intern assistants and a young female nurse. Director Lee, what happened to my son? The lady stood up and asked anxiously. Don't worry, Madam Lu. Young Master Lu only has a fractured skull and is not in danger of death. Due to the concussion and excessive shock, he will probably be unconscious for a short time. But don't worry too much. The other injuries have been treated, and the results of the follow-up examination and X-ray will be out soon. Please take some time to help me. Director Lee, I only have this one son. The lady begged with tears. I'll do my best, Mrs. Lu. Please don't go into the ward yet. Let the patient rest quietly. Okay, Director Lee, thank you for your hard work. I just spoke to your Dean Dai on the phone. He will be coming to your office soon. Let's go there and talk in detail. Lu Zhongjie shook the doctor's hand and they left together. This scene was clearly grasped by Xia Yu, who was more than 10 kilometers away. As early as when he was at the manor, Xia Yu had the intention to kill Lu Chuchun, so he secretly imprinted his spiritual consciousness on him, waiting for an opportunity to take action. In the dark room of the police station, Xia Yu sat quietly in a corner. His sense of touch extended, and everything within a kilometer range was clear at a glance. His brain quickly calculated. Within 40 seconds, there will be no accidents here. It is safe. In just a moment, he quietly appeared in Lu Chuchen's ward. Looking at the unconscious Mr. Lu on the hospital bed, Xia Yu sighed. Don't mess with me again in the next life. Xia Yu made a faint slash with his right hand, cutting across Lu Chuchen's neck silently. A conspicuous blood mark appeared on the skin of his neck, as if it had been strangled by a rope. If there were advanced biological detection equipment at this time, you would find that Lu Chuchen's life breath disappeared magically in an instant. The next second, Xia Yu appeared in the dark room of the police station again. After killing the scum who had irritated him, his mind became clear and his whole body felt extremely comfortable. Some people would definitely wonder, since they had already done it, why not move the body into the small world space? This way, they could destroy the body and hide it without anyone noticing. But Xia Yu didn't want to for no other reason than because it was disgusting. In his little world, enemies are not allowed to approach, even if they are corpses. Moreover, with Xia Yu's current abnormal ability, it would be easy to kill someone from a distance, such as destroying his spiritual consciousness, teleporting him to fall from a building, a car accident, or even making him disappear in the vast ocean. There is no need for close combat at all. But he did not choose to do so. Sometimes, killing also requires a sense of ritual. What is the difference between winning in seconds by lying down and being a salted fish? 10 minutes later, Chong Lei, who was in a meeting at the police station, received news from the hospital. He ran straight to the small dark room like a 100-meter sprint. The iron lock opened with a clang, and under the dim light, Xia Yujing was sitting in the corner with his eyes closed, resting. Lu Chuchen is dead. Just now, Chong Lei's face turned pale. Oh, that's good. There's one less scumbag in the world. Xia Yu said calmly with his eyes closed. You're very calm and strange, Chong Lei said, but I have a hunch that you're the murderer. Xia Yu laughed and opened his eyes. Captain Chong, you've been keeping me locked up the whole time. With your thinking ability, you'll definitely check outside this room, the corridor, the stairs, including the entire police station surveillance, right? Oh, and the hospital surveillance, too. Check it out as soon as possible to clear my name. I will, but my intuition is always right. Chong Lei gritted his teeth and said. Xia Yu was too lazy to talk nonsense with him anymore and curled the corners of his mouth slightly. Even if I killed him, do you have evidence? Chapter 14, my dad wants to see you. 18 hours later, Xia Yu regained his freedom. When I came out of the police station, I happened to meet Chong Lei returning from the hospital. His haggard appearance proved that his investigation, this time, should have yielded nothing. Xia Yu, you're not simple. You must be hiding some special means. Chong Lei stared at Xia Yu's face and said quietly, although I haven't found out what it is yet, you will fall into my hands sooner or later. Xia Yu smiled. It will never be possible because you and I are not in the same world. Really? Then we'll see. Chong Lei said coldly. Outside the police station door, a beautiful figure seemed to have been waiting for a long time. The moment she saw Xia Yu, she rushed forward and threw herself desperately towards this perfect yet safe man. Feeling the fiery softness in his arms, Xia Yu sighed secretly. He gently pushed Yi Bing away and looked at her slightly thin face. It's okay. I got out so quickly. Is it your credit? Well, I asked my dad to use his connections. Yi Bing blushed. After all, her behavior just now was too unrestrained. Uncle Yi, does he have something to say? Yes, my dad wants to see you. Okay. As if he had foreseen this, Xia Yu was not too surprised. When the two returned to the Yi mansion, it was already afternoon. Yi Junlin was sitting in the garden full of xiangfei bamboo, leisurely brewing tea and burning incense. The lingering aroma of tea makes the drifting sandalwood fragrance even more peaceful and far-reaching. Occasionally, a breeze blows by, and the xiangfei bamboo in the garden begins to sob and whisper. Sit down. Yi Junlin invited us to a seat and offered us tea. Xia Yu, first of all, thank you sincerely for saving Xiaobing. Yi Yunin nodded. We are classmates. It's only natural. This is different. The situation at that time. Xiaobing and I have also told you. Xia Yu, you are very mysterious and not simple. Xia Yu took a sip of tea and said, everyone has secrets, but I only share my secrets with those closest to me. Mr. Yi, if I told you that the xiangfei bamboo in your garden, along with everything you own, would soon cease to exist, what would you think? Yi Yunin frowned. Strange stones and xiangfei bamboo were his two major hobbies. He always felt that burning incense and brewing tea, appreciating strange stones accompanied by bamboo shadows, was the greatest elegance in life. When Yi Junlin saw Xia Yu again this time, he had a very strange feeling. This person seemed very far away from you, but his words and actions could always touch people's hearts. Xia Yu, what you said is very strange. What do you mean? Yi Bing next to him interrupted. You have been gone for so long. The girl from Hunan has shed tears on the bamboo. A Huang and Vine traveled thousands of miles to find Shun, but their souls ended up in Dongting Lake. This love can only be remembered, but it is a pity that the women of Hunan are the most affectionate. Things in this world are unpredictable. No matter how heroic and glorious a life was, it cannot escape the fate of decline and destruction. This is true for love, career, wealth, and glory. Mr. Yi, do you agree? Yi Junlin's hand trembled as he made tea. He appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was actually in turmoil. How could this man, so young, see through people's hearts? Since entering the garden and sitting down, Xia Yu's super sense of touch has been aroused. He saw through Yi Junlin's sentimentality, pessimism, and helplessness, including the fact that he secretly met his first love from time to time without telling his wife and daughter. And this lover, whom he had been in love with since childhood, was from Dongting Lake in the Xiang River. He knew that no matter how deeply he loved, he could not escape the constraints of the world and his fate, so he felt guilty and blamed himself, and was in great pain. This also includes the Yi group, for which he had poured so much effort, which was already riddled with holes and ready to collapse at any moment. These things were all clearly visible to Xia Yu with his super strong spiritual sense. In front of the super intelligent computer that has been developed to 30%, almost everything you see, hear, and feel will be revealed. Xia Yu, can I talk to you alone? Yi Junlin was silent for a long time and seemed to have made some strong decision. Meet me in my study, please. 2 days later, a piece of news that shocked the industry became a hot search. Shocking news. Yi Group acquired by a small company, unveiling the mystery of Woofing Seeds, the new owner of the Yi Group. The fastest acquisition in history. Yi Group completes 20 billion yuan acquisition in 36 hours. Since then, the Yi Group, which once had a market value of tens of billions, was acquired by Woofing Seed Company for 22.5 billion yuan, and Woofing actually held a 91% stake. Yi Group was officially renamed Woofing Group. Only a few people know that the actual controller of Woofing is Xia Yu. It took only half a month for Woofing to leap from an unknown seed company to one of the top 200 groups in the country. No one knew what Xia Yu and Yi Junlin talked about or what happened in the study that day, including Yi Bing. She only remembered that the meeting in the study lasted only half an hour before her father made such a surprising decision. From then on, Xia Yu took over the Yi family. The dynasty changed, Yi Junlin abdicated, and Yi Bing became the president of the group. Fatty Li, who was busy collecting grain, even called to congratulate Xia Yu. He was full of admiration and no longer had any doubts about Xia Yu's strength. Fatty Li's purchase of the first batch of 300,000 tons of high-quality rice is nearing completion and will soon be stored in the warehouse. Chang Lei actually met with Xia Yu twice. He was very persistent in the case of Mr. Lu's death and raised two very critical doubts. 1. The entire process from Yi Bing sending a text message for help to Xia Yu arriving to rescue her took no more than 15 seconds. How did Xia Yu appear in such a short time? Unless he happens to be at the manor, but this logic obviously doesn't make sense. Of course, Xia Yu also denied this because at that time, he was still hundreds of miles away from Guangchong on his way back to the city. There was no need to hide this because it would be clear as soon as he checked. Conclusion. Xia Yu can fly, or it would be more appropriate to call it teleport. 2. If the teleportation ability is valid, Xia Yu would have a basis for instantly killing Lu Chuchun from a long distance. But the problem is that this report is too shocking. Even the director couldn't help but scold Chang Lei after seeing it. Are you writing a case report or a novel? Don't want the official hat anymore? Of course, although there was no evidence to convict Xia Yu in this strange case, it did bring him some unexpected troubles, but that's another story. Xia Yu doesn't care. You have no evidence anyway, haha. As the strongest man on Blue Planet today, his combat power and perception abilities have reached a very abnormal level. To put it in a more vivid way, no matter it is swords, bullets, sniper rifles, rocket launchers, or even missile locks, They cannot escape Xia Yu's super perception. Coupled with his spiritual interference and teleportation ability, there is no solution at all, unless you mobilize the strategic force of the army. But how can strategic force be mobilized so easily? Moreover, he has a biggest trump card. Small world. Chapter 15 Woofing Group's Magical Operation. On the night when Woofing Group was announced to be established, Xia Yu held a high-level exchange banquet for the group at Songlingshuan and announced some important things by the way. The participants included Yi Bing, Yi Junlin, Xia Binglin, O Guodong, Chen Zhuozi, and some former senior executives of the Yi family. The first banquet of the new group should not be too rude. To this end, in addition to Songlingshuan's original dishes, Xia Yu also specially searched for the best ingredients in the entire Stone City. Deep-sea grouper Australian lobster, Japanese wagyu, geoduck, salmon sashimi, Buddha jumps over the wall, roast suckling pig, roast goose with lychees, Peking duck, chopped pepper sea bass head. It was a delicious feast that made everyone's mouths drool and their stomachs full and satisfied. Xia Yu just wanted them to remember this gourmet feast deeply, because in another 9 months, it will be difficult for Blue Star to eat such delicious food again, and the memory of this delicacy will last for the rest of their lives. Shadow, Mr. Xia, why did you call me here? During the banquet, the fat tablemate Chen Zhuozi asked in confusion. Of course I invited you here for an important purpose. Table, how about letting you experience the life of a general manager? Xia Yu patted his shoulder. Not so good. Shrimp head, I don't think I'm cut out for this. Chen Zhuo was anxious. Who says you can't? Xia Yu said seriously. I have the final say in Woofing now. Starting tonight, I will redefine the territory and appoint people based on personal connections. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Xia Yu took the stage to announce the new strategic direction and personnel arrangements for the group's subsidiaries. Group President, Yi Bing, responsible for the group's coordination and overall management. General Manager of the Agricultural, Grain and Oil Machinery Company, Yi Junlin, is responsible for the full production of various agricultural machinery and grain and oil processing machinery, accumulating inventory, and not selling them to the outside world within 9 months. Bai Quan, General Manager of the Flour Mill. The flour processing capacity must be increased to 50,000 tons per day within 1 month, and the flour will not be sold to the outside world within 9 months. Yu Jiqiang, General Manager of the Grain and Oil Processing Plant. We will make every effort to improve the processing capacity of coarse grains, wheat, and edible oil, vigorously strengthen the procurement of raw materials, and finished grain and oil products will not be sold to the outside world within 9 months. Yi Chunhui, Yi Junlin's younger brother, General Manager of the Food Canning Factory. 10 canning production lines will be added. The complete canned meat varieties are as follows: black bean dace, braised hairtail, spicy shrimp, braised pig's trotter, 5-spice beef, curry lamb, spicy chicken, and mushroom duck. The complete assortment of canned fruits and vegetables are as follows: tomato sauce, oranges, yellow peaches, lychees, strawberries, and apples. All canned products will not be sold to the public within 9 months. Xia Binglin, General Manager of Woofing Seed Company. We will continue to purchase large quantities of various grain, fruit, vegetable, Chinese medicinal and flower seeds, expand poultry, livestock and aquaculture, optimize breeding, and accelerate the cultivation of greenhouse seedlings. O Guodong, Director of the Institute of Animal and Plant Ecological Cycle Systems. Accelerate the research and development and implementation of fully closed animal and plant ecological cycle system technologies. General Manager of Chun Santai Frozen Products Company, Limited. Chun Zhuozi's family company, to be acquired. Chun Zhuozi, responsible for the purchase and frozen storage of aquatic products and meat, expanding the scale of cold storage, increasing the purchase volume, and only purchasing but not selling within 9 months. Holy shit, are you running a serious business? Or are you deliberately burning money? Xia Yu was too lazy to explain to everyone's doubts and ordered on the spot. You may not understand, but you must strictly follow the requirements. Tomorrow morning, I will arrange to inject 1 billion yuan into each subsidiary. If it is insufficient, it will be reported to the group's finance department for approval, and we will continue to increase investment in the future. In a word, we are not short of money. Your only mission is, within 9 months, each subsidiary must spend at least 50 billion. Those who fail to complete this mission will resign. This meeting is adjourned. When these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked. Damn, such a boss is so rich and inhumane. On March 16, 2032, Wufeng Group announced its new strategic adjustment direction to the outside world. All subsidiaries are working hard to increase production capacity and purchase large quantities of grain, fruits and vegetables, poultry and livestock, etc. All products produced are stored more frequently and are only stored but not sold. What the hell is this? Others use their hands and carts to stockpile food, but you directly purchase and produce it in a group? Wufeng's actions have once again become a hot topic. Wufeng's spendthrift operation, storing and not selling for 9 months, what's the purpose? After spending $20 billion on mergers and acquisitions, Wufeng's mysterious owner spends hundreds of billions more. Only storing but not selling. What is Wufeng's intention? How terrifying is the money behind it? Despite the uproar in the outside world, Xia Yu was as calm as an old dog. Everything was in his plan. As for Yi Junlin, after witnessing Xia Yu's magic during their meeting in the study, he now feels that whatever Xia Yu does is right. What's more, today's Wufeng is actually the full investment of Xia Yu alone. The Yi family's pitiful 9% stake can only be regarded as dry shares for the family's participation in management and operation. The original merger and acquisition agreement also stated that the Yi family would no longer bear any future operating risks and debts of Wufeng. Even the Yi family, the second largest shareholder of the group, had no objection. As for the others, they just followed orders since it wasn't their money being spent anyway. Early the next morning, Xia Yu went to Chun Santai's frozen food company and spent 100 million yuan to acquire it. This made Chun Zhuozi's father, Chun Santai, smile foolishly for the whole morning, and he even said that his son had finally made progress and made friends with such a generous and outstanding classmate like Xia Yu. 100 million. I can finally retire and enjoy my life. That morning, Chun Zhuozi officially took over his father's position and tragically began his career as a professional general manager. According to the plan, Xia Yuxian will first invest 1 billion yuan in the frozen food company to expand the cold storage, and then will frantically stockpile meat and aquatic products. After several days of recuperation, Yibing finally got over the psychological trauma of being held hostage. The main culprit, Mr. Liu, died mysteriously, and 2 bodyguards of the Liu family were prosecuted. As for another participant and victim, Liu Xiaoyuan, it was said that she suffered from intermittent amnesia. She was unkempt and forgetful all day long, and had lost her former charm. Chapter 16, opening up a small world ranch. On the second grassland of the small world. At this time, there are herds of cattle and sheep scattered around, horses are running. In the cherry woods in the distance, a group of free-range chickens can be seen foraging for food. Hundreds of domestic pigs are busy chewing sweet wild sweet potatoes. Dozens of gray and white rabbits were vigilantly nibbling at a row of cabbage. At the edge of the distant grassland, there is a large lake surrounded by flocks of ducks and white geese swimming in the water. The lake is as green as jade, and the fish and shrimps swimming in the water can be clearly seen. In the center of the grassland, an ancient cherry tree nearly 1,000 meters high is like a giant green umbrella. Under the umbrella, several pastoral dogs are chasing cattle and sheep. Blue sky, white clouds, gentle breeze, and singing birds. What a beautiful pastoral song of the grassland. 2 days ago, Xia Yu arranged for the transportation of the first batch of poultry, livestock, and aquatic species purchased by the seed company. In an uninhabited place, they were all moved into the small world and released into the grassland and lake. Also moved in at the same time were 300 animal sheds and 300 battery-powered automatic feeding machines. A neatly arranged farm warehouse stored 50,000 tons of various feeds. The vast grassland is 30 kilometers long and about 16 kilometers wide. It has endless forage resources of various kinds. With abundant rainfall, the grass grows extremely rapidly. This grassland can feed at least 3 million poultry and livestock, so the poultry and livestock purchased are far from enough. The second small world is no longer within the boundaries of the blue star. The sky over the grassland is particularly blue. Unlike the outside world of the blue planet, the sun cannot be seen in the sky here, but there is plenty of light. No one knows where the light comes from. It is quite magical. The grassland is surrounded by lakes on 3 sides, and the end of the lake is gray and hazy, which is the chaotic space. There are many types of aquatic products in the lake. Crucian carp, sea bass, sweet-scented fish, soft-shelled turtle, croaker, shrimp, white clam, and stone snail. There are dozens of species. The water in the lake is clear, and there are floating aquatic plants. After Xia Yu planned to go out, he asked the seed company to increase the efforts to collect animal resources. When the second level of the small world was upgraded again, it was estimated that the number of animals and livestock that could be raised would reach tens of millions. With such a solid meat-producing area, Xia Yu will be invincible in the last days. Haha, if there is food at home, there is no need to worry. If there is meat at home, there is no need to be afraid. Guodong's invention, animal manure rapid and complete degradation and fertilizer conversion technology, was used for the first time on the Small World Ranch. In fact, its operation is extremely simple. The main force for degrading animal feces is a silver laboratory mutant earthworm, which mainly feeds on animal feces. After quickly sucking up feces, earthworms will excrete a substance called NPK factor, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium-rich substance, which can fertilize the soil and accelerate the growth of plants. Guodong has perfectly solved the problem of silver earthworm reproduction. Now, 100,000 silver earthworms have been released under the fertile soil of the grassland, and they are constantly reproducing offspring. The daytime on the grassland lasts for 16 hours, and the night falls late. When the animals return to their nests, groups of fireflies flashing with 7-colored crystal light appear in the night sky of the grassland. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple are so beautiful that they are breathtaking and fascinating. Under the old cherry tree on the grassland, Xia Yu built a 2-story wooden house. The first floor is the living room, kitchen, and toilet, and the second floor is the bedroom, which is equipped with a large bed, pillows, quilts, tables and chairs, daily necessities, water tank-type tap water, and shower facilities. An 8 kW battery generator is also installed in the whole house. When night falls, the lights in the wooden house are dim, the shadows of trees are swaying outside the window, and fireflies are dancing. It really makes you feel full of happiness. That night, he roasted a whole lamb alone in front of the cabin. Add some cumin and chili powder. The whole lamb skin is golden and shiny, fragrant, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and tastes slightly spicy with a fresh fragrance. Not smelly or fishy, very mellow. Such delicious food is always irresistible. Xia Yu stayed in the small world for a whole day and night. He traveled around, slept when he was tired, and took some food from the chaotic space when he was hungry. During this period, the chaotic space was no longer empty. In the corner of the space, there was a pile of supplies as huge as a mountain. Of course, they were mainly food and daily necessities. This pile of supplies cost Xia Yu almost 2 billion yuan. A world of one's own, safe and lonely. To be honest, Xia Yu cannot be a lone wolf, although he may be the most powerful person on the blue planet, a super sapiens. But we are still human beings. As human beings, we need to eat, drink, defecate, and urinate. As human beings, we have joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. We cannot escape from communicating with others and cannot do without emotional comfort. Therefore, it is impossible for him to let go of everything in the outside world. So, Xia Yu, like a hard-working 9-to-5 worker, returned to Nandu and chiefing finance. Alas, I have to start working hard to make money again. Chiefing finance, president's office. The two men drank tea and smoked quietly. Brother Feng, I want to do something big. How big is it? Wu Yifeng exhaled a puff of cigar smoke. Earn at least 100 billion US dollars. Xia Yu stretched out a finger. Damn, it's so big. How sure are you? 90%. Xia Yu's lips curled up slightly. How could it be more than 90%? 100% sure. Okay. Xia Yu knew that within 30 hours, a major event that would affect the world would occur on Blue Planet, and this event would directly lead to a plunge in U.S. stocks, led by Starlink exploration. Ow! Wu Yifeng straightened his back and asked in a deep voice. Short Starlink. Xia Yu looked calm and composed. Hiss. Wu Yifeng took a breath. Damn, are you that fierce? As the most dazzling space technology stock in the U.S. stock market in recent times, Ma Sike's Starlink exploration is undoubtedly a star-like existence. As of today, Starlink stock price has reached 1,382 US dollars per share, with a total market value of 3.6 trillion US dollars, far exceeding the former US stock giants Apple and Weiyuan. Shorting such a behemoth, even Wu Yifeng, who is usually calm and composed, couldn't help but feel a little scared. Xia Yu, are you serious? Fuck, Brother Feng, when have I ever joked with you? At least, not when it comes to making money. Okay, let's do it. How much money are you planning to use? I've personally prepared $10 billion, and I suggest setting aside $20 billion for the company account, all with 30x leverage. Wu Yifeng was speechless. The two accounts totaled $30 billion with a leverage of 30 times. He was really brave. On March 22, 2032, at 22:30 Eastern Daylight Time, in the U.S. market, Starlink exploration opened higher and then rose strongly again, and the stock price quickly broke through $1,487. In the trading room, Xia Yu and Wu Yifeng ate a sumptuous midnight snack, grilled fish, grilled oysters, fried beef noodles, while drinking beer. On the large LCD screen, a green curve showing the trend of Starlink rose at a speed visible to the naked eye. Driven by a number of technology concept stocks, the nearby Nasdaq index also began a crazy upward trend. Xia Yu, come over and have some supper first, then we'll watch the show. Xia Yu greeted. Brother Yushin, are you really going to empty Starlink? Sitting in front of the computer, Xia Yu's eyes were as big as two black grapes, staring at the graph without blinking. Can't we have a different one? What are you talking about? Come and eat something. Xia Yu scolded. You're such a fool all day long. You are stupid. Xia Yu muttered. Don't rush to borrow money. Just wait and see. It will reach a high of $1,603 in an hour. We will immediately jump in and short sell then. Xia Yu was full of confidence. You really dare to short such a strong stock? Xia Yu was gnawing on a grilled chicken wing, mumbling something and feeling a little doubtful about her life. Have you and Brother Shin ever lost in the U.S. stock market? Xia Yu patted her head. Yeah, not really. Xia Yu nodded. Isn't that all? Don't worry, we'll just wait to count the money, huh? Xia Yu was a little too proud of himself. Brother Yushin, how about we make a bet? If it goes up, you lose, and if it goes down, I lose. What if you lose, how about you pledge yourself to me? If I lose, I will be your girlfriend, okay? Xia Yu's face blushed, and she blinked her big, innocent and bright eyes. Summer in full forehead black line. Roll. That's a nice thought. Chapter 17, Human civilization is so fragile. At around 11:30 p.m. in the evening of China time, Starlink was priced at $1,603.30, reaching its single-day peak and setting a new high since its listing. Starlink's total market value has exceeded $4.1 trillion, making it the stock with the highest market value in human history. At this moment, the U.S. stock market was boiling, and many investors and securities firms were clapping their hands in celebration. With more than 5 hours left before the closing of the U.S. market, Wall Street News, Maluanch, Luta News, Faxin News, Yoguan, Kikto, almost all major media outlets on the Blue Planet have begun to join the carnival of praising Starlink. Following Xia Yu's instructions, Xia Yu completed the operations on the two accounts when Starlink's stock price just touched $1,603. $30 billion, 30 times leverage, short selling with margin financing. Immediately afterwards, Starlink's stock price stopped rising and began to adjust sideways. At this moment, Xia Yu was the calmest and yawned several times after eating his midnight snack. Wu Yifeng's nervousness was at least mostly relieved. Xia Yu, this kid, is truly incredible. He even predicted the stock price's peak almost exactly. I think Starlink will really plummet tomorrow. Xia Yu became the most depressed one. Brother Yushin, you're truly amazing. But you knew you were going to win, so why did you still refuse to bet with me? Wu, you didn't even give me a chance to gamble. The city of Nandu is never short of bright lights and vibrant life, even when it is almost dawn. Royal Tide Bar. The deafening sound of powerful music reached the street the moment the door was opened. A girl with a great figure staggered out of the bar. The girl was wearing loose black trousers and a floral blue short-sleeved shirt. A strand of hair fell down to her eyes. Her slightly drunken eyes did not affect her beautiful rosy face at all. After the girl left the bar, she rested for less than half a minute before a thin man in his 30s rushed out of the bar, pointed at the girl and cursed. Tang Yina, what's wrong with you? I asked you to have a couple of drinks with the boss, and you're just trying to make excuses? Huh? Don't you want to be with me anymore? Come in and give me a toast and apologize. Chin, Director Chin, I can't drink much. I really can't drink anymore. Why are you pretending to be so noble? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're pretty? Why don't you go in? Hearing this, Tang Yina's face turned cold in an instant. She glared at the man coldly, unwilling to say anything more. She turned around, hailed a taxi, got in, and drove away. Director Chin, a thin man, had a sullen expression and shouted angrily at the taillights of the departing car. Damn it, Tang Yina, just wait. You'll be in for a treat. March 23rd, 5:55 p.m., Nandu. Most people in this city are busy, either getting ready to get off work or planning where to eat after get off work, or driving home, or playing with their phones on the subway. No one looked up at the sky, and no one noticed that in the depths of the distant sky, there seemed to be a pink light flashing strangely. In less than half a minute, all the computers on the ground went black. Mobile phones suddenly lost signal, and people who were watching videos on the subway asked each other in surprise. The TV started to go on strike strangely with a lot of snow. At the airport, people waiting to board the plane suddenly found that the flight information had stopped scrolling. In the terminal building and the control tower, ground staff were panicked and were urgently launching response measures. The most serious thing is that almost all the streets and highways have been experiencing traffic jams of the century. On the deck of a certain bridge, a Tesla car suddenly lost control and accelerated and hit the bridge railing. Amid screams, both the driver and the car rushed down the more than 50-meter-high bridge and fell straight into the center of the river. These scenes were played out almost simultaneously in various places on the blue planet. Faced with the sudden disaster, most people were unprepared, and collective panic spread like a plague. Human civilization turns out to be so fragile. Is this the reason for the decline of Starlink? It was eerily quiet inside Chiefing Finance at this moment. Thanks to Xia Yu's advance warning, all computers at Chiefing Company were backed up and shut down early, so they escaped the disaster perfectly. Starlink is in such a bad state. No, I guess a lot of stocks are in such a bad state tonight. I just want to ask, Xia Yu, how did you predict this in advance? Although I have always suspected that Xia Yu's almost legendary stock trading performance is a superpower. But it was just a suspicion before, and of course Xia Yu also denied it. How the hell are you going to explain this time? I Ching predictions? Astrology? Alien possession? Or perhaps time travel and rebirth? Intuition. Faced with the question, Xia Yu answered calmly. You. Wu Yifeng laughed in anger and was about to kick the guy, but he saw that the guy had swiftly dodged it with foresight, so he turned around and shouted, Xiao Yi. Punish him by making him wash your underwear and warm your bed. This will start tonight. Okay. Thank you for your grace. Shin Yu, eyes full of stars, jumped up with excitement. Shit. Just as Shin Yu was about to pounce, Xia Yu disappeared. He has truly disappeared. Literally. In the office, Shin Yu and Wu Yifeng almost dropped their jaws in shock. They looked at each other, and nothing was more than stunned shock. Damn, where's the person? This is a living person. Just disappeared like that? Are we hallucinating? No. How could two people have the same hallucination at the same time? Then it must be true, not an illusion. Xia Yu really disappeared before their eyes. How'd he do it? Magic? Invisibility? Teleportation? Fuck, you're not hiding anymore? Are you going to reveal your true feelings? Is there anything else I don't know? Wu Yifeng felt a little numb. Brother Feng, do you think that Brother Yushin might be not a human but a god? Shin Yu fell into deep confusion. 1,300 kilometers away, Yunnan Province, Kunming Airport. More than 10 passenger planes were circling over the airport, and 50 minutes ago, the ground guidance for the passenger planes to land was interrupted. The sudden disappearance of satellite and air traffic control communication signals is a disaster for high-altitude civil airliners. Attention passengers. Due to a ground handling communications malfunction, this flight will be delayed. The aircraft currently has sufficient fuel, and the malfunction is being urgently repaired. For your safety, please remain calm, fasten your seatbelts, and refrain from moving around. After the plane was delayed in landing, Tang Yina had been trapped in the cabin for more than 45 minutes. She had 2 drinks at the bar last night and was completely drowsy all night. When she woke up today, she had a splitting headache and found she had no interest in going to work. So she sent a text message to Director Chin. Director Chin, I drank too much last night and have a terrible headache. I have some family matters to attend to, so I'm requesting 3 days of leave. I'll take the afternoon flight back to Kunming. I hope you approve. Half an hour later, Director Chin replied, Haha. Almost everyone in the entire Nandu Maternity and Child Health Hospital knew that 35-year-old Qin Zhaoming cruelly abandoned his wife of 10 years in order to pursue Tang Yina. He went from trying to please her in every possible way to flattering her, and then to his current anger and many difficulties, all because of Tang Yina's coldness and harshness. Beauty brings troubles, and being beautiful can also be a kind of trouble. Tang Yina was helpless. She had always been surrounded by admirers since she was a child, but true love had never appeared. I originally wanted to take advantage of my vacation to visit my grandma in Kunming, but I encountered a strange signal interruption on Blue Star. Will I die this time? Why do I feel so unwilling? Tang Yina thought sadly. She looked out the window at the endless white clouds, and a wave of sadness flowed into her heart without any defense. Ah! Suddenly a scream was heard in the cabin, followed by a commotion. Through the left window, it was clearly seen that most of the left wing of the plane was surrounded by flames and thick smoke. The plane is on fire. The cabin shook violently, and then the alarm sounded sharply. Beep, beep. Warning, warning. The flight altitude is dropping suddenly. The flight altitude is dropping suddenly. Please take emergency precautions. Help. I don't want to die. How could it be me? I'm still young. I've never been in love, and I've never been abroad. God, I'm so scared. I want to go home. Woo woo. Chaos and fear were spreading rapidly in the cabin. Some people were crying, some were huddled together, and some were shouting and rushing toward the cockpit. Tang Yina's face turned pale, and her heart felt cold, as if she was thrown into a very deep, cold pool. The next moment, she would fall alone into eternal darkness. Grandma, I'm sorry. I can't accompany you anymore. I really can't accept it. There was a loud and sharp sound in her ears, and the plane disintegrated in the earthquake. Accompanied by the biting cold wind, Tang Yina fell into the sky in despair. At this moment, the whole world is falling. The flames seemed to have become out of reach, and the sky in front of me was extremely vast and blue, but I felt very small and helpless in the wind. Am I really going to die? Tang Yina thought sadly, and she unconsciously stretched out a hand, as if trying to grab something in the last moment of her life. The sound of the wind in my ears was like a huge wave pressing down on me. It was difficult to breathe. My soul fell along with my body, falling all the way to the unknown abyss. Why does this feel so familiar? The moment she closed her eyes, she felt her outstretched hand being held tightly, and her body was embraced in a solid embrace. The strong masculine touch was a little strange and warm. She saw a handsome face, glowing strangely, so close that her heart couldn't help but beat fast. You won't die, the man whispered in her ear. Who are you? She didn't have time to think too much and immediately fainted at high altitude. March 23rd, 2032, Tuesday, the 12th day of the second month in the Chinese calendar, will be permanently recorded in the history of Blue Planet. On this day, the internet and communications around the world were interrupted. All work and life conveniences seemed to disappear in an instant, and human civilization was fragile and vulnerable. Countless ships lost contact, car accidents were everywhere, plane crashes occurred. The government and civilian rescue forces were stretched thin and unable to focus on one thing while neglecting another. The lack of information also created greater obstacles to rescue efforts. As a result, within a short period of time, disasters occurred in various places. The situation became increasingly serious, and a sense of panic surged among the people. Due to the paralysis of the internet and communications, various websites and media that were once bustling have become eerily silent. Anxious people took out their phones, opened and exited the familiar interface repeatedly. It was not until 7 p.m. China time that the world's network and communications were gradually restored. As a result, the circle of friends was instantly ignited and almost overwhelmed the Tencent server. On Douyin, videos of various accidents and disasters suddenly flooded the market. Experts immediately cited various evidences to prove that this was a solar magnetic storm that occurs only once in 1,000 years, and the probability of occurrence is extremely low. It means, don't worry, life can go on as usual. Doomsday theorists, however, are celebrating, and all kinds of doubts and evidence point to a terrible fact. The Blue Planet has begun to get worse, and the coming of the Doomsday is not a fantasy. Among the many reports, several articles attracted over 10 million likes. In the face of magnetic storms, the great Starlink is useless. Is Starlink really reliable? Today's disaster is happening around you. The darkest moment in human aviation history, 33 air crashes in one day. Sensitive people have all sensed a vague sense of unease. A black stock market crash is about to happen. Xia Yu is very calm at this moment. He is not in a hurry. Because according to the memory of the previous life, all securities trading in the world will be stopped today, and risk investigation and data recovery will be carried out. Tomorrow night, the U.S. stock market will restart, and then there will be the expected wailing. Tang Yina slowly woke up. She felt that she was lying on a soft bed, breathing in a unique fragrance of the quilt, and there was still a hint of mature, masculine scent on the quilt. There were a few rays of sunlight in the room, casting warm rays on the floor. Outside the house, occasional bird calls could be heard. On the wooden chair in front of the window, a slender man was drinking milk leisurely. "Are you awake?" "Yeah." Tang Yina got up from the bed, walked barefoot to the man. She wanted to see him clearly. "Hello, my name is Xia Yu. Xia means summer. Yu means unique." The young man smiled. "God, he is so handsome and sunny." "Hello, my name is Tang Yina." The girl blushed. "I know. How do you know? Have we known each other before?" "I just know it, huh?" Tang Yina's head was full of questions, including why he could suddenly appear high in the sky and save her. But she didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she turned her head and looked out the window. Then she was shocked, with a look of disbelief on her face. What did she see? A paradise, the most beautiful scenery she had ever seen in her life. This is a vast grassland, a very big and green grassland. Above the wooden house where he was standing was a huge green umbrella of a cherry tree. A gentle breeze blew, and the ruby-red cherries exuded an enticing fragrance. In the distance, wildflowers are scattered on the ground like colorful stars, and herds of cattle and sheep are leisurely eating green grass. Just one glance, and she was already intoxicated. "Bye." It's a text message with Brother Shun. In Nandu, Chief in Finance, Wu Yifeng and Shun Yu were staring blankly at their computers. They seemed to have not yet completely recovered from the shock of Xia Yu's disappearance. What did this kid say? Just one sentence. Shun Yu handed the phone to the big boss. "The market will be closed tonight, and Starlink will fall tomorrow night." The two looked at each other, forced a smile, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 19 Starlink falls. On March 24th, state media released preliminary results of the investigation into the CN 6899 flight from Nandu to Kunming. Flight CN 6899 took off from Nandu at 3:45 p.m. on March 23rd and flew to Kunming as normal. The passenger plane arrived over Kunming Airport at 5:58 p.m. that day. Due to the interruption of air traffic control signals, it was unable to land normally and could only circle in the air and wait. At 6:46 p.m., passenger plane CN 6899 suddenly caught fire about 16 kilometers southwest of Kunming Airport. The plane plummeted out of control, and half a minute later, the fuselage exploded and disintegrated in midair. In this accident, there were 133 people on board, including 124 passengers and 9 crew members. After the accident, the civil aviation authorities have activated the Level 1 emergency rescue plan, and on-site search and rescue work is underway. Tragedy. The survival rate of a passenger plane exploding at high altitude is practically zero. Why is this happening? Could a solar magnetic storm cause a plane to catch fire and explode? It's hard to say. Didn't you see how many plane crashes there were across Blue Planet yesterday? 33. That's more than the total number of plane crashes in the previous 20 years combined. This is terrible. What's wrong with this world? There are all kinds of comments on the internet, including sadness, regret, fear, indifference, and of course, gloating. "Ah, you're so proud. Tang Yina, even the heavens couldn't stand it this time, and finally took you in." In the director's office of the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology at Nandu Women's and Children's Hospital, Qin Xiaoming's distorted thin face flushed red. "I told you that you'd be in trouble. I never expected that. This punishment is too thorough." "Huh?" Qin Xiaoming laughed wildly, and tears rolled out of his eyes. "What's the point of being beautiful? You're gonna die anyway? Die's good. You won't be able to be proud of yourself if you die. No one cares about you anymore. Damn it, I put so much effort into it, but I didn't even touch a hair of yours. Woo-hoo, it hurts." The vicissitudes of worldly life are never absent. Many times, people do not share the same joys and sorrows. They just think you're noisy. No one knew that there was a person who was doomed to die in this tragic plane crash. But at this moment, she was excitedly strolling on a beautiful grassland. She had forgotten all her worries and abandoned the disturbances of the outside world. "Xia Yu, is this really your world? It's so beautiful." Walking on a vast green meadow, Tang Yina was as happy as a child. Every child, when they were young, longed to have their own little world and their own territory. There, without adult supervision, you can choose not to read, attend classes, or do homework. You can do whatever you want. Even if it is just a small corner in a house, an inconspicuous haystack outside the field, or a virtual scene in a game. Actually, it can also be your world. Xia Yu smiled and gently took her hand naturally. Tang Yina was stunned, her face flushed red, and she struggled with her little hands for a few times, but finally chose to compromise. Donna, you know what? I once swore that I would never abandon you again and would give you a beautiful, prosperous, big, and safe world. Xia Yu stared into her eyes, and a hint of mist had risen in the depths of her autumn water-like pupils. It was touching and heartwarming. Well, Xia Yu, can you tell me? All this is real. It's not a dream. Silly girl, that must be true. Xia Yu squeezed her hand and said with a smile. Tang Yina smiled happily at this moment, and her bright smile made the wild flowers around her pale in comparison. From great despair to great happiness, Tang Yina's life has undergone earth-shaking changes. In the past years, she has never felt so lucky and satisfied as she does now. The man in front of her gave her a brand new life and broke into her heart without any warning. Xia Yu, how big is this place? It's huge, and it'll get even bigger. I'll take you on a tour, well, a flight. Ugh. The night was deep, and Nandu, which had been in some chaos a day ago, had gradually recovered. In chiefing finance, the huge trading room was brightly lit. In addition to the big boss Wu Yifeng, the talented beauty Xia Yu, and several backbones of the company's U.S. stock business department, they all gathered in front of the computer screen. Tonight, the U.S. stock market will experience an earthquake. At 22:30 Hua time, as soon as the U.S. stock market opened, the Nasdaq index plunged, falling from 19,865.03 on the previous trading day to below 19,328 points, a 2.7% drop in 10 minutes. Stocks, led by the technology, communications, and aviation sectors, have staged a series of high-altitude plunges. On the big screen, the curve chart representing Starlink exploration has turned blood red. In less than 10 minutes, it plummeted from the highest point of $1,603.03 to break through $1,404. In just 10 minutes, the stock price plummeted by 12.4%, and Starlink's total market value evaporated by $500 billion, which was equivalent to the loss of a Tesla. So fast, so tragic. The trading room was very quiet. The tense atmosphere made them forget to cheer. Holy shit, my heart can't take it anymore. I need to call Xia Yu. Wu Yifeng casually dialed Xia Yu's number. Starlink plummeted, falling 13% in just 10 minutes. Of course, it's still early. It will definitely fall below $1,040 before the market closes tonight, and should close around $1,039. Fuck, and we're going to be rich? How much can we earn? Don't worry, it's not finished yet. Wait until tomorrow. How low will it fall tomorrow? Secret. Roll. Chapter 20 Crazy Earning of 200 billion. For the following time, the trading room turned into a late-night buffet restaurant. Boss Wu, in an excited mood, waved his giant hand and spent $200,000 to fill a long table with all kinds of midnight snacks, seafood, fruits, drinks, and expensive liquors. A few people happily ate and drank delicious food, drinks, or expensive wines, while watching the fire from across the Pacific Ocean and admiring the tragic battle of the U.S. stock market. At 23:36, Starlink's stock price fell below $1,218, a plunge of 24%. At 23:53, the SP index fell 7.1%, triggering the primary market circuit breaker, and U.S. stock trading was suspended for 15 minutes. At 0:09 in the morning, just 1 minute after the market restarted, Starlink's stock price plummeted through $1,122, falling another 6%. So far, Starlink's market value has evaporated by $1.2 trillion in just 1.5 hours from its highest point of $1,603.03 to $1,122. Miserable. Although it was foreseen, the results still left everyone stunned. How much money do we make? Wu Yifeng was puzzled. Boss, I've calculated that if we stop at the current stock price, our two accounts will have earned a total of $270 billion. Xia Yu said first. Hiss. There was a sound of gasps in the room. It's not over yet. Let's continue watching. Xia Yu was somewhat complacent. She was filled with pride at being able to participate in this epic battle to block the U.S. stock market. But why is it that my longing for Xia Yu and this guy is getting stronger and stronger? At 4:57 a.m., the SP fell 13%, hitting the circuit breaker line again. The U.S. stock market ushered in an unprecedented second circuit breaker on the same trading day. The secondary market circuit breaker was triggered and the market was suspended for another 15 minutes. Starlink stock price has been terrible, and it has dropped directly to $1,039.60, almost exactly as Xia Yu predicted. Tonight was truly an eye-opener. 2 meltdowns in one night. Do you think there'll be a third meltdown? A trader named Yu Bao adjusted his black-framed glasses and spoke in a low voice. Everyone was speechless, looking at his cute face as if he were an idiot little squirrel. At this moment, Xia Yu in the small world had already fallen asleep. On the second floor of the wooden house, one staircase away from him, his beloved woman was also sleeping peacefully. March 25th, Jukha Town, a suburb of Kunming City. In front of a large bamboo forest on Batsi Mountain, there is a 3-story building. The building seems to be quite old, and its gray-white exterior walls are mottled and peeling. On the side of the road, in front of the small building, a man and a woman were getting out of a taxi. The man was handsome and tall, and the woman was pretty and charming. The man was holding a large bag in his hands. There's a vegetable patch next to the small building. An old lady with gray hair is hunched over and watering the vegetables. "Grandma, I'm back." Tang Yina ran towards the vegetable garden excitedly. "Now where?" The old lady stood up straight and looked at her granddaughter with surprise as she flew towards her like a beautiful little bird. She smiled, and her old and kind face was covered with fine lines. "Is it you, Na? Grandma thought I'd never see you again. The airline called yesterday and said the plane you were on crashed. They told me to stay home and wait for the results of the investigation." The old lady held her granddaughter's face and looked at her again and again. She felt a huge surprise of having lost and regained her granddaughter, and turbid tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes. "No, aren't you on the plane?" How could I bear to leave Grandma? I'm fine, right?" Tang Yina hugged the old man with a cute and innocent look on her face. "I'll tell you the details later." "Silly girl, huh? Are there guests?" "Hello, Grandma. My name is Xia Yu, and I'm Xiaona's boyfriend." Xia Yu hurried forward and bowed politely. "You?" Tang Yina's face turned red with shame, but she couldn't refute it. "Boyfriend? Sure. Nar, don't just stand there like an idiot. Hurry up and take him inside to sit down." The three of them entered the house, and Xia Yu discovered that this was an old man with a very good taste in life. The hall on the first floor was spotless, with simple furniture and 2 framed oil paintings hanging on a white wall. In the corner by the window, there is a white piano. Xia Yu put down the gift in his hand and admired the pastoral paintings on the wall with great interest. "My grandma drew this. Isn't it beautiful?" Tang Yina asked proudly. "Really? I can't believe it. Grandma's painting is so beautiful." Xia Yu praised vigorously. How could he miss such an opportunity to please his elders? "I'm sorry to have made you laugh, Xia. Come, have a cup of tea first." The old man smiled kindly and handed Xia Yu a cup of tea. "Thank you, Grandma. My grandma is really amazing. She was a talented professor at Yunnan University in her early years. Not only could she paint, she could also write calligraphy, and she was a master at playing the piano. If you don't believe me, you can search for my grandma's name on Baidu, Wei Yu. You little girl, aren't you afraid of being laughed at for bragging?" Grandma sternly hit her granddaughter with a chestnut and scolded her with a smile. "Ouch, that hurts." Tang Yina shrank her neck and stuck out her tongue cutely. Xia Yu laughed and looked at the scene with a smile, pretending to be a loving father, while chatting and laughing. Ding, ding, ding. The phone in his pocket rang. Xia Yu apologized and walked out the door, pressing the answer button. "Brother phone. Will Starlink continue to fall tonight? At what price should we stop buying? If nothing unexpected happens, it will fall to $758. Tell everyone. Stop immediately if it breaks through $760. Okay, got it. I say, you're amazing. Have you calculated how much money we're going to make this trip? If the stock price goes as you said, after tonight, your U.S. stock account will have earned $158 billion, plus the $40 billion in dividends from the company account. That's a solid $200 billion, all in U.S. dollars. Are you happy? Are you ecstatic?" "Huh?" Xia Yu was helpless. "Brother phone, please pay attention to your image. Holy crap, it's hundreds of billions, and you're not going to go crazy." "Okay, brother phone, you win." Xia Yu rolled his eyes. "Xia Yu, who are you chatting with? Let's go up the mountain to dig bamboo shoots. Tonight, we'll have the bamboo shoots and smoked pork that Grandma makes. It's so delicious. Got it. Leaving immediately. Xia Yu hung up the call without hesitation. What's going on? Wu Yifeng on the other end of the phone looked dazed. Chapter 21. Walking with God. Recently, a very mysterious topic has been circulating in chiefing finance. Is Xia Yu a human or a god? Most people think that Xia Yu's near-perfect record is probably due to his personal talent and ability, coupled with incredible luck, so it is not surprising that he has such a result. But a small group of brainless fans, opponents, led by Xia Yu, firmly believe that Xia Yu's performance has exceeded the scope of normal people. Otherwise, how can we explain why he can make arrangements for every stock in advance? And his perverted predictions of stock prices accurate to decimal points? And what about that time when he vanished in the blink of an eye right in front of Xia Yu and Boss Wu? Is he still human? This secret hasn't been revealed yet. It's only known to the three of them, otherwise. Therefore, Xia Yu is not a human, but a god. Is there a possibility? Yu Baobao habitually pushed up his black-framed glasses and said, is he a reincarnated person? Or did he travel from the future? Damn, Yu Baobao, have you read too many online novels? The colleague next to him scolded. You don't believe it? Then let's see after tonight, humph. Yu Baobao said, unconvinced. On March 25th, at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, 9 p.m. China Time, Starlink Exploration's official website officially announced the damage to its satellites caused by this electromagnetic storm. There are 16,782 near-Earth satellites, 3,798 of which were damaged and stopped working, with a damage rate of 22.6%. There are 5,213 satellites in secondary orbit, 1,366 of which were damaged and stopped working, with a damage rate of 26.2%. As soon as the news came out, the world was shocked. Starlink's anti-magnetic storm technology was so fragile. That night, at 22:30 British Summer Time, chiefing finance was particularly grand. Flowers, fruits, seafood, gourmet food, champagne. Everyone is waiting for this moment. Starlink's stock price fell below $760. Affected by the report of satellite damage, Starlink's stock price plummeted from the opening, and Xia Yu and a group of traders stared at the screen nervously. At 1:02 a.m., Starlink's stock price officially fell below $760. Xia Yu and Qi Feng's two accounts finally came to a perfect end. With the operation complete, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Starlink plummeted from $1,603.03 to $760, a drop of 52.6% in 2 trading days. Blue Star's first stock was cut in half. In this campaign, Xia Yu invested $10 billion in his personal account, with a leverage of 30 times, and made a profit of $157.8 billion. After deducting fees and interest, he received about $153 billion. The company invested $20 billion in the account, with the same 30x leverage, and made a profit of $315.6 billion. Xia Yu's dividends plus additional rewards totaled $40 billion. Overnight, Xia Yu entered the $200 billion club. In other words, if converted into Chinese currency, his cash holdings exceeded $1.4 trillion. At 5:30 a.m., when the U.S. market closed, Starlink's stock price just stopped at $758.20. Xia Yu's prediction came true again. Wu Yifeng sat on the sofa, smoking cigars all night. Who could remain calm after suddenly becoming rich overnight and suddenly possessing hundreds of billions of dollars? They would probably suffer from insomnia or even go crazy. Chiefing Finance had already started the all-night revelry, and Xia Yu, the perfect man, was once again deified. Xia Yu, come here for a moment. Wu Yifeng decided to do something to calm his heart that was about to explode. Help me spread out the rice paper and grind the ink. 10 minutes later, a piece of cursive calligraphy appeared on the paper, with 4 large characters on it. Walking with God. Xia Yu, who was standing next to him, stared blankly at these 4 words, almost dazed. Across the ocean in the United States, in a building on Wall Street, in a spacious and luxurious office, a muscular middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes pressed the intercom button on the table. Jack, come to my office. A minute later, a young brown-haired man pushed the door open and walked in. General Manager Thomas, are you looking for me? Yes, I noticed that we have a huge stock loan in the past 2 days. Yes, it's from Starlink Exploration, and you signed it. Oh my God, do you know what this means? That person just ripped off over 470 billion in our market. It's crazy. The muscular blonde man stood up irritably and said, "We seem to have made a grave mistake. Tell me, Jack, I wonder who this man is." Jack was silent for a while, then nodded. "Dear General Manager, I will try to check it out, but I think we must not offend someone we shouldn't offend." "Well, try to be careful. This person makes me very curious." On March 26th, seeing the tragic situation of the collapsing U.S. market, U.S. officials finally launched 2 emergency rescue policies. 1. Provide a 15% reduction in overall tax rates for satellite, communications, aviation, and other enterprises within 2 years. 2. Support corporate asset purchases and mergers, and accelerate the optimization of asset purchase procedures. The Federal Reserve has launched the largest bailout plan in U.S. history. The $9 trillion economic stimulus bill has been officially passed by the Senate. Measures include: 1. Directly distribute money to citizens who meet income standards. 2. Increase the amount of unemployment benefits. 3. Provide guarantees for enterprises damaged by the disaster. 4. Provide assistance to medical and public systems. 5. Provide 2-year unlimited guarantees to local governments. As soon as the 5 golden rules came out, the market was jubilant and the U.S. stock market got another shot of adrenaline. As the protagonist of the tragedy, Starlink only quietly announced 2 updates. 1. Within 1 month, all damaged satellites in space will be recovered. Within 6 months, 6,033 new low Earth and suborbit satellites will be launched. 2. It plans to invest no less than $30 billion to acquire the latest universal anti-magnetic technology patent from Omega. It is said that this technology has an anti-magnetic ability of an astonishing 2 Tesla, 20,000 Gauss, which can effectively shield magnetic field attacks, including strong solar magnetic storms, and can be widely used in watches, mobile phones, computers, civil aviation, satellite communications, and other fields. At this point, Starlink and the U.S. stock market have finally stopped their decline and are about to usher in an exciting wave of growth. Chapter 22 Doomsday Harvester. Poor Americans are struggling to save the market, using all kinds of tricks, while our god Xia Yu is leisurely digging bamboo shoots in the mountains. The mountain behind my grandma's house is called Botsy Mountain. The mountain is covered with tall green bamboos. It is spring now, and the mountain is full of bamboo shoots that you can never pick them all. Under Tang Yina's urging, Xia Yu worked as a laborer for 2 days, but he enjoyed it. "One day, I will move this bamboo forest into the small world." Xia Yu said secretly that the powerful imprint of divine consciousness covered the entire Botsy Mountain, including the 3-story building at the foot of the mountain. As long as he wants, everything in front of him will disappear in an instant and appear in the small world. Ding, ding, ding. Just as I was daydreaming, my cell phone rang. I looked and saw it was Wu Yifeng calling. "Brother Feng, do you miss me?" "Fuck, how did you know?" I said. "Xia Yu, do you like men? I can marry you." Xia Yu rolled his eyes. "Brother Feng, I only like women. It's okay, I can go to Thailand." "Get out." Xia Yu cursed with a disgusted smile. That's awesome. Earning hundreds of billions of dollars feels different. When are you planning on coming back?" "I won't be back for now. I am Busit. What could be more important than $100 billion US?" Wu Yifeng was surprised. "You don't understand." Xia Yu smiled. "Forget it, I don't want to bother with you. So what are you going to do with this overseas account? The amount is quite large. It needs to be handled, otherwise it will be a bit dazzling." "I was just about to tell you, I'll only keep $10 billion in my U.S. stock account to continue trading small stocks and transfer the rest to my overseas bank account. Oh, and transfer the $40 billion in company dividends as well. This way, I will have about $200 billion in my overseas bank account. I will keep $60 billion and convert the rest into Chinese currency and transfer it to several accounts in China." "Okay, I'll arrange it right away." Wu Yifeng didn't waste any time and hung up the phone after he finished speaking. The most important part of the Doomsday plan, making money, is finally completed. Xia Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The next things would be much simpler. All he had to do was buy, stock up on goods, resources, and people, and then arrange another round of 0 yuan purchases to reap the rewards. 2 days later, $133 billion were converted into 918.2 billion Chinese yuan and successfully deposited into Xia Yu's multiple domestic accounts. He has asked Xinyu to stop his operations in the domestic stock market and to keep a low profile. Soon, Fatty Lee also called to report that 300,000 tons of high-quality rice had been successfully delivered to the warehouse, and the total order amount was 1.36 billion Chinese yuan. Xia Yu swept his divine sense and saw the granary more than 1,000 kilometers away clearly. Inside the rows of white warehouses, the stacked bags of rice formed small hills, which is quite shocking. Xia Yu was very satisfied. After Xia Binglin inspected the goods, he readily transferred the 1.36 billion yuan in payment and 95.2 million yuan in commission. He also instructed Fatty Li to hand over the warehouse key to Xia Binglin soon, so he could arrange for someone to transport the rice. It's just a cover. Isn't it nice to have space? Why transporting yarn? After a 10-day break, the second batch of rice purchases will be started. After receiving the information about the arrival of the money, Fatty Li was so happy that his teeth almost fell out of his grin, and he quickly agreed. That night, 300,000 tons of rice were stored in the chaotic space, occupying only a small corner of the infinite grayness. There is still not enough supplies in the space. We need to speed up. So, Xia Yu convened the first high-level video conference of Woofing Group. The theme of the meeting was only one: spend money like crazy. Anyone who fails to complete the spending task within the specified time will be fired. Soon, all 7 subsidiaries of Woofing receive an injection of 50 billion yuan, totaling 350 billion yuan. Damn, how could a company boss force his subordinates to spend money? This is simply inhumane. Only Xia Yu knew that compared with the horrific doomsday that was about to come, this little preparation was nothing. Since you can choose again, why should you force yourself to do so? Since Xia Yu had decided to do it, he would make a doomsday harvester and harvest the resources of the whole world to his heart's content. After spending a few days with Tang Yina at her grandmother's house, their relationship developed more deeply. Touching each other's heads, faces, holding hands, etc. seemed natural. Ever since she experienced the catastrophe of life and death, Tang Yina's mentality seemed to have completely relaxed. After facing death and entering the wonderful fairyland, worldly glory seemed no longer important. So, after thinking it through, she was too lazy to go back to work in a hospital and decided to stay and accompany her grandma. In life, no matter how much money you can make, is there anything more important than living with the people you love most? I'm leaving now. In front of the small building, Xia Yu said goodbye to Tang Yina. He planned to go to Vili to visit his grandfather who lived alone, then go to Myanmar, and then officially launch his $0 global harvesting plan. Well, be careful on the road. Tang Yina suppressed the sadness and grief that was about to surge out of her, and spoke softly. On the surface, it was like a wife giving advice to her husband who was going on a long journey, but she felt that the two of them were not yet so close, and she was very entangled and conflicted in her heart. I will. Just stay home and stay with Grandma. I'll come to see you next time. Xia Yu smiled. With the golden finger of teleportation, it would be too fast for him to come back to see you. Of course, this sentence cannot be said. Don't you women have a classic saying? It's called, people won't cherish things that are too easy to get. I'm going to miss you. As he spoke, Xia Yu bravely stepped forward and suddenly hugged the beautiful woman in front of him into his arms. The person in his arms was soft and warm. Ah! The girl cried out softly, feeling the strong masculine scent on the chest. She was suddenly intoxicated and her heart began to beat wildly like a deer. After a while, the man finally let go of his hands. He looked deeply at the woman in front of him, then turned and left. Grandma, I'm leaving now. I'll come back later to help you dig bamboo shoots. Before getting in the car, Xia Yu turned around and shouted loudly. The elegant old lady who was weeding in the vegetable garden straightened up, smiled, and waved at him. Tang Yina stood in front of the small building, watching Xia Yu get into the car and leave. She felt as if a huge piece of her heart had been lost, empty and uneasy. It is about 700 kilometers from Kunming to Ruili. The online taxi took almost 9 hours. When we arrived at my grandfather's house, it was already dark. Xia Yu's grandfather, Fan Baoshan, is a music professor who has been retired for many years. He rarely visits people. His biggest hobbies are playing the piano, drinking a little wine, and walking his birds in the park. Seeing his grandson suddenly coming to visit, Fan Baoshan was so excited that he went into the kitchen and cooked 2 more dishes. He also took out a bottle of 2008 Maodai liquor that he had collected for a long time and insisted that the grandfather and grandson have a few drinks. Of course, the old man's drinking mood couldn't be dampened, so naturally both of them got drunk that night, of course. Xia Yu was just pretending to be drunk. The next day, after sobering up, Xia Yu had morning tea with the old man, took a walk with his bird, and then went to the city center. I found an acquaintance at the immigration office and spent 3,000 yuan to expedite the application for a visa to Myanmar. With money and connections, things can be done quickly. I agreed to pick up the visa the next morning. The next day, Xia Yu said goodbye to his grandfather, got his visa, and boarded a plane in Myanmar. April 6, 2032, Yangon Airport, Myanmar. This was Xia Yu's first time setting foot in this legendary country. For decades, this land had been producing something magical that made people fascinated and crazy. Emeraldite reaches the world, and jade collection enriches thousands of families. In this world, all beautiful things are always accompanied by a lot of wealth, and of course, also by countless greed and cruelty. As the saying goes, one knife makes you poor, one knife makes you rich, one knife makes you heaven, and one knife makes you hell. Gambling on stones is like life, with the same ups and downs, but the principles are actually the same. Xia Yu was not here to gamble on stones. His purpose was very clear: to look for minerals, to look for the purple energy of minerals that could continue to upgrade his small world. By the way, do something very important. He remembered that the red carp stone that directly upgraded the small world to the second level came from Pakistan, Myanmar. This country is rich in jadeite raw stones, and of course there's a great chance of finding purple stone mines. After leaving Yangon Airport, Xia Yu took a taxi to the most luxurious 5-star hotel in the area, Rose Holiday Hotel, and booked a supreme business suite, planning to stay there for one night. I had just settled in and was about to take off my clothes and take a hot bath when the phone rang. Boss Xia is so busy. It's been days, and I haven't seen him or sent any messages. How could such a soft voice carry such a strong sense of resentment? Yibing, I'm in Myanmar. I just got off the plane. Huh? Why are you going to Myanmar? Do you have business there too? Not now, but we'll be there soon. Didn't your Yi family want to open up the Southeast Asian market before? I think Wufeng needs it more, so I came over to investigate first and make a preliminary move. Huh? I wouldn't believe you. By the way, Xia Yu, Chong Lei came to the company to look for you twice these days, saying he wanted to investigate something with you. Ignore him. Just say I'm not here. Xia Yu was speechless. Chong Lei was such a stinky and hard plaster. It's okay, then hang up. I need to take a shower. Okay, bye. After the phone call was ended, although they were thousands of miles apart, Xia Yu could still clearly smell a lingering resentment that lingered in the air of the hotel room. Alas, it's not a good thing for a man to be too handsome or too outstanding. Xia Yu is troubled. Xia Yu had a rare good sleep, and the soft big bed in the hotel did not make him have any wild thoughts. When I woke up the next day, I found it was already past 10 in the morning. I quickly washed up, went downstairs, called a taxi, and headed to Hongyuan Building, one of Yangon's landmarks. The famous Blue Star Jade Jewelry Association is located on the 66th floor of Hongyuan Building. Arriving at the lobby on the first floor of the building, Xia Yu made a phone call. The person he was looking for was called Zhao Jun, Wu Yifeng's subordinate before he retired. He was a true soldier king and had been ranked first in comprehensive skills among all special forces in the army for 4 consecutive terms. Wu Yifeng was the firearms instructor of the Snow Wolf Special Forces back then. When he knew that Xia Yu was coming to Myanmar, he gave him Zhao Jun's contact information. With Zhao Jun around, Xia Yu would be much safer in Myanmar. Less than 5 minutes after the phone call was hung up, a young man in black clothes and black pants came up to me. Are you Xia Yu? The man was tall, about 1.85 meters, without a trace of excess fat on his body. The muscles under his black clothes looked like a wolf king lurking and ready to attack at any time. This person is so strong. The strength intensity reached at least 400%, which was 4 times that of an ordinary person, and was almost the same as Xia Yu's first level. I am Xia Yu. Xia Yu shook hands with the man in front of him and said, Brother Feng asked me to find you. He said you are the security captain of the Jade Association. A rare smile appeared on Zhao Jun's grim expression. He squeezed Xia Yu's hand tightly. Brother Feng's friend is my friend, Zhao Jun. I'll take you upstairs. It just so happens that President Gaolan is here today. Okowo. The two got on the elevator and went straight up to the 66th floor. The entire 66th floor of Hongyuan Building is decorated luxuriously yet stylishly. The jade white curved front desk is actually a huge piece of white marble. On the background wall of the front desk, the words Jade Jewelry Association Headquarters are shining with emerald green light. As the security team leader, Zhao Jun certainly had the right to go straight into the inner court. After a while, He arrived at the president's office. Zhao Jun straightened his back and knocked on the door. Come in. A clear female voice came from the room. Pushing the door open, a stunningly pretty face looked up from behind the large, light gray desk. The woman seemed to be about 27 or 28 years old. She was wearing a light green professional suit, had fair skin, and looked cool and charming. The president of the Jade Association is a woman, and surprisingly so young, and so beautiful. When the woman saw Xia Yu walk in, she was surprised for a moment, and ripples unconsciously appeared in her calm heart. This man is so handsome and has such a great temperament. President, this is my friend Xia Yu from China. Cao Yun introduced. This is our president Gao Lan. The pretty woman stepped out of the front desk, walked up to Xia Yu, and shook his hand charmingly, saying with a smile, "Welcome, Mr. Xia, to our club. I look forward to your guidance." President Gao, you're too polite. The three of them sat down, and Zhao Jun was responsible for making tea. Mr. Xia, are you coming to Yanggang this time to participate in the jade auction that will open tomorrow? Gao Lan asked with a chuckle. Jadeite public auction? Actually, I'm not very familiar with this industry. What kind of things are there at the public auction? Do you trade jadeite, rough stones? Of course, each public auction accounts for almost 2/5 of Myanmar's annual trading volume. It's very lively, and you might even find top-quality jadeite. Mr. Xia, don't miss it. Xia Yu pondered in silence, but was thinking in his heart. Jadeite raw stone is also a kind of mineral. Is it possible that it also contains purple energy that can upgrade the small world? Since you're already here, you might as well go and take a look and try your luck. I'm going there to broaden my horizons, so I'll have to trouble President Gao to help arrange it. Mr. Xia, you're welcome. I'll have Captain Zhao accompany you throughout the entire trip. As for the rest, we'll discuss it in detail after the jade auction. Okowo. Xia Yu saw that it was almost time, so he stood up to say goodbye. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Please come in. Gao Lan Vao Wen, who is so ignorant of the rules. His guests haven't left yet. President Gao, long time no see. You are becoming more and more beautiful. The door was pushed open, and a dignified-looking man walked in, followed by a muscular follower. A pretty girl in professional attire was looking at Gao Lan anxiously. Imsuri, Brun. The girl was about to explain, but Gao Lan interrupted her with a wave of his hand, signaling her to leave first. It turns out that it is Mr. Liu who has come to visit. I'm sorry for not being able to come out to greet you. Gao Lan said with a smile. Xia Yu, who had stood up, sat down again. It was really a narrow road for enemies to meet. He didn't expect to meet an acquaintance in a foreign country. Quite interesting. Xia Yu, why are you here? Lu Zhongjie finally noticed Xia Yu in the room and was a little surprised. Mr. Liu, do you know each other? Gao Lan asked in surprise. It's more than just knowing each other. The hatred for killing my son is irreconcilable. Lu Zhongjie was too lazy to pretend and glared at his enemy at the tea table with hatred. Do you have any evidence? Don't slander me, Uncle Lu. Xia Yu said calmly. Who is your uncle? Xia Yu, just because the government can't do anything to you doesn't mean Lu Zhongjie, will let it go. You know, Myanmar is in chaos, and it's normal for someone to die at random. Are you threatening me? Xia Yu raised his eyebrows, and a cold, murderous aura burst out of his body. How dare you? Suddenly, a black shadow rushed towards Xia Yu. Bang! With a dull sound, the two figures collided and separated. One of the figures staggered back more than 10 steps before hitting the wall with a bang. In front of Xia Yu, Zhao Jun, with a gloomy face, slowly retracted his right fist. He glanced at Lu Zhongjie and said coldly, "No one is allowed to be presumptuous in this room." Lu Zhongjie's expression changed drastically, and a huge wave of emotion surged in his heart. How is this possible? My bodyguard is a retired Special Forces soldier and a two-time Asia-Pacific kickboxing champion, and he was defeated in just one move? Who is this guy? Xia Yu looked at Zhao Jun with admiration. What great skills. 400% strength, at least 300% speed, plus natural coordination. Without the help of the Golden Finger, there are definitely not many people on Blue Star who can reach this level. This person is very good. Chapter 24, I can make a huge increase by pointing to any piece. At 9 a.m. on April 8th, the Myanmar Jewelry Trading Center, 25 kilometers away from Yangon, was already crowded with people. Jade merchants and guests from all over the world excitedly crowded towards the stone marking areas. Although the auction was postponed for more than 20 days compared to previous years, The organizers of the 67th Jadeite Rough Stone Public Auction are still full of confidence. The raw stone comes from the 8 major quarries in Myanmar: Pakent, Muna, Huika, Milangan, Hojiang, Malajan, Longtang, and Mowanki. A total of more than 12,300 pieces of stone of various sizes were gathered here, setting a record for the number of stones exhibited in all previous years. I heard that there is a piece of black-skinned old pit material from Fakent on the public auction, weighing 1,000 kilograms. It is very risky, and of course the chance of producing top-quality jade is also very high. As the oldest mining area, Fakent has actually been out of or for a long time. Such a large old mine material should be considered a unique stock. So for a time, it attracted the attention of countless jade merchants and stone gamblers. Xia Yu sat in the back seat of a domineering dark green Hummer EV and arrived at the venue at a leisurely pace. After Zhao Jun parked the car, he took him into the venue smoothly through the special passage of the organizing committee. This was Xia Yu's first time attending a jadeite rough auction, and he gained a lot of knowledge. The huge stone exhibition area was divided into 2 parts. There are 2 areas, the open bidstone area and the hidden bidstone area. The hidden bid area is larger and has the most people. Xia Yu was just here to take a look today, and there was no pressure anyway. He walked into the marked area without any haste and saw rows of half-bet and full-bet stones piled haphazardly on the ground. As he walked, his brain's extrasensory ability was naturally triggered. Within a radius of 2 kilometers, hundreds of light spots, some strong and some weak, were clearly projected into his mind. Could it be that I also possess the ability to gamble on stones? Xia Yu couldn't help but be stunned. His mental power was too strong. His abnormal superbrain could actually sense the aura of every stone. Those hundreds of light spots should be showing that there is material in the stone, right? In order to confirm his guess, Xia Yu walked up to a piece of solid stone weighing 8 or 9 kilograms. This stone is shaped like a durian, with a sandy surface and a grayish color. There are also dotted white spots on the surface, but Xia Yu can sense a strong light inside. Is this spiritual energy? Could it be that jade also has spiritual energy? There's no unusual movement or reaction in the small world, so I'm not sure if it will help with the upgrade. You can give it a try. Xia Yu glanced at the stone and wrote down the information on it. Number, 1936, weight, 8.6 kilograms, origin, Mowanki, reserve price, 198,000 euros. Humph, a brat who's still wet behind the ears. You think you know how to gamble on stones? Be careful, you'll lose everything. Why do I keep encountering flies everywhere? Xia Yu turned around helplessly and saw Lu Zhongjie and his bodyguards staring at him with mockery on their faces. Is a piece of Moksha's sanded skin worth a closer look? This kind of hilly and bumpy spots have a 90% chance of breaking apart. Even if it doesn't break apart completely, the material is 100% unlikely to produce good quality. Lu Zhongjie is arrogant and acts like an old senior. No wonder. After all, he is the vice president of the China Jade Association and one of the 3 largest jade jewelers in the country. So, you know about gambling on stones? Xia Yu said with a faint smile. Seeing that there was a conflict here, many people gradually gathered around. Huh? Isn't this Vice President Hua Guolu? He's a big shot in the jade jewelry industry. Who is this young man? How did he end up antagonizing President Liu? Boy, when Lu Zhongjie was dominating the gambling stone world, you were still wearing open crotch pants. Do you think I understand? Lu Zhongjie sneered contemptuously. Xia Yu, be careful. Zhao Jun beside him stepped forward and reminded him softly. After all, he knew that Lu Zhongjie was not only experienced in the jade industry, but also a master in gambling on stones. He rarely made mistakes in judging the stones he evaluated. Xia Yu nodded to Zhao Jun and said calmly, "Then Vice President Liu, do you want to make a bet?" "You ignorant boy, you don't know your own limitations. Tell me, how should we bet?" Lu Zhongjie was very disdainful. "Let's bet. I can point to any piece and it will go up in value." So crazy. How can it be such a crazy person? The crowd watching shook their heads. This young man was too ignorant. Who in the gambling stone industry would dare to make such a boast that cutting a random stone could greatly increase its value? Even for the most skilled stone gambling master, a 50% increase in cutting rate is already incredible, not to mention the probability of a big increase. Lu Zhongjie blushed and laughed heartily. "Boy, arrogance comes at a price. Just as you wish, point to any piece. If it goes up in value significantly, you win." I'll pay for the stone, and the jade will be yours. If I lose, how about I cut off one of your fingers? Zhao Jun's expression changed drastically. He was about to step forward to dissuade him, but Xia Yu waved his hand and said, Okay, if I lose, I'll cut off one of my fingers. If you lose, I don't want your money. How about you slap yourself twice in public? Lu Zhongjie was furious, but he glanced at the crowd and noticed a graceful figure in the crowd. He could no longer contain his excitement and shouted, Okay, let's bet. You pick a stone. Then I'll choose the one you least like. I bet it will be high ice grade or above. Xia Yu pointed to the moksha stone beside him and said calmly, Buzz. The crowd began to get agitated, and many people couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. This young man is still too naive. How can a stone with this kind of surface produce high-quality water? Not to mention the high-quality ice-grade stone that has risen sharply. That's right. If you lose, you have to cut off a finger. That's too cruel. The graceful figure in the crowd was Gao Lan, and she frowned slightly at this moment. She looked at the young man, standing in front of the stone with his hands behind his back, and couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. Chapter 25 Sorry, I want them all. The bidding hall in the public auction area was packed with people. On a large LCD screen that is more than 20 meters wide and more than 10 meters high, rows of stone numbers are scrolling, and the numbers correspond to the constantly updated bid prices. The moksha rough stone numbered in 1936 was originally just an inconspicuous marginal piece among many stones, but today it became the focus of the whole audience because of two people. The news that Lu Zhongjie, a senior stone gambler, was gambling with an unknown junior spread like wildfire in the venue. Naturally, stone number 1936 also became famous instantly. As a result, stone number 1936 was suddenly surrounded by curious people. Many people touched it with their hands, shone it with strong flashlights, and kept commenting on it. But few people are optimistic that this stone can produce green, let alone high ice quality. You should know that in previous public auctions, only a few high-quality ice-quality raw stones could be cut every year. As if intentionally avoiding Xia Lu's gambling dispute, there were almost no people who bet on the rough stone number 1936. Everything went smoothly. After only 2 rounds of bidding, Xia Yu won the bid for 216,000 euros. The next step is to cut the stone. Although many people are not optimistic about Xia Yu's bet, they are all looking forward to it, because the biggest charm of betting on stones is, until the last cut, no one knows whether it is hell or heaven. There were a lot of people gathered in front of the stone cutter. In the center of the crowd, Xia Yu, Zhao Jun, and Gao Lan stood side by side. Lu Zhongjie and his bodyguards were sneering in front of the stone cutter, watching the master making preparations. Are you ready? Let's start, Xia Yu said lightly. No line. Gao Lan zeminde kindi. No need. Master, just cut it casually. I won't blame you if you make a mistake. Xia Yu seemed very relaxed, as if he was confident. Okay, then I'll cut it, the stone cutter responded, starting the high-speed gear and cutting off the left third of the raw stone. Squeak! After a sharp sound of stone cutting ended, the stone cutter splashed some water on the cut surface of the stone. It's ruined. The bet is ruined. No green, all gray. Alas, everyone says this stone can't produce green. Young people are really too arrogant. Beside the stone breaker, Lu Zhongjie let out a long sigh, turned his head and smiled. Ha ha, kid. Just admit defeat. Which finger are you ready to cut off? Xia Yu was very calm, while Zhao Jun, standing beside him, had a dark face and clenched fists, as if he was brewing some kind of determination. Gao Lan's face also looked a little pale, and her small cherry lips moved, as if she wanted to say something but stopped herself. Master, please help me cut it again here. Xia Yu stepped forward and drew a line on the side of the stone where only 2/3 remained. In fact, he did it on purpose with the first cut. It's just gambling on stones. One cut leads to hell, the other to heaven. Wouldn't such a plot be more exciting? You still don't admit defeat? Young man, don't easily believe in something as illusory as a miracle. Face the reality. Lu Zhongjie's face was full of gloating. Xia Yu smiled, and her smile was extremely bright. I believe in miracles because I am a miracle. Oof. You won't cry until you see the coffin. Just wait and cry. Lu Zhongjie sneered. Squeak. The machine stopped, and the onlookers craned their necks. Is it rising, or is it continuing to fall? Take a closer look. Huh, it's green, it's really green. Oh my god, it's glass type. Look at this green, this full color. Wow, imperial green. It's actually glass type imperial green. It's going up in price, up in price. Wow! The onlookers pushed forward excitedly. The crowd was in turmoil, and the Zhao army rushed forward to stop them. Gaolan widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at the cut surface that was revealing a dazzling green hue. She was also a little confused. This person is amazing. He is actually a glass-type person. This piece of material is so full of green, it must be at least 1.5 kilograms of glass type, which is enough to make more than 4 pairs of bracelets and pendants. Little brother, stop cutting. I'm offering you 100 million Chinese yuan. How about giving me this stone? Boss Liu, you're not ashamed to export it for 100 million? I'm offering 150 million. Huading Jewelry wants this stone. Looking at the faces around him, some jealous, some greedy, and some excited, Xia Yu looked relaxed. On the other hand, Lu Zhongjia's face had already turned green, perhaps because of the reflection of the imperial green stone next to him. Seniors, I'm sorry, I don't plan to sell this material. Xia Yu bowed. Not selling? Little brother, the price can be negotiated. I really won't sell it. Sorry everyone, I'm not short of money. The crowd was talking. Damn, a piece of rotten stone actually turned into glass type, and it's imperial green. What kind of operation is this? Why not sell, even though the price has risen so much? This is 150 million. Who is this young man? He is not even tempted by 150 million. Lu Zhongjia now just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, but how could Xia Yu let him go? President Lu, what do you think? Is it time to fulfill the bet? Lu Zhongjia's face turned pale, his lips trembling with shame and anger. Seeing the pitiful or gloating eyes of the onlookers, he finally gritted his teeth and said, Okay, I accept the loss. Then, President Lu raised his right hand and slapped himself twice, then glared at Xia Yu with anger and quickly left with the crowd. Damn, he's so cruel to himself, he really hits me. However, those who secretly filmed the video, remember to post it on Douyin as soon as possible. I have already thought of the hot search titles. Vice President of the China Jade Association slaps himself in the face after losing miserably in gambling on jadeite. A rotten stone turned out a glass-type imperial green. A generation of gambling stone tycoon ended up as an unknown person. Well, actually gambling on stones is not my purpose, and I am forced to show off. Xia Yu handed the stone he had cut twice to Zhao Jun and said, Let's go for a walk. He started from the open bid area and moved all the way to the hidden bid area. Along the way, his spiritual sense covered a 2-kilometer radius, and no stone could escape his perception. After a while, more than 900 stones with obvious light spots were selected. Regardless of size, they were first branded with spiritual consciousness, until I stood in front of the black-skinned, old pit material weighing 1,000 kilograms. No one noticed his secret excitement. The small world actually shook slightly twice. Could it be that this stone has purple energy? After concentrating and sensing it, I found that the old pit material from Fakant really lived up to my expectations. A ball of noble and extraordinary purple air lingered in the center of the stone. Although it was not as dense as the stone carp, it was clear and tangible. Found deep purple jadeite, high-grade ice violet, or purple energy level B+, concentration B+, can upgrade the small world to the second intermediate level. This is such a pleasant surprise. Now that the important target has been locked, Xia Yu is no longer in a hurry. He goes back to the hotel first and waits until late at night to collect it. After all, the blind bidding for the raw stones will not start until tomorrow. He will not let go of the more than 900 pieces of stone that have been imprinted with spiritual consciousness. After all, a mosquito is still meat no matter how small it is, right? So, now that you're here, sorry, I want them all. As for letting him participate in the bidding to buy it, you are overthinking it. Although I don't need this little money, wouldn't it be nice to buy it for free? Chapter 26 Upgrade to Intermediate Level Surprise. After returning to the hotel, Xia Yu asked Zhao Jun to go back and rest first, and agreed to arrange the itinerary tomorrow. Then he returned to the hotel suite alone, rested for a while, and put the glass-type imperial green jadeite into the chaotic space. Apart from some minor optimizations to the air, soil, and water sources in the small world, it has no effect on the upgrade. It seems that the current hard currency for upgrading the small world is still the purple energy of ore. Seeing that there was still plenty of time, he went into the small world grassland and took a walk around. It was discovered that the automatic feeding machine was functioning normally, and the silver earthworms in the soil had reproduced more than 1 million offspring. The manure of poultry and livestock can be quickly degraded and converted into plant nutrients. At 7 o'clock in the evening, just after I finished taking a shower, the doorbell rang. Who is it? Xia Yu, wearing only a white bathrobe, wiped his wet hair with a towel. He swept his spiritual sense and saw a pretty woman standing outside the door. Gao Lang. Xia Yu sighed, opened the door, and pretended to be surprised. President Gao? Why are you here? Excuse me, I just got out of the shower and need to change my clothes first. Please go sit in the living room for a while. Gao Lan's face suddenly turned red, 7 parts surprise, 3 parts charm. She glanced at Xia Yu with anger in her eyes, and walked to the sofa in the living room and sat down in embarrassment. Tonight she did not wear a professional suit, but only a deep-necked white t-shirt and blue casual jeans, showing off her youthful and slim figure. Under the deep white collar, a pair of surging breasts were faintly visible. Alas, such a stunning woman always attracts attention wherever she goes. After Xia Yu changed his clothes, the freshness and handsomeness of this man after bathing actually aroused a little excitement in Gao Lan. I'd like to treat you to a meal. Would you mind my presence, Mr. Xia? President Gao, you're too polite. I should be the one treating you. Besides, why bother coming in person when I can just give you a call? It seems that I don't have Mr. Xia's phone number yet. Gao Lan rolled his eyes in anger. Oh, I was negligent. I added your number right away. To apologize, I'll treat you to dinner. Gao Lan curled his lips and raised his head. Humph, that's about right. So, the two friends who were not strangers to each other added each other's phone numbers and WeChat messages. The two of them had a Chinese-style spicy hot pot on the 3rd floor of the hotel. The scalding deliciousness, the aroma of the fatty but not greasy meat, and the spicy and refreshing taste all reminded Xia Yu of the extreme cold and hunger in the end times. At that time, gold, silver, and jade jewelry were as cheap as paper, and even a piece of glass-type imperial green could not be exchanged for a full meal. Human life is worthless. In order to avoid starvation, even the most beautiful woman will sell her body for a piece of bread. Therefore, Xia Yu cherished every meal very much, because he had experienced what it felt like to be extremely hungry and had seen too much distortion and depravity of human nature. In the face of survival, it seemed that cannibalism was a normal phenomenon. Xia Yu, I think you seem very different. Gao Lan stared at him with interest. Of course, my name is, with different, Walking with God. Xia Yu smiled and said that he suddenly felt that the calligraphy written by Wu Yifeng was actually quite powerful. No, he must get it back next time he goes back and frame it to hang it at home. So conceited. Gao Lan spot. I'm not being conceited. You'll agree once you get to know me better. Xia Yu smiled easily and said, well, after eating and drinking, I'll miss my bed. Miss Gao, I'm going back to my room to sleep. How about you do the same? Gao Lan pouted. How could you chase a guest away like that? At least I'm still a beauty, right? Then I'll go home too. Are you free tomorrow? Accompany me to bid for the secret bid. Xia Yu was a little embarrassed. Miss, I guess you don't know what will happen at tomorrow's public auction, right? Because after tonight, more than 900 pieces of stone will disappear from the exhibition area, including the near winner, the vacant old pit material. With such a strange thing and big case happening, are you sure the secret bidding meeting can be held tomorrow? He felt sad in his heart, but he said, Miss Gao ordered me to go. How dare I not go? Then I'll ask Zhao Jun to pick you up at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Gao Lan rolled his eyes at him and said, Okowo. After seeing off this beautiful girl with strange thoughts, Xia Yu returned to the business suite, lay down on the bed, and closed his eyes to rest. It was almost midnight when Xia Yu opened his eyes. As soon as the thought came to his mind, more than 900 large and small stones in the exhibition hall of the Jewelry Trading Center, dozens of miles away, disappeared in the blink of an eye, so fast that even the electronic surveillance had no time to react. Xia Yu, who was in the hotel, immediately began the second-level upgrade of the small world with ease. When the 1,000-kilogram violet stone also disappeared in the chaos, the gray sky surrounding the small world grassland rolled outward. Soon, the space of the entire grassland underwent a huge change. The land is wider, the grass is greener, the water is wider, and the sky is higher and bluer. By the Stargate Small World's second intermediate level has been upgraded. Solidified terrain, valley, with an area of 56,000 mu, 37.3 square kilometers, and 30,000 mu, 20 square kilometers of high-quality arable land. Upgraded terrain, grassland, covering an area of 1.4 million mu, 933.3 square kilometers, surrounded by freshwater lakes, covering an area of 300,000 mu, 200 square kilometers. Soil, air, and water, planetary level excellent plus. Except for the valley terrain, which remains unchanged, the grassland area has doubled to 1.4 million mu, equivalent to 933.3 square kilometers. Such a vast area of high-quality pasture is enough to feed 6 or 7 million cattle and sheep. But the biggest surprise is yet to come. The Small World associated main body has been upgraded. Physical fitness, 1,600%, strength, 1,800%, speed, 2,000%, 100 speed, 2.11 seconds, brain development, 35%. Special ability, telepathy, can use telepathy to imprint and move any object with a maximum distance of 60,000 kilometers. New special abilities, teleportation, within the direct coverage of spiritual consciousness. The unobstructed radius is 10 kilometers and 3,000 meters underground. Mind control, can invade and control all networks, mechanical software, and human brains. Holy crap, these two new special abilities are pretty powerful. Xia Yu jumped out of bed excitedly. This unexpected surprise of upgrading was so thoughtful. Facing the bathroom mirror, I felt that my figure had become taller, my height had grown to 1.82 meters, and my temperament had become even more captivating. The previously extremely powerful sense of touch has also undergone some extremely subtle changes. Now it can change with the mind and is thinner than a hair. With just a thought, one can access a mobile phone or network without any obstacles, instantly lock onto the target through a piece of information, track it, and accurately locate it. At the same time, combined with the superbrain, it can perform massive association screening, subconscious learning, and even the most complex code modifications and hacker attacks. Chapter 27, 20 billion black market arms deal. On April 9th, a sudden mysterious incident shocked the entire Yongang community. At the Jade Public Auction Jewelry Trading Center, 937 pieces of stone mysteriously disappeared overnight, including a potential winner weighing 1,000 kilograms. Number 9888, a black-skinned, old pit material produced from the Fakit mine. You should know that the professional estimated value of this giant stone is 45 million euros. Adding the possible premium of the silent bid, the winning bid will most likely exceed 70 million euros, which is equivalent to 600 million Chinese yuan. Of course, if we take into account the more than 900 stolen stones, the total loss is estimated to be no less than 4 billion Chinese yuan. For a time, the entire Yongang police station was shocked. The government also dispatched an army to block the area around the exhibition hall and conduct a carpet search within a radius of 5 kilometers from the exhibition hall. Gao Lan and Zhao Jun both called early in the morning and said that an emergency had occurred at the public auction and the blind bidding would be suspended today. As one of the organizers, their association had to rush to the scene, so all the plans for today were canceled. In less than 2 hours, the news of the mysterious disappearance of stones from the Yongang Jade auction spread throughout Myanmar, and even related reports appeared all over the Blue Planet. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't solve the case, because in the face of such supernatural phenomena, humans are all mentally retarded animals. Moreover, in order to mislead the police, Xia and this guy deliberately used their mental power to destroy the internal and external surveillance videos of the period when the stone disappeared. The video of the destruction is only 5 minutes long. How can 937 stones of various sizes be moved away in 5 minutes? Let them rack their brains, ha! While Yongang was in chaos, Xia Yu, who was staying in the hotel, acted as if nothing had happened. He tried to use his spiritual sense to track and invade a forbidden area of the internet through his mobile phone, the dark web. Unexpectedly, it was easily done, so he changed the virtual address, registered an anonymous account, and sent a message, looking to buy $20 billion worth of Northern Bear conventional arms. Trading location is Myanmar. If you have goods, please contact me privately. Why did Xia Yu prioritize purchasing Northern Bear's weapons? He had 3 reasons. 1. Advanced technology. 2. Powerful firepower. 3. Cold resistant. Especially the third point, in the ice apocalypse, the temperature can easily exceed minus 80 degrees Celsius. So the cold resistance of thermal weapons is particularly important. The winter temperature in the Northern Bear country often drops to minus 70 degrees Celsius, so its weapons are designed with excellent cold resistant properties. Less than 10 minutes after sending the transaction information, Xia Yu's dark web account received a private message reply. Plunderer, I have goods. Please send the list and quantity. Xia Yu quickly sent over the arms order list that he had prepared long ago. 1. 10,000 AK, 19 automatic rifles, caliber 5.56 millimeters, and 20 million rounds of ammunition. 2. 10,000 new AK, 12M automatic rifles, 7.68 millimeters caliber, and 30 million rounds of ammunition. 3. 8,000 SH-12, King of Close Combat, automatic rifles, caliber 12.7 millimeters, and 20 million rounds of ammunition. 4. 500 DXL-5 Destroyer, sniper rifles, 10.4 millimeters caliber, and 1 million rounds of ammunition. 5. 1,000 PKM, 2 light machine guns, 7.96 millimeters caliber, and 100 million rounds of ammunition. 6. KORD heavy machine guns, upgraded version 1,000 units, 12.7 millimeters caliber, 100 million rounds of ammunition. 7. 600 DSHK anti-aircraft machine guns, caliber 14.5 millimeters, with 50 million rounds of ammunition. 8. 5,000 UDAV Python Arctic pistols, caliber 9 millimeters, with 5 million rounds of ammunition. 9. 2,000 RPG-30 Hook individual rocket launchers, 105 millimeters caliber, and 300,000 rounds of ammunition. 10. 50 sets of BM-30 Tornado rocket launchers, 300 millimeters caliber, and 50,000 rockets. 11. 202 S-7-2 self-propelled howitzers, New Xiaoyao, 223 millimeters caliber, with 1 million rounds of ammunition. 12. 502 S-38 bias stream, self-propelled anti-aircraft artillery systems, 57 millimeters caliber, equipped with 600,000 rounds of 53. UR-281U high-explosive fragmentation rounds, 500,000 rounds of 53. UBR-281U tracer armor-piercing rounds, and 200,000 rounds of guided artillery shells. 13. 200 T-14 Armada tanks with ammunition configuration, 300,000 rounds of 125 millimeters caliber artillery shells, and 3 million rounds of 7.62 millimeters caliber coaxial machine gun ammunition. 14. 300 BMP, 3 infantry fighting vehicles with ammunition configuration, 500,000 100 millimeters artillery shells, 1 million 2 a 72 30 millimeters cannon shells, and 8 million 7.62 millimeters machine gun bullets. 15. 300 Ka, 52 Avani attack helicopters with the following ammunition: 300,000 rounds of 30 millimeters 2 A42 mobile automatic cannon ammunition, 200,000 rounds of 23 millimeters Ki, 23 JI cannon ammunition, 50,000 120 millimeters C-13 unguided rockets, 2,000 X-25 MJI semi-active laser-guided air-to-ground missiles, and 2,000 P-73 medium-range air-to-air missiles. 16. 200 Swallow-M reconnaissance and attack drones with ammunition configuration, 800 GM, 94 grenade launchers, and 300,000 43 millimeters grenades. 17. 500 Golden Eagle 3 armed snowmobiles, 100,000 sets of snow combat uniforms, and 100,000 cold-proof helmets. In addition, bulletproof vests, military daggers, grenades, flash bombs, smoke bombs, incendiary bombs. The list is very detailed, so detailed that it makes people twitch at a glance. 10 minutes later, the plunderer sent a message. Are you trying to empty the North Bear arsenal? Xia Yu replied calmly. You're kidding. It's only 20 billion US dollars. It's just a hair on the neck. There are a lot of hairs on the neck, right? Don't worry, I have sufficient funds. After about half an hour of silence, the plunderer replied. Agreed to the deal, a deposit of 5 billion US dollars. The goods will arrive in Myanmar in 5 days. You decide the delivery location. Xia Yu. I will deposit 5 billion US dollars into a special account on the dark web later. The goods will be delivered in Paikant, northern Myanmar at 11 p.m. 5 days later. Please contact me in advance when the goods arrive, and I will send you the detailed delivery address. Predator. Okay. See you in 5 days. The big fish is hooked. Chapter 28 Stargate God Team. That night, Xia and General Zhao Jun met in a hotel room. He asked about the progress of the missing stone case before telling about his plan to conduct underground arms trade in Paikant. When Zhao Jun heard that Xia Yu was going to buy black market arms, his heart started pounding. One reason was that he was surprised by Xia Yu's audacity, and the other was that the enthusiasm for military equipment in his blood could no longer be suppressed. Xia Yu, Brother Feng told me that your safety is very important, so I can't let you take the risk alone. Zhao Jun said without hesitation. Well, what did Brother Feng say to you? Xia Yu asked. Brother Feng's original words were, even if you have to risk your life, you must keep Xia Yu safe. Something like what this guy said. Xia Yu patted Zhao Jun's shoulder and became even more fond of this extremely loyal man with explosive fighting power. Go tell President Gao that you should follow me from now on. Trust me, I will make your life more exciting. Zhao Jun pondered for a while, then raised his head and said, Okay, but I want to bring Haizi and Huilang in as well. They are both my comrades in Snow Wolf. Huh? There are 2 more companions? That's great. Come over together. Xia Yu showed a surprised smile. Buy one, get 2 free. I'm making a lot of money this time. He believed that since the other 2 were also from the Snow Wolf Special Forces, their overall qualities must be high. After agreeing on the destination, Zhao Jun went back and handed in his resignation to Gao Lan. Of course, 2 key security personnel also resigned at the same time, Haizi and Huilang. Although the 3 of them have been working at the Jade Association for less than a year, their performance is undoubtedly the best. Gao Lan, who was furious about the stone theft case, was so angry that he sent a voice message to scold Xia Yu. Xia Yu was helpless, but he didn't dare to retort, so he could only smile bitterly to himself. Well, Zhang Wuji's mother once said 2 things. The first one was, the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. The second sentence is, never reason with a woman, especially a beautiful woman. Nothing happened that night. At 9 o'clock the next day, Zhao Jun brought 2 strong young men, one dark and one thin, to the hotel. He and Xia met the new boss and had breakfast. The dark-skinned young man is called Zhang Yao, codename. Haizi, 28 years old, retired from the Snow Wolf Special Forces and is good at reconnaissance, camouflage, assassination, and close combat. The thin one is called Ma Zitsong, codename Grey Wolf, 27 years old, retired from the Snow Wolf Special Forces, good at firearms, sniping. The 3 of them are the core founding team of Xia and the Doomsday Armed Forces. Of course, they start by establishing the group. He also thought of a name for the team, which was very childish, called Stargate God Team. Boss Xia was in need of someone, so he was naturally generous. Zhao Jun was appointed as the captain of the Stargate God Team, with a monthly salary of 300,000 Chinese yuan. His immediate family members moved to Nandu, and he received a one-time relocation and resettlement subsidy of 1 million yuan. The company rents a 200-square-meter community house as family resettlement housing. Employees who have worked for 1 year can enjoy the company's housing benefits. It is only a few months away from the end of the world, and the welfare housing is probably only available in Guangzhou base. Haizi and Huilang served as deputy captains and instructors of the Stargate God Team, with a monthly salary of 200,000 Chinese yuan each. Their immediate family members moved to Nandu, and each received a relocation and resettlement subsidy of 600,000 yuan. The company will pay for each person to rent a 150-square-meter residential apartment to settle down, and after working for a full year, the company will give them a commercial apartment of the same size, probably only the resettlement housing at Guangzhou base. Ordinary members of the Stargate God Team receive a monthly salary of 30,000 Chinese yuan. Their immediate family members can relocate to Nandu, and each member receives a relocation subsidy of 300,000 yuan. The company also arranges free accommodation for individuals and their families. Faced with such generous treatment, the 3 were also very surprised and wanted to refuse, but Xia Yu insisted, so they had to give up in the end. Everyone secretly vowed to perform well and fully realize the value of their existence. Brother Jun, do you have any other retired comrades? You can ask them to come over. We need a lot of manpower. Salaries are based on company standards. Instructors receive additional subsidies, and those who perform well on missions or in daily life receive additional rewards. Master Yu, since you said this, I would like to thank you on behalf of all of us brothers. Indeed, we still have more than 30 brothers scattered across the country, and they're not doing very well. I'll inform them one by one later. Zhao Jun's face flushed with excitement, and he quickly expressed his opinion. Well, for those who are willing to come, let them move their families to Nandu in a few days. This way, they could be with their families, and it will be easier to take care of them. After you finish the arms deal, the three of you should fly to Nandu first and take care of the resettlement of your brothers and relatives. I will set up a special security company called Stargate Security, and I will have Brother Feng fully cooperate with you. Xia Yu actually had a plan for this a long time ago. Now that the right candidate has been found, some ideas can be implemented in advance. Brother Jun, send me your bank card number. I'll transfer some money to you. Before each brother comes, transfer the relocation subsidy to them first, so that everyone can have no worries and develop well in Nandu. Okay. Zhao Jun didn't hesitate and sent the bank card number to Xia Yu's mobile phone. Bye. Your CCB card number ends in 3368. Received 100 million Chinese yuan. Soon, Zhao Jun received a real-time bank card payment notification, but the amount was only 100 million yuan, which really scared him. This young man, damn it. Then, the four men discussed the plan for the arms deal 4 days later. Zhao Jun believed that he needed to prepare a car, as well as the necessary weapons and equipment, but the weapons had to be purchased from Yonggang's underground black market. In the afternoon, the three of them split up. Zhao Jun first contacted an informant to purchase a batch of arms through the black market. It didn't need to be much, just enough to equip 4 people. Heizi is responsible for getting an off-road vehicle, which can be a Land Rover, Hummer, or Jeep Wrangler. In addition, he must prepare enough emergency medicines, mineral water, and food. Xia Yu also arranged an important task for Grey Wolf. The completion of this task is related to the subsequent global $0 purchase harvesting plan. We agreed to meet at the hotel at 6 p.m. tomorrow and then drive to Pekin overnight. It is more than 1,500 kilometers from Yongang to Pekin, and it takes at least 18 hours to drive. If you set off in the evening, you will probably arrive in Pekin at noon the next day. Along the way, you will pass through several remote, dense forests and security-restricted areas. It is a long journey, and there will definitely be various dangers. Xia Yu received a very strong signal from his touch. This road is not safe, and there are dangers for him. Chapter 29 Violet's Global Layout. Grey Wolf's mission required the cooperation of the Emerald Association, so Xia Yu had to bite the bullet and call Gao Lan. President Gao, are you still angry with me? Do I need to be angry? There are just a few security guards. What are your orders, Mr. Xia? I don't dare take orders, but I just want to ask President Gao for a small favor. In return, I can provide you with key information about the stone theft case. Gao Lan on the other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds and said, Are you in a hotel? I'll come find you. Good. 15 minutes later, Gao Lan rang the doorbell of the guest room and opened the door. After just 1 day's absence, the charming face of the queen goddess was filled with unconcealable fatigue and haggardness. A few strands of black hair, draped over her eyebrows, made her look even more pitiful. You've lost weight, Xia Yu said. Bah, so hypocritical. Gao Lan rolled his eyes at him. Xia Yu suddenly didn't dare to speak, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. It seemed that offending a woman was not a good thing. The two sat down in the living room in silence. Tell me what you want my help with first, and see if I can help you. Gao Lan said straight to the point. Well, I personally want to send a jade collection card to jade jewelry branches around the world in the name of the Jade Association. The content is, I will buy high-quality ice or glass-type violet jadeite from all over the country at high price, and I will pay 3 times the market price. That's it. Gao Lan was a bit stunned. This request was bizarre. 3 times the market price? Was this person rich but had nowhere to spend it? However, although it is strange, I can still help with this small favor. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell of the guest room rang. Xia Yu opened the door and saw that it was Grey Wolf who came back. President Gao. Grey Wolf bowed slightly, with a hint of embarrassment and apology on his face, and placed a small cardboard box on the table, saying, Ishao, as you instructed, I have printed a total of 1,000 copies. Please review them. Xia Yu opened the carton, took out an exquisite light purple A5 size card, and handed it to Gao Lan, who was sitting on the sofa opposite him. The Violet Jade recruitment card has been printed. The content is similar to what I just told you. President Gao, please review it. If you are willing to help, your Jade Association can stamp an official seal and then express it to Jade Associations around the world. Anyone interested in selling top-quality violets can contact the headquarters. I will fund the purchase and give you a 20% commission based on the transaction amount. Gao Lan glanced at the contents of the solicitation letter and murmured, Buying violets at 3 times the market price. Why are violet jadeite suddenly so popular? I won't ask for commission, but I will help you. Grey Wolf, please put them in my car later. When I get back, I will immediately arrange for my subordinates to stamp them and send them by International Air Express. I estimate that within 3 days at the latest, all 700 jade and jewelry associations across Blue Star will have received this collection card. Thank you very much, President Gao. The commission still needs to be calculated. I will have Grey Wolf give you the courier fee. Let's talk about it later. Gao Lan did not comment. As the two were talking, all the purple cards in the carton were silently branded with Xia Yu's spiritual consciousness. Soon, they will fly to most countries and regions in the world and become the precise coordinates for Xia and long-distance teleportation. Grey Wolf, put the cardboard box on my car. Gao Lan didn't want to stay any longer, so he stood up and walked towards the door. Grey Wolf agreed and picked up the cardboard box and followed him. Hey, don't you want to know the key information of the case? Xia Yu asked curiously. Is a message long? Gao Lan didn't turn around. It's not long, just 3 words. Then send me a WeChat message. At the hotel entrance, Gao Lan just sat in the driver's seat. Bye. WeChat message prompt, it was from Xia Yu. I opened it and saw only 3 words. Superpowers. That's it. Gao Lan showed a look of surprise and astonishment, lowered her brows in thought, and after a long while, a curved arc appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she smiled silently. The next evening, Grey Wolf helped Xia Yu pack his luggage and checked out at the front desk. The two drank coffee in the hotel lobby, waiting to meet up with Zhao Jun and Haizi. At 6 o'clock in the evening, a very domineering off-road vehicle drove in outside the hotel. Jeep Wrangler 4.0T Camouflage Highland Edition. Xia Yu in the lobby could clearly sense that the people sitting in the car were Zhao Jun and Haizi. So he winked at Grey Wolf, and the two of them got up, walked out of the hotel, got into the Jeep, and closed the door. Master, the ammunition is ready. It's in the trunk. There are a lot of good stuff in it. A Barrett MR80 sniper rifle, equipped with a SSOD sniper binocular observation telescope, 300 rounds of 12.7mm bullets, and an effective range of up to 4,000 meters. It is the favorite of Grey Wolf. For M16 automatic rifles, 2,000 rounds of 5.56mm bullets. For USP tactical pistols, 600 rounds of 9mm bullets. For sets of night vision goggles, 60 M57 grenades. For sets of bulletproof vests. For sets of individual combat uniforms. And 4 sets of tactical daggers. Zhao Jun knew all about these guns like the back of his hand. Grey Wolf and Haizi in the car's eyes lit up, and they couldn't wait to touch these guns. Who among men doesn't have a passion for killing with guns in his bones? Brother Jun, well done, Xia Yu exclaimed. After dinner, we'll rest for half an hour and then set off immediately. Destination, Peking. Chapter 30,800 Meter Terror Blind Sniper. From Yongang to Peking, one has to pass through several war zones of local armed forces. The most dangerous of these is the area around Kunsang town controlled by the Kin Independence Army. Xia and his group drove for about 14 hours, and the satellite navigation showed that the car had entered Kunsang town. There are mountains here covered with tropical rainforests, but most of the abandoned buildings along the road are no longer inhabited. Entering the danger zone. Everyone be alert and check your weapons and ammunition. Zhao Jun gave the order. The 4 men had already put on bulletproof vests and individual combat uniforms and were fully armed. It is still 8 kilometers away from the center of Kunsang town. There is a winding mountain road in front, and the forests on both sides are even more lush. Haizi, who was driving, gripped the steering wheel tightly, his hands slightly nervous. Zhao Jun and Grey Wolf stood on the left and right, holding loaded M16 automatic rifles in their hands. Their eyes were like lightning, constantly scanning the suspicious dense forests and piles of rocks on both sides of the road. This is such a great place to set an ambush. Only Xia Yu was the calmest. He had been closing his eyes to rest. The car went forward for another kilometer. There was a gentle slope in front, a cliff on the left, and a continuous dense forest on the right that was green and a bit eerie. Stop the car. As the car went up the hill, Xia Yu suddenly opened his eyes and shouted coldly. Squeak! There was a sharp sound of sudden brakes. Then there was a burst of dense gunfire. Bullets whizzed past the front of the car, and the hood was sparked by stray bullets. Haizi, back up. There's a shallow pit on the roadside 10 meters behind you on the right. Zhao Jun remained calm and gave the order. Receive. Grey Wolf, as soon as the car stops, immediately go to the hillside beside the road to find a sniper position and suppress the enemy's firepower. Receive. The Wrangler's 4 wheels spun wildly, and in just 2 seconds, it fell into a shallow pit on the side of the road. Several people pushed the door and jumped out with weapons in hand, performing a series of tactical evasive moves in the air. Of course, Xia Yu was an exception. He pushed the door open and walked out. When he saw a gray wolf running into the jungle on the mountain not far away, he followed it in a flash. At this time, more bullets were whizzing in, hitting the car body and the trees where everyone was hiding. "You Xiao, you crawl where you are and try not to look up," Cao Yun shouted. He and Haizi had entered the attack point where they could hide. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Xia Yu followed the gray wolf closely and soon climbed to the top of the short peak. There were sparse trees on the top of the peak, and there was a pile of protruding rocks, which was perfect for a sniper spot. Gray Wolf crouched down and rushed over, found a good position, and took out the Barrett MR80 from the suitcase. Loading, calibrating, adjusting the lens, the movements are extremely skillful. Xia Yufu fell beside him and said with a smile, "I feel that it is safest to be with Barrett." The Gray Wolf gave him an approving look and said, "That's quite insightful. I'll take care of your safety." Press the communicator. Wolf head, I have entered the sniper point on the top of the mountain. Xiao and I are together. We are safe now. Okay, protect the good and the few. Clear. There is a low hill opposite the gentle slope, about 300 meters away, and the bullets fired towards this side have never stopped. Haizi, report the battlefield observation situation. Zhao Jun's cold voice came from the communicator. Yes. At 10 o'clock on the hillside, 270 meters away, 12 targets, primary weapons, AK-47s, no snipers or other heavy firepower detected. 13 people. Xia Yu's divine sense scan revealed that the enemy had a sniper, lying in ambush on another stone mountain far behind the gentle slope. Super sensing range, 1,369 meters, wind direction, southeast, wind speed, 5.3 meters per second, humidity, 56.1%. Xia Yu's perverse supersensory touch and intelligent computing abilities covered a 3-kilometer radius of the battlefield. It could be said that no movement could escape his spiritual perception. Wolf head, Haizi, most of the targets are hiding behind the trees. You guys fire to attract the fire, and I'll call out the names. Good. All of a sudden, the 2 hidden attack points on a mountainside finally opened fire, and bullets poured into the forest on the gentle slope opposite. Several screams of pain were heard in the forest, and it was estimated that someone had been shot. It's my turn. Gray Wolf adjusted the sight, quickly locked onto a target, and calmly pulled the trigger. Bang! With a dull sound, a head exploded instantly behind the trees on the opposite mountain. At such a close distance, for a sniper expert, it was simply a gift of death. 1. Gray Wolf reloaded his gun, aimed at the next target, and fired again. Bang! 2. When he was about to aim at the third target, Xia Yu patted his shoulder and said softly, 11 o'clock, elevation 33 degrees, distance 1369 meters, gray rock pile. There is a sniper. The Gray Wolf was stunned, then rolled over with the gun in his arms to change his shooting point. The next second, a bullet shot into the previous position, and stone powder splattered everywhere. It was a close call. Gray Wolf, who had just recovered from shock, took out a SSOT sniper binoculars, crouched down, and observed carefully for 10 seconds, and was frightened to break out in a cold sweat. "Mad, I was careless." "Huh? How did you spot him, Mr. Yu? And how did you know his distance? Did you use your naked eyes?" Xia Yu was too lazy to answer him. He pointed in the direction of the sniper in the distance and asked, "Can it be solved?" "Little cake, watch my show." Then he set up the gun, adjusted the scope, took a deep breath, and a moment later, a gunshot was heard. Stone powder flew in the distance, and the bullet actually penetrated a piece of stone directly. Almost at the same time, the second shot was fired, and red and white objects splattered behind the stone. 1 shot breaks the stone, 2 shots hit the soul, accurate headshot. Barrett is awesome. There was no suspense in the following battle. Without the threat of the enemy sniper, Gray Wolf showed his power and killed almost 1 enemy with 1 shot. 12 minutes later, the gunfire stopped. Haizi, report the battle situation. Yes, there are 13 enemies in total, including a sniper. All of them have been killed. Okay, rest here for 5 minutes and continue to observe. The Gray Wolf crouched behind the pile of rocks and glanced at Xia Yu with a smug look on his face. My sniping skills are awesome, right? Back then in the Snow Wolf Special Forces, I was ranked 2nd, and my instructor was ranked 1st. Xia Yu curled his lips. It's okay, but the vigilance is a bit lacking. The other side has a sniper, and I didn't find it in time. Gray Wolf's face flushed, and he stammered, "Isn't this because there's no observer to assist?" Xia Yu shook his head. "That reason doesn't make sense. A truly powerful sniper on the battlefield must be able to see and hear everything. Even without an observer, a single person can still be a king. For example, there is a hidden enemy at 12 o'clock. Didn't you notice it?" "There's more? How is that possible?" Gray Wolf was horrified. "Look through the telescope. At 12 o'clock, on the farthest mountainside, the target is standing on a black rock." Gray Wolf immediately picked up the telescope, adjusted the direction and focus, and sure enough, he found a burly man standing on a black rock on the mountainside more than 3,000 meters away, observing this side with a telescope. He found us and gave me the middle finger. "Holy shit. Gray Wolf, what's going on?" Zhao Jun asked through the communicator. "Wolf head, there's another one who's escaped. He's on a mountainside at 12 o'clock, about 3,800 meters away. He's wearing an officer's uniform." "Gray Wolf, can we get rid of it?" Xiao Yu asks. "Now that they're here, not a single one can be let go. The distance is too far, and it's a bit difficult." The Gray Wolf lacked confidence. "How about letting me try?" Xia Yu's voice sounded at an opportune time. Everyone was stunned. "What are you playing?" "This is a Barrett. Not just anyone can operate it. Do you know what the world record for a long-range sniper kill in actual combat is? It's only 3,540 meters. It has been 15 years, and no one in the entire Blue Star has been able to break it. Now you, a commoner, want to try it? This is 3,800 meters, not 3.8 meters. Xia Yu was very calm. He took the Barrett that Gray Wolf had placed on the stone and checked the bullets. In the past minute, his extremely powerful super senses had invaded the entire network's military knowledge base and the top-secret military defense backups of various countries at the speed of light. He also integrated the screened and optimized sniper rifle operation techniques and the strongest sniper techniques into his subconscious mind. It can be said that Xia Yu is now a sniper master, and the best one at that. Of course, his greatest reliance is still his spiritual sense. Now his spiritual sense can extend up to 10 kilometers. Within 10,000 meters, even an ant can hardly escape his control. "Do you know what a blind sniper is?" Xia Yu said very pretentiously. "Gray Wolf, cover my eyes with a black cloth, and I'll show you what a true, god-level blind sniper is." Gray Wolf speechlessly found a dark towel in his backpack and tied it over Xia Yu's eyes. "You are the boss. You can say whatever you want." Xia Yu blindfolded himself, squatted with the gun in hand, took a deep breath, and suddenly stood up, pointing the gun straight ahead. 3,800 meters away, the target person was holding a telescope, and his stunned and sarcastic facial expression was extremely clear through the supersensory touch. Distance, 3,806 meters. Elevation angle, 19.3. Wind direction, southeast. Wind speed, 5.6 meters per second. Humidity, 55.3%. The divine consciousness is everywhere. Every detail is under control, and the target seems to be within reach. Bang! A dull gunshot. The bullet flew in the air for 6 seconds before the arrogant head exploded silently in Gray Wolf's telescope, and the body fell to the ground. Watching this bizarre scene, the Gray Wolf, who believed himself to be extremely strong, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, even a slight chill down his spine. Damn, this is so scary. 3,800 meters ultra-long distance, and it's still a real blind sniper. Those so-called blind snipers without a scope are simply weak. Gray Wolf suddenly felt that his worldview was completely overturned at this moment. Chapter 31 Sweeping the Mind and Upgrading to a High Level. Xia Yu knew that this was an ambush specifically targeting him. It doesn't take a brain to guess who is the mastermind behind this. Apart from Liu Zhongjie, who among his enemies has the ability to bribe the Myanmar armed forces. In order to confirm his idea, Xia Yu, who had just completed the most amazing blind sniper in history, swept his spiritual sense across the battlefield, and all the abandoned weapons and equipment on the opposite battlefield were collected into the chaotic space. Of course, this also includes the commander's mobile phone. Super Sense immediately filtered out several messages from Liu Zhongjie on the mobile phone, and then extended the tracking to find Liu Zhongjie's precise location, in a raw stone mine called Armory near Pekin. What a coincidence, isn't it? I was just planning to go for a walk around the mines around Pekin, and you just walked into the trap. The four of them took a short rest in the car while eating and drinking. Grey Wolf still hadn't recovered from the shock of the previous blind sniper attack. Although Zhao Jun and Haizi were also very surprised by Xia Yu's abnormal behavior, they did not witness it with their own eyes, so their feelings were naturally not as deep as Huelong's. With Xiao, no, with Shun. From now on, you will be my idol, Grey Wolf. The instructor can only be ranked second, really. Grey Wolf approached Xia Yu with a shameless face and said with admiration, "How about you sign your name on my butt? I promise not to wash it. Get out." Xia Yu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and pushed away the Grey Wolf's old face that was getting closer and closer. Why is this guy not calm at all? How can he be a special forces sniper? After resting for 10 minutes, we told Zhao Jun that we would go to the Valori mine first, and then the car continued on its way. Kunsang is actually only about 180 kilometers away from the Valori mine. Near noon, the group approached a village near Valori. In order not to expose his whereabouts, the herder stopped in a forest 2 kilometers away from the village. Haizi stayed behind, and the other 3 walked to the mine 3 kilometers away. From a distance, the Valori mine is a series of low peaks and gullies, with signs of overmining everywhere. Valori, a medium-sized jadeite raw stone mine, was hollowed out 2 years ago. It is now deserted, and there is no trace of the bustling quarrying scene of the past. The 3 of them entered the mine without any hindrance and stood on the low peak at the edge. In the middle of the mine was a mine pit that was more than 1 kilometer wide and 30 meters deep, which was particularly conspicuous. At the bottom of the pit, 5 figures were talking to each other. Xia Yu's spiritual sense locked onto the majestic man among the 5 people from afar. Lu Zhongji, yes, it was him. Let's go down and meet them. Understood. Grey Wolf will enter the sniper position. I and you shall go down. You must control the situation. If there is any danger, kill decisively. Receive. Grey Wolf immediately ran to the edge of a mound 20 meters away and took out the sniper Barrett. Xia Yu took the lead and walked down the hillside. He was discovered when he was still 50 meters away from the 5 people gathered at the bottom of the pit. Who are you? Who let you in? A man in his 40s with a scar on his face shouted in the crowd. 2 tall young men next to him, probably bodyguards, were about to step forward to stop him. Xia Yu? Why? Why are you here? Lu Zhongjie was horrified, knowing that the ambush had failed and that Xia Yu had come with ill intentions this time. Mr. Lu, do you know him? Your friend? Asked the man with the scar. It's an enemy. Lu Zhongjie gritted his teeth and winked at his bodyguard beside him. The bodyguard quietly reached out to draw his gun, and just as his fingers touched his waist, puff! The head shattered like a watermelon, and a dull gunshot was heard in the distance. There's a sniper. The remaining 4 people were pale and stood there, not daring to move. Smart. You all know that no one can be faster than Barrett. Xia Yu walked slowly towards them with a faint smile, like the god of death. This is a personal grudge between Mr. Lu and me. We will leave after we have dealt with it. Xia Yu glanced at the scarred man and saw the scar on his face twitching slightly, but he didn't dare to say anything. Xia Yu, you killed my son. What do you want now? Lu Zhongjie's voice was harsh but weak, and his whole body was trembling. Naive, of course I'm here to kill you. Xia Yu approached, too lazy to talk nonsense, and in a blink of an eye, a black USP pistol was in his hand. Raise your hand and fire a gun. Bang! A bloody hole immediately appeared on Lu Zhongjie's forehead. His face was filled with shock, anger, and disbelief, and then he slipped to the ground. A generation of Jade Tycoon has fallen. What a pity. No matter how huge the wealth is, it will eventually turn into dust, right? Wouldn't it be nice to have you two reunited? Sai, I'm still too kind. After finishing this matter, Xia Yu also seemed to have put a worry to rest. His powerful spiritual sense was unfolded again, and the entire 10-kilometer radius of the mine, including the 3,000 meters underground, was covered by his supersensory spiritual sense. As expected, 2 balls of purple light really appeared in his spiritual field. By found purple jadeite top-grade violet quantity 2, purple energy level C, purple energy concentration C. Xia Yu did not hesitate. He withdrew his spiritual sense, and the 2 pieces of top-quality purple jade stones scattered hundreds of meters underground disappeared in the chaotic space. Sensing the second small world, the space area seems to have expanded again, but it has not been upgraded. No rush, just continue sweeping and harvesting. Let's go. Xia Yu turned around and left, with the Zhao army following behind. From beginning to end, he never looked at the man with the scar again, as if in his eyes, these people were no more than ants. The scarred man breathed a sigh of relief only when Xia Yu's figure disappeared on the distant hillside. He found himself drenched in cold sweat. His legs gave way, and he fell to the ground. Over the next 2 days, Xia and his group toured several large and small raw stone mines in northern Myanmar. The stay was short, but the harvest was fruitful, and a total of 16 pieces of top-quality violet stones of different sizes were collected. The second intermediate level of the Small World has finally been upgraded. The Stargate Small World's second-level high-level upgrade is complete. Solidified terrain, valley, with an area of 56,000 mu, 37.3 square kilometers, and 30,000 mu, 20 square kilometers of high-quality arable land. Upgraded terrain, grassland covering an area of 2.8 million mu, 1,866.7 square kilometers, surrounded by freshwater lakes, covering an area of 700,000 mu, 466.7 square kilometers. Soil, air, and water, planetary level excellent plus. The area of grasslands and lakes has doubled again. This vast pasture and lake can fully meet the breeding needs of tens of millions of poultry, livestock, fish, and shrimp. The Small World associated main body has been upgraded. Physical fitness, 1,800%, strength, 2,000%, speed, 2,200%, 100 meters per second, 1.89, brain development, 40%. Special ability, telepathy, can use telepathy to imprint and move any object with a maximum distance of 60,000 kilometers. Special ability upgrades, teleportation, within the direct coverage of spiritual consciousness, with an unobstructed radius of 20 kilometers and 6,000 meters underground. Mind control can invade and control all networks, satellites, mechanical software, human brains, etc. New special ability, cellular disguise, super intelligent brain can control the rearrangement of body cells, changing skin, bones, and appearance at will. After upgrading to the second high level, his speed reached a terrifying 100 meters per second. Today, Xia Yu can not only dodge bullets, but with his abnormal speed and impact force, he can probably kill the king of soldiers in seconds. The brain development reaches 40%, not only upgrading the mind invasion control, but also adding a very powerful cell disguise technique. This trip to Peking was worthwhile. Chapter 32 Black Eats Black 1. Peking, a town under the jurisdiction of Myanmar's Kachin state, covers an area of 5,800 square kilometers and has a total population of 380,000. It is located on the west bank of the upper reaches of the Wu River in northern Myanmar and is rich in jadeite raw stones. The mysterious Wu River flows through the mountains of northern Myanmar. Its basin is the most concentrated mining area for jadeite in Myanmar, and it once provided 95% of the jadeite production for the Blue Star market. With the depletion of the raw stone veins in the old mining area of Peking, its former glory has begun to fade gradually. After Xia and his party arrived in Peking, they found a star-rated hotel in Gamai in the town to stay in. After a long journey, they finally had a good rest for half a day. The next day, Zhao Jun rented an abandoned stone warehouse with an area of 10,000 square meters in the northwest of the Peking mining area through a local Chinese businessman. The time for the arms deal in the evening is getting closer and closer. Xia Yu logged into the dark web and sent the location of the warehouse to the looters. After finishing all this, I just want to go to bed and take a nap. Bye. The message sounded, and I scanned it with my consciousness. It turned out to be from Tang Yina. What are you doing? Xia Yu smiled. With his powerful sense of touch, he could certainly understand the sentiment behind this sentence and replied casually. Miss me? No. I just wanted to see where you were and what you were doing. Alas, a woman who says one thing and means another. I'm not doing anything. I'm just thinking about you. Xia Yu replied again. Through the electromagnetic signal of the mobile phone, his consciousness instantly reached the other end of the world. It was magical. He clearly saw Tang Yina, wearing a set of panda cartoon pajamas, half leaning against the head of the bed, holding a mobile phone in his right hand and a red Fuji apple in his left hand. He stared at the message while taking a bite of the apple, his face full of joy and happiness. Humph. Slippery talk. I don't believe it. I really miss you. I miss you so much that it's like I have a hallucination. You're right here in front of me, wearing panda cartoon pajamas, chewing an apple, leaning against the headboard and chatting with me. Tang Yina was so frightened that she almost dropped her phone. She looked around in panic, but didn't find any suspicious traces. How does he know what I'm doing? Xia Yu, did you install a surveillance camera in my room? Huh, there's no surveillance, idiot. This is a new special ability I acquired. Whenever I miss someone very much, I will see her. Oh no, how can I dare to take a shower in the future? Xia Yu, you pervert. Ooh, ha. Xia and Yuanchang teased the lovely Tang Yina and couldn't help laughing. At 11 p.m., a line of car lights, winding for more than 1,000 meters, appeared on the road in front of the warehouse. Hundreds of heavy trucks drove over. Xia Yu was wearing casual clothes and standing in front of the warehouse door with his hands behind his back. Behind him stood the fully armed Zhao Jun. Haizi and Huilang were lurking in the night around the warehouse, ready to respond at any time. 10 minutes later, a military Hummer came speeding and stopped in front of Xia Yu. A short, fat, middle-aged man squeezed out of the gray-green Hummer. He was blond and blue-eyed, a typical Ukrainian, but he spoke fluently in Beijing. I finally got the chance to meet the mysterious dark web tycoon, Brother Hu Hao, in person. He spent $20 billion in one go. Who else could be here? Who else do you think could be here? Damn, a foreign star fan? The middle-aged fat man twisted his body to greet Xia Yu and shook hands enthusiastically. His fat belly thrust out, revealing a thick black desert eagle in the holster on his waist. Hey, as a professional black market arms dealer, it makes sense for him to carry a desert eagle, right? The fat foreign man smiled with a kind look on his face. You're not a plunderer? Xia Yu asked, not wanting to watch this guy continue his performance. The plunderer has important matters to attend to and can't come in person, so he asked me to say hello to Brother Hu Hao. My name is Guolafu, and I'm in charge of this transaction. Okay, let's check the goods first. The blonde fat man Golov pressed a communicator and said something, and the rumbling trucks drove into the warehouse one after another and began to unload the goods. Sir Hu Hao, please review the list of arms this time. Guolafo handed over a list of goods. Xia Yu glanced at it, and his expression changed slightly. Only $10 billion? How come only half? No rocket launchers, tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, or attack helicopters? Are you afraid I can't afford it? No, you misunderstood. Our boss means to deliver half of it according to the list first. Heavy arms are large in size and inconvenient to transport. Let's change the place and trade. Guolafu explained hurriedly. Call the plunderer. I want to communicate with him personally. Otherwise, this transaction will be cancelled. Please wait a moment. Guolafu took out a satellite phone, dialed the number, said a few words in the Northern Bear language, turned around, and handed the phone to Xia Yu. Predators. It's me, Brother Hu Hao, hello. I'm so sorry this transaction was a bit rushed. Some heavy weapons can only be traded at another time and place. The voice on the phone was a very attractive male voice, speaking not very standard Chinese. You guys aren't very honest. Where's the $20 billion you agreed on? Are you doubting my financial capabilities? Your Excellency misunderstood. It's true that due to the tight timeline, it's difficult to arrange for large and heavy weapons to arrive. How about this? We arrange the next transaction as soon as possible. Well, let's take half first, and we'll arrange a time for the rest as soon as possible. Thank you very much for your understanding. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. The phone was hung up, but it only took Xia Yu 2 seconds to lock onto the predator's location using the satellite signal and successfully hacked into all the surveillance and equipment around him. It was an extremely large underground arsenal, the size of 3 airports, filled with all kinds of weapons, including the armed helicopters, rocket launchers, tanks, etc. that Xia Yu had ordered. Xia Yu even saw rows of missiles and more than 25th-generation fighter jets. F-22 and Su-57. Damn, is he that powerful? What's the background of this predator? This underground arsenal is located in the southeastern Ukrainian city of Melitopol, but on the surface, it is the city's largest special steel smelter. It took more than 8 hours to unload all the arms worth $10 billion. After seeing that the inspection was correct, Xia Yu instructed Zhao Jun to lock the warehouse. Just at the moment when the warehouse was locked, the mountains of arms inside were teleported into the chaotic space. Hundreds of billions of arms were put into the bags for safekeeping. Xia Yu transferred the remaining 5 billion yuan to a special account on the dark web, and the transaction was completed. Zhao Jun drove Xia Yu back to the hotel. After handing the warehouse key to Xia Yu, he returned to the warehouse. He wanted to arrange proper defense measures around the warehouse with Haizi and Huilang. How could he know that the three of them were guarding just an empty shell? If he knew, he would probably be pissed to death. Xia Yu returned to the room and used his spiritual sense to conduct a long-distance search, and found that there happened to be a Jade Jewelry Association in Melibol, Ukraine. Because at this time, there was a light purple card lying quietly on the luxurious desk of the city's Jade Association. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a violet collection card. Xia Yu moved his spiritual consciousness slightly, and he disappeared in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the city of Melibol thousands of miles away. The room he appeared in was empty at this time, with only a purple card on the stage, which was particularly dazzling. Chapter 33, Black Eats Black 2. There was still a hint of chill in the streets of Melipol in the early morning of late spring. When Xia Yu walked out of the building where the Jade Association was located, he had become a tall and thin 40-year-old black-haired man. He exhaled into the silent cold wind outside the door and tightened his black leather jacket. This is my first time using cellular reshaping surgery, and I am quite satisfied with the result. So, you might as well walk on the streets of this city and experience the exotic customs. This place was less than 20 kilometers away from the Yaret steel smelter. Xia Yu used teleportation at the corner of the street, and the next second, he appeared in the steel warehouse of the smelter. Standing on the floor of the warehouse, his powerful spiritual sense penetrated the thick concrete floor beneath his feet and extended down another 130 meters before reaching the protective layer of the underground arsenal. The Armory's protective layer is made of special steel plates and concrete, which is 6 meters thick and has super strong nuclear and explosion protection capabilities. However, it is ineffective against Xia and this guy. Since the small world was upgraded to the second advanced level, Xia Yu's brain development rate has reached 40%. Now, his spiritual consciousness directly covers a radius of 20 kilometers and can penetrate the Earth's crust as deep as 6,000 meters. Therefore, the protective layer of Yali's underground arsenal was just like the window paper of a widow's house in front of his abnormal spiritual sense. It would break with just one poke. When the mercury-like divine consciousness entered the armory, it instantly covered the entire floor of weapons, ammunition, and supplies. Even though he had taken a quick look at it before, Xia Yu was still shocked by this enormous arsenal. In an underground space the size of 3 airports, there were tanks, rows of rocket launchers, armed helicopters, various howitzers, new mortars, light and heavy weapons, and mountains of ammunition. According to conservative estimates, the value is at least over $300 billion. Not to mention the corner of the armory, which is separated into 2 areas. One area was neatly filled with 3 rows of large weapons: S-400 Triumph air defense missiles, Acheron medium-range anti-tank missiles, PRSM precision strike missiles. In another area, there were 16 Su-57s and 8 F-22s, with their sci-fi streamlined fuselages and domineering appearance, which almost made Xia Yu drool. It sent, take it away immediately. Xia Yu decisively launched a spiritual interference and saw the lights in the underground armory dim. The power was cut off, and then all the surveillance failed. The moment the underground space fell into darkness, the huge arsenal was swept away and became empty. Xia Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but feel excited after receiving so many good things at once. I looked around and thought, since I was already here, there was no reason to let go of these special steals, right? With another thought, his spiritual consciousness covered the entire warehouse, and over 1 million tons of special steel were also stored in the space. Well, no matter whether this is a $0 purchase or a scam, Xia Yu started a crazy harvesting mode. Soon, almost all the warehouse materials, precision machine tools, iron or non-ferrous metals, gasoline, fuel, and the Yali smelter were cleared out. 3 minutes later, the slow response alarm sounded, sharply piercing the tranquility of the factory. The crowd began to run, and order was in chaos. Xia Yu teleported back to the city center and walked slowly out of an alley. He had changed into a black outfit and turned into an ordinary-looking young Asian man. He casually walked into a bakery on the street, found a seat by the window, ordered a cup of instant coffee and 2 olive oil sausage sandwiches, and began to leisurely enjoy his exotic breakfast. Dingwu, dingwu, dingwu. After a long while, I finally saw more than a dozen police cars with sirens blaring crossing the intersection and roaring away at lightning speed. Xia Yu finished his breakfast leisurely, pushed the door, and walked out of the bakery, hailed a taxi on the street, asked the driver to take him on a short sightseeing tour around May City. Of course, sightseeing is fake, and using spiritual consciousness to harvest resources is real. As the largest natural granary in Europe, Ukraine is rich in wheat, rye, barley, corn, sorghum, sunflower seeds, etc. Almost every city has one or two huge granaries. It took only more than 2 hours for Xia Yu to harvest 2 huge granaries, millions of tons of wheat and miscellaneous grains. A large Walmart warehouse, 3 frozen meat processing plants, 5 vegetable storage warehouses, a steel mill, a non-ferrous metal smelter, an oil refinery. At this time, the entire city of Melitopol was plunged into panic and chaos. From the mayor to the patrolmen and civilians, everyone seemed to have entered an extremely absurd farce. Important supplies in many places across the city mysteriously disappeared out of thin air. Like a cursed domino, someone gently pushed it at some point. Soon, it spread throughout the entire city, and perhaps also spread to the entire country, affecting other countries, and even the entire blue planet. Xia Yu, who had completed the last wave of 0 yuan purchases in May City, got off a taxi at the municipal square. He walked with his hands in his pockets. I heard that there's a stone statue of Don Quixote over 20 meters high standing in this square. Every morning, countless pigeons would perch around the statue and coo. Compared to my madness, your battle against the windmill back then was nothing. Xia Yu, dressed in black clothes and black pants, looked up at the tall stone statue, shook his head, and smiled. He walked slowly into the flock of pigeons, stretched out his arms, and startled the pigeons around him, causing them to flap their wings and fly away. If someone takes a photo here at this time, they will find an incredible scene. A man dressed in black disappeared out of thin air amidst a flock of startled gray-white pigeons. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. Is it a devil or a god? Inside the Yali underground armory, a bald man in his 50s from the northern bear country stood there blankly. Looking at the huge, empty arsenal in front of him, the plunderer, the largest arms dealer on the dark web, looked as pale as death. It was over. The family fortune I had worked so hard for over 30 years was suddenly wiped out. Oh God, please tell me who did this? Was it a god or a devil? The plunderer wailed. It is impossible for a normal human being to clear out such a large arsenal in one go. The plunderers could not think of anyone else who had this ability except gods or demons. It was not until late at night that Xia Yu returned to his hotel room in Jimai. He had gained a lot today. In addition to the city of Melitopol, Xia Yu also captured another city in the country of Wu. Then, based on the coordinates of the violet recruitment card, he teleported 16 cities in Europe. Within a single day, these cities experienced strange events similar to what happened in May City, with countless supplies disappearing out of thin air. For a time, the leaders and people of more than a dozen European countries were shocked. Such a huge amount of materials could not have disappeared for no reason. There must be some mysterious force or power involved. But on the blue planet, people can't imagine any force that possesses such mysterious power, not even the Americans. In addition to being curious about unknown things, humans are also prone to fear. Soon, a strange and inexplicable panic spread rapidly with the help of the media. Could this be alien magic? But why are aliens interested in these things of ours? Oh my God, is there really a God in this world, or is the devil's judgment day coming soon? Intelligence and special services organizations from various countries have also intervened in the investigation, deploying large numbers of personnel to investigate every possible clue, including city surveillance and entry and exit records. But nothing was found, and there was no clue at all. Xia Yu, who had returned to his hotel room, didn't care about the chaos he had caused. He lay flat on the bed, closed his eyes, and relaxed his mind and body that had been running around all day. Well, after taking stock of today's harvest, it's quite a lot. The most unforgettable things should be Swiss clocks, cheese, chocolate, corned beef, sabers, and a whole lake of snowwater fish. Passing by the lake of Engmelin, he was even mesmerized by the jewel-blue waters. The lake reflected the snow-capped mountains on the shore, the cascading snow waterfalls, and the wildflowers on the lakeside. Wouldn't it be a pity to miss such a beautiful sight on Earth? Anyway, when the Doomsday meteorite arrives, this place will become a wasteland. So why not make it a bargain for yourself? Therefore, Xia Yu took this scenic spot into the chaotic space without any psychological pressure and no longer cared about how shocking it was. Of course, Gul's top wine caves and winemaking equipment did not escape Xia Yu's clutches. Even in the entire winery, Xia Yu collected no less than 10. Xia Yu had the opportunity to taste authentic foie gras and black truffle a few years ago, and he still remembers the delicious taste. Therefore, the numerous foie gras and black truffle merchants in Gaul were basically wiped out. Even more outrageous is that he also took away a large number of remote black truffle producing areas. After recovering for a while in the hotel bed, Xia Yu called Zhao Jun. Brother Jun, you guys go back to the hotel first. You don't have to guard the warehouse. Someone will be there to handle this batch of goods soon. Okowo. Although full of doubts, Zhao Jun still followed Xia Yu's instructions. After all, he was his boss. Moreover, for friends and brothers, trust and loyalty are engraved in their bones. Master Yu, you want the three of us to go back to Nandu tomorrow morning? What about you? It's not safe to be here alone, right? After meeting up in the guest room, Heizi raised questions when he learned that they were asked to return home first. Yes, if the three of us leave, who will be responsible for your safety? Grey Wolf echoed. Xia Yu curled his lips when he heard this and said, how about we have another sniper competition? I'll be blindfolded, and you can do whatever you want. Grey Wolf rolled his eyes wildly. Who wants to compete with you in sniping? You're such a pervert. But even good marksmanship doesn't guarantee anything, right? Especially in close combat. Well, in order to dispel your lovely thoughts, let's have a competition in close combat. Xia Yu said casually. Who are you competing against? Heizi or Wolfhead? No, it's you three who come together. The atmosphere was quiet for a few seconds, and the Grey Wolf finally couldn't help it and roared with a red face. Hey, even though you're our boss, with good marksmanship and a handsome face, you've really gone too far this time. You are showing blatant disrespect to our Snow Wolf Special Forces. Do you know that? Xia Yu put his hands behind his back and didn't bother to pay attention to him. At this time, Zhao Jun, who had been silent all this time, spoke. You Xiao, are you sure you want to challenge all three of us at the same time? That's right, don't hesitate, come on. Xia Yu casually stood in a corner of the room and waved to the three people, with a hint of contempt and provocation. Okay, as you wish. Even the usually calm, Zhao Jun got a little angry. Did he really think the Snow Wolf's men were made of mud? He exchanged glances with his two comrades, quickly agreed on the tactics of the attack, and then mobilized all his energy. After about half a minute of confrontation, the Zhao army launched the first attack. He kicked back with his right foot, and his body flashed out like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was 1 meter in front of Xia Yu. He swung his left palm upwards and hit Xia Yu's chest with his right fist. Almost at the same time, Heizi also rushed to Xia Yu's left side, lowered his body, and gave him a hug and throw. The Grey Wolf was only a little slower than the two men. It jumped high to Xia Yu's right side, and then kicked Xia Yu in the head with an extremely fierce right kick. So cruel. These guys didn't hold back when they attacked. Bang! Bump! There was a ripple in the air, and a few dull sounds were heard, and the battle ended in an instant. On the bed more than 3 meters away, Grey Wolf was lying on his back with his limbs spread out in an indecent manner, staring at the ceiling in confusion. Heizi was even worse off. He fell to the ground 2 meters away. He struggled with his hands to support himself, but finally his face touched the ground. 1,000 horses were galloping in his heart. Zhao Jun was the luckiest because he could still stand. At this time, he was leaning against the wall a few meters away, his chest heaving, his hands hanging down, his right hand trembling violently, and a piercing pain and feeling of powerlessness surged up. Are you still human? Zhao Jun stared at Xia Yu's enviably handsome face and was shocked beyond words. He was very clear about how terrifying his own fighting power was. Regardless of strength, speed, and skills, he was confident that under normal circumstances, there would be no more than 10 people on Blue Star who could match him. Even so, he was killed instantly by Xia Yu. Moreover, 3 people were killed instantly at the same time. Are you a devil? Ouch! Heizi on the ground raised his head and turned over to sit up while suppressing the pain. He thought he had a sure win in the hug and throw, but he fell down miserably without even touching the edge of the other person's clothes. He didn't even see whether the other person was hitting or kicking. I think this guy Xia Yu is a god. Sighing secretly, the Grey Wolf, who was completely confused and had lost all hope in life, gave up the idea of getting up from the bed and just lay down. Damn, why bother with this pervert for no reason? After this battle, the next morning, the 3 Snow Wolf elites finally left Gamai with a look of helplessness on their faces and embarked on their journey back home. They knew that they didn't need to worry about Xia and this godlike pervert's safety. Are you kidding me? A man who can blindly snipe at a distance of 3,800 meters and kill 3 great soldiers in one move still needs their protection? Chapter 35 Storm is coming. On the day Zhao Jun and his 2 companions set off to return home, Xia Yu and Wu Yifeng had a 2-hour phone call. First, he instructed Wu Yifeng to assist in the establishment of the Stargate Security Company. First to settle Zhao Jun and the other 2 and the retired personnel of Xia, and then to recruit a large number of veterans. Wu Yifeng naturally strongly supported this matter and was very happy. After all, as Xia former firearms instructor, how could he easily give up the brotherhood of the past? Now, there's a better way to help his comrades and bring everyone together again, which is what he most wants to see. On the spot, Wu Yifeng subscribed to purchase 49% of the shares of Stargate Security Company. However, what the 2 of them talked about later made Wu Yifeng's heart feel like a raging storm, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. But with the real story of Xia Yu disappearing out of thin air in front of him and then teleporting to a high altitude to save people, he no longer felt that what Xia Yu said was absurd. During this period of time, hasn't he experienced, seen, and heard enough strange people and things? Even an ordinary person like me can become the richest man on Blue Star overnight. If such a fantasy can become a reality, what else is impossible to happen? Therefore, no one knew the content of Xia Yu and Wu Yifeng's long conversation. But soon, a piece of news shocked the industry. Chiefing Finance, a new capital upstart that rose like a comet, quickly closed almost all of its financial businesses around the world, withdrew from the financial market, and withdrew a large amount of funds. At the same time, Chiefing Finance quickly acquired a local real estate company, changed its name to Chiefing Real Estate, injected 100 billion Chinese yuan, and officially entered the local real estate market. The first real estate project, Guangchong Future Community. The project area covers an area of 63 square kilometers, almost covering the entire terrain and mountains and wild land of Guangchong Village and 5 nearby villages. It is said that the demolition cost alone exceeded 30 billion. The entire project is expected to invest 1.2 trillion yuan. After completion, it will become the largest and most invested community in the entire Blue Star. The community is centered on the Guangchong cave base under construction in Xia and expands outward, about 8.3 kilometers from east to west and about 7.6 kilometers from north to south, forming a huge satellite city. Xia Yu had certainly given careful consideration to why Guangchong was chosen as the location for the future residential complex. First of all, after the community is completed, it will be integrated with Guangchong Cave. In the cruel environment of the end of the world, the overall strength of the cave base will be greatly enhanced. The most important thing is that, according to my impression, in the first round of meteorite impact, the entire Guangchong area within a radius of 100 kilometers was miraculously spared. Guangchong Future Community focuses on future technological elements, with technology and Doomsday punk as the main styles. Its design team brings together several of the world's top design elites, including the American company VivoS and the beer company GNP. Different from the iron gates and wall management of other communities, Guangchong Community adopts an 8-story wall-like enclosed enclosure. The total length of the city wall is about 32 kilometers. The thickness of the outer walls of the first to third floors is 10 meters, and they are made of special concrete and composite steel. Above the 4th floor, there are densely packed shooting windows and observation and monitoring equipment facing outwards. The width of the city is up to 50 meters, and it integrates security personnel's accommodation, living, training, monitoring, defense, and other integrated functions. The city has 4 gates in the east, south, west, and north. Each gate has a corridor designed according to the city wall that runs through the inside and outside of the city and is equipped with 3 alloy gates, outer, middle, and inner. The north gate is backed by the lush Nanling Mountains. The south gate borders the Longjiang River. The west gate encompasses a small reservoir and 2 freshwater lakes, and the east gate is adjacent to the Guanan Expressway. The community is divided into 2 parts, above ground and underground. Living areas, commercial areas, educational areas, entertainment and leisure areas, scientific research areas, production areas, planting areas, etc. are set up on the ground. It has a transportation station, security bureau, school, supermarket, hospital, power plant, etc. It even has a medium-sized airport and a small airport inside the cave. Secretly, the community also designed a small satellite launch site and a large computer center to house two of the world's most advanced Vega computer groups and a fiber-optic local area server group. Under special circumstances, the community can fully realize internal broadband networking. Of course, Xia Yu had already infiltrated the entire network with his powerful supersensory ability and copied most of the movies, TV series, entertainment, games, science, books, and other content on the entire Blue Star into two super hard drives. One copy was left in a chaotic space, and the other copy was reserved for the Guangchong Future Community Computer Center. The buildings on the ground are mainly decorated in silver, gray, and black, which are simple and technological. The strongest concrete structure is used for the exterior wall, with an average thickness of 3 meters. The surface is coated with a new type of material that is resistant to severe cold, high temperature, and radiation. All floor windows are made of thickened, bulletproof glass and equipped with alloy automatic curtains. Each building has an independent water supply and automatic heating temperature control system. The main entrance of the building is equipped with a special thickened electric steel door, which gives a full sense of security. There's an entrance to the underground city on the first floor of important buildings, and the design of the underground city is even more grand and shocking. Guangchong's unique topography and underground river resources perfectly solve the water problem of the future community. Therefore, the biggest remaining problem should be the self-production and sufficiency of food and meat. After acquiring the land, Guangchong community quickly began construction in full swing. With the huge capital paving the way, more than 300,000 construction workers, countless transportation tools, and construction equipment were quickly deployed. The chessboard of Blue Star has been stirred up unknowingly, and things are beginning to become turbulent. In the interval of the crazy free shopping around the world, Xia Yu also did not forget to return to Shiqing and put all the supplies that the Wuffing Group had stockpiled for more than a month into the chaotic space, or the second small world. This batch of supplies includes 300 large and medium-sized tillage machines, 632 mountain tillage machines, 560 seed drills, 975 fully automatic rice mills, and 488 flour mills. 1.65 million tons of refined flour, 1.8 million tons of cereals, 700,000 tons of rice, 380,000 tons of vegetable oil, 150,000 tons of seasoning soy sauce. Canning factory, 3.1 million cans of various cans. Wuffing Seed Company produces 32,900 livestock seedlings, 320,000 chicken, duck, and goose eggs each, 153 varieties of aquatic seedlings, and approximately 7,500 kilograms of vegetable, Chinese medicinal, and flower seeds. Chin Santai frozen products, 1.9 million tons of frozen pork, 850,000 tons of frozen mutton, 930,000 tons of frozen beef, 2.7 million tons of frozen aquatic products, and 2.66 million tons of various frozen poultry, such as chickens and ducks. It seems that the pressure of asking each subsidiary to spend $50 billion in a short period of time has indeed given them endless motivation. In just over a month, they have achieved remarkable results. After collecting the supplies stored by Wuffeng, Xia Yu sent a message to Yibing. The situation has been turbulent recently, with supplies mysteriously disappearing from various countries. If our company encounters such a situation, we must remain calm, maintain the status quo, and stockpile inventory. Bye. Yibing replied immediately. Where are you? Are you okay? Xia Yu was speechless. How could this woman's train of thought be so strange? I was talking to her about supplies, so why was she asking all this nonsense? Xia Yu, I'm in Myanmar. I'm fine, don't worry. Yibing, the last two words, I can't do it. After reading the message, Xia Yu was silent for a moment, sighed secretly, and replied. Remember what I said above. The world is beginning to become unstable. I'm not around, so please be safe. Thinking of Yibing's pretty face that was 7 parts cold and 3 parts charming, Xia Yu smiled bitterly helplessly. On this day, the mysterious disappearance of supplies that affected Europe also occurred in China. In one day, Wuffing Group, Maotai Liquor, 3 major finished salt warehouses, tobacco warehouses in various regions, Chinese medicine seed banks, GUF Pharmaceutical Logistics Park, and the country's largest Yungang container import and export terminal. All the stored supplies in these places disappeared out of thin air, which was a heavy loss. On Blue Star, a series of strange missing materials incidents suddenly occurred, and they seem to be getting worse. World turmoil is inevitable. Chapter 36 World Turmoil. Xia Yu stayed in a star-rated hotel in Jiaomai for 2 months, leaving early and returning late every day, appearing mysterious and low-key. Get up early in the morning, wash up, and go to the restaurant on the second floor to have a hearty breakfast. The hotel will arrange this time to clean the room, because after breakfast, he would go back to his room, lock the door, and diligently start his 0 yuan shopping harvesting activities from morning till night. According to the coordinates of the violet recruitment cards in various places, he teleported thousands or tens of thousands of kilometers every day. Wherever he went, he was like a swarm of locusts, and a huge amount of local supplies would always disappear. Wool and leather from the British Empire, crystal, flowers, and cheese from the Netherlands, beer, medical equipment, and precision machine tools from Germany, cattle, sheep, milk, and kiwi fruit from New Zealand, fragrant rice, crocodiles, and durian from the Buddha Kingdom, birds' nests and seafood from the Indian Kingdom, rubber trees from the Malay Kingdom, Australia's iron or kangaroos, goat milk, sheep abalone. 99% of the country's farmed Wagyu cattle, and more than half of its beef reserves, were lost overnight. Soon, the entire country would be left with no cattle to eat. The Northern Bear Nation's caviar, vodka, natural gas, fuel oil, heavy machinery, munitions, and even strategic weapons such as missiles have all been abused. Overnight, the famous Lake Baikal was reduced to a surface black hole covering an area of 33,000 square kilometers and more than 1,700 meters deep. Lake Baikal holds 1/5 of the planet's fresh water, and countless aquatic products and animals in the lake have all disappeared. The entire Northern Bear Nation was instantly plunged into great shock and panic. Even the impoverished Mongolian state had more than half of its cattle, sheep, and horses plundered. Africa's diamond mines, ebony, breadfruit trees, vast tropical savannas, and various animals and plants of all sizes have also disappeared in large areas. Frozen salmon from Canada, coffee from Pakistan, cigars from ancient countries. Even the remote and uninhabited Amazon rainforest has mysteriously lost more than half of its original tropical rainforest. Today, the Amazon jungle is reduced to a series of deep craters covering over 100 kilometers in radius, like a series of ugly, bare bean prints. During this period, Xia Yu finally discovered purple, or in Africa and Pakistan. The rich purple energy allowed the small world to upgrade 3 levels. The Stargate small world was upgraded to the 3rd high level. After the upgrade, his spiritual sense can directly cover 160 kilometers away, and the crust penetration reaches an astonishing 48,000 meters. All over the blue planet, various strange disappearances occur every day. People are restless, and the situation is turbulent. Is it a god, a demon, or an alien that is responsible for all this? Governments around the world have invested a lot of manpower and resources in conducting in-depth investigations, leaving no trace of any clues. But unfortunately, there is still no clue. Because no matter how deep the supplies are hidden, even thousands of meters underground, they will eventually disappear. It seems that anything that is coveted cannot escape. CAA had considered placing a small tracker or satellite positioning device among the large amount of supplies, but all attempts failed. Are you kidding? Under Xia Yu's powerful divine sense, what kind of instrument can escape his screening? Not to mention that after entering the chaotic space, there is absolute isolation and time stops. In 2 months, Xia Yu traveled to thousands of cities and important areas on Blue Star. How much supplies did he collect? To put it in a more vivid way, if it only supports a population of 5 million, it would be enough to squander for 10,000 years. Among so many countries, the United States suffered the greatest loss. In just a few days, several Walmart warehouses and chain stores worth tens of billions of dollars in the country were basically cleared out. McDonald's and KFC lost more than 3 million hamburgers, fried chicken, and French fries in 2 days. The 2 major cola companies lost over $10 billion in losses as their finished beverage stocks disappeared overnight. The 7 major container ports, Port of Lockerbie, Port of Chongdan, Port of New York, were devastated one after another, and no port was spared. For a time, the American media wailed, "A catastrophe from heaven, a new century, Pearl Harbor." Major grain traders and farms in the United States were in a panic, but they were unable to prevent the disaster. In just a few days, they lost hundreds of billions of dollars in grain, fruits, and vegetables. As for the frozen products and livestock industries, it's even more unbearable to watch. No matter how big the warehouse is, it will be looted until there is nothing left. In addition, American ginseng, steel industry, oil industry, automobile manufacturing, pharmaceuticals, chips, fruits, computers, and mobile phones. These are all top-notch names and must not be missed. Of course, as the arms leader of the entire blue planet, how could its arms stockpile be in vain? Xia Yu constantly changed his appearance as he wandered across this vast and fertile land, humming a little tune while happily plundering. Countless conventional weapons and ammunition, strategic weapons of mass destruction, and even some secret experimental products from Area 57 became his possession. After this round, 11 American senators had fainted from anger, 9 congressmen had heart attacks, and President Deddes was directly taken to the ICU. Cool. Really cool. Some black organizations and extreme Doomsday organizations in the United States took the opportunity to launch large-scale demonstrations and $0 shopping response activities. People's hearts were stirred up very quickly. In this atmosphere of panic and anxiety, the unrest quickly spread to Europe, Australia, and even Africa and Southeast Asia. Summer and this little butterfly flapped their wings wherever they went and finally caused a whirlwind that swept the world. His crazy harvest also completely changed the historical course of the stock market and futures market, and the global financial market was almost in a state of tragedy. The stock market trajectory in his previous life has changed drastically. As early as half a month ago, the balance of his U.S. stock account exceeded $60 billion. Seeing the volatile situation, he decisively asked Xia Yu to suspend trading. After withdrawing all the cash, the balance in his overseas bank accounts exceeded $110 billion. He spent $60 billion to order a series of precision medical equipment and laser CNC machine tools from Beer Country. All these productions take time, so I had to honestly place an order, and the delivery would be in 15 days, and the delivery location was chosen to be Saudi Arabia. The remaining $50 billion was used to order large quantities of aviation fuel and special gasoline from several Saudi refineries, with delivery time also 15 days later. To be honest, nowadays, money is really just a number to him. As long as he is willing, Wall Street will have no secrets under his supersensory invasion. Isn't it easy to make money? He even stumbled upon a company where a brown-haired man named Jack was secretly investigating him, investigating chiefing finance. By one hectic afternoon, Jack was drinking coffee when a silhouette of a man in black suddenly popped up on the laptop on his desk. The shadowy figure said in standard American English, "Hello, Jack. I'm the person you're looking for. But let me advise you, don't waste your time on this, because there are some people you can't afford to offend." Then, the glass window of the office shattered with a bang. The laptop screen on the table was also covered with dense cracks that were visible to the naked eye. Jack looked pale and panicked as he watched all this. He heard a burst of intense gunfire coming from the newly broken window. Oh my God, what's wrong with this world? What on earth happened? Chapter 37, Demigod. For the past 2 months, the entire blue planet has been caught up in a series of strange and mysterious phenomena. Large amounts of materials have mysteriously disappeared from various places, and some representative high-quality landforms have also disappeared in large areas. Rumors spread among the people, and hidden forces took the opportunity to stir up waves of chaos, leaving governments in a state of panic and exhausted. Things that are difficult to explain scientifically can ultimately only be attributed to alien creatures or gods and demons. For a time, various opinions were debated online, and no one could easily convince anyone else. Until this day, the mysterious events suddenly and strangely stopped. The world finally returned to normal. But as the instigator, Xia Yu harvested more than half of the blue planet, so the harvest was naturally huge and unimaginable. In addition to the staggering amount of supplies and various landforms, individuals have evolved to an incredible level. Half a month ago, after Xia Yu absorbed the purple energy from the minerals discovered in Africa and Pakistan, his small world was able to upgrade 3 levels. By the 3rd level of the Stargate small world, high level, Sodidifit Terrain. The valley covers an area of 56,000 mu, with 30,000 mu of high-quality arable land. The grassland covers an area of 2.8 million mu and is accompanied by freshwater lakes covering an area of 700,000 mu. New upgraded terrain. The cultivated plains cover an area of 11.2 million mu, 5.2 million mu of high-quality rice, 2.5 million mu of wheat, 1 million mu of corn, 1 million mu of potatoes, 1 million mu of peanuts, 300,000 mu of soybeans, and 200,000 mu of hilly tea. Irrigation water sources, 200,000 mu of reservoirs and lakes, 365 kilometers of rivers. Soil, air, water, planetary level excellent ++. The newly added terrain in the small world turned out to be a planting plain with its own natural granary. This perfectly helps Xia Yu solve the problem of food recycling supply. The total grain area is 11.2 million mu, equivalent to 7,466 square kilometers. According to the warm climate and high-quality soil of the small world, there are 3 harvests a year, with an average yield of 3,000 kilograms per mu per year. The annual grain output of this planting plain can reach 33 million tons, enough to feed 5 million people. With this natural granary, Xia Yu's problem of large-scale cultivation of grain in the small world, which had been bothering him for a long time, was naturally solved. The 30,000 acres of arable land in the valley would actually be a good place to grow some high-quality vegetable varieties. The small world's associated main body has been upgraded. Physical fitness, 2,600%, strength, 2,800%, speed, 3,000%, 100 meters in 0.28 seconds, brain development, 55%. Special ability, telepathy, can use telepathy to imprint and move any object with a maximum distance of 60,000 kilometers. Special ability upgrades, teleportation, within the direct coverage of spiritual consciousness, with an unobstructed radius of 160 kilometers, 48,000 meters underground. Advanced mind control can invade and control all networks, satellites, mechanical software, human brains, animals, etc. Cellular disguise. The superintelligent brain can control the rearrangement of cells throughout the body, changing skin, bones, appearance, hair color, pupils, etc. at will. New special ability, cell remodeling and regeneration, permanently maintain the body's youthful state, automatic wound healing, and longevity. All these changes are amazing. Today, Xia Yu's punch has a force of nearly 3 tons. Without any external force, he can cross 360 meters in 1 second, which is faster than sound. The maximum distance his spiritual consciousness could directly cover was 160 kilometers, which meant that he could teleport 160 kilometers at a time, without relying on the spiritual consciousness imprint. When brain development breaks through 55%, the human body has undergone a qualitative change, and its own cells can be controlled at will, including cell remodeling and regeneration. It can be said that in theory, Xia Yu has become the first immortal person on Blue Planet. Well, strictly speaking, he is no longer a pure human being. It would be more appropriate to call him half human, half god. June 25, 2032, is less than 180 days away from the end of the century. Demigod Xia and his classmates woke up from their soft beds. The morning sun peeked in from the bedroom window, and outside was the bustling street scene of Nandu. After the global $0 shopping harvest was over, he went to Saudi Arabia and pocketed all the $60 billion worth of precision medical equipment and laser CNC machine tools delivered by the Kingdom of Beer, as well as $50 billion worth of aviation fuel and special gasoline ordered from several Saudi refineries. Of course, he would not forget to madly harvest the oil resources of the 4 Middle Eastern countries along the way. Since then, the gasoline, oil, and various fuels accumulated in his space have exceeded the total strategic reserves of more than a dozen major countries on Blue Star. Really spent a day with Grandpa, had some drinks, and went to the park to walk the birds. The sudden slowdown in the pace of life made Xia Yu sigh, but also cherish it especially. On the Blue Planet after the end of the world, this kind of life will be the dream scene of countless people. Of course, he had to stay in Kunming for 2 days, flirting with Tang Yina. They went up the mountain to dig bamboo shoots, cooked delicious food, and helped the elegant grandmother water the vegetables. These happy and peaceful days passed by unknowingly, and everything before my eyes seemed to be unreal and illusory. No wonder Buddhists say, life is like a dream and a bubble. Perhaps, only disasters and human suffering are the most real, and everything else is illusory. After Xia Yu returned to Shicheng, the first thing he did was to go to Wufeng to arrange the group's next work focus, speed up production and stockpiling, and increase spending. Amidst lamentations of his inhumane wealth, Xia Yu added another 50 billion yuan in funds to each subsidiary. On the way, he also received the second batch of high-quality rice purchased by Fatty Li for storage, a total of 350,000 tons. When the rice payment and commission arrived, Fatty Lee's shiny round face was so happy that it almost dripped with oil. Finally, Xia Yu left Shicheng and returned to Nandu under Yi Bing's resentful gaze. In the northern district of Nandu, an old industrial park covering an area of 100 acres has been quietly transformed into a brand new look. In the center of the industrial park stands a 10-story main building with 4 large golden characters on the roof. Stargate Security, sparkling in the sun. The large open space in the garden was divided into several training grounds, with rows of imposing teams, some shouting, some standing, some running, and some fighting with their bare hands. In a conference room in the main building, the first high-level meeting of Stargate Security Company was being held. Brother Foam, thank you and everyone for your hard work over the past 2 months. Xia Yu, who was sitting at the chief's seat, said with a smile. Haha, no need to thank me. Just treat me to some ancient country cigars. The ones who have worked the hardest are Wolfhead and the others. Wu Yifeng smiled, leaning comfortably in his chair, puffing on a cigar. Don't worry, Brother Foam. I'll take care of all the cigars you'll have in your lifetime. Well, you have to keep your word. So many brothers are listening. Of course, from today on, you'll have all the cigars you want. Xia Yu waved his hand with great enthusiasm and said, Just kidding, there is still half of the ancient country's cigar stock in the space. How long will it take to finish it? I feel relieved with your words, huh? Wu Yifeng inexplicably felt at ease and reassured. Since Xia Yu was able to provide him with enough cigars, he probably had sufficient food and supplies as well. Chiefing, a wealthy company that rivals a country, not only invested in community construction, but also quietly launched a massive plan to stockpile food, supplies, and talent. Wolfhead, please report on your work. Wu Yifeng said. Yes. Zhao Jun stood up suddenly, his posture as firm as a pine tree, and said in a steady and powerful voice. Reporting to Stargate Security, there are currently 39 retired Snow Wolf Special Forces personnel. I'm the captain of the God War team. Haizi and Huilang are deputy captains, and there are 6 senior instructors under me in firearms, fighting, cold weapons, reconnaissance, sniping, and heavy armor, tank and flight, driving. In the early stages of heavy-duty driving, theoretical and electronic simulation teaching will be conducted. The team is divided into 30 squadrons, each with a squadron leader who is a retired Snow Wolf. Each squadron commands 100 members, all of whom are veterans and have undergone rigorous character review and comprehensive assessment. Each squadron is divided into 10 teams. Each team has 10 people, and there is 1 team leader. The current team has a total of 3,039 people, all of whom have entered the second phase of training courses, and the families of all team members have been resettled. Report completed. Good. Xia Yu nodded in admiration and was very satisfied with the efficiency in the early stage. However, we still need to expand our staff. We need to have at least 30,000 people. This is our primary goal. Hiss. Zhao Jun, Haizi, and Huilang looked at each other in surprise when they heard this, and several senior instructors present at the meeting all gasped in surprise. Damn, how can this be called a security company? With so many people, they could easily be an army. Do you think 30,000 people is a lot? Wu Yifeng on the side frowned and said loudly, Do you know how big the Guangchong future community we are building is? 63 square kilometers. In the future, there may be hundreds of companies, thousands of businesses, and millions of people living here. Is this 30,000 team members a lot? Actually, not a lot. So, just recruit people and train them strictly to become an Iron Army. We will provide you with enough money. Do you have faith? Upon hearing this, the backbones of the Zhao army breathed a sigh of relief, then stood up excitedly, puffing out their chests. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Chapter 38, Chapter 739. After coming out of the Stargate Security, Xia Yu drove to Guangchong Base. Just the moment he opened the car door, he sensed a faint and strange aura hidden in the backrest of the driver's seat. Xia Yu took a quick look with his spiritual sense and found a clue. At some point, a peanut-sized tracking device was placed inside the seatback. A black eavesdropping device mysteriously appeared on the inside of the backrest. Strangely, there was not a single sign of damage on the outside of the backrest. How'd this thing get in there? Is it a supernatural power? Penetration? Xia Yu analyzed calmly while driving, and a smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's quite interesting. The Maybach quickly drove onto the Guangnan Expressway. Xia Yu casually scanned the back of the car with his spiritual sense. More than 500 meters away, the The black Honda SUV was still following closely without any hurry. The tracking technology was indeed quite secretive, but the signal microwaves emitted from the eavesdropping device in his car from time to time betrayed the other party. Xia Yu had already locked onto the SUV through the signal. The appearance of a man and a woman in the SUV also appeared clearly in Xia Yu's mind. Lu Tu, do you think this guy has discovered us? In the high-speed SUV, a thin girl with short hair stared at the laptop on her lap, raised her right hand, and adjusted the earbud on her ear. How is that possible? My ability is beyond grade A. My penetration technique won't leave any traces. It's invisible to the naked eye. Who could possibly discover it? Don't think too much. Just keep your eyes on him. The man in white who was driving said this with disdain, while his slender fingers like an artist tapped the steering wheel rhythmically, as if he was playing a beautiful classical piece of music. Don't be too confident. Anyway, I trust my own intuition more. I think he must have really noticed us following him. The girl curled her lips, and her eyes seemed to be filled with a strange light. There was an indescribable lively beauty on her slightly immature and ordinary face. Mr. and I, Faye, please trust my professional ability and don't challenge me with your childish woman's intuition, okay? Lu Tu, don't you know? Women's intuition is also a professional ability. Besides, the person we are tracking is a suspected S-class psychic. And I, Faye, wrinkled his nose in dissatisfaction and puffed out his chest. His slightly thin body under his white professional shirt couldn't hide his pair of exaggeratedly plump breasts that were about to burst through his clothes. The man glanced at her helplessly and didn't want to argue anymore. Nonsense. It was stupid to reason with a woman. Little did they know that every move of the two people in the car could not escape Xia Yu's abnormal spiritual monitoring. Even their subtle expressions and tones were visible. 2.5 kilometers ahead is a highway toll station. At this time, Xia Yu discovered an unusual atmosphere. At the exit of the toll station, a team of special agents armed with live ammunition were standing by. At this moment, more than 20 meters away from the toll booth, two cars, one red and one white, suddenly turned around in the opposite direction and fled at high speed, one in front and the other behind. Dingwu, dingwu, dingwu. Sharp sirens sounded, and four special police vehicles reacted quickly, rushing through the toll station one after another and chasing the two escaping cars. Vehicles going in the opposite direction caused chaos on the highway, with many vehicles rear-ending each other or being forced to stop on the side of the guardrail. Xia Yu noticed all this early on, so he parked the car in the emergency lane in advance, pushed the door open and got out, then stood on the side of the road and lit a cigarette with interest. Soon, two cars, one red and one white, flew past, driving in the opposite direction and weaving flexibly in the traffic. Bang, bang, bang. Two black pistols suddenly jutted out of the rear windows of a small white car, firing frantically at the pursuing police car. However, on the high-speed highway, the effect was minimal. Some private cars along the road were hit, with several accidentally struck by stray bullets, causing cries of alarm. Bang! Another gunshot was heard, and Xia Yu frowned, sensing that the trajectory of the bullet was actually heading towards the left rear tire of the Maybach. Holy shit, what kind of crappy shooting is this? He cursed inwardly, and with a movement of his spiritual consciousness, the high-speed rotating bullet strangely hovered only an inch away from the tire and stopped moving. Damn it, I didn't mean to meddle in other people's business, but why the hell are you shooting randomly? Do you know that it is dangerous for children to play with guns? After glancing at the white car that was speeding away 200 meters away, Xia Yu moved his spiritual sense again, and the bullet hovering in front of the tire suddenly turned around and hit the left front wheel of the car in the blink of an eye. Bang! A strong air shock wave was followed by a harsh sound of tires rubbing against the road. The white car lost control and slid forward on the road. As it slid in front of it, it happened to be the black SUV that was following Xia Yu. It seemed that only 3 seconds would pass before the two cars would collide. Xia Yu, who was watching from afar, let out a startled cry and raised his eyebrows because he found. A man in white flashed for a moment and walked out of the SUV through the door. Yes, the door was not open, and the man walked out through the door. The figure rushed forward quickly and entered the white car. Then there was a vibration inside the car. Squeak! It was a close call. The white car stopped half a meter in front of the SUV. The man in white slowly pushed the door open and got out of the car. He glanced at the 3 suspects who had been knocked unconscious by him in the car, walked to the slightly deformed left front wheel, reached out and touched it, frowning in thought. Dingwu, dingwu, dingwu. At this time, the pursuing police cars had arrived and two of them continued to chase the fleeing red car in front. Two other police cars stopped, and six fully armed special agents quickly pushed the door open and came out, pointing their black silent submachine guns at the target vehicle and the man in white beside the car. Put your hands up and turn your back. The man in white raised his hands helplessly, turned his back, and shouted, "Brothers, we're all family. The ID is in my right trouser pocket." At this time, the passenger door of the SUV was pushed open and a thin girl with a very plump chest stepped out. She trotted towards the Secret Service personnel. "Comrade, we are from the Beijing Bureau. Here are my IDs." The leading special agent solemnly took her ID, carefully examined it, and asked, "He too?" "Yes, he is our team leader and his ID is with him," the girl replied. The leading special agent signaled one of his men to come forward and search the man, and sure enough, he found a dark green ID card in the right trouser pocket of the man in white. After confirming the identities of the two men, the surrounding special agents breathed a sigh of relief and quickly controlled the three unconscious suspects in the white car. What a hassle! Xia Yu, who was more than 200 meters away, shook his head and took a deep puff of his cigarette. His figure flashed and disappeared instantly. Less than 3 seconds later, he reappeared and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke from his mouth. 2 kilometers away, the red car that was fleeing at high speed suddenly stalled, braked suddenly, and stopped strangely. It was not until a group of special agents surrounded the car that they discovered that all the suspects in the car were unconscious. 5 minutes later, a man in white appeared in front of the red car, following a police car. The suspect in the car had already been detained. He opened the cockpit door and looked inside, but found nothing unusual. He only vaguely smelled a hint of cigarette smoke. Could it be him? The man in white frowned, immediately drove back to his original place, started the SUV, and a minute later, he parked the car in front of Xia Yu very naturally. At this moment, Xia Yu had just finished smoking his third cigarette. He looked up at the man in white who was pushing the door and getting out of the car and smiled. "If you don't come, I'm leaving." The man in white stared at him with a stern look. "You did all this?" "The left tire of the first car and the sudden stop of the second car." "Why should I tell you?" Xia Yu smiled. "You don't have to deny it. I smell cigarettes coming from the red car. They're exactly the same as what you're smoking now." Xia Yu laughed and said, "Then what? Put me in Bureau 739? Make me a guinea pig? Or let me serve you?" The man in white's face changed drastically. "Ow, how do you know about Bureau 739? And how do you know our identities?" China's most mysterious Bureau 739, the rumored Institute of Supernatural Powers, is comparable to America's SHIELD. In my eyes, it's nothing special. And you, Liu Tian, the leader of the 739th Bureau's Field Team 3, a level penetration ability user, you were the one who placed the bug in my car, right? The man in white, Liu Tian, felt his scalp tingling and stared at Xia Yu in disbelief. "I don't like being followed, and of course I don't like being eavesdropped on." As Xia Yu spoke, he waved his hand, and a black eavesdropping device appeared out of thin air in front of Liu Tian. The next second, it mysteriously shattered into pieces. Chapter 39, SSS Level Superpowers. Xia Yu, you are very strong, the strongest person I have ever seen in my life. Liu Tian tried hard to calm his shock and said, "Since you know our 739th Bureau, you naturally understand what we do. Don't get me wrong, we have no ill intentions. We will just conduct necessary investigations into phenomena that cannot be explained by science. Of course, we are also interested in some people with special abilities. As you know, I am Liu Tian, the leader of Team 3, responsible for field investigations, and I have one other team member." Liu Tian waved back, and the thin, short-haired girl jumped out of the car, her overly plump breasts swaying up and down. "Are you Xia Yu?" An Fei's face was filled with curiosity as he kept looking at the young man in front of him. "He's really handsome, much more handsome than in the photo." Xia Yu coughed awkwardly a few times, then asked with a smile, "Your name is Fei, right? Are you also an A-level psychic?" Yes, my name is Fei. I'm from Shancheng. I'm 21 years old this year. My special ability is super memory." Fei looked at Xia Yu with excitement and a little admiration. Fei, is there anyone who reveals his true identity like you? You have violated the discipline." Liu Tian shouted seriously. "Tisk, do we really need to hide this little secret of ours? Xia Yu can figure it out with just a little brain power, right? You shun. Xia Yu had a frown on his face. Indeed, as long as he wanted, there was no secret in this world that he could not find. And I, Fei, right? Your super memory ability really allows you to remember everything you see? Do you remember everything from birth to the present? Even a bee you saw flying when you were 3 years old? Yes, alas. Having such a terrible memory is also a burden. I can't forget anything I've seen. Life is really tiring. And I, Fei, had a bitter face and seemed to have lost all desire to live. Lu Tian glared at her fiercely, patted her head in disgust, then turned to Xia Yu and said, Xia Yu, can we talk? Anyway, this section of the road is blocked, and we can't move on for the time being. Okay, it's good to chat. I also want to know more about people with special abilities. Xia Yu took out a cigarette, handed it to Lu Tian, lit it, and lit one for himself. On the messy half of the highway, traffic police began to direct the evacuation of traffic. On the side of the road, 2 young men were smoking by the guardrail. Xia Yu, from what I've observed, your ability to reverse bullets and teleport 2 kilometers just now can at least reach the level of an SSS-level psychic. This is very abnormal. You have to know that in the entire blue planet, we have never received any information about S-level mutants before. SSS level is 3 levels higher than A level. Xia Yu exhaled a puff of white smoke and asked calmly, Yes, that's theoretically true. Research on people with special abilities began in the 1950s. The first institute established in China, 527, was dedicated to studying special abilities. Later, due to the evolution of the situation, Bureau 739 was established. Bureau 739 is different from Institute 527. Institute 527 focuses on theoretical and experimental research on special abilities, while we are more inclined to investigate and recruit civilian people with special abilities. Of course, the investigation team sometimes participates in special operations. We divide the supernatural power levels on Blue Star into 6 levels, namely, Level C. Those who have initially awakened to superpowers have self-awareness and can use superpowers, but their abilities are not strong. Their effects are generally reflected in attack-related superpowers, and auxiliary superpowers have little effect. Level B, with excellent strength, can skillfully use abilities and can independently create a variety of skills. Some special ability users can fight against ordinary thermal weapons. It is the largest and most common ability level. Level A, the highest level of superpowers known to Blue Star, has reached the level of perfection in the use of their abilities and is able to resist most thermal weapons. Most of them are core personnel in superpower organizations. S level, the more powerful SS level, and the abnormally strong SSS level are all theoretical levels of superpowers. Surface data shows that there has never been a superpower of this level on Blue Star before, and its powerful abilities are difficult to assess for the time being. E level, a legendary level of supernatural power, specific abilities unknown. F level, no longer classified as human, can be deified. After finishing his words in one breath, Lu Tian had just finished smoking the cigarette in his hand. He glanced at Xia Yu, who was as calm as an ancient well, and said, Xia Yu, I have another question. Was the smell of cigarettes you left in the red car intentional? Xia Yu raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. You guessed right. Otherwise you wouldn't be in such a hurry to see me, right? To be honest, I don't need to risk my life to deal with these petty thieves. All I need to do is think about it. Lu Tian looked incredulous and exclaimed, So, you're still hiding your strength? You're not just SSS level? What level are you? Xia Yu exhaled the last puff of smoke, casually flicked his finger upwards, and the soft cigarette but shot out like a bullet. With a whoosh sound, the short cigarette but had vanished without a trace. A visible ripple stretched from Xia Yu's finger to nearly 10,000 meters in the sky. A mass of white clouds in the sky was rapidly stirred up, swirling like steam. What level am I? He guess. Lu Tian and Ni Fei were stunned. After a long time, they withdrew their gaze from the sky. They looked at each other, trying hard to hide their extreme shock. Just how strong is this person? Too evil, isn't he? When you are faced with a powerful force that is too far away to reach, apart from shock and admiration, perhaps the only thing left is a feeling of powerlessness. Xia Yu, I will report this to the higher-ups truthfully. Given your powerful abilities, there might be some trouble. Lu Tian breathed a sigh of relief, handed over a business card, and said sincerely, This is my contact information. On the surface, we are special envoys from the Beijing Bureau. If you need anything in the future, you can call me. Xia Yu took the business card, glanced at it, memorized the phone number, and replied with a smile. Let's talk about it later. We can talk about it when we have a chance to meet. With that, he waved his hand, turned around, got into the car, and drove away. You shun, we will stay in Nandu for a few more days. I'll have dinner with you when I have time. And Ifei looked at the rear of Xia Yu's car and shouted excitedly, causing Lu Tian next to him to shake his head and smile bitterly. This girl, doesn't she want any modesty at all? At Guangchong Doomsday Base, after 4 months of working day and night, the construction of the 2 inner and outer caves has been completed. If you want to enter the outer cave at this time, you have to pass through a thick wall. The wall is divided into 3 layers in a stepped manner, and the highest layer leads directly to the top of the cave entrance. The 50-meter high city wall is full of outward-facing shooting holes and observation windows on each layer. In the middle of the city wall is a 20-meter wide, 15-meter high, and 30-meter long corridor with 2 titanium alloy doors inside and outside, each of which is 3 meters thick. In the 20-acre open land outside the city wall, more than 3,000 construction workers are working in full swing, and a 5-story fully enclosed castle is gradually taking shape. Further outside is the Grand Guangchong Future Community Construction Project, in which hundreds of thousands of people are participating. Guangchong Cave, the originally spacious space, has undergone earth-shaking changes. Chapter 40 Cave, Heaven Paradise. Inside the Guangchong Cave, there's a 5-story building made of celadon granite. In the living room on the 2nd floor of the small building, a man and a woman were eating hot pot face to face. Man, I caught this fish from the reservoir behind the mountain. It weighs more than 8 kilograms. Look, with tofu as the base and some ginger and scallions, the flavor is simply unbeatable. Dip it in some soy sauce and chili peppers. It's really delicious and spicy. Absolutely. Next to the steaming hot pot, a wheat-skinned and pretty girl was chewing fish while sipping iced coconut milk in ecstasy. Dang de Guang, you can't eat too much, otherwise you will get fatter. Ugh. The burly man who was eating heartily turned pale and said in distress, Oh man, can you please let me eat my fill first? Also, I'm called strong, not fat. Oh man stuck out her tongue cutely, smiled slyly, and casually picked up a piece of fish belly from the pot and stuffed it into the other person's bowl. Well, then you should eat more. You'll be stronger and fatter. Dang de Guang didn't mind. He stuffed the fish belly into his mouth and smiled foolishly with happiness on his face. Actually, you're such a good cook, you should be a chef. Why did you become a construction contractor? Momo asked curiously. I don't want to either. My dream has always been to become a great chef, so I've been practicing my cooking skills since I was a child, and I've even learned from many chefs of different cuisines. As for architecture, it was my family who forced me into it, alas. Dang de Guang said with a sad face. It doesn't matter. With a foodie like me around, you'll have plenty of opportunities to show off your skills. Oh man said, patting her chest. That would be great. Dang de Guang smiled until his eyes narrowed into slits and said, Man, since you like fish so much, we can raise more in the small lake outside the cave. Speaking of which, after your meticulous renovation, the original 300 square meter pond has become 20 times larger, and it really feels a bit like a small West Lake. Of course. Who am I? I'm the youngest, most talented, and beautiful architectural designer on Blue Star. Oh man proudly puffed out her chest and was as happy as a little peacock. The stone building was filled with the tempting aroma of food. Outside the bright glass windows, a cool breeze blew from nowhere, and the lush fruit trees swayed with the unique tranquility of the afternoon. At this moment, the entire outer cave is emitting soft, natural light, and among the fruit trees and flowers, there are rows of 5-story buildings scattered around. Rows of green vegetable gardens, a clear stream running through, in the distance, a small lake with shimmering waves, a cool breeze blowing, shadows of trees swaying, and even birds singing in the greenery. What a blessed place, the best place on earth. Ding ling ling. The phone on the table rang, and Ding de Guang jumped up. Who is this? They're interrupting me and this beautiful woman. When he saw that it was Xia Yu, his anger immediately subsided. Shadow, how could you bear to show up? You haven't surfaced for such a long time. Everyone thought you became a monk. Detsy, I'm your financial backer now. Don't be disrespectful. Are you in the cave? Well, I'm having hot pot with a beautiful lady. Reservoir fish, you're in for a treat. Then open the door quickly. This cave is like a bunker, and the walls are so high. Wait. 5 minutes later, Xia Yu stepped through two thick titanium alloy doors and once again entered Guanchong Cave. Even though he was mentally prepared and had scanned the area with his spiritual sense before, Xia Yu was still stunned for a moment when a scene like a paradise came into view. Holy crap, this is so beautiful. Can a cave be made like this? At the entrance of the cave is a spacious, small square, where the milky white marble emits a noble and cool glow. On both sides of the square, there's a tall, gray-white building. One is used as a general material storage warehouse, and the other is a cold storage for fresh ice. Further ahead, there are lush fruit trees, apple trees, walnut trees, jujube trees, pomegranate trees, grapes, European plums, soft-fruited kiwis, cold-resistant large fruit cherries. There are also clusters of camellia, jasmine, winter sweet. The bees and butterflies flying among the flowers add a touch of interest. A stream flows gently through it, and the rows of vegetables by the stream add a lot of pastoral atmosphere. The entire cave ceiling and walls are filled with reflectors and sun lamps, so that the cave is always bathed in soft, natural light. Awesome! Oh man, your design is much more amazing than the original drawing. Xia Yu stepped onto the tree-lined path, turned his head and smiled at the somewhat reserved little beauty, and said, "You look good, a little fatter, more plump. I guess you've been eating a lot of delicacies here, right?" "Huh." Oh man secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Her oval face suddenly turned red, and she unconsciously glared at Deng Dugwang beside her. "Humph, it's all your fault. Why do you make so many delicious foods every day?" The three of them walked into the small building, and while chatting, they tacitly cleared away all the hot pot ingredients on the table. After eating and drinking his fill, Xia Yu sat in the quaint bluestone building, looking at the unique scenery outside the window. He was very satisfied. It seemed that this pair of men and women were quite reliable. Let's go and see the real paradise of Doomsday survival. Xia Yu took the lead and walked out of the small building, holding a cigarette comfortably, but he was embarrassed to light it because of the presence of female compatriots. When you reach the junction of the inner and outer caves, the original small pond on the right has now become a lake of more than 6,000 square meters. The fruit trees by the lake are lush and green, reflected in the water. Schools of fish and shrimps swim leisurely, and a few unknown birds sing among the red fruits and green leaves. This design is quite artistic and very nice, Xia Yu praised. Oh man raised her head, looking very proud, and said, "We flatten the stone steps in front and build a time tunnel. After walking through the tunnel, you will enter the inner cave." The three of them stepped forward, and a wide semicircular tunnel came into view. The floor of the tunnel is made of white fluorescent rock, a characteristic of inner caves, and is dotted with blue and silver crystals. Inside, people feel as if they have entered a dreamlike journey through time and space. As you walk through the tunnel, the magnificent atmosphere of the 5 square kilometers of the inner cave will hit you. The originally tall and wide inner cave has been built into an extremely large 3-dimensional ecological city. The 4-story spiral milky white building stands in a magical cave emitting white fluorescent light. The first layer is a rice planting area built on the basis of the river in the cave, with an independent irrigation system, automatic lighting and temperature and humidity control system. The neatly arranged rice fields stretch as far as the eye can see, covering an area of more than 5,000 mu. The green ears of rice in the fields are bent, and the rice grains are slightly yellow, which seems to foreshadow the first joyful harvest season. The second floor is a 500 mu, approximately 1,000 acres planting area for wheat, potatoes, and various grains. It also has independent lighting, temperature, and humidity control systems, as well as automatic fertilization and irrigation systems. The third floor is the fruit and vegetable planting area, where more than 100 kinds of fruits and vegetables are planted, covering an area of 4,200 mu. The fourth floor is the poultry and livestock breeding area, covering an area of 4,000 acres, with more than 200,000 chickens, ducks, geese, rabbits, pigs, cattle, sheep, etc. Here, the fully closed animal and plant recycling ecosystem, invented by O Guodong, has its greatest use. The 4-story Nadong Eco-City, the ecosystem alone, cost over 10 billion yuan. In the first floor rice area, at the end of the river, the 100-meter underground waterfall still rumbles loudly. Next to the waterfall, there is a small hydroelectric and oil-fired power station, which more than enough electricity to power the 2 caves. In the center, amidst the fragrant rice fields, stood 6 enormous milky white stone platforms. 6 holy springs gushed out, eventually converging into a river that weaved through clusters of roses. It was like a fairyland in a dream. So beautiful. Even though she had seen it more than once, oh man, who was full of girlish heart, still couldn't resist such a beautiful scenery. I've decided. I'm going to live here from now on. Xia Yu, please don't chase me away. How could that be? You're both heroes. You and Daguang will each get a small bluestone building. You can live there as long as you like. Xia Yu was in a good mood and made the promise readily. Thank you, boss. Thank you, Mr. Shrimphead. He. Oh man and Deng Daguang smiled at each other, both feeling overjoyed. What they didn't know was that in a few months, when meteorites from the outside world descended, it would be as tragic as hell on Earth, followed by a brutal cold and famine. Living here is a true paradise, a blessed land. Chapter 41, Lu Tian's Invitation. Every day in the cave is quiet and comfortable. These days, Xia and a pair of dogs, a man and a woman, while inspecting the bunker and the construction site of the future community, always get some river fish or chicken and duck and eat them to their heart's content thanks to Deng Daguang's superb cooking skills. Guodong's laboratory, which was the first to participate in the construction of the Nadong ecological circulation system, also moved in as a whole during these days. A group of technicians have long been amazed by this magnificent three-dimensional ecological landscape and naturally have a deep identification and love for this place. The overall relocation of Wuffing Seed Company was soon put on the agenda. Before the relocation, Xia Yu specially invited his uncle and cousin's family to visit the cave. Brother, did you really make this hole? It's really so shocking. After the visit, cousin Xia Binglin and his family were still shocked. How about it? Let's all move in together and live in a small villa. The working environment will be good too. Xia Yu smiled. Xia Yu, are all the people from our seed company going to move in? Uncle Xia Jingliang asked, and he was naturally very happy. Not only was the scenery here beautiful, but each bluestone building was also fully equipped with living facilities and daily necessities, and was also very high-end. Of course, it's voluntary. Those who are willing to come in can bring their families. Each family will be allocated a small building, and the company will cover all daily living expenses. Xia Yu said, Uncle, can I move in too? My 5-year-old niece Charlene was very excited, and her face was full of joy as if she had found a treasure. Of course you can. Our Xiaolin will be the little princess here in the future. She can eat sweet fruits and see beautiful flowers, haha. Xia Yu touched his niece's head lovingly and smiled. Yeah, that's great. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, I'm going to live here. I'm going to live here. Charlene jumped up excitedly and clapped her hands joyfully. The whole family laughed and watched the little girl jumping around happily. The eldest sister-in-law, Wang Xuan, stepped forward and pulled her daughter, scolding her. Look at you, yelling and shouting, what's wrong with you? Why don't you thank your uncle? Thank you, uncle. I love you. Everyone laughed. Yes, Xia Yu, if we move in, what will happen to the children's schooling? After all, this place is quite far from the city. Wang Xuan suddenly thought a key issue. Well, I was just about to tell you that I'm planning to open a private comprehensive school here, which will include kindergarten, elementary school, and middle school courses. The procedures have already been submitted, and I think it will be approved soon. We will vacate the 3 largest comprehensive buildings in the cave and hire 20 or 30 excellent teachers with high salaries. It will be much more convenient for children to go to school in the future. In addition, when the future residential areas outside are built, there will be no shortage of schools, even universities. That would be great. Brother Binglin will try to complete the seed company's relocation within a month. Okay, no problem. Xia Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After properly settling his relatives, he no longer had to worry about the end of the world. He would find a way to trick his grandfather into joining him someday. Tang Yina and her grandmother should also be arranged as soon as possible. The small bluestone building by the lake, near the bamboo forest, is just right for them to live in. Of course, if Tang Yina wants to live in the same house with him, he wouldn't mind. As for Wuffing's other subsidiaries, he has discussed with Wu Yifeng that when the residential area is almost completed in the future, they will all be relocated into the residential area as high-quality enterprises. After arranging everything, Xia Yu set out to return to Nandu. On the way, he unexpectedly received a call. President Gao. Mr. Xia, you are a forgetful person. How could you forget your old friends so quickly? Gao Lan's somewhat resentful voice came from the phone. Without looking, Xia Yu could imagine her expression at the moment. Hey, present gal, please stop teasing me. I'm too busy for you, tall and beautiful lady. Oomph. I'm not going to waste my time talking to you anymore. I'll be heading back to Nandu in 10 days or so. You have to treat me to a nice meal. I've collected over 10 pieces of top-quality violets for you. Really? Thank you so much. I'll treat you to whatever you want to eat when you return to Nandu. By the way, how much did it cost to purchase it? I'll transfer the payment and commission to you. Xia Yu's heart became lively, and there was another unexpected surprise. Although the Violet Collection card was originally issued just for the purpose of $0 purchases around the world, I didn't expect to receive so many rare and top-quality purple and green jadeite. It seems that there is hope for the small world to be upgraded again. Let's talk about the money when we meet. Remember to treat me to a meal. I'm going to make a killing. See you in Nandu. Okay, see you in Nandu. Xia Yu was in a good mood. He took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth coquettishly. Under his powerful touch, the Maybach felt like it was flying an airplane. Nandu has entered the hot summer of July. With the temperature reaching nearly 40 degrees, various summer escape products and projects are very popular. However, no one would believe that in another 5 months, the entire blue planet will turn into a freezing cold world of ice and snow. I returned to my apartment, had just taken a shower, and I was about to curl up on the sofa under the air conditioner when the phone rang again. Xia Yu, our leader just arrived in Nandu and wants to meet you. Is today convenient for you? It was Lu Tian's voice. Okay, time and place. I'll pick you up downstairs in 10 minutes. Good. Given the mystery and background of Bureau 739, it was not surprising that they knew his phone number and specific location at the first moment. Xia Yu did not take it to heart. In the face of absolute strength, everything is nothing. 10 minutes later, Xia Yu got on Lu Tian's black SUV, drove all the way to the suburbs, and turned into a beautiful sanatorium. In an unremarkable small building, Xia Yu met the mysterious leader of Bureau 739. On a quaint tea table, a vigorous old man in his 60s is leisurely making and drinking tea. Xia Yu, please sit down. The old man raised his head and glanced at Xia Yu, who walked into the room. His eyes flashed, and he smiled and invited Xia Yu to take a seat. Xia Yu smiled and sat down. I wonder what your name is, senior. I'm Jiang Bui. You can call me Lao Jiang. Old Ginger? Huh, not bad. Old Ginger is still spicy. Jiang Bui's smooth, almost wrinkle-free face showed a deeper smile as he offered tea and said, Xia Yu is really interesting. How about trying the Longjing tea I brewed before the rain? Xia Yu picked up the teacup with his right hand, gently supported the bottom of the cup with his left hand, put it to the tip of his nose, and sniffed it for a moment, closed his eyes, and enjoyed it, then took a sip and savored it carefully. It smells fresh and fragrant, tastes mellow yet soft, and then tastes elegantly sweet with a lingering aftertaste. Wonderful, wonderful. Huh, is this made with Hangzhou's Hupao spring water? No wonder it's so refreshing and delicious. The old man's eyes lit up, and he could no longer conceal his admiration. He laughed and said, Ha ha, great. Judging people by tasting their tea is the most profound truth. Xia Yu, you didn't disappoint me. Chapter 42, Chapter 42, 9 Groups of Divine Guards. Senior, you are too kind. I am just a commoner and cannot bear such a great responsibility. Xia Yu smiled and put down the teacup in his hand. Jiang Bui raised the corner of his mouth slightly, picked up the white porcelain teapot, and poured another cup for Xia Yu. You don't need to be too modest. You are so young, and yet you have such abnormal abilities. It's not an exaggeration to call you the #1 person on Blue Star. At least from what I have seen and heard, you are currently the strongest person on Earth. Well, do you know my ability level? A level plus. Yes, it's A level plus. A level plus seems much stronger than A level, and on the surface it's infinitely close to S level, but everyone in the industry knows that this is just our self-consolation. Among the A plus abilities, my petrification ability is one of the strongest. Whether in defense or attack, I have few rivals. But over the past few decades, no matter how hard I tried, there has never been a glimmer of hope of reaching a higher level. Among high-level psychics, the hurdle from A level to S level is difficult to cross. Basically, no one in the history of Blue Star has been able to cross it. This has nothing to do with effort or even talent. Do you know why there are basically no S-level mutants on Blue Planet? Because the appearance of S-level psychics is often related to the most mysterious and ethereal destiny. Luck is also the most elusive thing, But once you have it, you will become the absolute protagonist of this era without exception. So, we call him the son of fortune. Son of destiny? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Xia Yu curled his lips. After all, it was better to keep a low profile in front of this old fox. That's not an exaggeration at all. Xia Yu, since we have the chance to meet, old Jiang, won't hide anything. In the entire 739th Bureau, there are only 5 people with abilities of my level. The number of people from other countries on Blue Star combined would not exceed 30. But since the 1970s, there hasn't been an S-level psychic on Blue Star. Xia Yu raised his eyebrows and asked, "So in the 1970s, there were S-level psychics?" Yes, the 1970s was the most glorious period for our 739th Bureau. At that time, we produced an extremely powerful S-rank warrior. Oh, how evil is it? He's as young as you, and he also rose to prominence suddenly. Back then, he shocked the world with his incredibly powerful ability to manipulate the 5 elements. Later, it was determined that he had reached at least SS level. 5 elements power? Even more awesome than Magneto. Of course, Magneto only raised his gold-type ability to A+. It's not comparable to controlling all 5 elements at the same time, and it's still an abnormal SS level. Xia Yu took a sip of tea and muttered, "He's quite perverted." Oh, and how does he compare to Wolverine and Dark Phoenix? Jiang Bui rolled his eyes. You've been watching too much Marvel, haven't you? These characters don't exist in reality. Magneto does exist, but he lives in the Northern Bear Country. Xia Yu touched his nose awkwardly and asked again, "What happened next? Why is this guy no longer in Bureau 739? He later disappeared." Jiang Bui sighed and said with great regret, "It is said that for a woman, he walked into the uninhabited area of Lop near one day and has never been heard from since. It's as if he suddenly evaporated from the face of the earth." When Xia Yu heard this, he couldn't help but feel a touch of emotion in his heart. It was so subtle, but it seemed as if it had been destined. This feeling was extremely mysterious, and it was hard to explain. "Can I know his name?" Xia Yu asked. Jiang Bui was silent for a moment before he sighed. "His name is Yi Qiu." Before he disappeared, he was the only member of Group 9 of Bureau 739, known as the Nineth Group of Divine Guards. Number 001. Ye Qi. Xia Yu pondered and smiled. "Nice name, as good as my name." "Xia Yu, since we've come this far, let's get straight to the point. I'm meeting you today because I hope you'll officially join Bureau 739. This is your official ID, with a unique top-secret identification chip embedded in the interlayer." Jiang Bui pushed a dark purple certificate in front of Xia Yu. On the simple and solemn purple book was a golden unicorn. Xia Yu took the certificate and casually flipped open the inner page. He saw 2 lines of simple black text printed inside. 739 Bureau. 9 groups of Divine Guards, number 002". 9 groups of Divine Guards? Old Jiang, if I accept this, does that mean I have an extra license to kill? Okay, but there are some bottom lines that cannot be crossed. In fact, we won't make any excessive demands on S-level psychics who are qualified to enter Group 9. I only hope that when the country is in danger, you can provide necessary assistance to the best of your ability. This is also the true meaning of our formation of the Divine Guards. Xia Yu stared at the tiny number on the ID, 002, and seemed to feel that the feeling of attraction became stronger. He sighed secretly and said decisively, "I'm sorry, but I can't take this license to kill." On the way back to downtown Nandu, Xia Yu seemed exceptionally silent. Lu Tian, who was driving, glanced at him several times in the rearview mirror and finally couldn't help asking, "Xia Yu, why do you seem to be worried?" Xia Yu said angrily, "Isn't it all thanks to you? I almost fell into the trap, alas." "Haven't you fallen into the trap yet?" Lu Tian laughed. And Ai Fei, who was sitting in the passenger seat, turned his head and looked at Xia Yu hopefully when he heard this. "Xia Yu, wouldn't you consider joining us?" "And Ai Fei, can you please use your brain? How could a pervert like him join our small fish pond?" Lu Tian said helplessly. "That's true. Anyway, Xia, how about we go out for a big dinner tonight?" And Ai Fei looked at him with hope in his eyes. Xia Yu shook his head and refused directly. "No, I'm not in the mood. Lu Tian, just send me back to Chiefeng. I have things to do." "All right." Lu Tian agreed, but Ai Fei on the side couldn't hide her disappointment, and her little mouth curled up unconsciously. Xia Yu hasn't been back to Chiefeng for almost 3 months. The luxurious decoration of the past is still there, but the financial department has long been disbanded, replaced by the newly emerging and busy chiefing real estate. As soon as I returned to my office and sat down on the sofa, my assistant Xia Yu, who had the nose of a puppy, followed me in. After not seeing her for a few months, this little girl seems to have become even more charming and lovely, with a fresh look all over her body. As soon as she entered the door, Xia Yu sat on the sofa, holding her chin with her hands and staring at Xia Yu's handsome face without saying a word. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Xia Yu touched his face. "You also know that there's a flower on your face? How come you're not my boyfriend with such a handsome face?" Woo-woo. Xia Yu had a face full of resentment, with a slightly exaggerated pout, looking as aggrieved as a little woman who was abandoned by a scumbag. "Here you go again, Xia Yu. Can you be a little more normal? Are you not in charge of the business and have nothing to do lately? Wow, I also want to work hard and become the best woman behind you. Isn't this a real estate company? It's a place for me to display my talents." Xia Yu felt even more aggrieved, with a bitter look on her charming face. "You know what? It really exists. Huh, our Guangzhou future community is about to establish a large-scale computer center. The Vega supercomputer and the community servers need a suitable person to coordinate and manage them. I think you, a little computer genius, are the perfect fit." Xia Yu smiled and said, "Excellent subordinates will always have a place to use their talents." "Real?" Xia Yu's eyes lit up, and she rushed over, hugged Xia Yu's arm, and said with a smile, "I knew you couldn't bear to leave me." Xia Yu's mind was filled with black lines. He reluctantly pulled her hands apart. No man would feel good if his arms were pressed by two plump and soft breasts. "Coward, as if I would really eat you." Xia Yu's little face was red and rosy, just like a ripe apple. "Brother Yushin, I've made up my mind. I'll redeem the wish you owe me tonight. What do you want to exchange? You have to have dinner with me. Is it that simple?" "Yeah, it's that simple." Chapter 43, Deadly Dinner. As night fell in Nandu, the lights came on and the crowds and traffic were already particularly noisy. Everywhere was filled with people returning home from get-off work, rushing to appointments, and strolling around shopping. This city has never lacked fashion and tolerance, yet also retains the flavor of life. As a food capital, delicacies and snacks of various cuisines are distributed in shopping malls and streets. It seems that as long as you are willing to explore, there will always be a lot of delicious food that can amaze your taste buds and stimulate your tongue and stomach. Xia Yu suddenly wanted to eat pickled fish tonight, so she chose a very famous chain restaurant, Tai Pickled Fish. "Brother Yushin, you know, for pickled fish to be delicious, not only must the fish be good, the pickled cabbage is also very important. The fish here is fresh and the ingredients are authentic. I especially like their pickled cabbage, which is sour and spicy with a crispy touch, and pairs well with a cup of roselle and tangerine peel water. It's so delicious." Xia Yu ate and savored the taste with satisfaction. "Is it really that exaggerated? You girls usually seem to be fascinated by even a bowl of snail noodles. But in reality, you are so unrealistic, right?" Xia Yu chewed slowly, and something seemed to be touching in his heart. "Xia Yu, let me ask you a question. What if one day, if you can no longer eat such delicious pickled fish in this world, nor can you eat various delicacies and snacks? What will you do if all you have left is cold and hunger?" "I'll die immediately. Love is already gone. And if I lose all my delicious food, what's the point of living?" Xia Yu didn't even raise her head, but her tone was extremely firm. "Don't be silly. Isn't it good to be alive? Why do you have to be so desperate? You men don't understand. Some women are just so extreme and so emotional. Sorry, I'm just that kind of woman." "Okay, you win." "Huh, that's not right. Why are you suddenly asking such a question, Yoshinari and I? "Nothing, just asking. In the near Doomsday era, it will be difficult to find a piece of arable land on the surface of the blue planet. As food becomes increasingly scarce, the surviving humans may even have murderous urges when faced with a pack of instant noodles in order to survive. As for delicacies like pickled fish, they can only appear in dreams or in distant memories. It's time to arrange the collection of various delicacies. But Xia Yu is a person who plans things very well, and he has another greater characteristic. He is different. There's nothing I can do about it. Brother, this name is so good." He didn't want to be like the protagonists of those Doomsday online novels, ordering a truckload of delicious food for delivery every day and then storing it in his space. No matter how he collected it, it would be great if he could squander it for 100 years, right? He is different from God, because he himself doesn't know how long he can live with his current cell abnormal regeneration ability. At least there should be no problem living for hundreds or thousands of years, right? So, what this little girl said actually makes sense. In this world, the only things that cannot be let down are food and love. I'm going to the bathroom. Xia Yu stood up and left his seat, attracting the gazes of many women sitting next to him. Of course, there were also some men's gazes, but most of them were only interested in Xia Yu. There is no way such an outstanding pair of handsome men and beautiful women are so pleasing to the eye and eye-catching no matter where they go. But among those curious and envious eyes, Xia Yu had already noticed something strange. Those eyes concealed it well, but how could the vague, murderous intent escape his perception? Damn, I can't even have a meal in peace. Xia Yu walked into the men's restroom of the restaurant slowly and leisurely. In order to give the person who followed a chance, he deliberately entered the large cubicle. Only half a minute later, the door of the next room was pushed open and locked, and Xia Yu released his spiritual consciousness. I saw a gentleman in a light gray shirt and black-framed glasses calmly taking out a pistol from a black briefcase and gently installing silencer. When a black gun barrel appeared silently above his head, Xia Yu, who was squatting, suddenly looked up and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Call out. The killer with glasses was stunned for a few seconds, then pulled the trigger without hesitation. However, the expected scene of the target being shot and bleeding did not appear before his eyes. Instead, he felt a severe headache. His vision went dark. In confusion and despair, he slid to the floor and gradually fell into an endless abyss. In the middle of the killer's forehead, there was a small bullet hole from which blood was gushing. Does this count as suicide? After all, you fired the bullet yourself. Xia Yu muttered something, stood up, straightened his clothes, picked up his phone, and dialed a number. Hello, Lu Tian. Xia Yu, I'm on the 6th floor of Taigo Hui, Tai Pickled Fish. Someone tried to kill me, but I killed him instead. The body is in the men's restroom. Come and take care of it. Okay, I'll be there right away. 15 minutes later, when Lu Tian and N.I. Fei arrived at the restaurant, Xia Yu had just finished eating and drinking. When he saw Xia and Xun Yu beside him, N.I. Fei's face darkened uncontrollably. Scumbag. No wonder he refused to have dinner with us. It turns out he had a date with another beautiful woman. Lu Tian frowned and scolded. What are you talking about? N.I. Fei, I'm warning you. We are investigating a case. N.I. Fei pouted angrily, turned his head away, and never looked at Xia Yu again. Xia Yu and Lu Tian walked into the men's restroom in tacit understanding and broke open the locked cubicle door. It's probably a killer from abroad. You can check his phone. Xia Yu Dao pointed at the bloody hole on the killer's forehead. I didn't touch him, and the bullet was his. Is this self-defense? Lu Tian was speechless. He really didn't know which guy was so desperate that he wanted to hire someone to kill Xia Yu. You don't think you can kill this pervert with just a broken gun, do you? You go ahead. I'll handle this. Sorry for the trouble. I'll treat you to dinner some other day. Xia Yu patted Lu Tian's shoulder and turned to leave. After sending Xun Yu, who was full of doubts, home, Xia Yu drove back to his residence, took a shower, put on a loose black t-shirt and large beach shorts, and stood on the balcony, smoking leisurely. More than 400 meters across from the apartment balcony was a newly completed building. In the darkness inside a window, a pair of calm eyes were looking at Xia Yu in the distance through night vision goggles. This Cobra guy is useless. I still have to take action. The black shadow muttered silently in his heart and slightly adjusted the angle of the sniper rifle. Distance, 437 meters. Wind direction, southwest. Wind speed, 3.6 meters per second. Humidity, 49.8%. The prey in the sight was smoking a cigarette with a relaxed look, seemingly unaware that it had been targeted by a poisonous snake. Bye-bye. Bang. A dull gunshot pierced the night. Through the scope, he thought he could see the target's head exploding, but strangely, the target suddenly disappeared. On the deserted balcony in the distance, a breeze blew, gently ruffling the leaves of a jasmine flower in the flower pot. The hot air froze, and the dark figure lying on the windowsill felt a bone-chilling cold. What the hell? Why did the person suddenly disappear? Without further hesitation, the black shadow stood up and pulled out the pistol from his waist. I advise you not to move. A cold voice came from the darkness, and the shadow raised his hand and pulled the trigger in the direction of the voice. There was no gunshot because the trigger could not be pulled. Not only was he unable to pull the trigger, The black shadow felt as if he was trapped in the spot, unable to move even a finger. A bone-chilling coldness and fear quickly spread throughout my body. It's over. Viper, killer ranking. 036, affiliated with the Snake Temple Asia branch. Listening to the man talking in the dark, the shadow felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. As a top killer, Viper has encountered all kinds of opponents and emergencies, but never one as strange and desperate as now. Alas, I feel so sorry for you. You met me, so you can go and die. Before he finished speaking, a smooth, slender hand stretched out from the darkness. With the dim neon light outside the window, Viper saw a dark copper bullet lying quietly on the palm of the hand. TAC, 50 sniper rifle, 12.7 millimeters sniper bullet. I just fired it. How could it be? Viper widened his eyes in shock. The next second, the bullet in front of him disappeared. He felt a sharp pain in his head, and endless darkness swallowed him up in an instant. Xia Yu stared at the fallen Viper, rubbed his fingers, took out his cell phone, and redialed a number. Lu Tian, come to the 21st floor of Jinxi building. Killed again. It's a killer. He even used a sniper rifle. Oh my god, it's almost here. Xia Yu lit a cigarette and withdrew his consciousness from the killer's cell phone. The mastermind behind this turns out to be her. Chapter 44, The Mastermind. When Lu Tian arrived, he was followed by two men in black suits. After briefly explaining the on-site evidence collection and subsequent handling, he asked Xia Yu for a cigarette with a bitter face. I said you're really capable of causing trouble. You even brought out a sniper rifle. What kind of troublemaking physique do you have? Lu Tian was very distressed at the moment, but there was nothing he could do. The leader had told him that no matter what happened to Xia Yu, as long as he made a request, their team would fully cooperate and deal with the aftermath. But what was unexpected was that in less than an hour, 2 assassination attempts against Xia Yu were dealt with in succession. I don't want to cause trouble, but what can I do if someone insists on causing trouble? Xia Yu had an innocent look on his face, yet he looked relaxed and at ease, not at all like someone who had just experienced a life-and-death assassination. We didn't find any traces on the restaurant's phone, so we guess they have special channels and methods of communication. I asked Fei to contact the security department, and the killer's identity should be found out soon. However, even if their identity is found out, it won't be of much use. Because most international assassin transactions are completed through the dark web, and it is very difficult to track down the employers behind them. Xia Yu took a puff of his cigarette, the cigarette but flickering between his fingers in the darkness. No need to check, I know their details. The guy in the restaurant, codenamed Cobra, is ranked 047 on the international killer list and is good at disguise and close-range assassination. This one is called Viper, ranked 036 on the killer list, and is good at night assassinations and long-range sniping. These two are both members of the Asian branch of the assassin organization Snake Temple. Lu Tian was secretly shocked. This source of intelligence was faster and more accurate than the national level. How did he do it? Xia Yu, what are your plans for the future? Destroy the Snake Temple directly? Or find out who is behind this first? Lu Tian was a little uneasy. This guy killed people too quickly and too cruelly. He had no intention of leaving any survivors. What else can I do? It's the Snake Temple. As long as they don't bother me again, I won't bother with them. It is imperative to uncover the mastermind behind this. After all, others have invested a lot of money. If I don't respond, wouldn't it make me look weak and incompetent? Xia Yu said lightly, his deep eyes hiding a fierce, murderous intent. Lu Tian was silent for a moment, and finally sighed. Some people, they bring disaster upon themselves. I know it's useless to persuade you, but I just hope you don't tire me out. Don't worry, it will be resolved soon. It won't take overnight. In the famous scenic spot of Shicheng, on the shore of Green Lake, on the second floor of a luxurious villa, a man and a woman were drinking red wine in the room. Under the goose-yellow bedroom light, the noble lady in gorgeous clothes sitting beside the bed had rosy cheeks and seductive eyes. But deep in her eyes, there was always a hint of pain and hatred that could not be concealed. The man on the sofa had a square face and was about 50 years old, but he was in very good condition. One could tell at a glance that he was the kind of man who lived a life of luxury. Yingyu, don't worry too much. We spent 300 million Chinese yuan this time. Killing a little Xia, you shouldn't be a piece of cake. Those people are the world's top assassins. The lady gently stroked the black hair beside her ear with her left hand. A mature and delicate temperament emerged spontaneously, and she sighed softly. Zhonghao, thank goodness you're here. Ever since Zhongjia and Chen are left, I really don't know what to do alone. That man, no matter how great the price, I will make him pay with blood. Lu Zhonghao stared at the woman in front of him with pity, feeling heartache, but also a hint of pleasure of possession. He has been secretly in love with this beautiful and intelligent sister-in-law for more than 20 years. Previously, due to concerns about his family's reputation and his brother's dominance, he had to suppress this illicit desire for a long time, which was very painful. But now that his brother and nephew are gone, the love and lust hidden deep in his heart burst out. Zhonghao, I'm very panicked. I'm afraid that you've given me so much hope, but in the end, it will be the opposite of what I expected, and I'll be left with despair. Now, apart from you, I have nothing left to lose. 2 lines of clear tears welled up in Yang Yingyu's misty and charming eyes, and her still charming figure made people want to hold her in their arms and love her tightly. Lu Zhonghao put down his wine glass, stood up, walked to the bed, and hugged the beauty in his dream into his arms. He tenderly kissed away the tears on her cheeks, and under the influence of alcohol, he kissed her beautiful red lips. Mixed with pain and self-abandonment, as well as a trace of long-suppressed desire in her heart, the woman began to respond enthusiastically, and the red wine glass in her hand fell to the carpet, spilling a pool of crimson. I finally kissed you, Yingyu. Do you know how much I've endured over the past 20 years? Now you're mine. Clothes gradually dwindle. The moonlight fades, and the bed is filled with spring colors. The middle-aged couple has not yet realized that this may be the last madness of their lives. Oh, I really don't have the heart to disturb you. In a room where people were still having fun, a strange man's voice suddenly rang out. Lu Zhonghao was startled and sat up on the bed smartly, not caring about covering his whole body. Who are you? You are? Xia Yu. The man and woman on the bed finally discovered the identity of the man in the room in panic. You're not dead. After Yang Yingyu was shocked, a strong hatred surged in her heart, and her full breasts rose and fell with excitement. You hate me so much. How can I bear to die so easily? Mrs. Lu, she was Mrs. Lu before, and she is still Mrs. Lu now. I admire her so much. In a panic, Lu Zhonghao wanted to find a piece of clothing to wear to hide his fear and anxiety. But unfortunately, he suddenly found that his whole body was as if under a spell of immobilization, and he couldn't even make the slightest movement. Xia Yu, don't get me wrong. I'm just attracted to this woman's beauty. It has nothing to do with me whether she hates you or hires someone to deal with you. Really, believe me. Under the threat of death, Lu Zhonghao defended himself anxiously. Lu Zhonghao, Yang Yingyu glared at the man beside her in shame and anger. She could not imagine that the man who was so affectionate with her the moment before would ruthlessly turn against her the next moment, faster than turning the pages of a book. Lu Zhonghao, are you still a man? Xia Yu smiled playfully and said, You must be brave enough to take responsibility, and don't let me underestimate you. You weren't exactly secretive about hiring international assassins on the dark web. No, Xia Yu, this bitch forced me to do all this. It really has nothing to do with me. Lu Zhonghao hurriedly explained, tears streaming down his face. If he could still move, he would have already knelt down. Please believe me, there is no hatred between you and me. You killed my brother so that I could take the throne. I can't thank you enough. Tell me, how could I possibly harm you? Yang Yingyu looked at the man's extremely ugly face and lost all her strength. She stopped struggling and fell into deep despair. Don't explain, it's useless. Xia Yu shook his head in disdain, and a pistol appeared in his right hand. He stopped talking nonsense and pulled the trigger at Lu Zhonghao's head. No. Bang. Gunshots rang out, blood gushed out. Lu Zhonghao stared with a pair of terrified eyes and fell down with endless regret. Xia Yu turned the gun and pointed it at Yang Yingyu, who was lying on the bed. Her naked body was trembling, and her blood-red eyes were filled with murderous hatred. Xia Yu, you will not die well. Really? I'm sorry. You'll be very disappointed. Have a nice trip. Bang. The woman tilted her head and fell into a pool of blood with deep resentment and hatred. Alas, I told you before that I am too kind. I will let you experience the ultimate happiness first, and then reunite your family. How wonderful it is. Xia Yu muttered to himself, and his figure flashed and disappeared completely in the room. It was late at night, and the moonlight in the air penetrated the gaps between branches and leaves like mercury, falling on the ground in patches. In an old building of a sanatorium in the suburbs of Nandu, Jiangbu Wei was quietly brewing a pot of Longjing tea. At the tea table opposite him, Lu Tian sat still, suppressing his anxiety. Do you have any questions? Jiang Buwei picked up the porcelain cup and took a sip. Old Jiang, since we have already found out that the mastermind behind the assassination of Xia Yu is the widow of the Lu family, are we not going to do anything? Xia Yu has already killed enough people tonight. If he attacks again, the Lu family will probably be wiped out. Jiang Buwei remained silent, poured another half cup of Longjing tea, and asked, Lu Tian, how long have you been in the Bureau? 12 years. Have you heard Group 9? You mean 9 groups of Divine Guards? Yes, Xia Yu is the only person in this world who refused to join Group 9. Lu Tian's face changed drastically when he heard this, and he was shocked. Trying hard to digest the impact of his emotions, after a long while, he swallowed hard and murmured, Damn it, he even disdains the 9 groups of Divine Guards. What a pervert. Chapter 45. The Dual Sublimation of Spirit and Flesh. In the northwest of Europe, 80 kilometers away from Reykjavik, the capital of Iceland, there is an extremely steep mountain. The peak is covered with spruce trees, and among the spruce trees, a small bluish-white castle can be vaguely seen. This is a private manor, but secretly, it is the headquarters of the famous killer organization Snake Temple. There are only a few core figures who can know and enter this place. In the castle's dining room, a woman and 2 men were having dinner at a long square table. Alyssa, according to news from the Asian region, we lost 2 excellent killers in the Chinese territory on the same day, Viper and Cobra. A blond middle-aged man on the right side of the long table took a bite of the long bread in his hand and said, Our preliminary investigation results show that both were killed by their targets, but the details are unclear. The brown-haired young woman at the head of the table, known as Elisa, had a gentle face with golden proportions, but she remained expressionless. She calmly stated, Send another capable person over there and make sure to complete the client's request. Since the founding of our Snake Temple, there has never been a precedent of giving up due to a failed assassination attempt. The glorious honor of the Snake Temple cannot be lost in my hands. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. The blond middle-aged man nodded and stood up from his seat. Who are you going to send? The black-haired young man, sitting on the left side of the long table, suddenly asked. Killer list rank 007, Rattlesnake. Oh my god, are you trying to start a war? You actually sent this pervert into the Chinese territory. Last time, this guy killed the entire family of the target Earl in order to carry out his mission. He even lurked around the Earl for 4 months before taking action. He's really perverted. The young man shouted and stood up in disbelief. The blond man, known as Poison, smiled coldly, a hint of cruel mockery at the corner of his mouth. King Snake, how about I send you? Forget it. The King Snake, am not stupid. I want to live a few more years. The black-haired young man waved his hand and refused decisively. Alyssa didn't say anything either. She watched all this coldly. She carefully picked up a piece of bacon with her right hand, dipped it in some ketchup, put it in her mouth, and chewed it with relish. It is night in the Far East. Under the ancient cherry tree in the small world, the lights on the second floor of the wooden house are bright and warm. Xia Yu stood by the window, quietly gazing at the night sky with swaying branches and leaves. Groups of colorful fireflies flickered like stars swimming in the sky. The sound of the bathroom door opening was heard behind me, and a slender figure in a knee-length white shirt tiptoed towards me. Xia Yu felt a warmth coming from behind, vaguely feeling 2 firm and elastic objects, and smelled a refreshing fragrance of shower gel. A pair of flawless white hands gently embraced him. What are you thinking about? Thinking of you. Bah, liar. The woman behind him had a blushing face, with a few drops of water still hanging on her face after bathing. She was as beautiful as a white and tender lotus emerging from the water. Xia Yu turned around and stared at the stunning face so close to him with shining eyes. The long black eyelashes, the tempting red lips, the more he looked, the more he loved her. Ina, you are so beautiful. Is it beautiful? We've seen it so many times in the cabin lately. Don't you get tired of it? Well, I never get tired of it. Not even my lifetime. As if feeling a man's rock-hard tone, Tang Yina's heart was moved. She stood on tiptoe and gently kissed Xia Yu's cheek. The 2 of them hugged each other tightly, and it seemed that the whole world had quieted down, leaving only the sound of each other's heartbeats and breathing. Xia Yu, is the world really going to end? The person in my arms whispered. Yes, it will be soon, in less than 5 months, when the destructive meteorite will fall from the sky. The Earth will be devastated. The dust in the sky will block out the sun. The temperature will drop sharply. Heavy snow will fall. The ocean will freeze, and the extreme cold will freeze the last batch of animals and plants to death. Oh, this is so terrible. I can't even imagine it. The pretty face in his arms looked up at Xia Yu. Her eyes, as beautiful as black gemstones, were already filled with tears, and 2 crystal drops quietly slid down from the corners of her eyes. Xia Yu helped wipe the tears from her face with concern and didn't know how to comfort her for a moment. Alas, although he possesses an almost invincible golden finger, he does not want to be a savior. He only wants to keep those around him alive and live better as much as possible. You can say he is cold-blooded and selfish, but Xia Yu understands one thing very well. In the apocalypse, being a good person will not end well. Will many people die? Yes, only 1 out of 10 survives. Xia Yu, will we die too? No, silly. As long as I'm here and the little world is here, we'll all be fine. As if sensing the girl's sadness and helplessness, Xia Yu hugged her tighter with his arms, lowered his head, and kissed her gently. The inexplicable sadness was instantly melted away by the passionate love, just like the winter snow being illuminated by the sun. Xia Yu, I don't want to wait anymore. I want to give it to you. Tonight, right now. Good. Xia Yu responded to her with action, picked her up, and walked into the bathroom. The warm bathroom, filled with steam, is like a misty fairyland. The hot water sprayed from the shower head was like a waterfall. In the water curtain, the clothes of the man and woman who were kissing passionately were soaked. For a moment, the spring light was revealed, and the ambiguous scene made people excited. All the clothes are gone. In the white mist of Wushan Mountain, clouds and rain meet for the first time. 2 people in love soar into the sky in the sweet entanglement of their tongues, and then fall into the deep pool in the whirlpool of the hinterland. At this moment, both of them seemed to be able to clearly sense that each other's soul and body had achieved a doubly sublimated state. It was a very mysterious feeling. This perfect fusion of body and spirit is so harmonious that it can only be found in a small world. The miraculous double sublimation made the 2 of them feel the bliss of flying into the clouds at the same time, and their bodies and spirits seemed to be transforming to a higher level. This, a dual cultivation technique that was learned without a teacher. They gave themselves to each other without reservation and explored each other tirelessly. In the early morning, the sun shone into the wooden house. On the big bed inside, there were still traces of the madness of last night. Between the quilt and pillow, the spring scene was alluring. Woke up. Well, I was too tired last night. It's all because of you, big bad guy. Huh? Who asked for it last night? Xia Yu, stop talking. Okay. I won't say anything more. Ha ha ha. Tang Yina, with a blushing face, turned her head and bit him hard. Hiss! 2 rows of conspicuous teeth marks appeared on Xia Yu's poor arm. Xia Yu, Grandma is about to get up. She will knock on the door and call me for breakfast. Please take me home first. Tang Yina lazily rested her head on Xia Yu's arms. At this time, she really wanted to stay in bed forever. Well, when you have time, tell Grandma to move to Guangzhou for a while. I've considered it, and the reason is to prepare for our wedding. Xia Yu kissed her hair gently. Who promised to marry you? Humph, you're so conceited. You have to marry me. You're mine now. Don't even think about running away in this life. Xia Yu reached out and lifted her delicate chin, then quickly kissed her red lips. Let me stamp it first. Xia Yu owns it. No strangers allowed. Tang Yina squinted her eyes happily, turned over and climbed on top of him, and said in a serious tone, Then I'll stamp it too. Are you sure? Xia Yu's eyes were full of peach blossoms, and his hands began to touch around inappropriately. No, I don't dare anymore. I won't stamp it. I have to get up. Grandma is calling me for breakfast, and I still have to complete the task of convincing Grandma to move. Ah? Xia Yu, you big bad guy. Ha ha. July 8th, 2032, Ruili, Yunnan Province. Xia Yu called a professional long-distance moving company, and it only took half a day to pack all the important items in his grandfather's house and load them into the car. Xia Yu, when I move there this time, I must meet my granddaughter-in-law first. Don't lie to me, Grandpa Fan Baoshan said solemnly, holding a bird cage in his hand, with a pearl bird with beautiful feathers in the cage. How could that be? Grandpa, don't worry. We'll live in the same building with Ina when we move in, so we can see her every day. Also, Ina's grandmother will move there with them. Her grandmother is amazing, a very beautiful and elegant old lady. She can paint, write, and play the piano very well. You will have a companion in the future, Grandpa. Grandma Ina can really play the piano? That'd be great, huh? Xia Yu, don't forget to bring the piano at home, and the wine, and the bottles of aged Maotai in my cabinet too. Okay, don't worry, Grandpa. I've brought them all. A day later, Xia Yu and his grandfather flew to Nandu, took a short rest, and then drove to the Guangchong cave base. The items from my grandfather's house that were shipped out a day earlier were also delivered, just in time. Deng De Guang and Oh Man, who received the notice in advance, quickly arranged enough manpower to move the things into the cave. A 5-story bluestone building by the small lake is the home where Grandpa and Xia Yu will live. Of course, Tang Yina and her grandmother will move in soon. Xia Yu specially gave the small building a nice name, Basilu, because Tang Yina's grandmother lived in Juka Town, a suburb of Kunming City, and the mountain covered with bamboo behind the house was called Batsi Mountain. 2 vegetable plots have been cultivated on the lakeside in front of the Batsi building. At this time, the vegetable plots are full of various green vegetables, tomatoes, and deep red peppers. The area around the small building is also full of large green bamboos, and some fresh and tender bamboo shoots are eager to break out of the soil. Chapter 46 Living in the Batsi building. 3 days later, Basilu welcomed its hostess. Tang Yina finally persuaded her grandmother to move their family from Kunming City together. The moment the two stepped into the cave, they were attracted by the beautiful scenery in the cave. Especially my grandmother Wei Yu, who was a typical literary youth when she was young. Even though she is over 70 years old now, the literary and artistic complex buried in her bones has not diminished. There is a utopia in the heart of every young literary person. Who hasn't dreamed of a paradise with a soul that has become decadent and desperate due to the conflict between ideals and reality? During the Taiyuan period of the Jin dynasty, a man from Wuling was fishing. Suddenly, he came across a peach blossom forest. The land was flat and spacious, with neat houses, fertile fields, beautiful ponds, mulberry trees, bamboos, and other plants. Roads connected the fields, and the sounds of chickens and dogs could be heard. Tao Yuanming, Peach Blossom Spring, Jin Dynasty. The Chinese people's yearning for the peach blossom spring has never ceased since ancient times. Perhaps this complex of transcendence and pursuit of beauty has long been deeply rooted in their blood genes. From the joy of entering the cave to the surprise of seeing the Batsi building, all of this indirectly proved Xia Yu's intentions. So Grandma Wei Yu became more and more satisfied with this future grandson-in-law. And the look in Tang Yina's eyes when she looked at Xia Yu was so full of love that it seemed to be dripping with water. Who wouldn't love a man who can constantly bring you happiness and surprises and make you feel safe? Grandpa Fan Baoshan expressed the warmest welcome to the arrival of Tang Yina and her grandson. He followed Xia Binglin and a group of movers, busying around, and even specially placed the white piano they brought by the two of them near the window in the first-floor lobby. The light was brightest there, and a gentle breeze often blew in from the window, accompanied by the elegant rustling of the leaves in the bamboo forest outside. Grandma was very satisfied with the name of Basilu. After all, there was a Batsi mountain behind the house where she lived before. The dam building covers an area of 300 square meters, with a living room, kitchen, dining room, and bathroom on the first floor. There are also 2 workers' rooms, a storage room, and an underground wine cellar of over 100 square meters on the first floor below ground. There's a living room, a study, and a piano room on the second floor. The piano brought by Fan Baoshan is placed in the piano room. Facing the small lake is a spacious balcony with several bird cages hanging on it and more than a dozen pots of flowers and green plants. There are 2 bedrooms on the second floor. My grandfather has already occupied one, and the other one is planned to be left to my elegant grandmother. Of course, the third floor was occupied by Xia Yu and Tang Yina. The layout and decorations of the master bedroom on the third floor were all in Tang Yina's favorite style. Anyway, Xia Yu is not short of money and supplies, so it is easy for him to create any kind of luxury and comfort he wants. The 3 children's rooms on the 4th floor have very different styles, but all have cartoon and anime characteristics, which fully expose the wolf ambitions of Xia and his classmates. When Tang Yina saw it for the first time, her pretty face turned red like a ripe apple, and she mercilessly bit Xia Yu's arm, leaving a long row of teeth marks. Humph! You're not even married yet, and you're already thinking about having kids. And you want 3? Roar, roar, roar. The fifth floor is mainly occupied by an audiovisual room and some entertainment and fitness facilities. As for the 300 square meters on the rooftop, given Xia Yu's personality, how could he not build a small private swimming pool? The days in the cave are comfortable and pleasant. Xia Yu and Tang Yina were both poor people whose parents had both passed away, so they naturally treated their grandparents as their closest elders. The two old men's exchange of calligraphy, painting, and piano art is also getting better and better. Occasionally, the two would take Xia and the couple to the lake to fish and visit the magnificent and spectacular eco-city. This kind of stress-free life makes Xia Yu feel like he is retiring early and enjoying his retirement. What's rare is that Tang Yina, a young woman, can actually enjoy it. It seems that laziness and the hobby of lying down are what most people think about. No matter how ambitious you appear or how high-sounding your words are, it cannot hide the fact that you are just a lazy dog. In the past few days, Woofing Seed Company has basically completed the overall relocation and deployment of seed banks, cultivation fields, poultry and livestock breeding gardens, various equipment and materials, including core employees and their families. The smell of fireworks in the cave became increasingly thicker. Deng Deguang, an Man came to visit Basilu all day long. Every day, it's either spicy hot pot or reservoir fish, or a big table of seafood, or a meal of stewed goose in an iron pot. The tastes of the two elderly people in the family have become more and more picky. On July 13th, 2032, after 5 months of rush work, the main construction of the 5-story bunker outside the cave has entered its final stage, and soon, interior decoration and installation of facilities and equipment can be carried out. The foundation construction of the underground part of the future community has been basically completed, and the construction of the projects above ground in the community is also in full swing. Driven by huge financial and material resources and hundreds of thousands of construction workers working day and night, future communities are taking shape at an astonishingly abnormal speed. The title of Blue Star Infrastructure Maniac is not undeserved. Thanks to the efforts of Zhao Jun and other core members, Stargate Security Company has also initially completed the recruitment of the second batch of 10,000 retired personnel. Various subject courses and physical training have enabled all the team members, who are already stronger than ordinary people, to be reborn. I believe that it won't be long before a Doomsday army that is bound to be famous throughout the Blue Planet will reveal its sharp fangs. On this day, Xia Yu accompanied Tang Yina to the southern urban area. They went shopping, watched a play, and had a great time. The days when they can stroll freely on the streets will become fewer and fewer, so they naturally cherish them especially. When we returned to Guanchong Cave, it was almost evening, and Deng Deguang, the foodie, prepared another table full of delicious food. In the middle of the table, there is a large plate of stir-fried beef. The rich aroma of beef is mouth-watering. You know what? Deng Deguang's cooking skills are indeed at the chef level. Hey, a cook who was delayed by the construction industry. After eating and drinking his fill, Xia Yu comfortably half-reclined on a bamboo chair on the third-floor balcony, admiring the hazy night view of the cave. He comfortably lit a cigarette. It's a rare opportunity to clear my mind, and the time passed by so quickly. The day of the end of the world is getting closer and closer, and it is time to officially start the final part of the Doomsday plan. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang. It was Gao Lan calling. Hello, President Gao. Xia Yu, I'm back in Nandu. Great. I'll treat you to lunch tomorrow. Sure, it's a deal. I can choose the location, but I'm going to give you a good meal this time, humph. Ha, President Gao, I'm honored that you've come to dine with me. Of course, you have the final say on what we eat. Just let me know when you booked a place tomorrow, and I'll be there. Okay, I have another good news to tell you tomorrow. Oh, I'm even more looking forward to it. See you tomorrow. Yeah, see you tomorrow. Chapter 47, Four Small Worlds. The next day at noon, Xia Yu arrived at the restaurant Gao Lan had booked, Tang Pavilion. Tang Court is a newly awarded Michelin 3-star restaurant in recent years, specializing in Cantonese cuisine. Among the only 3-star restaurants in China, it is known as Xinrongji in the north and Tonga in the south. Walking into the hall decorated in a classical and elegant style, luxurious yet stylish, under the guidance of professional and polite waiters, we found the reserved Wudong box. Since being awarded 3 Michelin stars, this restaurant has become extremely popular. Many people may not be able to make a reservation even half a month in advance. Gao Lan was able to book a room so quickly, which fully demonstrated her connections and energy. When I entered the box, Gao Lan was already sitting there waiting. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. It's such a shame, Xia Yu said with a smile. I'm glad to know. Gao Lan rolled his eyes at him. President Gao is such a good choice. This is my first time coming to such a nice place. Xia Yu sat down next to Gao Lan naturally. Of course, as the only Michelin 3-star restaurant in Southern Province, serving a wide variety of Cantonese delicacies, how could it be considered the pinnacle of Cantonese cuisine for nothing? Haha, I have 100% faith in your taste, President Gao. Unfortunately, there are so few restaurants like this. I might never find one again. Xia Yu sighed sincerely that in a few months, the land of Blue Star would be devastated. All the food cultures and human civilizations of the past will be reduced to ruins. Boss Xia, you're joking. As long as you have the heart and the money, what kind of food can't you find? That's right, I was overthinking it. Xia Yu no longer tangled with his question and said with a smile. I heard there's a signature dish here that you must order. Stir-fried lobster with 3 scallions, known as the pinnacle of Cantonese cuisine. Well, I've had this dish before, and it's indeed delicious, but it's not cheap. One serving costs 1,800 yuan. Will Mr. Xia be upset? Gao Lan raised the corners of his beautiful mouth. Huh, of course not. Just order whatever you want. Well, then I'm going to kill you. The two chatted for a while, and Gao Lan placed a password box on Xia Yu's desk. Top-grade violet jadeite jewelry. 19 pieces in total. The total purchase price is 760 million Chinese yuan. Okay, thank you very much for your help, President Gao. Send me your bank card number, and I'll transfer the money to you right away. Huh, why don't you open it and take a look? No need. Don't I trust President Gao? Oh well. Gao Lan glanced at him sweetly and sent him her bank card number. Bye. 2 minutes later, Gao Lan's bank card received 912 million Chinese yuan. She was stunned for a moment, puzzled. Didn't I say I didn't want your commission? How can that be? Just take it. Just consider it as making friends. Gao Lan stared at him deeply with her beautiful eyes and smiled meaningfully. Okay, so we weren't friends before, but now, it's really nice to have you as a friend. I can get money and have a good meal. Yes, didn't I say I had some good news for you? Guess what it is? About you. Of course. Are you going back to China to take charge of the family affairs? How did you guess it so quickly? Oh, it's boring. Gao Lan was a little discouraged. Why is this so hard to guess? Lu's jewelry collapsed, and as China's largest jade jewelry group, your Gao group didn't take any action. Indeed, we are preparing to fully take over the territory of Lu's jewelry. Huh, I suddenly thought of a question. Xia Yu, is the downfall of the Lu family related to you? Miss, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Do you think I'm such a cruel person? It looks quite like it. Xia Yu was speechless. It's good to have a big business, but as a friend, I have a piece of advice for you. Try not to expand in the next few months. Follow my lead and stock up. Why? No reason. Just trust me and do it. Do you think I'm a child? While joking with Gao Lan, Xia Yu's spiritual consciousness had already collected all the top-quality violets in the password box into the chaotic space. Bye. The 4th level of the Stargate Small World, the initial stage. Solidified terrain. After the small world reaches the 4th level, it can be expanded by collecting external terrain. The valley covers an area of 56,000 mu, with 30,000 mu of high-quality arable land. The grassland covers an area of 2.8 million mu and is accompanied by freshwater lakes covering an area of 700,000 mu. The cultivated plains cover an area of 11.2 million mu, with irrigation water sources, including reservoirs and lakes covering 200,000 mu and rivers 365 kilometers long. New upgraded terrain. Freshwater lake, covering an area of 44.8 million mu, 29,800 square kilometers. The average depth of the lake is 820 meters, and its water storage capacity is 23.3 trillion cubic meters, approximately equal to the water storage capacity of Lake Baikal and 1/5 of the fresh water volume of the blue planet. Water quality, planetary grade excellent +++. There is an island in the center of the lake with an area of 186,000 mu, 124 square kilometers. Xia Yu discovered that the water quality of the newly added freshwater lake was purer than any other water source on the blue planet, reaching the planetary level of 3+. The most surprising thing is that there are a large number of aquatic products and rare animals in the lake, including the water panda baiji dolphin, giant salamander, mandarin fish, wave-resistant fish, seals, otters. The lake is surrounded by towering snow-capped mountains that are thousands of meters high and steep. This is a whole super freshwater resource reservoir and unlimited aquatic treasures. The small world has now reached the 4th level, basically forming an independent ecosystem that is completely self-sufficient. What's even more rare is that the terrain of the small world has the function of superimposing with the terrain of the outside world. In other words, many high-quality terrains on the blue star can be integrated into the small world in the future. It is centered around a 1,000-meter-long ancient cherry tree. In the middle of the small world is a grassland of more than 1,800 square kilometers. The grassland is surrounded by lakes with a total area of 700,000 mu on the east, west, and south sides. This is the most important poultry, livestock, and aquatic farm in the small world. Today, the number of poultry, livestock, and animals of all kinds grazing on the grassland has exceeded 15 million, making it a natural meat warehouse. Of course, an unimaginably large number of livestock and poultry are still idle in the chaotic space, and they are all in an absolute dormant state. Entering the northern part of the small world from the prairie is only connected by a wide river. Going upstream for several kilometers, you will enter the first terrain, the valley. The valley is the only space in the small world that is connected to the blue planet. The valley produces a lot of ripe fruits every day. Xia Yu regularly picks them in large quantities through his spiritual sense. The ones he can't finish eating are first stored in the chaotic space. The southern part of the small world is the natural granary plain planting area, with a total area of more than 4,400 square kilometers of grain fields. Not long ago, Xia Yu used his spiritual sense to control hundreds of large harvesters and electric rice mills. It took him a week to harvest 36 million tons of staple food and miscellaneous grains, as well as 20,000 tons of tea. This boring and mentally exhausting work required him to rest for 3 consecutive days before he could slowly recover. Sigh, so tired. In the northwest, there is naturally a newly developed 4th terrain, freshwater lakes. At this point, 4 levels of the 9-layered Stargate small world have been opened up. The small world's associated main body upgrade is complete. Physical fitness, 3,200%, strength, 3,500%, speed, 3,800%, 100 meters in 0.19 seconds, brain development, 60%. Special ability, telepathy, can use telepathy to imprint and move any object with a maximum distance of 120,000 kilometers. Special ability upgrades, teleportation, within the direct coverage of spiritual consciousness. The unobstructed radius is 640 kilometers, 192,000 meters underground. Mind control can invade and control all networks, satellites, mechanical software, human brains, animals, etc. Cell disguise. The superintelligent brain can control the rearrangement of cells throughout the body and change the skin, bones, appearance, hair color, pupil fingerprints, voice, smell, etc. at will. Cell remodeling and regeneration. Keep the body youthful permanently. Wounds heal quickly and automatically, and achieve longevity. New special ability, distorted light, invisibility. The newly added superpower is actually invisibility. Haha, this is a bit powerful. What child, or man, has not had the fantasy of being invisible? You can become invisible, so if you're late for class, you will not be discovered by the teacher and can sneak into the classroom openly. On the way, I tied the ponytail of the class beauty and then quietly smelled the unique gardenia scent on the ends of her hair. As for stealing the sweet potatoes grown by Mr. Fan in the next village after school, it would be much more convenient, and he wouldn't be chased around every time. And there's more cough, cough, cough. What else? I'm a simple-minded person. Please don't misunderstand me. Xia Yu had understood the principle that one can become invisible by distorting light, but understanding it does not mean one can do it. In layman's terms, light is originally emitted in a straight line. If a body can change its optical structure so that straight light becomes curved and can bypass itself, then the body bypassed by the light can of course exist in an invisible state. Is this the art of invisibility? Pretty good. Ha ha. Xia Yu enjoyed the meal very much. On the one hand, it is because of the upgrade of the small world, and on the other hand, he has gained an additional ability of invisibility, which gives him more confidence in facing the end of the world. On the other hand, of course, it's because the restaurant's dishes are excellent enough. The dishes at Tang Court are indeed very distinctive, and the level of the world-class chef with 3 Michelin stars is nothing to be underestimated. Xia Yu felt a little heartbroken when he thought that he would never be able to eat such delicious food again. No, the Chinese food rescue plan that I formulated has to be implemented in advance. Chapter 48 Chinese Food Rescue Plan 1. Xia Yu and Gao Lan tasted the top-notch Cantonese cuisine and enjoyed a full and satisfying lunch. After they were full and satisfied, it was almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After paying the bill, they walked out of the restaurant hall and immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. As handsome men and beautiful women with outstanding looks, they will quickly become the focus of attention no matter where they are. Gao Lan. On the mahogany sofa in the lounge area of the hall, there were 3 men in casual clothes. One of them, a tall and handsome man, stood up and walked towards Gao Lan. Nie Yongxuan, why are you here too? When Gao Lan saw the man approaching, his smiling face suddenly turned gloomy, with a hint of embarrassment and nervousness. Why can't I be here? Xiaolan, every time I come to Nandu, I must patronize Tang Court. The Cantonese cuisine here is my favorite. The tall man's face was filled with smiles. His clean short hair set off his bright eyes, giving people a very sunny feeling. He turned his head to look at Xia Yu and smiled. Yes, is this your friend? What's your name? Xia Yu smiled and extended his hand generously, saying, Hello, my name is Xia Yu. Xia Yu? I've heard of you. Woofing Group and Chiefing Real Estate have been incredibly popular lately. Haha. My name is Nie Yunxian, Brother Xia. Nice to meet you. Nie Yunxian also smiled and stretched out his hand. The two shook hands and then separated, each with their own thoughts. What do you think? Mr. Nie is so interested in me? Xia Yu raised his eyebrows. It's nothing, just a habit, hee. Nie Yunxian smiled politely, but Xia Yu's keen intuition caught a glimpse of gloom in his eyes. Xiaolan, you didn't tell me you were back home. I wanted to host a party to welcome you back. Also, my mom has been talking about you for the past few days, saying you haven't visited her in a while. Oh, sorry, I just returned to Nandu. After I'm done with this busy period, I will definitely go to Beijing to visit Aunt Xiao and Uncle Nie. That's great. My mom will be very happy. By the way, Xiaolan, do you have any business dealings with Mr. Xia? Xia Yu felt helpless and speechless facing such a jealous man. I'm in Myanmar thanks to President Gao's care. Now that she's back in Nandu, I should do my best to be a good host, right? Nie Yunxian laughed, patted Xia Yu's shoulder in a friendly manner, and said, Of course, Mr. Xia. I'll treat you someday, and we can get together. There are many delicious and fun places in Nandu and Beijing, and I'm very familiar with them. Okay, thank you, Master Nie. I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave now. Xia Yu smiled and nodded to Gao Lan, then turned and left. Walking out of the door, Xia Yu could still feel the chill coming from Nie Yunxian from behind. Based on Xia Yu's first impression of Nie Yunxian, he knew that this person was extremely cunning. His hostility towards me couldn't just be because he saw me having dinner with the goddess he loved. There must be deeper reasons. When Xia Yu left, he used his spiritual sense to quietly invade the phone in Nie Yunxuan's pocket and instantly filtered and obtained all the information about him. Nie Yunxian, male, 33 years old, director of the 2nd Division of the Internal Affairs Investigation Bureau of the Chinese National Security Department. Confidentiality level A. His father, Nie Jianyuan, was in charge of China's military affairs for many years. Her mother, Xiao Yanshan, was once the queen of Chinese drama. She later married into the Nie family and took care of her husband and children. 2 years ago, her mother and Gao Lan, the eldest daughter of Gao Hongbin, the helmsman of Gao's jewelry group, hit it off at first sight and liked her very much. She was designated as a candidate for daughter-in-law. 3 months ago, Woofing Group and Chiefing Real Estate officially came into the official spotlight. Multiple departments secretly investigated these two companies, and Nie Yunxuan's Internal Affairs Investigation Bureau's 2nd Division was one of the participants. Nie Yunxuan's origin and background are extremely complicated. Xia Yu doesn't like the feeling of being watched by this poisonous snake all the time. Even though there is no danger for the time being, he still feels very disgusted. I hope you don't mess with me. Xia Yu silently prayed for Nie Yunxian in his heart. On the 62nd floor of Global Building, Chiefing Real Estate started its busy afternoon work as usual. Wu Yifeng was sitting in the spacious president's office. He had smoked 3 cigars in a row. There was a heavy and conflicted look on the resolute face shrouded in smoke. Since a few months ago, after a long talk with Xia Yu, Wu Yifeng had a general idea that the end of the world was approaching. He chose to believe it and has not slept well for a single day since then. The future community must be completed within 8 months, and supporting facilities and material reserves must be prepared to cope with long-term extreme cold weather. Now more than 3 months have passed. The basic construction of the community's underground city has been completed, and the above-ground construction is also progressing at an accelerated pace as planned. At the current rate, it should be no problem for the community to be completed by the end of November this year. In order to stockpile enough food and supplies, Chiefing also set up more than 20 markets and procurement departments and carried out frantic purchases of important resources and supplies. Everything was going smoothly, but recently some strange obstacles suddenly appeared. Chiefing Company found that they could not purchase some important construction materials and supplies in the country. Wu Yifeng's intuition was that some departments at the top must have deliberately set up obstacles for Chiefing. There was no other way. Chiefing could only send more manpower and speed up the purchase of overseas materials. However, doing so also invisibly increased the cost of procurement and transportation. During this period, Chiefing also acquired and contacted many high-quality domestic companies and institutions. This includes Future Intelligence Technology, which helped Xia Yu earn his first billion. Several top-tier hospitals, a bioengineering research institute, precision machine tool and machinery factories, various basic consumer goods manufacturers, and agricultural science academy. These important enterprises and institutions will be relocated to the future community in advance before the completion of the community project. Chiefing has provided the most favorable conditions and strong support for this. Even though he had planned everything very carefully, for some reason, Wu Yifeng was still a little nervous these 2 days, as if he had overlooked something very important. He had smoked quite a few cigars and pondered for a long time before he dialed an internal number. "Xia Yu, come here for a moment." In less than a minute, Xia Yu knocked on the door and came in. After not seeing her for a few days, why did this little girl look so haggard? "Brother Feng, are you looking for me?" "Well, Xia Yu, what's wrong with you lately? You look listless. Did Xia Yu and that brat bully you?" Xia Yu pouted and said aggrievedly, "I also want to be bullied by him, but he doesn't want to last. Don't be so depressed. Cheer up. You're such a young and beautiful girl. Are you worried about not being able to find a boyfriend?" "But I only like Brother Yashin." Wu Yifeng rubbed his forehead, speechless, and had to change the subject. "Xia Yu, you're smart. Help Brother Feng think about whether there are any loopholes in our company's future community configuration plan." "Brother Feng, who asked you to build the future community?" "Xia Yu, why don't you ask him, but ask me?" "Yeah, I was confused." Wu Yifeng picked up a cell phone and was about to call Xia Yu, but when he looked up, he saw the real person pushing the door and walking in. "Looking for me?" Xia Yu raised his eyebrows and asked. Yes, Brother Feng is looking for you. Where have you been these days, Brother Shun?" Xia Yu, who was originally listless, immediately became energized when she saw Xia Yu and walked towards him with a flushed face. "Xia Yu, please notify the heads of the marketing and procurement departments to meet in conference room A in 10 minutes. "Okay." Xia Yu jumped and trotted out. Xia Yu and Wu Yifeng looked at each other and said with a smile, "Brother Feng, are you having troubles? How dare you say that? You're just a hands-off boss, pushing all of Chiefing's affairs onto me." "That's because, Brother Feng, you are more capable than me." Xia Yu laughed. "Don't give me that." Wu Yifeng laughed and scolded, saying, "Yes, why did you call them to a meeting?" Can you keep a secret for now? Announce it at the meeting." "No, you have to tell me now." "Brother Feng, you've become so overbearing." "Okay, this is what I'm going to do. Through Chiefing, I'm going to immediately launch a massive plan. The Chinese Cuisine Rescue Plan. This plan concerns the quality of our food in the end times, and of course, the inheritance of Chinese culinary culture." When Wu Yifeng heard this, he was startled and suddenly felt as if the clouds had cleared and the moon was revealed. "My recent worries seem to be related to this aspect. No wonder I always feel like something is missing and I feel unfulfilled. It turns out that there is a lack of delicious food. As a senior food lover, how could he bear the fact that there were no more delicious foods in the past in the end times? Chinese Cuisine Rescue Plan, very good. Just hearing the name is so exciting. I'm really looking forward to what kind of miracles Xia and this guy will create. Chapter 49 Chinese Food Rescue Plan 2. 10 minutes later, dozens of seats in Chiefing Real Estate's conference room A were already full. Xia Yu walked into the meeting room with high spirits. Beside him was Wu Yifeng, who was tall and had a serious face. Seeing Xia Yu walk up to the chairman's seat and sit down, the heads of various departments below began to get restless. Why is it that God is presiding over the meeting today? God, I haven't seen him appear in the company for a long time. Of course. He's a legend in our company. How can we meet him so easily? Is he Yushin? He's so handsome. No, his aura has mesmerized me. Xia Yu, who was sitting in the secretary's position, listened to the whispers below, her face full of pride. Humph! How could the man I like not be excellent? She stood up and announced the start of the meeting in a crisp voice, and the venue returned to silence. Xia Yu glanced at the eager eyes below, cleared his throat, and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I will be chairing today's meeting. During this period, everyone has put a lot of effort into the construction of Qifeng and the Future Community Project. Thank you all for your hard work. On behalf of the company, I would like to thank you all." Then he took the lead in applauding, and the conference room was filled with warm applause that lasted for a long time. As the saying goes, you reap what you sow, and you will reap what you sow. Although everyone is working very hard, please believe that in the near future, when the future community is built, I promise, in addition to monetary rewards, you will receive something more important and surprising than money. What exactly is it? Please allow me to keep it a secret for now. Everything will be revealed in the end. Now, we have a new challenge, and I have gathered you all today to announce this news. Xia Yu paused and instructed Xia Yu, who was sitting in the second seat on the left. Xia Yu, prepare the meeting minutes. After the meeting, you must immediately assemble a team and implement this plan. Got it? Xia Yu nodded. Everyone, we are about to launch a brand new project. The name of this project is Chinese Food Rescue Plan. Upon hearing this, most people in the conference room looked at each other, their eyes widening in confusion. What kind of bizarre project is this? Just hearing the name is enough to make your mind go wild. Okay, let me first explain the purpose of this plan. Our future community is not just a place full of futuristic technology. It also has to be a future city full of traditional Chinese food culture. I want everyone in Future City to be able to taste the most authentic Chinese cuisine without leaving the city. A silly-looking boy wearing black-framed glasses timidly raised his right hand. Well, do you have any questions? Xia Yu looked at the somewhat silly man with black-framed glasses and smiled. Xia, Mr. Xia, my name is Yu Bao, and I'm currently the head of the 3rd Marketing Department. I'd like to ask, does the plan you proposed include all the delicacies and snacks from all over the world? Yu Bao propped up his black-framed glasses with his fingers and asked. That's a good question. Yes, there are 8 major cuisines in Chinese cuisine, and in recent years there have been many innovative and improved cuisines. As long as it is delicious food, especially those with unique cultural heritage, it is worth introducing and inheriting. Our plan is divided into 3 steps. 1. Set up a special flight team to search for excellent food and snacks from all over the country. I have a preliminary complete list here. Xia Yu will give it to the leaders of each flight team after the meeting. You can assign the tasks according to the area. 2. Acquire and establish a pre-prepared meal production line locally, which will be able to make pre-prepared dishes and carry out vacuum or cold chain batch production. By the end of November, the production of each dish must not be less than 2 million servings. In particular, pickled fish, spicy crayfish, kung pao chicken, Buddha jumps over the wall, pepper pork belly and chicken, boiled beef, sweet and sour pork, and preserved vegetable pork. The pre-prepared quantity of each dish cannot be less than 5 million. 3. All shortlisted delicacies and snacks will be introduced to Future City and open in stores. All restaurants and snack shops that enter the city will enjoy 3 preferential policies. 1. Free rent for 2 years, free store design and decoration. 2. Within 2 years, we will provide high-quality food and ingredients needed by restaurants and snack bars at half the market price, with Qifeng's purchasing department responsible for group procurement and distribution. 3. All chefs and catering service staff will be provided with free housing and living allowances. Hiss! There was a sound of gasps in the conference room. Damn, what's the difference between such an inhumane preferential policy and giving money away? Aren't those catering establishments and snack bars scrambling to get in? Boss Xia, what are the conditions for a gourmet restaurant to enter Future City? The silly Yu Bao was also a little excited and asked quickly. Of course there are conditions. First, the food and beverage outlets entering the community must pass the first round of selection by the flight team and be shortlisted. Second, all restaurants that move in must send out the best chefs and service teams, and the chef must have at least 1 apprentice. The third and most important step is that after the shortlisted restaurants and gourmet restaurants move in, they must first undergo a 2-month internal food test. All dishes produced during this period must be evaluated by our internal team, and, of course, we will pay for the dishes according to the market price. According to the evaluation standards, the daily output of each dish cannot be less than 600. After hearing this, everyone was confused. The first two were fine, but this last one seemed a bit bullshit, right? Even if we want to conduct an internal evaluation, it doesn't need to be conducted for 2 consecutive months, right? Moreover, according to regulations, there must be no less than 600 servings of each dish per day. Who are you going to feed so many dishes every day? Looking at the puzzled expressions of the crowd, Xia Yu remained calm and thought, "You don't understand this. The internal evaluation of these freshly baked dishes is just an excuse. The real purpose is just to satisfy my own need for hot food. Okay, now that we have a specific plan, it all depends on your execution and implementation. After this meeting, each department must allocate its best personnel to actively cooperate with the implementation of this work. Xia Yu, you will be in charge of coordinating this matter, and I will personally supervise it. In addition, a special purchasing department should be established to stockpile large quantities of the ingredients, condiments, tools, etc. needed for the selected gourmet dishes. At the same time, we need to build large vacuum storage facilities and cold storage facilities. Let's prepare for a total reserve capacity of 100 years. Hiss. Everyone gasped again. Damn, 100 years of total reserves? Even if you have money, you shouldn't be so willful, right? Brotherphone, do you have anything else to add? Xia Yu turned and looked at Wu Yifeng. Wu Yifeng smiled meaningfully and said, I only have one thing to add. There's no cap on the funding for this project, so go for it. Chapter 50 The Last Madness Before the End of the World. 3 months later, the China Food Rescue Plan was perfectly implemented, with more than 7,800 types of cuisine and snacks selected, including the famous Quanzhou Peking duck, Taiyu hot pot, Haidaleo, Tonga, Huji mutton house, Thai pickled fish, Weiqian ramen, Zhohei duck, Gubuli. A large number of pre-prepared dishes have been stored in Xia Yu's chaotic space. At this rate, I and the people around me probably won't be able to finish it in our lifetime. The Guangchong bunker was completed 2 months ago, and the interior decoration and supporting facilities were basically completed. The only thing left was the installation of protective and offensive weapons after the end of the world. After Deng Deguang and Oh Man Man completed the bunker project, they arranged for all their family members to live in the cave, and each of them was assigned a 5-story building. The two families usually visit each other very frequently, as if they are determined to form an alliance through marriage. Today, Future City has more than 7,800 unique restaurants and snack bars. The so-called internal testing of the dishes stipulated by Xia Yu has also quietly begun. Every day, huge batches of hot dishes and snacks are continuously collected into his chaotic space. Occasionally, Xia Yu would take out some hot delicacies and share them with Tang Yina and her family, or distribute them to some core staff for tasting. All subsidiaries of Wuffing Group have also completed their overall relocation and have moved into the future community. Xia Yu specially left 2 small cave buildings for Yi Bing and Chun Zhuozi, and their 2 families moved in one after another. When Yi Bing entered the cave for the first time, he was extremely impressed by the beautiful scenery here. But when she saw Tang Yina, who lived in the same room with Xia Yu, her originally rosy face instantly turned extremely pale. At that moment, Yi Bing seemed to hear something inside his body breaking. She was very sad. From now on, would she still be able to express her feelings for Xia Yu? Looking at Yi Bing's situation, Xia Yu could only feel helpless and distressed. When you don't want to hurt others, the harm has already been caused in reality. There's nothing I can do. I'll just let it go. There's still plenty of time in life, and there will be opportunities. As the construction of the future community entered its final stages, Stargate Security Company officially took on the security work inside and outside the community. After several months of continuous development, Stargate Security has recruited 35,000 retired personnel. After rigorous training, an Iron Army has gradually taken shape. Wu Yifeng, Zhao Jun, Haizi, Huilang, and several instructors all settled down in the cave with their families. Every day, they rush between the community and the cave, and their days are busy and fulfilling. A comprehensive school was finally established in the cave. There were not many students, less than 200, most of whom were family members and children of the staff in the cave. However, In the future community, which has already begun to take shape, there are more than 9 universities, middle schools, and primary schools that have applied to be established. Chiefing Real Estate has also collaborated with several Grade A hospitals within the community to establish a higher medical school. Time flies, and soon another month has passed. On November 16, 2032, the weather in southern province has gradually turned cooler. A magnificent sci-fi city stands tall on the land of Guangzhou. The Future Community Project was completed a month ahead of schedule. Countdown to Doomsday, 35 days left. That day, Xia Yu received a call from Fatty Li, saying that the third batch of 400,000 tons of high-quality rice had all been stored in the warehouse. To be honest, he no longer felt the same amazement about the rice purchased by Fatty Li. That's for sure. After you've seen the ocean, would you be surprised by a fish pond? Of course, we will never give up on punishing Fatty Li. So, Xia Yu agreed to return to Shicheng in 2 days and settle the full amount of the rice payment after inspecting the goods. On this side, he quietly put all the materials in the storage park into the space, naturally including the 400,000 tons of rice purchased by Fatty Li. The rice is gone, and it is impossible for Xia Yu to give it to him. Starting from tomorrow, Fatty Li will fall into the darkest moment of his life. Not only has he lost everything, but he's also burdened with nearly 2 billion in debt, living in misery, hounded by creditors. Can he survive this cruel apocalypse? Difficult. Xia Yu didn't care about this. He had dug this big pit and made Fatty Li jump into it just to avenge the evil he had done in his previous life. Just over 5 months have passed since the last bizarre and crazy series of disappearances on Blue Planet, and a new round of global harvest has begun again. On this day, all supplies in a large integrated storage park in Shicheng, China, mysteriously disappeared, including 400,000 tons of high-quality rice that had just been stored. Then, large quantities of food materials, ingredients, tobacco and alcohol, machinery and equipment, and container ports from all over China were also looted. Starting from the Chinese territory, the Northern Bear Country, the Little Days, the United States, the European countries, basically any country that is slightly larger cannot escape the fate of being purchased for 0 yuan again. For a time, officials and people everywhere wailed and were in panic. This time, the missing supplies incident was more purposeful than the last one. Most of the missing items were high-tech and important strategic materials, such as food, energy, precision machine tools, and experimental instruments. This time, more than a dozen American congressmen were sent to the hospital due to anger. Through in-depth investigation and analysis of these 2 series of disappearances, all major forces on Blue Star have sensed a hint of the approaching end of the world. As a result, contingency plans and response plans for the end of the world were quietly put on the agenda among the top leaders of major countries. Some powerful countries even accelerated the layout of their national survival plans, even at the cost of exposing top-secret information that had been hidden for decades. As far as Xia Yu knows, humans have been continuously advancing no less than 10 top-secret survival plans. These plans have been prepared for at least several decades and have invested a lot of manpower and material resources. The profound and mysterious background contained therein is simply inaccessible and unimaginable to ordinary people. As early as the 1960s, China secretly carried out the Manhwa Sky Repairing Project. The main base was built deep in the Kunlun Mountains, connecting the underground area within hundreds of kilometers of the Kunlun Mountains. The Glacier Fire Project of the Northern Bear Country is built in a vast ice field in the far north, and is said to have basically completed the balance experiment of the internal animal and plant ecosystem. Europe and the United States joined forces to start a secret plan 100 years ago. Their Noah's Ark project was located deep in huge mountains on the east coast of North America. If you could see through the earth, you would find a vast underground city complex, stretching from the interior of North America to the depths of the Atlantic Ocean. Human beings are an extremely intelligent species, although they can also be foolish and cruel at times. But when faced with disaster, they always unleash amazing collective strength and creativity. Xia Yu wandered around the Blue Star. Except for some important supplies, he did not kill all the creatures this time. He didn't even touch those giant survival bases. After all, we are all human beings, and there is no need to deprive everyone of their right to survive. Although he knew that every time a major disaster struck, the first to be sacrificed would always be the ordinary people who made up the majority. Is the history of human civilization on Blue Planet just a series of cruel reincarnations? No matter how hard you try and struggle, you cannot escape the fate of being judged at the end of the world? At the last stop, Xia Yu stood on an isolated island. The deserted island is uninhabited and looks like an inconspicuous stone in the vast Pacific Ocean. The end of the world is approaching, and Xia Yu decides to go crazy one last time. At this moment, he stood quietly on the top of the isolated island, facing the sea. The sea breeze kept blowing his hair and clothes, but his mind had quietly explored the depths of the ocean. The ocean is a mysterious and colorful world, home to a variety of plants, fish, shrimp, starfish, clams, corals. Even in the 10,000-meter deep trenches, there are some strange luminous or transparent fish and creatures swimming around. Xia Yu's spiritual thoughts continued to extend under the sea, and in the blink of an eye, they spread to more than 100 kilometers away. It's time to shock the world again. The next moment, a black hole with a diameter of nearly 100 kilometers suddenly appeared on the seabed, nearly 10,000 meters deep. Countless seawater mysteriously disappeared silently, taking with it all the living things in the water. Deep in the Pacific Ocean, the water is disappearing at an alarming rate. It wasn't until half a day later that weather satellites from several countries simultaneously issued a red warning. Across the 180 million square kilometers of the Pacific Ocean, the average sea level dropped by 5 meters in a short period of time. This incredible and strange news quickly spread across the blue planet through the internet. Countless people were shocked at once. Rumors spread, and the whole world fell into a frenzied panic once again. Chapter 51 Doomsday is coming. Is this the dungeon of the future? It's so shocking. The cute and lovely Xia Yu opened her bright eyes wide, looking at everything in front of her in disbelief, her little mouth full of amazement. Brother Feng, how did you come up with this idea? It's amazing. Haha, I don't have such an idea. It was all Xia and this kid's idea, Wu Yifeng said with a smile. With Brother Shun? Well, that's not surprising. At this moment, they were standing at the highest point of the first level of the underground city, the top floor of the future city management center. Looking around, the first thing that catches your eye is the densely packed and sci-fi feeling grid-shaped residential complex. The residential complex covers an area of about 20 square kilometers and is said to be able to accommodate up to 600,000 people. Adjacent to the residential complex is a fashionable commercial and leisure area, which houses more than 10,000 service businesses related to food, clothing, housing, and transportation. There are clean and uniform streets, and the green belts on both sides are planted with various fruit trees and flowers. The city's central park in the distance is full of greenery, like a giant green lawn. On the other side of the park is a huge artificial lake, which is usually used for viewing and entertainment, and can be used as a freshwater reserve for the entire underground city during special periods. In the distance to the east, there is a silver curved building with the huge words High-Tech Comprehensive Medical Building shining on the roof. On the west side of the city, silver buildings of various styles loomed in the greenery. A few white egrets flapped their wings and took off from the trees. At the top of the underground city is a huge sky design, which can emit different intensities of skylight according to the different periods of 24 hours in the outside world. You can also rotate the simulation, blue sky and white clouds during the day, the moon and stars at night. The underground city in front of us is located 780 meters underground in Guangchong Future Community. It is divided into 2 floors with a total area of 70 square kilometers. What Xia Yu saw was only the first floor, and the second floor is said to be 300 meters below, and non-staff members are not allowed to enter. The second floor will be the most important source of fresh food and meat for the future city, hence the name Future Granary. 2/3 of the future granary will be a planting area covering 40,000 mu, planted with staple foods such as rice, wheat, potatoes, and various melons and vegetables. At the southern end of the granary, a separate poultry and livestock farm covering an area of about 10,000 mu was opened, where more than 400,000 poultry and livestock are raised. The cost of the plant and animal recycling ecosystem in this layer alone is as high as 50 billion. About 60 meters underground on the second layer, there is a wide underground river with extremely abundant water resources. Chiefing Real Estate had spent a huge amount of money to build a 1.5 million kilowatt medium-sized hydroelectric power station at the highest point of the underground river. The power generation capacity was basically enough to meet the needs of the entire future city. December 18th, 2032, countdown to the end of the world. 3 days. Xia Yu was nestled in the Batsi building in the cave, watching TV, surfing the internet, and playing games with Tang Yina. When he is hungry, he cooks a big meal himself. Now, after the subconscious implantation of the intelligent brain, his cooking skills are not inferior to Deng Deguang. He hasn't been going out or shopping these days. There's nothing he can do about it. He's poor. Even the fraud boss in northern Myanmar would probably shake his head and walk away if he saw the balance in his bank account now. The former trillionaire has become penniless in the blink of an eye. Sigh. In terms of assets and supplies, he's unbeatable. But in terms of bank card balances, forget it. I guess Wu Yifeng and Chifeng Real Estate are in a similar situation now. Huh. They're all poor guys anyway. Just after lunch, Xia Yu wanted to retreat to his room, hold Tang Yina in his arms, and go to bed for a nice nap. But the phone rang at an inopportune time. Xia Yu, are you in Guangzhou? Are you in Guangzhou, Lao Jiang? How come you have time to call me? Isn't this your busiest time? Xia Yu, first of all, on behalf of China, I would like to thank you for your efforts. The country and the people will remember your contributions. Hey, stop, there's no need. I didn't do anything. Xia Yu interrupted him and said, I just reminded you when I thought it was appropriate to be prepared for the apocalyptic disaster. In fact, given your capabilities, you should have already analyzed it and launched the Manhwa sky repairing plan, right? Jiang Buwei on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, sighed, and said, Yes, as early as a month ago, our top management had already reached a consensus and officially launched the Manhwa sky repairing project. But your opinions are also very important. For this reason, we have at least tried our best to urgently strengthen the anti-collision and earthquake-proof measures of various shelters. It's a pity that no matter how hard we try to prepare and remedy the situation, facing a world-destroying natural disaster, only a few people are destined to survive. Xia Yu was silent for a while and asked, How many people can the Kunlun base accommodate? Based on a maximum lifespan of 50 years, the Kunlun base can only accommodate a maximum of 8 million people. Moreover, this does not include special circumstances, such as whether a more serious disaster might occur along the way. Hearing this, Xia Yu was not surprised at all, because when a world-destroying natural disaster strikes, the first thing any country must consider is the continuation of the spark of life and the inheritance of the nation's future. Unless you are selected by the country and become one of the extremely lucky few to enter a strategic shelter. Otherwise, like most people, you can only save yourself or wait in despair for the coming of the Last Judgment. Old Jiang, besides Kunlun, do the other shelters accommodate a large number of people? Not many. Each shelter can only accommodate 200,000 people, which is already the limit. The key issue is other shelters don't have the conditions like Kunlun to accommodate millions of people for a long time. Understood. Xia Yu, I want to ask you a question. How many people have moved into the future community? About 600,000 people. Jiang Buwei was surprised, but also a little surprised. Thank you, Xia Yu. I can only do what I can, Lao Jiang. Take care of yourself, too. Everyone, take care. The phone was hung up. Xia Yu suddenly felt that the air in the room became a little dull, and some of the emotions in his heart did not seem easy to get rid of. He sighed deeply, opened WeChat, and sent a message. Gaolan, how are the family affairs going? After a while, I received a reply. Xia Yu, you're not a good friend. Why didn't you tell me about such an important matter beforehand? Fortunately, Nie Yunxian reminded me recently, so I stopped blindly expanding, but it's too late to prepare for many things. Miss, haven't I made myself clear enough? I told you not to invest in business for the next few months, to stock up on food and supplies, and prepare for winter. Who would believe ambiguous words? Well, it seems that you can't just be a good person because no one will believe you. 3 days passed in a flash. December 21st, 12 noon, 12 minutes left until the end of the world. The audiovisual room on the 5th floor of Batsi building gathered Xia Yu, Tang Yina, Grandma and Grandpa, Xia Binglin, and Uncle's family, Deng Deguang, Man, Wu Yifeng, Yu, Chen Zhuozi, Yi Bing, and almost all the core personnel. Everyone sat quietly in their seats, scrolling through their phones silently, and the atmosphere was a bit depressing. Because an hour ago, Xia Yu told them, a world-destroying disaster is about to befall Blue Planet. Although most people were still skeptical, they all gathered here tacitly. Today, Xia Yu will give everyone an unprecedented Doomsday live broadcast. For this purpose, Xia Yu specifically used his supersensory consciousness to invade the satellite network of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration of the United States, and projected the real-time scenes in the low Earth orbit and the atmosphere live on the big screen. As time passed, a strange polarization had already appeared on the land of Blue Star. As the end of the world approaches, human nature finally turns into a giant magic mirror, and almost no one can escape. Chapter 52 Meteorite Destroys the World. 3 days ago, the Chinese government issued an announcement. The announcement was short, but it instantly shocked the entire country and even shook the entire blue planet. In view of the major changes that may occur in the future, from now on, all entry and exit visas, flights, and shipping for people and goods entering and leaving the country will be canceled, and the country will be closed. All schools and universities, middle schools, primary schools, and kindergartens across the country will suspend classes. Military and political departments at all levels will immediately implement special combat readiness controls to ensure the transfer and safety of personnel and materials to the greatest extent possible. Everyone, we are all the first responsible person for our own lives. Let us overcome difficulties together and weather the hard times together. As soon as the announcement came out, it caused an uproar on the internet. Why do I feel like something big is going to happen? Can any expert analyze what major event this announcement portends? Does this last, penultimate sentence sound familiar to you? 10 years ago, during that nationwide plague war, Hunan province. Yes, I remember it. I was only in my teens at the time, and many people saw that statement and mocked it, but later, those people were slapped in the face. Everyone, start stocking up on food and supplies starting today, and then find a safe place to hide. This is inside information from my relatives, believe it or not. Is the one upstairs running a rice shop or a supermarket? Can you please stop exaggerating? It's not a big deal. The government is backing everything up. That's right. What do we ordinary people have to worry about? Even if a war breaks out, it won't be our turn to fight. Don't tell me, with so much happening in the world lately and so much turmoil, is war really going to break out? For a time, all kinds of remarks flooded major platforms and WeChat groups. Some were excited, some were dismissive, some were rational, some sensed danger and prepared for it, and most simply treated it as a major incident. Human genes determine that as long as the fire does not burn the flesh, most people will not think that fire is dangerous at all. But reality is the best mirror to expose the truth. In less than 3 days, agricultural product wholesale markets, supermarkets, grain and oil stores in various cities were quietly swept away by some mysterious forces. By the time people realized what was happening, everything was already hard to find. Even a bottle of water couldn't be bought in a small grocery store with a good location. Most people then realized the abnormality of the situation and began to look for supplies everywhere, or buy food and water at high prices. In response to this, the authorities did not come out to refute the rumors and condemn the incident as usual, but instead remained strangely silent. Many people have fled the cities and returned to their hometowns or the countryside. Perhaps their family members and the land in the countryside will make them feel more at ease. No one knows what kind of disasters and misfortunes will happen in the near future. But there is no doubt that something big is about to happen on Blue Star. December 21st, 2032, 11:16 a.m. A 3-minute video ignited the entire Douyin. In a huge underground city, a leisurely crowd is strolling and shopping. Some people occasionally look up at the virtual blue sky above their heads. Groups of men and women walked into various specialty restaurants on the street, ordering a table of spicy hot pot or tasting authentic Thai pickled fish. Oh my God, where's this? Why aren't they worried at all? Isn't it affected there? Can they still go shopping and eat hot pot? Wow, I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten all day, and there's nothing to buy on the street. I want to eat hot pot too. I know where this is. This is the underground city of Guangzhou Future Community. My cousin's company used to be a supplier of winterproof materials for Future City. Oh my God, this place is really high-tech, so spectacular and beautiful. I want to live here too. Does anyone know the application procedures for living in Future City? Urgent. Waiting online. Forget about the people upstairs. Future City has already stopped accepting applications. Besides, are you a special talent? What should I do? I can't even buy instant noodles outside. Is the world really coming to an end? Woo-woo. When people outside were in panic, the Future Community had already been completely sealed off, and all personnel and most supplies were transferred to the underground Future City. Starting at 11 a.m., The first floor of the underground city, which covers an area of 35 square kilometers, was crowded with people who were exploring and visiting everywhere with great interest. Many people were amazed by the new things, constantly taking photos, shooting videos, or sending Douyin messages, and some even live-streamed. As a result, more videos and information about happy life in future city flooded the entire internet. Many people exclaimed that they couldn't bear it and vowed to form a team to go there and seize the future city. In contrast to the desolate and bleak world outside, the people of Future City were pleasantly surprised to discover that they had become the luckiest people on Blue Planet. That's it for the end of the world. What happens after the end of the world? With such a strong contrast, do you really want people to survive? 12 Uhr 12 nachts. Xia Yu and the people around him were the first to see the extremely shocking scene. The scene of the Blue Planet's atmosphere was projected on the big screen. Countless blazing white fireballs penetrated the 1,000-kilometer-thick ionosphere and crashed into the surface of the Blue Planet at a speed of 30 kilometers per second. The end of the world has begun. Everyone in the audiovisual room looked pale, staring at the scene of destruction on the big screen in disbelief. At this moment, no one doubted Xia Yu's words anymore. At the same time, they were all very glad to have met Xia Yu, and even more glad to be someone by his side. This gratitude comes not only from the heart, but also from the soul. People who have not experienced the catastrophe of life and death will not understand how profound the feeling is when someone gives you a new life. Xia Yu, will we be okay? Grandpa Fan Baoshan was a little worried. Don't worry, Grandpa will be fine. Tang Yina, who had experienced a life and death crisis, was relatively calm. She gently patted the back of her grandfather's hand and persuaded him comfortingly. With Xia Yu by my side, what is there to be afraid of? Please rest assured, the meteorite will not land in the Guangchong area. We have taken sufficient early warning measures. Xia Yu's supersensory consciousness had already extended to an altitude of nearly 300 kilometers above his head, and at the same time covered the entire Guangchong terrain. He could respond in time if there was any danger. I only now understand what a brilliant and wise decision President Xia made by frantically forcing us to spend money on production and stockpiling goods. So, you knew this would happen? I am impressed. Chun Zhuizi was convinced and gave Xia Yu a thumbs up. Yi Bing, who had been calm all this time, stared at Xia Yu with shining eyes, his heart beating wildly. How can I give up on this man so easily? I won't give up. That's right. I was wondering how Brother Yushin could be so amazing. He never misses a beat in stock trading and has planned so many things in advance. So you can foresee the future? Brother Yushin, can you also help me predict whether I can be with the person I love deeply? Shin Yu said with a crazy look on her face. Xia Yu's forehead was filled with black lines again. What a huge misunderstanding. How could I foresee the future? It was all thanks to the golden finger and rebirth. Okay? Besides, who is the person you love so deeply, little girl? It can't be me, right? Just think about it. Don't mention the name. I glanced at Tang Yina beside me and saw that she was staring at the big screen intently. Fortunately, she was not discovered. Half a minute ago, all electromagnetic and network signals on the Blue Planet were interrupted, and people on the ground noticed something unusual in the sky. In the originally blue sky, there were trails of scorching fireballs. The whole sky looked as fragile as a piece of paper torn by a cat's claws. Countless people fled from the open space screaming, looking for shelter to avoid the disaster. Air raid shelters, subway tunnels, underground parking lots, and even some underground drainage channels were all packed with people. The panicked crowd was desperately scrambling for the last glimmer of hope of survival, even trampling and fighting. A young man was running, gritted his teeth, and ruthlessly pushed his girlfriend, who had sprained her ankle, away. He ignored the desperate cries of the girl behind him and quickly squeezed into the crowd vying for the subway passage. On a chaotic street corner, a young mother pushed a baby carriage and looked sadly at her crying child. She looked up at the sky, bent down, gently picked up the baby, and kissed the tears from her son's face very tenderly. Be good, son. Don't be afraid. Mom will take you home. Then the young woman held her son in her arms and walked home without hesitation. Perhaps her home would be ruthlessly destroyed by a meteorite in the next moment. Honey, look at how there are so many shooting stars in the sky in broad daylight. They're so beautiful. In a dilapidated two-story building, an elderly man with white hair leaned weakly on the bed with his tired body. Two wrinkled hands gently held the equally old hands of the old man on the bed. He gazed tenderly at the woman who had been sleeping in bed for 10 years, raised his head to look at the strange sky outside the window, and whispered, "Honey, do you remember that on the first day we dated, you held my hand and insisted that I accompany you to Funyo Mountain to watch the meteor showers? You said you wanted to make a big wish, and later we got married, and you said that your wish had finally come true, and you were so happy and blessed. Now, there are so many shooting stars in the sky. Can I make a wish? Wife, in the next life, we will still be together." On December 21st, 2032, a world-destroying meteorite landed on the blue planet. Chapter 53, it turns out there really is a godlike man. Dad, do you think God will really save us? In a Catholic church, dozens of devout believers are praying silently under the leadership of a priest. Beside a middle-aged man, the little boy asked innocently, "Yes, the Lord will not abandon any of his people who believe in him," said the man. The little boy smiled with relief. He believed in his father, just as his father believed in the only God. The sky outside the church has turned into the devil's court of judgment. The meteorite shower passed through the atmosphere at a terrifying speed of 30 kilometers per second, leaving long tails and violently cutting through the sky. Like countless stones penetrating a piece of fragile paper, getting closer and closer to the ground. At this moment, no one paid attention to a strange phenomenon on the blue planet. Hundreds of scenic spots that were originally scattered across China, including snow-capped mountains and lakes, mountain streams, and primeval forests, all disappeared at the moment before being destroyed by the meteorite. All that remains on the Earth are huge sinkholes. Soon, the surface of the Earth was hit by the first terrifying impact of the meteor shower. Huge mushroom clouds rose from the land of Blue Star. The terrifying shock wave instantly raised the area within 100 miles of the impact point to the ground. Only a dozen seconds later, the second and third waves of impact followed one after another. In an instant, most of the terrain on the blue planet was completely destroyed. The volcano erupted, magma flowed, smoke and dust filled the sky, and the Earth was devastated. On the vast ocean, the huge impact energy triggered a series of earthquakes and tsunamis. In the center of the oceans, gigantic waves hundreds of meters high and dozens of stories high formed visibly, surging towards the already scarred land. Xia Yu was sitting quietly in the dam building at this moment, feeling the waves of vibrations coming from the Earth with everyone else. Although they were far away, everyone could still feel the horror of the meteorite's destruction of the world. It could be imagined that no life could survive within the direct range of the impact. Don't worry, even if human civilization on the surface is completely destroyed, we still have a chance to rebuild it. In order to ease the heavy atmosphere, Xia Yu smiled lightly. Alas, with so many meteorites, how many places out there are still intact? Oh man said with a bitter face that she was so nervous just now that she almost bruised Deng Deguang's arm. At least our Guanchong is intact, right? Deng Deguang comforted. Well, but do you think we can still go to Juzhegu or Zishuangban in the future? Oh man asked again worriedly. Everyone in the room was silent. No one could answer her because everyone already had an answer in their hearts. When the nest is destroyed, no egg will remain intact. Xia Yu took Tang Yina's slightly cold hand and smiled at her with a bright look in his eyes, as if conveying a firm confidence to her. "I'm here. No matter how turbulent the outside world is, as long as you and the people around you are safe and sound, that's enough. God has dealt us a good hand, and he has used a powerful move. On the blue planet, the only remaining human forces can only protect themselves. Maybe they can slow down the pace of playing cards, but in the end, they can only survive." But Xia Yu was different because he had enough cards. Guanchong Base, Future City, Small World, Chaos Space. At this moment, in the chaotic space, hundreds of landforms that are extremely familiar to the Chinese people are quietly suspended. In the vast expanse of Hongmeng, they look like huge real-life models. Juzhegu, Zishuangban, Daxingling, the Great Wall, West Lake, Arai Lake, Crescent Lake, Tian Sha Mountains, and Batsi Mountain. These were the final steps of Xia Yu's Doomsday plan. It took him more than half a month to prepare and exhausted his spiritual power several times before he completed the imprint. Finally, it was saved at the last moment of destruction. China's heritage is still there. At the same time as the scenery shifted, remote rural areas and farms in dozens of areas, including Hunan Province, Hubei Province, Sichuan Province, Jiangxi Province, Shandong Province, Inner Mongolia Province, and Heilongjiang province in China. More than 1 million simple farmers also experienced a fantasy journey. They were in their desperate and helpless homes, but in the blink of an eye, they and their families magically appeared in a strange place, together with the house they lived in. It was as if they had entered a dreamland in an instant. In front of us is a huge and beautiful valley, with green trees, birds singing, and flowers blooming. It is like entering a fairyland in a dream. Or was the Doomsday disaster just a collective illusion they created? Soon, they understood what was going on. Everyone received a clear message in their minds. This is a brand new world. This mysterious little world has 9 levels. They are in the first level. Further ahead, there are grasslands, planted plains, lakes. The owner of the small world is named Xia Yu, and he is the one who controls their life and death with a single thought in the future. The outside world has been destroyed, and this will be where they will live for the rest of their lives. Blue Star, I can never go back. In the underground future city, the vibrations from the Earth's crust lasted for more than 20 minutes before slowly ending. The residents of the city finally put aside their anxieties and took to the streets to cheer and celebrate. A huge gymnasium was packed with frightened people in piles everywhere. Where are we? Weren't we in Juzhegu just now? How did we get here in the blink of an eye? Is it magic? Yeah, me too. My family and I were just looking for a cave to take shelter. Didn't you see the meteor shower from the sky? It was terrifying. Honey, we're not dead. Ha ha, that's great. I thought we were doomed this time. Who knew we'd encounter a natural disaster while traveling to Daocheng? Oomph. How dare you say that it's all your fault? The authorities clearly announced that something big was going to happen in the next 2 days, and yet you still refused to believe it and insisted on going on a trip. Hey, aren't we still alive? Hello, I'm from Tianshan. How about you? Hello, I was just at a Rai Lake. A crowd of nearly 100,000 people filled the entire large stadium. At this moment, everyone felt as if they were in another world. They still hadn't figured out why they suddenly appeared in this strange place. Hey. Everyone, please be quiet. A man's voice came from the loudspeaker in the venue. I know everyone must be wondering, what is this place? Why did you come here? Well, here's the answer. This is the Future City Underground in Guangzhou Future Community. You came here because you were lucky. You just happened to appear in those places, and those places were noticed by a godlike man. So here you are. As for the situation outside, you don't have to guess anymore. I can tell you that the outside world has become a ruin. Now that you are here, you must abide by the rules here and integrate into your new work and life as quickly as possible. Later, staff will help you register your identity information, issue ID cards, and arrange your check-in. So this is the famous Future City. The crowd erupted in excitement, excitedly discussing and exchanging hearsay information about the Future City. Hey, there are nearly 100,000 more people all of a sudden. Do you feel any pressure? Wu Yifeng stared at the underground city surveillance footage that had just been restored and patted Xia Yu on the shoulder. Brother Phone, do you want to hear the truth? Nonsense. You must tell the truth. The truth is, there's no pressure at all. Ha ha ha. You kid. Wu Yifeng also laughed and lowered his head to search for his cigar in his pocket. The previous experience had been so damn stressful that he had even smoked all his cigars. In the territory of the Northern Bear Country, there is a barren ice field, and several deep sinkholes have appeared on the ground within a radius of thousands of miles. The surrounding ice and snow have melted in large areas, and the soil has turned charred black. 2,000 meters below the ice sheet, an enormous steel city stands tall. Inside the city, over 1 million people are busy working in their respective areas with clear division of labor. Comrade Angulev, please quickly calculate our country's losses from this disaster. Also, reconnect our orbiting satellites and space stations to assess the damage. Yes, Mr. President. Also, has the person who stole our Lake Baikal 6 months ago been found? Mr. President, I'm sorry. There are too few clues, and Lake Baikal disappeared too abruptly. An entire lake of 31,500 square kilometers, along with the water and surrounding land, disappeared. What kind of magical power could have done this? What's your verdict, Comrade Angulev? Mr. President, I think if this was man-made, this person must be a godlike man. Why do you think so? Because, firstly, he had foreseen the impending Doomsday long ago, so he took away a large amount of supplies and landforms from around the world in advance. Second, since the supplies on Blue Star are useful to him, he must still be alive on Blue Star. Third, Why is he said to be a godlike man, not a woman? Mr. President, please look at this. This is the top secret document submitted by the Special Intelligence Group today. President Putin's deep and sharp eyes lit up, and he took the stack of documents and flipped through them quickly. A few minutes later, Putin frowned gravely and murmured, "It turns out there really are godlike men in this world." Chapter 54 Tsunami. Xia Yu, are the results of the disaster simulation out? At the Future City Supercomputing Center, Xia Yu asked with a slightly serious expression. Standing beside him were Tang Yina and Wu Yifeng, both of whom had unconcealable nervousness and anxiety on their faces. Less than half an hour after the meteorite impact stopped, Xia Yu directed the supercomputing team to enter all the disaster data that could be collected into the Vega computer disaster model. The disaster simulation results will be out in 3 minutes. I don't think it's optimistic. Xia Yu frowned her beautiful eyebrows, and her usual innocent smile was no longer visible on her pretty face. Is it serious? Wu Yifeng asked. Probably, Xia Yu replied. How serious is it? Worse than a global nuclear winter. Global nuclear winter, the terrifying legend that has been circulating for decades, has always been just a theoretical hypothesis and has never actually appeared in the history or reality of the blue planet. And today, every surviving human being has to face this disaster, or even something worse. When they heard the notification sound of the supercomputer simulator's results, everyone was shocked. The results are out. Xia Yu quickly enlarged the screen, and rows of cold data jumped on the dark gray, large computer screen. The sweet voice of Xia Yu's intelligent AI then resounded throughout the computer center. Blue Planet, December 21st, 2032, Meteorite Impact Disaster Data Deduction. Land Impact Points, 1982. Ocean Impact Points, 2963. Total yield, 26.35 billion tons of TNT. Land damage area, 79.6%. Volcanoes triggered, 247. Total amount of atmospheric smoke and dust, 1.56 billion tons, which can reach the troposphere within 16 hours and enter the stratosphere within 28 hours. Estimated residence time of stratospheric smoke and dust, 108 years. Special warning. A new type of meteorite substance was found in the smoke and dust, and its chemical structure is similar to hafnium dioxide, HFO2. The specific gravity is 0.781 g/L, which is lower than the average specific gravity of the blue planet's atmosphere of 1.293 g/L. The new material will seriously affect the sunlight penetration rate. In the next 3 months, the sunlight penetration rate is predicted to drop to 6.4%. Average surface temperature. Within 72 hours, the average temperature will plummet to minus 76 degrees Celsius. Long-term climate disasters, global blizzards, glaciers, and extreme cold. Short-term derivative disaster, global tsunami. The first wave is expected to land in Malay and India in 46 minutes, with a wave height of 163 meters. The sweet voice of the Weaver girl echoed coldly and mercilessly in the huge supercomputing center. The staff at the supercomputing center all stopped their work unconsciously, and many of them looked increasingly ugly and paler. This blue planet disaster is more serious than anyone imagined. In 72 hours, the blue planet will soon enter an extremely cold weather, and such a cruel low-temperature climate will last for at least 100 years. This cold reality shattered everyone's fantasy. The Ice Age is officially approaching. After the meteorite impact, the sky on the blue planet was filled with gray-black smoke. The smoke and dust continued to rise, almost covering the entire atmosphere, blocking most of the sunlight, and the sky became darker and darker. If we look at it from a satellite in space, the once beautiful blue planet has turned into a smoking coal ball. The Earth is devastated, and it is a terrible sight. More than 40 minutes later, a tsunami of more than 100 meters first landed in Malay and India. Giant waves dozens of stories high roared in, crushing the coastline and the ruins of the city with overwhelming force, engulfing most of the land area. A few hours later, almost all the land coasts of Blue Star were hit by 100-meter tsunamis. Whether it was ruins, plains, or wilderness, they all instantly disappeared in the mountain-like waves. On this day, dozens of countries, big and small, including India, Mali, New Kingdom, and Ziazizi, once again suffered a devastating disaster. Brother Yushin, Do we need to send the simulation results to the future city network? Xia Yu asked, looking a little uneasy. Send it. There's nothing to hide. Xia Yu pondered for a moment and said, Xia Yu, keep working. Brother Feng and I have something to do. Yeah, okay. Xia Yu agreed, then turned her head to look at Tang Yina behind her, seeming to want to say something but stopping herself. Tang Yina understood immediately and said with a smile, Xia Yu, you guys go and do your work. I'll stay here to accompany Xia Yu. Okay, then be careful. Xia Yu glared at the mischievous Xun Yu with some vigilance, then turned around and left with Wu Yifeng helplessly. Standing on the city wall of the east gate of the future community were Wolf-Head Zhao Jun, Haizi, Grey Wolf, and more than 30 retired members of the Snow Wolf team. Everyone was wearing dark green combat uniforms, standing in neat rows in the black dust and chilly wind. Xia Yu and Wu Yifeng took the elevator in the underground city and went directly to the top of the east gate. Salute. The troops stood at attention and performed a very standard military salute in an orderly and majestic manner. Reporting in, the Stargate Divine Team now has 1 team leader, 3 deputy team leaders, and 35 captains. Please welcome Commander Xia and Instructor Wu to give us a speech. Sao Yun reported loudly. The tall and burly Zhao Jun's skin seemed to be healthier, and the unique determination on his face was particularly eye-catching in the cold wind. Xia Yu raised his hand, asking everyone to withdraw their salutes, and said, Do you know why we asked everyone to gather at the East Gate? Report. I don't know, because I want you to see clearly what you will face from today onwards. Xia Yu pointed his right hand outside the city and said excitedly, From today on, you will face dust clouds, tsunamis, ice and snow, and extreme cold down to minus 70 degrees Celsius. Furthermore, you must face the greed and ugliness of human nature, the ruthlessness of your enemies, the cruelty of strangers, and the inner questioning of your own soul. Perhaps this goes against your previous ideas. But in this last age, we can't afford to be naive, understand? Clear. Louder. I can't hear you. Understood. Everyone shouted. You don't understand. Xia Yu said coldly, ignoring the doubts on their faces, and shouted loudly. Grey Wolf. Arrive. Let me ask you, if a group of disaster victims arrived from outside the city, including the elderly and children, and they were starving and thirsty, what would you do? The Grey Wolf was stunned and thought for a moment, but did not answer in time. Hesitant and unqualified. Haizi, you answer. Yes, I will first report this to my superiors, who will then report it to the command center for a decision. Before that, no one will be allowed out of the city to provide any assistance, nor will anyone be allowed into the city. Good. 80 points. Report. Why is it only 80 points? Haizi refused to accept the defeat and held his head high and chest puffed out. Not convinced? Then let me tell you. There's no need to report this situation. Before receiving an order from Future City to take in refugees, any outsiders must be turned away. Xia Yu's expression was cold. He glanced at everyone's faces and said in a deep voice, Because, with hundreds of thousands of residents in Future City, we won't tolerate any chastity or mistakes. There's nothing wrong with being selfish in the end times, so we must first save ourselves. Do you understand? Clear. This time, the sound from the city wall was loud and uniform, faintly echoing the 100-meter-high waves that were landing on the coast hundreds of kilometers away. Chapter 55. The Organization of the Godly Squadron. The first speech of the Stargate God Team in the end of the world was delivered passionately by Xia Yu. From then on, the first purpose of Future City in the end times was established. Survival first. Reject the Virgin Mary. The Stargate God Team will officially conquer the Ice Age. Come on, I'll take you to see some good stuff. Xia Yu led everyone out of the East Gate Tower and came to a row of huge warehouses on the north side of the stone mountain near the cave. When the 1-meter-thick alloy door was opened, the mountains of munitions and ammunition in the warehouse instantly shocked everyone's eyes. What the hell is this? An AK-19 automatic rifle? KORD heavy machine gun? RPG-30 Hook individual rocket launcher? Holy crap, they even managed to find the BM-30 Tornado rocket launcher. Did you know this is a real money-burning weapon? A Tornado rocket launcher battalion can consume a small target with a single salvo. Although the firepower coverage is absolutely awesome, most people can't afford it. Huh, these big guys are hot. Damn, it turned out to be a T-14 Armada tank, a Ka-52, a Vanny, attack helicopter, and an armored snowmobile. It's numb. Why don't you just get the F-22 back too? What the heck is all this? Holy crap. 100,000 sets of snow combat uniforms alone? 100,000 cold weather helmets too? Just knock me out. This is unbearable. What else? Drones, mountains of ammunition, bulletproof vests, military daggers, crossbows, grenades, flash bombs, incendiary bombs. Damn it. Xia Yu, did you bring back a giant arsenal? Wu Yifeng was frightened and couldn't help cursing. Yushin, there doesn't seem to be that much stock in Fakant. Where did you get it? The gray wolf, with a dazed look on his face, entered a life-doubting mode again. You don't understand. Do the Antarctic icebergs allow you to see the whole picture? Xia Yu smiled and patted his shoulder. You're awesome. Gray Wolf had nothing to say. Facing Xia Yu, this pervert, he had already thrown away the word impossible. Wolfhead, please report on the organization of the Star Gate God Team. Xia Yu said, yes. Zhao Jun stood at attention, chest out, and said loudly, the Star Gate God Team currently has 35,041 members. Commander-in-Chief, Xia Yu. Chief Instructor, Wu Yifeng. Team Leader, Zhao Jun, Wolfhead. Deputy Team Leaders, Zhang Yao, Blackie, Ma Zitsong, Grey Wolf, Su Sanghai, Flying Fox. The God War Corps has 35,000 active members, organized according to wartime standards and divided into 35 battalions. There are 15 snowmobile battalions, 2 rocket artillery battalions, 2 howitzer battalions, 2 anti-aircraft artillery battalions, and 1 missile artillery battalion, 2 tank battalions, 3 armored vehicle battalions, 3 armed helicopter squadrons, and 1 flight squadron, 2 special operations battalions. In addition, 2 future city security battalions will be established. The God Wars, which has always been low-key, is finally about to step onto the cruel apocalyptic stage. Although, with the support of Xia and Kongji's terrifying thermal arsenal reserves, the God War team has no shortage of weapons, but it lacks people. 35,000 men might seem like a lot, but if they were to go head-to-head with the surviving regular armies of a major power, they would still be insufficient. The man who could decide the direction of the future city is keen on the reorganization of armed forces and equipment upgrades, completely ignoring the fact that the coast of the Blue Star continent had been ravaged by huge waves hundreds of meters high. He also didn't notice that in an office in the supercomputing center, 2 beautiful women were discussing a topic about him. Xiaoya, do you like Xia Yu? Tang Yina asked with a smile. She looked at Xun Yu across the sofa with interest. Xun Yu's pretty face, which was a little innocent, suddenly turned red with embarrassment. Haha, don't deny it. It's not strange to fall in love with him. He's so outstanding. Then, Sister Ina, will you hate me? Xun Yu said with a bitter face. Puff. Silly girl, why would I hate you? Tang Yina smiled and said, anyway, he loves me, and I love him more. That's enough. As for this precarious apocalypse, it's not that important anymore. Sister Yina, have you always known about Xia Yu's magic? You know, we first met in the sky. So, I always feel that when you are alive, don't be blinded by your inherent cognition and the appearance of the world. Don't worry too much about short-term success or failure, and face your current feelings directly. This is the essence of life. Live in the present moment. Yes, Xiaoya, you are very smart and beautiful. Even I can't help but like you, let alone Xia Yu. Xun Yu covered her mouth and screamed, her heart beating wildly. How is that possible? Yoshinori, he only likes you. Xiaoya, let me tell you a secret. I recently discovered that I have a special ability. I can read other people's minds. Really? Well, ever since I've been with Xia Yu, every time I do that with him, I feel like my physical and mental fitness has improved. Until last night, afterward, my brain was buzzing for a while, and then I discovered I had a new superpower, mind reading. Xun Yu was stunned, looking at Tang Yina with twinkling eyes. This is too amazing. When will I have superpowers like her? Then, she seemed to think of something, and her delicate face turned even redder. What are you thinking? I'm so embarrassed. Humph. Xia Yu, you pervert. How could you do this? But why am I secretly delighted? Oh my God, I can't stand it. Underground, Future City. After half a day of panic and anxiety, the residents of Future City gradually regained their composure. In the outside world, countless people have lost their lives. Even if they survive, they will face a miserable future like purgatory. But the people in the Future City have resumed their normal life and work. Many people have logged onto the newly created Future City Network and analyzed the impact of this apocalypse in the Future Forum. Or download the Weixin instant messaging app just developed by the Supercomputing Center, add friends, chat, and browse moments. In the Future City Commercial District, a restaurant called Lou's Secret Pork Stomach and Chicken was already packed at dinner time. At a square table near the door sat a thin man in his 30s wearing a black coat, eating a pot of secret recipe of pig stomach and chicken with gusto. The rich flavor of pork tripe and chicken and the lingering taste of the soup made the man in black feel very satisfied with the meal. The restaurant owner, sitting at the cashier counter, was a fair-looking young man. He glanced at the man in black and smiled lightly. "Humph, country bumpkin, have you never eaten pig stomach chicken in your life? Damn, this country bumpkin has been eating here for half a month straight and has never changed his dishes. It's really weird." Half an hour later, diners began to arrive at the tables one after another. The strange man in black burped contentedly and waved to the cashier next to him. "Boss, pay the bill." "All right, thanks for the favor, 368 star coins." The man in black took out an identity card issued by Future City, touched it on the card reader, handed to him by the restaurant owner, and then pressed his fingerprint. Drop. 368 star coins have been successfully deducted. Every resident who moves into the Future City will have their identity information registered and will be issued a personal ID card with an initial 20,000 star coins. With this card, you can travel, shop, and consume throughout the Future City. However, if residents want to continue living in the city, they still need to work hard and find ways to earn more star coins so that they can live a more comfortable life. "Boss, I've been here so many times, but I still haven't asked for your name." "My name is Lu Qi. What's your name, big brother?" "Xia Qingyang. Just call me Old Xia. I open a calligraphy and painting framing shop on the next street. Come over for tea when you have time." "Yes, I heard you tell others before that you know the mayor of this city." Lu Qi's fair face immediately turned red, and he said excitedly, "Of course. Xia Yu, the Lord of Future City, was my classmate in high school. We knew each other very well. Back then, Lu Qi, the former English representative of Class 3-5 of Shirqing High School in 2024, once again became the focus of the entire restaurant. He enjoyed this moment of showing off immensely. But no one noticed that the man in black who was sitting in his seat and listening attentively had a hidden, cold, murderous intent flashing under his smiling eyes. Xia Yu He. Chapter 56, Black Snow and Extreme Cold. December 23rd, 2032, Blue Planet. After experiencing the impact of a world-destroying meteorite, the eruption of a volcano, and the invasion of a 100-meter tsunami, the once beautiful Blue Planet has now changed beyond recognition. Human civilization is almost destroyed. 48 hours after the impact, the entire sky of the Blue Planet was covered by a layer of gray and black. The sun had long disappeared, and the temperature dropped to more than 20 degrees below zero. Gray-black snowflakes filled the sky, mysteriously falling from the sky, like countless devilish letters from hell, drifting down to the human world with coldness and ruthlessness. Soon, scabs began to form on the scarred surface of the earth, and the gray-black snow scabs became thicker and thicker. The remaining humans on the surface looked up at the sky in despair. God is so cruel. He even took away the snow and water that we rely on for survival. In the brutally cold climate, without the protection of shelter, food, and water, most survivors have no hope of survival. It won't be long before the exposed surface of the Blue Planet will become a dead land where humans and animals cannot survive for long, and where planting cannot be done. The survivors huddled in sturdy shelters, or hid in caves or underground, which was their only hope of survival. But without renewable food, the continuation of human life can only linger on, unless a miracle happens. Future residential complex, top floor of Eastgate Tower. Xia Yu opened the lookout window and stretched his hand out. A piece of black snow the size of a goose feather fell on the palm of his hand, and he instantly felt the bone-chilling coldness. The last batch of animals and plants on the surface will soon become extinct. Xia Yu whispered, retracted his hand from the window, turned his head, and said to Zhao Jun, "Have the weapons and ammunition of the God Squad been deployed?" "Everything is in place." "Have all the protective and offensive weapons been installed on the city walls, bunkers, and key locations?" "Don't worry. Everything has been installed." "All right." The extreme cold storm is approaching. With the exception of necessary observation posts and rotating guards, all combatants will retreat underground tomorrow. Receive. Xia Yu, what should we do now? Wu Yifeng asked, smoke rising from a cigar in his hand. The white smoke formed a sharp contrast with the black snow outside the window, as if quietly saying that a glorious period of human history and civilization had officially declined. Don't do anything, just lie there. The black snow is expected to continue for at least 3 months. In another 24 hours, the outside temperature will plummet to more than 70 degrees below zero. In this extremely cold and harsh environment, what else can we do except survive? Xia Yu smiled, but looked relaxed. Haha, actually, this is pretty good. It's freezing outside, but we can stay in the warm house, have hot pot, drink beer, and smoke cigars. It's so beautiful, just thinking about it. Wu Yifeng had a smile on his face, and his eyes showed his longing for delicious food. He usually didn't have many hobbies. He is not in love or married, and the only few women around him are just fleeting romances. In addition to making money, smoking cigars, and tasting red wine, Wu Yifeng's biggest hobby is probably food. That's right. I can go back and spend some time with my family. Zhao Jun breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure during this period was indeed very great. He hadn't eaten with his family for a long time. Wolfhead, I have 2 bottles of 2005 Mount Ai liquor here. You can take them home and let your grandfather try them. Xia Yu said, that would be great. Thank you, master. Why are you being polite? I have plenty in my warehouse. If you want some next time, just ask me. Xia Yu, where are my ancient country cigars? Wu Yifeng was fed up and asked quickly, Brother Feng, when have I ever been without your cigars? I'll have Xia Yu send 2 more boxes to your house later, okay? Hee, that's more like it. December 24th is Christmas Eve in Western countries. The blue planet has officially entered the glacial extreme cold, with the average temperature plummeting to minus 76 degrees Celsius, and even the equator has not been spared. Today, we can no longer see the Christmas tree with flashing colorful lights and the old man with a white beard, nor can we see the children looking forward to Christmas presents and the delicious roast turkey on the table. The cold wind swept across the vast and deep ocean and swept across the earth. Black snow was flying in the sky, and the extreme cold mode completely froze the entire earth. The shallow seas along the coast of the continent have begun to freeze gradually, and it won't be long before the endless ocean will turn into ice. The entire broken blue planet will turn into a giant block of ice. 11 o'clock in the evening, inside Guanchong Cave, under the shadows of the trees at night, the small buildings scattered in an orderly manner emit quiet and warm lights. After turning on the central temperature control system, the temperature in the cave remains around 15 degrees even at night, which is neither cold nor hot. On the 3rd floor of Batsi building, Xia Yu and Tang Yina were sitting around the table in the dining room, eating beef hot pot enthusiastically. The 2 of them had just finished exercising and came out of the wooden house in the small world when they felt their stomachs growling. During this period, both of them became obsessed with practicing dual cultivation of body and soul in the small world. Every time they finished, they felt relaxed all over and felt that both their physical and mental fitness had been improved. Even Tang Yina suddenly awakened the spiritual ability of mind reading not long ago, and her physical body and strength have made a qualitative leap. Don't be fooled by Tang Yina's weak appearance. A few strong men can't threaten her at all. Hey, it turns out that to improve your realm, you don't necessarily have to practice hard. In fact, exercise and entertainment can also be used. Xia Yu was not sure whether their situation was normal or an exception. Anyway, where can you find a place where you can enjoy the pleasure of sex and improve both of yourselves? The only side effect is that after each exercise, both of them feel very hungry and urgently need to find a lot of food to replenish their energy. It seems that everything cannot escape the law of conservation of matter. The hot pot on the table was steaming, emitting waves of tempting aroma under the warm light. The fresh Wagyu beef on the plate is cut into thin slices. Pick up a piece, roll it in the rich yam and radish soup for 3.8 seconds, and then take it out immediately. Medium done, just right. Dip it in some garlic, chili, and soy sauce, and put in your mouth while it's still hot. Wow. The delicious taste is simply amazing. Tang Yina burped happily, breathed a sigh of relief with a look of satisfaction, then smiled embarrassedly with her hands covering her mouth, secretly sticking out her tongue. Why do you eat so much? Do you want to become a fat woman? Xia Yu teased her. What? Are you going to kick me away if I become a fat woman? Tang Yina raised her pretty face, glared at him, and said meaningfully, Kick me away so you can go find your Xiao Ye and Xiao Bing Bing, right? Xia Yu immediately became intimidated and said with a wry smile, "How could that be? I was just joking. It's okay. Just eat as much as you want. I like it even if you get fat." Oomph. A man who says one thing and means another. Don't try to deceive me. I can read your mind. Xia Yu broke out in a sweat helplessly and could only lower his head to eat the meat, not daring to respond again. "Oh, woman, what kind of strange species is this?" Chapter 57 Black Snow Changes. After the meteorite impact stopped, Xia Yu fully demonstrated his Go temperament. Apart from occasionally accompanying Tang Yina to the underground city for shopping and dining, or going to the supercomputing center to check the changes in disaster simulation data, the rest of the time, he basically stayed in the dam building or in his little world. The outside world is covered in ice and snow, and it is hell on earth. In such a comparison, even an ordinary spicy hot pot tastes particularly delicious. This is actually not surprising, because happiness requires a reference. Only when you see more intense suffering will you understand that your normal life is a paradise that others cannot reach. People's happiness actually comes from the secretion of dopamine in the brain. The more their expectations are met, the more dopamine is secreted and the happier people are. In prosperous times, people have delicious food and material things almost at their fingertips, which naturally cannot meet their expectations. Therefore, it is becoming increasingly difficult for modern people to obtain true happiness. If one day you suddenly realize that the prosperous times are gone and even basic survival has become a luxury on the current blue planet, will your expectations still be high? At that time, eating a hot pot would also make you extremely happy. It's like, on a rainy night, you listen to the sound of rain outside the window, lie on the bed, and fall asleep peacefully. The wind and rain outside have nothing to do with you. One day after get off work, you were reading a novel about starvation or survival on a deserted island while eating some ordinary pork knuckle rice and drinking a 3 yuan bottle of ice cola. Do these also make you feel extra happy? December 25th, the 5th day of the apocalypse. Today, Xia Yu discovered the black snow falling outside through his spiritual sense, and the scale seemed to be much smaller than the previous 2 days. So he went straight to the supercomputing center and checked the analysis of the climate data of the past 2 days. "Xia Yu, why are you looking at me so weirdly lately?" In the supercomputing center, the latest climate prediction results still had to wait for a while, so the two sat together and chatted. "Really? Really? Why am I weird?" Xia Yu leaned over excitedly, staring at Xia Yu's handsome face with watery eyes, and her breath like orchid was getting closer and closer. "Do you think my eyes are full of love, so much so that it's about to drip with water? Actually, I feel the same way myself. Sigh, I'm really hopeless." Xia Yu had a dazed look on his face. "Damn, do you have to be so unrestrained and straightforward? No subtlety or reserve at all?" "Ahem, Xia Yu, you're a girl. Please pay attention to your image, okay? I have a girlfriend." "What's wrong with having a girlfriend? I never said I want to steal your love." "Huh. So what do you want?" Xia Yu was startled and quickly looked around. Fortunately, there was no one nearby, and the staff nearby were also busy. "Puff, look how scared you are. Coward. It's nothing. It's just that Sister Ina and I reached an agreement." "What agreement? How come I don't know about it?" Xia Yu was a little confused. What on earth were these two women up to? Were they trying to sell him out? Calm down, calm down. Who am I, Xia Yu? I am God. As for what agreement Sister Ina and I reached, I certainly can't tell you. He. Xia Yu smiled cunningly, like a little kid who rummaged through boxes and finally stole the candy jar hidden by his parents. "Xiao Yu, it seems like you're still too idle at work. I need to assign you more tasks." Xia Yu said viciously. "TSK, come on, I'm not afraid." Xia Yu said disdainfully. "Who is she?" "China's top computer genius." Xia Yu was helpless and could only grit his teeth in secret. "Then let me ask you, are there any new trends in public opinion in the dungeon recently?" Reporting to Brother Shun, the situation in the dungeon has been generally normal recently. According to data from the Future Forum and the Weixin app, resident satisfaction with Future City reached 97.3%. The dissatisfaction is mainly reflected in two aspects. 1. Future City has suspended applications from outsiders to enter, and some people who still have relatives outside have complaints. 2. There's a shortage of jobs in the city, and some people are unable to find jobs with stable incomes, which makes them very resentful. Well, I think it's not that those people can't find jobs, but they don't want to do tiring jobs such as urban sanitation and garbage disposal plants, farms, etc. Many people would rather stay home and be a live streamer to get tips or write doomsday novels on forums rather than go to work. After listening to this, Xia Yu pondered for a moment and said, "This is normal. There are all kinds of birds in a big forest. Survival of the fittest is inevitable in human society, not to mention in the end times. Let some people jump around for a while. If they still don't know what's good for them, I'll let them experience the despair of the end of the world." The two were chatting happily when a male staff member in a dark blue cashmere uniform walked over quickly. Reporting to Mr. Shun, the latest disaster climate data analysis has been released, and some anomalies have been discovered. Xia Yu put away her playful smile and said seriously, "Transfer the deduction results to screen number 2. Yes. A few seconds later, Xia Yu and Xia were watching the large screen number 2 on the opposite wall. The screen suddenly switched, and a set of red data popped up. Disaster climate monitoring. In the past 12 hours, the scale of black snow over the blue planet has decreased by 16%. The density of post-disaster smoke and dust in the atmosphere decreased by 11.3%, and a large amount of dust was detected moving towards the South Pole. It is estimated that the black snow will end in 15 days, and the atmospheric smoke and dust will further gather towards the Antarctic in the next 2 months. It is expected that in 60 days, the average temperature in areas other than the poles will rise from -76 degrees Celsius to around -55 degrees Celsius. Antarctic temperature is estimated to be -118 degrees Celsius. In the future, due to the accumulation of atmospheric smoke and dust, the region will continue to experience a significant drop in temperature. Xia Yu's serious face relaxed a little. She turned her head and smiled at Xia Yu, saying, "I was almost scared to death. I thought there was another climate disaster. The movement of atmospheric smoke and dust towards the South Pole should be a good thing. The sunlight penetration rate has increased, and the temperature in most parts of the blue planet will gradually rise." Xiaohu protects files from piracy. When looking for a book robot, choose Xiaohu, which is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into traps. Xia Yu frowned and didn't comment. He just felt that the sudden change in the black snow and atmospheric smoke and dust was very strange. He clearly remembered that in the long dream of his previous life, the doomsday black snow lasted for more than 3 months before it ended. After that, the climate became colder and colder, and there had never been such a strange warming situation as the current one. Could it be that the historical trajectory of the end times has changed? The black snow changes strangely, and there are unusual movements in Antarctica. I don't know whether it is good or bad. Chapter 58 Dreamland. The Supercomputing Center reported the latest climate simulation results to the Future City Management Center. Soon, a piece of news appeared on the Future City official website. Latest forecast for disaster climate. Black snow will stop, and temperatures on the blue planet will warm up in the future. For a moment, many people in the Future City began to cheer. On the city network, 2 different opinions, optimistic or conservative, began to clash fiercely. The temperature on blue planet is going to warm up. What do you think? Can we return to Earth? Those upstairs are overthinking it. The temperature has only just risen to -55 degrees Celsius. Do you think life will be good once you return to the surface? Yes, now the animals and plants on the surface are extinct. Even if we return to the surface, we won't be able to do anything in the short term. Yes, without supplies and unable to plant or produce. What's the point of returning to the surface? I'm quite comfortable underground. It's safe. As long as I have a job, I won't have to worry about food and drink. The guy upstairs, do you want to be an underground person for the rest of your life? What happened to the underground people? At least I'm still alive. Look outside, what's the situation? Almost everyone I know won't survive this natural disaster. Yeah, I think it's good to be alive too. For the survivors out there, this place might be paradise, the place of their dreams. I still believe that we must return to the ground to live with dignity. I agree. Hiding underground like a rat. What dignity does life have? The person above suggests you go outside in the snow for 10 minutes before you start talking about dignity. You idiots. I say, everyone, is it possible that this warmer weather is the beginning of another disaster? What's that upstairs saying? Do you want me to send you a razor blade? Get out of here. Yes, tell him to shut up and get out. In a clean and tidy single room in a square residential building. Yu Bao pushed up his black-framed glasses and muttered to himself with lingering fear. Damn it, aren't people allowed to express unique opinions? They send razor blades at every turn. It's terrifying. There was something strange on Yu Baobao's cute face, and he muttered to himself, "Oomph, you're a bunch of short-sighted people. Just wait and see. A new disaster is coming, and you'll cry." As various online comments fermented, a bad trend seemed to emerge in Future City. The ground return faction gradually gained the upper hand. Many people have just experienced a terrible doomsday disaster and were lucky enough to escape by hiding underground, but they don't know how to cherish it. In Wu Yifeng's words, some people just lack the painful beating of the reality of the end of the world. Seeing that the public opinion on the internet was getting more and more intense, the management of Future City Center finally decided to intervene. So, a video called "Take You Back to Your Former Home," live broadcast of the disaster on the Blue Planet surface, was launched on the Weixin Video mini program. The Future City management team dispatched dozens of drones for 7 consecutive days to present the tragic real scene of the outside world directly to the eyes of city residents. Huh? Isn't this the Oriental Pearl Tower by the Huangpu River? Why are there only a few piles of black gravel sticking out of the snow? Oh my God, is this a mountain city? My home is not far from Hongyadong, and now there's not even a brick wall to be seen in this area. It's so tragic. My home is gone. Whoa. You can still see the approximate location of your home. My home is on Shangchuan Island, but now it has turned into an ice ocean. Alas, there's no way back. The beautiful homes of the past are now completely unrecognizable. The scarred Blue Planet looks like a strange foreign land, covered with gray-black ice and snow. Thousands of miles of desolate land, a dead silence, as if at the end of the world, with not a single sign of life. In this vast land, it is hard to find even a blade of grass, let alone a living being. Such a shocking and intuitive scene was more convincing than any words. For a time, the ground return faction collectively died down. Instead, the Future City Beauty faction has risen, and countless people compare their own lives in the city with the miserable conditions of the outside world. Many people believe that the Future City is the dream place in the Doomsday world. A turbulent undercurrent of public opinion was suddenly resolved with little effort. The underground city has returned to its former peaceful days, and the people of this city are living the life that the survivors from the outside world dream of. You can work and earn coins, have entertainment and leisure, go shopping, eat all kinds of delicious food and snacks, and even fall in love, get married, and have children. As one of the conceptors and creators of the Future City, the name of the second city, Lord Xia Yu, began to spread wildly in the city. That godlike man with God. He was already shrouded in a halo of deification, and stories of his miraculous deeds with the god gradually formed a storm throughout the Future City network. The more difficult and desperate the times are, the more we need a spiritual idol or even a god. People's floating spirits have a place to rest, and they have hope to live. Unfortunately, not many people have truly seen and known God. So on this day, when Tang Yina and Xia Yu dragged him to go shopping, Xia Yu could only sadly be an unknown laborer. Xia Yu had to admit that women's shopping ability was invincible, especially when 2 equally beautiful and outstanding women walked together. The 2 enthusiastic women didn't stop shopping until 6 in the afternoon. They took Xia Yu, who was carrying bags full of bags, into a restaurant. "Sister Yina, I heard that the pig stomach chicken in this restaurant is particularly delicious. We must come and try it today." "Really? I like pig stomach chicken too. Xiaoya, hurry up and find a seat." As the 2 beauties walked into the restaurant, they immediately attracted everyone's attention and ignored Xia Yu, who was carrying bags behind them. "How many ladies are there?" "3 of you. Do you have a private room?" "Sorry, beautiful lady. The only 2 private rooms are reserved." "Business is so good." "Okay, find us a seat by the window." "Okay, everyone please follow me." Xia Yu was carrying a bunch of shopping trophies, shook his head with a wry smile, and accidentally glanced at the cashier counter and saw a familiar fair face. "Huh, Lu Qi." Xia Yu. When their eyes met, Lu Qi immediately recognized Xia Yu. He stood up in surprise and was about to greet him loudly. "Sure." Xia Yu shook his head and quickly signaled him not to say anything. Lu Qi was not stupid either. He stopped the cry that was about to come out of his mouth and nodded, but his fair face had turned red with excitement. "Damn, I finally met this old classmate. Now he's a big shot in Future City. No, I must ask Xia Yu for an autograph later. Even a calligraphy piece is fine. I'll frame it and hang it in the most conspicuous place in the restaurant. TSK, Tisk, it makes me feel proud just thinking about it. As an old classmate, You won't reject me, right? Xia Yu followed the two beauties to their seats and picked up the menu on the table. The eye-catching Lu's secret pork stomach and chicken on the menu caught his eye. It's quite interesting. I didn't expect that the Chinese food rescue plan I initiated also indirectly saved Lu Qi, allowing him to luckily avoid the world-destroying natural disaster from the outside world. Does this count as a good deed? Xia Yu touched his nose and said to the two beauties who were busy discussing what to order. Two beauties, please let go today. This meal can be discounted by at least 20%. Are you so sure? Tang Yina rolled her eyes at him and said, Of course, the restaurant owner is my high school classmate, and he really admires me. Xia Yu said smugly. Chapter 59, Lu Qi's Change. As one of the classic Cantonese dishes, pig stomach chicken is indeed unique. Combined with Lu's secret recipe, the dish was fragrant as soon as it was served, which whetted the appetites of Xia and the other two. The pork belly is crispy, the chicken is fresh and smooth, the juicy white sauce is rich and flavorful, and it has a very layered, nourishing flavor, with the warming pepper and the sweet goji berries. Soon, the big pot of pork belly and chicken on the table was wiped out. Xia Yu patted her slightly bulging belly, burped softly, and said with a satisfied look on her face, Brother Yushin, your high school classmate is quite amazing. In this time when fresh poultry and livestock are so scarce, he can still make such delicious pig stomach chicken. Yeah, that's pretty impressive. I wonder where he finds so many fresh ingredients every day. Tang Yina ate an extra bowl of rice today, which was rare, and she praised this delicacy highly. If you ask me, your husband and I's food rescue plan is the most powerful. Without my promotion, how could there be so many unique delicacies in the future city today? Xia Yu raised the corner of his mouth, quite proud. Bah, what nonsense are you talking about? What husband? I didn't agree to marry you. Tang Yina's pretty face flushed instantly, making Xia Yu, who was infatuated with her next to her, extremely envious. She wanted to rush over and agree on her behalf. I will marry you. I will marry you. It doesn't matter if you don't agree. I've already stamped it anyway. Xia Yu said shamelessly. Xia Yu, stop talking. Tang Yina hurriedly stopped him, her face so red that it was almost bleeding. Sister Ina, what is a stamp? Xia Yu asked curiously, unaware that classmate Xia across from her was almost laughing. Don't ask so many questions, kid. I'm not a kid anymore. How can I be a child? Xia Yu looked dissatisfied and puffed out her full chest. Puff. Xia Yu, who was smiling at the opposite side, took a glance at it accidentally and said, Well, it is indeed not small. Tang Yina was almost mad with anger. She gnashed her teeth and said, Xia Yu, you have to pay for this meal. Okay. Xia Yu made a bitter face and took out the future city identity card numbered 0000002. The card had a long string of zeros in front, which was extremely eye-catching. Let the boss come and pay the bill. Lu Qi's eyes never left Xia in them. Seeing this, he quickly stepped forward and said flatteringly, This meal is on me, free of charge. That won't do. We never eat and dine for free. How about this, old classmate? How about giving us a 20% discount? That's okay too. Lu Qi, I'm here. What can I do for you, young master? Let me ask you a question. Where do you get your ingredients? Why are they so fresh? It has to be fresh. The chickens are 1-year-old hens from underground farms, and the pork tripe is freshly sourced from the slaughterhouse every day. The ingredients are delivered uniformly by Chiefing Food Department at half price, so they are cheap and good quality. Combined with my family's secret recipe, how can it not be delicious? Lu Qi's fair face could not hide his inner pride. That's amazing. You've understood everything so well in just a short time. You must spend a lot of star coins to collect new goods every day, right? Xia Yu said with a smile. It's okay, thanks to God. Fuck. Stop being so cheesy, okay? I'm still used to you being a little more cocky. How dare I? At this time, Lu Qi was like a lapdog. I can still vividly remember the pretentiousness and face-slapping at the Tiangong classmates' reunion. Boss Lu, right? Xin Yuexiang suddenly discovered something worth studying. She wrinkled her cute nose at Lu Qi and said in a sweet voice, Or is it better to call you Brother Lu? No, just call me Xiao Lu. Okay, Xiao Lu, your pig stomach chicken is so delicious. Do you have any secret? Xin Yu blinked her big, innocent eyes and asked curiously, Xiao Yu, how can you pry into other people's business secrets? Tang Yina couldn't stand it anymore and scolded. Don't get in the way. don't get in the way. There's really no secret. The key is these 4 words. Which 4 words? Xia Yu asked curiously. These 4 words are fresh pork belly. The 3 diners looked at each other. What the hell was this? Take fresh pork belly that has been slaughtered less than 2 hours ago. Blanch it to remove the fishy smell. Add appropriate amounts of soy sauce, salt, vinegar, and white wine. Marinate for 7 minutes. And then put it in ice for 15 minutes. Cut the chicken into pieces and blanch. With pepper, wolfberry, red dates, cotinopsis, adenophyra, polygonatum, ginger, onion, coriander, and chicken, put into the pig's stomach. Lu Qi told the secret recipe without any hesitation, with a flattering look on his face. Xia Yu was speechless and wanted to say, "Brother, don't be so hardworking when you flatter me. In the end times, it is extremely precious to be able to obtain such fresh ingredients, coupled with the refined ingredients and unique production process. No wonder his restaurant business is so good, although the consumption is a bit expensive. When has China ever lacked foodies?" Xia, Lord Yushin, could you write a few words for me? Shit, stop calling me sir or I'll get mad. Yes, with God. And brother, could you write a number as a gift to me? Brother Lu, what's your name? Lu's secret recipe of pig's stomach and chicken. Xia Yu. Half an hour later, Lu Qi, the owner of the pig tribe chicken shop, got what he wanted and successfully received a piece of calligraphy from Xia Yu. On the snow-white rice paper, the vigorous and powerful brushstrokes were vividly displayed. Lu's secret pork tripe and chicken, Xia Yu. Lu Qi was overjoyed. As soon as Xia and his group left, he took the inscription and excitedly ran to the Lao Xia calligraphy and painting framing shop on the next street. Old Xia, let me show you something nice. As soon as Lu Qi stepped into the store, he started greeting people loudly. Hey, what good treasure did Boss Lu find? Why are you so excited? Xie Qingyang, who was sitting behind the tea table, was leisurely brewing a pot of dahongpo. Seeing this, he took a sip of tea and smiled. Old Xia, you're in for a treat today. Beautiful handwriting, beautiful handwriting. Lu Qi was not polite either. He swept the mounting table next to the tea table to make a large space, placed the rice paper in his hand, and unfolded it carefully. Old Xia, come over here and take a look. Xie Qingyang laughed dumbly and shook his head. As a veteran calligraphy and painting mounting master, he had seen all sorts of works by famous artists over the years. Was this really worth making such a fuss about? As soon as Xie Qingyang's eyes came into contact with the words on the rice paper, his eyes lit up. These words? Who wrote this? Xie Qingyang asked with a look of disbelief on his face. Lu Qi smiled and said proudly, "What's up? Are you shocked? Look at the flow of these characters, so moving and soul-stirring. Every stroke exudes uninhibitedness and verve. The key is the signature." Xie Qingyang was stunned by the unique charm of this calligraphy and had not noticed the signature. Only then did he look at the name of the writer. Xia Yu. It's him, Xia Yu. That godlike man, Yushin, the lord of Future City. My high school classmate. Lu Qi's face was so happy that it looked like a flower blooming. It's really not easy. Xie Qingyang nodded, affirming the value of the calligraphy. He understood calligraphy, and he could understand the writer's emotions and the strength of his mind by looking at the words. But the strange thing is that he couldn't see through the calligraphy. When he wanted to further understand the spiritual information hidden behind the words, he just stared at them for a moment, and his mind exploded with a boom. My brain went blank for a moment, and it took a long time for me to recover. Holy shit, how could the divine consciousness behind this be so powerful? After accompanying the two beauties, Xia Yu returned to Basilu without having time to rest and catch his breath. He suddenly felt as if the surface of his vast sea of consciousness was touched by something and then quickly bounced away. This situation has never happened before. According to Xia Yu's now abnormally powerful spiritual sense, there's almost nothing on Blue Star that can harm him, unless the other party also possesses powerful spiritual awareness. Xia Yu was very surprised, frowned, and smiled thoughtfully. Future City is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 60 Material Reserves of Future City. Is this calligraphy written by Xia Yu for you? Xie Qingyang took a moment to calm down, and the discomfort in his brain gradually disappeared. Damn, it's just a glance at the words. There's no need to do this, right? Of course. Today, Master Shun and I came to our restaurant for dinner, and I asked for this calligraphy specially. What do you think? Thank you. Is this enough of a favor for me? Lu Qi was very proud, and his whole body felt like it soaked in a hot spring, light and comfortable. Boss Lu, of course, has great reputation. I didn't expect you to be so familiar with City Lord Xia. No wonder you, Boss Lu, have such easy access to fresh pig stomachs that others can't even scratch their heads for. Ha! Of course. Lu Qi was in a good mood. He threw a Furong King to Xia Qingyang and said, Old Xia, please help me frame this calligraphy as quickly as possible. I want to hang it on the most prominent wall in the restaurant. Xia Qingyang took the cigarette and agreed with a smile. No problem. I'll get it done for you tomorrow morning. Thank you so much for mounting it carefully. I'll give you an extra hibiscus king. Real. Xia Qingyang swallowed his saliva and thought, damn, this kid Lu Qi is really generous this time. You should know that in today's future city, someone offered 3,000 star coins for a Furong King cigarette, but it's still out of stock and hard to come by. Don't worry, I, Lu Qi, will keep my word. Then I'll help you get out tonight, even if I don't sleep. In the current future city, Chinese currency has completely lost its function, and star currency is the only settlement currency. The original population of future city was 625,000. On the day of the end of the world, Xia Yu recruited an additional 96,000 people when he moved China's precious landscapes. Therefore, the actual population of future city has exceeded 700,000. According to the design plan, the underground residential complex can only accommodate a maximum of 600,000 people. In order to save energy and facilitate management, ground buildings are temporarily closed. The extra 100,000 people had to be temporarily dispersed throughout the city. When the ground temperature warms up, some people can return to surface buildings to work and live on a long-term basis. January 8, 2033, conference room of the Future City Management Center. The first core management meeting of Future City was officially held. Dozens of core managers of Future City, including Xia Yu, Wu Yifeng, Zhao Jun, Shun Yu, Tang Yina, Yi Bing, and Deng Deguang, attended the event. Xia Yu presided over the meeting, and the first thing he asked about was naturally food and supplies. Brother Feng, how long can the current food and supplies in Future City last? Wu Yifeng cleared his throat and said, I did some calculations, and based on the current population size, our food reserves can last for at least 300 years. The reserve of frozen meat lasts about 100 years, but fruits and vegetables cannot be preserved for a long time, so the initial purchase volume was not large. At the current rate of consumption, fruits and vegetables will be gone within a month. Fresh fruits and vegetables produced in the future granary have begun to be put on the market, but the output is temporarily limited. It is estimated that it will take at least 4 to 6 months to fully release the output. Another key issue is the storage period of grain and meat. No matter how much grain we have, it is impossible to store it for decades without deteriorating. In addition to the new grain output from the granary in the future, if our grain cannot be effectively preserved, it will definitely deteriorate over time. Therefore, without market flow and exchange, our food will be a huge waste in the future. After hearing this, everyone present looked at each other in confusion and exclaimed in their hearts, how much food have we stockpiled? Damn, other people are starving in the end times and are willing to sell their bodies and dignity for a piece of bread. And you say you're worried that too much food will go bad? Don't let the survivors outside hear this, or they will hate you. Brother Feng, being the logistics director, is so easy. You don't have to worry about not having enough food, but you worry about it going bad. Huh? Isn't spoilage a waste? I'm so worried about it. Is it still okay? Wu Yifeng pretended to be sad and gloomy, a typical Versailles act, and he would definitely be beaten up outside. Among other supplies, due to state regulations, we have the least reserves of gasoline, diesel, copper, steel, rare metals, and other resources. If there were no underground hydropower station, our gasoline and diesel reserves would not be enough to support the current temperature control system and the power consumption of the future city. If the temperature rises later, once we open up surface construction and resume industrial production, electricity consumption will inevitably increase significantly, and the existing hydropower generation will definitely not be enough. Wu Yifeng sighed. Looking at Wu Yifeng's bitter face, Xia Yu laughed secretly. Brother, should I show you the fuel resources in this space? It will definitely make you question your life, haha. Forget it. It's not a good thing to easily expose the chaotic space unless it is necessary. It's better to let these guys experience some of the storms of the end of the world first. Otherwise, if they always rely on themselves, how can the team and organization grow? Brother Feng mentioned several issues. Everyone, go back and think about them. Each of you should come up with a solution and submit it to the logistics department tomorrow. Xia Yu retracted his teasing mentality and said loudly, "Okay, next up, Tang Yina from the Ministry of Health." In the next 2 hours, the core management team sorted out all the problems, big and small, in Future City. The overall situation in the Future City is still very good. At least everyone has enough food and clothing, which is an unrepeatable miracle in the end times. But there are also many problems. The biggest problem is there is too much food, so much that it is afraid of spoiling. This really gives me a feeling of helplessness. Mountains of gold and silver, you can never run out of them, even if you just sit and eat them. Alas, I can only wait and see if I can exchange other supplies with other forces on Blue Star in the future, such as gasoline, diesel, metal materials, etc. It is said that the rich worry about the future, the poor worry about today's meal, children are afraid of homework, and the elderly reminisce about the past. Life is not easy for everyone, and everyone has their own troubles. After the meeting, Future City lowered the market price of rice and flour for the first time, slashing the average price of rice from 18 star coins per kilogram to 8.5 star coins per kilogram. For a time, the residents of Future City were excited and felt an even stronger sense of belonging to the management of Future City. Lu Qi returned to the restaurant from Xie Yang's store, and soon received the good news of the rice and flour price adjustment announced by the city officials. His admiration for Xia Yu grew even stronger. In his opinion, at a time when the whole world was still in the midst of a devastating disaster, he actually dared to make such a great move to benefit the people. If Xia Yu isn't a god, then what is he? To God, from today on, you are my lifelong idol. Even if the seas run dry and the rocks crumble, I will never change my mind. Lu Qi thought with excitement and made a bold decision. Xiaoli, come here for a moment. Who in our shop has the best handwriting? A waitress with ordinary appearance but pure temperament came over with small steps. Boss, why are you looking for employees who are good at writing? Are you going to raise their salaries? Yes. If you write well, your salary will increase. Xiaoli smiled brightly and said quickly, Boss, let me write it. I won second prize in the city's hard pen calligraphy competition when I was in school. Okay, Xiaoli, you come. Boss, what do you want to write? Lu Qi waved his hand and said, Go. Erase the words on the sign at the door and change it to eat secret pork belly chicken and all-you-can-eat fragrant rice. Chapter 61. The First Group of Refugees. There is a Yinzi mountain about 80 kilometers away from Guangchong Future Community. At the foot of Yinzi Mountain, hundreds of houses in Panjia town collapsed and were ruined. The ice and snow, more than 1 meter deep, almost covered all the low-lying areas on the ground. Panjia town was lucky enough to avoid the meteorite impact and was only affected by some aftermath, so the town did not suffer much damage in the first wave of disaster. When the extreme cold suddenly fell, the small town that had been in the south for a long time had no experience in resisting ice and snowstorms. Due to severe cold, power outages, water shortages, no warming measures, and a lack of medical care and medicine, the town's population had lost almost half its population in just 20 days. Helplessly, the town government had to join forces with the town hospital and gather all the supplies and personnel they could gather in the auditorium next to the town government. There were still more than 2,000 survivors gathered in the auditorium at this time. Lu Zhen, we're running low on food. It can only last a week at most. What should we do after this? Pan Hao, the messy-haired captain of the public security brigade, stared with bloodshot eyes, his tone drooping with a hint of despair. We lack medical care and medicine, and we have insufficient food. Furthermore, we are extremely short of things to keep warm. There are 3 elderly people and 1 seriously ill patient, and they probably won't make it through the night. The gray-haired mayor, Lu Chongfeng, nodded woodenly and sighed helplessly. Let Director Lu from the town hospital do his best to ensure everyone's health. Also, how much heating fuel do we have left? During this period, seeing so many familiar or unfamiliar lives leaving him one by one, his heart has begun to become numb. There are not many coal briquettes and liquefied gas left, only enough for some people to use. Since last night, many people have been forced to burn furniture to keep warm. In a week at most, all the furniture will be sold out. Pan Hao said in a hoarse voice that the high-intensity work for several days had brought even the strongest man to the brink of collapse. Alas, Captain Pan, don't we have any other options? Lu Chongfeng's voice was filled with sadness. Who would have thought that in just 20 days, there would be no place for him to stay in such a vast country like China? Pan Hao was silent for a moment, then suddenly seemed to think of something. His eyes lit up, and he said, "There is another way." "What method? Tell me quickly," Lu Changfeng asked anxiously. "More than 80 kilometers south along the Guanan Expressway, there's a place that should be able to rescue us." "You mean Future City?" "Yes. Yes. Why didn't we think of seeking help from Future City earlier?" "According to the information we received earlier, that may be the civilian base with the largest amount of supplies and the most thorough preparations." Lu Changfeng's depressed mood suddenly became relieved. Now that he had a goal, he took action immediately. After discussion between the two, they decided that it was unrealistic for everyone here to set out together given the extremely cold weather outside and the harsh environment along the way. The best way is to send a rescue team first. The team leader is Lu Wenzhou, who has participated in the construction of the future community. After hearing about his mission, Lu Wenzhou did not object, but only put forward one condition. His wife Tang Yina and one son and one daughter must go with him. He said that it was hard to predict whether the trip would be good or bad, and it was still unknown whether he could come back, so he didn't want to be separated from his family. In fact, Lu Changfeng and Pan Hao also understood the little Jujio in this guy's heart. Humans are selfish animals, and it is not excessive to seek some benefits for themselves in extraordinary times. Half an hour later, a bulldozer with a specially reinforced front end, accompanied by an off-road vehicle, carried the rescue team led by Lu Wenzhou and headed south. Even though they were fully armed and wearing 2 layers of thick down jackets, everyone still felt the harshness of the extremely cold climate as soon as they went out. Rushing through the exposed, freezing snow, every breath felt like a knife cutting through my body. Only when I covered my mouth and nose tightly with a scarf did the pain of the knife cut through my body a little less. The originally flat highway has been covered with heavy snow. The snow is nearly 1 meter deep, making it difficult for ordinary cars to move forward. Even with a bulldozer clearing snow and clearing the way, it still took the rescue team more than 7 hours to complete the 80-kilometer journey. When he saw the towering walls of the future community standing in the snow, Lu Wenzhou's heart finally became uncontrollably excited. "We're finally here. Soon we'll be able to leave this damned, freezing cold and snow behind and live in the dream place everyone on the internet has been talking about." Lu Wenzhou, who had participated in the construction of the community, was very familiar with the heritage of this future city, coupled with the many happy life fragments of the future city that he had seen on the internet before. The survivors formed a view. Only by coming to the future city can they truly escape the threat of severe cold and hunger. That's why he took the risk and brought his family here so that he could get rescue and accommodation as soon as possible. As for the survivors in Panjia Town, Future City can rescue them if it wants to. Even if it doesn't, it has nothing to do with him. As long as I and my family are alive, that's all that matters. While thinking about it, Lu Wenzhou pushed the door and got out of the car in the cold. He took 6 men and women who were also dressed in bulky clothes and walked through the snow with difficulty towards the city wall gate. "People outside, you have entered the Future City police area. Please stop immediately." A voice shouted, "Stop," from the loudspeaker. Immediately afterwards, several rows of firing windows opened on the gray city wall, and the black muzzles of guns jutted out. "No way, they have guns." Lu Wenzhou was almost scared to death and quickly asked the people behind him to stop. "Brothers, we are from Panjia Town, Guanbei District, and our car has been on the road for more than 7 hours. Now we are all cold and hungry. Please be kind and let us in first." A cold voice came from the city wall. "Our future city is not accepting any refugees at this time. Sorry, please return the way you came." "What? I was rejected? We are all Chinese. In times of crisis, isn't it the most basic moral obligation to help each other?" Lu Wenzhou was stunned, and at the same time, a fire of anger was burning in his heart. "We are all compatriots. Why can't we be allowed in? My name is Lu Wenzhou, and every brick and tile of our future community bears the traces of my sweat. No, I want to see your leader." There was no echo from the city wall. It was cold and silent. After a long while, Lu Wenzhou saw that there was no movement on the city wall, and he panicked. He turned his head and winked at the woman behind him. Tang Yina, who was wrapped tightly with only a pair of eyes exposed, pulled her 2 children who were not yet 10 years old and knelt down on the snow. Fortunately, the snow in front of the community gate is cleared regularly. Otherwise, the 3 people would probably have been buried alive by this kneeling. I beg you, brothers, bodhisattvas, and kind people, please be kind and let us in. My kids are so cold they can't even speak. They haven't had a full meal in days. Woo woo woo. The woman's sad voice sounded particularly pitiful in the snowy wilderness. Coupled with the two skinny figures kneeling beside her, shivering from the cold, it is easy to feel sympathy for them. On the city wall, the person on duty today is Li Ning, captain of the 6th Squadron of the 3rd Snow Tank Battalion. He has a conflicted look on his face. Although you know that it is wrong to be too naive, when you really face these situations, your inner decisions and sense of right and wrong will always turn into painful conflicts. At this time, the moral concepts of the prosperous times will jump out and hit you, reminding you, you are so ruthless and cold-blooded. Should we report this to Wolfhead? A team member who was holding a gun and on guard couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Need not. Li Ning shook his head and finally made up his mind not to dwell on it anymore. Follow orders, remain alert, and do not respond. Yes, time on the city wall seemed to have frozen, and apart from the black muzzles of guns, there was no response at all. Holy shit, how cold-blooded. How can you be so indifferent to this? 20 minutes later, Lu Wenzhou dejectedly pulled up his wife and children who were kneeling in the snow and said bitterly, "Come on, let's get back to the car first. I just don't believe that Future City would really stand by and watch someone die without helping." Chapter 62. Watching someone die without helping. Xia Yu had actually seen the scene outside the East Gate with his spiritual sense a long time ago, and he was quite satisfied with the reaction of the guards. So he just glanced around casually and stopped paying attention. Lu Wenzhou led everyone back to the carriage and turned up the heating to the maximum, but it still couldn't stop the invasion of the cold. How could they be so cold-blooded? We knelt in the snow and begged them. I'm a weak woman with 2 young children, and they can just turn a blind eye. Tang Yina kept rubbing her youngest son's knees and cursing angrily. If there were internet access, I would definitely post this online and expose this to the world, completely discrediting them. Humph. Brother Lu, should we still wait? We can't get into Future City, and it's dark now. It's very dangerous to spend the night outside. Li Dazhuang, the driver sitting in the driver's seat, asked worriedly. What else can we do? Should we go back to Panjia Town now? Lu Wenzhou said irritably. Given the current situation in Panjia Town, how long do you think we can last? 3 days? 5 days? Going back is a dead end. It's better to take a chance. If you succeed, you can be reborn. If you fail, the worst that can happen is that you will perish sooner. The people in the car were in low spirits. They looked at each other in confusion when they heard this, not knowing what Lu Wenzhou was up to. Brother Lu, do you have any plans? Li Dazhuang asked hesitantly. Yes. Wait a minute, everyone will obey my orders. I don't believe these guys are so hard-hearted. Lu Wenzhou gritted his teeth. His eyes red as a crazy plan emerged from his mind. In the Future City Commercial District, the business of Lu's secret pork stomach and chicken is particularly prosperous today. Customers who come into the store are either attracted by the restaurant's taste or by the all-you-can-eat rice advertisement at the door. But there is still a large number of people who come specifically for the inscription written by Xia Yu. At this moment, the framed large brush calligraphy words Lu's secret recipe of pork stomach and chicken are hanging on the most conspicuous wall of the restaurant. The calligraphy is elegant and has a profound charm. The key is that the 3 words Xia Yu T attracted many people to watch and take photos. The restaurant owner Lu Qi, with his hands behind his back, stood aside with a smug look on his face, feeling very proud. It won't be long before this place will become a new internet celebrity check-in spot. Boss Lu, I never thought that business would get better after hanging this sign. I admire you. Xie Qingyang had been there for quite a while and couldn't help but sigh when he saw more and more customers queuing up at the restaurant entrance. Of course, my old classmates' abilities and charm are like a mighty river. We ordinary people can only imagine 1/10,000th of it. Lu Qi said proudly, looking around like a victorious general. What a shame. Your business is so booming here. I can't even find seat. What should I do? Xie Qingyang said with a sad face. Glancing at the words on the opposite wall, his heart trembled. The shock to his soul from the last time he saw the words was still there. Damn, how could there be such a perverted spiritual consciousness in the world? Even a casually written calligraphy contains soul power. Ha ha ha. Lao Xie, don't worry. If you want to eat pig stomach chicken in the future, just sit in my special private room inside. But you can't use it when there are special guests. Thank you, Boss Lu. I'll go in now. Look, my stomach is growling. Xia Qingyang smiled, glanced at the guests who were checking in and taking photos around the inscription, and said casually, Boss Lu, you've already hung up this calligraphy, but why don't you invite your old classmate to come and take a look? Oh, that's right. Lu Qi's eyes lit up, and he suddenly had an idea. On a cold winter night, the open wilderness was pitch black. It was a dark night without a single star, with only a faint light reflected from the gray ice and snow. Gazing from the towering city walls, the pitch-black night outside resembled a terrifying beast, its jaws gaping, ready to devour any life at any moment. Li Ning asked the squatter members to take turns eating, and he opened the lookout window and looked outside. A biting chill rushed in, causing the temperature in the building, which was around 10 degrees, to tremble. Holy shit, it's cold. Are the guys who came asking for help today still outside? Li Ning stared at the night outside and suddenly noticed several black shadows appearing in the snow more than 30 meters below the city wall. Alert! Li Ning shouted and sounded the alarm. Suddenly, the entire interior of the East Gate Tower began to move rapidly. Hundreds of figures quickly entered their combat positions, opened their shooting windows, and pointed their black muzzles at the suddenly appearing targets. Listen up, people in front. You have entered the future city cordon. Please retreat immediately. The sound penetrated the silent night through the loudspeaker, cold and harsh, and the dazzling searchlight suddenly projected onto the group of dark shadows. The wriggling black shadow stopped, and then a panicked voice sounded. Don't shoot. We are the people who came here to ask for help during the day. I'm warning you again. Back off immediately, or you'll face the consequences. The voice over the loudspeaker was cold and heartless. Damn, do you really think we are easy to bully? In the dark night, Lu Wenzhou was furious. Enduring the biting cold, he shouted to Li Dazhuang behind him. Dazhuang, move. No. Li Dazhuang picked up a white plastic bucket and walked quickly forward. Facing the glaring light, he walked to Pan Yinner and whispered, Sister-in-law, I'm sorry for wronging you. Pan Yinner nodded, turned her head to look at Lu Wenzhou, her eyes helpless and sad, opened her mouth but said nothing. She casually pulled her children beside her and knelt in the snow again. Today was the most humiliating moment in her life. In order to survive, she knelt twice against her will. Li Dazhuang unscrewed the plastic bucket and poured a stream of translucent liquid onto the heads and bodies of the three kneeling people. A pungent smell of gasoline wafted in the cold air. Lu Wenzhou took out a lighter with his right hand, raised it above his head, and said loudly, Brother in the city, we are really desperate. We just want a place to stay and a meal to eat. Is there anything wrong with that? Please let us in. Can you really bear to watch women and children die in front of you? Shit, what's going on? Li Ning inside the city wall suddenly became extremely confused and shouted into the communicator. Everyone, please don't act rashly. Stay alert. I will report to my superiors immediately. Half a minute later, Zhao Jun, who was on duty in the control room, switched the surveillance footage outside the East Gate to the big screen. After listening to Li Ning's report, his expression became a little solemn. Not daring to delay any longer, he dialed Xia Yu's voice hotline. Commander-in-Chief, there's an emergency at the East Gate. I see. How would you handle this situation? Zhao Jun was silent for a moment and said, If we ignore it, it might lead to self-immolation, and it would be difficult for the woman and child to survive. What if I understand? If we do, it will go against the principles that our future city originally established, and it will set a very bad precedent for the outside world, and trouble will continue to arise. Good. So you know what to do. Clear. After hanging up the call, Zhao Jun took a deep breath and picked up the communicator. Dongmin, I am Wolfhead. I'm Dongmin. Please speak, Wolfhead. The highest level of instruction. Strictly follow the rules of defense. No mistakes. Receive. Time passed minute by minute, and Lu Wenzhou, standing under the city wall, felt like he had spent a long century. He knew that he was risking everything this time, and his success, failure, life and death all depended on his three closest relatives on Earth. People are selfish. For the sake of survival, what does it matter if the price is higher? He thought to himself comfortingly. Everyone outside, listen up. I'll give you 5 minutes to leave immediately. Otherwise, I'll shoot. Holy shit. Even in this situation, you're still indifferent? Lu Wenzhou was furious. He raised the lighter in his hand and shouted, Leaders of Future City, I know you're watching. We are from Panjia Town, and we represent not only our own lives, but also 2,000 lives behind us. Today, you are so cruel. Can you bear the charge of not saving someone from death and disregarding life? There was silence on the city wall. Time passed quietly without a sound. Soon, more than 4 minutes had passed. Lu Wenzhou's eyes were bloodshot. He glanced at his trembling family members on the ground with a crazy look, and then burst into laughter. Ha ha! Good, good, good. Future City Lord, watch carefully. I hope you won't have nightmares in the future. Then, Lu Wenzhou lit the lighter and pointed it at the woman on the ground without hesitation. Ah! With a heart-wrenching scream, the scorching flames quickly engulfed the woman, turning her into a fireman. Because they were not too close, the 2 children beside the woman were not affected. They just got up and ran to the side, crying loudly, "Mom! Mom! Please save my mom!" Lu Wenzhou stood stupidly on the snow, his mind blank. The faces of the people behind him were extremely pale and full of horror. No one could have imagined that Lu Wenzhou would actually dare to start a fire. Looking at the fireman rolling on the ground, Li Dazhuang, whose body was icy cold, gritted his teeth, called out to the people around him, rushed forward, picked up the 2 crying children, and ran quickly into the distant darkness with the rest of the people. No one spoke to Lu Wenzhou again, because in everyone's mind, Lu Wenzhou at this moment was more like a crazy devil, who even burned his own wife. Lu Wenzhou stared blankly at Tang Yina, who was screaming and rolling on the snow. The red flames were so dazzling. He even felt that the high temperature of the fire had reduced the coldness around him a lot. Oh, how comfortable! Ha ha! Li Ning stared at all this in a daze. For some reason, his heart felt like it was blocked by something, and he felt very uncomfortable. He turned his head and asked, "Is the 5 minutes up?" "Report, we're here." "Shoot." Chapter 63, End of the World Values. The next day, what Panja Town received was not the good news that Future City sent rescuers, but the sad news that Lu Wenzhou and his wife had died. After listening to Li Dazhuang's description, Lu Changfeng fell into deep silence. In fact, he also understood that when the end of the world came, the country's original order would collapse. It is obviously no longer feasible to think about problems using the values of the prosperous times. In order to survive, everyone will do anything possible. When hunger reaches its extreme, even cannibalism may happen at any time. In this world, no one is obligated to help you. Saving oneself and saving others have always been 2 extremes of the moral scale. When faced with danger, the complexities of human nature often fall apart. Pan Hao, tell me, we have been carrying the heavy responsibility of so many people's lives. Is it meaningful? Lu Changfeng broke the long silence and asked Pan Hao a question with some discouragement. Are you doubting yourself? Pan Hao frowned and asked back. Shouldn't I be suspicious? Lu Changfeng asked. Old Lu, let me put it this way. Everyone's position and choices are different. Because of our position, sometimes we have no choice. Is that so? The 2 stopped talking and looked at the group of survivors sitting or lying in the huge auditorium. They had messy hair, pale and thin faces, and most of them had eyes that showed numbness and despair. Only when they see food, even a small piece of biscuit, will their eyes regain a little bit of their spirit. Old Lu, there's another way. I think we can give it a try. Pan Hao retracted his gaze from the crowd and said, we can film the current situation of these refugees into a video and bring it to the future city lord. Will it work? Lu Changfeng asked doubtfully. I can't care less about this. In this situation, do we still have a way out? Let's give it a try. Who should we send? I'll go and let Li Dazhuang drive. A few hours later, a black off-road vehicle appeared on the gray snowfield of Guangzhou. The off-road vehicle drove slowly and stopped 200 meters in front of the east gate of the future community. Pan Hao pushed open the car door, tightened his bulky and tight winter-down jacket, and walked towards the east city gate with Li Dazhuang in the snow. About 50 meters away from the city gate, the 2 men stopped and held up a handwritten banner, one on the left and one on the right. What are they doing? Peng Jiaxiong, captain of the 7th Squadron of the 3rd Snowmobile Battalion, happened to take over the guard duty at the East Gate. After listening to the handover by Li Ning from the previous shift, he learned about the tragedy that occurred outside the East Gate last night. Just as he was sighing, his team members came running over to report that new situation had been discovered outside the East City Gate. Peng Jiaxiong quickly ran to the observation window and observed with a telescope for a while. He saw 2 strange men standing on the snow, one on the left and one on the right holding a red banner. On the banner, there were 10 large black characters. I have something important to give to the future city lord. Seeing that the two men had not entered the 50-meter cordon, Peng Jiaxiong simply ordered his men to observe the situation and strengthen their vigilance, while he quickly picked up the communicator to report to his superiors. When a call from Zhao Jun came through the hotline, Xia Yu was in the bamboo forest next to the dam building, digging bamboo shoots with his grandmother and Tang Yina. Bring your things in and leave them at the city management center. I'll be there soon to inform Brother Feng and Xiao Ye to meet at the management center in 15 minutes. After listening to Zhao Jun's report, Xiao Yu gave some instructions and hung up the call. He looked up at the emerald green bamboo forest around him, straightened his back, and muttered to himself, it's time for them to take the initiative and jump out. 15 minutes later, Xia Yu appeared at the future city management center. In the conference room, Wu Yifeng, Zhao Jun, and Xin Yu have been waiting for a long time. Did you get the stuff? I got it. It's a cell phone video. Okay, Xiao Ye, project the video on the big screen. Receive. The next moment, a video recording the current state of the apocalyptic disaster in Panja town was played. The dilapidated buildings, the gray-black snow, the once bustling town was completely silent. The scene changes, and we enter the harsh living space of the auditorium, the crowded and dirty environment. In the extremely cold weather, the people inside can only burn furniture to keep warm. The auditorium was packed with refugees dying from hunger and severe cold. Each one had a pale face and glazed eyes. A pale and skinny mother secretly took out a moldy biscuit from her pocket. She looked around nervously, broke off a piece of the biscuit, stuffed it into the mouth of the child in her arms, then put the biscuit back in her pocket, took the finger of the biscuit, put it in her mouth, and sucked it clean. However, the biscuits in her pocket were discovered by the people next to her, and several pairs of hungry hands rushed to her pocket. A few young men who were a little stronger stripped off the thick outer clothes of the 3 dead men, and the bodies were moved to the snow pile outside the gate. The gray-black snow grave outside the door has piled up into a small hill. At the end of the scene, a skinny middle-aged man with gray hair appeared in front of the camera. He said in a heavy and desperate tone, "Hello, person in charge of Future City. I am Lu Changfeng, the mayor of Panjia Town. On behalf of the 2013 surviving residents here, I would like to issue you the most urgent request for rescue. You can see our current situation. Our last bit of food and water can only last for 3 days at most. Only half of the people here can eat some biscuits or stale bread every day. They are short of food and clothing and suffer from hunger and cold. Every day, people die right before our eyes. But as the leader of Panjia Town, I am powerless to do anything. We are all compatriots, and we won't ask for too much. We just hope to give these people a chance to survive. Thanks." The middle-aged mayor with gray hair bowed to the camera. The picture is still. The meeting room was very quiet, and Xun Yu, who was sitting at the bottom, had slightly red eyes. "Brother Feng, I want to hear your opinion first." Xia Yu broke the silence. "Xia Yu, in this matter, everything depends on you. I believe you." Wu Yifeng expressed his opinion with a serious expression. "Fuck, Brother Feng, are you so irresponsible?" Xia Yu was speechless and rolled his eyes at Wu Yifeng in resentment. "Don't bother me. I'm only responsible for logistics and supplies. Don't bother me with other matters. You can make your own decisions." Wu Yifeng was too lazy to pay attention to him. He lit a cigar and started smoking again. "Zhao Jun, Xin Yu, what are your opinions?" Zhao Jun straightened his sitting posture, his expression solemn, and said seriously, "I obey all orders. I have no objections." "Xiao Ye, what about you?" Xin Yu was stunned for a moment, puzzled. "Why are you asking for my opinion? I'm just the head of the supercomputing center. You'll soon understand why, because there are things that require your participation later." Xia Yu blinked and said mysteriously, "Okay, Brother Yushin, I think we shouldn't be blinded by emotions and so-called morality. The overall situation should be the most important thing. So of course I'll listen to you." He. Huh? Why did this little girl suddenly say such brilliant things? Did she finally get it? Xia Yu cleared his throat and said, "Since everyone agrees, let's do as I say. I declare, the mite removal plan has officially begun." Chapter 64, Mite Removal Plan. On that day, a documentary video titled, "A Plea for Help from Panjia Town in the End Times. Should We Help?" appeared prominently on the Future Network. The tragic scene in the video deeply touched many people. Oh my God, these people are so miserable. They can't even eat. They can only eat moldy biscuits. Yes, you see, We not only have rice for every meal, but also meat, vegetables, and fruits. They are so pitiful. Should we help them? How can we help? Let these people move in? Future City is already seriously overcrowded. Will we put more people? Are they going to live in your house? The guy upstairs. How could you be so cold-blooded? So many lives were saved, and you saw them and didn't save them. Yeah, I think everyone shouldn't be too selfish. There are only 2,000 people. We can squeeze in if we can. Squeeze in? Huh. Then next time there are 20,000 people, let's squeeze in too. Hey, how can you talk like that? Where did 20,000 people come from? We're talking about 2,000 people. Okay. I think Future City can't set a precedent by accepting refugees. If they accept this one time, there will be countless more in the future. Yes, I agree with the above point. It's the end of the world. Why are you still pretending to be a saint? Who are you calling a saintly bitch? Helping each other is just basic morality. Don't you have correct values? It is said that there is a type of human being who has a natural Madonna complex. They are keen to sacrifice the interests of people who have nothing to do with themselves, such as sacrificing the interests of the future city to save others. Spend the money of others to satisfy your own sense of moral superiority. These people are called saint bitches. Virgin bitches are like a bunch of mites. You can't see or touch them at ordinary times, but at the critical moment, they will crawl out and bite you and disgust you. Everyone, I have a suggestion. Those who agree to help the refugees in Panjia town should take the initiative to vacate space in their homes to accommodate and resettle them. At the same time, let them enthusiastically participate in the rescue team, which will further demonstrate their noble sentiments. Yu Bao was half lying on the bed in the single apartment in the grid building, typing his speech with a sly smile on his face. What's that noise upstairs? Future City will take care of the refugees. Why do they have to stay at my house? Yes, I have a large family and there is no room for them. Forget about joining the rescue team. I'm not a professional. I have to go to work and take care of my children. Inside the supercomputing center, Xia Yu silently shook her head at the various bizarre comments circulating online. With a hint of disdain on her face, she turned and instructed the public opinion team. Record the IP addresses of all those who support the rescue. Clear. In the Panjia Town auditorium, today is the 5th day of the semi-food shortage. Last night's cold wave and hunger took away 8 more lives. Among the survivors today, the elderly over 60 years old have basically passed away, and the remaining young people and children are unlikely to survive for long. In 2 days, the only food and clean water will be gone, and the last survivors in Panjia Town will be in dire straits. Captain Pan, is your method effective? Lu Changfeng asked worriedly. In fact, he didn't have much hope for this at the beginning, but when people are in desperate situations, they want to grab even an illusory straw. Alas, I can't guarantee it will be effective, because human nature in the end times is too complicated, but at least we tried our best. Pan Hao, with a haggard face, smiled with difficulty, sighed and said, None of us can figure out what kind of person the mysterious future city lord will be. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, Panjia Town's call for help video has been fermenting on the internet for 24 hours. The two views, supporting and opposing the rescue, collided fiercely, and for a while no one could convince the other. Just when most people thought that the dispute would eventually come to an end, the city management suddenly issued an announcement. In light of the recent video request for assistance from Panjia Town, we have, based on humanitarian considerations, decided the following after discussion. 1. A 500-person rescue team will be formed within 3 hours, equipped with sufficient food, water, medicine, warmth, and other rescue and survival supplies, and will officially depart for Panjia Town at 8 a.m. tomorrow. 2. Except for designated security and medical personnel, vacant rescue personnel are based on voluntary registration. 3. If the number of applicants is less than 500, a random selection will be made from residents who have expressed their support for the rescue online. Those selected may not refuse for any reason. 4. This rescue operation is expected to accommodate 2,000 new survivors, as Future City is already severely overcrowded. Therefore, all residents who have expressed support for the rescue online will, starting tomorrow, have their relatives relocated to the ground floor building and will no longer enjoy any benefits from Future City, except for basic lighting. 5. Starting tomorrow, the surface building will resume some industrial and civilian processing capacity, and surface residents will participate in the work. As soon as this announcement came out, it was like a depth bomb dropped into a fish pond, and everything exploded. The future city is full of turmoil. Those who expressed support for the rescue were panicking and defending themselves online or organizing themselves to gather at the management center to seek an explanation. A security company had already been stationed at the future city management center. Every corner of the city was filled with armed security battalion members and elite special operations teams. The future city suddenly felt tense, as if a storm was about to come. On the top floor of the management center, Xia Yu sat calmly in a large chair, occasionally glancing at the grid-style city monitoring screen on the wall. Under his abnormal spiritual sense, the city area with a radius of dozens of kilometers below the building was so clear that even a crawling ant could be seen clearly. Wolf Head, is everything arranged? Reporting to the commander-in-chief, all preparations and response measures are in place. Very good. Has the rescue team headed to Panja town? Report. All 500 members of the rescue team have been recruited, including 326 forcibly recruited cybermites. Very good. How is the operational warning reconnaissance going? Heisey has dispatched 3 snow reconnaissance squadrons to scout the roads leading to Panja town in the north, east, and west directions. No abnormalities have been found so far. Good. Xia Yu, please summarize the results of this internet mite screening. Receive. Xia Yu reported loudly. During this operation, a total of 43,746 cyber mites were identified, along with their families, and a total of 112,862 people needed to be relocated to designated buildings on the surface. 10 teams of the God War Team snowmobiles have already been stationed at the Future City Grid Residential Complex, fully assisting with the relocation efforts. There have been some obstacles during the relocation process, but they are currently under control. At this moment, the harmony and tranquility of the future city were completely broken, and the number of people affected by this incident exceeded 110,000. Some radical rhetoric and plots, driven by some interested parties, began to spread online and among the public. The future city is about to be in trouble. Chapter 65, Future City Riot. Future City, West District of the Grid Residential Complex. 7 men and women gathered in a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment. At this moment, several people in the room had solemn expressions and were sitting on the sofa in the living room. The leader was a middle-aged man, about 40 years old. 07, beside your family. Who else is involved this time? The middle-aged man smoked a cigarette and said irritably, "We were all careless. They had a plan this time." A young woman in her 30s looked at her husband and stammered, 01, 06, and I have received notice that we will all move to the surface building in 1 hour. The middle-aged man nodded and continued to ask, "What about the others?" Nula jedna ive konted. Aside from you and 03, all 5 of our team members were involved. A young woman sitting to the right of the middle-aged man answered softly. She was wearing a well-matched light gray business suit and a badge on her left chest that read Future City 3rd Primary School. The middle-aged man felt a headache. Damn, this is so fucking speechless. I just randomly stirred up some online propaganda and posted some support for the rescue, but I lost most of my own action team. This future city doesn't play by the rules at all. 03, assess the impact their relocation to the surface building will have on our subsequent work. Yes. After evaluation, a total of 5 members of the team were forced to leave the dungeon. Our initial plan leaves at least 4 key positions vacant. It is basically devastating for the implementation of subsequent plans. A plump young man sat at the end of the sofa, analyzing in an orderly manner. So serious? Everyone looked at each other and could see each other's anxiety and uneasiness. 01. How about we connect with other factions before the relocation, incite those resentful people who are being relocated, and start a big commotion? The 30-year-old young woman, codenamed 07, suggested that she and her family were actually the ones who least wanted to move out of Future City. If you're used to the comfortable life here, it will definitely be very uncomfortable to move to the bitter cold surface building all of a sudden. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment before asking, "How sure are we? We have at least an 80% grasp. We have 11 teams we're familiar with, and each team controls dozens of groups of residents. Furthermore, the residents of the residential area are currently seething with anger, with many unwilling to move out. This morning alone, several clashes have already occurred. Those members of the Divine Warfare team wouldn't dare open fire rashly." The young woman analyzed the situation and exchanged glances with the others. She decided to fight to stay no matter what. The middle-aged man extinguished his cigarette, gritted his teeth, and ordered, "Let's take action." Receive. Similar scenes are constantly emerging throughout the square residential area. In less than an hour, the residents who were originally relocated according to the districts suddenly gathered in the East District Square, where the largest crowds were. Despite the desperate attempts of the God Warriors to intercept them, the crowd still rushed forward madly. Over 110,000 people rushed to the same place at the same time, constantly attacking the God Warriors who were blocking their way, and the scene became extremely chaotic. The crowd rushing towards the East District Square was filled with anger, and they kept shouting unified slogans. Strive for legal rights and resist relocation. Fight for your legal rights and resist relocation. At the same time, someone uploaded the video shot on the internet, and the click rate began to rise wildly. Some people ignored the warnings and live broadcasted the riot. On the top floor of the City Management Center, Xiao Yu looked at the surveillance footage on the screen with a dark face. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was definitely a premeditated riot. Although he was very angry, his reason told him that he could not easily order a crackdown. "Commander-in-Chief, what should we do now?" Xia Yu, who was sitting in the big chair, was leisurely sipping tea and smiled when he heard this. "Wolfhead, calm down. Calm down. Since those people can't help but jump out, isn't that just what we want? It saves us from digging them out one by one. So, this riot was actually part of your plan?" Xia Yu, who was operating a laptop next to him, turned her head and asked curiously, "You guessed it. Huh? If they don't move, we can't act rashly. Only when the main characters come out can the worm elimination plan be considered perfect." Xiao Yu was a little confused. "Damn, did Xia and this guy plan all this? Damn it. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You made me worry for nothing." Xiao Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "What should I do next?" Xia Yu continued to sip his tea, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and said in a cold voice, "It's very simple. Suppress with all your might. Use tear gas first, and then use live ammunition against those who resist. I don't need to teach you this, right?" Xiao Yu stood up straight, awe-inspiring, and replied, "Receive. Also, the Special Operations Brigade 1 will be temporarily handed over to Xia Yu for command. All members of the Stargate God team, except for the necessary security and defense teams, must enter the underground city and suppress the riots with all their strength." "Receive." Xiao Yu responded loudly and trotted into the temporary command center of the God War team next door. "Xiaoya, it's time to close the net. Report the results." After Xiao Yu left, Xia Yu walked to Xia Yu's side. "Ugh." Xia Yu deftly retrieved the data on the computer, clicked on it, and enlarged it. During this operation, we uncovered 27 covert organizations in Future City, involving 219 individuals, including 36 class dangerous individuals. All targets have been locked. Please give instructions. Let the Special Forces Team 1 take action. We must capture them all. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. Receive. 10 minutes later, more than 100,000 people gathered in the East District Square were attacked by fierce tear gas. Tear gas canisters as dense as hail, spewing white smoke, fell into the dense crowd. For a moment, exclamations and screams were intertwined, and people fled in terror. Some people were pushed to the ground, screaming in pain, and were instantly drowned in the crowd. The crowds of people who escaped from the periphery were still in shock, and were just trying to catch their breath when they were shocked to find that the entire East Square had been surrounded by a large number of armored vehicles and infantry fighting vehicles. The gray-green armored vehicles and tanks looked like a group of cold monsters, with their black anti-aircraft machine guns pointing at the crowd, emitting a terrifying paint gleam. Behind the vehicle, rows of God squad members, armed with live ammunition, stood solemnly, ready to engage in battle at any moment. Holy shit, we're just having a meeting? Is this really necessary? The commotion outside the crowd finally stopped on their own accord. Following the command from the command vehicle, they squatted on the ground with their hands on their heads. However, some diehards and those with ulterior motives are still taking advantage of the chaos to incite the crowd and are determined not to surrender. Panjia Town, Guanbei. The 6th Squadron of the 3rd Snow Vehicle Battalion, led by Li Ning, arrived first. 2 kilometers behind him, 30 Golden Eagle 3 armed snow vehicles were driving towards them in a mighty procession. Behind them are 60 snow transport vehicles and 3 wartime medical vehicles. When Li Ning received this task in the morning, He was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand why they had sternly rejected Panjia Town's request for help 2 days ago, but now they were mobilizing a large army to pick people up. Although he couldn't figure it out, as a military man, he still chose to obey orders. Li Ning didn't know that a large-scale riot was happening in the future city at this moment, and the cause of the riot was Panjia Town under his feet. 1 kilometer further ahead is the auditorium of Panjia Town. At this moment, in the auditorium, nearly 2,000 survivors of Panjia Town lay or sat like zombies, their eyes hollow, and despair filled every inch of the air. Giving timely assistance is remembered, but adding icing on the cake is forgotten. The weaknesses of human nature have never changed for thousands of years. Chapter 66 Assassination by the Superpower. The seemingly large-scale riot in Future City was quickly suppressed. This incident caused serious trampling and casualties, and dozens of stubborn resistance elements were killed on the spot. The total casualties exceeded 1,000 people, and the scene was extremely tragic. More than 110,000 mites and their families were relocated from the surface. Soon, all of them were concentrated in dozens of buildings in the northern area of the surface. These buildings can block most of the cold, but it is still cold. The temperature control system in the building cannot be used because there is no electricity. Apart from simple lighting, they have basically lost all the benefits of the future city. The only way to keep warm is with down jackets and quilts. The building occasionally provides some coal briquettes and fuel, but they are extremely expensive. Plus, in the surface buildings, all adults can only work on the assembly line, which is tiring with long hours and low pay. What made them most desperate was that Future City had cut off the internet access to dozens of buildings. The mites, who were once so arrogant on the internet, have lost their place now. Half of the joy of life was lost, and a large number of people subsequently fell into depression. Looking back on the past, life in the underground Future City was so comfortable. Nowadays, in the buildings on the surface, the time is cold and boring. I really regret it. The 2-day mite removal plan ended successfully. The most surprising thing is that, by the way, all the hidden forces lurking in the Future City were completely eliminated. The Future City is much emptier and cleaner. As the official website disclosed the details of the incident, the remaining residents of Future City felt an unprecedented sense of identification with the city. Laughter and peace have returned to normal, and the people on the streets have unconsciously gained a more confident temperament. This is the Future City I want. Xia Yu stood alone at the highest point of the city, sighing. In fact, he has inexhaustible supplies and the blessing of the small world. He can live freely in the end times by himself. Why should he work so hard? So, being a human is really a cheap thing. There are too many emotions and responsibilities that cannot be separated. After sighing for a long time, Xia Yu regained control of his emotions. His expression suddenly changed, and his figure retreated, disappearing instantly. After a thrilling riot, the Future City Commercial District has returned to its former bustle. As evening approached, Lu's secret pork stomach and chicken welcomed its daily peak in traffic. "Boss Lu, you seem to be in a good mood today." Hearing this, Lu Qi, who was sitting at the cashier watching a short video, quickly raised his head and then stood up in surprise. "Oh, 2 beautiful ladies are here. Please come in, please come in." Seeing that it was Tang Yina and Xia Yu coming in, Lu Qi greeted them enthusiastically. "Huh? Why don't I see Yushin today? He was busy, so we didn't call him." Tang Yina smiled and said, "Boss Lu, are there any private rooms this time?" "Of course. My private room is always open to Yushin and the 2 beauties. Please follow me." Lu Qi took the lead and walked into the inner room. As he did so, he seemed to remember something and slapped his forehead. "Sorry, I almost forgot. A friend just came into the private room. I'll ask him to vacate it right away." "Don't bother, Boss Lu. If it's inconvenient, we can sit in the lobby," Tang Yina said embarrassedly. "That won't do. I can neglect anyone, but not 2 beauties. Don't worry, my friend is alone. Just let him go. We're all acquaintances." After a while, Lu Qi took the lead and walked to the innermost private room and pushed the door open. "Boss Lu, can you come in and have a couple of drinks with me?" The man in the private room was concentrating on eating pig stomach chicken, a plate of lettuce, a plate of fried peanuts, and a pot of Luzhou old wine. "Old Xia, I'm sorry, but we have a distinguished guest here suddenly. How about you just bear with it and move to the hall?" Xie Qingyang's eyes lit up when he saw 2 stunning beauties walking in through the door, One was elegant and refined. The other was pretty and charming. Huh. It's my honor to give up my seat for these beauties. Besides, I've met these two before. They're the confidants of the city lord, right? I'm not, she is. Xia Yu said shyly. Oh. Xia Qingyang stood up, looked at Tang Yina, and said with a smile. So this is what it means to be in love with God. How disrespectful. Tang Yina frowned and whispered to Xia Yu. Xia Yu, we're not having pig stomach chicken today. I suddenly want to eat roast duck. Let's go. Sister Yina, didn't you say you like the food here? Why did you suddenly change? Xia Yu asked in confusion. Don't ask. I just want to change to another one. Let's go. As she spoke, Tang Yina took Xia Yu's hand and turned to leave. This is... Lu Qi was also confused, with a look of surprise and doubt on his face. Ladies, why are you leaving now that you're here? A gloomy voice came from behind. Then, the three people standing at the door felt an invisible sound wave entering their heads at the same time. Buzz! Everything went black before their eyes, and before they could even scream, the three of them fainted and fell to the ground one after another. When Xia Yu sensed that Tang Yina was in danger, he teleported from the highest point of the city in less than a second. What a pity! You're still a little slow. Xia Qingyang sat in the main seat in the private room and looked towards the door with a smile. Xia Yu appeared out of nowhere, and when he saw the two women being held hostage, his face turned extremely pale. Who are you? What do you want? It doesn't matter who I am. What matters most is that I can kill you. Just you. Xia Yu, I know you are very strong. You can teleport, and your spiritual sense is abnormally strong. But killing is not about who is the strongest, but who is the most patient and who can best seize fleeting opportunities. Do you think now is the best opportunity? No, but it doesn't matter. Your girlfriend is amazing. She can actually read my inner thoughts. Sigh, I have no choice but to take the risk and act in advance. Xia Yu calmed down his anger, stared at the thin man in front of him, and said calmly, You've read my writings and even tried to explore my spiritual consciousness, but unfortunately you're still too weak. Xia Qingyang smiled. I knew that I couldn't hide it from you sooner or later, but as you know, I am a person with special abilities, and I am very strong. My spiritual sense is even stronger. Xia Yu, don't try to touch me or the poison needle in my hand, because my ability can kill your girlfriend before you attack me. Xia Yu was silent. His super senses and spiritual awareness were running at full power, and he was secretly looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Xia Yu, you don't stand a chance. My ability is super infrasound. Do you know what infrasound is? When the transmission frequency is lower than 20 Hz, it is infrasound. And I can silently, or while speaking, carry infrasound waves at the speed of light, which can penetrate everything and instantly stun or kill the target. No matter how strong your consciousness is, you can't stop invisible sound waves. Xia Qingyang said coldly, Are you afraid of me? Otherwise, why are you saying so much? Xia Yu said sarcastically, Hurry up and tell me what you want. Don't waste time. Now it was Xia Qingyang's turn to turn pale. He said bitterly, I want you to commit suicide immediately, or she will die. Xia Yu looked, Suicide? Do you think I'm a fool? Then she dies. Xia Qingyang tightened the poison needle in his hand, and the tip of the needle almost touched Tang Yina's neck skin. Alas, do you hate me so much? Why do you want me to die? Xia Yu shook his head helplessly. It was the end of the world. Why were you still so stubborn about killing someone? This has nothing to do with hatred. It's just that my honor cannot be desecrated. Snake Temple? Let me guess, which killer are you? Well, the only one with super strong spiritual awareness and infrasonic ability is Rattlesnake, 007 on the Blue Star Killer list. Xia Qingyang was secretly shocked and said in a deep voice, You're smart, but can you just die? Okay. Taking advantage of Xia Qingyang's brief distraction, Xia Yu disappeared. His spiritual consciousness instantly broke through Xia Qingyang's sound wave barrier, and he appeared in the other corner of the room in a blink of an eye. The powerful divine consciousness instantly pulled Tang Yina away from Xia Qingyang and into his arms. Xia Qingyang only had time to open his mouth before an invisible sound wave rushed towards Xia Yu, and the poison needle in his right hand shot silently towards the unconscious Xia Yu on the other side. Xia Yu dodged again, avoiding the frontal attack of the infrasound wave. With a flip of his right hand, Tang Yina, who was in his arms, disappeared instantly. At the same time, Xia Yu, who was sitting at the dining table, was also taken into the small world. The next moment, Xia Qingyang turned his head and opened his mouth, wanting to emit sound waves again. Xia Yu would never give him another chance. With a move of his spiritual consciousness, a chopstick on the table pierced his neck. You! Xie Qingyang felt the pain in his neck and the sound of blood gushing out. The reality of the world was rapidly fading away from him. What a pity! You still lost a woman. Xie Qingyang said in a hoarse voice, covering the wound on his neck with his left hand, trying to stop the blood from flowing out. Is this what you mean? Xia Yu raised the poison needle in his hand, and when the poison needle was 3 inches away from Xun Yu's neck, it was immediately taken away by his spiritual sense. You forgot, go. Tell you, I have another poison needle. It's probably starting to take effect now. After Xie Qingyang finished speaking, his head tilted and he finally died. Xia Yu's face changed. He flashed into the small world and picked up Xun Yu, who was lying in the wooden house. After carefully scanning her body with his spiritual sense, he discovered a flesh-colored poisonous needle thinner than a hair stuck deep in the flesh of her left ankle. The poison needle is very small and somewhat soft, the same color as the surrounding flesh, and is difficult to distinguish even if you look closely. This should have been buried in Xun Yu's body by Xie Qingyang in advance. Xia Yu's previous spiritual scan did not detect the fine needle in Xun Yu's ankle. He was careless. Xia Yu quickly pulled out the poison needle and called out, but Xun Yu, with her eyes closed, did not respond at all and was obviously in a coma. Xia Yu's spiritual sense penetrated into Xun Yu's body and felt the coldness all over her body, and the vitality in her body was rapidly disappearing. There was a black poison in her blood, rapidly spreading towards her heart. What kind of poison is this? It's too strong, isn't it? Chapter 67 Fusion of Small Worlds. Xia Yu picked up Xun Yu and appeared in the high-tech medical building of Future City in the blink of an eye. In the emergency room, Xia Yu placed the unconscious Xun Yu on the bed, and with a sweep of his spiritual sense, he instantly entered the hospital's internal network. Professor Chunming Zhang of the Department of Toxicology, Director Wang Yi of the Department of Neurology, Professor Song Chuan Hui, a hematologist, and Director He Shuebing of the Department of Cardiology. Please go to the emergency room on the first floor as soon as possible for an urgent consultation. Soon, the emergency joint consultation notice was passed down, and the experts in charge of each department were rushing over. Xia Yu looked at Xun Yu's pale and bloodless face and felt a dull pain in his heart. He could clearly feel that the poisonous gas was getting closer and closer to Xun Yu's heart, and her vitality was rapidly slipping away. Xia Yu probed his spiritual sense into Xun Yu's body, trying to pull out the poison gas, but he failed. The poison was deeply entangled with Xun Yu's blood. Unless all the blood in her body was drained away at once, there was no way to stop the spread of the poison. Xia Yu had no choice but to use his spiritual sense to distract the poison and slow down its spread. What other ways are there to detox? Xia Yu had a flash of inspiration and immediately activated his powerful spiritual sense, flashing into the core database of the supercomputing center. From the vast ocean of blue star information copied before the end of the world, it only took him a few seconds to select the 7 most powerful detoxification methods. The one ranked first among them is actually the Chongsang 13 needles, which has been passed down from the Warring States period in China to this day. However, no one has been able to use this technique for nearly 100 years because the talent required is too high and it is difficult for ordinary people to learn it. More importantly, the person using the needle must have a strong spiritual power to perform it normally. Chongsang Jun, BNK's teacher, is a godlike doctor. He invented the 13 needles that can bring the dead back to life. This needle can be used by yourself. Xia Yu no longer hesitated and activated his super powerful divine consciousness, instantly integrating the magical technique of Chongsang 13 needles into his subconscious. After a while, Xia Yu, who had become a miracle doctor, had 13 shining silver needles in his hands. He took a deep breath, and the silver needles in his hand flew, piercing Xun Yu's 13 key acupuncture points one by one. Especially at the location of the heart meridian, he inserted 3 needles with different strengths and depths. Soon, the toxins in Xun Yu's body strangely stopped spreading towards her heart. Instead, they gathered towards the pericardium meridian, slowly flowing towards the Laogong point at the tip of her middle finger. Divine magic! Xia Yu sighed and let out a long sigh. The spread of the poison in Xun Yu's blood has been suppressed. As the poison is discharged, subsequent treatment will be much easier. By the time experts from various departments of the hospital arrived at the scene, the toxins in Xia Yu's blood had basically been forced to the Laogong point on her middle finger. So those experts who were influenced by modern medicine were shocked to see for the first time what it meant to poison with a silver needle. Xia Yu pointed the needle at the Laogong point on Xia Yu's middle finger and pierced it through the air. Drops of inky black liquid dripped from the fingertip, with a hint of unpleasant fishy smell. After finishing all this, Xia Yu briefly discussed Xia Yu's condition with several medical experts. After feeling that she was no longer in danger, he said goodbye and left. In the small world wooden house, Tang Yina slowly woke up. She felt a slight soreness in her head. Xie Qingyang's infrasonic attack was silent and invisible. It was indeed hard to defend against. Looking around, she found herself lying on the big bed in the wooden house, and her heart was at ease. For some reason, every time she stayed in the small world cabin, she would feel extremely safe and happy. Perhaps it was because this world belonged to Xia Yu, and she also belongs to Xia Yu. Woke up. Xia Yu's gentle voice came to my ears. Xia Yu moved to the bedside, leaned over, and gently embraced the person on the bed and comforted him softly. Don't worry. That man is a killer and has been brought to justice. Are you worried about Xia Yu? Yeah, is Xia Yu okay? Xia Yu is fine. She suffered some minor injuries and is recuperating in the hospital. That's good. Xia Yu, why do they want to kill you? Just a bunch of annoying cockroaches. Don't worry. I'll uproot them sooner or later. The two of them hugged each other for a while, feeling each other's concern and love, and for a moment they were a little lost in thought. Get up, I'll take you to see some people. Xia Yu kissed Tang Yina's forehead and whispered in her ear. Who are you meeting? The first immigrants to the small world. The next second they appeared in the valley. At this time, the small world valley has changed from its former lonely and cold appearance. Among the green trees and flowers, small buildings or farmhouses are rising from the ground. Smoke rises from the cooking stove, and the sounds of chickens and dogs can be heard. In the distance, there are oxen plowing the fields and groups of rural children chasing each other by the river or running into the river to catch fish and shrimp. What a paradise full of the flavor of life. Tang Yina was shocked. She asked in disbelief, where did these houses and people come from? Guess. Blue Star? China. Smart, you guessed right. They're all farmers from the mountain villages of various parts of China. They have simple folk customs. I surveyed most of China before selecting them. Just before the meteorite hit, I moved them and their houses in here, temporarily settling them in the valley. Xia Yu smiled, took Tang Yina's hand, and walked towards the nearest village. The children by the river saw Xia Yu and came over shouting happily. Brother, you haven't come to see us for 2 days. Fatty, you're busy with your brother. You don't do anything all day long, just climbing trees and catching shrimps. Huh, who's he? You're still blaming me? I saw you digging out a beehive yesterday, and you were chased by Shanfeng and jumped into the river. Fatty, I'm warning you. Stop talking nonsense, or I'll hit you. Afraid of you? Amidst the noise, a group of people walked into the village. Xia Yu smiled and nodded to the villagers he met. Everyone he met on the road came forward to greet Xia Yu enthusiastically. Xia Yu, why are they so enthusiastic about you? Tang Yina asked in confusion. Because I saved their lives, and I am the king of this world. How many people live here? Tang Yina asked curiously, because she found that there were many houses almost occupying half of the valley. 1.03 million. So many? Wouldn't it be too crowded if they all lived in the valley? Don't worry, the valley can be expanded. As he spoke, Xia Yu moved his mind, and several beautiful landforms in the chaotic space merged into the valley, and a slight vibration was heard in the valley. Soon, a series of new terrains merged into the surroundings of the valley. What is this? Juzhegu. Oh my god, what's that scenery? It's so beautiful. I know, in our Yunnan province, it's called Butterfly Valley. Also, there are a lot of waterfalls in the farthest place, just like the Qiani Valley near my home. It's Qiani Valley. I've been there. The magic that was like the creation of the world completely shocked Tang Yina and countless villagers in the valley. They marveled at the grandeur and magnificence of the new landscape, and were even more amazed at Xia's ability to create something out of nothing, to create the world. Xia Yu's role as the creator has become more deeply rooted in people's hearts. The villagers who have lived in the mountains for a long time are the most simple and honest, and they also believe in gods. Now Xia and this god have come down to earth, giving them a brand new world and a brand new life. After integrating the valley, Xia Yu led a large group of small world residents and began the journey of creation. The second level, the small world grassland, began to merge with the Shilin Gol grassland, Gajingla grassland, Huitengzao grassland. The 2.8 million mu of small world grassland is visibly integrated into a larger grassland, including countless herds of cattle, sheep and horses that appear out of thin air. The villagers who witnessed the creation of Chaoyuan were once again shocked. Oh my god, how big is this grassland? It seems endless. There are so many cattle and sheep, we can never eat them all. The third level, a cultivated plain with an original area of 7,500 square kilometers, immediately shocked countless eyes as soon as it came into view. Oh my god, with such a large cultivated plain, there must be so much food. It's so wonderful. At the end of the site, the Shijiang rice fields, the Fujin 10,000 acres rice park, the Red Beach National Rice Park, the Longji rice terraces, the Yuanyang rice terraces, pieces of high-quality cultivated landforms emerge one by one in the blink of an eye. The sky has become bigger, the land has become wider, and the air is filled with the scent of harvest. In the fourth level of the small world, when the countless villagers who were moved by Xia Yu's spiritual sense saw the lake of nearly 30,000 square kilometers for the first time, they were shocked and speechless. Oh my god, there is such a big lake in the world we live in. Everyone look carefully. What's about to appear is the world's largest lake with the largest amount of fresh water. Lake Baikal. As Xia Yu finished speaking, a huge crescent-shaped blue lake appeared out of thin air and quickly melted into the mist in the distance. The originally vast, oval-shaped lake expanded outward visibly. In the blink of an eye, a brand new lake so vast that there was no end in sight appeared. The fish in the lake jumped out of the water happily. Then, the Injimalan Snow Mountain Lake, as blue as a gem, appeared between the snow-capped peaks in the distance. It stood proudly and independently beside the vast lake, and was particularly conspicuous. Not stopped yet. Soon, the world's 5 famous freshwater lakes, Lake Superior, Lake Michigan, Lake Huron, Lake Erie, and Lake Ontario also appeared on the other side of the snow-capped peaks. Qinghai Lake, Dongting Lake, and Panyang Lake also appeared one after another. The beautiful West Lake, like Shizi, quietly settled on the broad island in the center of the lake. The first round of fusion of the small world, the creation is successful. P.S. For details on the story of millions of farmers moving small worlds, please see Chapter 53. It turns out there really are godlike men. Chapter 68, the prototype of creation. After the first round of landform fusion, the small world achieved a qualitative leap. The area of the entire small world has increased dozens of times, and the superposition of high-quality landforms has produced unexpected effects. The scenery is more beautiful, the view is more pleasant, and the animal and plant resources are richer. Due to the fusion of landforms, the small world today has a hint of the cause and effect of the blue planet. Xia Yu could feel as if he had touched a mysterious object vaguely related to this apocalyptic disaster. However, this mysterious thing is too ethereal and cannot be grasped for the time being. Xia Yu is not in a hurry. He has plenty of time. If you want to win the final battle in the end times, you must go through many disasters. The enemies you can see are not scary. What is scary are the big enemies hiding behind you. Therefore, if you want to look down on all enemies, you have to create the world. Continuously improve, upgrade, and strengthen the small world, and eventually turn it into a truly powerful big world. This road is still very long. The current small world is only the prototype of creation. Now that the pattern has been opened up, why not just go for it? The small world already has the first population, and food and various resources are basically available, but it lacks a team with the ability to coordinate the overall situation and management experience. For example, housing construction, water and electricity installation, hydropower station development, agricultural irrigation, livestock and aquaculture management, garbage sorting and disposal, the establishment of medical and education systems, etc. No matter how big or small the matter is, a professional team is urgently needed to carry out its implementation. Xia Yu, who was used to being a hands-off boss, returned to Guanqiong Cave and immediately summoned several core candidates in his mind. Yubing, Shabanglan, Shen Zhuzi, Ugodong, Umomo, and Deng Dugon. Everyone gathered in the audiovisual room of Basilu again. After a month, everyone couldn't help but sigh when they recalled that they had witnessed the coming of the end of the world here. I called you here today because I want to share a big secret with you all. Xia Yu glanced around with a cold gaze, and seeing that everyone was looking expectant and solemn, he continued. Let me ask you a question first. If you had a choice, would you be willing to live your whole life underground or in a cave? Of course I don't want to. After all, the cave or the underground is not a complete world. Who doesn't want to be free to fly freely in the sky? Oh man, who has the most eccentric personality, was the first to speak out. Yes, if it weren't for the apocalypse, man, and I would have planned to go to Juzigo. Ouch. Man, why are you pinching me? Deng Deguang echoed this, but in the end he had to cry out in pain because his lumbar muscles were attacked. I told you not to talk nonsense, Humph. Xia Yu laughed when he saw this and said, now is an opportunity for you to fully enjoy Juzhegu. How is that possible? Oh man, and Deng Deguang said in unison. Others looked at him with suspicion. After the meteorite impact, almost 1/10 of the landforms on the blue planet remained. Coupled with the black snow and extreme cold during this period, what else could be preserved on the surface? Xia Yu, please stop joking, okay? Seeing that everyone did not believe him, Xia Yu did not explain. He smiled and said, what if I help you achieve it? Naka, and you are my idols, no? My eternal gods. I will love you forever. He. Oh man, said with a grin. Hey, you love him, but what about me? Deng Deguang was fed up and questioned with a dark face. Love it too, he. Bastard. Xia Yu smiled bitterly and shook his head, no longer paying attention to the dog, the man and woman. He looked at the others and asked, don't you believe it either? My brother, this is indeed a bit far-fetched. Xia Binglin scratched his head in embarrassment, feeling ashamed for his cousin. Don't brag too much, okay? Xia Yu, I believe you, Yi Bing said with a firm look in her eyes. For some reason, she was willing to believe him unconditionally. Perhaps Xia Yu had brought her too many shocks and miracles during this period. Seeing this, Deng Deguang secretly shook his head. Alas, love really makes people blind. Okay, since everyone is skeptical, I'll take you to witness it with your own eyes. Are you ready? As soon as the words fell, the next moment, everyone was surprised to find that they were standing on an emerald green mountain. From one side of the mountain, the rumbling sound of water could be heard. A wide waterfall like a white curtain cascaded down, its snow-white water splashing like pearls. Isn't this the Pearl Beach waterfall in Juzhegu? Oh man covered her mouth in shock. It was too scary. Wasn't Juzhegu, like many other terrains on the blue planet, destroyed by a meteorite? How could it appear here? Besides, with the extremely cold weather on Blue Star today, what happened to these green trees and water sources? Could it be time travel? A parallel world? Not only oh man, but everyone else couldn't believe their eyes when they suddenly saw the spectacular scenery in front of them. Where is this? Is this really Juzhegu? Oh my god, what have we been through? Yes, this is Juzhegu. I've been to Juzhegu 3 times before, so I'm very familiar with it. Yi Bing, whose face was filled with shock, was the first to recover. She looked at Xia Yu with even more excitement. Everyone look, that's the Juzhegu bamboo sea over there. Over that mountain, you can see the emerald green beauty lake. After Yi Bing's guidance, the others gradually calmed down and forced themselves to believe this fact. Xia Yu, how did you do that? This is simply amazing. Oh man couldn't help but look at him with admiration. Xia Yu smiled and said, everyone, don't get excited yet, just follow me. The next moment, a familiar landscape appeared again. Oh my god, this is Butterfly Valley. What a huge grassland. What do I see? An endless expanse of planted plains. Isn't this Qinghai Lake? It's so beautiful. Everyone was swept up by Xia Yu's spiritual consciousness, constantly shuttling back and forth in the small world. These poor end-of-the-world country bumpkins shouted and exclaimed in amazement along the way. They seemed to be taken on an incredible fantasy journey, witnessing countless magnificent scenery. Finally, when everyone returned to the small world valley, they looked out at the incredibly beautiful scenery, the scattered villages, and the children playing. A strange feeling of traveling through time and space surged throughout my body. Today's experience was so shocking. Did everyone see that? Xia Yu calmed everyone down and pointed to the village in the distance and said, there are 1.03 million farmers from all over China here. They are simple and honest, and their hearts belong to this place. However, They lack a leadership team to lead them in better production and construction and to lead a positive life. That's why I chose you. Because you're the people I trust the most, and you have expertise and management experience in this area. But there is one thing. Since you have chosen to stay here, you can no longer leave and return to Blue Star until a real big world is created. In the future, this world may be even bigger than Blue Planet. After listening to Xia Yu's words, the newly established Small World 6-member startup management team was extremely excited. Nima, living in such a beautiful little world and participating in the historic event of creation, what more could one ask for? Does anyone have any questions? Xia Yu, can family members move in too? Chun Zhuozi said embarrassedly, as if he felt that bringing a few more people in was a huge advantage. Of course, including the management team you have assembled, they can all bring their families in, but once they come in, they can't leave again. I'm not going out. Whoever is stupid should go out. Umomo mutoed. Deng Deguang, do you remember? A long time ago, there was a game where a few peasants started building an empire. What was it called? It seems to be called Age of Empires. Chapter 69, starting with 1,000,000 peasants. 2 days later, the 6-member startup team of Small World completed the formation of their respective teams. The management team of Small World with more than 3,800 people was officially established. On that day, all the managers, along with their families and some important belongings at home, entered the Small World together. Faced with Xia Yu's cool and fantastic movement and the fairyland-like world, everyone was completely shocked. After a long period of exclamations of wow, wow, the second group of Small World immigrants gradually calmed down their excitement. As the first chief executive of the Small World, Yi Bing will lead a management team of more than 3,800 people and millions of farmers to carry out an outstanding Small World creation miracle. Accommodation and office space for management personnel have been arranged, and sufficient daily necessities, construction machinery, agricultural machinery, and other important materials have been reserved. Xia Yu prepared to leave. Yi Bing, with a conflicted look on his face, insisted on pulling him up a small hill. Xia Yu, I'm a little scared. Looking at the picturesque scenery in the distance, with green mountains, a hint of sadness appeared on Yi Bing's cold and beautiful face. What are you afraid of? You have so many people helping you, and 1,000,000 more to support you. Believe in yourself. I'm not afraid of that. What are you afraid of? I am afraid. I'll never be able to leave. I'm afraid I'll live out my life alone in this world, and then die. Xia Yu sighed in his heart. How could he not understand Yi Bing's intentions? There are just some things he has to complete first. When there is no love between men and women, it is a pity and loneliness. When there is too much love, it becomes a responsibility and a burden. Alas, Xia Yu looked at Yi Bing's cool, yet charming profile, and saw a drop of crystal secretly sliding down from the corner of her beautiful eye. Xia Yu sighed softly, reached out, and gently wiped away the tears on her face. His gentle movements were very similar to the scene when Yi Bing was in danger in Shurching last year. Yi Bing's whole body trembled, and she raised her sad yet pitiful face and murmured, Xia Yu. Xia Yu shook his head, gently held her in his arms, and said softly, Don't say anything, I understand. Just stay in this little world and wait for me. Yi Bing leaned in Xia Yu's arms, nodding desperately, but she could no longer control her tears. Future City, Urban Management Center, top floor office. Lu Changfeng and Pan Hao, who survived the disaster, enjoyed the warm spring air indoors, drank hot Pakistani coffee, and watched sweet snacks and fruits on the tea table. Through the spacious and bright floor-to-ceiling windows, the magnificent scenery of the future city is unobstructed. This is simply a paradise at the end of the world, the ultimate paradise on Earth. Lu Changfeng exclaimed excitedly. From the time he was rescued to the time he officially entered the future city, his excitement never subsided along the way. Now, the dream city of the future is right at his feet. The impact of all this on him is so great that it will completely change his beliefs and philosophy of life. What kind of person is the future city lord? Just looking at the fact that he created this unique underground city, it's clear that he is no ordinary person. Just as I was sighing with emotion, a mature young woman, about 30 years old, dressed smartly but still charming, walked in. The young woman approached and politely shook hands with the two men, introducing herself. Hello, I'm the director of the External Affairs Department of the Future City Management Center. My name is Mengyu Jia. Hello, Director Ming. I'm so sorry to bother you this time. Thank you so much. I can never repay you for saving my life. Lu Changfeng said sincerely. Mayor Lu, you're too kind. These are actually the decisions made by our city lord Xia. According to the principles of Future City, we will not take in any refugees from outside. By chance, something happened in the city, and your Panjia town became the opportunity to trigger the incident. Therefore, this is not just an exception, but a great blessing for you. So cherish it. When talking about City Lord Xia, Meng Yuji's expression showed a hint of admiration. We will definitely cherish it, including the 2,000 residents of Panjia town who came here with us. We will all remember the great kindness of Future City and City Lord Xia for the rest of our lives. Pan Hao said seriously that after a full meal and rest, his originally haggard face had begun to regain some redness. You too, Panjia town is gone. Yes, Panjia town is gone. Now, there's only Future City. Yi Bing in the small world reluctantly saw Xia Yu off. She immediately convened the first management meeting of the small world. This meeting was very important as it was related to the future development and creation plan of the small world. Yi Bing knew that letting her sit in this position was enough to show Xia Yu's trust in her and recognition of her ability. After all, she had managed a team of several thousand people at Woofing Group in an orderly manner. Boss Yi, all the supervisors are here. Can we start the meeting? Chun Wanni, the young female secretary who followed from Woofeng, reminded softly. Let's get started. Let's go to the meeting room. This Small World Creation Conference, later known as the Stargate Conference, drafted several resolutions that would influence the future of the Stargate Small World. Small World draws on China's rural collective economic model from the 1960s and 1970s and implements a workpoint system. In addition to basic living necessities, other items and living needs can be exchanged for work points. The entertainment, education, medical care, and elderly care in the small world all implement a free welfare mechanism for all people. Collectives and individuals who have made outstanding contributions to the small world can also receive generous spiritual, material, and work point rewards. In accordance with the initial goals of the small world, priority will be given to the development and construction of housing, social welfare institutions, roads, water conservancy, hydropower, feed processing, agricultural products, and aquatic products processing projects. The 1.03 million farmers who originally lived in the valley were divided into 5 groups according to their occupational functions. The largest is the plain planting area, where a total of 600,000 people have moved in, mainly engaged in the planting and production of crops, such as grain, soybeans, peanuts, sugarcane, and tea. Then came the grassland animal husbandry area, where 150,000 people moved in to engage in animal husbandry, poultry breeding, and related meat processing and production. 100,000 people moved to the lake aquaculture area and settled on the scenic island in the middle of the lake, specializing in aquaculture and fishery and animal husbandry. The vegetable, fruit, flower, and medicinal herb planting areas are basically concentrated in the Small World Valley. The original 30,000 acres of high-quality arable land in the valley has expanded more than 20 times after being integrated with the Blue Star landform. It is enough to leave 100,000 people in the villages in the valley to engage in vegetable, fruit, and medicinal herb cultivation. The remaining 80,000 people still live in the valley, and they are assigned different types of jobs by the management. Housing construction, water conservancy project construction, water supply project installation, hydropower station construction, garbage sorting plants, and biofertilizer conversion and treatment. According to Xia Yu's wishes, the small world will only focus on farming and developing people's livelihood in the early stage, and will not involve heavy industry for the time being. Soon, more than 1 million farmers, men, women, young and old, enthusiastically joined this creation movement. Every morning, as soon as the roosters crow, groups of people walk out of the beautiful village, chatting and laughing as they head to their different workplaces. Some drove agricultural machinery to cultivate farmland, some went up the mountain to pick tea, some picked vegetables in the vegetable garden, and some are busy taking care of the flowers and Chinese medicinal herbs in the fields. On the boundless grasslands, herdsmen herd sheep on horseback, on vast freshwater lakes, and from the fishing boats cheers of a bountiful catch. It was not until late in the evening that people returned home, singing and walking towards the village where smoke was curling up. The children at the entrance of the village came out to greet them warmly, and kept searching the adults' pockets to see if there were any wild fruits or new things hidden inside. The adults could not help but quicken their pace as they walked home, smelling the aroma of food wafting from every household. This small world of farming, animal husbandry, and fishing is developing vigorously. There is not much gap between the rich and the poor, nor is there any intrigue in the workplace. As long as they work hard and create value, they will reap a lot of rewards because the resources of the small world are endless. After the creation of the small world began, the vast amount of supplies in Xia Yu's space finally came in handy. The small world is changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It won't be long before this super game, which starts with 1,000,000 farmers building an empire, will become Xia Yu's most dazzling trump card. Again, the same words. I'm invincible. You can do whatever you want. Chapter 70 Super Hydro Power Station. Half a month later, the second batch of small world immigrants to Future City was gathered. This group of people is mainly composed of a team of experts in agriculture, biology, animals and plants, water conservancy, electricity, education, and medical care. In addition to the employees of the 7 subsidiaries of the Wuffing Group, the indigenous people who were relocated from various scenic areas on the day of the Doomsday. This group of people, including their families, numbered over 120,000 people. Before setting off, no one knew where they were going. They only knew that this time they would be moving to a place that was bigger and more beautiful than the Future City. The current residents of Future City have an almost blind admiration for Xia Yu. As long as Xia Yu says something good, they will easily believe it. Are you kidding? Is it necessary for someone who has spared no effort to provide them with a shelter in the end of the world to go to such great lengths to harm them? Wu Yifeng was very surprised about this. How could Xia Yu have such a strong charm? Is it just because he is handsome? There's nothing you can do about it. This is innate. You can't envy it. Besides, this guy actually hit a place that was even bigger and more beautiful than Future City. I had no idea. Damn, it's hidden so well. No, I have to go and take a look no matter what. Brother Phone, you can go there, but once you go, you can't come back. Think it over carefully. Xia Yu didn't refuse, but just looked at him with a smile. Damn, this guy's smile is too cunning. There's definitely something wrong. Is it like ascending to the immortal realm? Once you go there, you can never return to the human world? Wu Yifeng asked hesitantly. Almost, but there are no immortal beings there, only mortals. Xia Yu smiled. I'll have to think about it first. After all, no matter how bad Blue Star is, it's still the old world. I'm afraid I won't be able to accept it all at once. Besides, I still have a lot of things to deal with in Future City. Next time. Wu Yifeng finally gave in and stopped pestering Xia Yu about going to the small world. After Xia Yu left, he suddenly thought of a key question. That's not right. If they really can't come back after they go, how did Xia and this kid come back? According to the agenda of the Stargate Conference, Yi Bing raised 2 major problems that the small world urgently needs to solve. The first problem, the construction of the water plant. The difficulty of this technology is relatively low because the water resources that can be found everywhere in the small world have a water quality that reaches the planetary level of 3+. It can be said that the water source here is 3 levels purer than the best water source on Blue Star in the past. Furthermore, the small world's water resources system possesses a powerful self-purification capability, allowing the water quality everywhere to remain in excellent cleanliness year-round. The Water Conservancy and Environment Expert Group finally discussed and decided to build a large-scale tap water plant with a daily water supply of 10 million tons on the west side of the largest Xingbei Lake, formed by the fusion of the 4th lake of the Stargate and Lake Baikal. Once the large-scale water plant is built, it will be sufficient to supply water for daily use by 90 million people and various agricultural, fishery, and processing industries. The second question, the construction of hydroelectric power stations. Since there are currently no rivers with large drops in the small world, the construction of a hydropower station has become a most troublesome problem. Today, the small world electricity is entirely supported by nearly 100 high-power fuel generators provided by Xia Yu, but these are not a long-term solution. After many discussions and evaluations by the expert group, a compromise solution was finally chosen. Build a waterfall hydroelectric power station. Utilize the waterfalls on the east side of the Small World Valley to build a 10 million kilowatt waterfall generator set to first solve the current electricity demand of the small world. 67-year-old Professor Wang Xiaobing is one of China's most authoritative experts in hydropower engineering. 5 days before the end of the world, He and his research team were invited to the Future City Underground River Hydropower Station for academic exchanges. Who would have thought that just a few days later, the surface of Blue Star was hit by a devastating natural disaster? Unable to return home, he could only work and conduct research at the Future City Underground River Power Plant. At this moment, Professor Wang Xiaobing, along with a group of hydropower experts and his own scientific research team, were standing in front of the waterfalls on the east side of the Small World Valley. The deafening sound of water, the 1,000-meter-high water drop, and the magnificent scenery shocked everyone. The water resources of this waterfall group are definitely comparable to the Huanghuasha Falls and Niagara Falls on the Blue Planet in the past. Wang Xiaobing, with a head full of white hair, couldn't help but admire. Professor Wang, do you think this place is suitable for building a hydroelectric power station? Yi Bing, who had been accompanying the hydropower expert group on the inspection tour, asked politely. Mr. Yi, to be honest, the water resources and drop in height upstream of this waterfall group are sufficient, but whether it is suitable for building a power station depends on the geological survey data. Understand. Thank you for your hard work, Yi Bing said with a smile, turning his head to glance at Xia Yu, who was leisurely admiring the wonders of the waterfall. Xia Yu, what's your opinion? Xia Yu smiled and did not answer. He just asked Professor Wang, Xiaobing meaningfully. Professor Wang, what's the approximate total installed capacity of the Huanghuasha Waterfall hydropower base you mentioned? That's about 25 million kilowatts, enough to power 5 million households and about 15 million people year-round. Huanghuasha Waterfall is the largest waterfall group in the Blue Planet, with a total of 73 waterfalls with a total length of 7.5 kilometers. The largest waterfall has a drop of 78 meters. It can be said that the Huanghuasha Waterfall hydropower base alone accounts for more than 16% of the power supply of the Qiandanan power grid. If the waterfalls here were also developed, they would be no worse than the Huanghuasha Waterfall, and might even surpass it. The gray-haired Wang Xiaobing was filled with emotion and grief. What a pity! After this natural disaster, there's nothing left. Everything is destroyed. Professor Wang, look up here, what is this? Xia Yu smiled, raised his right hand, and pointed to the right front. Everyone turned their heads to look over there at the same time. A fantastic scene appeared before their eyes, subverting their worldview. A mountain range stretching for hundreds of miles appeared out of thin air like magic. Among the lush mountains, dozens of snow-white waterfalls were faintly visible. Among them is a waterfall that is over 100 meters wide, with cascading water and a drop of more than 70 meters. The magnificent scene is breathtaking. A stream pounded suspended, and 10,000 silk threads flew into the air, like 10,000 pieces of shark silk, covering the outside of the door. Pearls were pounded and jade was broken, and the flying foam surged back like smoke rising into the sky with a very powerful and fierce momentum. Poem by Su Xiaka of the Ming Dynasty praising Huanghuasha Waterfall. This Huanghuasha Waterfall. Professor Wang, who was secretly feeling sad, exclaimed excitedly, his hands shaking uncontrollably. It really is Huanghuasha Waterfall. It's still there. Ha ha, it's still there. The old man laughed heartily, and 2 lines of turbid tears quietly slid down the corners of his eyes, which were covered with crow's feet. Yes, this is Huanghuasha Waterfall, including its hydroelectric power generation base. It's all here. Xia Yu smiled, tightly grasped Wang Xiaobing's old hands, and said, Professor Wang, the super hydropower station is now in your hands. Don't worry, with us here, it will be even more magnificent and glorious than before. Ha! The white-haired old man, Wang Xiaobing, laughed heartily. Chapter 71 Great Harvest. With the startup of the Huanghuasha Waterfall hydropower base, the small world quickly got rid of the embarrassment of relying on fuel-fired power generation. With the support of massive infrastructure materials and heavy machinery in the chaotic space, coupled with Xia and this guy's omnipotence in the small world and their bold operations that violate the common sense of physics. After 2 months of day and night work by nearly 100,000 people, the Donggu Waterfall Group hydropower units were finally completed and began trial operation. 2 adjacent waterfall generators were completely connected and merged, officially forming a super hydropower station with a total installed capacity of 60 million kilowatts. If you look down from above the valley, you'll see 2 magnificent gray-white stone dams, echoing each other among the vast mountains, much like 2 mythical Chilean beasts, lying quietly. The Xingbei Lake West District Water Plant has also been officially completed and put into operation. From now on, the residents of the small world no longer have to go out to fetch water from mountain springs and streams. With electricity and water in every household, the quality of life of the residents of the small world has taken a big step forward. The two most basic problems of water and electricity have been solved, and people's livelihood facilities such as transportation, medical care, education, entertainment, and leisure have also been gradually improved. Transportation in the small world mainly relies on cement roads, bridges, electric cars, and electric transport ships. More advanced electromagnetic railways still only exist in the conception. With the strong support of Tang Yina, director of the Health Department of Future City, Small World built a large hospital integrating traditional Chinese and Western medicine at the fastest speed. To this end, almost one-third of Future City's medical resources were transferred away. Our colleagues on the education front were not far behind. Thanks to the tireless efforts of Deng Deguang, head of the construction department, they completed the project establishment and design of 6 kindergartens for primary schools, 3 middle schools, and 2 comprehensive universities in just 20 days. At the same time, under the leadership of Man, the Planning Bureau began a grand plan to build children's playgrounds, cinemas, theaters, and libraries of different styles in each small world. Her genius and creative ideas are as amazing as ever. The chaotic space, which has harvested almost half of the resources of the blue planet, has only now begun to make full use of them. It's like an endless treasure chest. It has everything you can think of. Today's small world is like a utopia independent of the rest of the world. Against the backdrop of the harsh living environment on Blue Planet, the People's Happiness Index has reached an unprecedented height. No matter how bad the Blue Star world is or how it changes, it has no effect on the small world in another space. In the end times, no matter how much supplies you stockpile, they will all run out one day, unless you remain a lone wolf forever. Only vast renewable resources are the foundation for long-term survival and development in the apocalypse. In today's small world, everyone has food to eat, meat to eat, and clothes to wear. They have a house to live in, children have access to education, the sick have access to medical care, and the elderly have access to care. When you open the door in the morning, you will be greeted by endless beautiful scenery, crisscrossing fields, grasslands, and lakes, and the sound of innocent laughter. In the villages, chickens and dogs can be heard, and doors are not locked at night. In the beautiful world of this small world, this piece of land has completely abandoned the evil of money. The inhabitants of the small world at this time were happy because they had fewer desires and lived a purer life. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Xia Yu, who had settled down in the tea garden, finished his nutritious breakfast, said goodbye to his wife, and went out. Today is a good day for the first rice harvest in the planting area of the small world. He must rush to the planting plain before 9 a.m., climb the newly built Golden Ho Ji platform, and preside over the first harvest ceremony of the small world. Brother Binglin, get in the car. As soon as he went out, Guodong, who drove out of the villa next door, saw him and quickly asked him to get in the car. Good morning, Guodong. Are you going to the planting area today too? Xia Binglin didn't hesitate, opened the car door, sat in the passenger seat of the white electric car, and asked with a smile, You're a really hard-working PhD. You usually work all night long on research, but today you're up before 8 a.m.? Guodong drove the car onto the new cement road and headed towards the nearby planting area, saying, This is the first harvest since the creation of the small world. I got up early to participate. Of course, the sense of ceremony should be stronger. Huh, aren't you the same? TSK. Brother Binglin, I didn't expect you to wear a white shirt today. Xia Binglin's face turned red, and he stammered. My wife forced me to wear it early in the morning. She said it was such an important event, and my image was very important. I couldn't be careless. Ha. Sister-in-law has good taste. When you dress like this, you really have the temperament of an official. What's the use of being an official? I'm just in charge of farming and raising pigs. Don't laugh at me. Brother Binglin, what do you mean by farming and raising pigs? You're the Minister of Agriculture, so you better show some style when you go on stage. Ha. Xia Binglin's face turned even redder, and he muttered, I was also forced by this guy Xia Yu. It was just forced upon me, okay? 10 minutes later, the car drove out of the hilly tea plantation and into the rice-growing plains. On both sides of the road, endless golden rice fields shimmered brightly in the sunlight. A gentle breeze blew through, bringing with it waves of intoxicating rice fragrance. Large electric buses are driving on the road in an endless stream. The farmers in the car looked out the window at the endless golden rice fields, their eyes filled with joy that could no longer be concealed. On this day, the nearly 200,000 square kilometers of the small world's planting plains ushered in its first big harvest. More than 600,000 people, men, women, young and old, flocked to the fields that looked like a golden ocean. At 9:08 a.m., in the center of the planting plain, Xia Binglin climbed the imposing golden huji platform and shouted loudly, "Harvest the grain." A bunch of fiery red fireworks shot straight into the sky, blooming brilliantly in the blue sky. As the fireworks bloomed, thousands of wheat and grain combined harvesters drove into the golden rice fields from all directions. Countless people, some bent over and harvested with sickles, some drove reapers and threshers. Groups of children chattered as they entered the harvested rice fields, scrambling to pick up the remaining ears of grain. They would collect the ears of grain from the fields and give them to the adults in exchange for a word of praise and 2 or 3 delicious milk candies. People who have lived in cities for a long time have never experienced this kind of childhood joy, or after experiencing it, they have long forgotten it in the depths of their memories. After presiding over the harvest launch ceremony, Xia Binglin took off his shoes and socks. He followed a large group of children barefoot and bent down to pick up rice ears. The endless fields were filled with the fragrance of rice. Children would occasionally find a bunch of particularly large, golden ears of rice and would shout and laugh as they scrambled to grab them. Xia Binglin smiled proudly. He looked at all this and murmured to himself, "How many people can the grain produce from nearly 300 million mu of farmland feed?" Chapter 72, Small World Tree. The quiet departure of more than 100,000 people from Future City did not alarm too many people. In this chaotic apocalypse, it wouldn't be that strange even if these people really disappeared. After all, no one knows where their tomorrow will be, except for staying alive. Xia Yu in the hospital has passed the critical period and has woken up from her coma. After 2 months of conditioning, although still a little weak, I can barely get up and move around. From this, we can see how terrifying and dangerous the poison that was injected into Xia Yu's body was. Fortunately, there is Xia Yu's divine mind to become a Dr. Golden Finger. Otherwise, Xia Yu would definitely not escape the fate of death. After escaping death, Xia Yu became much calmer, and her former innocent look was rarely seen anymore. Sometimes, the nurses in the hospital would see her half lying on the bed, staring blankly at the leaves outside the window, and she would look at them for half a day. Tang Yina, who was overflowing with love, perhaps out of compassion, stayed in the hospital with Xia Yu most of the time, every day. Her meticulous care touched Xia Yu deeply. Outside a blue star, there is ice, hunger, cold, despair, and hatred. Inside Future City, there is warmth, delicious food, hope, and longing. Every human being who survived on Blue Planet followed a principle of heaven and earth. It seemed that no one could escape this cycle of reincarnation. In this small world that seems like a paradise, various acts of creation are in full swing. The ancient cherry tree in the center of the small world has also undergone earth-shaking changes. In ancient times, there was a sacred tree, born from chaos, standing in the center of the world. Its roots are endless. Its trunk reaches up to the sky, its leaves cover the ground, and its branches bear red fruits. Eating them strengthens the body and improves the spirit, and it ripens once a year. The treetops are filled with purple air, absorbing the holy and cleansing spirits, and bearing the faith of all living beings, and bearing fruit. Eating it can grant supernatural powers. The ancient cherry tree's trunk, which used to be 1,000 meters high, has now grown to nearly 2,000 meters in height, and its crown extends and covers an area of 10 miles in radius. The ancient tree stands in the center of the small world, covering the sky and the earth. Even in a far corner, people can clearly feel the breath of this ancient tree, as if it is the only one that can connect to the entire small world. As a result, the name Little World Tree spread like wildfire. The area within 10 kilometers around it naturally became a forbidden area, which was completely sealed off by Xia Yu's spiritual sense. No one except himself could enter at will. The villagers who were working silently bowed in the direction of the Little World Tree from afar for 1 minute. I was surprised to find that my fatigue suddenly disappeared. My physical strength was instantly restored, and my whole body felt extremely comfortable. The magic of the little world tree quickly spread. From then on, more and more residents of the small world, no matter how busy or tired they were, would silently pay homage to the small world tree for 1 minute every day. The most intuitive effect is that the residents can always maintain sufficient physical strength and vigorous spirits, and the production and construction efficiency of the small world has increased exponentially. As more and more people came to pay homage, the small world tree became more and more spiritual. As the spiritual energy grew more and more dense, a faint purple aura began to swirl around the top of the small world tree, which was nearly 2,000 meters high. From a distance, it looked like a dancing purple dragon, which was quite magical. Moreover, Xia Yu discovered that his soul seemed to have suddenly established a connection with the small world tree. In the past, he would feel exhausted after using his spiritual consciousness too much, but after connecting with this tree, the spiritual energy and spiritual power of the small world could nourish his spirit endlessly. In other words, from now on, Xia Yu will no longer have the problem of mental power exhaustion. As long as he wants, he can get replenishment from the small world at any time. With the current scale of the small world, Xia Yu's mental power is inexhaustible. The most surprising thing is that Xia Yu discovered that since the ancient cherry was upgraded to the small world tree, its red fruit has had a special function. For a normal person, taking one pill can increase his physical fitness, strength, and speed to 200% in a short period of time. Taking the second pill will increase it to 300%. After the third pill reaches 350%, taking more pills will be useless. I think there is a limit to what ordinary people can absorb from the divine fruit. The purple dragon energy at the top of the tree actually came from a large number of purple fruits the size of eggs. Xia Yu teleported up and tried to pick one. After swallowing it, I felt as if my whole body was bathing in a chaotic hot spring, and a layer of dirt and impurities were discharged from the inside to the outside. His physique, strength, and supernatural powers have all become extremely pure. He knew that this fruit was extremely precious and would definitely have the effect of cleansing the marrow and tendons and stimulating the potential of supernatural powers, so he was immediately overjoyed. Damn, one purple fruit can cultivate a superpower person, and there are so many on the top of this tree. How many superpower people can be cultivated? At that time, wouldn't the entire blue planet be able to walk sideways on its own? However, such a precious thing cannot be given to anyone. Only the closest and most trustworthy people can eat it. The small world has been moving forward on the road of creation, changing with each passing day, and creating miracles almost every day. The future city has long since returned to its former bustle and tranquility. City residents have completely adapted to life underground and have begun to integrate into the unique rhythm of the entire city. As for the 110,000 people who were sent to the surface buildings, they also emerged from their initial feelings of regret, anger, and despair and resigned themselves to the relatively harsh and cold living environment. Yes, compared to the ice and snow outside, at least I can still survive and have a place to shelter from the wind and snow. Once people accept their fate, they will become easily satisfied. This is human nature. On March 26, 2033, the average temperature on Blue Planet had risen to minus 51 degrees Celsius. The temperature on Blue Star is getting warmer. Although it was still dozens of degrees below zero, compared to the extreme cold of over minus 70 degrees, it at least gave the survivors of Blue Planet hope. What is strange is that more and more smoke and dust are gathering in the sky above Antarctica, making the Antarctic, which is already at minus 100 degrees Celsius, even colder and truly becoming an extremely cold forbidden zone. According to the Vega Climate Disaster Model, the average temperature in Antarctica has dropped to minus 136 degrees Celsius, and it will only get colder. Guangchong Cave Bunker, 5th floor, combat meeting room. For the first time today, Xia summoned all the senior members of the God War team at the same time. The Blue Planet has warmed up to around minus 51 degrees Celsius, and it may continue to rise. Tell me, is this a good thing or a bad thing? Xia Yu spoke first. The recovery of the Blue Planet is a good thing for most of the survivors and forces, but may be a bad thing for us in future city. Zhao Jun said with a serious expression. As the surface temperature warms up, human activities will increase, and major forces will definitely take the opportunity to jump out and recruit or annex other small and medium-sized forces. Our future city is a civilian base. In the outside world's impression, the defense capabilities of civilian bases are generally insufficient. Plus, we're well known for our abundance of resources, so wouldn't others treat us like wealthy individuals and rob us? That makes sense. Maybe we've already been targeted by many people, and they're just waiting for this opportunity. Grey Wolf nodded, fully agreeing with Zhao Jun's analysis. What are you afraid of? If an enemy comes, we will fight him. If a flood comes, we will block it with earth. Now our God Squad is strong and powerful, so we can fight at any cost. Heisey said loudly, looking a little excited. Damn this warmonger. Heisey, we are not afraid, but all battles are brutal and cruel. If we are eaten by wolves, can we fight to the death once? Can we fight to the death 10 times? The handsome but calm deputy team leader, Feihu Su Songhai, said in a deep voice. I believe that the more outstanding the future city is, the greater the danger it faces. In the apocalypse, human nature cannot withstand the test, not to mention those powerful forces that are already bloodthirsty. Upon hearing this, Xia Yu nodded in appreciation and couldn't help but look at Su Songhai a few more times. This guy is very good, a talented guy. Wolfhead's analysis just now makes sense. The recovery of Blue Star isn't necessarily a good thing. Feihu basically pointed out our weakness, the limited territory and the small number of troops. Therefore, first of all, we must become stronger than everyone else. Whether it is human strength or weapons and equipment, we must make major upgrades. Secondly, since we can't fight for a long time, let's decide the outcome in one battle. Since we are surrounded by so many wolves, why don't we drive the tigers out and eat the wolves? Xia Yu spoke in a calm voice, his expression relaxed and confident. It seemed as if he was facing not a large group of bloodthirsty forces, but a group of ants. Chapter 73, Collective Upgrade of Superpowers. March 29th, 2033, Blue Star, Guanchong Bunker. This day will be forever engraved in human history, because it will be the most amazing miracle in the history of human evolution. At 8 o'clock in the morning, a group of senior members of the God team, including Xia Yu, Wu Yifeng, and Zhao Jun, gathered in the 5th floor bunker in front of Guanchong Cave. With the temperature warming up, the bunker has now officially become the headquarters and base camp of the God Wars. Training ground on the 1st floor of the bunker. Today, I gathered you all here to give you a great opportunity. Xia Yu and Wu Yifeng stood side by side, lecturing with serious expressions. Let me ask you all first, do you want to become stronger? Think. The 39-member team answered in unison. Well, since everyone wants to become stronger, now is an opportunity. Xia Yu nodded to Wu Yifeng, indicating that he should take over. Wu Yifeng understood, took out a white jade box from behind him, took a step forward, and glanced sharply at the group of former Snow Wolf elites in front of him. Brothers, the time has come to rewrite your lives. Do you want to know what it is? Think. There was another round of neat and loud responses. Okay, Heisey, step out. Yes. Heisey quickly stepped out of the line and stood at attention with his chest out. Face me and draw your gun, Wu Yifeng ordered. Heisey was stunned and hesitated for a moment. Then he quickly pulled out the pistol from his waist and faced Wu Yifeng. Raise your gun and shoot me, Wu Yifeng shouted. Upon hearing this, everyone present except Xia Yu was shocked, and Heisey's face was full of astonishment. Damn it, Brother Feng, did you take the wrong medicine? What's wrong with you so early in the morning? Heisey, follow the order, Wu Yifeng shouted coldly. Heisey suppressed his confusion and raised his pistol helplessly, pulling the trigger towards Wu Yifeng's right shoulder. The crowd did not hear the expected gunshot, but only saw Heisey's extremely shocked and stunned expression. Looking at the gun in Heisey's hand, the scene suddenly became extremely quiet. At some point, the pistol in Heisey's right hand had strangely turned into a pile of twisted black iron. The bullet was not even fired, and the pistol was useless. What the hell is this? Is this a supernatural power? Is Feng possessed by Magneto? Everyone gasped and was deeply shocked by this scene. Isn't this the legendary metal ability? How did it appear on Brother Feng? Damn it, if I really encountered this freak in battle, how would I fight him? Are you confused? Huh? Wu Yifeng laughed heartily and said, I woke up today and ate a purple cherry, and this is what happened. I was shocked at first. Wu Yifeng then raised his right hand, and the scrap metal pistol in Heisey's hand fell into his palm. He lowered his head to take a look and nodded with satisfaction. Does anyone have any questions? Xia Yu saw that the time was almost right and said, Commander-in-Chief, is Brother Feng's ability due to eating purple cherry fruit? Gray Wolf rushed to ask questions. He was very excited. Ever since he witnessed Xia Yu's blind sniping at ultra-long distances, he has dreamed of gaining supernatural powers beyond ordinary people. Yes. Will we become like this if we eat it? Not necessarily, because everyone's physical talents and hidden potential are different. Brother Feng's ability was activated by the metal element, and you may activate the 5 elements of fire, water, wood, or earth. Even the relatively rare thunder, wind, ice, and mental abilities. As for space and time abilities, they are practically rare. After Xia Yu finished answering, he didn't waste any more time and ordered. Those who are willing to unleash their potential and upgrade to become superpowers, step out. Go to Brother Feng and receive the purple divine fruit. Clatter. As soon as Xia Yu finished speaking, a large group of people surrounded Wu Yifeng. Hey, damn, I haven't finished yet. Brother Feng just tried it, so I don't know if there will be any side effects. I won't cover any problems if they occur. Xia Yu shouted. Would you like to think this over first? No one paid any attention to him anymore, and everyone rushed towards Wu Yifeng. It's the end of the world. Who doesn't want to be strong? Who cares about the side effects? Xia Yu shook his head helplessly. These guys usually worked diligently and strictly disciplined. So why did they all become hungry wolves when they saw the opportunity to become superpowers? Soon, each of the 39 senior members of the God War team received a purple divine fruit and consumed it on the spot. No one felt particularly uncomfortable, but after a while everyone became smelly and foul-smelling, and their bodies were covered with black impurities discharged from a body. Wu Yifeng covered his nose and drove everyone out of the training ground in disgust. They went to the public bathroom on the side of the field to wash up and then gathered again. 10 minutes later, the elite members of the God War team, having been cleaned up, returned to the training ground. Xia Yu and Wu Yifeng both felt that every soldier was completely renewed and had undergone a cleansing of the marrow and muscle from the inside out. These people had undergone a complete transformation. Wolf Head, Arrive. What superpowers have you activated? Report. I activated the fire ability. Let me show you guys. Yes. Zhao Jun stood still, staring intently at a training stake not far away. He raised his right hand, and a ball of blazing flame appeared out of thin air in his palm. With another swing, the fireball flew straight towards the wooden stake, and with a bang, the wooden stake instantly caught fire. Not bad. At least its reach B level. The attack value needs to be improved. After taking 3 more red fruits, it should reach the maximum level of B. Xia Yuzan said and nodded. Zhao Jun was overjoyed. Oh my god, there were 3 more red fruits behind him, which directly upgraded him to the maximum level of B. What a surprise. Haizi, Gray Wolf, and Flying Fox step out. Here. The 3 of them said in unison and stepped out at the same time. From left to right, report your respective abilities. Yes. Report. My ability attribute should be wind-related, because I feel like my body has become lighter, and I can blend into the surrounding wind at any time. Haizi scratched his head and said naively, Show me. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind blew, and Kuriko's body turned into a blurry gray shadow, as if it had merged into the wind. In the blink of an eye, he floated onto an armored vehicle 100 meters away, and then floated back again. This erratic skill makes him a natural king on the battlefield, especially in reconnaissance and assassination scenarios. Very good. I've also reached B level. I'll go get 3 red fruits from Brother Feng later and max out my B level. Thank you, leader. Haizi was very excited. Gray Wolf. Here. The superpower I activated is a little weak. Leader, can I not demonstrate it? The Gray Wolf touched his nose awkwardly and smiled wryly. What's so weak about it? There are no weak abilities in the world, only weak people. Hurry up and show it to everyone. Xia Yu shouted, this guy really deserves a beating. Yes, sir. Boss, your underwear is pretty cute today. It's embroidered with a Bing Dwin Dwin. And, Haizi, why the hell are you putting plasters on both nipples? Stop. Xia Yu quickly stopped him, his forehead full of black lines. Damn, this pervert actually awakened the ability of clairvoyance. Gray Wolf. It's okay, but your ability is indeed a bit weak, so you don't need to receive the maximum level red fruit. Cough, cough. What? Gray Wolf jumped up. Why don't I have a max level red fruit? Umph. You're so perverted now. The boss is afraid that you'll be even more outrageous when you reach the highest level. so that you won't go around snooping around to see what other people are wearing. Heisey retorted to him in great displeasure. Ha ha! Everyone couldn't hold back their laughter any longer, tears almost streaming down their cheeks. This ability was truly perverted. Huh? Why do they want it too? The gray wolf looked hopeless. I didn't want to do this either. It was just God who forced it upon me, right? After a burst of joy, it was Su Canghai's turn to show off. This guy gave Xia Yu an even bigger surprise. It turns out to be dual abilities of thunder and strength. Using both abilities simultaneously and with a full-strength attack, Su Canghai actually blasted an abandoned armored vehicle in the training ground into slag. Looking at the armored iron slag flashing with lightning arcs, Xia Yu and Wu Yifeng looked at each other and thought, this guy is too strong, right? He was already at the maximum level B at the very beginning. If he continues like this, wouldn't that be against the will of heaven? Chapter 74, Chess Game, Uninvited Guests. March 29th, 2033, morning. All 40 senior commanders of the God War team, including Wu Yifeng, were upgraded to superpowers. This day was later called the Era of God's War and Superpowers, and it created the record for the most people with superpowers activated in a single day in the history of Blue Star. In addition to Wu Yifeng, Zhao Jun, Heisey, Huilang, Fei Hu, and a few others, there are 35 captains, battalion commanders of the God War team, and a total of 31 B-level psychics and 4 C-level psychics. Among them, there are 18 people with strength-related abilities, 7 people with 5 elements-related abilities, 3 people with ice-related abilities, and 5 people with auxiliary-related abilities. Unexpectedly, 2 psychic abilities were activated, namely mental hypnosis and mind control. After all the upgrades were completed, Xia Yu asked everyone to take 3 full-level red fruits, raising everyone's level to the maximum, and at the same time improving their physical fitness, strength, and speed to the limit. Zhao Jun's comprehensive physical index, which was originally close to 400%, broke through to 750% in one fell swoop, infinitely close to the peak of superhuman. On that day, all 35,000 members of the God Warrior team received a notice at the same time. To improve the overall combat effectiveness of the God Squad and comprehensively improve the comprehensive physical fitness of the commanding personnel. From now on, captain level, battalion level, players can obtain 3 full-level red fruits, which can immediately increase their comprehensive physical index by 350% after eating. At the squadron leader level, you will receive 2 full-level red fruits, which can increase your overall body index by 300%. At the team leader level, you will receive a full-level red fruit, which can increase your overall physical index by 200%. All members of the Special Operations Brigade ate 3 full-level red fruits, and their average comprehensive index increased from the original 200% to 550%. What does this 550% mean? It means that every Special Forces member has more than 5 times the strength and speed of an ordinary person. 2,000-man Special Forces brigades, 2,000 specially trained, perverted supermen armed with advanced weapons. It's chilling to think about it. Since then, the overall combat power of the Stargate God team has once again risen to a terrifying height. If equipped with advanced thermal weapons, it can basically sweep across all the legions of the same organization on Blue Planet. The warming temperature on the Blue Planet has also allowed the future community to restart some of the surface building functions. Thanks to the efforts of 110,000 surface residents, the entire future community cleared and removed all the ice and snow on the ground in just 3 days. At this time, if you look down from a high altitude using a drone, you will find that the future community will become more tidy and strict. From a distance, it looked like a giant silver-gray beast lying on the gray-black ice field. The only small airport in a cave in the future community has also been quietly started up. 6 Su-57s and 3 F-22s are parked on the flat airport runway in the cave. The domineering and sci-fi streamlined body makes people involuntarily think of their invincible majestic posture in the air. A month ago, the first 5th-generation fighter-flight squadron was secretly established. These days, the temperature of the Blue Planet continues to rise, and the dark gray in the sky seems to have become much lighter. On the surface, the situation on Blue Planet seems to be developing in a direction that is more favorable to mankind. Except for Xia Yu, no one would suspect whether there was a huge conspiracy hidden behind these anomalies. At the north gate of the future community, through the observation window, you can see the vast Nanling Mountains in the distance. Today, the Nanling Mountains are covered with gray and black ice and snow and have long lost their former lush scenery. Report: a drone has been spotted at 1 o'clock northeast of the north gate, at an elevation of 62 degrees, an altitude of 1,360 meters, and a distance of 4,980 meters. It has entered our air defense alert zone. Immediately activate Level 1 defense measures. Prepare anti-aircraft fire. Yes. Soon, a rapid alarm sounded throughout the entire North Tower. Attention all units, attention all units. Immediately activate Level 1 defense measures. Immediately activate Level 1 defense measures. A drone was spotted approaching northeast of the North Gate at an altitude of 1,360 meters and a distance of 4,980 meters. Air Defense Group 2, Group 3, prepare fire. Received. Level 1 defense activated. Report: Air Defense Group 2, Group 3, anti-aircraft missiles and anti-aircraft artillery fire are ready. Do you want to shoot down the target? Today, it is the turn of the 6th Squadron of the 9th Snow Vehicle Brigade. The squadron leader, Xia Yu, just completed the upgrade of his comprehensive physical index not long ago. He had originally thought that today's shift would be the same as usual, entering a 3-no state. No war, no police incidents, and boredom. Unexpectedly, the enemy appeared just after the shift change. Through the telescope, he spotted the silver-gray unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, which was flying towards the Northgate city wall in a grand manner. The silver-gray fuselage was printed with the logo of the Chinese military. He keenly felt that this matter was not simple, so he immediately summarized the information to the command center. On the 5th floor of the bunker, in the command center of the Stargate God team, Xia Yu and Wu Yifeng were playing chess, while Zhao Jun was watching from the side. Brother Feng, my 2 pawns have crossed the river. You have no more soldiers to use. Just admit defeat. Wu Yifeng frowned, staring at the chessboard in deep thought, and after a while he said, If you don't defend yourself, aren't you afraid that I can use my chariots to attack your camp? Will you attack your army? Aha! Brother Feng, I also have a car, and my car is faster than yours. Wu Yifeng pondered for a while, then finally conceded defeat, shaking his head and sighing. Lost again. This is the 5th game today, and you really don't give me any face at all. A chess game is like a war. When soldiers meet on the battlefield, how can there be any mercy? You are so heartless even to your own family members. What do you mean by family? When you're away from the chess game, you're family. When you're in, your opponents, your enemies. At this time, the intelligence from the North Gate had just been summarized, and Zhao Jun projected the surveillance of the North Gate's air alert range onto the big screen. An unexpected guest. How could it be a drone from the Chinese military? Wu Yifeng looked up at the silver-gray drone, his expression solemn, and said in a deep voice, Command Center, this is Baymen. The target has entered our 4,500-meter air defense red line. Should we shoot it down? The urgent voice of Xia Yu, the commander on duty at the North Gate, came through the communicator. Zhao Jun took a deep breath, calmed his complicated emotions, and ordered into the communicator. Shoot it down resolutely. Receive. Soon, a portable Starlight air defense missile flew out from the top of the North Gate, with a dazzling tail flame, and flew rapidly towards the drone in the air. In less than 3 seconds, a dull explosion sounded in the air, and the drone turned into a fireball. The plane was destroyed, flames spread. Xia Yu turned a blind eye to this, seemingly only focusing on the chess game on the table. He chuckled and said, Brother Feng, another round? Wu Yifeng was speechless and shook his head to refuse. Your moves are too bold and daring. I can't beat you. Ha ha. Xia Yu laughed heartily. After a while, he said calmly, Only when you have strength can you be bold. The chess game of Blue Star is about to begin. Chapter 75. The Disappearance of the Third Team. The Nanling Mountains, which stretch 600 kilometers from east to west, have long lost their former greenness and are now covered with only a thick layer of gray ice and snow. The famous Beijing-Nanjing Expressway runs through the middle of the mountains. Among the majestic Nanling Mountains, there is a 30-kilometer-long mountain tunnel on the Beijing-Nanjing Expressway. The road surface in the tunnel is covered with only a thin layer of ice. At this moment, a wall in the tunnel, which was so dark that no light or shadow could be seen, strangely slowly cracked to both sides, revealing a thick dark gray alloy door. Then, with a slight mechanical vibration, the dark gray alloy door slowly opened. A gray-green Python-style all-terrain snow vehicle slowly drove out. The wide Python-style chariot is very imposing. Its double-section body and tracked chassis allow it to travel swiftly through the snow as if it were flat ground. Inside the second carriage, complex electronic instruments kept flashing, and a large surveillance screen on the left was playing a drone reconnaissance video. Report. This is the image transmitted by Falcon 3 7 minutes ago. Location: Area 62, southwest of Nanling. Altitude: 1,360 meters. The monitor reported with a serious expression, zooming in on the key footage in the video and explaining. This is the footage before the Falcon 3 was shot down. After slow-motion identification, it was found that the missile was destroyed by a portable Starlight air defense missile. Oh! Inside the carriage, a man about 25 years old exclaimed in surprise. The man was wearing a gray-white cold-proof combat uniform. His handsome, somewhat devilish face had two thick black eyebrows raised slightly as he asked, "Is Area 62 the location of Future City?" "Yes, Captain," the monitor replied. "This is interesting, huh? A civilian base actually hides such advanced weapons. What on earth are they planning to do?" The handsome man chuckled, picked up a black military communicator, and pressed a button. "Master Nya, we found out the reason. The Falcon 3 was shot down by a Starlight air defense missile." A burst of rapid breathing came from the communicator, followed by a cold voice. "Who is so bold? Future City. Future City? Is this guy Xia Yu crazy?" "Yes. They even dared to shoot down a Chinese military drone. How daring. We are now heading to Area 62 and are expected to arrive in 2 hours and 40 minutes. Wang Zishuan?" "Yes. Master Nya, please speak." The handsome man responded, straightening his body, his expression involuntarily filled with solemn respect. "Xia Yu is not a simple person. You must not be careless. If it is not necessary, try not to expose yourself. Don't worry, Master Nya. I know what's going on. Okay, let's talk again in 3 hours. Clear." At the North Gate Tower, Xiaozhi took a box of scrap drone parts from the reconnaissance team. He flipped through it, shook his head, and ordered, "Send someone to deliver these parts to the command center." "Yes." Xiaozhi picked up the communicator, dialed a number, and called out, Team 3, report your position." North Gate, I'm Team 3. Our current location is 19.6 kilometers northeast of the North Gate. No abnormalities have been detected. Team 3, search towards the Jingnan Expressway. Maintain distance between vehicles and the snowmobiles. Please remain alert. Receive. Xiaozhi breathed a sigh of relief, his tense mood relaxing a little. For some reason, the drone alert he encountered today made him feel a sense of crisis like a thorn in his side. I've encountered more urgent situations before, but never had this feeling. Maybe I'm just overthinking it? To be on the safe side, he sent out the 3rd Squad as a backup reconnaissance team, expanding the reconnaissance range to 20 kilometers to the northeast. 3 hours passed in a blink of an eye, and the 3rd team had not reported their location for more than 30 minutes. Xiaozhi nervously dialed the communication channel of the 3rd team. Team 3, please report your position." After half a minute, there was no response from the communicator, and Xiaozhi's heart sank. This situation is extremely abnormal. The reconnaissance team and the North Gate command post cannot have cut off communication without authorization, unless... Team 3, please reply. The communicator still had no response. Xiaozhi realized the seriousness of the problem and quickly clicked on the tactical command computer on the table to enlarge a red dot. This was a location where the 3rd team had marked half an hour ago. Surveyor, immediately pull up the reconnaissance route map for Team 3. Based on the latest location, calculate their movement direction 30 minutes from now. Yes. Less than 10 seconds later, the surveyor reported. Captain Xiao, we've calculated the most likely location of the 3rd team. 31 kilometers northeast on the Beijing-Nanjing Expressway. Beijing-Nanjing Expressway? Why they go so far? Xiaozhi was shocked and confused. Under normal circumstances, the reconnaissance team would definitely follow orders and conduct reconnaissance within a 20-kilometer radius around the North Gate. Unless there was an emergency or a directive from a higher-up, it would be impossible to temporarily deviate such a long distance. And it would be even more impossible to act without any prior notification. Order, Team 2, Team 5, All your snowmobiles will start immediately. In 3 minutes, proceed at full speed to the predicted location. An hour later, Xia Yu, feeling extremely anxious, received reports and videos from the 2nd and 5th snowmobile teams. On the highway covered with gray ice and snow, 2 snowmobiles were parked quietly in the cold wind. All the doors were open, and there was no one inside. There was no blood, no signs of fighting. The 3rd snowmobile team has mysteriously disappeared. An hour ago, Zhao Jun received the news that the 3rd team was missing, and he also realized the seriousness of the problem. In addition to decisively ordering Haizi to lead the 1st brigade of snowmobiles to the scene, he also reported the situation to Xia Yu as soon as possible. When the 3rd team's snowmobile was found, news came that all the personnel had mysteriously disappeared. Xia Yu was silent for a while and said with a strange expression, "It's amazing. Someone came up with such a novel method so quickly." "What's wrong?" Sao Yun asked curiously. The 3rd team was probably kidnapped, but there are 2 suspicious points. 1. Why did the 3rd team inexplicably deviate from the reconnaissance range by 11 kilometers? 2nd, it's only been over an hour since they kidnapped me, so they should still be within the 100-kilometer range, but my spiritual sense hasn't detected anything. Zhao Jun was horrified. He and a few of his trusted associates, including Wu Yifeng, were well aware of Xia Yu's abnormal spiritual sense. Basically, anything within 640 kilometers could not escape his spiritual sense scan. Could it be hidden? Zhao Jun put forward a hypothesis that he himself did not quite believe. Who could hide within the range of Xia Yu's spiritual awareness? I thought so too. They came prepared. They're not simple, Xia Yu said with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, grinning playfully. P.S. At the request of a netizen with a villain complex, a villain character was arranged using his name. His requirements are villain, lustful, and must die in a woman's bed. He officially appears in this chapter. I personally think it's pretty cool, right? Classmate Wang Zishua. He. Chapter 76, The Mysterious Base Under the Tunnel. About 230 kilometers away from the future city, there's a tall, dark cave entrance in the mountains. It is the entrance to the Tuyao Tunnel on the Beijing-Nanjing Expressway. The famous Tuyao Tunnel, with a total length of 30.2 kilometers, almost runs through the largest mountain range in the central Nanling Mountains. At this moment, in front of the tunnel entrance, an unremarkable snowy landscape suddenly shook strangely. A gust of cold wind blew, and the gray snow flakes on the ground began to float. A gray-green python-style snowmobile suddenly appeared at the entrance of the dark tunnel and sped towards the depths of the tunnel. Immediately, the place where the snow had just been flying returned to calm, and the dark cave entrance was shrouded in a layer of barely perceptible light waves. Inside the carriage, Wang Shaw was lazily lying on a lounge chair, enjoying the gentle massage from a beautiful female assistant. A smile of victory appeared on his handsome and evil face. 3 hours ago, he took the risk of completely confusing a reconnaissance team from Future City and finally successfully kidnapped them. At this moment, I have avoided all detection and tracking of the Future City and returned to the base tunnel safely. Xia Yu, young Master Nya always said you were amazing, but it turns out you're just SOSO. Wang Zishaw, in a good mood, smiled evilly, touched a pair of soft hands that were massaging his head, and pulled with his backhand, and the beauty behind him fell onto his thighs. A pair of slender and flexible hands began to explore the exquisite and curvy body without restraint. Uh-oh! From behind the curtain of the independent compartment in the carriage, a seductive gasp could be heard. The staff outside seemed to be used to this and continued working calmly. The hidden alloy door on the wall of Tuyao Tunnel was opened again. The Python chariot passed through the gate and followed a wide corridor, heading diagonally underground. 20 minutes later, the chariot arrived at a small open square inside the cave. The small square was empty, and there was no other entrance or exit in front. Wang Zishaw, who had just finished relaxing, walked to the car's operating console and pressed a blue button, and then a wave of invisible mental power emerged from his mind. The mental power passed through the car amplifier, and its intensity increased exponentially. Soon, a corner of the square began to shake, revealing a tall titanium alloy door. Please verify your identity. A mechanical female voice came from the hidden monitor above the door. Wang Zishua pushed the door and got out of the car helplessly. He walked to the front of the car, and a light blue light was projected onto his face for a brief facial scan and recognition. Authentication passed. Please enter the access password. A virtual button appeared in front of Wang Zishua. Damn, this is such a fucking hassle. Wang Zishua cursed inwardly, entered a string of numbers on the virtual keypad, and pressed the confirm button. The password is correct. You can enter. The titanium alloy door in front of me slowly opened. 1,200 meters underground in the Xia tunnel, a majestic underground base stands. At this time, on the third floor of the base, there is an independent duplex space with an area of 1,500 square meters. The bright lights reflect the gorgeous and luxurious decoration inside. A blue private swimming pool. The clear water is emitting hot spring steam. In the pool, a handsome man in his 30s was leaning comfortably against the edge of the pool with his head raised and eyes closed. Two bikini beauties with amazing bodies were serving her, one on the left and one on the right. One was massaging with her hands, while the other was feeding her fruits and orange juice. Damn, you really know how to enjoy yourself. Ding ling ling. The black communicator on the beach chair by the pool rang. Another bikini beauty holding a large bath towel walked forward, took the communicator, and put it into the handsome man's ear. The man took it and pressed the answer button. Hello. Emer. Nye. I am Wang Zhishuo. I'm back at the base. The man opened his eyes and waved his hand, and the beautiful woman beside him left tactfully. Zishuo, nothing unexpected, right? What's the surprise? I exchanged a few moves with that Xia Yu, and I narrowly won. Come over to me right away, and I'll give you a detailed report when we meet. Okay, Master Nya, I'll be right over. On the Guanbei section of the Beijing-Nanjing Expressway, there are two Golden Eagle 3-armed snowmobiles parked with their doors wide open. Heisey had searched the car 5 times, even checking the bottoms of the seats, but he couldn't find any clues. A carpet search was conducted within a 3-kilometer area around the accident site, but nothing was found. All the members of the third team seemed to have suddenly disappeared out of thin air, without even a trace of tire tracks left. It was very strange. According to Kuriko's judgment, there are only 2 possibilities to achieve this. 1. Use flying vehicles to abduct people from the air. 2. The enemy has special abilities to hide and eliminate traces. No matter which one it is, the fact that the third team was kidnapped by a mysterious force has become a fact, and the safety of the team members is difficult to predict. Chen Tianfang. Arrive. Leave 3 teams to continue searching, and everyone in your first brigade will retreat. Receive. Nanling Base, in a luxurious duplex apartment on the 3rd underground floor. 2 men were drinking red wine opposite each other. The steak on their table was only medium rare and bloody, which is a bit creepy. Mr. Nya, this beef is frozen after all. It tastes far worse than fresh beef. Wang Zishua took a piece of beef and put it in his mouth, chewing it while sighing. Zishua, do you want to eat fresh beef? If you want to eat it, there is only one way. Take over Future City. Mr. Nya, how did you know there were live cattle in Future City? Future City not only has live cattle, but also live chickens, live ducks, and countless fresh vegetables and fruits. Holy crap, isn't this too awesome? Wang Zishua's face was filled with shock, his eyes flashing with greed like a hungry wolf. Young Master Nya, are these all the work of that Xia Yu? Their preparations before the apocalypse are too thorough, aren't they? So when do we start? Don't worry, I've dealt with this person before. Xia, he's not a simple person. We still need to make a long-term plan. Also, those members of the Godly Squad who were kidnapped back should be detained tightly and interrogated separately. We must extract more information about Future City from them. Clear. The 2 men picked up the tall, red wine glasses on the table, clinked them together, and took a sip. Ding ling ling. The black communicator on the table rang again. The man called Nye Xiao frowned, picked up the communicator, pushed open the glass door of the dining room, walked to the edge of the swimming pool, and then pressed the answer button. Gao Lan, are you looking for me? Nye Yin Xian, what exactly do you want? A clear, pleasant, but cold female voice came from the communicator. Nye Yin Xian, I can't believe you're such a person. My dad is in danger now. What do you want in exchange for saving him? Xiaolan, you know the base's medical facilities are limited, and every box of medicine is extremely precious. With my status, it's no problem for me to take a few boxes of medicine, but the medical committee stipulates that only the highest-ranking base leaders and their families are eligible to apply for medication. As a leader, I can't be the first to violate this, right? Xiaolan, you don't want to marry me, so what identity do you think I should use to help you apply? Sigh. There was a playful smile on Ye Yunxuan's handsome face. He has been pursuing Gao Lan, this stunning woman, for more than 2 years, but he still hasn't won her over, simply because he doesn't want to force her. In the current Nanling base, Nie Yunxian can be said to be omnipotent. He is the king here. With just one word, what can't he get? What's more, you, Gao Lan, are just a weak little woman. Nie Yunxuan, misguided you. You hypocrite. The call was disconnected. Nie Yunxian disagreed and laughed softly, with a hint of sarcasm on his handsome face. Gao Lan, you can't escape from my grasp. Chapter 77 Gao Lan's Compromise. The underground base in the Nanling Mountains is one of the strategic shelters secretly built by the Chinese military. It was completed as early as the early 1990s. For decades of peace and prosperity, this secret refuge has never been used. Later, taking advantage of the construction of the Beijing-Nanjing Expressway, the Military Logistics Department redesigned its entrances and exits and upgraded the facilities of the underground base. 1 month before the end of the world, the Nie family, relying on Nie Jianyuan, who worked at the top level, received the information in advance that there would be a catastrophe on Blue Star. Nie Jianyuan, who plays an important role in the Chinese military, naturally plans to hand over this important strategic refuge in the south to his son. After all, as one of the 7 standing committee members of China, Nie Jianyuan and his wife could only follow several other core senior officials and move into the largest Kunlun city base. His son, Nie Yunxian, who lived in Nandu, naturally took control of this strategic fortress under the Nanling Mountains. When Nie Yunxian received the secret message that the end of the world was approaching, he suddenly realized. It turns out that this guy Xia Yu had known that the end of the world was coming. He was frantically stockpiling goods and building the city of the future. It turned out that there was a reason for this. Fortunately, the country is not stupid. As a vested interest group, it can of course enjoy various priorities with peace of mind. Nie Yunxian fully mobilized his family's connections and resources. In addition to secretly stockpiling a large amount of water, food, and various supplies in advance, he also used his father's relationship to recruit a garrison of a heavy armored division. People with special abilities like Wang Zishuo are actually just pawns secretly cultivated by the Nie family. After entering the apocalypse, the national order has collapsed. The extreme cold and snow have blocked the flow of information, making it difficult to control the bases in various places and the forces that are gradually growing. The mysterious Nanling underground base is divided into 3 layers. The deepest level is where people like Nie Yunxian and a number of senior executives, including their trusted guards, live. Both the decoration and supporting facilities are extremely complete. The underground base's large material warehouses, generator sets, and central control systems are all concentrated on this floor. The second floor is mainly where the base's management personnel and military personnel live. As the backbone of the shelter, this floor can be allocated quite good resources. The first floor, serving as the residence for 100,000 survivors, covers a total area of 13 square kilometers and is densely packed with 30,000 narrow single rooms. Each single room must accommodate at least 3 people, and they can only go to the public area of each section to use the toilet and wash. Food and water are strictly supplied per person every day, not to mention the luxury of taking a bath. Without 100 contribution points, don't even think about taking a comfortable hot bath in the underground base. However, most of the survivors who participated in the labor could only obtain very few contribution points every day. If you use it to exchange for water and food, you can only keep yourself half hungry and half full, and not starve to death. Who would use it to exchange for a comfortable hot bath? In addition to the living quarters, the first floor also houses dozens of large processing plants, primarily engaged in food processing, garbage disposal, maggot farming using feces, and indoor plant and animal cultivation experiments. The residents of the first floor all earn a meager contribution by working in the processing plant. At this time, in a narrow single room on the first floor, Gao Lan was holding his father's old hand on the bed with a sad face, silently. The mother next to her was sobbing quietly, her hair disheveled and her clothes in disarray. She no longer had the graceful and elegant look she once had. "Mom, you haven't eaten for 2 days. I used my contribution points to exchange for some bran paste. How about you have some?" Looking at his mother's pale and thin appearance, Gao Lan said with heartache, I don't want to eat. Mother Ling then shook her head and asked sadly, Xiaolan, what did Nye Yongxuan say? Is he willing to save your father? Although she knew that this possibility was unlikely, she had no choice but to love her husband too much. Mom, I don't want to mention Nye anymore. Gao Lan's face turned pale and his lips trembled. At the beginning, it was because she believed Nye Yunxuan's words that she exchanged all the Gao family's property for supplies and devoted herself to the Nanling underground base. Unexpectedly, not long after the Doomsday came, Nye Yunxuan's true colors were revealed. When the forced marriage failed, they confiscated all the supplies brought in by the Gao family, and even cruelly threw the whole family into living on the first floor of a refugee camp. Gao Lan was very clear about Nye Yunxuan's intentions. He just wanted to push her to the brink of desperation so that she would naturally give herself to him in the end. She was very unwilling in her heart, and even at the end of the world, she was not willing to compromise easily. But were those illusory weights just my wishful thinking from the very beginning? Xia Yu, I should have gone to Future City. Why did I choose to come here? Sigh. Gao Lan thought sadly, smoothing her messy hair. Her unmade-up face no longer had the vigor and vitality of the past. But no matter how haggard she looks, it still can't hide her stunning beauty. Mom, tell me, should I agree to Nye Yunxian? Gao Lan looked at his father lying on the bed, already dying, and asked sadly, Perhaps it's worth it to exchange my body for my father's life. Xiao Lan, you've suffered so much. Ling Chuiying caressed her daughter's face tenderly and said in a sad voice, Your father has always loved you the most. If he wakes up, he would rather die than let you suffer. Mom, stop talking. I made up my mind. I have to save Dad no matter what. I can't be so selfish. Gao Lan stood up, gently placed his father's hand back in the quilt, turned around, pushed the door open, and walked out. Perhaps Nye Yunxian was not wrong. In this collapsing world, sticking to principles will only lead to death. In the end times, the weak will not receive any mercy. Only by becoming strong can they have some control over their own destiny. But the price is really a bit high. Xia Yu, goodbye. Gao Lan thought sadly, walked to the public communication room on the first floor, raised his hand, and knocked on the door. You again? Who are you calling this time? Is it still Master Nye? As the door opened, a woman with a round face in her 40s looked at her with contempt and said sarcastically, This is the second time today. If young Master Nye hadn't told you otherwise, do you think you could use the communicator without spending contribution points? Gao Lan calmed down his emotions, straightened his messy clothes, and said in a cold voice, Help me pick up Nye Yunxian. Don't give me time to regret, otherwise Nye Yunxian will definitely kill you. The middle-aged woman trembled when she heard this. She didn't dare to neglect it any longer. She quickly turned around, picked up the communicator on the table, and dialed a special number. Hello. Before the middle-aged woman could speak, Gao Lan snatched the communicator from her hand and said, Nye Yunxuan, I'm Gao Lan. I've decided to agree to your terms. Good, good. Ha! Xiao Lan, you finally figured it out. Nye Yunxian, I hope you will keep your promise and save my father. Of course, don't worry. I'll arrange for a doctor to come pick up your father right away. And you and your mother come over to my place today, too, huh? Please arrange it as soon as possible. There's one more thing. Gao Lan glanced at the trembling middle-aged woman and said lightly, Remove that round-faced woman from the public communications room. She's offended me. That's it? No problem. I'll have them evacuated right away and send them to raise maggots. The confused, round-faced, middle-aged woman sat down on the ground in shock after hearing what she said. This time it was all over. P.S. It has been 20 days since I started writing a book on tomato. This is my first time writing a novel. I am honored to receive so much support from you. Thank you. Special thanks to the following netizens who sent gifts. Although the gift is small, the thought is great. Like the comments urging the author to update, it is also an encouragement to the author. Car Friends and Car Dealership Sue, Baby CP, those who like Tung Sai, August Snow Peak, Shimayan from Haya City, and those who hide explosives in their crotch, user 55052898. Qingshun, Wei Qingshan who loves sweet potato pancakes, user 131900274. Zijin Yu, user 10463279. User 457566607. User 368511812. H_, user 159612271. Hang up and leave true love. Hainan Brother, Faint Firefly, Dream Master Ups and Downs, Pikachu Deep Forest, user 36903316, Autumn Wind. ZXIN who loves orange juice chiffon, and Faye who loves scallop jade slices. OVO who is slightly sad, Man Kong who loves reading, Longting Xingyun, and the versatile Night Night. Yuwumian. Qin Tao who loves honey radish, Yang Changwan of Sijao Mountain, the superconducting electromagnetic gun, the proud ruler of the heavens, and Mu Yueing who likes Qin Qin. A chapter 78 wedding. 3 days later, Nie Yinxian and Gao Lan's wedding was held grandly in the secret Nanling underground base. Except for Gao Hongbin, who had just recovered from a critical illness and could not attend, all the leading figures of the underground base were invited. This day was the highlight of Nie Yunxuan's life. After more than 2 years of hard pursuit, using every possible means, from catering to every possible means to making things difficult for her, he finally got the girl. As the top figure in the Nanling base, Xia Yunxuan's wedding banquet was of course very elegant. In addition to traditional Chinese dishes, he also specially added Western-style fried steak, pasta, and red wine. These meals were nothing before the end of the world, but here they are definitely rare delicacies. Compared with the miserable refugees in the first layer who had to eat bran and stale rice every day and maggots as protein, they were still only half full. The life of the powerful people in these bases is simply paradise. Yes, no matter what era, there will always be class differentiation and disparity between the rich and the poor. How can there be absolute fairness in this world? Nie Yunxian was wearing a formal black suit tonight, with a floral ornament on his chest and holding a glass of red wine. While he was responding to everyone's congratulations and flattery, he couldn't help but glance at the main table. Gao Lan sat shyly and silently at the main table, her cold and beautiful face attracting the attention of everyone in the audience. This woman is particularly sexy and beautiful today. The coldness on her pretty face cannot hide the seductive charm between her eyebrows. The dark purple silk cheongsam perfectly outlined her mature figure, her slender waist that could be held in one hand, and her firm and full breasts. Even Master Nya, who had seen countless women, couldn't help but sigh. So what if I shorten my lifespan by 10 years to get this girl? Thus, Nie Yinxian no longer had much of a mind for socializing. He only wanted the banquet to end as soon as possible so that he could carry this beauty into the bridal chamber and cherish her properly. Xiaoxian, congratulations on your happy marriage and the birth of your baby soon. Come, cheers. Ah? Nie Yinxian clinked his glasses and saw that it was Lin Teng, the 60-year-old deputy commander of the base's heavy armor division, and immediately put on a smile to greet him. Uncle Teng, you're too polite. My nephew's success today is inseparable from your love and support along the way. I offer you a toast. Haha, you're such a sweet talker. You're still the same as when you were little. You've finally grown up. It's time for you to get married and start a family. Alas, what a pity old Nya and Yinshan are not here. Otherwise, we would really like to have a good drink with him. Nie Yinxian also pretended to be extremely sad and whispered comfortingly. Once our base is firmly established, we will eventually meet up with Father and the others. Xiaoxian, it's good that you have this idea. It's the end of the world, and the world is in chaos. My old bones can't stand it for a few more years. Alas, from now on, the world will belong to you young people. Go for it with confidence. Uncle Teng supports you. Thank you, Uncle Teng. Just when Nie Yunxian was holding a banquet to celebrate his wedding. At the same time, Xia Yu was also holding a buffet banquet in the bunker cafeteria, but of course it was not a wedding. During the meal, the canteen waiter will go into a special, huge warming cabinet and take out the steaming hot, delicious dishes. Soon, these mouth-watering delicacies filled the table. Spicy chicken, hot pot lung slices, Peking duck, boiled fish, baked lobster, mapo tofu, spicy crayfish, Gillan rice noodles, crossbridge rice noodles, salty tofu pudding, flat vermicelli dishes, spicy soup. There are even freshly baked KFC chicken, McDonald's hamburgers, and French fries. Dumb, I'm convinced. How did you Xia Yu do that? Today is a great day for our godly team to celebrate, as we are celebrating the official 100th psychic in our team. Good. There was a burst of warm applause from the audience. Xia Yu stood at the main seat, raised his glass excitedly, and said loudly, "Let's celebrate this moment with a glass of 2008 Mao Tai. Cheers! Cheers!" Hundreds of people with special abilities raised their glasses together, and their momentum was so majestic that it reached the sky. At this moment, If Jiang Buwei from Bureau 739 were here, he would definitely be terrified and question his life. Fuck, Xia Yu, and you can even wholesale superpowers? How can we survive? During these 3 days, Zhao Jun went through 3 rounds of rigorous screening from the 35,000 members of the God War team, and finally selected 60 outstanding ones. The last stage of the screening is mind reading, which is personally supervised by Tang Yina, who strives to ensure that the selected team members have no problems with character and loyalty. As a result, 3 groups of people with special abilities emerged in 3 days. Xiao Zhe, the commander of the North Gate in the drone incident, was lucky enough to awaken the B-level ice and snow ability and became the captain of the first superpower god team. Of course, Wu Yifeng, Zhao Jun, and the others, as the first 40 superpowered people, all served as senior commanders of the God Squad, and they were not included in the Superpower God Squad. Due to the disappearance of the third team, the morale of the God War team has been hit to a certain extent. After today's banquet, the morale of the past will be stimulated again. With a team of hundreds of powerful warriors with special abilities, what does it have to fear even when facing the most mysterious and powerful forces? Nanling Mountain's underground base. The excitement of the wedding had faded, and Gao Lan, dressed in a Chong Sam, was lying on the big bed in the bridal room, feeling a little nervous. After drinking 2 glasses of red wine, her pretty face flushed with a hint of alcohol, like a ripe apple, quietly waiting for someone to taste it. The half-drunk Nie Yinxian narrowed his eyes and looked at the beautiful woman beside the bed with obsession. He stepped forward, lifted the woman's pointed chin with his hand, and praised. Xiaolan, you are so beautiful. How beautiful is it? Gaolan raised her half-drunk eyes and smiled playfully. More beautiful than any other woman. Nie Yinxian couldn't help but move his right hand upwards, stroking the face that was as delicate as a work of art in ecstasy. A man's words when he's passionate are the least trustworthy. Nie Yinxian, I only married you to save my father, but with your despicable tactics, don't expect me to fall in love with you. Nie Yinxian paused, his eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice, Why? Is it because... Xia Yu? Gaolan sneered and said nothing. What's so good about Xia Yu? He's just a little more handsome and a little richer than me. In terms of status and family background, how can he compare to me? Gaolan rarely saw Nie Yunxuan's furious look, and he felt a little happy in his heart, saying, Yes, of course he is not as good as you, but at least I once liked him. Nie Yinxian was stunned, and his mind calmed down instantly. Damn, he almost got fooled. This woman is so bad. She actually wanted to ruin his mood. After figuring it out, he threw his head back and laughed. So what? Can Xia Yu get you? I'm gonna get your body soon. What can he get? Not even a hair? Ha. In this fucked up apocalypse, only fools would talk about love. Nie Yinxian don't talk about it, I just do it. After saying this, Nie Yinxian no longer cared about Gao Lan's contempt, leaned over and pushed her down on the bed, and was about to put his hand into her clothes. Gao Lan, what are you doing? Put down the knife. Gao Lan, lying on the bed, held a dagger that he had gotten from somewhere and put it against his neck. Nie Yinxian, if you want my body, you have to make me fall in love with you. If you force me, I would rather die. Fuck. Gao Lan, are you crazy? Threatening me? I'm not threatening you. I agreed to marry you to save my father. But before you can have me, you must first have my heart. Nie Yinxian, are you afraid that you can't beat Xia Yu? Are you afraid of losing? I'm afraid of him? Gao Lan, don't try to provoke me. I know what you're thinking, but it doesn't matter. Nie Yinxian, can give you time. Within a year, I can make you fall in love with me. This damn apocalypse, fate, is too cruel. Chapter 79, Cave Exploration. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the sky outside was still a little dark. The cold air on the snowfield, wrapped in white mist, is like a solid ice wall, blowing in your face and always making you feel breathless. Deep in the gray Nanling Mountains, a slender figure of a man suddenly appeared at the entrance of a dark tunnel. The man looked up at the gloomy tunnel, the corners of his mouth raised, and he smiled softly. Sure enough, how could the military, a strategic sanctuary, abandon these important infrastructure projects? His figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of tunnel wall. Looking at the tunnel wall that was camouflaged perfectly without any traces, Xia Yu couldn't help but marvel in his heart. The strength of the Chinese military should not be underestimated. Wang Zishuo was particularly happy today, because after 2 days of sudden interrogation, he used perverted mental hypnosis to defeat the captured members of the God War team one by one and gained a lot. The interrogation record is now on my desk. I will deliver it to Nie Xiao later when he gets up. He will definitely be very happy. Master Nie must have been busy the entire night when he entered the bridal chamber last night. Not to mention, the bride's surname Gao is indeed very hot and beautiful like a fairy. Who can resist such a beauty? Hey. Wang Zishuo stuck out his tongue, licked his slightly cracked upper lip, and pressed an internal call button. Xiao Fei, bring me some breakfast, old style. 5 minutes later, there was a knock on the door and a slim, pretty young woman walked in with a tray. The breakfast on the tray was simple: 2 slices of wheat bread, a glass of milk, and a fried egg. Team leader, do you need me to feed you today? It seems like your hands aren't suited to getting dirty. The female, Secretary Xiao Fei, said in a sweet voice with seductive eyes. No need today. I'll eat by myself. You can go out first. Don't let anyone disturb me if you don't have anything to do today. I still have to go to Nie Xiao's place later. All right. The secretary curled her pink lips and walked out disappointed. Wang Zishuo looked at the woman's seductive figure, trying hard to suppress his restless thoughts. He breathed a sigh of relief and lowered his head to eat breakfast. How could he not know what the female Secretary Xiao Fei was thinking? All the women under him were afraid of suddenly falling out of favor. Then they're demoted to the first level of lowliness and thrown into a stinking maggot breeding ground. It is a small matter, but it is also not uncommon for them to disappear from the world for no reason. In the last days, laws have collapsed and morality has declined. In order to survive and live a better life, many people have no choice but to sell their bodies and their basic dignity. For someone in a higher position like Wang Zishuo, the evil within him would be infinitely magnified until he turned into an uncontrollable beast. The breakfast is good, but the quantity is too small. How can it replenish your lost energy? A strange man's voice was heard in the office. Who? Wang Zishuo was horrified and suddenly jumped up, grabbing the pistol from the drawer, as usual. Looking around, there was no one else in the room except him. What the hell? Wang Zishuo was sweating profusely and felt a chill on his back. Do you think the gun poses any threat to me? I suggest you sit down and finish your breakfast first. Do you know how shameful it is to waste food in this world? Look at the refugees on the first floor of your base. What do they eat? Wang Zishuo put down his gun and sat down obediently. Because of the mental pressure faintly coming from the air, he was certain that the other party must also be a mutant with the ability to become invisible and kill him instantly. Very good. Since you didn't torture my team members, I won't kill you. You are Xia Yu? Wang Zishuo was shocked. Smart. Tell me, besides your ability of mental hypnosis, do you have any other abilities? I'm curious. How did you escape my spiritual detection the other day? Wang Zishuo raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his cheek and said in a trembling voice, I used hypnosis to lure your team members to the Jingnan Expressway and then abducted them. Stop. How are you hypnotizing someone from 10 kilometers away? Also, you escaped my spiritual sense. Could it be that you really have the highest level of psychic ability, illusion, and manifestation? The man in the room's voice became a little cold, as if he would kill Wang Zishuo immediately if his answer was not to his liking. Wang Zishuo's cold sweat continued to flow, and he quickly explained. No, I'm just an A-level psychic. I can't even conjure up illusions. It's all thanks to the psychic amplifier on that Python snowmobile, seriously. Spirit amplifier? Yes, a special device that can enhance A-level mental power to S-level. It can not only instantly increase the level of mental power, but can also accurately project the caster's mental power to a distance of 15 kilometers. In addition, its most powerful feature is that it can fully materialize in A-level illusion ability 50 meters away from the vehicle. Wang Zishuo's face was pale, and his handsome face no longer had the usual arrogance. Damn, how can you fight with someone if you can't even find where he is? Interesting, haha. I never thought the military could develop such high-tech supernatural products. Senior Xia, this was developed jointly by the 739th Bureau and the 527th Institute in the military. As far as I know, there is only one such device in China. Oh, no wonder these two perverted organizations are involved. Then I'll reluctantly take this device as well. Amidst the laughter, Wang Zishuo suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, like being pierced by thousands of needles. With a scream of he fell unconscious to the ground. At the same time, the interrogation record on the table was silently torn into pieces, turning into a pile of white powder. On the second floor of the Nanling base, there is a heavy armored division from the former Southern Military District of China, with a full staff of 10,000 people and extremely terrifying firepower configuration. Xia Yu strolled leisurely in the long and narrow underground passage. The surveillance cameras in the passage and even the soldiers passing by ignored him. Today, he used the invisibility technique for the first time, which gave him the thrill of being a thief. How does it feel to be able to pee at someone without any hesitation while they don't even notice? Hee. This subconscious voyeurism complex, which originated from childhood, made him unconsciously reflect on himself. That's not right. How could I become this kind of person? Well, it's all because of that pervert gray wolf. Soon, Xia Yu saw the imprisoned members of the Divine Warrior team. Apart from being a little listless, they were physically fine. From the outside, it seems that someone was using psychic powers on him. After confirming the situation of his team members, Xia Yu is not in a hurry to leave and continue to explore this underground base. Before I leave, I must give them a big surprise. Gao An, who lives in a separate bed from Ye Yunxian, got up early to have breakfast. At the dining table, Gao An was eating sweet bread and fried eggs and drinking sweet orange juice. Thinking back on the hunger, cold, and injustice I've suffered in the past 2 months, I can't help but feel a little dazed. Were all my previous pursuits and persistence wrong? Is the real purpose of human life just to live for these tangible things in front of us? A comfortable house, rich food, sweet drinks? Gao An was feeling a little depressed. Although I avoided Nie Yunxuan's use of force last night, holding on comes at a price. At least I was drowsy and didn't dare to sleep deeply. Nie Yunxian in the past wasn't good, but he wasn't too bad either. At least he truly loved and respected me. Perhaps there is a devil hidden in everyone's heart. However, most people are bound by laws and morals, and will only break free from the cage completely when they encounter a world where order collapses. What are you thinking about? Nie Yunxian, who was sitting across from the table, asked curiously. Are you thinking about Xia Yu again? Is it your business? Gao An muttered softly, rolled his eyes, ignored him, and continued to eat the fried eggs. Seeing this, Nie Yunxian snorted with a gloomy face. What they didn't know was that everything in the room at this moment was seen by the invisible Xia Yu. Xia Yu stood quietly in the dining room and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Perhaps everyone's choices are driven by fate. Gao An, take care of yourself. Take care. Xia Yu waved his hand gently, and with a shrill scream in the room, Nie Yunxian covered his lower body with his hands, fell to the ground in pain, rolled on the ground, and soon fainted from the pain. A stream of bright red blood flowed out from his crotch. Among the blood on the ground, 2 egg-shaped objects and a strip-shaped object were particularly eye-catching. Xia Yu ignored it, turned around, and disappeared. Also disappearing with him were the 10 members of the God War team who were imprisoned on the second floor. The base's arsenal contained a large amount of weapons and ammunition, including 356 Type 99 main battle tanks, 420 Tiger armored vehicles, all Python snowmobiles, howitzers, and anti-aircraft machine guns. Gao An, who was sitting at the dining table, was frightened by the scene before him. She stared at the unconscious Nie Yunxian on the ground and the pool of bright red blood, and said in a trembling voice, "Is that you, Xia Yu?" Just as Xia Yu disappeared from the room, Gao An seemed to sense something. She turned her head and looked towards a place where Xia Yu had just stood. For some reason, she felt her heart involuntarily beating, and it hurt so much. P.S. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival to everyone. Chapter 80 Threat from the Military. The safe return of the third team made the entire God War team breathe a sigh of relief. No one knows how Xia Yu did it. In everyone's impression, the City Lord Xia Yu's magical powers have long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Xia Yu, was it the Chinese military who did this? In the command center, Wu Yifeng smoked a cigar in distress and asked casually that recent events showed some signs of going off track. You can say it is, and you can say it is not. Why do you say that? The third team was kidnapped at the Nanling base, where a fully staffed Chinese heavy armor division is stationed. But the person who really calls the shots isn't a high-ranking military official, but rather a member of a prominent family with close ties to the military. Wu Yifeng was stunned for a moment and asked, "How many top floors are there?" Xia Yu pointed his finger towards the top of his head and said solemnly, "Nie Yuan." His cough cough. Wu Yifeng took a breath of cold air and almost choked on the smoke. Also, I emptied their arsenal, Xia Yu said lightly. When Wu Yifeng heard this, his eyes went dark, and he almost fainted. Nailing base, 2nd underground floor. Lin Teng, deputy commander of the Heavy Armor Division, looked at the empty arsenal with a gloomy face. 10 minutes ago, when the guards discovered that the armory had been emptied, they immediately sounded the highest alarm. When he witnessed with his own eyes that such a huge armory was emptied silently, Lin Teng could not accept such a horrifying fact all of a sudden. Then, the news that Nie Yanxian was inexplicably seriously injured and fell to the ground at his underground residence, and completely became a eunuch, made Lin Teng's face even more gloomy. Looking at Nie Yanxian, who was pale and unconscious on the bed in the medical center, Lin Teng forced himself to calm his confused mood. Who is so bold as to do these things? He suddenly seemed to remember something and immediately ordered the guard beside him. Go to cell number 1 right now and see if there's anything unusual going on. Also, call Wang Zishuo over quickly. 3 minutes later, the guard reported. All the members of the God War team imprisoned in cell number 1 have disappeared. Wang Zishuo, leader of the Special Operations team, was knocked unconscious in the office and is now in a coma. He's been sent to a medical center for emergency treatment. Lin Teng's face looked extremely ugly. He knew who did it. At the same time, a strong sense of humiliation and anger surged in my heart. Future City, Xia Yu. How dare you touch Master Nie and the military's arsenal? You're dead this time. Even the gods can't save you. The usually steady Lin Teng was furious. How can anyone dare to touch Marshal Nie's only son, and even touch the Chinese arsenal? No matter which one it is a capital crime. This time, Xia Yu found the missing members of the 3rd team and taught a lesson to the culprits Wang Zishuo and Nie Yanxian. He also collected some interest along the way, the ammunition for an entire heavy armor division. It can be said that the Nanling base is now just a hungry wolf without teeth. Even though it looks ferocious, it no longer poses any threat. At lunchtime, Xia Yu accompanied Tang Yina to pick up the recovered Xia Yu from the hospital and prepared a welcoming banquet to celebrate for the little girl. Xia Yu, you're finally okay. You must take a good rest when you return home this time. Yes, Xia Yu and I are planning to host a welcoming party for you to wash away the bad luck from before. What would you like to eat? Tang Yina affectionately took Xia Yu's arm and lovingly helped her brush a strand of hair on her cheek behind her ear. Sister Yina, I want to eat pig stomach chicken. Xia Yu forced a smile, and an imperceptible blush appeared on her slightly pale and thin face. Well, Tang Yina and Xia Yu looked at each other, wondering what this little girl was thinking. Why did she choose to return to that painful place? But unfortunately, Xia Yu was the protagonist today, so I had to go along with her wishes. After a while, the 3 of them arrived at the Future City Commercial District. They stood at the door of Lu's secret pork stomach and chicken for a moment and then walked in. Speaking of which, they haven't come here to eat for a long time since Xia Yu's accident. Excuse me, ladies? It's you. Lu Qi, who was standing in front of the cashier counter at the door, was startled when he suddenly saw Xia and the other 2. He was so flustered that he became incoherent. Just kidding, such a serious assassination happened in his restaurant, and the killer was an acquaintance of his boss Lu. After causing such a big trouble, I was lucky enough not to be arrested and interrogated. For more than 2 months, Lu Qi was very confused. He had no appetite and lost more than 10 pounds. His originally fair and thin face had become as thin as a piece of pale ivory. What? Boss Lu doesn't welcome us. Xia Yu looked at him with a smile. How could it be? These 2 beauties and Yokami-sama are here again. I'm almost crying with joy. Ooh. After saying that, Lu Qi actually started crying with his mouth wide open, tears mixed with snot, looking very ugly. Fuck, why are you really crying? Hurry up and put away your pitiful look, lead the way and find a private room. Yes, I'll go right away, woo-woo. Lu Qi responded, wiping his tears while walking quickly ahead to lead the way towards the innermost room. Xia Yu shook his head speechlessly and really wanted to kick this guy in the back. Looking at the 2 women beside him who were covering their mouths and laughing, he still resisted the urge to kick. Seeing you crying so pitifully, I'll let you go. After having enough food, Xia Yu's complexion gradually improved a lot. However, when she sat at the dining table where she was held hostage, she would always unconsciously become a little absent-minded. She was thinking her life was hanging by a thread at that time. Did he feel a little bit of heartache at that time? Just after finishing his meal, Xia Yu received a report from Zhao Jun, saying that a group of people claiming to be from the Nanling base had arrived outside the North Gate and were requesting to enter the future city, specifically looking for a meeting with Xia Yu. What's coming will eventually come. Haha, let them in. Also, take these people directly to the future city management center. Okowo. Half an hour later, in the future city, in the top floor reception room of the management center, Lin Tang, with a murderous look on his face, stood in front of the large floor-to-ceiling glass, staring at the city scenery outside in a trance, without saying a word for a long time. Downstairs, on the neat and tidy streets, there was an endless stream of people bustling about. Even the hustle and bustle of the prosperous world was no more than this. It was a long time before he withdrew his gaze from the window, his heart deeply shocked. Hearing about it is worse than seeing it in person. Future City is indeed a paradise and the ultimate destination on Earth. If we can take advantage of this opportunity to capture this city in one fell swoop, it will be much better than hiding in the Nanling base. Among the accompanying personnel for the negotiations at the Nanling base, in addition to 12 special guards, there were also 2 confidential secretaries. P.S. Thanks to the following netizen for the gift, which was very expensive, Gowong Jinlai, user 110-33153. Chapter 81 Threat from the Military 2. 10 minutes later, Xia Yu, dressed in black casual clothes, finally appeared, followed by a tall and strong man. Sorry, everyone, Xia is late. Xia Yu laughed and sat down on the main seat on the sofa without any hesitation. The tall Zhao Jun, dressed in combat uniform, stood behind him coldly. Tell me, what are you all here for? Xia Yu said this, lit a cigarette, and took a deep breath. Xia Yu, stop playing dumb and get straight to the point. Did you empty the arsenal at our Nanling base? Also, were you responsible for young Master Nie's injury? Lin Tang's face turned pale, and he asked loudly. Oh, Master Nie is injured? Is he seriously injured? Ahem. I'm sorry, you sent people to kidnap my God War team members and even try to do something bad to my future city. Is that correct? Therefore, confiscating your weapons is just to prevent you from making bigger mistakes. Haha. Xia Yu, you are too arrogant. Do you know that robbing Chinese military weapons is a capital crime? Also, do you know who Master Nie's son is? What grudge does he have against you? Why would he use such a harsh hand? Lin Tang slammed the table and stood up, pointing at Xia Yu and shouting. Oh, you're the commander? Let me put it this way. Confiscating Nie Yunshuan's manly weapons is also to prevent him from making bigger mistakes. Hee. Xia Yu looked at the old man and said with a smile. Xia Yu, don't be so playful with me. Yes, I am Lin Tang, the deputy commander of the Heavy Armor Division. You, a commoner, secretly hoarded arms, maintained your own army, robbed military weapons, and severely injured innocent officials. I can immediately execute you for any of these offenses. Shoot me? Ha! What a grand gesture. Oh, your division commander isn't here? I understand. There is no full-time division commander at the Nanling base, because your young Master Nie is the one who calls the shots. Xia Yu smiled and said, Deputy Division Commander Lin, right? When you convict me, are you representing the military or the Nie family? Lin Tang's expression changed slightly, and he said in a cold voice, Of course, on behalf of the military. Okay, so what does the military mean? It's simple. Immediately return the stolen weapons, disband the God War team, and the future city will be officially taken over by the Chinese military. Lin Tang said righteously. As for you, Xia Yu, and a group of other leading figures, be escorted to Kunlun for a unified trial. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jun, who was standing behind Xia Yu, had his face changed drastically and his fists clenched involuntarily. What if not? Xia Yu's expression was calm, and he asked in a deep voice. If not, within 3 days, Future City will be declared a traitor and annihilated by thunder. Lin Tang's face was tense, and his expression was extremely serious. He said sternly, Xia Yu, don't think we're joking with you. This is also what the higher-ups mean. I'll give you 2 days to consider. If you agree to our terms, at 9 a.m. on the 3rd day, when black smoke rises from the North Gate Tower, we will send someone to negotiate. Xia Yu was silent for a moment, then stood up and said with a smile, Don't we still have 2 days to think about it? No rush. I'll take you to see something first. Then he led the way out of the reception room. More than 20 minutes later, everyone returned to the surface and climbed to the roof of the North Gate Tower. On the city wall, the cold wind was biting, and the gray Namling Mountains in the distance looked like a black and white ink painting, with an indescribable charm in its loneliness. Standing on the city wall, the people at the Namling base were confused and couldn't figure out what Xia Yu's intention was. "Don't worry, everyone will understand soon," Xia Yu said lightly and nodded slightly to Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun understood, took out a communicator, and ordered in a deep voice. "Mole removal begin." Soon, the north gate opened wide. A team of God War team members wearing white individual snow combat uniforms and armed with live ammunition escorted more than 100 ragged men and women towards the gray snowfield. "Who are they?" Lin Teng asked in confusion. "Mole, pawns of various forces that once lurked in Future City, were exposed during the last riot. After so many days of interrogation, their identities have been confirmed," Zhao Jun said coldly. Lin Teng was horrified. Before the end of the world, he had planted 2 groups of undercover agents in the Future City. Before they could take effect, they were all exposed. "Xia Yu, are you planning to resort to lynching?" Lin Teng shouted, but he looked a little timid inside. "Nonsense. If you have a gun, why don't you use it to start a fire?" Xia Yu scoffed and waved his hand. Zhao Jun understood and used the communicator to order the team to stop advancing. On the gray and desolate snowfield, there's only the call of the cold wind, and a group of numb victims of the end of the world are standing at the end of their lives. "Implement." Following Zhao Jun's command, a burst of dense and loud gunfire rang out. The more than 100 lurkers standing on the snowy plains were all covered in blood, and one after another, they collapsed to the ground. This man is so cold-blooded. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Teng, who was wearing a thick military coat, couldn't help but shiver all over. A group of people from a Namling base came in fearlessly and issued the final ultimatum, but left silently with shock and complicated feelings. Even the dumbest person can see that this time, holding Xia Yu responsible for the loss of arms and the wounding of others is just the most advantageous excuse. Their biggest goal is to annex the Future City. Wu Yifeng, Zhao Jun, and other retired military personnel had the most complicated feelings about the Chinese military's ultimatum. After all, they're all retired from the army. Even in the end times, when order collapses, their deep-seated awe of the Chinese military is unlikely to change in the short term. In the past 2 days, Xia Yu only asked Zhao Jun to do 2 things. 1. Order all personnel of the 2 anti-aircraft artillery battalions and 1 missile artillery battalion of the God War Corps to enter a level 1 combat readiness state. The 2 anti-aircraft artillery battalions are equipped with 502 S-38 bias, self-propelled anti-aircraft artillery systems, and 600 DSHK anti-aircraft machine guns, all of which are ready for combat according to the maximum ammunition base. The Missile Artillery Battalion, the air defense firepower, is mainly equipped with S-400 Triumph air defense missiles, Patriot 3 MSE air defense missiles. 2. Activate the radar early warning system on the main peak of Guanchong Cave. As early as a month before the end of the world, Xia Yu secretly completed the installation of the Aegis early warning radar, but it was never officially put into use after installation, but was hidden. This system, which was purchased from the Americans for free, was once considered the most powerful missile early warning radar on the planet, with a maximum detection range of 7,800 kilometers and a response time of only 0.05 seconds. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. At 9 a.m. on the 3rd day, the Namling base did not see the black smoke from the Future City. Future City is determined to fight to the end. Call. Lin Teng, who received the news, gave the order with a gloomy face. Yes. The communications soldier on standby saluted, took out a dark green military encrypted satellite phone, and solemnly dialed a number. Beep, beep, beep. The call was connected, and Lin Teng picked it up. "Commander, I'm Lin Teng." A slightly old voice came over. "Lin Teng, what's the situation?" "Future City, no compromise." Lin Teng answered truthfully. There was silence on the other end of the phone for more than 10 seconds. The atmosphere seemed very depressing. After a while, a slightly old voice sighed and said, "Since the child is disobedient, then give him a beating. Carry out the plan. Don't worry, I will contact Southwest immediately." "Understood. Take care, old commander." Old Lin, Shaoxian has been admitted to the best hospital in Kunlun. His life is saved, but the Nief family may be extinct. "Old commander, it's my fault. I didn't take good care of Shaoxian." "Alas, it's not entirely your fault. No one can escape the vortex of the apocalypse." The phone was hung up. Lin Teng's gloomy face revealed a trace of pity. He looked towards the future city and murmured, "Young man, why are you so stubborn?" At 9:20 in the morning, on the southwestern border of China, about 900 kilometers away from Future City, patches of gray snow began to shake among the vast mountains stretching for 200 miles. Soon, dark holes appeared in the snowy mountains, and 30 dark green missile vehicles rumbled out from 10 different holes. As the order was given, dark green Dongfeng, 16 ballistic missiles stood tall in the sky on 30 missile vehicles. In the low Earth orbit of the blue planet, China's few remaining military satellites also started moving at the same time. The wind and clouds are about to roll in, and the sword is unsheathed. The thundering strike will go straight to Guangzhou Future City. P.S. The Dongfeng 16 ballistic missile DF-16 is China's most powerful medium-range missile with a maximum payload of 800 kilograms, a maximum range of 1,000 kilometers, a penetration speed of Mach 8, 2.72 kilometers per second, and a strike accuracy of 5 meters. Chapter 82 Dongfeng Missile Attack. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Xia Yu, Wu Yifeng, and Zhao Jun gathered at the Bunker Combat Command Center. At this time, the future community was filled with a tense atmosphere of impending storm. More than 35,000 members of the God War team, from the commander to the team members, all entered the first-level combat readiness state. Commander-in-Chief, not only have you activated the Aegis system these past 2 days, you've also significantly strengthened the anti-aircraft firepower of the anti-aircraft artillery and missile battalions. You mean the military might attack us from the air? Zhao Jun looked solemn and raised his doubts. It's not just a possibility, it's a certainty. Xia Yu said firmly, picked up the coffee on the table, and took a sip. According to the Chinese military's consistent style, they first use firepower to cover the enemy and deter them, and then advance from behind. Given the strength of the walls and defenses surrounding Future City, coupled with the obstacles posed by the snowy terrain, a ground attack would be a very bad idea. I have taken away the artillery and heavy weapons from the Nanling base. The military has no artillery available within a radius of 500 kilometers. As for deploying air fighters and bombers, the cost is too high and victory is not certain. Therefore, there is only one last attack route left. Roquette force, missile. Wu Yifeng stood up suddenly and screamed in surprise, not realizing that the cigar in his hand had accidentally fallen to the ground. Yes, missiles. If I'm not mistaken, they'll use the Dongfeng 16 this time. This medium-range weapon with super strong penetration capability can be launched from 1,000 kilometers away, which is beyond my 640 kilometers spiritual detection and control range. Moreover, with its terrifying Mach 8 speed, if more than 5 missiles are launched at once, it will be difficult to interfere with them at the same time with my spiritual power. Xia Yu analyzed calmly, ignoring the extremely ugly expressions of Wu Yifeng and Zhao Jun beside him. Damn, others have already sent out Dongfeng Express. How can we fight? At 9:30 a.m., in the mountains more than 900 kilometers away, 30 missile launchers had completed the final launch preparations, and the target coordinates and parameters had been entered. At 9:33, with a command, thick smoke rose up and 30 thick Dongfeng blades, dragging blazing tail flames, rushed into the sky. In just 7 minutes, these 30 Dongfeng 16 missiles would reach the future city and raze everything on the surface to the ground. At the same time, the Aegis on the peak of Guangzhou Cave also captured the signal of a missile launch in the distance. Alert! Alert! 962 kilometers southwest, in the Shirwanda Mountains of Guizhou, missile signal source 30 detected, speed 7.3 Mach, will arrive in 7 minutes. Woo! The long, sharp sound of the air raid sirens echoed through the city walls, reaching every surface building and even the future city underground. For a moment, the entire Guangzhou future community was shrouded in a dark cloud of fear. It really is Dongfeng 16. Moreover, 30 missiles were launched at one time. What a big deal. At the same time, the space satellites of the United States and the northern bear country that survived the disaster also monitored this wave of missile attacks. The underground cities of both countries, through advanced Doomsday warning systems, immediately calculated the trajectory of the missile swarm attack. Oh my God, it's a Dongfeng 16 and it's landing in Guangzhou, China. Are they crazy? Killing each other? Mr. President, I believe we must convene an emergency joint meeting immediately to discuss the impact of the changing situation in China. That makes sense. Notice that all joint members will gather for a meeting in 5 minutes. Uk. China, Kunlun Base, 1,900 meters underground. In an office with simple and solemn furnishings, a white-haired old man just put down the phone. He turned around and said to a black-haired old man sitting on the sofa, "Number 1, just received a message. Southwest Missile Base Number 8 launched 30 Dongfeng, 16 missiles a minute ago. Target, Guangchong Future City." "Oh, who gave the order?" "Old Nya." The number 1 leader, the black-haired old man, mused silently, his skinny but powerful fingers tapping rhythmically on the coffee table. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, "Old Su, tell me, does old Nya really want to destroy Future City this time? Or is it just a threat? Does a salvo of 30 Dongfeng, 16 missiles really need to be used for deterrence? Even if this wave of attacks lands, it can only destroy surface buildings. As for the underground Future City, it's hard to damage it at all." Old Su said, shaking his head. "But without the protection of the surface walls, Future City is just a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered." "Huh, doesn't this suit many people's wishes?" The number 1 leader said, suddenly remembering a key question. "Old Su, should we notify Future City and have them evacuate all personnel underground?" Old Su sighed and said softly, "It's too late, but I don't think the Future City Lord will be so stupid. He should have taken damage reduction measures long ago." The black-haired old man nodded. As the helmsman of China, the sudden arrival of the end of the world caused the collapse of the country's order. Some people showed the idea of ceding land for power. This was inevitable. Therefore, he always felt that in troubled times, using severe punishments, making an example of others, killing chickens to scare monkeys, and launching missiles at Guangzhou might not be a bad thing. He really wanted to see how the future city, which was forced into a desperate situation, would face this terrifying rain of missiles. On the South Gate Tower, Xia Yu, dressed in black, stood with his hands behind his back. The cold wind blew up his thin clothes, but it could not make him retreat even a step. Behind him stood Wu Yifeng and Zhao Jun, who were wearing cold-proof combat uniforms. They did not have Xia Yu's abnormal cold-resistant physique. The 32-kilometer-long city wall was now filled with members of the God War team. Anti-aircraft machine guns and portable Starlight air defense missiles flashed a dark black light on the city wall. On the heights and peaks of the city, fully armed anti-aircraft artillery and missile battalions were on high alert. In the howling cold wind, tens of thousands of people waited silently, and no one made a sound. The atmosphere was heavy and depressing, but the fighting spirit remained high. At 9:38, a group of dark shadows finally appeared in the sky, 300 kilometers away. 30 Dongfeng, 16 missiles, trailing long flames, pierced through the gloomy stratosphere and headed straight for Future City. The black shadow at the end of the sight was approaching at the astonishing speed of Mach 8. Anti-aircraft missiles launch. With a command, hundreds of 400 Triumph air defense missiles and Patriot, 3 MSE air defense missiles took off and flew at high speed towards the approaching black shadow in the sky. A violent storm is about to hit us in just a few seconds. At this moment, there is no escape. Soon, the air defense missile encountered the black shadow, but at the abnormal speed of DF-16 exceeding Mach 8, the interception effect was minimal. In the distant sky, several balls of flame exploded. The remaining 20 or so high-speed missiles had already flown over Future City. Terrifying black spots, trailing flames, descended from the sky. At such a close distance, there is no time to launch a second round of air defense missiles. It will only take a dozen seconds for the missiles to hit the ground. Anti-aircraft gun crew fire. Dense anti-aircraft shells were fired high into the sky, but most of them could only turn into smoke in the clouds. Facing the Dongfeng 16 with its superb breakthrough capability, all this was in vain. The tens of thousands of people on the city wall seemed to feel the pressure coming from the sky. The shadow of death, like a black curtain, hung over everyone's head. At this moment, panic and despair spread in the air, but no one moved because everyone knew that they had nowhere to escape. There was only one person whose expression remained calm. The rain of missiles overhead, with their blazing tail flames, was visible to the naked eye. "It's time," Xia Yu whispered to himself, opened his hands slightly, and a surge of spiritual consciousness came from his small world across time and space. High in the sky, within an 80-kilometer radius, the spiritual consciousness that had been dormant for 2 full days suddenly erupted. The Dongfeng missile swarm, coming down at high speed, slowed down slightly. The next second, a strange scene appeared. All the Dongfeng missiles disappeared in the air. The explosions of anti-aircraft shells in the sky also quieted down, and the smoke slowly dissipated in the cold wind. The ground artillery fire stopped. There was silence on the city wall for about 10 seconds before everyone woke up from the shock. Following a cheer of victory, the crowd on the tower began to hug and celebrate, shouting loudly, venting the despair and depression they had just felt. Victory! Wu Yifeng stared blankly at the celebrating crowd and asked in disbelief. Victory! Zhao Jun couldn't help but stretch out his arms and gave Wu Yifeng a tight hug. Damn it, I was scared to death. The two of them kept cursing in their hearts, but at the same time, they looked at Xia Yu with forced calmness. Xia Yu, dressed in black, had already disappeared. At this moment, Xia Yu was standing on the top of the tree in the small world, looking at the purple air that had almost faded by half with heartache, and muttered to himself. Damn, what a loss. I wasted so much mental energy just to collect a wave of missiles. China, Kunlun Underground City Base. In that simple and solemn office, the red phone on the table rang rapidly. The gray-haired old man picked up the microphone, put it to his ear, and listened, frowning slightly as he said, Got it. I'll report it to number 1. Then he hung up the phone. Old Sue, is there any accident? The black-haired old man asked. The Dongfeng 16 suddenly disappeared over Future City. Future City is safe and sound. Oh, that's interesting. Maybe you and I were right in our previous guess, and he is the one. Chief number 1 laughed heartily. At the same time, decision-makers in the Icefield Underground City of the Northern Bear Kingdom and the Underground City Cluster on the east coast of the United States received news of the failure of the Dongfeng missile attack. After a brief moment of shock, the intelligence agencies of both countries immediately took action, conducting a detailed analysis of the images captured by their respective space satellites. In a mysterious Oriental country, it seems that there are always some incredible things happening. P.S. Using divine consciousness to collect stationary objects is different from collecting high-speed penetrating missiles. When collecting stationary objects, no matter how big or heavy they are, divine consciousness can easily arrange them. However, high-speed missiles are different. With the protagonist's current level of spiritual awareness, it is impossible to collect a large number of missiles exceeding Mach 8 in one go, so they can only be deployed in advance to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Chapter 83, Attacking Nanling Base. In the small world, Xia Yu looked at the dark purple air on the top of the tree in the small world, which was gradually recovering. The heartache he had suffered from the loss of more than half of his purple soul was slowly getting better. He probed into the chaotic space with his spiritual sense and saw 25 Dongfeng 16 missiles quietly floating in a corner, each still maintaining a blazing tail flame. The absolutely still time froze these burly guys, but once released, it would definitely be an unexpected killer weapon. The God War team launched nearly 100 advanced air defense missiles, but only shot down 5 Dongfeng 16s, which shows their abnormal speed and strong penetration capability. Well, keep it. It may be useful in the future. In order to deal with the missile attack of the Chinese military this time, Xia Yu spent 2 days preparing for it over the Future City, and almost consumed more than half of the spiritual power accumulated by the small world tree before he could barely block it. What if we encounter a bigger crisis in the future? Therefore, the soul of the small world tree is still not concentrated enough. The purple divine souls on the top of the trees in the small world all come from the daily pilgrimage of the residents of the small world. The little world tree thus obtains the purest feeling of faith. After being absorbed by the world tree, this thought was transformed into a purple divine soul, which produced supernatural divine fruit and could be transformed into powerful spiritual power at any time. The vast small world now has a population of only 1.16 million. How much faith thoughts can be provided to the small world tree every day? You should know that the larger the population of the small world, the more people will make pilgrimages to the small world tree. The richer the purple spirit, the richer the spiritual energy of the small world will become. When the spiritual energy feeds back, the people, animals, and plants here will transform to a higher level. At the same time, the source of spiritual power that Xia Yu obtains will become more and more huge. At that time, his spiritual power will truly achieve invincibility wherever he looks. Therefore, the small world needs people, and it needs more people with grateful hearts. Those who are accepted into the small world must be grateful people and must be Chinese. His little world does not tolerate any alien race because he always believes in one sentence. Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. 30 advanced Dongfeng. 16 missiles were destroyed at a civilian base. On this day, there is no more shocking news on Blue Planet. Some major powers have come to a surprising conclusion through detailed analysis of satellite images. There is only one possibility for the mysterious disappearance of the high-speed missile group. That is, it was transferred to another space. In the mysterious future city, someone has mastered this extremely powerful space magic. This civilian base cannot be underestimated. Nanling Underground Base, 3rd floor. Lin Tong was stunned when he received the news that the military's missile attack on Future City had failed. How could it be possible? That was a full 30 Dongfeng, 16 missiles. Then, a greater worry surged in his mind. Will Xia Yu and this guy take revenge? If he really wants to retaliate and attack the Nanling base, how can the base withstand it with its existing manpower and weak firepower? Lin Tong thought anxiously and quickly called the signalman in. Connect to Kunlun Base, Line 3. Yes. Soon, the encrypted satellite phone was connected. Hello. Old Commander, I'm Lin Tong. Has our plan failed? Old Lin, failure isn't a big deal. At least it allows us to thoroughly understand Future City's strength, which will facilitate the advancement of our subsequent plans. Old Commander, then, is it necessary for us to stay in Nanling Base? There was silence for a moment on the other end of the phone. Then he said, Lao Lin, are you scared now? Don't deny it. Facing an opponent like Xia Yu, even I sometimes feel a loss, let alone you. Lin Tong's face flushed, but he couldn't refute it, so he stammered. Old Commander, I, Lin, am not a coward. On the battlefield, fighting with bayonets, I will never blink an eye. I know. Old Commander, do you have any other instructions? Nanling Heavy Armor Division, Lin Tong, listen to my orders. Exist. China's Supreme Natural Disaster Emergency Response Team has issued Special Situation Military Order No. 2. The contents are as follows. Lin Tong stood at attention with his chest puffed out, the expression on his face becoming more and more exciting as he listened. Damn, the subsequent actions above were simply amazing. About 180 kilometers away from the Nanling base, on the Beijing-Nanjing Expressway, 4 tall military snowplows were leading the way. Behind the snowplows, 360 T-14 Armada tanks and 2,000 Golden Eagle 3 snow-capped armor vehicles were driving north in a mighty procession. In air on both sides of the road, on the left is the 1st Armed Helicopter Squadron consisting of 85 Ka, 52 Avani attack helicopters. On the right, the 2nd WZ-2 Squadron, 80 Black Hawk attack helicopters, lined up in 3 long rows in the air. In this attack on the Nanling base, the Shenzhen team dispatched nearly 2,400 tanks and armored vehicles, 2 armed helicopter battalions, and a total force of nearly 15,000 people. I can finally vent all the grievances I felt this morning when someone used ballistic missiles to suppress me. Stargate God Team, it's time to show your fangs to the world. Tank Battalion 1, summarize the reconnaissance team's report. In a domineering command vehicle in the traffic, Feihu Su Songhai, wearing a gray and white snow combat uniform, was calling with a communicator. 1st Battalion received. Reporting to the commander, our 6 reconnaissance teams have advanced 20 kilometers and have found no abnormalities. Extend the reconnaissance team another 5 kilometers and maintain vigilance. Receive. Wuji Team 1, Wuji Team 1, I'm Feihu. Copy please. Flying Fox. Helicopter Team 1, got it. Send 2 attack helicopter squadrons, extend 50 kilometers forward for aerial reconnaissance, and maintain altitude. Receive. After issuing the order, Su Songhai breathed a sigh of relief. As the commander of this operation, he felt unprecedented pressure. It's not just about winning or losing, but about completing the task beautifully. April 5th, 2033, Qingming Festival. The God War Team launched its first proactive attack since its establishment. Sweeping the whole operation has officially begun. P.S. Happy National Day to everyone. Chapter 84 Kunlun Calls. Kunlun Mountains Underground Base. In a large conference room, more than a dozen elderly men in solemn attire were sitting on chairs, staring intently at the large screen on the central wall of the conference room. On the big screen, A live broadcast from a low-Earth military satellite was being broadcast. An armed force stretching for several kilometers was marching along the highway towards the Nanling base. On both sides of the road, two imposing groups of armed helicopters buzzed in the air as escort. Future City is really arrogant. An old man in a general's uniform said in a deep voice. Old Liu, if you can destroy 30 Dongfeng 16 missiles in one fell swoop, you have the right to be arrogant. The white-haired old man in a light blue Zhongshan suit next to him said with a smile. This Xia Yu is not simple. Umph. Do you really think there's no one in my army? Old Nya, are you really planning to hand over the Nanling base to me? What else can we do? The situation is stronger than us right now. Besides, this is what number one meant. What does number one mean? General Liu was stunned and glanced at the black-haired old man in the chairman's seat. At this time, number one was sitting upright, staring at the big screen without looking away. Wang Zishua, who had just woken up from a coma a day ago, sat blankly in his office. He had been locked up here for a whole morning. When he woke up yesterday, he discovered that his psychic abilities, which he had always been so proud of, had been destroyed. Resentment and despair filled his heart. As a once glorious A-level psychic, he has now suddenly become a disabled person. No one can accept it for a while. A little over a day ago, his master, Master Nya, had been severely injured in the lower body. He, along with his family and guards, was taken back by a military ambulance helicopter from Kunlun, leaving behind a mess. Master Nya, you used to carry me even when you were injured. Why do you throw me away like old clothes just now that I've lost my powers? Woo-woo. Master Nya, since I can no longer follow you, I, Wang Zishua, am nothing more than a walking corpse. What's the meaning of such a life? Wang Zishua's handsome face turned extremely pale, and the evil and wild look he had in the past was gone. After a while of self-pity, he gritted his teeth and pressed the intercom on the table. Xiao Fei, come in for a moment. After a while, Xiao Fei, the pretty secretary, knocked on the door and came in. Team leader, are you looking for me? Well, Xiao Fei, didn't a pair of twin sisters come to Area C on the first floor? They're still working the maggot farm, right? Yes, as you instructed. They've been assigned to the third maggot farm for 2 weeks. I heard they're complaining bitterly. You go and make arrangements and bring them to my residence now. Yes, sir. Xiao Fei turned and left, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly, and she could no longer hide her look of contempt. Bah, old pervert. Even though he is already ruined, he still doesn't forget to play with women. The entrance to the Qiao Tunnel was surrounded by dense tanks and snowmobiles, and more than 100 armed helicopters, like huge Black Hawks, were roaring and circling over the Qiao Mountain. The storm is coming and the dark clouds are pressing down. The Nanling Mountains, which had been silent for a long time, became more lively and lively because of their arrival. Commander, aren't we going into the tunnel? Chun Tianfang, captain of the 1st Snowmobile Brigade, stood beside Su Songhai and asked in confusion. Su Songhai shook his head, looked at the tall, dark tunnel entrance, and said lightly, Tianfang, how do you think we can attack a base 1,200 meters underground? Well, Chen Tianfang was stunned by the question, scratched his head, and cursed. Damn, hiding this deep is much harder than digging a mole. Yeah, but you don't have to dig, just wait for them to surface. Huh, will they show up? I didn't do that before, but I definitely will today. Huh. Su Songhai smiled, turned on the front line command channel, and put the communicator to his mouth. Order. The 1st, 3rd, 6th, 7th, and 10th Snowmobile Brigades quickly passed through the Qiao Tunnel in turn, blocking the northern tunnel exit. The 1st Tank Battalion, within effective range of the southern cave entrance, formed an attack formation. Wuji Squadron 1 blockade the north side of the tunnel from the air. Helicopter Squadron 2 block the airspace above Qiao Mountain for 30 kilometers and issue warnings and maneuvers at any time. After issuing a series of orders, Su Songhai returned to the command vehicle and asked the driver, Xiao Su, do you have any cigarettes? Have. The driver, Xiao Su, hurriedly handed over a Huanggalu cigarette and helped light it, then asked in confusion, Commander, we have surrounded Qiao Mountain. What should we do next? Su Songhai held the cigarette between 2 fingers of his right hand, put it to his lips, and took a deep puff, feeling the nicotine passing through his throat and lungs. And then he said slowly, Wait for the mole to show up. Guanchong Cave Bunker, 5th Floor Command Center Conference Room. Xia Yu, Wu Yifeng, and Zhao Jun sat together. On the table was a pot of steaming Wanzhou grilled fish. The fragrant fish and spicy red peppers made the three men sweat profusely. Hey, Wolfhead, is it okay for you to let Feihu be the commander this time? Xia Yu ate a piece of spicy and tender fish belly and teased with a smile. What can I say? I'm eager to do it. Attacking a base 1,200 meters underground? Huh. No one on the entire blue planet can do anything about it. Zhao Jun said disapprovingly. You're wrong. He's the only one here who has the solution. Wu Yifeng pointed at Xia Yu opposite him and said, that's because he's quite a pervert. He can go over 1,000 meters underground in a flash. No matter how deep or thick the bunker is, it can't stop him. Zhao Jun sighed and mourned from the bottom of his heart for all the underground bases on Blue Star. Then do you know why I didn't personally lead this attack? Xia Yu smiled and said, what? 2 reasons. First, I don't want my subordinates to rely on my special abilities in every battle. No matter how strong a person's ability is, he is just a person. What I want is an iron-blooded army that can stand alone. Second, attitude. This attack serves a greater purpose, to demonstrate our stance. We, Future City, are not pushovers, and the God Squad are not a bunch of Boy Scouts to be bullied. Even if we show enough of our attitude, what will happen? Will others hand over the Nanling base to us? Wu Yifeng frowned and said with some disagreement, Brother Feng, you're right, they might really give us the Nanling base. This is called conquering the enemy without fighting, understand? Don't believe it? Just wait and see, haha. Xia Yu was in a good mood and laughed heartily. Report. Commander-in-Chief, our public communication channel just received a sudden call from an unknown external party, claiming to be Kunlun and wanting to contact you. Could you please connect? The voice of the on-duty communicator came from the intercom. Oh, Xia Yu raised his eyebrows, curled up the corners of his mouth, and said, take it. Yes, I'll have someone take over the call right away. A minute later, a voice came into Xia Yu's dedicated communication channel. Xia Yu, are you okay? Xia Yu was a little surprised and shouted, Jiangbei, are you in Kunlun? Yes, Xia Yu, I've been in Kunlun the entire time. I heard that you are now extremely popular. Even the military is wary of you. Just kidding, Lao Jiang. I was just protecting myself. Haha, it's just self-protection. Xia Yu, do you know why I came to you this time? I know. It should be the number 1 next to you looking for me, right? The black-haired old man in the gray Zhongshan suit. I've seen him on TV before. You can see us. Jiang Buwei on the other end of the communicator was horrified. Lao Jiang, what's so strange about that? I'm a person with special abilities. Let number 1 tell me. There was silence for a while, and then an old but powerful voice came over. Hello, Xia. I'm number 1. Hello, Chief. Xia Yu, I want to inform you that starting today, the Nanling base will be officially handed over to you. Commander, are we only handing over the base? What about the supplies and people inside? Xia Yu couldn't help but ask. You little brat, do you think I don't know how much supplies you've hidden? Are you still short of these? The Nanling base can be handed over to you, and we will withdraw the garrison. As for the 100,000 survivors at the base, you can choose to stay or go. Those willing to go to Kunlun will evacuate with the troops. For those who wish to stay, I can only leave it to you. Good. Xia Yu agreed. In fact, he was not very interested in the Nanling base. Strictly speaking, he had no interest in all the underground bases on Blue Star. Because he has a small world, he is only interested in people who can participate in the transformation of the small world and at the same time strengthen the belief in the small world tree. Xia Yu has nothing to lack now. He only lacks people. Although China is also in the end of the world, with its huge population base of over 1 billion, there will definitely be many survivors. Xia Yu, can I ask you a question? Speak, Chief. Xia Yu, if I give you the remaining 100 million people in China in the future, how many can you save? Xia Yu was stunned for a moment, then instantly understood what the other party meant and replied in a deep voice. Commander, I'm sorry, I don't want to be a savior. At the very least, I will only save the world in my own way, not by saving others. I understand, Xia Yu. Then you can take care of yourself. Don't worry, I will live well. The call was disconnected. Wu Yifeng and Zhao Jun next to them had their mouths wide open and were speechless. Even a steaming hot grilled fish no longer smelled good to them. Holy shit, you've already heard it from the heavens, and you're still so calm? Chapter 85, Taking Over Nanling. Nanling Underground Base, First Floor. Yu Inger, who was only 19 years old, had just finished her morning work at the maggot farm. She stretched her slender waist, which was so tired that she could hardly straighten it, and made a retching motion in pain. The filthy environment and foul-smelling air of the maggot farm make people feel nauseous from time to time, even if they cover their mouths and noses with a thick scarf. When Yu thought about the protein supplement powder she usually took, which was made from these disgusting, wriggling white worms, dried and ground up, she felt uncomfortable all over. No, I must leave here. Even if I die, it is better than living in such a cowardly way. Sister, it's time to get off work. Let's go. The twin sister next to her reached out and pulled her sleeve, saying timidly, Yu, who also looks youthful and charming, has a personality that is completely different from her elder sister. She is naturally weak and timid, and will scream for half a minute even if she sees a cockroach. I don't know how this girl managed to survive in such a harsh maggot farm. Yu nodded and took her sister's hand and walked towards the exit. People who get off work at noon, hungry, go to public canteens and exchange their remaining contribution points for some tough bran paste. Or endure the empty stomach, return to the residence, endure the hunger, and lie in bed. Little sister, have you ever thought about how long we can last like this? Sister, what's wrong? Yu shook her head and said painfully, I've had enough of this kind of life. I feel half dead every day. Besides, there are 100,000 people in the base, and they consume so much food every day, even if it is just bran. When do you think it will all be gone? By then, will we only be able to survive by eating? The timid Yu couldn't help feeling nauseous after hearing this, and she bent over and began to dry heave. How could the two sisters, who had been spoiled since childhood, have ever experienced such tragic ordeal? Maybe it's time for us to change. Yu said this through gritted teeth, as if she had made a great decision. At this time, the Xiao Mountain Tunnel had been surrounded by densely packed divine troops for an hour, but there was still no response from the Nanling base. Su Sanghai half leaned on the seat of the command vehicle, closing his eyes calmly to rest. He is waiting. From the moment he received the order to set off, he had made his own judgment that there was little possibility of a major war breaking out in this cave-sweeping operation. In the final analysis, my team only represents the attitude of Future City. The result of everything should be the secret game between the top leaders of both sides. Therefore, he was not in a hurry from the beginning, and he believed in Xia Yu's real intention of making this move. Ding ling ling. Su Sanghai was lost in thought when the communicator on his body rang. He opened his eyes, and his eyes lit up. The result was finally coming. I'm Feihu. Feihu, this is Wolfhead. I just received a call from the Chinese military. In 2 hours, the heavy armor divisions at the Nanling base will be completely withdrawn, and the base will be officially handed over to us. Feihu understands. Su Sanghai said excitedly that his judgment was correct, and they won this difficult game. A temporary victory. Feihu, prepare to take over the Nanling base. Aside from a weak supply of water and food for 100,000 people, the military will take away all the base's supplies. What to do with the survivors? The commander-in-chief has ordered that anyone who voluntarily stays will be accepted after a comprehensive review at our discretion. Clear. Following a long radio wave from the distant Kunlun Mountains directly to the Nanling Mountains, the base deep underground became completely busy. On the 3rd floor of the base, there is a residence that is simply decorated but fully equipped. Sister Yu walked out of the steaming bathroom. After having a hearty lunch, they finally felt the long-lost comfort of a hot bath. Wang Zixuo, with a pale face, was sitting on the sofa beside the bed, drinking a glass of red wine with an expressionless face. When he saw the youthful twin sisters coming out of the bathroom, his dead fish eyes regained a glimmer of light. Seeing Wang Zixuo's hungry eyes, younger sister Yu shrank behind her sister in fear. Don't be afraid. Everything will be fine soon. We won't have to go hungry anymore. Yu comforted her sister, even though her heart was about to jump out of her throat with fear. TSK, TSK, TSK. I didn't expect you to be even more beautiful after taking a bath. Not bad. How do you describe it? Like a lotus emerging from the water? Yeah, huh? Wang Zixuo licked his lips and laughed wildly. You're very smart. People who know how to choose will live longer than others. Well, let's go to bed. Looking at the pair of adorable girls in white bathrobes who obediently climbed onto the big bed, Wang Zixuo's withered and desperate heart finally found a way to vent. The base had just received an order to retreat, but he was too lazy to pay attention to it. Why should he be so active when he was a useless person? Instead of working meaninglessly, why not go crazy before destruction? Looking at the unconcealed spring scene on the bed, Wang Zixuo revealed a cruel smile. He opened the drawer and took out a long black whip. No. Yu Inger was the first to notice something was wrong. She sat up suddenly and opened her arms to block her sister. Since it's here, just bear with it, Wang Zishua said grimly. In his eyes, the two girls were no different from two snow-white lambs, who could only wait in despair for his ravage and slaughter. No, you can't do this, please. Well, watch this devil man wield the whip. Yu Inger cried. Her strength was not enough to stop the man's violence. Her sister's screams aroused her last bit of courage. She climbed out of bed, picked up the bottle of red wine on the coffee table, and quickly crawled behind the man. Without thinking too much, she swung the bottle and smashed it hard on the head in front of her. 2 hours later, Su Songhai, with more than 15,000 members of the God War team, successfully took over the Nanling base. The heavy armored division and a large group of base management personnel were picked up by hundreds of dark green military vehicles that appeared on the northern highway. Next came the base's inventory, which filled more than 200 trucks. The 100,000 survivors on the first floor finally received the notice of the official handover of the Nanling base. When they learned that the recipient was Future City, everyone showed excitement. Oh my God, I can finally be free. The city of the future is the apocalyptic dream place that countless survivors yearn for. I heard that the residents there live in warm houses, have endless food, and live as comfortably as they did during the heyday of the Tang dynasty. In the end, all 100,000 people stayed, and no one chose to leave. The military is also happy about this, because according to their superiors, these survivors in the southern province will be handed over to Future City one after another. Who told you to have so many supplies? No one knew that someone had actually thought of handing over all 100 million survivors to Xia Yu. But Xia Yu refused. Commander, a murder has occurred in Area B on the 3rd floor. The deceased is a man named Wang Zishua, the former leader of the base's special operations team. Oh, Sukangai Fronith. Damn, a murder happened as soon as he took over. It was really troublesome. Is the scene cordoned off? It's been sealed off. The murderers are 2 young girls who survived. The military wanted to take them away, but we refused and are awaiting instructions from the commander. Good refusal. We have a final say here now. Take me to the scene. Su Songhai straightened the collar of his combat uniform and walked forward with big strides. Chapter 86 100,000 Faith Thoughts. Yu Inger, who had changed her clothes, hugged her crying sister tightly. She looked at the glaring red bloodstain on the snow-white bed sheet, but her heart felt calmer than ever before. From the moment she killed Wang Zishua, she seemed to have transformed instantly. Her fear and hesitation were replaced by a firm belief. Never beg for mercy from evildoers. In the end times, the only way to survive is to fight evil with evil. So, she longs to become stronger. When Su Songhai came in, Wang Zishua's body had also been removed by the forensic doctor. Apart from the 3 members of the God War team, there was only a pair of young girls who looked similar and equally beautiful in the room. Have you found out the cause of the case? Su Songhai asked a team member wearing a team leader armband in the room. Commander, I've made all the inquiries. This is the case record. The team leader handed over a few pieces of white paper filled with words. Su Songhai nodded, took them, and began to read them carefully. After a while, he raised his head and let out a long sigh. He approached the 2 girls curled up on the sofa and said softly, "Don't blame yourself too much. This isn't your fault. It's just that this fucking apocalypse is too cruel. People have to go through some things before they grow up, so these hardships may also be a kind of wealth. So who of you 2 did it?" Yu Inger raised her pretty face and said, "It's me. You're very brave. What's your name?" Yu Inger. Su Songhai nodded. An expression of appreciation appeared on his face, and he turned around and ordered, "Place them." Then, he strode away with firm steps. He knew that in this cruel end times, there were too many things like Yu Inger's. Humanity's struggle for survival is like the silent lament of an ant in the eyes of God. It is so pale and powerless. But no matter what, there are opportunities only when you are alive. Soon, the 100,000 survivors of the Nanling base were divided into 5 groups and took turns gathering on the training ground on the 2nd floor. Each group of people was asked to stand still and silently recite their most desired wish or quietly think about their own thoughts. Not far from the crowd, there was a gray-green Python-style all-terrain snow vehicle parked. In the vehicle, Xia Yu and Tang Yina were sitting in front of a complicated instrument. How is it? Can this mind amplifier screen 20,000 people at the same time? Can. Tang Yina nodded and said, "This device is amazing. It can actually amplify my mind-reading ability so many times. I can now filter and collect the thoughts of 20,000 people in just 5 minutes." Very good, Ina. With your mind-reading ability and this instrument, it will be much easier to screen reliable beliefs in the future. Ha ha ha. Xia Yu smiled. The thought of faith. Tang Yina was stunned. Yes, this is a kind of telekinesis generated by those who are grateful after entering the small world. They can offer this kind of thought power to the small world tree every day, allowing the small world tree to produce more purple spirits, which will then feed back to me in the small world. Xia Yu smiled and said that with the faith of these 100,000 people, his small world tree should be able to reach a higher level. Of course, his mental strength and spiritual awareness level will also be further improved. I understand. Anyone with a grateful heart can enter the small world in the future. Wrong. It's the Chinese who are grateful. On April 6, 2033, the small world welcomed its 4th batch of immigrants, more than 100,300 survivors of the Nanling base. After Tang Yina's mind-reading screening, more than 2,900 unqualified people were finally eliminated. These people were thrown into the surface buildings of the future community to live and participate in the heaviest labor every day. After a day of reorganization, the remaining 100,000 people were moved into the small world by Xia Yu. In the center of the small world prairie, 15 kilometers away from the small world tree, a grand square covering an area of 200 acres has been built. The square has a cyan marble floor, white marble carved railings all around, and a circular musical fountain in the center, dancing with cheerful music. On the east side of the square stands a majestic white palace with a striking plaque hanging in front of it. Pilgrimage Temple. Further away is the 2-kilometer-high ancient cherry world tree. Its shadow is as majestic as a mountain, and it emits a sacred purple light all the time. When the 100,000 survivors of the Nanling base suddenly appeared in the square, everyone felt like they had experienced a dream journey. In the blink of an eye, they traveled from the hell of suffering to the paradise of wonderland. Oh my God, am I dreaming? Where is this? Is this heaven? How can heaven be so beautiful? I feel like we've arrived in fairyland. Holy crap, did I ascend? That's not right. I remember I haven't established my foundation yet. Come on, you're still building your foundation. Stop dreaming. Have you read too many immortal cultivation novels? You fat otaku. Then can you explain what's going on? Could it be we've traveled through time? A parallel universe? Mom, look, there's a big, beautiful tree. Mom, are we in a fairy tale world? My child, Mommy doesn't know either. Mommy is also confused. Like all people who enter the small world for the first time, these 100,000 people were instantly shocked and surprised. The magnificent square was shrouded in the faint purple light of the small world tree. In the distance, the endless grasslands are covered with green grass and fragrant wildflowers. Herds of cattle and sheep are leisurely grazing, and groups of horses are galloping freely to the shouts of herdsmen. How could such a beautiful world appear in the end times? Everyone, I'm the spirit of thought in this small world. Don't panic. I am just a pure consciousness speaking in your heads. Suddenly, a clear voice entered everyone's mind. The place you are in is a world independent of the blue planet called the Stargate Small World. The owner of the small world is named Xia Yu, and he is the one who will save you from the suffering of the end times. There are 9 levels in the small world, and you are standing on the 2nd level now. Today's small world is very large and has been upgraded to 4 levels of space, namely, the 1st level of valley, the 2nd level of grassland, the 3rd level of planting plains, and the 4th level of freshwater lakes. Congratulations, you are the 4th batch of lucky ones to enter this small world. Before this, 1.16 million people had already entered this place, living every day in this fairyland-like place, working fulfillingly and living happily. Here, there are no cruel natural disasters and no cold ice and snow. The scenery here is beautiful, and it is like spring all year round. There is no monetary exploitation or distinction between rich and poor. Everyone is equal and enjoys free social welfare. Here, there are endless resources. As long as you are willing to pay, you will get abundant food and a rich life. Of course, you only need to do one thing every day, which is to make a sincere pilgrimage to this small world tree. In addition to gaining abundant physical and mental strength, the world tree also gains more faith, which in turn feeds back to the small world, making the space we live in more and more spiritual. Dear lucky residents of this small world, open your hearts and feel it all. Stargate Small World, welcome to join us. Chapter 87. The Sun Goddess and the Moon Goddess. The small world gained another 100,000 thoughts of faith, which greatly benefited the small world tree. In the days that followed, the purple spirit of the world tree became visibly richer, and Xia Yu's spiritual power also became stronger and purer. During this period, he even felt that his spiritual realm showed signs of another breakthrough. The purple energy and divine soul of the small world tree can continuously nourish Xia Yu's consciousness. When it accumulates to a certain level, a breakthrough is just a matter of a suitable opportunity. Xia Yu took stock of his current realm and found that since the small world was upgraded to the initial stage of the 4th level, it has stagnated. There is no way. Nowadays, it is basically impossible to find purple or that can be upgraded on Blue Star, and it is still unknown when the strange beast will appear. With his current abnormally strong combat power, he cannot be classified according to the level of supernatural powers on Blue Star. Strictly speaking, Xia Yu has now greatly surpassed the supernatural power system divided by Blue Star. Physical fitness, 3,200%, strength, 3,500%, speed, 3,800%, 100-meter speed 0.19 seconds, brain development, 60%, special ability, telepathy, can use telepathy to imprint and move any object with a maximum distance of 120,000 kilometers. Teleportation, within the direct coverage of divine consciousness, the unobstructed radius is 640 kilometers, 192,000 meters underground. Mind control, can invade and control all networks, satellites, mechanical software, human brains, animals, etc. Cell disguise, the superintelligent brain can control the rearrangement of cells throughout the body and change the skin, bones, appearance, hair color, pupil fingerprints, voice, smell, etc. at will. Cell remodeling and regeneration. Keep the body youthful permanently. Wounds heal quickly and automatically and achieve longevity. Distortion light. Invisibility. Without the aid of the spiritual imprint, Xia Yu's maximum distance for a single teleportation is 640 kilometers. In other words, if the distance exceeds this, he cannot arrive instantly, nor can he directly conduct spiritual scanning and reconnaissance. This is also why during the last Dongfeng missile attack, he could only rely on the early warning of the Aegis radar system, and was unable to interfere with the opponent before launching. Therefore, if I can take advantage of this opportunity to improve my teleportation ability, I will have an extra guarantee even when facing a greater crisis in the future. Sister Yu Inger, who had just experienced the hardships of the end of the world, fell hopelessly in love with this small world from the moment they entered it. They're like two fish that have returned to the lake from land, swimming freely in the time and space of the small world, opening their hearts and feeling everything here. The vast world, the magnificent scenery, the clean air, the clear rivers, the simple residents. Every blade of grass and every tree in this world seems to have a natural magic that deeply attracts them. Even every breath they take and the expansion of every pore in their body will emit a wonderful rhythm, establishing an incredible resonance with the small world. It seems that this pair of beautiful twin sisters were born to belong to this world. Fate had twisted and turned, and after 19 years, it finally brought them here. Sister, do you feel strange? These days I can actually feel that this world is breathing, especially after nightfall. There's a magical force calling me. The quiet and gentle Sister Yu Yuer's eyes were full of longing. Sister, I feel the same way, but I only feel the strong call during the day. This world is so wonderful. The invincible youth of Yu Inger has a layer of holy and bright light covering her young and beautiful face. Although it is very faint, it is still stunning even when viewed from a distance. On this day, Xia Yu, who was walking in the small world, seemed to suddenly touch something wonderful. Two faint yet sacred halos appeared faintly in the deep space far to the east of the small world, like two adorable newborn babies, born in the void. In the original sky of the small world, there would be sunlight during the day, but the sun could not be seen. At night, apart from the colorful fireflies, the sky is pitch black, with no stars or moon. Now, with such a strange change suddenly occurring, it is no wonder that Xia Yu is so curious. Xia Yu's mind moved, and he found the source of the power of these two balls of nascent light. A pair of graceful and beautiful girls were standing side by side in the pilgrimage square, their pretty faces staring intently at the fairy light bred in the distance. It was like two young mothers looking at their newborn babies with surprise and love. Xia Yu suddenly appeared in front of the two women. Dressed in black casual clothes, his handsome face instantly attracted the attention of the two sisters. Who is this man? So handsome. Did he just appear out of thin air? How could he appear so suddenly? Hello, my name is Xia Yu. Xia Yu introduced himself with a smile. Xia Yu? You're the master of the small world. Oh my God, he's so young, so damn handsome. The two sisters' faces flushed at the same time, and their hearts began to beat like little deer. My name is Yu, and we are twin sisters. My name is Yu, and I'm your younger sister. Looking at the cute and lovely demeanor of the twin sisters, Xia Yu couldn't help but smile. For some reason, he had a natural liking for these two girls. Yu, these are great names. The reflection of the sun in the center, the moon in the bright night, wonderful. It is really destined by fate, so that's how it is, hee. The two sisters looked at the man's handsome smile obsessively. For some reason, from the moment they met, they had no resistance to Xia Yu at all. It was as if fate had already deeply bound me to this man. Do you know why I want to meet you? Xia Yu asked with a smile. The two sisters shook their heads at the same time, staring at each other with their lovely big eyes in confusion. Because you two are the daughters of creation chosen by the small world. Daughter of creation? Yes, my elder sister Inger is the sun goddess of creation, and my younger sister Yu is the moon goddess of creation. You have just merged your spirits into the small world space, creating two remarkable prototypes of miracles, the sun and the moon. After listening to Xia Yu's explanation, the two sisters suddenly realized that they could feel the breath of the small world because they had received its recognition. The ball of light that was felt to be gestating in the far east was truly their child. It's just that these two children are a little special. They're the future sun and moon of the small world. TSK, you're still so young, and you've already become mothers by accident. Aren't you very happy? Ha ha ha. Xia Yu laughed teasingly. The delicate faces of the Yu sisters turned even redder, and they were as shy as two bright red roses. Xia Yu, as a master of this small world, how can you be so indecent? Yu stamped her feet in anger and spat. Well, okay, sorry, I lost my composure. Xia Yu stopped laughing and looked the two of them up and down. He had an idea. From today on, you two will move to the pilgrimage temple. It's closer to the small world tree, so you can quickly nurture the small world's initial sun and moon. Also, later on, you two will each take a purple divine fruit to fully awaken the holy power in your bodies. Sun goddess, moon goddess. I didn't expect that I would pick up a treasure just when I went out today, and it's a pair. Xia Yu smiled foolishly and thought. His spiritual awareness and teleportation realm were also about to be upgraded. Chapter 88 Spiritual Awareness Realm Upgrade. With the blessing of 100,000 thoughts of faith, the purple soul of the small world tree became increasingly intense. From a distance, it looked like a purple dragon circling among the trees. The birth of the sun and moon, like the divine fire of creation in the misty beginnings, ignited the infinite vitality of the world. The residents of a small world also seemed to feel these strange changes. Sometimes in the early morning, people will find a shy red glow rising in the distant east, like a girl in red leaning against the door lintel. The dark sky at night is also filled with a faint light. Although it is still blurry, it is like the ripples of a clear spring in a black hole, giving the residents countless fantasies. The sky of the small world suddenly seemed to surge with a brand new vitality, causing all creatures on Earth and in the water to cheer and leap for joy. Yu and her sister Yu lived in the white and magnificent pilgrimage temple. From then on, the two lucky girls bathed in the afterglow of the purple energy and divine soul every day. The two babies they were carrying were gradually growing up. Who knew when they would break free from their swaddling clothes and hang high in the sky of their little world? Xia Yu gave each of them a purple divine fruit. After eating it, they all awakened different superpowers. The elder sister, Yu has awakened the A-level auxiliary ability, Life Catalysis. Once this ability is cast, The growth rate of plants and animals within a radius of 100 miles can be increased by 10 times. His younger sister, Yu, also awakened an A-level auxiliary ability, but it was the extremely rare Moon Goddess Yonkong technique. Under the guidance of this technique, any internal or external injuries will be healed in a short period of time. During this period, Xia Yu would appear in the pilgrimage temple every morning and evening, teaching and answering questions for the two lovely girls, while feeling the sacred power emanating from them up close. His mental strength, which had already reached the critical point, could break through at any time. "Brother, are you leaving?" On this day, Xia Yu sat cross-legged on the stone platform of the pilgrimage temple and finally achieved a breakthrough in the realm of spiritual power. Feeling the sudden surge of powerful aura from his body, Yu Ying-er and Yu, who were sitting on both sides of him, also withdrew the strange energy that enveloped Xia Yu. The young master finally broke through. After the breakthrough, he would never again be with them every day like he is now. For a moment, the two women felt a strong reluctance in their hearts. "I have to go. There are still many things I need to do outside." The two girls nodded obediently, but couldn't help but tears welling up in their eyes. "Oh, what are you doing? It's not like we're going to die. I'll come in and check your homework when I have time, so don't even think about slacking off." Xia Yu smiled and shook his head, then reached out and rubbed their heads, saying, "Remember that you're no longer ordinary people. Your role in the creation of this small world is crucial. Got it, brother, and we will do our best. Well, keep up the good work and impress me next time you come in." After Xia Yu finished speaking, he disappeared. Only a purple light that grew increasingly intense remained within the temple. At the top of the small world, Xia Yu stood facing the wind, silently feeling his current state. There is not much change in physique, strength, and speed, and brain development remains at 60%. However, among the special abilities, the distance of spiritual consciousness transfer has been increased from 120,000 kilometers to 240,000 kilometers, which is exactly doubled. The most crucial thing is the spiritual awareness coverage and teleportation ability, which has soared from 640 kilometers to 1,280 kilometers, and the crust penetration depth has reached 384,000 meters, which has also doubled. Mind control, cell disguise, cell remodeling, and regeneration, light distortion, invisibility. These changes are not big, but it just feels more refined in use. When Xia Yu returned to Future City, Su Songhai had just settled the affairs of the Nanling base and led his army back in triumph. Apart from its hidden location and sturdy defense facilities, the Nanling base has basically no significant development value. Therefore, Su Songhai only left behind 2 battalions of troops and sufficient supplies before returning to the capital. This mopping up operation was a lot of noise, but little action, although we finally got the Nanling base as we wished and regained some face. But Su Songhai knew that the anger held by the entire Divine War team had not been effectively vented. It seems that the only way to truly solve the problem is through a decisive and victorious battle. Next, do we continue to defend or fight? At the post-war summary meeting, Zhao Jun raised the most pressing issue at the moment. "Of course I'll beat him. If I don't, I'll have no place to vent my anger." Heisei stood up and said with a wave of his hand, "Who to hit? How to hit?" Su Songhai frowned and asked. Everyone was silent. Yes, who should they beat? Attack the Chinese military? Forget it. Since the other party has made concessions and both sides have reached some kind of consensus, there is no benefit in fighting this fratricidal war. Fight other forces? It is possible, but how many of the surviving forces in the southern province can fight against the God War team? Once you start, the biggest possibility is to push forward all the way. Let me say a few words. Seeing that no one was talking anymore, Xia Yu stood up. It was time to teach these guys a lesson in military strategy. He clicked on a map of Blue Star on the projection screen and said, "Any war is a struggle for interests. We can't just fight for the sake of fighting. First, we must be clear about what we want. Commander-in-Chief, aren't we here to vent our anger and show off the might of our God Squadron?" Heisei asked in confusion. "Of course, this is what we want, but it's not our primary need. Our biggest strategic goal is to unify Blue Planet." Hiss. As soon as Xia Yu finished speaking, there was a sound of people gasping for air in the conference hall. "Nima, who do you think you are? Qin Shi Huang or Genghis Khan? Just because we have only 35,000 people, we dream of unifying the world?" Wu Yifeng was so frightened that he almost dropped the cigar in his hand. He was about to run up and touch Xia Yu's forehead to confirm whether this guy really had a brain burn. Everyone thinks this goal is ridiculous, right? Xia Yu glanced at everyone's expressions, didn't mind, and continued with a smile. First, let me explain why we want to unify the blue planet. Look at the bottom of this map, Antarctica. Dark blue represents the extreme cold in the restricted area, -100 to -149 degrees Celsius. Black represents the extreme cold of death, -150 to -200 degrees Celsius. The temperature in Antarctica is now approaching -150 degrees Celsius and is about to enter a deadly cold. Moreover, Antarctica is rapidly entering a colder and deadly extreme cold climate at a rate of almost 0.3 degrees per day. These data are the latest provided by the Vega supercomputer disaster model. It is estimated that within 6 months, Antarctica will become a death zone with a temperature of -200 degrees Celsius. The key point is that this is a Jedi for us humans. But what about other creatures? Everyone was shocked and confused, staring at Xia Yu, waiting for his explanation. Please don't think I'm exaggerating. A few months ago, the scale of the black snow on Blue Star suddenly dwindled, and the atmospheric smoke and dust strangely gathered over Antarctica. I paid special attention to it. After Jinu's calculations over this period of time and my own judgment, this phenomenon was not formed naturally, but was deliberately interfered with by some force. So what is their purpose in doing this? I think there is only one. Driving Antarctica into a freezing cold of -200 degrees Celsius creates the conditions that open the door to another disaster. Wu Yifeng gave up the idea of touching Xia Yu's forehead and began to think seriously. Although he didn't understand why Xia Yu knew all this, based on his usual understanding of Xia Yu, since Xia Yu said it, he must have sufficient evidence. Commander-in-Chief, are you saying that Blue Star will soon face a new disaster? Su Songhai swallowed and tried to calm his uneasy heart. Yes, it will not last more than 6 months. This disaster may be truly devastating to the surviving humans today. What exactly is it? Before I fully grasp the truth, it is not appropriate to disclose it too early. So, do you understand? Why is our biggest strategic goal to unify Blue Planet? Because in the face of this unknown disaster, all surviving humans on the Blue Planet must establish a united front to have a glimmer of hope of overcoming the difficulties. Commander-in-Chief, I have a question. The Gray Wolf, who had been silent all this time, raised his hand to ask a question. Explain. My question is, what if someone disagrees with forming a united front? Xia Yu sneered when he heard this and said in a deep voice, then beat him until he agrees. If there's anyone who doesn't know what's good for him, I don't mind killing him. On April 15th, 2033, the temperature on Blue Planet warmed up to -49 degrees Celsius. The Antarctic, shrouded in a thick layer of smoke and dust, is experiencing increasingly cold temperatures. P.S. For the plot related to Black Snow in Antarctica, please refer to Chapter 57, Black Snow's Strange Changes. Chapter 89, Expedition Preparation. Xia Yu's speech at the post-war summary meeting completely opened up the strategic thinking of the top leaders of the God War team. The grand goal of unifying Blue Star has been set, and what remains is how to achieve it. The expedition is scheduled for 2 months later. In other words, the actual time to conquer and unify the world is only 4 months. According to Xia Yu's plan, 4 months is enough time, and as long as the set goals can be achieved within 2 months of preparation. In this regard, Xia Yu gave a clear direction. Solve the problem of people first. Only when there are talented people can there be enough soldiers. To achieve the goal of dominating the world, the current 35,000 people of the God War team are simply not enough. So expanding the army has become the top priority in preparing for war. Furthermore, with the rapid development of the small world, the demand for people is becoming more and more urgent. After discussion, several core members of the Zhao Jun decided to advance the project along 2 separate lines simultaneously. 1. Send out most of the Divine War Team's forces to completely wipe out all remaining forces in the southern province within 2 months and recruit at least 800,000 people into the small world. 2. Recruit a large number of retired personnel or qualified talents to expand the God War Corps to 100,000 people. The entire God's War team was an unprecedented busyness. On this day, Future City welcomed 3 unexpected guests. Jiang Bowei from Bureau 739, accompanied by team leader Lu Tian and team member Ai Fei. All three of them were old acquaintances of Xia Yu, so of course Xia Yu had to treat them warmly. For the first meal at the reception, Xia Yu chose Taiyu Hot Pot in the future city commercial district because he heard that Lao Jiang was from the mountain city and Ni Fei was also from the mountain city. From the moment they entered the future city, the three were attracted by the city's grandeur and bustling business atmosphere. In the end times when resources are so scarce, it is a miracle to see so many Chinese delicacies in one place at the same time. Especially the foodie Ni Fei, who was a middle school girl, could hardly walk. When she saw something delicious, she couldn't wait to pounce on it and take a few bites. Boss, how many days do we plan to stay in Future City? There are so many delicious foods here. You've worked so hard for so long. It's time to treat yourself. As soon as he sat down, Ni Fei couldn't help but pour sweet talk on Jiang Buwei, but his clumsy acting was so bad that even the waiter who took the order in the restaurant couldn't stand it. Oomph. You little girl, you only care about eating. If you want to stay a few more days, just say so. Don't try to drag me into this by beating around the bush. Jiang Buwei laughed and scolded, but he didn't mind. He had never thought of leaving in a hurry when he entered the future city this time. Before leaving, the number one leader instructed that this time he must have a good talk with Xia Yu. As they were talking, Xia Yu ordered the dishes and soon, the hot pot and ingredients were served one after another. Original spicy pork rib soup base with fresh mushrooms. 1 large portion of signature tripe. 2 large portions of marinated beef, 5 portions of fresh beef, and 2 portions of mutton rolls. 1 serving of cuttlefish balls, 1 serving of beef balls, and a small portion of special duck blood. 1 serving of fresh fish, including fish roe. 1 serving of zooming frozen tofu. There are actually fresh radishes, bean sprouts, and lettuce. The dazzling array of ingredients on the table made Ni Fei's eyes widen and his mouth almost water. Damn, after the apocalypse, these delicacies are extinct. Okay, they can still eat them in the future city. Xia Yu is really awesome. The 4 of them ate the spicy hot pot, accompanied by a large cup of iced sour plum soup. The taste was simply amazing. Looking at the 3 guests who were praising the food and whose mouths were full of oil, Xia Yu smiled proudly. The Chinese food rescue plan that he initiated was indeed an extremely correct decision. When the small world matures in all aspects, these delicacies will also flourish in it. With the small world's boundless resources and countless high-quality fresh ingredients, these Chinese delicacies will surely be further developed in the small world. This meal was the most delicious and satisfying one that Jiang Buwei and the other 2 had ever had since the apocalypse. Xia Yu, seeing is worse than hearing. I never thought the future city would be so rich and beautiful. Lu Tian sighed, and his admiration for Xia Yu increased even more. In the past, he only admired Xia Yu's abnormal abilities, but today he realized that this handsome boy was more like a real human treasure trove. There is nothing he can't do, except what you can't think of. Lao Jiang, you guys didn't come here just to eat and drink for free, did you? Xia Yu joked. Can I? Ni Fei rolled his eyes, as if his previous resentment towards Xia Yu had not been completely eliminated. Free food and drinks are one thing, but on the other hand, of course, I'm here to bring you good news. Jiang Buwei said with a smile, but there was not a single wrinkle on his smooth face. Is this considered a fake smile? No, just don't dig a hole for me to jump into. You're bringing good news. You're very cunning, old man. Xia Yu was too lazy to pay attention to him. The last time this old guy forced a Divine Guard certificate from Bureau 739 on him, he had no good intentions. Fortunately, he refused decisively and did not fall into the trap. This time his smile was even more cunning, and I guess he didn't mean anything good. Xia Yu, I know what you want. Jiang Buwei put away his smile and said seriously. With Future City's resources, you don't lack supplies, you only lack people. Useful people, am I right? Oh, Xia Yu raised his eyebrows and said quietly. Who told you I was short of people? You don't have to deny it. It was Chief Number 1 who said it. He rarely makes mistakes when he makes his decisions. Number 1, Commander? Xia Yu suddenly realized that as a big man who has been in charge of China for so many years, how could he be a simple person? Commander-in-Chief Number 1 said that if you, Xia Yu, want to, you can afford to support all the survivors in China. So, if you want to accomplish your dream, all you need is people. Xia Yu was secretly surprised. The vision of this Chinese leader was indeed vicious. So what good news can you bring me? Xia Yu appeared calm on the surface, but he couldn't help but feel a little excited in his heart. Jiang Buwei smiled without saying a word, solemnly took out a silver USB flash drive from his pocket and handed it to Xia Yu. Xia Yu understood, took it, and put it into his pocket silently. He picked up the drink on the table, raised his glass, and said with a smile, "I'll offer you 3 a glass of this sour plum soup first. After our God Squad returns triumphantly, we'll choose a day to drink it with Maotai liquor." "Okay, Xia Yu, remember what you said. It has to be at least 2008 Maotai." Jiang Boy laughed heartily and drank the wine in one gulp. Guanchong Cave Bunker, the command center of the God War Team. Zhao Jun inserted the silver USB flash drive that Xia Yu gave him into the computer. After browsing for a while, he jumped up from his chair in shock. "Holy shit, how did Xia and you get hold of something so confidential? What's wrong? What's all the fuss about? Did you but get burned?" Wu Yifeng, who had just come in, saw this and scolded with a smile. "Come and see for yourself." Zhao Jun resisted the urge to scream and gave up his computer seat. Wu Yifeng curled his lips in disdain. The young man still couldn't hold his temper. He walked slowly to the computer, sat down, and opened the document on the USB flash drive on the computer desktop. "Holy crap, who got this?" Wu Yifeng only took a few glances at it, and, as an expert at identifying the goods, he shouted excitedly. When he stood up, he accidentally knocked over the chair under his butt. "You too? Is there any need to make such a fuss? It's just a top-secret file, isn't it? Is there any need to make such a fuss?" Xia Yu, who was sitting on the sofa drinking tea, had already scanned the document with a spiritual sense when Zhao Jun opened it. As soon as he saw it, he was also surprised by the courage and generosity of the #1 leader. This time it really comes as a timely help. With this thing, the God team will be assisted by God in this preparation and future expeditions. Chapter 90 Doomsday, Top Secret File. The 32-story Future City guest house is magnificent and luxurious. It is located adjacent to the east side of the beautiful city center park. On the 31st floor of the guest house, Jiang Buwei opened the dark brown electric curtains of the guest room and quietly looked out the window at the vast green landscape. Above the endless green trees is a dome that simulates blue sky and white clouds. If you don't look carefully, you can mistake them for real ones. For a moment, Jiang Buwei had the illusion of returning to a prosperous time. Xia and this guy always create miracles inadvertently, and any one of these miracles is enough to be deified. No wonder the #1 leader values him so much. "Mr. Jiang, tell me, why did the chief give this top secret file to Xia Yu? Although I don't know the content, I know that with it, those with the ability can change the situation on Blue Planet." Lu Tian, who was standing behind Jiang Buwei, asked. He had been holding back for a long time, but he couldn't hold back his curiosity. Jiang Buwei chuckled slightly and asked in a deep voice, "Lu Tian, what do you think of the 2 large-scale disappearances of supplies and landforms on Blue Star before the apocalypse?" Lu Tian's expression changed, and he said in shock, "You mean including the series of unsolved disappearances in Lake Baikal, Northern Bear Country?" "That's right. If it was man-made, then this person's strength would be beyond belief, a godlike existence. But was it really man-made?" "You guessed right. Moreover, this person is most likely Xia Yu." "No way? Xia Yu? He harvested most of the Blue Star." Lu Tian was so shocked that he almost jumped up. Damn, if it was really Xia Yu who did it, how powerful would his spatial ability and spiritual ability be? Moreover, how much supplies and Blue Star resources does this guy have? Oh my God, I can't even imagine it. It's suffocating just to think about it. Now you should understand why the chief gave the top secret file to Xia Yu. Within a week, 25 special forces sweeping the cave, with a force of 1,000 people formed on the basis of the God War Team, will be officially dispatched. According to the detailed coordinates given in the Class B backup of the top secret file, a comprehensive sweep and incorporation of the southern province began. Each special forces team is equipped with heavy firepower and 2 B-level psychics. With the current powerful combat capability of the God Team, the surviving forces in the southern province have only 2 options: to be incorporated or to be eliminated. The remaining military forces in the southern province had already withdrawn from the southern border through Lin Tung's secret operation. Suddenly, the God Wars dominated this 180,000 square kilometers of ice and snow and began to attack cities and plunder land with impunity. At the same time, based on the contents of the top secret A-level backup file, the Expeditionary Operations Department of the God War Team also formulated an expedition plan for the entire Blue Star as quickly as possible. The Class A backup of the top-secret archive detailed the coordinates of all underground bases and fortresses on Blue Planet, excluding China, including their protection levels, weaponry, and even the configuration of nuclear weapons. The intention of the number one leader is obvious. However, many people have obvious differences on the strategy of which country to fight the first battle against. Guanchong Cave Bunker, 5th floor, God War's Command Center. I think the first battle of this expedition should be set in the small days of the island nation. Heizi's already dark skin was now filled with a rare, evil aura. There's no need to ask why. This is a century-old feud, and only a fight can resolve it. I agree with Heizi's opinion. The first battle is to fight a small life. Grey Wolf said that he felt there was nothing to hesitate about on this issue. Have you ever thought about two very realistic questions? First, the island nation is 3,000 kilometers away from us. If we travel such a long distance in the ice and snow for this battle, we will be exhausted soldiers. Second, if we start with Xia Yu, the Americans will likely react violently and immediately. We might then be caught in a dilemma, attacked from both sides. What will happen then? In fact, in terms of national sentiment, he felt that fighting the first battle against the island country was what everyone wanted. But after considering many realistic variables, he naturally had some doubts. I think Feihu's concerns are not unreasonable. If we follow the information shown in the Class A backup of the top-secret archive, the best option is to attack Southeast Asia first and then advance westward. Zhao Jun also expressed his opinion. As the leader of the God War team, it is not advisable to act on emotion. The safety of the team and victory in the war are his first considerations. I also agree that we should attack Southeast Asia first. The first battle is very important, and we must win it. Chun Tianfong, captain of the 1st Snowmobile Brigade, also raised his hand to express his opinion. All right, since there's a dispute, we can only take a vote. Everyone, please express your opinions. Those who agree to hold the first battle on the island nation, raise your hands. Wu Yifeng saw that the discussion was almost over and that further debate was pointless, so he chose the method that seemed the fairest. Vote by show of hands. I choose a small day. Heizi took the lead in raising his hand, followed by Grey Wolf and more than a dozen senior commanders of the God War team, who also raised their hands in agreement. Wu Yifeng took a quick look, counted silently in his mind, and announced the result. A total of 16 people support the first battle of the day. Heizi stood up angrily and cursed. Damn it, you're a bunch of cowards who have betrayed their ancestors. You're going to regret this later. Heizi, sit down first. Zhao Jun shouted and glared at him fiercely. All right, there are 25 of us left, including me. Do you have any other opinions? If not, we will choose Southeast Asia as our first target and immediately formulate a relevant combat plan. Wu Yifeng ended the argument and said, I have no objection. I have no objection either. Heizi. Sorry, emotionally I definitely support you, but rationally, get lost. Heizi cursed, his face becoming darker than Bao Gong's. From beginning to end, Xia Yu did not express his opinion. He watched the disputes and votes among his subordinates with a smile and felt very pleased. Any excellent team should continue to grow through collisions. No matter what differences there are between each other, once a decision is made, it should be implemented without any deviation. To be honest, Xia Yu is not worried at all about where the first battle would be held. He has a perverted golden finger that can teleport up to 1,280 kilometers at a time. There is no place on the entire Blue Planet that his God team cannot reach. Whether it's a small town, Southeast Asia, or even the US, isn't it just a matter of few teleports? What's the point of arguing? Shaking Industrial Park is the second largest industrial park in Southern Province. Because it is close to the future community, less than 15 kilometers away, it was lucky enough to avoid the apocalyptic meteorite impact. In addition to the industrial park's unique sturdy buildings, it also houses over 100 food processing companies and more than half of the province's logistics companies. Despite the extreme cold, not many people froze to death in the industrial park. The huge amount of processed food and supplies in the industrial park were occupied by three forces. Without exception, the more than 60,000 survivors in the industrial park must rely on these three forces to survive. The largest force in the industrial park is the Qin Gang, established by the Qin Food Group. It controls more than half of the industrial park supplies and 40,000 survivors. The gang leader Qin Xiao, 49 years old, is a gentle and elegant businessman who usually likes to wear a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Outsiders may be deceived by Qin Xiao's gentle appearance, but everyone in the industrial park knows that he's a beast in human form and is cruel and ruthless. It can be said that after the apocalypse, there were no less than 1,000 survivors who were tortured to death or directly killed by Qin Xiao. What's even more terrifying is that the Qin gang got hundreds of long and short firearms from somewhere, and even 2 heavy machine guns, making him the absolute king in this area. His armed forces were basically a group of desperate criminals, all of whom had been infected by their master's ruthlessness, making the 40,000 survivors who were trying to survive under his command live in constant fear. As for the other 2 forces, Li Tianwei's Li Gang and Chen Yun's Yun Gang, their strength is much weaker. In particular, the Yun Gang, which is composed of all women, from the gang leader Chen Yun to more than 3,600 female gang members, most of whom are female workers who survived several garment factories in the park. Thanks to the extremely cold environment of the end of the world and Chen Yun's superb archery skills, he was able to survive. As the temperature outside gradually warms up, more and more people are going out. At the same time, the struggle for territory and interests inevitably began to intensify. On this day, Chen Yun, the female leader of the Yun Gang, had no choice but to receive a visitor who made her both hate and fear him. Chapter 91. The Villain's Ultimate Dream. As the prince of Qin's food group and the only son of Qin Xiao, the leader of the Qin Gang, Qin Xiaoxin's arrogance is well known to everyone. With the collapse of the last day's order, the law has disappeared, morality has declined, and the ugliness of human nature has taken the opportunity to break free and run rampant. Relying on his father's power and the privilege of controlling a large amount of food and resources in the end times, Qin Xiaoxian has no scruples in Shacking Park. He is a bully who does all kinds of evil. In Shacking Industrial Park, Qin Xiaoxian ignored everyone else, including the leaders of the other 2 forces, except for his own father whom he was willing to respect. Qin Xiaoxian has loved watching dark cartoons and novels since he was a child. Few people know that when he was 8 years old, he secretly aspired to become a supervillain. In this broken world, whoever has the power has the final say. Laws and ethics don't exist. You can do whatever you want. You ordinary people don't understand the joy of doing whatever you want without any restrictions. You don't understand the joy of being a villain. That day, while the temperature was still bearable at over 40 degrees below zero, Qin Xiaoxian gathered 50 armed thugs and drove more than 10 off-road vehicles to the northern area of the industrial park. The 3 buildings in the north area of the industrial park are the headquarters of Yunbang. The 8th floor of Building A is where Yun Gang leader Chen Yun works, lives, and eats. Sister Yun, that Qin Xiaoxian is here again. This time he brought about 50 people with him, all armed with guns. Chen Yun, who was practicing the art of chi arrows in the room, received a message from his subordinate Xiaoqing. She frowned, lowered her raised hands, and her eyes, bright as stars, focused. The energy on her fingertips flowed along the meridians of her arms and was drawn back to the dantian in her lower abdomen. Let him go to the living room. Also, he can only bring 2 men upstairs. The rest of the people waiting should wait downstairs. Yes. Xiaoqing turned and left. After Chen Yun finished giving the order, he relaxed his whole body and let out a long breath. She's tall, 1.72 meters tall, with long and perfect legs, towering breasts, and a beautiful face. No matter where she is, she has a sense of being outstanding. Chen Yun was sent to Mauname by his parents when he was only 7 years old. He swept the floors in that isolated place for 15 years before he learned the art of chi arrows. Unexpectedly, not long after coming down the mountain a few months ago, she would end up here by accident, and fate inexplicably pushed her into the Doomsday conflict. After tying her messy long hair into a ponytail again, Chen Yun grabbed her silver alloy bow and tied the quiver filled with 16 sharp arrows around her waist. The cruelty of the end of the world taught her a lesson. Never face the enemy empty-handed. Fuck, they said I can only bring 2 people upstairs. That's a rebellion. Wahoo. Pick 5 smart people to go upstairs with me. I just don't believe it. If I bring a few more people with me, will Chen Yun still dare to eat me? Ha! Qin Xiaoxian, whose face looked a little sick, waved his hand carelessly and led a few strong men up the stairs. 6 female members of the Yun Gang, holding steel knives, were about to stop them on the stairs, but the tattooed man named Hua Hu immediately raised a thick shotgun and pointed it at them threateningly. Fuck, you wanna die? A bunch of big-breasted, brainless bitches. Hua Hu, this is wrong. How can you be so rude to a beautiful woman? Besides, You haven't even touched her breast, so how do you know if they are big? Ha ha ha. Qin Shaoxian said this and laughed wildly. Hua Hu and several of his men followed him and laughed wildly in agreement. They no longer paid any attention to the female gang member who was blocking the stairs and whose face was pale with anger, and they swaggered up the stairs. It feels so good to be a villain. Qin Shaoxian thought about it, and a smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chunyin saw everything that happened at the stairwell downstairs. She was not angry, but walked into the reception room calmly and sat on the main seat. 3 minutes later, the arrogant Qin Shaoxian led the crowd into the reception room. When Qin Shaoxian saw Chun Yun, who was like a pure white lotus, his eyes lit up, and he did not hide the naked greed in his eyes at all. It's been a while since I last saw you. How come you're getting more and more beautiful? Huh, you're not looking good like this. It makes my heart itch like a cat scratching me. Qin Shaoxian glanced at Chun Yun's pretty face with lust, then lowered his gaze to wantonly stare at the pair of towering breasts that could not be hidden under her loose white training clothes. Qin Shaoxian swallowed hard and walked towards Chun Yun. He sat down on the seat closest to Chun Yun and asked with a grin, Xia Yun, what have you thought about? When will you agree to marry me? Chun Yun frowned and said disdainfully, Qin Shaoxian, don't call me so affectionately. We are not familiar with each other. Besides, you have so many women. Why do you have to be entangled with me? Nonsense. Of course it's because you're pretty. Is it because you're a good student? And a 3 good student? Huh? Qin Shaoxian said excitedly. Xia Yun, you know what? I've had a dream since I was little. When I grow up, I want to become the worst and most vicious villain. Then do all the bad things in the world and collect all the beauties in the world. Huh? Chunyin looked at his thin, sickly blue face, rolled her eyes speechlessly, and said sarcastically, Just you? You're not qualified, are you? Besides, you know how villains usually die miserably in the end. Qin Shaoxian heard this and laughed. How naive. What time is it now? It's the end of the world. In troubled times, it's the perfect stage for heroes and villains, right? Ha ha. Chunyin was too lazy to argue with him anymore, so she picked up the tea on the coffee table and took a sip. Seeing this, Qin Shaoxian put away his smile and said seriously, Xia Yun, you didn't even make a cup of tea for the guests? Fine, I don't mind your rudeness, but I'm here today to inform you that Shacking Industrial Park is about to undergo a major change. My father has decided that if you and Li Tianwei don't surrender in 3 days, you will be completely wiped out. I tell you this in advance because I hope you can make the right choice. Why are you such a stubborn girl like you? Wouldn't it be better if you obeyed me? Aren't riches and splendor better than the simple food and drink you have now? Qin Yun appeared calm on the surface, but a storm was brewing inside. Qin Xiao finally exposed her true colors. How could she, with only 3,000 weak women, withstand the Qin gang's hundreds of guns and tens of thousands of men? There are more than 30 tall buildings in the east area of Shacking Industrial Park. These buildings used to be factories and dormitories for several large metal products factories. The second largest force in Shacking Park, the Li Gang, occupies this area. The Li Gang has more than 18,000 members. In terms of numbers, they are definitely not at an advantage over the Qin Gang, and the Qin Gang has guns. However, the always low-key Li Bang had 2 advantages that Qin Xiao dared not ignore. First, the leader of the Li Gang, Li Tianwei, is from Sichuan Province, and most of his gang members are also from Sichuan Province. So the cohesive force of this hometown sentiment cannot be ignored. Second, the Li Gang, which possesses most of the park's metal products, talents, and raw materials, can easily produce a large number of lethal cold weapons, including crossbows, javelins, etc. Li Tianwei was most aware of the Qin Gang's ambitions, and he knew that even if he chose to surrender, the ruthless Qin Xiao would never let him go. In Shacking Industrial Park, the leaders of the 3 gangs each have their own ideas. An inevitable bloody storm is about to come. P.S. Thanks to the following netizens for their gifts, the author will work hard to update. H_, Chu Alfing of Wuling, Ivory Pig of Honyanu Island, Kibidu, 001. Chapter 92, Cruel Fighting 1. The news that the Qin Gang would wipe out the Li Gang and the Yun Gang in 3 days quickly spread throughout the Shacking Industrial Park. For a time, the survivors at the bottom were in a state of panic and anxiety. The war is about to begin. No matter who wins or loses in the end, many people will die. In this end times where people can't even get enough food, even survival is a very difficult thing. No one can control their own destiny because you don't know whether misfortune will befall you in the next moment. Qinbang Headquarters Building, South District of Shaking Industrial Park. Qin Xiao, the nearly 50-year-old leader of the Qin gang, was leisurely drinking kung fu tea. Opposite him, a well-proportioned man in black stood respectfully. His strong muscles were faintly visible under his clothes, as if he was filled with terrifying, explosive power. Huolong, I heard that your brother Hua, who followed Xiao Xian to the Yun gang again today. The gentle-looking Qin Xiao took a sip of tea and spoke nonchalantly. Boss, it's my fault for not disciplining him properly. I will definitely teach Xiaohu a lesson. The young master only brought 50 people out. Will they be in danger? Huolong, the man in black bowed slightly and said, Don't be too nervous. Xiao Xian and the others will be fine. They're all carrying guns. Besides, I don't mean to blame you, huh? On the contrary, wouldn't it be better to let them spread the news that we will reshuffle the industrial park in 3 days? Qin Xiao smiled and said calmly, Everyone thought we wouldn't take action until 3 days later, but we suddenly launched an attack tonight. Wouldn't that be a surprise? Huh? Huolong was shocked, and a few drops of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Damn, so insidious. Huolong, go down and prepare. We'll attack the Li gang in the East District at 9 o'clock tonight. Use all 600 guns. Also, bring 2 heavy machine guns. Qin Xiao spoke calmly, without a trace of murderous intent, as if he was only talking about some trivial family matters. Huolong felt a chill running through his bones, but he didn't dare to neglect it and agreed. Okay, boss, I'll arrange it right away. Turn around and leave quickly. Tonight, blood will flow like a river again. At 9 o'clock in the evening, a large group of dark figures suddenly appeared on the ice and snow-covered ground of Shaking Logistics Park. They walked on the knee-deep gray snow and slowly moved towards the East District 2 kilometers away. The pitch-black night, without a trace of light, was like a giant black beast, looking at this wasteland on Earth with disdain and watching coldly. The figures walking in the front were in a disorganized formation, and the weapons in their hands were even more uneven. Some held machetes, some held iron pipes, and some even just held a thick wooden stick. There were shadowy figures, and there were a total of 20,000 people. Behind the 20,000 people, an armed team of about 600 people slowly followed, driving nearly 100 cars of different models, silently following the cannon fodder survivors in front. Yes, the 20,000 people in front were just cannon fodder in their eyes. It is used for exploitation and trampling in peacetime, and in wartime, it can maximize the consumption of the enemy's firepower. Half an hour later, more than 30 buildings in the East District were in sight. Strangely, after a brief period of chaos, all the lights on the floors that were originally on were extinguished. The attacking crowd stopped. Huolong sat in a black Land Rover Defender and slowly drove behind the crowd. He waved his hand back, and 2 dark green open trucks drove up and stopped next to the Land Rover, one on the left and one on the right. A pitch-black gun barrel extended from the roof of the cockpit of each of the 2 pickup trucks. 2 heavy machine guns flashed a creepy black light in the dark night. Tonight, our Qin gang will take over the entire Shaking Logistics Park. As survivors of the apocalypse, the Qin gang has supported you for so long. It's time for you to repay them with action. After Hua Long got out of the Land Rover, he stood next to the heavy machine gun on the right side of the pickup truck and shouted loudly through a megaphone. Our goal is to capture all the buildings of the Li gang in front. In this battle, those who fought bravely and killed the enemy will be upgraded to A-level gang members, along with their families, and will enjoy 3 full meals a day and a hot bath once a week. Anyone who retreats in fear of the enemy will be shot immediately, and their family members will be executed as well. The dark crowd was shivering in the biting cold wind. Many people were afraid, but more were numb. They can no longer see the road to tomorrow, and death is just a matter of sooner or later for them. More people have their suppressed, murderous desire aroused and are ready to take action. Target, Li gang kill. Huolong stood on the car and gave the order to attack through a loudspeaker. More than 20,000 black shadows, shouting loudly, rushed madly towards the buildings in front. Huahu, take people and blow up the iron doors of every building. Huolong ordered. Everyone with guns, hold back and let the cannon fodder charge first. On the 9th floor of a central building, Li Tianwei, wearing a bulky military coat, looked coldly at the dense crowd below. The deafening shouts of killing resounded through the silent night sky. Vigo, do you want to use firearms? A young subordinate wearing a black woolen leather coat asked from behind. No rush, Pai go. Tell them, if they can't hold the iron gate on the first floor, hold on to the iron gate on the third floor. Their guns and heavy weapons haven't been used yet. Yes. The young subordinate named Pai Go took the order and left. Li Tianwei shrank his neck and shook his military coat, as if this could drive away the coldness in his body. He looked at the crowd downstairs madly, smashing the iron gate, and muttered, "Sly Boss Chin, this time you're going to do it for real." After saying that, he waved to a burly 30-year-old man not far away. "Su Jiao Fu Fan." "Here, Vigo, what do you want?" The burly man ran over quickly and said respectfully, "Signal the signal and start with a round of iron slag." "Clear." The man turned around, pulled out a high-intensity flashlight from his cotton-padded jacket pocket, and flashed it several times at a nearby building. One long and two short. Soon, all the surrounding buildings flashed with one long and two short flashes of flashlight. A minute later, black shadows roared down from the 7th and 8th floors of more than 30 buildings. Suddenly, there were endless exclamations and screams from downstairs. "Everyone, get out of the way! It's scrap metal!" The crowd downstairs became agitated and fled in panic to the wall and the distance. Unfortunately, there were too many people crowded together, and pieces of iron slag weighing dozens of kilograms kept falling from a height of 20 to 30 meters. The brains splashed on their heads, and those who hit their bodies broke their bones. For a moment, there were screams of pain downstairs and blood all over the ground. This round of iron slag attack caused heavy casualties to the Qin gang, with at least thousands of people injured or killed. Bashi, Li Tianwei, who was standing on the balcony on the 9th floor, had a cruel smile on his face. He took out a cigarette and lit it silently. In the distance, Hualong, who was standing in the car, watched the first wave of attacks fail. The muscles on his face twitched, and he called out to his younger brother, who was leading the troops in front. Hua Hu ran back quickly, panting, and said, "Brother, we've installed explosives on the iron gates of each building. We'll be able to rush in soon." Hualong nodded and asked thoughtfully, "Do you know which building Li Tianwei is in?" "I don't know. This guy is very sneaky. He changes his residence every once in a while. Also, the spies we hired have disappeared. I guess they were killed." Hualong looked up at the dark buildings in the distance, pondered for a moment, and suddenly smiled. "Ahu, after blowing up the iron gate on the first floor, have the cannon fodder rush upwards as far as possible, while your men stay behind and don't get too close. They should have a backup plan. Find a few people with good eyesight to stare at the buildings and see which one emits a flashlight first. Note it down. Forehead." The burly Hua, who was a little confused, and scratched his head. "Stupid. They use flashlights to send signals. Whichever building sends a signal first, Li Tianwei is definitely there. Once you find his location, you can lead your men to bombard him with heavy firepower." Hua, who suddenly understood, nodded in surprise, and turned around to make arrangements. The eldest brother must be smart. Otherwise, why was he the one who got beaten by his parents since he was a child? As the older brother, he always found a way to get out of it, right? What traitor, huh? Chapter 93, Brutal Fighting 2. With dozens of deafening explosions, smoke filled the air, and the iron doors on the first floor of all the buildings of the Li Gang were blown down. Countless people, blinded by blood, rushed up the corridor frantically. The members of the Li Gang used their homemade crossbows and arrows, illuminated by strong flashlights, to continuously shoot the enemies who rushed to the front, while gradually retreating to the 3rd floor. The crowd rushing up from downstairs were shot by arrows one by one, fell to the ground screaming, and were instantly drowned by the crowd behind them. These people seemed to be bloodthirsty, wielding long machetes or wooden sticks, not caring about the fragile lives that would be harvested at any moment. Some crazy people even smashed the knives and sticks in their hands at the opponents holding crossbows, creating a gap. More people rushed forward and killed those who blocked their way. In the narrow corridor, shouts of killing were deafening. In the darkness, the brutal fighting made everyone lose their minds. Every corridor turned into a horrific slaughterhouse, with body parts scattered all over the ground and blood flowing like a river. "Brother Vigo, there are too many enemies. We can't hold them back. Let's close the gate on the 3rd floor." Su Chaofan said anxiously. For safety reasons, the Li Bang installed 2 sturdy iron fences at the entrance of the 3rd floor corridor of each building. This was their last line of defense. Li Tianwei, smoking a cigarette, looked at the crowd of people downstairs and said to himself, "What's up with Hualong? Why hasn't he used any firearms yet?" After pondering for a moment, he took a deep puff of the cigarette in his hand, threw away the cigarette butt, and ordered. Pass the order down. Retreat to the third-floor defense line and use the flamethrowers. If the situation becomes dangerous, each floor will attack on its own. Receive. After a while, a flashlight with 3 short and 1 long flashes flashed from Su Chaofan's hand 3 times in a row. Each building received the information, communicated with each other, and quickly retreated to the last line of defense on the 3rd floor. We found Li Tianwei, who excitedly ran to the pickup truck with an M2 heavy machine gun mounted on it and reported to Hua Long, who was standing on the truck. Oh, so fast. Do you remember which building it is? I've got in mind. It's in building 23. All right, lead the demolition team. Take half of the firepower and surround the building where Li Tianwei is. Also, transfer another 3,000 cannon fodder from the periphery. We must capture Li Tianwei within the hour. Clear. Hua turned around and tried to leave. Wait, move an M2 heavy machine gun over there and wipe him out at all costs. Got it, big brother. Hua's blood boiled, and a bloodthirsty ferocity crept onto his rough face. Shacking Industrial Park, North District. Chun Yun, wrapped in a thick white down jacket, stood on the balcony on the 8th floor, gazing at the faint glow of fire in the east. The deafening shouts and cries of killing could still be heard clearly even though they were 2 kilometers away. Chun Yun's pale face fully revealed her fear and anxiety at the moment. Qin Xiao, this cunning old man, actually started the war without declaring it 2 days in advance. She was well aware of Li Tianwei's strength. If even the Li gang couldn't stop him tonight, she would be the next one to suffer. The Yun gang, who had been trying to survive in a narrow space, could never withstand such a strong attack. It seemed that their fate was determined from the very beginning. Either surrender and submit to Qin Shaoxian, or the end is to be eliminated. Having lost the barrier of extreme cold and snow, and also lost the protection of the Li gang, Chun Yun could imagine what kind of cruel fate her more than 3,600 female gang members would face. As the weakest group in the apocalypse, women may find death the best way out. The terrifying thing is living in a world where humanity is extinguished, a life worse than death. Sister Yun, do you think the Li gang can stop it? Xiaoqing, whose face also turned pale because of fear, asked timidly. It's difficult. Chun Yun shook her head. What should we do then? Xiaoqing's hands, which were tucked into her down jacket, began to tremble uncontrollably. Chun Yun remained silent, his eyes fixed on the distant fire. A trace of sadness enveloped him, and he whispered, maybe there's another way to go. Li gang's more than 30 buildings all retreated to the 3rd floor corridor. After this round of brutal fighting, both sides suffered heavy casualties. In this situation, human lives are like worthless grass and are ruthlessly harvested. The corridor on the 3rd floor is the last line of defense of the Li gang. The narrow staircase can only accommodate 5 or 6 people passing side by side at a time. But the 1st to 3rd floors and stairs of each building were densely packed with no less than hundreds of people, and even more people were instinctively surging forward in the darkness downstairs. The 2 sturdy iron gates of the defense line were like a natural moat, stopping almost every attacker who approached. Crossbows, javelins, homemade flamethrowers, and even nail guns poured densely on the crowd near the iron gate. Soon, more than 100 bodies were added to each corridor. The tragic scenes of being shot and burned to death were automatically drowned in the darkness and quickly replaced by brutal emotions. In Building 23 in the East District, Paigo, who was only 18 years old, shot the last crossbow arrow in his hand and sat exhausted inside the iron bars on the 3rd floor. He had never seen so many people charging forward regardless of their lives. 10 minutes ago, more enemies suddenly poured into the building he was defending. After killing one batch, another batch appeared. The defenders were replaced several times, but they still could not be killed. Are they crazy? Paigo wiped the blood from his left arm. A few minutes ago, he was stabbed by a thrown javelin. Although the wound was not deep, it did scare him. It feels like I've been to the gates of hell. It's really not a good feeling. To be honest, Paigo, who was still a student a few months ago, never imagined that he would pick up a weapon and kill people today, and kill them crazily. Compared to the hunting in the game, he didn't feel any pleasure in reality. Instead, he felt nauseous and uneasy. How long should we kill this guy? Although our side had an advantageous position, we inevitably suffered heavy casualties. The Qin gang's hot weapons hadn't been deployed yet, so we didn't know. Boom! Suddenly, there was a deafening explosion. The building shook, and amidst the flames and thick smoke, the first iron gate on the third floor was blown through. Boom! Then, a second explosion sounded, and flames and thick smoke engulfed the last iron gate. Quick! Flamethrowers, crossbows! Everyone, hold on. Don't let them get up. Countless comrades armed with weapons ran past Pai Go and rushed madly towards the breach that had been blown up. Damn it, Immortal Board, let's fight. Pai Go endured the fatigue and severe pain of his wounds, picked up a crossbow and a tube of sharp arrows, and followed the crowd to block the gap. Shouts of killing, the screams of machetes piercing flesh, the sharp crack of crossbows piercing the air, and the red flames from flamethrowers echoed one after another in the narrow corridor of dozens of square meters. The two groups of people collided fiercely, brutally killing all those who stood in their way. Kill or be killed. The pressure on Li Bang's defense was increasing, and he suffered heavy casualties. Boom! 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 Pai Go was rushing towards the iron gate with the crowd when suddenly several violent explosions were heard from the front. Flames shot up into the sky, thick smoke billowed, and a huge shock wave knocked him over. His thin body was thrown backwards and fell heavily to the ground. It's a grenade. The enemy has grenades. Everyone, be careful. After a brief period of chaos, with thick smoke billowing, more members of the Li gang rushed forward with weapons to block the way. Da-da-da-da-da-da. There was a dull sound of rags being torn, and in the firelight, rows of figures fell down with miserable groans. Pai Go, who was a little dazed after being thrown, opened his eyes wide and watched in the firelight as a man's head was instantly blown apart and another comrade's arm was torn off by a bullet. The continuous screams and the roar of heavy machine guns merged into a terrifying song of hell and reached Pai Go's ears. In the blazing firelight, countless fellow villagers from the Li Bang who came one after another fell down in rows like rice harvested by a sickle. Pai Go leaned weakly on the stone railing of the balcony. On his right chest, there was a palm-sized wound from which blood was gushing out. Pai Go didn't feel much pain, but he felt his body becoming lighter and lighter. He opened his eyes with difficulty. The scenery in my eyes became increasingly blurry. He seemed to have returned to last summer, when he took his 6-year-old sister and ran to the bustling rice fields, watching the adults harvesting rice. The golden rice fell down row by row. So beautiful. Chapter 94, Chun Yun's Arrow. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the dark sky was still pouring cold air onto the earth. The eastern area of Shacking Industrial Park has become quiet, but the smoke and devastation everywhere, as well as the piles of corpses on the snow, all showed that a brutal battle had taken place here last night. Qin Xiao got up early as usual, washed up, sat leisurely in the spacious tea room, and made a pot of tea. At this time, the nanny would push the door open on time and put 2 baskets of hot shrimp dumplings and steamed buns on the table. Frozen shrimp dumplings and steamed shrimp dumplings never taste as good as fresh ones. Qin Xiao sighed, put down his chopsticks, and suddenly felt that everything in front of him was a little boring. Report. While I was lost in thought, there was a knock on the door. Enter. A well-proportioned man, full of strength, pushed the door open and walked in. Boss, the Li gang is destroyed. As Hua Long spoke, a hint of triumph appeared on his stern face. Okay, what are the casualties? Qin Xiao raised his eyebrows, but did not show much excitement. After all, with the strength of the Qin gang, destroying the Li gang was expected. On our side, 3,316 cannon fodder were killed in action, 4,721 were seriously injured, and minor injuries were not counted. On our side, 32 security forces were killed in action, and 47 were seriously injured. 4,985 members of Li's gang were killed in the battle. 6,576 were seriously injured, and the rest were all captured and imprisoned. We have seized a large amount of food and supplies at the Li gang's base camp, and are currently counting and storing them. Hua Long was a little excited. Although both sides suffered heavy casualties, the Qin gang won after all. In this cruel doomsday, only the winners are qualified to continue living. Where's Li Tianwei? Qin Xiao asked. He committed suicide by jumping from a 9th floor and died on the spot. Oh, what a pity. Qin Xiao frowned and continued to sip his tea. Boss, what should we do with the remaining members of the Li gang? Hua Long asked cautiously. Kill the seriously injured. Don't waste food and medicine. For the rest, strip them of their clothes and make them stand in the snow for 12 hours. Those who survive can be caged as appropriate. Hua Long was startled when he heard this. Damn, how cruel. If you stand naked in this icy and snowy place for half a day, you will freeze into an ice stick. No one can survive. Also, some of those who made contributions last night will be selected and upgraded to become A-level gang members along with their families. Let's deal with our seriously injured soldiers secretly as well. Don't keep them in waste food. All the bodies were refrigerated so that the survivors could have some meat to eat later. As for Li Tianwei's body, find a good place to bury it. What a pity. Yes. Huolong agreed and turned to leave. As soon as he walked out the door, the cold wind outside blew into his collar, making him shiver. Gang leader, you are still as cruel and cold-blooded as ever. Chen Yun stood blankly on the balcony on the 8th floor, looking at the buildings in the distance where the smoke from gunpowder had not yet dissipated. She had not slept all night last night. She had thought Li Tianwei could create a miracle, but the cruel reality slapped her hard in the face of absolute strength. Any lucky thoughts were like flowers in the mirror and moon in the water. Sister Yin, come in, it's cold outside. The petite Xiaoqing, wrapped in a thick white down jacket, said softly that she didn't sleep last night either. Xiaoqing, have the people been sent out? Chen Yin tightened her white down jacket and asked. Don't worry, Sister Yin. They took advantage of the chaos to go out before midnight last night, and they should be back by now. Hopefully, others will look at us. Chen Yun sighed, and her uneasy mood became heavier and heavier. Sister Yun, we are both Chinese. They shouldn't just stand by and watch someone die, right? Xiaoqing said puzzledly. There are some things you don't understand. In troubled times, there's no such thing as should or shouldn't. There's only interest. Only when the interest is big enough will others save you. Chen Yun explained this, secretly sighing at the cruelty of this doomsday. In just a few months, I, who was once as pure as a blank sheet of paper, have become a bit utilitarian and sinister. Sister Yin, this is bad. Look, the Qin gang has sent out a lot of people, and they're coming towards us. Xiaoqing suddenly exclaimed, pointing to the snow in the south. A group of dark figures appeared between the buildings. It was estimated that there were more than 10,000 people rushing towards this side. Xiaoqing, hurry. Get everyone up and grab their weapons. Also, lock all the iron doors on the 1st floor, and be ready to close the iron fences on the 5th floor at any time. Have the archery team gather in Building A and prepare for battle. Receive. A shrill bell rang, waking up all the sleeping members of the Yun gang. The chaotic shouts, mixed with some low cries, made the atmosphere sad and depressing. What is coming will eventually come. Chen Yin took a deep breath of the cold air to make his mind clearer. She took the silver ame bow in her left hand. In a stream of air invisible to the naked eye flowed out from her dantian and circled around the silver bow. In less than half an hour, the large black shadow in the distance finally approached the Yunbang building and stopped more than 200 meters away from the building. Through the dim sky, Chen Yun saw dozens of cars behind the crowd. On one of the open trucks, a dark M2 heavy machine gun was emitting a dark and cold light. Chen Yun's heart sank. The worst situation had occurred. I can't believe the Qin clan just wiped out the Li clan and is now working tirelessly to devour me. Are you guys Iron Men? You don't even take a break? Qin Shaoxian, with a pale face, climbed out of an off-road vehicle. He casually snatched the loudspeaker from Huolong's hand, cleared his throat, and shouted in high spirits. Chen Yun, look carefully. Li Tianwei was destroyed last night. Now it's your Yun gang's turn. To be honest, 4 weak women like you, fighting on the battlefield is not as good as fighting in bed. Ha ha. I'll give you 3 minutes to think it over. Surrender? Or be annihilated? Ha ha ha. Qin Shaoxian laughed triumphantly. It felt great to be a villain. All his men laughed wildly in agreement. What kind of waves can a group of delicate female gang members make, no matter how fierce they are? Xiaoqing on the balcony was so angry that her lips were trembling. She stared at Qin Shaoxian in the distance, wishing she could fly over and chop off his head with a knife. Xiaoqing, has the archery team been arranged? Everything is arranged. However, how can we defeat them with so many people? Do we really have to surrender? Do you think we'll have a good ending if we surrender? Given the character of the Qin family father and son, if we sisters fall into their hands, we'll only end up living a life worse than death. 3 minutes passed quickly, and Qin Shaoxian picked up the loudspeaker again and shouted. Chen Yun, 3 minutes are up. Have you thought it through? Fight or surrender? Chen Yun, who was on the 8th floor balcony, did not respond. She took a deep breath, raised the silver bow with her left hand, flipped her right hand, and a silver feather arrow was placed on the bowstring. A mysterious airflow rose from the dantian, quickly traveled through the meridians of both hands, and finally lingered on the silver bow and sharp arrow. Whoosh! A short and sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard. Before anyone could react, a silver light shot toward Qin Shaoxian like lightning. "Master, be careful!" Huolong only had time to scream. At a distance of 300 meters, silver lightning arrived in the blink of an eye. With a puff sound, a silver feather arrow pierced through the center of Qin Shaoxian's forehead, bringing out a cloud of blood mist from the back of his head. The silver arrow, with a hint of sad red, flew 100 meters before falling onto the ice and snow. After a full 3 seconds, Qin Shaoxian, eyes filled with disbelief, collapsed to the ground, his terrified eyes staring at the gray sky. The whole audience was silent. No one expected that Tang Yina, who looked harmless and elegant, would suddenly kill someone. 10 seconds later, Huolong finally came to his senses. His face was covered with frost, and his whole body was shaking. He pointed at the Yun Gang building and shouted hysterically, "Kill! Charge forward and kill them all! Leave no one alive! Kill!" Tens of thousands of cannon fodder, shouting and killing, began to rush towards the 3 buildings frantically. "Xiaoqing, have the archery team shoot the gunmen approaching the gate. Everyone else, hold the iron gate on the first floor." "Yes." Xiaoqing glanced at the young gang leader with a face full of admiration. She never expected that such a low-key beauty could be so ruthless and ferocious. "Wahoo! Take a few people to blow up the iron gate of the building. The rest of you, blend in with the cannon fodder. Hide your guns first, and then shoot near the gate. Watch out for their arrows." Huolong hid behind a heavy machine gun and loudly ordered his men. He did not dare to show his head for fear of following the tragic fate of Qin Shaoxian. Chunyan stood on the balcony on the 8th floor, looking down from above. He shot silver arrows specifically at the gang members who were carrying guns. Every arrow was shot with lightning speed. When there is a sound of breaking air, someone will fall to the ground. Tens of thousands of cannon fodder finally rushed downstairs. The people in the front were frantically smashing the iron gate with hammers and machetes, and the female gang members inside the gate kept swinging their knives to fight back. Blood splattered inside and outside the iron gate. A life-and-death battle with a huge disparity in strength began. Chapter 95, Defeating the Qin Gang. Guanchong Cave Bunker, the command center of the God War Team. Xia Yu, Wu Yifeng, and Zhao Jun were staring at the tactical screen. There were red arrows on it representing 25 Special Forces teams, and each arrow pointed to a different target. Wolf Head, who was responsible for clearing out the Shacking Industrial Park. Xia Yu raised his eyebrows imperceptibly and asked, "It's Chun Tianfong from the 1st Brigade. There's one more thing. At 3 o'clock this morning, we received a letter from the Yun Gang at the south gate of the Shacking Industrial Park asking for help. The letter said there was a gang of thugs called the Qin Gang who were committing all sorts of evil deeds and killing innocent people in the garden." Cao Yun replied, "1st Battalion, how long will it take to reach Shacking? At today's speed, we can get there in half an hour. Inform Chen Tianfong to speed up the march. After entering the park, all members of the Qin Gang who participated in the armed fight will be killed without mercy." Clear. After Zhao Jun gave the order, Wu Yifeng, who was smoking a cigar, glanced at Xia Yu curiously. He found that there was a rare, cold, murderous intent in Xia Yu's tone just now. "Is an industrial park worth such a big fuss?" Wu Yifeng asked in confusion. "Did something happen to make you angry?" "Brother Feng, I've been thinking about a question. You say there are 2 groups of ants fighting in the grass by the roadside. As a human, would you pay special attention to them?" Xia Yu did not answer Wu Yifeng's question, but changed the subject. Wu Yifeng was stunned and said with a smile, "Unless one is really bored, who would care about what the ants on the ground are doing? Huh? What if one group of ants is particularly ferocious, and the 2 groups kill each other, leaving rivers of blood and corpses everywhere?" Xia Yu asked again, "I'm not that bored. Why would anyone care about the life and death of an ant?" You've been acting weird today. What on earth are you doing?" Wu Yifeng stretched out a hand and touched Xia Yu's forehead to see if this guy had fever again. Xia Yu slapped away his outstretched claws, smiled, and said, "If you discovered a very special ant in the ant colony, and that ant suddenly shot out a silver arrow, you would definitely not think so. Ants can shoot arrows? You're kidding." Wu Yifeng rolled his eyes and said disdainfully. Xia Yu said nothing and did not explain. His extremely powerful spiritual sense emanated in an instant, silently covering an area of more than 1,000 kilometers. Things are about to change in the southern border. The three buildings of the Yun gang were densely packed with crazy crowds. The female gang members who kept appearing in the buildings completely aroused the perverted and violent desires of these men. People were constantly being shot to death by sharp arrows or knocked down by heavy objects dropped from upstairs. But there were so many people rushing over that how could they all be killed? Many of the armed gang members mixed in with the cannon fodder successfully approached the iron gate on the first floor. Bang, bang, bang. As a burst of dense gunfire rang out, the female members of the Yun gang behind the iron gate fell down one after another. Amidst screams of pain, gushing blood quickly dyed the corridor inside and outside red. They don't have many arrows left. Wahoo! Blow up the iron gate as soon as possible. Huolong hid behind a heavy machine gun and shouted orders through the loudspeaker in his hand. Boom! 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 There were 3 loud bangs in succession, and the iron doors on the first floor of the 3 buildings of Yunbang were blown open. Amidst the smoke, the murderous crowd screamed and swarmed up the stairs. The female members of the Yun gang, who had no time to retreat, could only watch helplessly as they were drowned by the crowd. Some were killed on the spot, others were dragged to a corner, screaming in agony as a group of men tore them apart with their bestiality. Sister Yun, the iron bars on the 5th floor have been closed. The sisters from the archery team are guarding it, but there are too many enemies. I'm afraid we can't hold out for much longer. Xiaoqing, with a pale face, holding a Tang sword, looked at the dark crowd downstairs in horror. Chun Yin touched the quivers beside him and pulled out the last silver arrow. She said nothing, closed her eyes, and silently adjusted her breathing. After a few breaths, the true energy rising from her dantian instantly filled her eyes and fingertips. Open your eyes, raise the bow, knock the arrow, and draw the string fully, all in one go. Her perfectly curvaceous body stood in the cold wind, like a cold and beautiful flying goddess. Huolong, who was 300 meters away, suddenly felt a chill coming over him, as if a plate of icy water was pouring down on his head. He couldn't help but shiver all over, shrank his neck, and was about to pick up the loudspeaker to speak. Whoosh! A blinding silver light traveled across 300 meters in less than a second, and with a tisk sound, it penetrated the compartment of the pickup truck. Huolong, who had just put the loudspeaker to his lips, felt a chill on his neck, a flash of silver light, and a stream of warm blood gushed out. Huolong widened his eyes in disbelief, struggling to utter something with his mouth mumbling, but in the end he couldn't utter a single word. His head tilted and he died. This arrow, like a flash of lightning, shocked the heaven and earth. Likewise, it exhausted all of Chun Yun's strength. Her face turned even paler, and she slumped against the wall, holding a silver bow. She looked up at the gray-black sky, muttering to herself with a hint of hope and sadness. Emishan, is it still there? Chen Tianfang commanded the 1st Tank Battalion, driving at the fastest speed on the thick ice and snow road. 1 kilometer away from Shacking Industrial Park, dense gunfire and shouts of killing could be clearly heard. Are the gang fights in the gardens so fierce? Oh shit, there's a heavy machine gun. These bastards are so lawless. 6th Squadron, occupy the high ground 50 meters ahead. All M224 mortars. Align the coordinates with the crowd below 1,000 meters away. Free fire within 5 minutes. Chen Tianfang picked up the communicator and gave the order. 6th Squadron received. The rest of the squadron, advance at full speed and be ready to fight at any time. Receive. On the 5th floor staircase of building A, Hua, who was bloodthirsty, had just dispersed a group of female archers with a shotgun in hand. He turned around and shouted, "They're out of arrows. Everyone hurry up. Where's the dynamite? Damn it, blow up the bars. Brother Hu, we're out of explosives. Fuck. Shoot them with guns, have the cannon fodder, smash them with hammers. No matter what method you use, smash it open for me within 5 minutes." I know, Brother Tiger. Hua Hu wiped the blood off his face, licked his cracked lips, and looked downstairs. Huh, why can't I hear Big Brother's voice? But then the heavy machine gun started firing. There are still thousands of people downstairs. Damn it, I can pile up these women to death, even if I use more people. Hua Hu thought proudly. Suddenly, there was a sharp sound of breaking air in the sky. Before the crowd crowded in the open space downstairs could react, countless black spots fell from the sky. Boom! 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 Dense flames exploded from the crowd, bringing with them thick smoke and ash, overturning countless bodies. The sound of explosions, screams, and the scattered broken limbs and flesh completely stunned the crowd that had been so arrogant just a moment ago. Those who were lucky enough not to be hit by the bomb began to flee in all directions. Whoosh! Boom! A shell accurately hit the small truck carrying a heavy machine gun. A ball of fire rose up, and the heavy machine gun that was firing at the upper floors immediately went silent, and along with the fireball, it turned into a pile of scrap metal. The shells were becoming more and more dense, and the open space within a radius of 500 meters in front of the building instantly turned into a living hell. Huahu upstairs looked at all this in disbelief, swallowed hard, and a bone-chilling fear surged up. Brother dead? Who the hell is this? Such a complete lack of martial ethics. This is so abusive. We agreed to a gang fight. How can we use artillery fire? Without time to think about it, he quickly called a few confidants around him and squeezed down the stairs, preparing to retreat along the side of the building first. As for the Yun gang and other members of the Qin gang, they didn't care whether they lived or died. What mattered most was saving their own lives. The intense bombardment and explosions completely crushed the Qin gang's rampant and crazy behavior. 5 minutes later, the explosions finally stopped, but the smoke still lingered. The remaining crowd no longer cared about attacking the building and fled frantically towards the southern campus. Who is helping us? Why is there such heavy artillery fire? Could it be Future City? On the 8th floor balcony, Xiaoqing, holding a Tang sword, said in disbelief. Even in Future City, they're the only ones around here who have such strength. Chen Yin took a long breath, looked up at the sky again, and said excitedly, "You guys are finally here." Chapter 96 Kill Them All. When Qin Tianfang led his troops to the Yun gang battlefield, he saw smoke everywhere and groups of Qin gang members fleeing southward in a panic on ice and snow. Orders. The 3rd Squadron will stay behind to clean up the battlefield, and the rest of the tanks will pursue. Qin Tianfang gave the order decisively, and 180 snowmobiles drove forward quickly, crushing the remaining snow. Attention, all squadrons, shoot all enemies that appear in sight ahead. Take no prisoners. Reach the south sector as quickly as possible. Receive. As the dense fire of vehicle-mounted machine guns rang out, countless fleeing figures on the snow were shot dead. The sickle-like bullets mercilessly harvested these pitiful and hateful Doomsday criminals. Maybe a few months ago, some of them were law-abiding assembly line workers or programmers who liked to stay at home. The cruel wheel of Doomsday pushes them onto the path of evil and death, and no one can escape. Half an hour later, wherever the 1st Battalion's tanks passed, corpses were everywhere, and the blood had dyed the gray snow into patches of dark black. The more than 3,000 people who had managed to escape back to the Qin gang's main building all squeezed into this 20-story building. The Qin gang's only 200 or so guns were hanging out of the upstairs windows. In a window on the 6th floor, the last M2 heavy machine gun had its black muzzle exposed. On the top floor of the building, the 20th floor, Qin Xiao stared at the 3 rows of tanks 300 meters away with a grim expression through the specially made bulletproof glass floor-to-ceiling windows. He made a mistake. He had planned everything, but he had not expected that the Future City, which had always been very cautious and indifferent to worldly affairs, would actually send troops to intervene. Qin Xiao knew he would lose this battle without even having to fight. There was no doubt that his poor only son, as well as Huo Long and his capable subordinates, had been killed. God is so fucking unfair. Why did he arrange another drama when I was about to reach the peak of my life? Qin Xiao sighed bitterly, had the bodyguard inside open the ventilation alloy window next to him, picked up the loudspeaker on the table, and prepared to perform the last scene of his life. Brothers over there, are you from Future City? I'm Qin Xiao, leader of the Qin clan. Is there anyone who can make the decision? Let's have a chat. Qin Tianfang also turned on the car loudspeaker and responded. I'm Qin Tianfang from the 1st Brigade of the Future City Special Operations Squadron. Listen up, everyone on the other side. I'm giving you 5 minutes. Anyone with clean hands, please exit the building and gather in the open space on the right. Qin gang leader, right? There's nothing to discuss between you and me. Given what you've done, I'd be remiss if I killed you 10 times. Just wait for your trial. Qin Xiao was so angry that his hands were shaking and the corners of his mouth twitched as he continued to shout. Captain Shun, your words are meaningless. In such a chaotic world, Do you really think anyone can remain pure, unstained by blood? Just watch. Look at the 8,000 people in this building. Who dares to walk out of this door? Is there anyone among you who doesn't have blood on their hands? Ha ha ha. Qin Xiao laughed crazily, and tears came out of the corners of his eyes. In this damn apocalypse, who is still a pure and good person? For more minutes. Chen Tianfang's cold voice came out. Thousands of people in the building looked at each other. Fear and despair began to spread, but no one dared to step out of the door fearlessly. Because they all understand that who hasn't stained themselves with human blood? Even if you really haven't, the people around you won't allow you to live alone. This is despicable human nature. One more minute. Chen Tianfang's emotionless voice was like a death warrant, suffocating the thousands of people in the building. Fuck, let's fight them. There are so many of us. Let's charge out and give it a try. Let's fight. Hua Hu's rough voice echoed in the building. Yes, rather than waiting to die, it is better to fight. Fuck it, go for it. Charge. The sound of charging and fighting was deafening. Thousands of gang members who were forced into a desperate situation kept pouring out of the building, shouting, waving knives and sticks, and rushed towards the chariot team desperately. Bang, 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 da-da-da. More than 200 guns and M2 heavy machine guns in the building also spewed out flames, and bullets poured towards the tanks 300 meters away. Ice wall. Xiao Zhe, a B-level ice and snow ability user who was with the team, opened his hand and a several-meter-thick ice wall rose from the ground, blocking the incoming bullets. Ice tornado. Immediately afterwards, a wall of ice and snow wrapped with thousands of bullets rose into the air, like a thick ice dragon, roaring and rushing towards the more than 200 shooting points in the building, with such accuracy that it seemed as if it were assisted by God. There were screams of agony, and over 200 guns, including the heavy machine gun on the 6th floor, all went silent. It's my turn. I'll go upstairs and clear the area. Bai Huafei, another B-level psychic who was with the team, said with an evil smile and pulled out a black dagger. With a flash, the figure crossed 300 meters. He held the dagger in his mouth and climbed up the wall as fast as a tiger. Soon, screams were heard throughout the building. These two perverts. Chen Tianfang shook his head, picked up the communicator, and gave the order for everyone to attack. All weapons, free fire, kill them all. About 200 meters away from the Qinbang building, there is an inconspicuous power plant. At this moment, a large piece of the floor in a corner of the room was strangely turned over, and soon, 3 disheveled figures crawled out from the tunnel. Listening to the fierce gunfire and screams not far away, Qin Xiao's ashen face was expressionless. He took off the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, blew a puff of white air into the mirror, wiped them with the corner of his clothes, and then put them back on slowly. Future City, you want to kill me? It won't be that easy. As long as I'm not dead, I don't care about the flood. Qin Xiao dusted off his clothes and said to the 2 bodyguards who followed him, let's go out through the side door and evacuate the park first. I've set up a secret supply point outside, and there's also a car. When they pushed open the side door, a biting cold wind blew towards them. The 3 of them shrank their necks, bent over, and walked toward the outside of the garden. Just leave like that. Suddenly, a strange male voice sounded from their ears. The 3 of them were startled and stopped to look around. Who? Qin Xiao took out the black Type 54 pistol from his pocket and shouted in panic. Who the hell has this come out now? After saying that, he fired 2 shots at the empty surroundings. The 2 bodyguards' hands holding the pistols were already shaking. What the hell? Where is there anyone here? It's an illusion. Since you want to see me so much, I'll let you see me. As soon as he finished speaking, a handsome man in black casual clothes appeared 5 meters in front of them with a smile. Qin Xiao reacted quickly, raised his gun, and pulled the trigger repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. 3 crisp gunshots cut through the air. Qin Xiao and his 2 bodyguards witnessed the most incredible scene in their lives. 3 bullets were suspended motionlessly 3 inches away from the handsome man's face, as if they were under a spell. What the hell? The Matrix? You're Qin Xiao, right? You're quite smart, but it's useless, huh? Remember, I am Xia Yu, the Lord of Future City. Xia Yu smiled, picked up the bullets in front of his face one by one with his right hand, and flicked his fingers, and 3 fierce winds shot out. The 3 people, whose bodies were restrained by spiritual consciousness and unable to move, had a bullet hole appear in the middle of their foreheads at the same time, and bright red blood gushed out. Qin Xiao widened his eyes in fear, staring blankly at the handsome but cold man in front of him. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something. In the end, he didn't say it, and fell to the ground in the ice and snow. Xia Yu looked at the three people who fell to the ground, shook his head, and said softly, "I know what you want to say. These three words actually reflect the truth of this world. Unfair. Yes, this is how the world is. The strong prey on the weak, and the strong will die at the hands of the stronger. This is the law of the dark jungle. Unfair, but it's also fair." Xia, and the figure flashed and disappeared into the cold mist. Chapter 97. Sweeping the Southern Territory. In the first battle of the mopping up special forces, they cleared out the shacking industrial park and killed more than 16,000 criminals at the cost of 0 casualties. In this battle, the Qin gang was defeated and its leader Qin Xiao was executed. At the same time, the Yun gang and the Li gang were rescued, including the remnants of the Qin gang who did not participate in the battle, a total of more than 25,000 people. After resting on the spot for half a day, Chun Tianfang gathered all the survivors in an open space sheltered from the wind, waiting for Xia Yu's arrival. The commander of each cave-sweeping special forces team received an order before going out. Every time there are survivors in a gathering, they must notify Xia Yu immediately to come and screen them. As for how he got here, no big deal. As commanders of psychics, who doesn't know about Xia and Bian's teleportation? After a while, a gray-green python-style snow vehicle appeared in the snow and slowly drove over. Chun Tianfang hurried forward to meet him. Report, the 1st Battalion of the Acupuncture Special Forces has completed its first combat mission and is now undergoing inspection by the Commander-in-Chief. Xia Yu opened the car door and walked out. Behind him followed the beautiful and radiant Tang Yina. "Captain Chun, you've worked hard. Are all the survivors here?" "Yes, the survivors of the shacking industrial park, a total of 25,316 people, have all been assembled. Please give instructions, Commander-in-Chief." "Very good." Xia Yu glanced at the huge crowd from a distance, raised his eyebrows, and said, "I heard that the leader of the Yun gang single-handedly killed dozens of Qin gang gunmen with arrows." "Yes, Commander-in-Chief." Upon investigation, Yun gang leader Chun Yun single-handedly shot and killed 96 members of the Qin gang, including the Qin gang's crown prince, Qin Shaoxian, and their top thug, Hualong. Chun Tianfang reported excitedly that when he first learned the information, he couldn't believe it. How could such a delicate and weak woman have such amazing archery skills and ruthless methods? "Commander-in-Chief, this girl's archery skills are truly amazing. I've examined the body she shot, and every arrow went right through, either the head or the neck." TSK. "Yes, I know. Her last arrow crossed 300 meters in 1 second, broke through the carriage, and pierced the enemy's soul. This arrow almost reached the pinnacle of Qi arrows." Xia Yu smiled and nodded and said, "Go call Qinyan over here. I have something to say to her." "Yes." Chun Tianfang picked up the communicator and gave an order. A few minutes later, a tall woman with an otherworldly beauty slowly approached, followed by a petite girl, also wearing a white down jacket. "Huh." The moment she saw Chun Yun, Tang Yina let out a sigh and sighed inwardly. This woman is so beautiful and has an extraordinary temperament, especially the silver bow hanging on her waist, which adds a touch of heroic spirit to her. Tang Yina glanced at Xia Yu beside her imperceptibly and snorted. "Little guy, why is your admiration so strong?" A sense of uneasiness and crisis surged into her heart. "Are you Qinyan?" Looking at the silver bow on the tall girl's waist, Xia Yu nodded in appreciation. "Can you tell me which faction your Qi arrow technique was inherited from?" "Amei," Qinyan answered. She stared at the handsome man in front of her in surprise and was secretly shocked. How did he know that I was using the Qi arrow technique? Also, is he the future city lord? He's too young and too handsome, isn't he? Mount Amei. Hearing this, Xia Yu smiled happily, and his spiritual sense unconsciously scanned the chaotic space. In a corner of the vast gray expanse, a beautiful mountain range stretching for dozens of kilometers is quietly suspended. If this isn't Mount Amei, then what is it? "Chen Yun, I admire your Qi arrow skills. How about we make a deal? You agree to do something for me, and I'll help you fulfill a wish." Xia Yu looked at her with a smile. "Can I wish for anything?" "Yes, any wish is fine. I want to return to Mount Amei, and my master, uncles, sisters, and fellow apprentices are all alive." Chen Yun's heart moved, and he blurted out without thinking. Forehead. Xia Yu was filled with black lines in his head. This girl, is she so greedy? Are you sure this is a wish? Sister Yun, after the meteorite impact, coupled with this extreme cold and snowstorm, will manhwa still be there? Xiaoqing, who was behind Chen Yun, couldn't help but tug at her sleeve and timidly reminded her. Chen Yun's heart sank after hearing this. Yes, after experiencing such a tragic natural disaster, it is impossible for manhwa to still be there, let alone Master and the others. Sigh, why did I blurt out such an unreasonable request just now? That's fine, just as you wish. As long as you help me accomplish one thing, I will help you achieve your wish no matter what. Xia Yu looked at her a few more times with admiration. No wonder she had mastered the art of Qi arrow at such a young age. Not everyone can possess such a pure heart. Really? You didn't lie to me? Chen Yun was shocked and confused, but for some reason, there was always a glimmer of hope in her heart. As God is my witness, this is no joke, Xia Yu said firmly. Okay, I promise you. What do you want me to help you with? Chen Yun put away his doubts and said solemnly, I want you to form a 500-member female supernatural archery team within 2 months. Xia Yu said seriously. On April 26, 2033, the small world welcomed its 5th batch of new immigrants. After a brief period of shock and surprise, more than 23,000 qualified shacking survivors began their dreamlike and happy life. The small world space was filled with vitality and spiritual energy. In the distant eastern sky, a blurry sun and moon alternated between day and night. Chen Yun accepted the task of forming a female supernatural archery team. The team members will first be selected from the original Yun gang. The insufficient vacancies will be supplemented by screening from other female survivors. Xia Yu also asked Tang Yina to participate in the selection of personnel this time. With her increasingly powerful mind-reading ability, it would not be a problem to screen out a group of women with good character and high loyalty. Chen Yun and Tang Yina, 2 equally beautiful and outstanding women, got to know each other and quickly started selecting team members. Xia Yu was happy to have some free time, and he would spend most of his time in the command center of the God War team, watching Wu Yifeng and Zhao Jun busy summarizing the latest battle situation of the 25 Special Forces teams. As expected, with the precise positioning and detailed intelligence from the top secret files, 25 Special Forces teams swept through the area. With powerful combat capability and ruthless style, it took only 1.5 months to basically eliminate all the survivors in the southern border. In this round of mopping up, the Special Forces eliminated and incorporated 189 survivor forces at the cost of 166 casualties. More than 230,000 enemies were killed, and 3.15 million survivors were reorganized, of which 2.98 million were qualified after screening and entered the small world. The small world has ushered in an unprecedented population explosion, and its vibrant development has also received a strong boost. Due to the surge in faith, 2 purple dragons appeared on the top of the small world tree, and the faint purple air spreading outward covered an area of hundreds of miles. Under the purple air, countless pilgrims were perfectly cleansed both physically and spiritually. A group of new humans who are at least 1 level ahead of Blue Star has been born. The expansion of the God War team to 100,000 people has also been basically completed. In order to make management easier, under Xia Yu's suggestion, the God Squad was officially upgraded and divided into 2 armies. God fights an army. Commander Cao Yunya. Deputy Army Commanders. Haizi, also commander of the 1st Division. Huilang, also commander of the 2nd Division. Main equipment, Northern Bear Country weapons. The 2nd Army of Gods. Army Commander, Su Songhai. Deputy Army Commanders, Chun Tianfang, concurrently commander of the 3rd Division. Sun Fa, concurrently commander of the 4th Division. Main equipment, American and European weapons. The 2 armies each command. There are 30 snowmobile battalions, 5 howitzer battalions, 3 rocket artillery battalions, 3 anti-aircraft artillery battalions, 1 missile artillery battalion, 2 tank armored brigades, 5 armed helicopter battalions, 2 flight battalions, 3 special operations battalions, and 1 special operations team. The Women's Supernatural Archery Team, which has not yet been fully formed, is independent of the Divine War Army and is directly under the command of Xia Yu, with Chen Yun as the team leader. June 12, 2033, Wei City, Shandong Province, China. The desolate and vast sea is covered with thick ice. On the endless gray-white ice surface, there were groups of survivors digging the ice with shovels, trying to dig holes in the ice and harvest some frozen sea fish. At some point, someone accidentally looked up at the sea level in the distance, and a group of black amphibious armored vehicles suddenly appeared at the end of the sight. The sky above the armored group was densely packed with nearly 200 black dots, and a buzzing sound could be heard from afar. "Everyone, look, what is that?" Someone screamed and pointed at the dark shadow that was getting closer and closer. "They're armored vehicles and helicopters. How could there be armored vehicles on the sea ice? That's not right. Why is the logo on the car so weird? You can see it from this far away." "Of course. What do you mean by that? Look, old Lou. Back in the army, I was a top-notch sharpshooter. Just blow it. Why would I lie to you?" "Huh? What's the matter, Lao Lu?" "Oh no, it's the sun symbol. Armored vehicles and helicopters. Everyone run." The panicked crowd realized that danger was approaching. They ran towards the shore, but the slippery ice limited their running speed. Many people screamed and kept slipping. A group of armored vehicles were visible in the distance, emitting bursts of white smoke. Amidst the roar, artillery shells whizzed towards the panicked crowd. Wabaway City was attacked. Chapter 98 Island Country Sneak Attack. 36-year-old Yoshino is the youngest division-level commander in the island nation in recent years. 3 days ago, his 03 Armor Division received a secret order. Combined with the H-64D Apache attack helicopters of the 1st Aviation Brigade, they would raid the city of Wei. The journey across the sea ice was smooth, and with the support of new stealth camouflage technology, they perfectly evaded detection by Chinese satellites. Less than 2 kilometers ahead is the land where our ancestors once gloriously set foot. Unable to contain the pride and excitement that welled up in his blood, Yoshino gave the order to attack. Orders: 1st and 2nd rows of tanks, fire to cover the front landing area. The order was for the 1st, 3rd, and 4th armed helicopter columns to advance 30 kilometers respectively and conduct reconnaissance in the east, west, and south directions. All columns, full speed ahead, landing in Wei City. The whistling shells exploded in the ice and snow on the coast, and balls of terrifying flames instantly engulfed the panicked, fleeing crowd. In less than 5 minutes, the vast coastline was filled with smoke and body parts, with no living person left. 3 Apache armed direct columns buzzed across the coastline and quickly penetrated in 3 directions. The Stinger air-to-air missiles and TOW heavy anti-tank missiles hanging on the gray-green fuselage are clearly visible. The fully armed 20mm caliber 3-barrel Gatling gun and 70mm rocket launcher make each Apache full of dominance and deterrence. Soon, 385 Mitsubishi STC-90 main battle tanks and 600 AMBXB armor personnel carriers drove onto the coast still filled with smoke. Kunlun Underground Base, Joint Operations Command Center. The black-haired No. 1 leader stared at the large tactical screen in front of him with a serious expression. Reporting to Commander No. 1, according to the intelligence sent back by our satellite 35 minutes ago, the northern section of Wei City's coastline No. 3 was attacked by a reinforced armored division and a fully staffed armed helicopter brigade from the island nation. 10 minutes ago, the island nation's landing force occupied Wei City Base No. 6. Our casualties are unknown. After listening to the report, the No. 1 leader nodded, turned to face a group of elderly people wearing general uniforms or Mao suits, and asked coldly, "Let's talk about it. How should we deal with this matter?" "Fuck. Is there any need to explain? Of course we'll fight. The little trouble has come knocking on our door. Do we still need to be polite?" Admiral Liu, with gray hair but full of energy, spoke loudly. "I think we should first inform the Prime Minister of the island nation and clarify the situation before deciding on the next course of action. Also, we need to quickly clarify our losses in Wei City." Nia Jianyuan, whose hair had turned completely white, spoke calmly. "Old Nia, how can you tolerate this? In my opinion, what's the point of notifying? Just get started." Admiral Liu, who had a hot temper, was so angry that he almost jumped up. The No. 1 commander was silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and ordered. "Satellite phone line, connecting to the Prime Minister of the island nation. Order the Wuzhua Mountain Underground Base in Shandong Province to immediately send out a reconnaissance force to find out the situation in Wei City as soon as possible. Order the Rocket Force's No. 2 missile base to enter combat mode and prepare for missile launch." Half an hour later, in the office of Chief No. 1, Old Su considerately brewed a thermos of Longjing tea and handed it to Chief No. 1. "Have some tea and calm down. What did the Prime Minister of the island nation say?" No. 1 picked up the thermos cup, took a sip, and shook his head. That old fox, Kono, is very cunning. He shifted all the blame onto the military, claiming he knew nothing about it, and promising to investigate the situation as soon as possible. I just can't understand this trick they use to make a living. This island nation sends an armored division and an armed helicopter brigade, and they want to occupy China? Do they get kicked in the head by a donkey? Old Sue asked in confusion. Try to find out. This isn't just an island country. The Americans are also involved. Oh, now I understand. These Americans really don't want to stop. It's the end of the world, and they're still causing so much trouble. Old Sue, please help me contact Future City. I want to talk to Xia Yu. Guancheng Cave Bunker, the command center of the Divine War Army. After Xia Yu heard what Chief Number 1 had said, he calmly asked, Commander, what do you want me to do? Xia Yu, as a major country, every move we make is extremely sensitive. This is a vicious invasion, and we in China must fight back no matter what. But according to intelligence, there are still 80,000 survivors in base number 6 in Wei City who are occupied and taken as hostages, so we have to be cautious. An hour later, I will order Wuzuoshan to send an armored division and 3 armed helicopter squadrons to approach 100 kilometers outside Weihai for deterrence. In your expedition plan, wouldn't it be a good opportunity to seize this rare opportunity? Hearing this, Xia Yu's mouth curled up slightly. Damn, as expected, the old ones are still the wisest. This plan of killing someone with a borrowed knife is so smooth. However, Xia Yu likes making this knife. Don't worry, Commander. I know what to do. Then I'll leave it to you. The call was disconnected. Xia Yu let out a long sigh, as if to vent out some of the pent-up emotions deep in his soul. It's been a peaceful life. It's time to settle the accounts. Wei City, Survivor Base Number 6. Yoshino stood on the top floor of the tallest building in the base, overlooking the desolate ruins that stretched for dozens of miles around. In the disaster of meteorite impact, this building complex hidden on the side of the mountain luckily escaped the disaster. In the following months, thanks to its advantageous location and abundant material resources, it gradually became the largest Doomsday shelter in Wei City. Yoshino was very proud. These more than 80,000 Chinese refugees were the best hostages for them to gain a foothold in Weihai. Given the Chinese government's traditional style, they would not choose to attack without regard for these lives. Therefore, his troops are absolutely safe here. As long as they control these hostages and continue to collect supplies, this rare landing base will be stabilized. Commander Yoshino, the military is calling. Red. E. Army Headquarters orders Commander Yoshino Sosuke of the 03 RD Armor Division to make full use of the Chinese hostages and securely hold Wei City Base Number 6, awaiting further support. Wu Jingyu, who is only 18 years old, stared blankly at the rows of gray-green Type 90 tanks outside the window. As a military fan since childhood, he certainly knew which country these big guys belonged to. The lights, singing, and dancing in the prosperous times made the cheerful and carefree Wu Jingyu feel that it was impossible for him to experience real disasters and wars except in the game scenes. But catastrophe a few months ago completely shattered his outlook on life. Unfortunately, he became an orphan, put away all his good wishes, and lived an extremely humble life. Sometimes, when he was so hungry that he couldn't bear it anymore, he would even crawl into the garbage dump at the base and search for some meager food scraps in the snow and ice. Is this dark and miserable day happening in a virtual Doomsday game? Yes, that must be the case. My current status is just a setting in the game character. Perhaps, if I work hard to level up, I can change it. Thinking of this, Wu Jingyu's dull eyes lit up with excitement. What's the character's upgrade mission? Blow up these Type 90 tanks? Or take out all the Apache helicopters in the dark? Well, in the game, I can be invincible, but I have to find a way to use my ultimate move. Damn you little days, just clean your necks and wait. Chapter 99 Wu Jingyu's first kill. At night, at base number 6 at the foot of the mountain, the only sounds left were the continuous sweeping searchlights and the sound of patrol teams stepping on the snow. From time to time, the faint humming sound of unmanned reconnaissance aircraft could be heard in the pitch-black night sky. At this moment, the survivors of Wei City, exhausted from a whole day, reluctantly fell asleep with hunger. Perhaps in their dreams, they could still encounter the various delicious foods of the past. During the day, the 80,000 survivors of the base would go to various corners of the city in batches to scavenge under the supervision of the army. or go to the seaside to dig ice to look for frozen fish. All the harvest must be handed over and then exchanged for a little water and food. Anyone who is a little slow will be beaten by the island soldiers or even shot in the head with an inhumane bullet. This armored division under Yoshino's leadership has inherited a quirk from top to bottom. They enjoy headshotting enemies and the weak. Headshot, experiencing the excitement of the game in reality. Tanks and armored vehicles were neatly arranged on the west side of the base square in the night. In the center of the square, nearly 200 Apache attack helicopters occasionally revealed their true appearance under the dense searchlights. In the dead of night, a thin figure suddenly emerged from under a gray-green armored personnel carrier. Wu Jingyu had been lurking in the snow beneath the armored vehicle for nearly 6 hours. He rubbed his frozen hands and feet, staring at the rows of tall, dark tanks in the distance, and whispered to himself, "Shit, how can I destroy a tank without any equipment? You're not going to let me take the equipment empty-handed, are you? RPG, C4, grenade, oil barrel. At least give me one, right?" After saying that, he straightened his slightly thin body and walked towards the tank group without fear. 8 blazing searchlights swept back and forth across the square. Wu Jingyu walked among the cars with his back bent, cleverly dodging the light. After a while, he sneaked to the side of a tank. Looking at the heavy body of the Type 90 tank and its mighty main gun, he couldn't help but touch it. The hardness and coldness he felt made Wu Jingyu sigh helplessly. Have I lost my mind today? Running into all this heavy firepower with my bare hands. Is that a sign of my low IQ? The cruelty of reality made him stubbornly want to escape, even if it was meaningless to wander on the edge of fantasy. But what's the point of all this? Oh, my life is such a failure. Wu Jingyu sighed inwardly and sat down limply on the snow. Feeling the biting coldness on his buttocks, he woke up in an instant. Damn, I have to go back quickly, otherwise if Xiao Rizi catches me, I will definitely be shot in the head. Just as he was about to get up and sneak back to his residence. You don't want to actually blow up this tank? A strange and cold male voice sounded in his ears, and Wu Jingyu jumped up immediately in fright. Who are you? You don't even know who I am. I just want to ask you, do you dare to blow up a tank? As soon as he finished speaking, a dark shadow emerged in the air 3 meters away from Wu Jingyu. In the residual light of the searchlight, he could see that it was a young and handsome man. In such a cold weather outside, he was only wearing a black casual suit, but he didn't feel cold at all. Do you know what it takes to blow up a tank? The man in black asked with a smile. I know. RPGs, C4S, grenades, oil drums, all of these will work. Huh. You learned this in a game, right? Not bad, but I don't think you can use a bazooka. And the C4, it's too powerful. Kids shouldn't play with it. And what the hell is a gas barrel? That's so outdated, isn't it? Wu Jingyu rolled his eyes and said, Brother, you rejected them all. Now the only thing left is the grenade. As for grenades, they can blow up people, but can they blow up tanks? This power is not that great, right? Boy, don't underestimate grenades. If used properly, they can blow up heavy tanks. Don't believe me? Let me show you right away. Xia Yu said as he took out 2 thick dark green, cylindrical tubes. When Wu Jingyu saw it, his eyes widened. Holy crap, the American SOHG grenade? This is the king of grenades. Where did you get it, big brother? Are you satisfied? Do you dare to explode? Xia Yu shook the 2 super grenades in his hand and said with a smile. Of course. Tell me, how should we blow it up? Should we blow up this one first? Wu Jingyu returned to his previous obsessive gaming state, not even considering how to escape after the tank exploded. Don't worry, let's add some more food. Xia Yu's mind moved, and a group of soldiers who were on patrol in the distance were moved to the snow in front of the tank with a bang. This strange scene scared Wu Jingyu directly. Fuck, spiritual teleportation? Brother, you're so awesome, aren't you? 7 confused patrol soldiers stood blankly in front of the tank, unable to move or speak, and boundless fear enveloped them. Is this dish okay? Xia Yu chuckled, handed 2 large grenades to Wu Jingyu, and said, Go ahead and get your first kill. Wu Jingyu nodded vigorously, took the grenade solemnly, and took a deep breath towards the cold night sky. Quickly, he gritted his teeth and pulled off the safety rings of 2 SOHG grenades at the same time. One was thrown under the tank, and the other rolled right to the feet of the patrolmen who looked like statues. Run! Wu Jingyu turned around and ran, but strangely, the step he took was so outrageous that he actually jumped directly into the air above the base. Huh, how did I end up in midair? A superpower? Teleportation? Bro, you're awesome. You can even do that? Wu Jingyu glanced at Xia Yu, who had a calm expression beside him. The man in black, standing in the air in the darkness, looked even more mysterious. Boom! Boom! At the base below, two balls of blazing flames shot up into the sky, and two deafening explosions completely awakened the island nation's army's defense system. Suddenly, a shrill alarm sounded. Groups of neatly dressed soldiers quickly gathered at their respective defensive posts. Two other teams of over 100 soldiers, armed with weapons and fire extinguishers, rushed towards the explosion and fire. The armor division of Xiao Rizi has good reaction ability. It's quite elite. It's a pity that the more elite they are, the more they should be eliminated. Xia Yu in the night sky smiled with his hands behind his back. His contemptuous tone made Wu Jingyu beside him inexplicably excited. Damn, God, I actually completed the first kill in real life, which feels much better than the game. Could it be that the great God is going to wipe out all these little people? This is nearly 1,000 tanks and armored vehicles, 200 armed helicopters, and nearly 10,000 troops. No, what about the Chinese survivors below? Don't worry, I have transferred all the survivors to a safe place. As if guessing Wu Jingyu's thoughts, Xia Yu patted the child's shoulder in midair and said, "Next, let us show you what hellfire is." Xia Yu flashed and instantly appeared in the sky 15 kilometers away with Wu Jingyu. Looking at Xia Yu standing against the wind, the 18-year-old Wu Jingyu had forgotten to be amazed. Tonight, this man had shocked him too much. Dongfeng, 16, complete your mission. As Xia Yubing's voice rang out, 25 blazing flames suddenly appeared in the dark night sky ahead. With a whistling sound of destruction, 25 Dongfeng, 16 missiles released from Xia and space crashed into the flickering lights of base number 6 at a terrifying speed of Mach 8. Yoshino buttoned the last button of his uniform and picked up the saber on the table. He walked to the window and stared at the fire downstairs with a grim face. Someone actually set off an explosion in the heart of his own army. This was an unprecedented humiliation for the young and energetic Yoshino Sosuke. He must find out the culprit and tear him into pieces. Damn Chinese, they're always doing sneaky things. If you have the guts, just fight me fairly, ah? Yoshino's thoughts were interrupted by the sudden appearance of a missile's tail flame above the base. What is this? A missile? Are the Chinese crazy? The base is still holding 80,000 Chinese survivors hostage, and they dare. The sudden swarm of missiles that descended overhead caused the soldiers at the base to scream, and chaos ensued. No one had time to react effectively because the DF-16, in sprint mode, broke through too quickly. Baguia Road. Yoshino only had time to curse. The terrifying missile swarm crashed into the earth. In the last moments of his life, Yoshino saw the huge base disappear in a series of huge flames. Of course, including himself. High in the sky, Wu Jingyu stared blankly at the flames rising into the sky in the distance, dyeing half of the night sky red. An extremely huge mushroom cloud rolled straight into the sky. 25 Dongfeng, 16 missiles exploded simultaneously, raising the entire number 6 base to the ground, reducing all the people and weapons inside to ashes. The shaking of the earth lasted for more than 3 minutes before slowly subsiding. In the night sky, the clouds dyed red by the flames, and the smoke from the explosions were reluctant to dissipate for a long time, as if they wanted to stay a little longer to appreciate this apocalyptic feat. That night, the Island Nation 03 RD Armor Division and the 1st Apache Helicopter Aviation Brigade were completely wiped out, leaving no one alive. Chapter 100 Nuclear Peace Island Nation. For 1,000 words, congratulations. Prime Minister, the military is called. The 03 RD Armor Division and the 1st Apache Helicopter Aviation Brigade were completely wiped out at Base 6 in Huagua City early this morning. This is satellite surveillance video forwarded by the U.S. alliance. Yoshino Koen and his companions died tragically. Damn it, has China gone crazy? They don't even care about the lives of their own people. Contact the American alliance immediately. We're going to discredit them. The nearly 70-year-old Prime Minister of the island nation, Kono Yoda, angrily swept the documents on his desk to the ground and roared. Also, have Kina come to the Prime Minister's office immediately. Our origami nuclear weapons program must be launched immediately. Kunlun, underground base. The number 1 leader silently looked at the screen, which showed the explosion scene of base number 6, captured by the satellite. The blazing flames and mushroom cloud rising into the sky aroused the passion that had been deposited in his heart for a long time. This incomparably pure feeling of excitement had also been experienced when I was young, but as I grew older and gained more status, it had been slowly suppressed and eroded. Old Sue, it's great to be young. At least they dare to do it. But we are old and have too much to bear. Leader number 1 turned off the video, shook his head, and sighed. Sitting next to him, the gray-haired old Sue also sighed softly. Yeah, in this situation, only Xia and this kid dare to do this. We are not as brave and courageous as them. That's because this guy has a powerful trump card. Of course, he's fearless. By the way, old Sue, guess what Xia and this kid will do next? I can't guess. Given his personality, he probably won't just let it go. You also said that this is such a good opportunity given to him. Whether he can seize it depends on his courage and ability. Ding-ling-ling. The red intercom phone on the table rang, and old Sue picked it up. Report to the chief, future Chung Xia, and the incoming call. Do you want to take it? Oh, Xia Yu? Take it. Yes. Old Sue winked at the number 1 leader on the sofa and said with a smile, would you like to listen to Xia Yu's call? We may not have to guess what he will do next. Then let's listen and see what this daring fellow is up to. The number 1 commander stood up, walked to the phone, and took the red receiver. Hello, I'm number 1. Hello, Chief. I am Xia Yu. Xia Yu, there's been quite a lot of commotion at your Wei City base number 6. What's wrong? Are you still not satisfied? Is it a big noise? I don't think so. Who cares if we set off a few firecrackers in our own home? The problem is that Xiaozi and the Americans don't think so. Besides, outsiders will think we are cruel and ruthless, even bombing our own people. It's better to let them misunderstand, so that they don't always think that Huaguarini is easy to bully. Please rest assured, Chief, I have settled the more than 80,000 survivors. I still believe you're capable of this. If you can even steal Lake Baikal, what's the big deal about moving a mere 80,000 people? Xia Yu on the other end of the phone had a gloomy face and thought, how can you say something without any evidence? Commander, I'm calling because I have something to tell you. Upon hearing this, the number 1 leader straightened his expression and asked solemnly, tell me, what's the matter? In 1 hour, Future City will borrow China's military satellite global positioning system for 30 minutes. The number 1 leader's expression was stern, and he said in a deep voice, what are you going to do? Nuclearize the island nation. Hiss. The number 1 commander seemed to hear a gasp from deep within his own soul. He was silent for a long time before he asked with difficulty, have you thought it through? That's very well thought out. Xia Yu, do you understand the consequences of doing this? China has promised the world that it will never use nuclear weapons first. Chief, we only represent Future City. Moreover, we have been showing kindness for too long. It's time to let others see our ruthlessness. In prosperous times, we still wore shoes and had some concerns. Now, in the end times, everyone is barefoot. Do we still need to worry so much? The key is that this move concerns the safety of humanity. Regarding the Antarctic anomaly, I previously asked Lao Jiang to bring you information. Believe me, we really don't have much time left. Xia Yu finished speaking. There was silence on the other end of the phone for almost a minute. The heavy atmosphere made people feel invisible depression. Okay, Xia Yu, in 1 hour, we will open the satellite global positioning system to Future City. Just 30 minutes. Thank you, Chief. Also, Xia Yu, if I don't agree to this, are you planning to hack into our satellite system? Well, I have to inform you. After all, this is a historic event, so why should our satellite system be involved, right? Besides, your name, Commander, may also go down in history. Don't give me that. Okay, I'm hanging up. Okay, Commander, you can watch the live satellite broadcast in 1 hour. Number 1 shook his head, put down the phone with a wry smile, and said, damn, isn't Xia Yu too bold? But why was he also feeling a bit uncontrollably excited? 3 o'clock in the afternoon on June 15th, 2033, on the surface of Future City. The 2 missile artillery battalions of the Divine War Army, which had been preparing for most of the day, received a supreme order, and more than 3,000 people immediately entered the tense launch procedure. The busy atmosphere gives people a depressing feeling as if a storm is about to come. 40 dark green heavy-duty intercontinental missile launch vehicles slowly drove out from the bunker at Guangzhou Rock Peak. The 16-wheeled heavy-duty launch trucks dug deep ruts into the ice and snow. Each of the 20.9-meter-long Yars intercontinental ballistic missiles exudes a suffocating aura of deterrence. The RS, 24 yards intercontinental ballistic missile was purchased from the Northern Bear country for 0 yuan. Composite guidance, satellite guidance plus inertial guidance. Launch weight, 49 tons. Nuclear equivalent, 2.5 million tons of TNT. Maximum range, 11,000 kilometers. Maximum speed, Mach 10, 3.4 kilometers per second. Hit error, 150 meters. Effective killing area, 300 square kilometers. At 3:35 p.m., the launch procedures for 40 missiles were all ready. At the missile launch site on the mountainside, one domineering intercontinental ballistic missile after another pointed directly at the gray sky. All the detailed data of the 40 nuclear attack targets on the island country 3,000 kilometers away have been entered into the launch system and linked to China's military satellite global positioning network in real time. Soon, a rain of missiles will cross the sky, reach that narrow strip of land, and plant dozens of giant mushrooms. Brother Feng, are you nervous? At the highest peak of Guanchong Lava, a group of high-ranking officers of the God War Army stood in front of the huge Aegis radar, looking at the rows of thick and long intercontinental missiles standing on edge at the launch site below the mountain. Damn, aren't you nervous, Wolfhead? I can hear your heart pounding from a distance. Okay. Wu Yifeng, who was smoking a cigar to relieve his tension, answered. At this historic moment, no one isn't nervous. You can ask Haizi and Huilang. Have they slept a wink since the preparations began? I'm sure they were so excited that they even forgot their parents' last names. Huh, Zhao Jun said with a smile, glancing at his two brothers who were craning their necks beside him. We are willing. How many times can a person encounter such a thing in their lifetime? Not to mention losing a single sleep, we would be willing to lose 10 years of our life for such a feat. Kuriko's dark face flushed, and he said, Commander-in-Chief, are we ready to launch? Xia Yu smiled and picked up the communicator. Missile Battalion 1 and 2, report launch procedure preparations. Report, the intercontinental missile launch procedures have been completed and can be launched at any time. Okay, Command, 1-minute countdown launch. Receive. A minute later, 40 plumes of thick smoke billowed up simultaneously on a vast snowfield. Amidst the rumbling sound, 40 thick, dark green Yars intercontinental ballistic missiles, dragging long tail flames, soared into the sky and pierced the gray sky. 15 minutes later, they will descend upon the land 3,000 kilometers away with the power of world destruction, razing everything on the ground. At the same time, the satellite and radar early warning systems of the Northern Bear country and the United States also captured the signals of this wave of missile launches. The Northern Bear country, 2,000 meters underground in the Arctic ice field. In the presidential office in the underground city, a rapid phone ring rang. Putin, who was leaning on the boss chair with his eyes closed, frowned and picked up the phone. Hello. Oh no, Mr. President. Half a minute ago, Future City in southern China launched 40 intercontinental missiles. Target, island country. Oh, Huawei is crazy. No, Mr. President. Nuclear radiation monitoring has confirmed that all 40 missiles carry nuclear warheads, each with a yield of at least 2.5 megatons. Fuck, this is crazy, really crazy. Putin jumped out of his seat in fright. Besides, fuck, what else is there? Can you tell me all at once? Putin cursed with a dark face. And, Mr. President, based on analysis of satellite monitoring data, there's a 99.9% chance that these 40 missiles are the missing RS, 24 Yars intercontinental ballistic missiles. What did you say? Our missiles? China, Future City, damn. This damn thief, I finally found you. My Lake Baikal. Please turn on the satellite image of the island nation on the big screen, and I will come right over. Yes, Mr. President. East coast of North America, underground city cluster. President Dedis nearly had a heart attack upon receiving the news that China had launched an intercontinental missile. Mr. President, it has been confirmed that the target of this missile attack is our loyal ally, the island nation, and all the missiles are equipped with nuclear warheads. God, are they crazy? Have they informed the island nation? We already notified you half a minute ago. Please tell me, can they intercept it? It's difficult. It's the RS-24 intercontinental ballistic missile from the Northern Bear Nation. Its breakthrough speed has exceeded Mach 10. God, convene a joint meeting immediately. Get the Secretary of Defense here and immediately initiate the nuclear attack preparation procedures. Quick! An island country with a long city. The once bustling street scene has been reduced to ruins by the apocalyptic meteorite. The barren land was covered with a thick layer of ice and snow. 40-year-old Yamamoto Hideki led 20 survivors in searching through the rubble of the city. After nearly 8 hours, they finally found a pitiful half-box of instant noodles. 5 minutes ago, they met 2 ragged young women in an underground passage. He just flashed his samurai sword and took turns having fun with them easily until the 2 women were dying. Then he left with a laugh. The wasteland of apocalypse has lost its civilization and order. Apart from the unbearable threat of hunger, Yamamoto actually enjoys this lawless and indulgent life. Thinking back to my past self, I was submissive to my superiors in the office, but polite and friendly to my colleagues. Yamamoto is sometimes very confused. Which one is the truest self? Brother, it's getting dark. Do we still want to go forward? It will take us 3 hours to get back. A younger brother behind him reminded him. Yamamoto stopped and squinted his eyes at the gray sky. It was not even 4 o'clock, but the sky was already getting dark. At night, the cold wind was so cold that it was unbearable. It's getting dark, let's go back. Yamamoto rubbed his frozen hands and looked at the thick lead-colored clouds. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he saw a black dot coming out of the clouds. Huh, what's that? When I checked again, the black shadow had grown larger and was descending straight down at an astonishing speed. A blazing tail flame could be vaguely seen. Oh shit, it's a missile, find cover. Yamamoto suddenly came to his senses, turned around, and ran. He remembered that the underground passage where he had just discovered the 2 women was not far away. Seeing Yamamoto's panicked expression, the others finally discovered the black shadow falling from the sky, and the long tail flame was visible to the naked eye. It's a missile, everyone run. Everyone turned around and ran, but the messy brick walls and thick snow hindered their speed. In the panic, they heard a sharp whistling sound. Yamamoto tripped over a concrete slab and felt a sharp pain, which made him extremely clear-headed. He rolled over and lay on the snow, looking up at the sky above his head. He watched in horror as the blurry black shadow exploded 500 meters in the air. A huge, dazzling white light flashed, and Yamamoto could no longer see anything. He felt endless darkness and fear, and a high temperature and gusts of air stung his skin. He knew with despair that in the next second, he would turn into tiny dust and completely disappear from this world. In the last second of his life, Yamamoto remembered a documentary he had watched 2 years ago. The film describes how the city he was standing on experienced a horrific nuclear explosion more than 80 years ago. In the picture, the big guy called Fat also exploded in midair. Following the blazing white light, a massive shockwave raged in all directions, like the boundless flames of hell, engulfing everything on the surface with billowing smoke and dust. More than 80 years later, cruel fate has struck again. P.S. Chapter 100 is commemorated with a 4,000-word chapter. For island nations, nuclear peace is just the beginning. Chapter 101 Chapter 101 Expedition First Battle. Guanchong Bunker, the command center of the Divine War Army. In the spacious combat conference room, dozens of high-ranking officials of the God War Army stared intently at the large screen in front of them. Live footage from China's low-orbit satellite surveillance. 4:03 p.m. China time. The narrow island country, like a grayish-white silkworm, flashed 40 dazzling white lights almost at the same time. The huge shock wave instantly flattened the surface within 300 kilometers around each ball of white light. Deep red, blazing flames rolled forward amidst the thick smoke, evaporating everything in its path in a gas. From head to tail of the grayish-white silkworm, 40 terrifying huge mushroom clouds rose. All the surface survivor bases and military fortresses on the island nation, marked by top-secret files, were razed to the ground in the blink of an eye. The area hundreds of kilometers around the explosion point instantly became an absolute no-man's land. Above 20 meters underground, no living creature could escape the disaster. It's fucking spectacular. Heisey, who was already trembling with excitement, uttered a sentence. Yeah, Heisey, tell me, after this wave of nuclear explosions, will the ground on Xia Yu still be habitable? The gray wolf licked his lips and said in a mean way, not even rats can survive here, let alone people. Damn, this is so satisfying. Does this count as the first battle of the expedition? Heisey scratched his head and asked naively. We didn't go there, so it doesn't count. Zhao Jun curled his lips and said, These two guys are still thinking about the proposal of a comfortable life in the first battle of the expedition. The first battle is a small day, and it has become a reality. Xia Yu, who had been watching the big screen quietly and remained silent, said, "The gods will fight one army, and the Zhao army will obey the orders." Arrive. Zhao Jun puffed out his chest and answered loudly, "Your army is ordered to reformulate its expeditionary combat plan within 48 hours. The first target, an island nation. Receive." This time, not only the Zhao army, but all the senior commanders of the First Army, including Haizi and Huilang, stood at attention and responded loudly with majestic momentum. This made Su Canghai and the other commanders of the Second Army envious and jealous. Damn, how could such a great job be snatched away by the First Army? Looking at the people of the Second Army who were looking at him eagerly, Xia Yu smiled bitterly and said soothingly, "Don't even think about relaxing, Second Army. If this island nation makes a move, the US, Europe, and even the Northern Bear Country will probably not stop either. You'll have a battle to fight, so prepare for it." Yes. After everyone had left, the slightly thin Wu Jingyu timidly revealed his figure in an inconspicuous corner of the conference room. The scene just now shocked him greatly. It should be said that the impact that Xia Yu brought to him in the past few days was too huge. In his 18 years of life, no matter how exciting and fun the game was, it had never made him so excited. As a man, being able to live like this can truly mean that your life is worthwhile. You want to join them? Xia Yu's calm voice sounded. Think. Wu Jingyu nodded desperately. But you are too weak. I can become stronger. Xia Yu looked at his still somewhat childish face, shook his head, and said with a smile, "Originally, you could have chosen a peaceful and carefree life, but you chose to fight in troubled times. Don't regret it." "I won't regret it." "Okay then, I'll have someone take you there. Let's get stronger as soon as possible." "No." The rise of the mushroom cloud of the island nation 40 shook the Earth's crust and shocked the entire blue planet. The Northern Bear Country immediately expressed its concern and severely condemned the theft in Future City. Before the end of the world, 200 RS, 24 YARS, intercontinental ballistic missiles, nuclear weapons, countless strategic resources, and the disappearance of Lake Baikal. Future City, or Xia Yu, is the culprit. This time, you finally revealed the truth, right? You're not going to hide it anymore. As a result, all the surviving national forces on Blue Star also flocked to condemn the banditry of Future City. Which country did not suffer heavy losses in the 2 waves of $0 purchases before the end of the world? The Chinese government's attitude towards this issue is the most intriguing, with only a brief and insignificant statement. After investigation, all actions and events involving Future City are private and have nothing to do with the Chinese government. This is hereby declared. Shit, does that mean Future City was considered a temporary employee, and now he's fired? Damn, this level of blame shifting is really good. The Americans, who should have been furious, strangely did not make any statement, but only let the military satellites of several major countries accidentally detect. The more than 10 secret Minuteman, 3 intercontinental missile silos it has deployed on the West Coast have been put into a state of being ready to launch at any time. Lock on the target, Future City. For a moment, the atmosphere on Blue Star was solemn and full of panic. In the past 2 days, Future City has turned a deaf ear to all reactions from the outside world. The First Army of the Divine War was intensively preparing for landing on the island nation, and they only had a short 48 hours to prepare. In order to cope with this temporary change, the expedition plan was also readjusted. The original plan of the first battle in Southeast Asia was changed to an island country. Faced with the fierce reactions from countries on the Blue Planet, especially the naked nuclear threat from the United States, the Second Army, as a reserve fire brigade, is under increasing pressure. June 18, 2033, 3 o'clock in the morning. While most of the surviving forces on Blue Planet were still immersed in the nuclear explosion on the island country 2 days ago, or dreaming of a prosperous era in their sleep, in a distant eastern country, an armed force of 50,000 people is ready to go. The island nation's prime minister Yoda Kono, who has sparse hair and is almost half bald, sits woodenly in his elegantly decorated basement apartment with his nearly 70-year-old body. The clock on the wall pointed to 3 o'clock in the morning, but the Chiwa Mountain underground city base was still crowded with people. The disaster that befell 2 days ago had little impact on the Chiwa Mountain base, which was 2,000 meters underground. But after all, the entire island nation was razed to the ground by nuclear weapons, and Xiaoshu suffered huge losses in both material and reputation. A few days ago, he had just asked the strategic interior minister Kentai to secretly launch the origami nuclear weapons plan that had been prepared for more than 60 years. Before it could shock the world, he was hit hard by someone. This breath is so fucking hard to swallow. Thinking of what made him angry, Kono picked up a teacup on the table and smashed it hard to the ground. The guard who heard the unusual noise pushed the door open hastily and found that only a teacup was broken. He breathed a sigh of relief and squatted down silently to pick up the tea leaves and glass on the ground. This is the 5th teacup the Prime Minister has broken in 2 days. The guard was lost in thought when the red alarm light by the door suddenly flashed, and a piercing alarm blared throughout the entire underground base. Enemy attack. The guard's first reaction was to close the room's blast door, walk up to the Prime Minister, draw his pistol, and contact the security team outside. In less than a minute, a team of 10 elite guards came in with guns and live ammunition. Among the guards was an obese 60-year-old man who was sweating profusely. Harada-kun, what's going on? Kono asked anxiously. Prime Minister, 2 minutes ago, Area B of the underground city was suddenly attacked by a large number of unidentified armed men. Defense Minister Harada Shushin said. Damn it, how is this possible? How did they get in 2,000 meters underground? Damn, where are the entrance and exit defense forces? Kono roared loudly. Prime Minister, I just contacted the entrance and exit defense team, and they didn't find anything unusual. This team seemed to have appeared out of nowhere at the base. Harada Shujin explained, wiping the sweat from his brow. What? Kono's heart sank, and a strong sense of unease surged up. Chiwa Mountain Underground City, Area B. With the help of Xia Yu's 1,000-mile teleportation, the Zhao army led the army to raid the underground. In just 5 minutes, they wiped out a 500-man guard squadron in this area. A brutal clearing operation followed, in which a corner of Area B, covering an area of 10 kilometers, was occupied and all living creatures, including a dog, were cleared out by force. Sniffing the strong smell of blood in the air, Zhao Jun picked up the satellite communicator. Hi Z, Grey Wolf. How is the position arrangement going? Report. The 1st Division has entered the preset position and is ready to attack at any time. Report to Wolf Head. The 2nd Division has entered the position. Please give the order. Zhao Jun nodded secretly, but his sense of urgency did not relax at all. The Commander-in-Chief has only given us 48 hours. If we fail to capture the Chiwa Mountain base within this time, it will be a disgrace to our 1st Army. Don't worry, Wolfhead. I guarantee we'll wipe it out within 48 hours. Okay, attack. Chapter 102 Chapter 102 Blow up your city first. It took the island nation 60 years, countless manpower and material resources to build the solid rock of the Chiwa Mountain underground city. But in just 1 hour, half of Area B was captured. The powerful artillery fire of the Xinjiang army and their crazy fighting style that disregarded the lives of civilians suddenly stunned the island country's army in the underground city. It's like a barbarian has entered your home. He can smash and beat everything he wants, but you still have to consider the safety of your family and property. It must be extremely frustrating. Moreover, this 50,000-strong force seemed to be fully aware of the structure and defense arrangements of the Chiwa Mountain base, and each attack was able to hit the vital points directly. 3 hours later, the entire B area of the dungeon fell. 200 kilometers from the southeastern tip of the island nation, there is ice on the surface of the Pacific Ocean. Xia Yu, dressed in black, was standing with his hands behind his back. His powerful spiritual sense had already penetrated into the deep sea under the ice and continued to extend into the Mariana Trench, which was as dark as the abyss of hell. In the depths of the trench, between 5,000 and 12,000 meters, there are actually some strange creatures living, which seem to have never been affected by this natural disaster. This deepest trench on the blue planet is 2,550 kilometers long, starting from Luwang Island in the north and ending near Yap Island in the southwest. Like a huge, curved sickle, it lies quietly on the seabed of the western Pacific Ocean. Xia Yu's plan requires this huge sickle, but the implementation time was tight, so he only gave the 1st Army 48 hours. After 48 hours, the Chiwa Mountain base must retreat immediately regardless of victory or defeat. Island Country, Chayak Mountain Underground City Base. The general attack on area, it has been going on for 9 hours. 3 rounds of continuous fire from the Howitzer Battalion and the Rocket Artillery Battalion have poured 100,000 artillery shells into an area of more than 30 square kilometers in Area A. The defenders, however, retaliated with intensive howitzer and armored vehicle fire, causing casualties to the First Army. The violent explosion shook the entire dungeon, and flames and thick smoke several feet high filled the view. The Zhao army had to order a halt to the shelling and asked everyone to wear gas masks that had been prepared in advance. With such intense artillery fire, even if the underground city didn't collapse, most people would be suffocated to death by the smoke before the two sides could decide the outcome. The terrain of Area A is slightly higher than that of Area B, except for the front half adjacent to Area B, which is a comprehensive residential area. The remaining 12 square kilometers have been built into a stepped war fortress by taking advantage of the terrain. The building's 5-meter-thick concrete walls are stacked layer upon layer, like a huge mountain. In the first-floor building complex, dozens of huge alloy steel doors were tightly closed. Inside the thick walls, heavy machine guns and main gun barrels were faintly visible through the firing slots. The second-floor building complex was filled with densely packed intelligent firing holes, and thick howitzer barrels emitted a dim black light. The highest third-tiered building is built entirely of Blue Star's most advanced C-130 special concrete and reinforced with 30 centimeters alloy steel. It houses one of the most elite guard divisions of the Blue Star. Prime Minister Kono Yoda and a group of ministers and senior officials hid on this floor. The building complex has strong defense and firepower, complete supporting facilities, and huge ammunition and material reserves, so it can hold out for 10 years without any pressure. Zhao Jun stood on the top floor of a building on the edge of Area A and observed through a tactical telescope for more than 10 minutes. They had already conducted research on the Qihua Mountain Underground City, this special stepped concrete building complex, through top-secret archives. Moreover, 3 different attack methods were also formulated, but when facing this war fortress that was harder than a turtle shell, the Zhao army could not help but feel powerless. Damn, if you want to fight, just fight. What's the point of hiding in a turtle shell? With less than 23 hours left until the end of the mission, the First Army stopped all attacks and rested on the spot. Both sides tacitly agreed to a ceasefire. Hi Z Grey Wolf. I'm Wolfhead. Please reply if you get this. Zhao Jun connected to the commander's dedicated channel. Wolfhead received. Please give instructions. When the special forces come here, I'm on the top floor of Building 8. Roger that. We'll be there in 15 minutes. North America, East Coast Underground City Cluster. Mr. President Deddy's puffed on his cigar irritably. 25 hours ago, the smoke from the island nation that had just been razed to the ground by nuclear weapons had not yet cleared, and the situation had become even worse. The underground city of Qihua Mountain, where all the senior officials of Shao Rizi and more than half of the defense forces were concentrated, was inexplicably raided by the Chinese armed forces. According to the descriptions sent by Prime Minister Kono, this army that can mysteriously appear 2,000 meters underground definitely belongs to the future city. President Deddy's was very conflicted. Given the Chinese government's indulgence and future city's arrogance, the Americans would have sent troops to retaliate long ago, based on their temperament. 200 years of the empire's prestige is being shattered by a civilian organization? I really can't accept this. Deddy's picked up the top-secret information on the table. It contained top-secret information about future city and Xia Yu. When he finished reading this information yesterday, he felt very disappointed. It turns out that Xia Yu is the man who caused unrest in the world and reaped half of the blue planet. Facing such a formidable opponent, it is not Deddy's turn to be fearless. Who can be sure of winning against a perverted psychic who possesses powerful spatial abilities and can teleport? Even if you have the most powerful nuclear arsenal in the world, it is useless because Xia Yu and this guy not only have it, but also dare to use it. Mr. President, the Department of Defense asks, will the Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missile launch on the West Coast proceed as planned? The Presidential Secret Service received the latest information. Deddy's hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and said, change the number of Minuteman III missiles launched to 2, and the nuclear yield from 5 million tons to 2.5 million tons. In 50 minutes, I will enter the nuclear launch command code. Execute. Roger that, Mr. President. 55 minutes later, the west coast of the United States. In a hidden snowy valley, with 2 roars, 2 huge Minuteman III intercontinental missiles, with long tail flames, shot straight into the sky. Missile attack target. China, Future City. A few seconds later, satellites and radars from Beixiong country in China also detected the missile launch. The Aegis radar early warning system of the Future City also immediately sent the information of the incoming missile to Xia Yu's receiver. Damn it, American, if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know what it feels like to feel pain in your flesh. After receiving the message, Xia Yu, whose spiritual consciousness was wandering in the Mariana Trench, breathed a sigh of relief and withdrew his spiritual consciousness from the bottom of the sea. His figure flashed and appeared 1,280 kilometers east of the ocean. After flashing several times, Xia Yu had crossed most of the Pacific Ocean. He felt the stratosphere above his head and saw 2 Minuteman III missiles flying towards the Future City at a terrifying speed of over Mach 10. Xia Yu frowned, no longer hesitated, and disappeared in a flash. A few seconds later, the signal of the Minuteman III missile monitored by satellites and radar systems of major countries mysteriously disappeared. In the underground city cluster on the East Coast, at the U.S. Allied Command Center, President Geddes and a group of senior joint officials stared in amazement at the screen where the missile signal disappeared. A chill ran up everyone's back. What the hell is this? Magic or supernatural powers? Can a missile with a speed exceeding Mach 10 be captured in the stratosphere at an altitude of tens of kilometers? Is this still a human being? As everyone was stunned, a line of English popped up strangely on the big screen where the missile signal had disappeared. As punishment, blow up your city first. Chinese translation: as punishment, I will bomb a city of yours first. President Geddes' scalp tingled and he screamed hysterically. No. 2 earth-shattering explosions were heard in underground city number 7 at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean on the East Coast. The flames and mushroom clouds that shot up into the sky engulfed the underground city of more than 50 square kilometers. The sea water rolled and then backflowed, with shock waves exceeding that of an 8.0 magnitude earthquake, which spread over 2,000 kilometers away. On this day, the easternmost underground city number 7 in the underground city cluster on the east coast of North America was razed to the ground by 2 nuclear bombs carried by Minuteman III. The countless supplies and 1.1 million people in the city were completely destroyed. P.S. For every novel, there will always be people who like it and people who don't. This is normal. But no matter what, the author's original intention in writing this book remains unchanged. Thank you to everyone who liked this book. I'd also like to thank the following netizens for their gifts. 700, please don't follow me. Salt and Pepper Rice Krispie Candy. Snow Peak in August. Hearing the Cicadas. Knowing the Autumn. 629204474. Eat Melon. Group 955369191. Mr. Xiao who loves stir-fried rice noodles with bean sprouts. Ching Feng. Donghua. And Brother Ming. Chapter 103. Ninja versus Superpowers. Mr. President, I have bad news for you. Half an hour ago, all of our intercontinental missiles and nuclear weapons deployed on the mainland, including all inventory, disappeared. What? In the East Coast underground city, President Geddes' eyes went dark and he fainted. The turmoil in the underground city on the east coast of North America did not affect the battle at the Chiyuan mountain base. After a fierce artillery exchange, both sides wisely chose to cease fire. 25 hours have passed. Against the Turtle Shell Fortress in Area A, the Xinjiang Army even used special armor-piercing and explosive bombs, but with little effect. It seems that the first plan of using artillery fire has failed. Time is running out, and the First Army can only hold a temporary meeting before the battle. The top floor of Building 8, Area A. Zhao Jun, Hai Zi, Hui Lang, and 23 other senior commanders of the First Army, as well as 30 members of the Special Forces team, gathered together. Everyone, to cut a long story short, as you can see, our saturation artillery attack on the fortress in Area A has basically failed, and we only have less than 23 hours left. I'm going to activate the second plan, supernatural decapitation. Zhao Jun looked around at the elites of the First Army. There were 53 of them, each with unique abilities. According to the plan, we need to adjust the goal of completely annihilating the enemy forces on Mount Chiyue to a decapitation operation, killing the prime minister of the island nation and a number of high-ranking officials within the fortress. Wolf Head, the commander-in-chief, is not here. Who among us can complete the main mission of beheading? After all, the Shelishari is too thick. Not everyone can sneak in. Grey Wolf asked. So, there can't be too many main attackers in a decapitation operation. Only one. Zhao Jun said calmly. Kuijin. Arrive. A short young man, less than 1.63 meters tall, stood up. His loose combat uniform could not hide his lively and intelligent appearance. As the only B-level penetration ability user in the God War Army, Cui Jin's role has long been highlighted in Zhao Jun's plan. Cui Jin, do you have the confidence to penetrate a 5-meter-thick concrete wall and sneak into the fortress? Report to the commander. We have confidence. Good. Zhao Jun nodded with satisfaction and ordered. I'll change it to a new set of military uniforms later, and then spend 10 minutes reviewing the appearance information of the Prime Minister and all the high-ranking officials I wrote down earlier, striving to kill them with one strike. Clear. Grey Wolf, tell us in detail what you discovered using your clairvoyance, the fortress's internal structure and firepower configuration. Okay, Wolfhead. Zhao Jun looked at everyone again and said in a deep voice, everyone else, prepare in half an hour. Follow the second attack plan. Everyone should take their positions, create chaos, and cover Cui Jin's passage through the fortress. Clear. The superpowers of the First Army of the War of Gods include Zhao Jun's firepower, Haizi's wind power, and Huilong's abnormal X-ray vision. Cui Jin's penetrating skills and Hu Jiaohui's awakened spiritual mind control skills are unique in the entire God War Army and are extremely rare. Unfortunately, Cui Jin's level of penetrating skills has not yet reached the level of being able to carry a living person through a wall. Otherwise, if Hu Jiaohui's powerful mind control was added, the success rate of this decapitation in the Tiger's Den would be higher. Among the others, there were 17 people with strength abilities, 4 with the wood ability, 2 with the metal ability, 2 with the fire ability, 5 with the earth ability, 6 with the water ability, 3 with the ice ability, 1 with the thunder ability, and 8 with the auxiliary ability. Half an hour later, the sound of gunfire rang out again on the silent battlefield. This time the First Army changed its attack method. After a round of fierce rocket bombardment, the smoke had not yet dissipated, and thousands of smoke bombs whizzed into the front of the Turtle Shell Fortress. For a moment, the entire front line of area, it was filled with thick white smoke, and it was pitch dark. Immediately afterwards, a stormtrooper consisting of 50 psychics, led by Haizi, wearing gas masks, quickly rushed to the front of the fortress 100 meters away. With the intensive artillery fire and heavy machine gun roars ahead, the 5 Earth-type ability users walking in the front worked together to form a thick earth wall with the surrounding soil and broken bricks and stones, blocking the team in an instant. Intense artillery fire bombarded the earthen wall, sparks flew everywhere, and the earthen wall continued to collapse. Ice element powers reinforced the earth wall, water element assists. Haizi loudly ordered. Thunder element abilities, launch a long-range attack on the fortress ahead. Gold element abilities, use all your strength to disrupt enemy shells and bullets. In an instant, a 20-meter thick wall of ice and soil appeared in the front. It was constantly weakened by artillery fire and was constantly reinforced by water condensing out of thin air. This thick wall of ice and earth slowly moved towards the fortress 100 meters away. The thick smoke in front of the battle line has not yet dissipated. 5 minutes later, the wall of ice and earth had moved 10 meters in front of the fortress. Crazy artillery shells and heavy machine gun bullets bombarded the wall, sending ice and dirt chips flying everywhere, and it already felt like it was about to collapse. Everyone be careful. The enemy is using a flamethrower. Dozens of blazing flames gushed out from the shooting slots, and the ice wall, which was already riddled with holes, was about to collapse in an instant. Hu Jiaohui, work with your gold-type comrades to disrupt the flamethrower operator in front. Use the lightning and fire types to counterattack and kill the enemy personnel. Wood and auxiliary systems, fully protect and replenish our personnel's physical strength. Where's Cui Jin? Did he go in? Report, Cui Jin has already gone in. All right, rebuild the ice wall and retreat immediately. Haizi shouted, commanding the special ability team to retreat quickly. After retreating 30 meters, he was finally away from the enemy's flamethrower attack. Haizi breathed a sigh of relief. What happened next depended on Cui Jin's lone fight. The special ability team completed the cover mission and continued to retreat. The continuously reinforced ice and earth wall barely blocked the fierce artillery fire. Haizi, who had been guarding the rear, looked at the thick smoke billowing around him. He frowned and suddenly felt a strong sense of unease. Whoosh whoosh. 3 black darts suddenly shot out from the smoke in the right front, hitting Kuriko's face, heart, and lower abdomen like lightning. Kuriko's whole body tensed up, and his pupils suddenly contracted. His figure flashed and floated 10 meters away with the wind. He took out the submachine gun on his body and pulled the trigger at the foggy area on the right. Da-da-da. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The smoke surged, murderous aura was overwhelming, and more black darts shot out from the smoke. Everyone be careful, it's a ninja. Ninja darts from a day. Heisey shouted loudly, and quickly changed the magazine of the submachine gun that had run out of bullets with his left hand, then raised the gun and fired again. Da-da-da. A series of bullets were fired without causing any ripples in the smoke. The Special Forces members behind him also reacted one after another, and crackling lightning and fiery red flames exploded in the smoke. Kuriko easily dodged the second wave of ninja dart attacks by relying on his strange wind-based abilities. Most of the darts hit the superpower team behind him. With a groan of pain, casualties occurred among the team members in an instant. Ice Team split 2 people and freeze the entire space on the right. Quick! In less than 3 seconds, the smoke on the right began to swirl again, and white ice clumps condensed in the air. Amidst the continuous firing of black darts, a hint of chaos appeared. Heisey gritted his teeth, threw the submachine gun in his hand that had no bullets to the ground, pulled out a dark military dagger, and flashed in front of a vague black shadow in an instant. A black light flashed on his hand, blood splattered, and a head flew up. In another flash, it reappeared 20 meters away. In the black light, 2 heads covered with dark blue cloth flew out, accompanied by blood. Everyone retreat quickly. Ice and earth elements, retract the protective wall. Everyone else, take the wounded and leave first. After Heisey finished speaking, his eyes flashed with a fierce light. Following the weak wind around him, his keen sense of touch caught several dark shadows hidden in the thick smoke. Give me your lives. Heisey's figure flashed and floated more than 30 meters away, and he swung the dagger in his right hand like lightning. With a clang sound, a sharp long knife stretched out from the smoke and blocked Heisey's dagger. A huge force surged, and Heisey's right hand was numb and the dagger almost flew out of his hand. Puff! There was a slight sound of a sword hitting flesh, and Heisey only had time to dodge to the left. The shining tip of the sword pierced his right shoulder blade and emerged from his shoulder. Hold! Heisey was shocked. What a fast knife! He ignored the severe pain in his shoulder and threw the dagger out without hesitation. He dodged in the wind and fled away. In the blink of an eye, he was 100 meters away. Such a fast movement, what a pity. A few seconds later, an old man in a white robe appeared at the place where the battle had just taken place. A trickle of bright red blood was dripping from the tip of the knife in the old man's right hand. The last ninja leader of the Koguryu in the island nation, 65-year-old Kazuto Kawakami, waved his hand and disappeared with more than 30 dark blue-clad ninjas hidden in the smoke. Chapter 104 Chapter 104 Successful Beheading. Ninja, a hermit, hides by using the 5 elements, which is actually a variation of the 5 elements' supernatural powers. Ninjutsu originated from the 5 elements technique of the Han Dynasty in China. However, in its later development, it focused more on external techniques and neglected internal cultivation, leading to its gradual decline. The island nation's ninjas are divided into 2 major schools, Koga and IGA. In the past 50 years, the power of ninjas has been gradually declining. IGA has been completely broken, and only the Koga lineage remains, struggling to maintain the old glory of the ninjas. As the last ninja leader of the Koguryu, the 65-year-old Kawakami Ichi had returned to the fortress at this time. In this attack, he lost 5 ninja disciples. A hint of regret surged across his old and haggard face. In this war, the island nation was in a passive defensive position from the very beginning. Without the advantage of thermal weapons, the first confrontation between ninjutsu and superpowers also resulted in damage to both sides. Cui Jin, who had used penetration skills to infiltrate the enemy bunker, quickly advanced to the core area according to the route map in his mind. Wearing the uniform of a colonel from the island country, he could penetrate walls as if he was in an empty space. However, the closer they got to the center, the tighter the defense became, which slowed down Cui Jin's advance. Prime Minister Yoda Kono, Defense Minister Shushin Harada, and a number of high-ranking officials from the island nation were all gathered in the operations conference room on the 3rd floor of the fortress. discussing the crisis at the Chiwa mountain base and the response measures. Outside the conference room, there is a guard post every 5 steps and a sentry every 10 steps, and the security is very strict. According to the news just received, the offensive of the God War Army psychics has been repelled, and the Koga ninja, who fought for the first time, also achieved a good result. It seems that as long as we hold on to this tortoise-shell fortress, the God War team will not be able to attack for the time being. Damn, I met a master this time. Heisey returned to the God War team injured. After learning about the casualties of the special forces, he hurriedly asked the medical staff to bandage his wounds and immediately reported the details of the operation to Zhao Jun. Xiao Rizi suddenly sent out ninjas, and we were caught off guard. 3 members of our special ability team were killed, and 5 were injured. Have all the returning team members been settled? Zhao Jun frowned and said, "Everyone has been settled. Return to the team and rest." The injured team members have been treated. Of the 3 members who died, 1 had a wood ability, and 2 had auxiliary abilities. It's all my fault. I was careless. Heisey said this self-reproachfully, completely unaware of the pain from the knife wound running through his right shoulder. It's not your fault. Xiao Ri's ninjutsu is notoriously vicious and difficult to defend against. By the way, what's the approximate level of the person you're fighting? Sao Yun comforted. This person has been hiding in the thick smoke. His movements are very fast, and his sword strikes are even faster. If we classify them by the level of supernatural powers, this person is at least A level. So powerful? That's a bit troublesome. Zhao Jun frowned even more tightly and glanced at the military tactical watch on his hand. There were still 19 hours left before the stipulated 48 hours. Cui Jin walked into the tiger's den alone, his life or death uncertain. Area A Fortress, 3rd floor. Cui Jin, wearing the military uniform of an island colonel, narrowly avoided 2 waves of patrols. The place was becoming increasingly crowded with people, and without knowing if there was anyone inside, he didn't dare to rush through the wall. Therefore, the combat meeting room in the center is less than 600 meters away, but the closer you get, the greater the risk of being exposed. Cui Jin is now in a large power room, where the humming new diesel generator is running at high speed. More than 4 hours have passed since we entered the enemy bunker. Along the way, Cui Jin relied on his abnormal penetrating skills, a large school uniform, and a few poor Japanese words to finally get close to the central target without any danger. In the last 600 meters, there were many checkpoints and staff, and his advantage in penetrating walls was basically gone. How to quickly approach the target and then decapitate the enemy without the enemy noticing. To make the enemy unnoticed, besides invisibility, there are only 2 ways left. 1. Moving at high speed, so fast that it cannot be seen by the naked eye, which is obviously impossible. At least Cui Jin can't do it. 2. Create a dark environment to block the enemy's sight for a short period of time. Cui Jin glanced at the generator room where he was. It seemed that this special generator set was used exclusively for the official residence and offices on the 3rd floor. If it is blown up, the surrounding area will definitely fall into darkness for a short period of time. At that time, I can rely on my penetrating skills to pass through walls and quickly approach the target. After figuring it out, Cui Jin took immediate action. He took out 2 C4S from his military bag and found 2 main generators. 2 C4S were installed at the bottom of the generator, and the timer detonation time was set to 1 minute. 1 minute later, it was enough for him to leave the C4's explosion range and shorten the target distance to 400 meters. After activating the C4 time detonator, Cui Jin flashed out of the power room and quickly walked toward the target central combat meeting room, silently calculating the time in his mind as he walked. Half a minute later, 2 guards stopped him and asked in the island language, "Which unit are you from? What are you doing here?" "I'm the leader of the Special Operations Group, Soji. I'm Takamori Ito, and I have urgent intelligence to report to the Prime Minister in person. Please let me know, please." Cui Jin fluently recited this Japanese language sentence that he had practiced thousands of times, and even bowed slightly in a pretentious manner. 2 guards held submachine guns and pointed them warily at the man in front of them. He had small eyes and was about 160 centimeters tall. Apart from his strange accent, there was nothing wrong with him in other aspects. "Your ID?" "What?" "I said your ID. Take it out and check it." "Oh, I don't have any ID." Cui Jin laughed wickedly, and just as he finished speaking, 2 loud noises were heard from far behind him. In a violent vibration, all the lights went out. Cui Jin rushed forward in the darkness, and a Swiss military knife flashed in his right hand, slashing across the necks of the two guards cleanly and neatly. With a puff of blood, Cui Jin used the penetration technique and flew straight towards the target. The third floor of the fortress was suddenly in chaos, with people talking and shouting everywhere. In just over 40 seconds, Cui Jin rushed into the island nation's combat meeting room. At this time, Prime Minister Kono Yoda, Defense Minister Harada Shushin, and a group of high-ranking officials from the island country were calling for guards in panic. "Stop yelling. Colonel Cui Jin is here. Ha ha ha." Taking advantage of the chaos and darkness, Cui Jin took out 3 RG-60 TB thermobaric grenades from his bag, pulled the safety ring, and threw them into the dark crowd. Then, he turned around and quickly left through the wall. 5 seconds later, 3 deafening explosions were heard behind him. Even though he was separated by dozens of meters and 7 or 8 walls, Cui Jin could still feel the terrifying power of the shockwave. There were 3 thermobaric grenades, each loaded with 90 grams of fuel air explosive, with an explosive equivalent of 800 grams of TNT. The explosive power was so great that no one in the conference room would have been spared. Area A of the Chiwa Mountain underground city, on the 3rd floor of the fortress, was in panic and chaos. The shrill sirens and shouts were endless. The island nation's prime minister and a number of high-ranking officials were assassinated amidst an ironclad fortress and layers of defense. The decapitation operation planned by the God War Army was successful. Chapter 105 Chapter 105 Pluto's Rock. The commotion on the 3rd floor of the A Area Fortress did not escape the observation of the Divine War Army in the distance. The decapitation operation was successful. Grey Wolf stood on the top floor of Building 8, scouting the fortress in the distance with a high-powered military telescope. "Grey Wolf, what did you see?" Heisey asked anxiously. After all, he was the one who personally led the team to cover this decapitation operation, and a short Cui Jin was also his capable and beloved general. "I saw the target area was dark and chaotic with a few obvious explosions." "Iges Cui Jin succeeded." "Are you sure?" Heisey excitedly grabbed the telescope and peered into the distance, even though he knew he couldn't see through the fortress walls. "Kuriko, get ready to pick up our hero." A rare smile appeared on Zhao Jun's resolute face, and he said, "At the same time, launch a general attack on the fortress. Use smoke bombs as cover, and the special forces will be on hand to provide support at any time. We must ensure Cui Jin's safety." "Yes." Heisey loudly received the order and left. Soon, the fierce artillery fire of the God War team sounded again, howitzers, rocket launchers. Countless shells fell on the fortress complex in Area A and exploded continuously. The flames shot up into the sky, accompanied by thick smoke, and the entire underground began to shake violently. The 1st and 2nd level fortresses, still unaware of the assassination, fought back out of inertia to prevent the God War Army from approaching. The heavy bombardment lasted for 10 minutes. As soon as the explosions stopped, countless smoke bombs fell like raindrops in front of the positions of both sides, and the positions thousands of meters away turned into a world of fog again. What do the Chinese want to do? Are they planning another surprise attack using psychics? Kawakami, who was wearing a white robe, looked at the large cloud of white smoke in front of the battle, frowned, and said in a cold voice, "Gather all the ninja disciples in Koga and be ready to attack at any time." Behind Kawakami, a blurry figure moved and then disappeared. On the sea surface less than 100 kilometers away from the island country of Xiong County, the gray-white ice layer has shown signs of cracking and melting. Xia Yu stood quietly on the ice, his vast spiritual awareness having penetrated thousands of meters beneath the ice. "This is it." Xia Yu nodded secretly and said to himself. After inspecting over 2,500 kilometers of the trench, this one is the most unique. Very good. It matches the results of the Vega supercomputer simulation. In the spiritual consciousness, more than 8,000 meters deep in the trench, a dark red rock with a diameter of 120 kilometers lurked in the darkness like a giant beast from hell. This behemoth, called Pluto by many geologists, is located right at the junction of the Eurasian plate and the Philippine Sea plate. It is like a super-timed nuclear bomb stuck in the upper part of the Mariana Trench. According to millions of calculations and simulations by the Vega supercomputer, this huge underwater rock with an area of about 10,000 square kilometers is adjacent to the area where the Pacific plate subducts into the Eurasian plate. Its dark red rock has a special structure and has been absorbing the huge energy generated by the movement of the Earth's crust for billions of years. When the accumulation reaches a critical point, it will easily trigger a super earthquake of magnitude 10 or above. Xia Yu's plan is 1. By installing 20 nuclear bombs with a yield of 10 million tons, artificially triggering the Pluto rock, a super earthquake will occur, tearing the two continental crustal plates apart, thereby destroying the foundation of the island country located at the intersection of the plates and causing its territory to collapse. 2. In the Mariana Trench, where the Pacific plate squeezes towards the Eurasian plate, a megalith is formed by the accumulation of the upper and lower mantles. 100 nuclear bombs with a yield of 10 million tons are installed. Artificially accelerating the accumulation of megalithic energy will pull the Eurasian plate into the 10,000-meter-high trench in a short period of time. The island nations on the Eurasian plate will inevitably be pulled and dragged, eventually sinking and sliding into the trench. The plan is perfect, but to achieve the expected results 100%, a detailed on-site inspection is necessary. No country or force on the blue planet has the ability to conduct detailed exploration deep into the ocean 10,000 meters deep, let alone deep into the Earth's crust. But Xia Yu can. His abnormal spiritual sense can reach 384 kilometers underground. It won't take him long to explore this 2,550-kilometer long trench. Xia Yu estimated that 48 hours would be enough. Therefore, Xia Yu only gave the first army 48 hours to attack. After 48 hours, the outcome of the Battle of Xia Yu Mountain Base would no longer matter. Because once the 120 nuclear explosion points in Pluto's rock and the Mariana Trench are triggered, the island nation will sink into the deep sea. The island nation's territory will also be completely wiped off the map of Blue Star. The Battle of Xia Yu Mountain was, after all, a military training exercise, and it also stimulated the fighting spirit of the entire Divine War Army. A team that has not experienced the tempering of bloodshed and war can never become an Iron Army, no matter how powerful its equipment is. Xia Yu's spiritual sense has scanned the Pluto rock, which covers an area of 10,000 square kilometers. Going deeper, he would reach the mantle. The dark red Pluto rock layer seemed to be extremely thick. Xia Yu extended his spiritual sense downward for nearly 100 kilometers, but surprisingly, he still saw a dark red world. This big guy is quite interesting. Xia Yu on the ice surface became interested, and his vast spiritual sense penetrated deeper again. 100 kilometers, 120 kilometers, 150 kilometers, 200 kilometers, until the limit of spiritual consciousness, 380 kilometers. The dark red rock has not yet reached the end. How huge is this rock? Xia Yu couldn't help but marvel at the existence of such a magical thing on the blue planet. From the surface to 70 kilometers underground, you have entered the outer mantle, and 180 kilometers deeper is the inner mantle. This dark red rock actually extends from the crust to the inner mantle. Its end has not yet been detected. This situation is extremely unreasonable and even weird in geological science. Xia Yu carefully explored the area at a depth of 380 kilometers. In addition to the dark red color all around him, he felt a very special shaking sensation. It was as if his consciousness was at the mouth of a small black hole, being rapidly absorbed by the energy of another time and space. This feeling was extremely strange, but it also caused his spiritual consciousness to deplete rapidly. After less than half an hour, his mind became groggy. This is a sign of excessive loss of mental strength in a short period of time. In desperation, Xia Yu had to replenish his spiritual power from the little world tree and continue exploring Pluto rock. Hey, what is this? Suddenly, Xia Yu's spiritual sense touched a ball of dark purple light. This ball of dark purple light is not big, only the size of a basketball, and the purple light it emits is very weak. In the vast, dark red sea, it is like an imperceptible spark of fire. But Xia Yu knew that this thing was definitely not simple because he had just used his spiritual sense 3 times to try to move it out. But the strange thing was that every time he invested his spiritual consciousness, it was completely absorbed by this dark purple object. No matter how much spiritual consciousness is invested, it will be like a stone sinking into the ocean. Strange, there's something on Blue Star that my spiritual sense can't move, and it even absorbs my spiritual sense? Interesting. Xia Yu withdrew his spiritual consciousness, but before that, he left his spiritual imprint around the dark purple spherical ball of light. Even if this strange dark purple light group cannot be collected for the time being, we must find time to explore it. Xia Yu had a strong premonition. This thing is related to him, the small world, and even the truth about the world-destroying disaster on Blue Star. Chapter 106 Chapter 106 Island Nation Sinks 1. After completing the decapitation mission, Cui Jin took advantage of the chaos and used the penetration technique to quickly escape from the fortress. The sudden power outage and central explosion plunged the third floor of the fortress into chaos. Taking advantage of the darkness and chaos, Cui Jin quickly left the third floor and took more than 2 hours to reach the first floor. As long as we pass through the building 200 meters ahead, we will enter the front line filled with white smoke. Every half hour, the Divine War Army fired a round of smoke bombs at the position. The island nation's artillery and heavy machine guns would occasionally fire a round into the thick smoke. Although it had no practical significance, it did bring peace of mind. No one knows whether the mysterious, superpowered troops of the God War Army will suddenly emerge from the smoke. In the last 50 meters, Cui Jin passed through a wall and entered a tank defense bunker. The bunker, which was more than 1,000 square meters, was packed with 20 Type 90 heavy tanks. The 10 Type 90 heavy tanks at the forefront, their black main guns stretched out in their firing slots, took turns firing shells outwards. Cui Jin's appearance did not attract much attention, but his eye-catching colonel uniform made the passing soldiers take a few more glances. "What unit are you from?" Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to the shooting slot, he only needed a sprint to break away from this fortress and escape. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him. Although Cui Jin didn't understand the Japanese language very well, he still understood the general meaning. So he straightened his expression, turned around, and said, "I'm the leader of the Special Operations Group. I'm Takamori Ito, and I have urgent intelligence that I need to report to the commander in person. Please let me know, please." Cui Jin had recited this Japanese dialect at least 1,000 times, but he cleverly replaced Prime Minister with Commander. "What?" The officer who stopped Cui Jin was about 30 years old. He stared at Cui Jin suspiciously for a while and said in a cold voice, "Please show me your ID." "Lie down and ask for ID again?" Cui Jin understood this sentence. He smiled helplessly, put his hand into his military bag in a pretentious manner, and approached the officer with a nod and a bow. "Hold still. Throw your ID over here." The young officer shouted nervously, drew the pistol from his waist, opened the safety, and pointed it at Cui Jin, who was about to approach. Cui Jin raised his hands helplessly, took a step back, reached into his bag, and secretly opened the safety ring of a grenade in the bag with his thumb. "Here are the documents." A black grenade fell at the feet of the young officer. Before he could react, Cui Jin flashed through the body of a tank on the right and appeared on the other side. Without stopping, he turned and ran towards the fortress wall 50 meters away. Boom! There was a deafening bang, and in the firelight, the young officer fell down with a scream, having no time to dodge. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the explosion, Cui Jin quickly approached the outer wall of the fortress, dodged through the 5-meter thick concrete wall, and nimbly dived into the thick smoke. Cui Jin is out. He's in Area E on the right side of the fortress. He's already entered the smoke screen. Grey Wolf, who was carefully observing the situation through a telescope, immediately dialed the command channel. "Hi Z. Quickly send someone to support the E area of the position." "Clear." Cui Jin bent over and ran wildly in the smoke, no longer paying attention to the intensive artillery fire and the sound of heavy machine guns behind him. In this situation, he could only gamble his life and luck, hoping that stray bullets would not hit him. 10 minutes later, Cui Jin was getting closer and closer to the position of the Divine War team in Area A. He was breathing heavily and quickening his pace forward. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he suddenly felt a chill on his neck, like an extremely sharp knife silently touching his skin. On the grayish-white ocean ice, Xia Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It took him 3 full hours to place 100 hydrogen bombs in 100 locations in the Mariana Trench. Each nuclear explosion point has been repeatedly calculated by Xia Yu, and combined with the field detection over the past 2 days, individual fine-tuning has been carried out. All of these nuclear explosion points are installed in the mega rock, where the Pacific Plate squeezes the Eurasian Plate. How much energy would be released instantly if 100 hydrogen bombs with a yield of tens of millions of tons were detonated at the same time. In the center of the 100 nuclear explosion points is the 120-kilometer-long Pluto rock. At this moment, deep within the vast, dark red rock mass, 20 massive hydrogen bombs were quietly emitting a terrifying glow. The Mariana Trench, the devil's sickle of the deep sea, is about to be swung and cut towards the ignorant island nation. The plan to sink the island nation was inspired by a movie about an island nation in the last century, called The Sinking of the Island Nation. Xia Yu had made extensive preparations for this, including data collection, deduction, and calculation, as well as simulation and corrections to the Vega supercomputer system. According to satellite monitoring data from the last century to last year, the island nation is sinking at an accelerated rate of 8 millimeters per year. The Pacific plate is squeezed towards the Eurasian plate, forming a large area of megalith in the mantle. The huge energy accumulation has reached a terrifying critical point of explosion. Coupled with the energy pull of the central point, Pluto's rock, the sinking of the island nation will soon become a reality. With so many prerequisites, Xia Yu simply artificially accelerated this sinking trend by detonating nuclear energy at key points in the mantle, causing it to explode in just a few minutes. June 20th, 2033, 3 o'clock in the morning. Xia Yu withdrew his spiritual consciousness from the trench mantle. All hydrogen bomb detonators have been activated, and the countdown is 10 minutes. It's time for the first army to withdraw. Xia and the figure disappeared in a flash on the freezing, cold ocean ice. Cui Jin, running quickly forward, felt the approach of danger. The creepy feeling of a blade on his neck made him do something incredible. He stepped on the ground and instantly sank into the earth. When he reappeared, he was in a deep bomb crater 10 meters away. Where he had just stopped, a flash of bright knife light appeared, and the sharp knife energy cut a conspicuous gap in the thick smoke. What a fast knife! A slight sound of surprise came from the white smoke, and an old man in a white robe emerged. The long sword in his hand hummed, his eyebrows raised, and his figure quickly disappeared. A fierce sword intent once again attacked Cui Jin, who was 10 meters away. Fuck! Cui Jin was horrified and quickly activated the penetration technique, penetrating into the ground and reappeared 10 meters away. The creepy sense of crisis did not disappear, but instead grew closer. Just as he was about to get into trouble, a thick ice wall suddenly appeared in front of him. Cui Jin was not surprised, but delighted. He accelerated forward and passed through the ice wall. Zhong! A flash of knife light slashed on the ice wall, and a deep knife mark was cut on the nearly 3-meter-thick ice wall, almost penetrating the wall. What a strong sword energy! Fire thunder attack. With just one command, several flashes of lightning and blazing fire covered the space 30 meters in front of the ice wall. Haizi, with a stern face, arrived with the Special Forces team. Cui Jin quickly rushed into the team, sat down on the ground, and gasped for breath. Damn, I almost capsized in the ditch. Luckily, Haizi came to my rescue in time. Otherwise, my life would have been in danger today. Cui Jin, well done. Have a good rest, and we'll take care of the rest. Haizi turned his head and glanced at Cui Jin, who was sitting on the ground, and said with a smile, "Pull back the ice wall. I want to see who has such amazing swordsmanship." The ice wall collapsed and rolled over automatically in the smoke 40 meters ahead. An old man in a white robe walked out slowly, holding a samurai sword in his right hand. Behind him, there were more than 30 blurry ninja figures. Ninja? IGA or Koga? Kuriko frowned and asked. The 23rd head of the Kogaryu Ninja School, Kizuto Kawakami. The old man in white robe walked slowly towards us, stopped 20 meters away, and answered calmly. Can you speak Chinese? Of course, ninja culture can be traced back to China. How can you be a ninja if you don't know Chinese? Old man, you are a sensible man, but as a ninja, it is unwise to work for politicians. We don't work for anyone, but fighting for our country is a mission that Koga Ninja cannot avoid. So let's fight. The white-robed old man Kawakami raised his sword in his right hand and said in a deep voice. Haizi took a deep breath and said coldly, "Then fight." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a surge of momentum surged from the ranks. What's with the war? It's a waste of time. You guys should back off. A man in black suddenly appeared in front of the team. Ah, Xia Yu? Xia Yu glanced coldly at Kawakami, who was 20 meters away, and said, The island nation's ninjutsu will be destroyed from today on. Arrogant. Kawakami's figure flashed and disappeared into the white smoke. In the blink of an eye, a flash of knife light suddenly appeared half a meter in front of Xia Yu's face, pointing directly at Xia Yu's eyebrows like lightning. Zhong! The sound of a sword resounded through heaven and earth. The knife light shattered into more than 30 white lights, which flashed and disappeared into the thick smoke dozens of meters away. Puff, puff, puff. Dozens of meters away, there was a series of slight sounds of blades entering flesh, as well as groans and the sound of people falling to the ground. The white-robed ninja, Kawakami Ichi, appeared 2 meters away from Xia Yu. He looked at Xia Yu in great astonishment. His old face twitched, and a trickle of blood slowly flowed from the center of his forehead. Let's go retreat. Xia Yu was too lazy to take another look. He said something in a cold voice, and the figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Also disappearing at the same time were all the personnel and equipment of the Divine War Army. The Chiwa mountain base suddenly fell into a strange depression, and an invisible doom was gradually approaching. Chapter 107 Chapter 107 Island Nation Sinking 2 June 20th, 2033, 3:05 a.m. China, Kunlun Underground City Base. Reporting to Chief Number 1, Future City Xia, and the incoming call. Are you accepting it? Xia Yu? Why is he calling so late at night? Yihao, who was used to working until the early morning every day, frowned and said, Please bring it in. Yes. The satellite phone line was connected. Hello, Chief. I am Xia Yu. Xia Yu, you're calling so late. Is there something important? You guessed right. It's indeed something very important. In 5 minutes, the commander can adjust satellite monitoring to the island nation and its southeastern waters. Damn it. Xia Yu, stop scaring me. What are you planning to do? Didn't we just nuke an island nation? The number 1 leader was so scared that he stood up, cursed, and all the sleepiness he had was gone. Chief, don't be nervous. I just invited you to watch a live broadcast. You little brat, the trouble you cause is getting bigger and bigger each time. I'm sure you'll scare me sick, even if I'm not sick. Commander, you're too serious. Remember to watch the satellite live broadcast in 5 minutes. Guanchong Cave Bunker, the command center of the Divine War Army. The senior commanders who received the gathering information in advance were already waiting in the combat meeting room. The commanders of the First Army, who had just teleported back 3 minutes ago, sat dejectedly in their seats, their bodies reeking of gunpowder. Haizi, why is your face getting darker? Is it from the smoke? Chun Tianfong, deputy commander of the Second Army, teased. Don't even mention it. We fought for 48 hours, fired hundreds of thousands of shells, and still couldn't knock down Shao Ri's tortoise-shell fortress. Sigh. I'm so sad. Haizi had a gloomy face and spoke with a crying tone. Damn it. You've already led the team to take down the Prime Minister and all the high-ranking officials, and you're still not satisfied? Chen Tianfong scolded with a smile. That was Cui Jin's achievement. I dare not claim it as my own. I was just leading the team to provide cover. Anyway, I feel unhappy that I didn't destroy the Chiwa mountain base. Haizi shook his head and wiped his face with his hand, which was covered in smoke, dust, and gray. Xia Yu, who had just finished a phone call, walked slowly into the conference room. The whole place was silent, and more than 100 pairs of bright eyes looked over eagerly. What kind of surprises and shocks will God bring to everyone this time? Everyone, to make a long story short, I called you all here to witness a major historical moment together. What exactly is it? In 3 minutes, please watch the satellite live broadcast on the big screen. After saying that, he casually turned on the tactical large screen. The images from the Chinese satellite were clearly projected. Isn't this an island country? Yes, it's the island nation's satellite space monitoring footage. There's also the ocean ice southeast of the island nation. Could something big be about to happen again? Of course. The commander-in-chief wants us to see. There must be another surprise. Yes, look forward to it. Amidst the heated discussion, Xia Yumamo walked up to Wu Yifeng, smiled and winked. Wu Yifeng agreed, and the two walked out of the crowd and stood facing each other in the corner of the conference room. A smoke. Wu Yifeng took out a cigar and handed it over. No more smoking. I have something to tell you. Xia Yu smiled. Is it important? Wu Yifeng asked, putting the cigar back into the box and straightening his expression. Very important. Xia Yu put away his smile, took out an exquisite white jade box from his pocket, handed it to Wu Yifeng, and said, Brother Feng, just 3 things. First, I had just sent Ina, Grandma, Grandpa, and Xia Yu into the small world. Second, in 2 minutes, I will go to a place where unexpected things may happen. If I don't come back in 3 days, you open this white jade box. Third, the climate in Antarctica is changing rapidly. I have a premonition that a major disaster is about to strike. During this period, we must intensify our preparations. Wu Yifeng listened blankly, his eyes wide open. Fuck, you're planning on just running away? Going out and wandering around by yourself? What are you talking about, Brother Feng? I'm going to do something very important. Is there any danger? Then don't go. We have everything we need. Why take these uncertain risks? Brother Feng, you don't understand. Some things must be done. Wu Yifeng rolled his eyes and ignored him. The two were silent. After a while, Xia Yu stepped forward, gave Wu Yifeng a hug, and whispered, Brother Feng, take care. His figure flashed and disappeared. At 3:10 in the morning, the image under satellite monitoring finally changed. At the southeastern end of the island, thousands of kilometers of ice surface suddenly shook violently. Deep beneath the ice, a series of dull noises were heard, as if an enormous dragon had been awakened and turned over. A huge earthquake was heard, the ice surface broke, and the seawater from 1,000 kilometers away rolled up, with the waves rising to nearly 100 meters high. This terrifying tremor shattered the entire 2 million square kilometers of ice in the western Pacific Ocean. The island nation closest to the epicenter began to shake incredibly. The ice near the coast had completely disappeared, and waves 100 meters high rushed towards the devastated land, swallowing up everything in sight. As Mount Fushir in the central and southern part of the island nation erupted hundreds of meters high of red magma, the shaking island nation's land began to break off in large pieces. The broken ground stirred up rolling earth dragons, which raged crazily in all directions. Soon, the first piece of island land was dragged into the 10,000-meter-deep trench. Then, the Pacific Plate, which had accumulated trillions of years of rock, was stimulated by the concentrated force of hundreds of hydrogen bombs in Pluto's rock, and its pulling force on the Eurasian plate exploded. The island nation's 380,000 square kilometers of land was broken into pieces like a bamboo worm, and was visibly dragged into the deep sea piece by piece, and eventually swallowed by huge waves. On the cracked land that hadn't yet been swallowed, volcanoes erupted, magma surged, like hell emerging, shocking and terrifying. God War Army Command Center, conference room. The huge space was packed with over 100 commanders, but no one made sound. Everyone stared intently at the scene of doom on the big screen, and was so shocked that they lost the ability to speak. The island nation is gone just like that? Damn, how do they do this? This is an entire piece of land, and it's gone just like that? Eventually disappear in a 10,000-meter deep trench? On the map of Blue Star, the island nation is about to be wiped out. This terrifying image of world destruction shook Kunlun, stunned the underground city on the ice field, and terrified the east coast of North America. What kind of power can wipe out a country's territory? If all this came from the future city, the man named Xia Yu's methods, then it would be too terrifying. In this crazy world, nothing can stop him. 2 days later, in a vast underground city on the distant Australian continent, a group of Asian men knelt on the ground, facing north, prostrating themselves and weeping bitterly. Kimura Yuki, you said that the sinking of the homeland was caused by future city? A middle-aged man with a ferocious face stopped crying and asked in a deep voice. That's right, Fujiwara-kun. It was China's future city who did it. This news came from the American alliance. Future city, the city Lord Xia Yu, is a devil. Fujiwara's ferocious face twisted into a distorted shape, and he gnashed his teeth and shouted, Unite all the island alliance overseas bases of Australia and Pakistan. At all costs, find a way to destroy Future City and avenge the destruction of our country. Time flies. 3 days have passed. The entire blue planet is still immersed in the aftermath of the sinking of the island country, unable to extricate itself from shock and panic. But Xia Yu, the instigator, disappeared from everyone's sight. Wu Yifeng, who had endured 3 days of anxiety and tension, looked at his watch. To protect your Xiaohu documents from piracy, choose Xiaohu, a stable and reliable robot that won't let you fall into traps. June 23, 2033, 3:10 a.m. His heart sank. 3 days had passed, and Xia Yu still hadn't returned. Could something have happened? Wu Yifeng took a deep breath, trying to calm his panic and anxiety. He struggled to open the jade box in his hand. Chapter 108 Chapter 108 Hongmeng Purple Qi Time Pearl. Wu Yifeng slowly opened the jade box. Inside was only a folded piece of paper and an egg-sized violet jade bead of the finest quality. Wu Yifeng unfolded the note with a nervous mood. There were only 2 lines of black words written on the paper. If I don't return within 3 days, suspend the expedition and defend Future City. The Antarctic anomaly is intensifying and disaster is imminent. In times of crisis, crush the violet jade beads. Remember. 3 days ago, the mantle in the northern part of the Mariana Trench was detonated and the island nation sank. Xia Yu was 1,000 meters above the trench, and he kept his spiritual consciousness locked on the huge Pluto's rock on the seabed. Deep in the dark red rock layer, the mysterious purple light ball absorbed the surrounding energy faster and faster, and its light became brighter and brighter. As 20 nuclear bombs with a yield of tens of millions of tons exploded 380 kilometers deep in Pluto rock, an extremely terrifying energy that had accumulated for billions of years was instantly stimulated within the rock. Countless magmas surged, and the crustal plate carrying the entire island nation broke and fell, causing the island nation to sink. The purple ball of light deep in Pluto's rock was absorbing the terrifying energy erupting from its surroundings even more frantically. Soon, a giant purple bead the size of a basketball, emitting a dazzling purple light, flashed in Xia Yu's consciousness. Nima, is this the legendary sea dragon pearl? Xia Yu was excited. He teleported towards the mantle and appeared in front of the giant purple bead. Feeling the energy fluctuations as vast as the starry sky transmitted from the purple bead, Xia Yu couldn't help but reach out and touch it. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Xia Yu was sucked into the giant purple bead. Xia Yu's figure appeared in Zizhu's space. As soon as he entered the unfamiliar space, Xia Yu suddenly felt that his connection with the small world had been infinitely weakened. In other words, this spatial world is completely independent. It is another strange space and time, which instinctively blocks the connection between Xia and the small world. Xia Yu calmed down his worries and looked around. This is a purple world as vast as a sea of stars, with rays of brilliant purple air floating in the vast and boundless starry sky. Deep in the starry sky, more purple energy is constantly being generated. In the faraway deep space, a lavender river meandered along. When it flowed to his feet, Xia Yu suddenly felt as if he had stepped into a long river of time. The river, shimmering with purple light, was so vast that one could not see where it came from in the front, nor where it would end in the back. Xia Yu's heart was suddenly touched. He stretched out his hand to fish in the river. Starlight twinkled on his hand, and a wisp of purple air lingered on his fingertips. In an instant, he was pulled into a completely unfamiliar world of time and space. On the boundless and desolate Gobi Desert, the sun was scorching in the sky, and the temperature was nearly 50 degrees, baking the soil and sand on the ground, causing a layer of mist to rise. Below my sight, a young man in white shirt and black pants was standing on a low slope, squinting his eyes and looking up at the sky. The man's handsome and angular profile exudes a strange charm, as if the customs and stories of the world are concentrated in one person. Who are you? The man in white suddenly asked, his eyes as bright as lake water staring at the air, exactly where Xia Yu was standing. I can feel you. Xia Yu, where's this? How can this person sense me? Moreover, she could hear his words clearly and even sense the subtle changes in his emotions. Is this what is called the God's perspective? You can feel me? Xia Yu asked. The man on the ground frowned, pondered for a moment, and said, I can sense you and know you come from another time and space. You must have obtained the Pearl of Time, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't suddenly appear here. The Pearl of Time? Xia Yu was a little surprised. Could it be that the purple dragon ball he accidentally entered was the Pearl of Time? Yes, it's an incredibly mysterious treasure, filled with the primordial purple energy from the creation of the universe. I heard there's also a vast, endless river of time within it, as vast as the sea. When one steps into the long river of time and takes a scoop, one finds a world of time and space. The man in white said calmly, I'm also searching for the Pearl of Time. Just now, for a moment, I sensed a faint force of time appearing in midair. I never thought it was real. Were you looking for the Pearl of Time? Xia Yu asked curiously. Save someone Save the most important person in my life. The man in white said softly, a hint of deep memories rising in his bright eyes. I'd really like to know, where's your world now? Xia Yu asked without comment. He also didn't say that he had entered the Pearl of Time. It would be better not to use such incredible opportunities and luck to provoke others. I was in Lopner, China, on June 20th, 1976. What about you? Holy shit, I'm back in 1976? I can actually talk to people from decades ago. This is too ridiculous. Are you sure it was 1976? Xia Yu couldn't believe it and asked again. Sure. Besides, there's no need for me to lie to you. The man in white frowned and said, Where are you from? I'm from year 2033, June 20th, and I'm also Chinese. Oh, a future person? The man in white raised his eyebrows, a little excited, and his tone became more urgent. Did you really get the purple time pearl? Strictly speaking, it was me who entered the Pearl of Time, but it didn't recognize me as its master. Xia Yu answered. The young man in white smiled bitterly, shook his head, and said, How many people in the long river of history have been lucky enough to enter the Pearl of Time? You must be the lucky child of your time to have such a heaven-defying opportunity. You know, you're very lucky. I'm not the only one searching for the Pearl of Time. Countless so-called children of destiny are also searching for it throughout this long river of time. It just depends on who can get it first. Xia Yu was very surprised. What kind of trick was this? The sons of destiny from different time periods in a long river of time are all competing for the Pearl of Time? Shit, others have racked their brains to find it, but can't find it anywhere else. But I just happened to find it by accident? Even Xia and himself admired such incredible luck. You were born in 1976 and are Chinese. Logically, we should have crossed paths in real life, right? In my time and space, you should be almost 80 years old, right? Xia Yu suddenly thought of an interesting question and said, Could it be that something unexpected happened to you during that period of time? Did you die or go missing? The man in white curled his lips and said indifferently, That's not surprising. Life is inherently unpredictable. Yes, my name is Ichio. What's yours? Yeki, 9 groups of divine guards. Xia Yu was so shocked that he lost his voice. The space and time in front of him shook violently. A white light flashed, and Xia Yu returned to the river of time. The strange experience just now completely overturned some of his previous fixed ideas. It turns out that in addition to time travel and rebirth, you can also travel through time and freely interact with people from certain time and space. He has always believed that the time in this universe is a straight line, and except for the occasional golden finger, is basically irreversible. Xia Yu, who possesses the chaotic space, has great spatial skills, but he is still a novice when it comes to the time domain. Perhaps chaos represents the infinity of space, and the time bead that generates the primordial purple energy represents time. Before the two, there is nothingness where there is nothing. From nothingness came primordial chaos, and with time and space, this universe and this world finally came into being. A scientist once said, Time is space in motion, and space is time in expansion. The two complement each other. Without time, there'd be no space. Similarly, without space, time would have no meaning of existence. So, if one day this universe finally comes to an end, the first thing to disappear will definitely be time, and then infinite space will disappear as well. Hongming, Purple Chi, the Pearl of Time, I must master them in my hands, take them. Xia, and it made up their minds. The long river of time under my feet is surging with sparkling waves. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, Exploring the Long River of Time. The Pearl of Time is at least a cosmic treasure of the same level as the small world. The small world has a complete 9-level system, and each level can be infinitely integrated and upgraded. With the blessing of the chaotic space, such a heaven-defying existence is basically invincible. The only downsides are, it still uses the general time of the blue planet, 24 hours a day, with slightly longer days and shorter nights. Therefore, this is why the first valley in the small world is still in the space of Blue Star and has not completely broken away from the time and space of Blue Star. The small world does not have its own time system and cannot establish a completely independent space and time, which poses a great hidden danger. Only when the small world is completely independent in a different time and space, it can be carried with you and connected to the owner at all times, can you be truly invincible. The Pearl of Time can perfectly solve this problem. Well, now that we're here, we must find a way to take the time pearl away. Let's explore it first. Xia Yu muttered to himself, stepping onto the long river of time and starting to go upstream. I wonder if this long river has an end? The lavender river flows slowly, occasionally raising some sparkling waves, and there are always some amazing encounters passing by. Xia Yu walked along the way, quietly watching the changes in the world, the passage of history, and the transformation of the universe. The passage of time on the blue planet is nothing more than insignificant waves in a river as vast as the sea. Although he was insignificant, Xia Yu was from Blue Star after all. Under the influence of some mysterious causal relationship, he couldn't help but be moved by the waves of time related to Blue Star. A wave that rolled with time piqued Xia Yu's interest. He reached out his right hand and plunged into the waves. October 3rd, 2019, 3 p.m., Wild Dead Castle, Switzerland. Hab Effinger, who is over 70 years old, sits in this Baroque garden castle. He leisurely enjoyed the autumn afternoon sunshine outside the window, feeling the weight and vicissitudes of the castle that had gone through 7 centuries. Mr. Taylor Arison, is your plan a bit too hasty? 72-year-old Effinger picked up the coffee on the coffee table, took a sip, and said to a blond old man sitting on the sofa, I have always believed that Rockefeller III's idea of reducing the world population to 500 million was correct, but there are many ways to achieve this goal. I personally don't like using viruses as a means because it's a double-edged sword and cannot be controlled. The blond old man, Allison, shook his head and said, Mr. Effinger, I understand your concerns, but the human purge plan has been secretly implemented for 85 years with little success. Since we believe the direction is right, is it necessary to plan the effectiveness of the method we use? Effinger was silent, thought seriously for a while, and said, Are we confident? Also, do we have a backup antidote? Don't worry, Mr. Effinger. We're all prepared. The only thing we can't control is the direction of the virus's mutation. Where are you going to start? Huaghua, Hubei Province, Han City. They will soon host an international sports meeting. Mr. Arison, I'm a little worried. What if it fails? Don't be afraid of failure. We Freemasons still have an ultimate plan. Antarctica? All right. Looking at all this, Xia Yu resisted the urge to kill because he knew that the historical scenes in the long river of time were real, but could not be easily changed. Freemasons. So you're the biggest mastermind behind this. Humph. Xia Yu continued to move forward, walking further and further on the long river of time. Except for the cross-time and space contact between Xia Yu and Yi Qiu at the beginning, he was unable to communicate with the characters in the historical scenes at other times. Perhaps the deeper the cause and effect with Xia Yu, the more interactive he will be with the characters inside. But he and Yi Qiu had never met before, and he had only heard Jiang Bui mention his deeds. Then why could they communicate with each other? Could it be that there is a deep karmic connection between the two of them? Before I knew it, half a month had passed. Wandering in the long river of time, Xia Yu forgets the passage of time, forgets sleep and hunger. His vast sea of consciousness and every cell in his body were stimulated, merging and resonating with the purple light particles of time. He was like a madman, immersed in the historical scenes, unable to extricate himself. Modern Qing Dynasty, Ming Dynasty, Yuan Dynasty, Song Dynasty, Tang Dynasty. Qing Dynasty, 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Ancient times. It took Xia Yu 10,000 years to walk this journey. From youth to adulthood, from ignorance of time to understanding its vastness and permanence. Xia Yu knew that he was comprehending the true meaning of time. Only by truly integrating into it and gaining enlightenment could the Pearl of Time recognize its master. Once the Pearl of Time successfully recognizes its master, it will be completely used by the owner. At the beginning of the universe, there was a long river of purple air. A slender figure in black walked obsessively on the river. Sometimes he laughed with joy, sometimes he howled in anger, sometimes he was gentle, and sometimes he lowered his head in sorrow. Guangchong Future City, the headquarters of the God War Army. On this day, Wu Yifeng summoned all the senior commanders of the 1st and 2nd Divine War Armies. After the island nation sank, the expedition was suddenly shelved. Xia Yu has been missing for half a month, and people throughout the Divine War Army have begun to raise doubts. No matter how Wu Yifeng tries to cover it up, the truth will eventually come to light. In that case, it's better to be frank. Everyone, I have called you here today to tell you 3 things. 1. Commander-in-Chief Xia Yu is out on an important matter and will not be back in the short term. During this period, I will temporarily serve as the commander-in-chief of the Divine War Army. 2. The original Blue Star expedition plan is suspended. 3. The Antarctic anomaly is likely to occur early. Starting today, our army will switch to strategic defense. All personnel must strengthen their preparations and firmly defend Future City. Wu Yifeng announced 3 things with a serious expression. Each one of them stirred up a storm in everyone's heart. Is this happening too fast? More than 10 days ago, everyone was still immersed in the joy of the sinking of the island country. The triumphant return of the Divine War Army made everyone full of pride and confidence to look down on the world. Unexpectedly, the situation took a turn for the worse in the blink of an eye. The key to all this is the mysterious disappearance of Xia Yu, the sole figure of the Divine War Army. I don't know when it started, but Commander-in-Chief Xia Yu has become the backbone of the Divine War Army and Future City. With Xia Yu here, everyone feels at ease. Without Xia Yu, the arrogance and confidence of the past always seem to be missing the biggest support point. Why are you all so dejected? 100,000 brave men. Are they going to give up just because one person is gone? Do they have no confidence to fight? Everyone get ready. We, the Godly War Army, dare to fight and are able to fight at any time. Do you hear me? Wu Yifeng frowned and scolded loudly. I heard it. Hundreds of commanders responded in unison. Louder. I heard it. P.S. I've been busy lately and often only have time to write after I get off work, but I'll try my best to keep it updated twice a day. Whether you're reading, following updates, commenting, liking, or urging for updates, it is all an encouragement and support to the author. Thank you very much. We would also like to thank the following generous gifts. Han Tanfeng, who loves fresh juice, Blue Little Pink Head, 11085496, 532273991, Qingfeng, Donghua, Curly Pink Xiaoling, Hanchun in 01, and a book reading madman. 92870-430. Little B loves to gather flowers. Kirishima Mana of the Fu Family Manor, Dream of Freedom, Ordinary Life, Nailan Shu of the John in Water City, Heroic Journey, Miku Chapter 110 Chapter 110 Opening the Gate of Hell. Among the underground cities on the East Coast, the most prosperous one is City Number 1, Noah City. Noah City, with a total area of 95 square kilometers, was built in the 1940s and was finally completed after nearly 100 years. Buildings that resemble medieval castles can be seen everywhere, stretching across the city. There are only 500,000 people living in City Number 1, but those who can live there are either rich or noble. Hab Effinger, 86 years old, is sitting in a Baroque castle, leisurely eating vegetable salad and grilled steak. Even in the underground of the apocalypse, this old nobleman still maintains his usual luxury and decency. Mr. Taylor Arison, do you remember 14 years ago? We launched a virus war of the century, and the population we eliminated was only 30 million. But now, this world-destroying natural disaster has helped us solve a major problem. The surviving population of Blue Planet is now estimated to be around 600 million, which is getting closer and closer to our Freemasonry's plan of 500 million human elites. Across the table, an old man with gray and blonde hair picked up a glass of red wine, took a sip gracefully, and said, President Effinger, Rockefeller III once said that 500 million is just a goal. If only 100 million of the world's elite were left, that wouldn't be a bad idea. Africans and Asians are our main targets for elimination. At least in the Northern Bear Country and China, there should still be at least 100 million people surviving, right? Upon hearing this, Effinger frowned and said worriedly, China now has a futuristic city and a superpowered individual named Xia Yu. Given our current strength, it's not advisable to make enemies with them. Haha, dear President Effinger, you're worrying too much. The Antarctic Ice Gate restart plan has come to an end. It won't be long before we will dominate the world. Future City and Xia Yu are nothing but rubbish in the face of our absolute strength. Arison laughed and said, Mr. Effinger, please believe in the strength behind us. The human purge plan that has been underway for nearly 100 years is about to succeed. It's time for us to step forward. At the American Alliance presidential office in Noah City, Deddes had just finished a routine physical examination by the president's full-time physician. His slightly pale face was filled with unconcealable worry. 20 days ago, underground City Number 7 was destroyed by a nuclear explosion, severely shattering his last bit of arrogance and dignity. Whenever he heard the name Xia Yu, he couldn't help but tremble all over. The shadow cast by that terrifying man of fighting power on him was too great. Mr. President, Mr. Harrison just called and asked you to meet him at Wild Egg Manor number 2 in an hour. President Effinger wants to see you. Deddes frowned and said in a deep voice, "Help me prepare the car. This time we'll take the dedicated Underground Highway 3. Yes, notify Secretary of Defense Powell and prepare to activate Level 1 emergency defense measures. Wait for my instructions." "Yes, Mr. President." 50 minutes later, the black car, carrying the President of the United States, slowly drove into the quaint Wild Egg Manor number 2. A huge conspiracy to completely subvert the civilization of Blue Star is about to reveal its hideous face and no longer be concealed. A day later, a piece of news that shocked the entire Blue Planet caught everyone's attention. U.S. President Deadice died of sudden heart attack last night. U.S. President Deadice dies. Defense Secretary Powell takes over urgently. In the Arctic ice field of the Northern Bear Country, in the underground city base of the glacial fire, President Putin is inspecting the huge animal and plant ecological balance system. The ecosystem, which stretches over 200 square kilometers, has completed the final test of geothermal energy conversion technology. It can be said that the city has truly achieved self-sufficiency. Even if you hide underground for hundreds of years, you won't have any problem surviving. Putin gazed at the vast expanse of green with satisfaction, wondering how, in the next 100 years, the Northern Bear people would create a unique underground civilization beneath the ice sheet. Your Excellency, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs called to say that U.S. President Deddes passed away last night, and Secretary of Defense Powell has taken over. Oh, Pu Jin's eyes showed a hint of surprise. After thinking for a while, he ordered, "In half an hour, we will hold an internal top-level decision-making meeting." On the same day, the Northern Bear Country issued a statement to the world, the content of which was also very shocking. 1. Deeply mourn the death of the respected U.S. President, Mr. Deddes. His death was a conspiracy. 2. The new President, Ball, is a high-ranking Freemason who took over the presidency by dishonorable means. 3. Freemasonry is a hidden hand behind many major powers. It has a core program. Retain 500 million human elites, fully enjoy the resources of the Blue Planet, and implement a human removal plan for the excess population. 4. UFOs are not the product of alien civilization, but come from a forgotten race, the underground people. The underground people are called Hohana. They have been living inside the Blue Planet, avoiding pollution from the outside world. The extreme cold disaster on Blue Planet has created conditions for the underground people to return to the surface on a large scale. The Freemasons are the most loyal agents of the underground people on the surface of Blue Planet. They have been involved in the conspiracy to eliminate most of the human population and help the underground people return to the surface. The statement from the Northern Bear Country was like a hydrogen bomb explosion with a yield of tens of millions, which set off a hurricane on the Blue Planet. The surviving national forces and ordinary people fell into deeper worries. In the apocalyptic wasteland, the remaining humans struggle to survive, yet someone is colluding with underground forces? Dissatisfied with the overpopulation of Blue Planet, they've initiated a plan to eliminate it? What a devil! The ugly image of Freemasonry was finally exposed, and its vicious intentions and a series of despicable crimes were also made public by those with ulterior motives. The concept of underground people attracted the attention of the surviving humans on Blue Planet for the first time. Suddenly, the situation on Blue Star changed suddenly. What's strange is that the future city, which had been high-profile and domineering in the early stages, didn't make a sound at all. And that godlike man, Xia Yu, seemed to have disappeared from the sight of the world all of a sudden. The Chinese government, which has always been low-key, suddenly released a bombshell news. In view of the unstable situation on Blue Planet, human survival will face a greater crisis. Our country has decided to restart the Nanchaman 2 project from today. The surviving Tiangong 1 meteorological satellite has successfully arrived over Antarctica and will make every effort to collect and monitor climate anomalies and changes in the region. The attention of everyone on Blue Planet was focused on the distant Antarctica. And over Antarctica, which had been shrouded in gray and black smoke for more than half a year, strange changes occurred again. 3 20-megaton equivalent weather nuclear bombs suddenly exploded in the stratosphere 15 kilometers above Antarctica. In less than 24 hours, the extreme cold temperature in Antarctica dropped sharply again, exceeding the critical line of death for the first time, dropping to minus 165 degrees Celsius. Antarctica has officially entered the terrifying and deadly cold. Beneath the thick Antarctic ice, 500 kilometers deep, a deep blue ice door continuously absorbs the deadly cold energy transmitted from the surface ice. That enormous blue ice gate emitted a mysterious and eerie blue light. The Devil's Gate to Hell is about to be opened. Chapter 111 Chapter 111 Xia Yu's disappearance. The future city, which suddenly became quiet and low-key, was actually not quiet at all. Ever since learning about Xia Yu's disappearance, everyone in Future City who knew about it has become uneasy, and everyone feels as if they are shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. Perhaps Xia Yu's prestige in the Future City is really too high. In everyone's mind, Yushin has become a legend that belongs to the Future City and to each and every one of them. The 500-member female supernatural archery team that Chun-Yun is in charge of has finally been formed. After being selected from 10,000 and then having their potential stimulated by taking the purple magic fruit, each of these 500 young girls is gifted and possesses extraordinary abilities. Finally, Chun-Yun divided the 500 people into 5 squadrons according to their different special abilities. Each team consisted of 100 people, with 1 squadron leader and 10 team leaders. Referring to the Ame bow, each team member is equipped with an alloy silver bow and several tubes of sharp arrows. The Ame school's magical chi arrow technique was also taught to the entire team by Chun-Yun himself, but due to the different comprehension abilities and talents of each person, the degree of chi arrow mastery varied. But it is just a startup now. As time goes by, this female supernatural archery team will surely shine. Well, it's time for Xia Yu to fulfill his promise. After 2 months of fully enclosed training, Chun-Yun walked out of the Arrow team base for the first time. This training base, specially built by Xia Yu, is located in the beautiful Guanchong Cave. Chun-Yun went straight to the command center on the 5th floor of the bunker, but did not find Xia Yu. Are you looking for Xia Yu? Wu Yifeng, who was taking charge of the overall situation, sighed when he saw that it was Xia Yu's favorite general Chun-Yun. He said, "You may be disappointed. Xia Yu is not here." "He's not here. Where did he go?" Chun-Yun frowned and asked. "I don't know, really. He's been missing for over 20 days. Wu Yifeng sighed. "What about the promise he made to me?" Chun-Yun's heart sank, and he felt a little panic for some reason. He said anxiously, "No, we must find him and fulfill our promise." Wu Yifeng smiled bitterly. "Girl, I want to find him too. Many of us want to find him, but where can we find him? Where can he go in the harsh environment of Blue Star now? Haven't you contacted the authorities? They could use space satellites and imaging surveillance to conduct a search. I've tried everything, but nothing works." Chun-Yun's face turned pale instantly, and her whole body felt like it was sinking into an ice cellar. Endless disappointment and sadness could not help but surge into her heart. "Xia Yu, you irresponsible fellow. How can you not keep your word? What about the promise to return Mount Ame to me? What about the promise to return my sect to me?" 2 lines of tears of grievance flowed down Chun-Yun's beautiful face unconsciously. Small World, Ame sect. In the south of the Small World Valley, near Juzegu, there's a steep but not very high mountain. The newly built Daoming Temple of Ame sect is located in it. Although the mountain is not high, it is shrouded in clouds and mist all day long. The mountain scenery is steep and beautiful, with streams, curtain caves, and the fragrance of ancient tea. It is truly a paradise on earth. At the beginning, Master Feng Ling inspected many places in the small world and finally decided to rebuild the Ame sect on this mountain. So this peak was named Little Ame Mountain. The 3 characters Daomingin were specially requested from the Chinese calligrapher Master Gufeng through Chief Executive Yibing. In today's small world, in addition to the main industries of agriculture, animal husbandry, and fishery, other supporting benefits such as education, medical care, entertainment, etc. are all thriving. After the basic water and electricity supply was provided to their homes, the living standards of the residents of the small world were greatly improved. The establishment of the Stargate network and TV station has once again raised the richness of life in the small world to a higher level. In today's small world, every family has a house to live in, with access to water and electricity, a television, a computer, and all kinds of advanced home appliances. I get up in the morning, go to work, and, in my spare time, make a pilgrimage to the Little World Tree. There is endless fresh and delicious food, free education and medical care, a car dealership to drive out of, and delicious food to eat when coming in. This kind of comfortable and fulfilling life is what many people desire, but cannot get in this prosperous time. Although there is no huge gap between the rich and the poor, and some people have less sense of superiority, the overall sense of happiness is much higher than before. Some people say that the feeling of happiness has little to do with how much you get, and sometimes rich people have more worries. Happiness requires you to return to your roots, and then you can gain more happiness. On the Little Amay Mountain, inside Daoming Temple, the 23rd generation leader of the Amay Daoming faction, Master Feng Ling, was quietly burning incense and sipping tea. The newly harvested Maofeng tea on the mountain, after being brewed with boiling spring water, has a mellow flavor that is even more intense than when it was first brewed on Mount Amay. Qinglin, have you found out anything about Yun'er? Nun Feng Ling, who is nearly 70 years old, is dressed in a plain dark blue dress. There is not a single wrinkle on her slightly majestic face. Master, I've checked with the population management section of the Small World Administration Department. Junior sister, Chun Yin, isn't on the list of recent immigrants. The eldest disciple, Qinglin, who was dressed in white, frowned and said, Master, could it be that junior sister Qinyin is already gone? Don't talk nonsense. How could someone like Yun'er, who is born with a natural Taoist bone, be so unlucky? Perhaps she is still outside and has not come in yet, just because the opportunity has not come yet. Feng Ling scolded lightly, his affection for Chun Yun, his close disciple, clearly visible on his face. Master, I found news about junior sister Chun Yun. The excited voice of the third disciple Qin Yun came from outside the door. What? Any news about Yuna? Where is she? Master Feng Ling stood up excitedly and walked out quickly. The long hem of her plain dress almost tripped over the teapots on the tea table. Master, don't worry. I also heard it from a female worker at the canned fruit factory. Today, when I went down the mountain to the market, I overheard a woman who looked like a female worker mention it. Before she came here, she had joined an organization called the Yun Gang, whose leader was Chun Yun, a skilled archer. Upon hearing this, Master Feng Ling trembled slightly, and 2 drops of turbid tears slid down the corners of her eyes. God has mercy on us. Lit Yunet alive. Qingyun, have you found out where Yun'er is now? Master, junior sister Qingyun is still in Future City and hasn't come in yet. I heard that City Lord Xia Yu asked her to form a female archery team. Nonsense. This is sheer nonsense. How can the art of Qi arrows be easily passed on to others? Master Feng Ling's expression changed drastically, and she said anxiously, No, we have to go to the administration department immediately and have them spread the word. The Qi arrow technique must not be spread lightly. Otherwise, Yun'er will be in danger, and her life may be in danger. In Europe, on the northwestern ice field, the once magnificent fairy tale forests and beautiful scenery have now turned into a scorched wasteland. In the far north of the ice sheet, there is a steep mountain that luckily avoided the impact of the meteorite. On the mountain peak, there are still clusters of dead spruce trees and dry branches. Among the remaining forests, a small bluish-white castle can be vaguely seen, covered with thick ice and snow. 600 meters below the castle, inside the mountain, there is a vast underground base. The stacked rooms and facilities all show the powerful strength of the owner. This is the secret base of the Snake Temple, the largest killer organization on Blue Star. Dear Alyssa, the rattlesnake we sent out is probably dead. Future City is very mysterious and powerful. A blond middle-aged man said in a magnificent living room of the base. The poison is not powerful, but its owner, Xia Yu. According to reliable sources, this man seems to have not appeared in a long time. And Future City has become extremely low-key recently. So, my guess is Xia Yu is missing. Alyssa smoothed her brown hair, picked up a piece of wheat bread, dipped it in red ketchup, put it in her mouth and chewed it, her eyes shining with excitement. I heard that there are many superpowers in Future City. Ha! Superpowers, it's been a long time since I absorbed such powerful blood. Chapter 112, Nanshiman Plan Number 2. The Kunlun Mountains, with a total length of 2,500 kilometers, run across most of western China like a giant dragon. Hidden within the majestic and steep mountains are thousands of years of myths and legends, as well as important secrets of China for nearly 100 years. Everyone knows that 2,000 meters underground in the Kunlun Mountains, there's an underground city stretching for more than 300 kilometers, the Kunlun Base. As the main base for the Manhwa Sky Repair Project, Kunlun is responsible for the survival of nearly 10 million Chinese people and the continuation of Chinese civilization. However, few people know that 30 years ago, China also launched an extremely advanced project, the Nanxiamen Project. This massive plan is divided into two phases. The first phase, Plan Number 1, mainly focuses on creating an aerospace strategic strike cluster. The second phase, Plan Number 2, will increase deep sea and underground strategic strike capabilities based on Plan Number 1. Because the plan was too advanced and sci-fi, once it was disclosed, most forces on the Blue Planet believed that it was just a smokescreen launched by China. In fact, it was just the IP of a sci-fi virtual game. July 19, 2033. The temperature in most parts of the Blue Planet has risen to minus 40 degrees Celsius. The sea ice is also gradually showing signs of melting. Deep in the Kunlun Mountains, a majestic mountain with an altitude of about 5,000 meters and stretching for hundreds of miles, a low roar suddenly sounded from the west side of the mountain. 5 minutes later, the snow on the mountain collapsed like an avalanche, and the huge mountain on the west side slowly cracked open. A doorway about 2,000 meters wide and over 500 meters high appears on the mountain like a huge beast mouth. A giant dark green strategic aerospace mothership slowly flew out of the cave. Its low humming sound and its appearance with a strong alien sci-fi feel made people feel as if they had entered a Hollywood sci-fi movie. Strategic Aerospace Carrier Kunlun. It has a total length of 282 meters and a wingspan of 762 meters. When both wings are fully extended, it is larger than 2 aircraft carriers combined. From a distance, it looks like a fantastic giant spaceship. The empty weight is 49,300 tons, and the maximum takeoff weight is 131,800 tons. The single-stage orbital insertion altitude is 43,000 kilometers, which means that the Kunlun can directly float to a space orbit 43,000 kilometers away from the Blue Planet. The maximum cruising speed is Mach 3.6, 1.22 kilometers per second, for 1,406 kilometers per hour, which means that it only takes 3 hours to reach Antarctica after taking off from Kunlun. Main weapon configuration: 20 sets of orbital electromagnetic guns, 12 sets of particle cannons, 16 sets of high-energy pulse laser cannons, and 46 sets of vertical launch missiles. Power system: equipped with 3 sets of large-scale airborne nuclear fusion reactors, 2 sets of large anti-gravity drives, imitating UFO planetary civilization level, and 46 large micro-impulse internal variable cycle engines. The massive Kunlun flew out of the Kunlun Mountains at a speed approaching Mach 3. Like a mountain, it pierced the gray-black clouds with a blurry afterimage, heading towards the orbit of Blue Star. China's unconcealed move quickly alarmed the major surviving forces on the Blue Planet. In an instant, more than a dozen military satellites quickly changed their orbits and locked onto this behemoth from afar. Huagua actually has such a big hidden card. This Nanxiamen No. 2 plan turns out to be true. I can't believe it. Beneath the ice sheet of the northern Bear Country, President Putin stared blankly at the shocking images sent back by the satellite, muttering to himself. Faced with such a disruptive and advanced weapon, I wonder what countermeasures the Freemasons and the U.S. alliance will take. This game is getting more and more exciting, haha. In just 15 minutes, the huge Kunlun passed through 1,000 kilometers of atmosphere and entered outer space orbit. The 43-year-old Captain Hu Jian stood in the spacious central control cabin of the Kunlun. In front of him was a 30-meter wide and 5-meter high control touchscreen, on which densely packed data kept jumping. Captain, in 9 minutes, we will officially enter low-orbit outer space. Should we activate the electromagnetic shielding? Okay, in 9 minutes, activate the electromagnetic shield. Also, lock onto all satellites monitoring us in the airspace and issue a warning. Anyone approaching within 500 kilometers of this ship will be shot down. Yes. 9 minutes later, the Kunlun quickly entered the low-orbit airspace of the Blue Planet and began a high-speed cruise mode at Mach 3.6. On the huge hull, a layer of ripples invisible to the naked eye vibrated and spread out. More than a dozen satellites hundreds of kilometers away are remotely tracking and monitoring the Kunlun. However, after entering the low-orbit airspace, the signal of Kunlun on all monitoring systems suddenly disappeared. In Noah City, the #1 city of the American alliance, the new President Powell was staring nervously at the satellite space images when the huge Kunlun signal suddenly disappeared. What happened? Why is the signal gone? The obese Ball shook his double chin and asked, Mr. President, the other party must have activated a new type of electromagnetic shielding. Michael, head of the space agency, explained. Is there any way to continue tracking? Ball frowned. We can release a star-seeking high-speed space drone, Michael suggested. Then execute it as soon as possible, Ball said. But, Mr. President, we just received a warning message from the other side. Any satellite or aircraft approaching 500 kilometers will be shot down. Don't worry about him. Order, release the high-speed drones. Yes, Mr. President. A minute later, a silver-gray star-seeking drone flew out from a huge low-orbit satellite and flew towards the Kunlun at a speed of 3.8 Mach. Inside the command cabin of the Kunlun ship, Hu Jian's sharp eyes kept scanning the large operating screen in front of him. Captain, a high-speed drone has been detected 530 kilometers to the rear. It will enter the warning airspace within 15 seconds. Should we shoot it down? Hu Jian's expression turned stern, and he said in a cold voice, Shoot it down resolutely. Clear. 5 seconds later, a silver body aerospace fighter flew out from the movable door opened on the back of the mothership and flew towards the drone in the distance at a speed of 5.6 Mach. 10 seconds later, a ball of blazing fire flashed in space, and the Star Seeker, high-speed drone was smashed into pieces. The slender Bidey made an emergency stop in the air, performed a difficult roll towards the distant satellite as a demonstration, turned around, and disappeared. Holy crap! What is this? A Chinese aerospace fighter? Where's our drone? Was it shot down? Ball, who was watching through the drone's vision, was startled by the sudden flash of snow as soon as he saw the cool white Emperor fighter and screamed. Yes, Mr. President, it must be China's Bidey aerospace fighter. Our drone was destroyed. Ball wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and felt a chill in his heart. Damn, this plane is too cool. 15 seconds later, the attacking Bidey returned home and joined the 96 Bidey aerospace fighters carried by the mother ship. White Emperor aerospace fighter. The aircraft is 25.3 meters long, has a wingspan of 14.6 meters, a maximum takeoff weight of 53 tons, an air cruising speed of Mach 3.2, a maximum speed of Mach 5.6, and a maximum range of 48,000 kilometers. Hybrid power system, anti-gravity field drive, plus internal variable cycle engine power unit. Weapons systems, electromagnetic pulse particle accelerator, laser-guided missiles. Features, it has super all-weather stealth, ultra-high speed, high maneuverability, can freely switch between manned and unmanned combat modes, and can easily carry out tasks such as air control, air combat raids, and ground strikes. The interior of the Kunlun mothership also carries 22 Chang'e #1 air-to-ground dual-purpose tactical mechas, 16 Chang'e #2 deep-sea mechas, and 20 Chang'e #3 ground drilling mechas. The Chang'e #1 air-to-ground tactical mecha is 6.2 meters high and weighs 11 tons. The left and right arms are each equipped with 2 high-energy pulse laser cannons and 2 sets of rocket launchers, which can carry out long-range fire-covered strikes within a range of 600 kilometers. Chang'e #1 has 2 travel modes: low-altitude flight within 1,000 meters, walking at a speed of 360 kilometers per hour, and can be flexibly adjusted according to different combat missions. The Chang'e #2 mecha is 5.6 meters high and weighs 9.6 tons. It is specially designed for deep-sea combat. It can withstand a water pressure of 101 MPa at a depth of 10,000 meters under the sea, and its pressure resistance reaches 1,000 times the terrifying standard atmosphere pressure. Maximum deep-sea speed, 330 knots. Equipped with weapons, high-speed machine gun, 16 laser-guided torpedoes. The Chang'e #3 mecha is 3.8 meters high and weighs 6.3 tons. It is specially designed for underground combat and has super strong drilling capabilities. It can quickly reach the bottom of the rock 100 meters in 50 seconds. Chapter 113, China's Space Dominance. The debut of the Kunlun aerospace mothership and the Bidey aerospace fighter shocked the entire blue planet. China has secretly developed such sci-fi and advanced weapons without realizing it, and has quickly occupied the dominant position in the space of the blue planet. For a time, All surviving satellites from various countries in space orbit wisely moved away from the Kunlun. But sometimes, staying away is useless. It's like you stay away from a bad girl, but she will always find you by smelling the scent of money. Aboard the Kunlun, Captain Hu Jian had just finished writing his first flight log. He glanced at the time on the control screen and pressed the communication button on his earpiece. Attention all units. In 15 minutes, re-enter the atmosphere and initiate low Earth orbit cleanup operations. Destroy all Starlink satellites with electromagnetic pulses and high-energy lasers. Receive. 15 minutes later, the massive Kunlun re-entered the gray atmosphere. In the airspace 500 to 600 kilometers above the ground, there are more than 100,000 Starlink satellites, some intact and some damaged. While flying at high speed, waves of invisible electromagnetic pulse attacks were launched from the dark green hull of the Kunlun, sweeping towards the surrounding Starlink satellites. No satellites within thousands of kilometers were spared. Even Starlink satellites further away could not escape the blazing high-energy laser fire. In an instant, they were reduced to slag and smoke in the air. 20 hours later, all Starlink low Earth satellites in the atmosphere, whether good or bad, have turned into space junk or dust. Order: exit the atmosphere at full speed and launch a full-scale attack and cleansing of all U.S., Allied, and EU satellites in low, medium, and high orbits. Mission time, 72 hours. Inside the cabin, Hu Jian's voice was calm and indifferent. An unprecedented space war has begun. However, it was only China's unilateral crushing. Under the dimensionality reduction attack of the powerful Kunlun aerospace cluster, the US and the EU had almost no ability to fight back. East coast of North America, NOAA's City Space Agency. President Powell looked at the satellite signals on the screen with a pale face, which were going out one by one, but he was helpless. It won't be long before the US and the EU completely lose their voice in space. Even the most basic missile attack and long-range combat command capabilities are gone. China's move of cutting off the source of funds is really poisonous. He pressed the vital point of Europe and America and delivered a fatal blow. Please put me on the internal line, looking for President Effinger. Powell slumped down in the leather chair and instructed the presidential secretary. No need to call. Help me prepare the car and go to Wild Egg Manor number 2 immediately. In the small world, the administrative building. The first chief executive Yi Bing personally received Master Feng Ling of Amei and his party. After listening to Master Feng Ling's statement, the usually calm Yi Bing also became a little nervous. After all, this is related to the women's archery team created by Xia Yu. Master Feng Ling, are you saying that the Amei Chi arrow technique shouldn't be taught lightly? Is it a sect rule? Yi Bing calmed down Master Feng Ling's agitation, asked her to sit down first, and then asked carefully. Then why do you say that if you pass on the Chi arrow technique to others, your beloved disciple's life will be in danger? Master Feng Ling calmed down her excitement for a moment, sighed, and said thoughtfully, Alas, how can I put this? This story has to start from when Yin'er first entered Mount Amei. That year, Yin'er followed her parents up the mountain and became a disciple of Amei Taoist Ming'an. She was only 7 years old. I saw that she was beautiful and intelligent and had a natural temperament. Of course, I was overjoyed and immediately took her in as my disciple. From then on, I no longer accepted disciples, so Yin'er is my last disciple. Of course, Yin'er did not disappoint me. She swept the floor and meditated during the day and practiced Qigong and Taoism at night. In less than 3 years, she had cultivated the 9th level of Amei internal Qi to the 4th level. This kind of talent and speed and cultivation is simply incredible. So, when Yin'er was 10 years old, I taught her the Qi archery technique, our sect's most precious treasure. Needless to say, with her talent and hard work, she mastered the art of Qi arrow in just a few years. When Master Feng Ling said this, she couldn't help but sigh. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, it has been 15 years. The well-behaved little girl has now grown into a fairy-like figure. Master, if that's the case, junior sister Chun Yun is truly gifted. Besides her and you, Master, is there anyone else in the Amei sect who has mastered the art of Qi arrow? The more Yi Bing listened, the more fascinated she became. She couldn't help but ask more questions. She became curious about Yin'er. It's not that the other disciples can't practice. It's that they can't be taught or practiced. Because the teachings of her sect, passed down from ancient times, are the art of Qi arrow, Dao Dun is one of them, and is passed down only once per generation. Those who pass it on too lightly or too often will suffer misfortune. Master Feng Ling sighed. Alas, Yinner's heart is too sincere. I wonder what conditions City Lord Xia promised her that would make her violate the sect's ancestral teachings and disregard her own safety. Yi Bing heard this and comforted him. Perhaps Qin Yin will not be in danger. She is an exception. I hope so. Yes, Commander Yi. Is there any other way to contact the outside world? I'm sorry, Master Feng Ling. The small world is an independent space. Unless Xia Yu takes the initiative to come in, there is no way. Master Feng Ling was very disappointed, and her face, which had very few wrinkles, suddenly turned extremely pale. Qin Yin, what should we do if the words of bad luck really come true? Noah City Center, Wild Egg Manor No. 2. The obese American President Powell climbed to the 3rd floor of the castle panting. He saw the old Kiwanis Club leader, Effinger, concentrating on pruning a pot of brightly colored strelitzia on the spacious balcony. President Effinger, we are in big trouble. China's Kunlun aerospace ship has launched a raid on our and the EU's space satellites. Bauer panted, took out a handkerchief from his pocket, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Effinger, dressed in casual pajamas, continued to trim the flowers and leaves with his head down, and said slowly, Bauer, do you know what this flower is called? It's called strelitzia, right? Bauer answered, still wiping the sweat from his face with his handkerchief. Yes, this flower is called Strelitzia regini, also known as bird of paradise. Look at its flower shape. It's smart and unique. From a distance, it looks like a brightly colored bird dancing on the branches. It's so fascinating. Mr. Power, do you know what the bird of paradise represents? It represents freedom and loyalty. As long as we Freemasons remain true to our ideals and loyal to our underground allies, what does it matter what we lose on the surface? We will eventually rule the world and gain the greatest freedom. As Effinger spoke, he put down the pruning shears in his hand, took off his rubber gloves, and walked into the living room. Ball, come with me. I'll show you something. Effinger walked with steady steps through the living room, went down the stairs to the 1st floor, and then entered a study with simple decoration. The old man climbed up the ladder and took out a thick book from the highest step. The Great Revival of Freemasons. Then he reached into the bookcase and pressed a secret button. A row of bookcases in the corner of the study slowly moved away, revealing a 2-meter square underground entrance on the floor. Effinger led the way into the underground passage, where the lights automatically lit up one by one. After walking down more than 30 meters, entering the fingerprint and password, I pushed open a thick titanium alloy door. Inside the gate is an ancient sacrificial hall of 200 square meters. In the middle of the hall, there is a tall black Y-shaped sign emitting a mysterious light. The symbols of Freemasonry, the divider, the square, and the code, forming a solemn Y shape. The eye in the middle radiates black light, representing their ultimate goal of breaking through the triple darkness of the world and seeing the light of reason again. Effinger slowly approached the black symbol, took out a dark blue stone bead from the pendant around his neck, and solemnly inserted it into the eye area in the middle of the black symbol. As Effinger muttered, a blue light emanated from the eye and the logo. Great triple light, respected underworld Lord Hohana, please send down your disc-shaped messenger. The chaos on the surface requires divine correction. Ball felt a little confused as he listened to the 82-year-old man mumbling. What's this for a curse? Can this spell destroy China's giant aerospace warship? Are you kidding me? At this moment, no one saw it. 500 kilometers deep, beneath the Antarctic ice, a beam of light rapidly spun on a huge blue ice door, like a sudden whirlpool on the lake. After about 10 minutes, the vortex spun faster and faster. Light and shadow flashed, and a light blue disc-shaped aircraft the size of a basketball court suddenly appeared outside the ice gate. In another flash, he teleported to high altitude above Antarctica. Chapter 114 Chapter 114 Humanity's First Battle with a UFO. Captain, all US and EU orbital satellites have been cleared. Please give instructions. Very good. Next target, Antarctica. Full speed ahead. Receive. In the silent outer space, 38,000 kilometers away from the ground, the huge hull of the Kunlun shook and flew towards the south pole of the blue planet at high speed. In the pitch-black vacuum, a string of star marks and afterimages were left behind. At the Kunlun speed of Mach 3.6, 1.22 kilometers per second, it only takes 1.5 hours to reach Antarctica from high orbit over the equator. Hu Jian finished writing the second flight log and breathed a sigh of relief. The past 100 hours have been the most glorious moments of his 43 years of life. He never imagined that one day he would personally command such a huge and advanced aerospace ship, sweeping across the blue planet's orbit, feeling proud and proud. How many years has it been since China was this ruthless and tough? Except for the man named Xia Yu some time ago. With the strength of one person, he dared to wipe out the armored division of Shaozi, dared to nuke the island country and land and decapitate. Finally, the entire island nation was sunk. These scenes that once only appeared in Hu Jian's dreams were accomplished by one person. This man named Xia Yu has become Hu Jian's idol. In other words, she has become an idol in the hearts of countless Chinese men. Xia Yu, if I have the chance, I really want to meet you, or to fight alongside you. Hu Jian was daydreaming, and the starlight outside the cabin was vaguely projected on his resolute face. Captain, we are only 430 kilometers away from Antarctica and can arrive in 6 minutes. Climate monitoring images sent by the Tiangong, one meteorological satellite, show that the temperature below 20 kilometers in the Antarctic stratosphere has reached minus 170 degrees Celsius. Hearing this, Hu Jian straightened his azure officer uniform and said, "In 5 minutes, activate the ship's extreme cold protection mode. Also, increase the deep space radar scanning power to maximum, conducting a full-scale survey of the area 3,000 kilometers outside the ship. Clear." 6 minutes later, the huge Kunlun entered the extremely cold and deadly region above Antarctica and flew towards the center. Above the gray-black Antarctic, the temperature has dropped to a terrifying minus 170 degrees Celsius, and dense gray ice particles are suspended in the airspace, covering an area of 16 million square kilometers. The Kunlun reduced its speed and sailed through this dark, demonic realm. Report, Deep Space Radar Monitoring. Suspicious signal light spot has appeared 2,980 kilometers behind. Radar monitors sounded the alarm. Immediately lock onto the signal source and activate the entire ship's defense and attack systems. Understood. Report. The signal light spot has jumped and is only 260 kilometers away from us. The radar monitor was pale and frightened. How could this be possible? In just 3 seconds, the target signal source had traveled 2,720 kilometers. What speed was this? Teleportation? Immediately activate the electromagnetic protection system. Escape Antarctic airspace at full speed and head for outer space. High-energy pulse laser cannon lock onto the target and fire. Hu Jian quickly gave the order. He encountered a tough guy, an extremely tough one at that. Report, the target is moving too fast. The laser cannon has failed to lock on. Report, the target is approaching 30 kilometers from us. Too fast. 20 kilometers to go, huh? It's hovering. Shit, it's a UFO. Hu Jian was so nervous that he held his breath and ordered loudly. 10 groups of orbital electromagnetic cannons, particle cannons, high-energy pulse laser cannons, and vertical missiles on the enemy side. Lock onto the target and attack. In less than 3 seconds, a round of combined firepower attack that illuminated half of the sky was launched from the huge Kunlun and covered the hovering target 20 kilometers away. The first to lock onto the target were 6 blazing white high-energy laser beams. In the blink of an eye, they crossed 20 kilometers of space and hit the hovering target directly. Missed, the target teleported. At such a close distance, the target's image can be clearly seen on the deep space radar monitoring screen. A disc-shaped aircraft emitting a light blue halo flashed for a moment before leaving its original position and appearing 10 kilometers to the right. 6 high-energy laser beams hit the air and disappeared into the gray-black distant sky. Then the electromagnetic cannon and particle cannon all missed. Only 10 deep space high-speed missiles changed their direction under laser guidance and roared towards the relocated target. In the monitoring image, an incredible phenomenon occurred. 10 high-speed missiles hit the halo on the surface of the disc-shaped aircraft, causing ripples. Then, without any flashes of fire or explosions, the missiles with tail flames all disappeared. What's going on? Inside the cabin of the Kunlun, everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. What the hell is this? Where did the missiles go? Hu Jian took a deep breath, calmed his nervousness, and ordered in a deep voice. Send out 5 White Emperor aerospace fighters and attack the target with all their might. Also, When the White Emperor launches its attack, simultaneously activate the anti-gravity jammer to limit the target's anti-gravity teleportation. High-energy pulse laser cannon. Lock onto the target in advance and wait for firing. Receive. Soon, 5 silver body aerospace fighters flew out from the Kunlun ship and approached the flying saucer at high speed. From a distance of 10 kilometers, 5 electromagnetic pulse particle accelerated shells and 10 303 space laser-guided missiles were fired at the disc-shaped target at the same time. At a distance of 10 kilometers, it only takes 5 seconds from launch to impact. Hu Jian silently calculated in his mind, and at the 3rd second, he immediately gave the order to activate the anti-gravity jammer. An invisible ripple shot towards the distant UFO at the speed of light. At the 4th second, the light blue UFO vibrated and its halo swung, but did not complete the teleportation. Anti-gravity interference successful. A deafening explosion sounded, and in the air 10 kilometers away, balls of dazzling white light surged. The particle cannons and missiles launched by White Emperor all hit the target. High-energy pulse laser emission. In the distance, the smoke of gunpowder had not yet dissipated when 6 blazing beams of light streaked across the sky, piercing into the flames. Inside the Kunlun cabin, cheers and thunderous applause rang out. Damn, it's not easy. Humanity faced off against a UFO for the first time, and at last, they weren't pinned to the ground. The target is still there. Oh no, the target launched a laser attack on Baidi, and shit. How did those 10 missiles we just launched that disappeared fly back? Hu Jian's face changed drastically, and he urgently ordered on the communicator. Emergency evacuation, anti-missile laser launch. Recall Baidi and leave Antarctic airspace at high speed. Clear. In the distance, a UFO with a blue light that was obviously much dimmer suddenly flashed out from the smoke. It made a strange, right-angle teleportation in the air. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind a Baidi fighter plane. A white light flashed, and the Baidi only had time to make an emergency stop and roll. Boom! The right wing of the Baidi fighter plane was hit and caught fire, and it fell rapidly. The remaining 4 Baidi aircraft received the recall order from the mothership. Each launched 2 303 missiles at the distant flying saucer, and then turned and flew towards the Kunlun at high speed. The UFO, which showed signs of damage, flashed and appeared behind another Baidi fighter plane with a flash of white light. Boom! Flames surged, and another Baidi aerospace fighter was shot down. Damn it! Anti-gravity jammer, fire at the target with full force. Seeing 2 Baidi fighter planes shot down in succession, Hu Jian's heart was about to bleed, and he shouted, "Immediately activate the mothership's protective shield, fire the anti-missile laser, and use all other firepower to attack the target and escort Baidi back." Boom! Boom! There were several consecutive explosions and flashes of fire. 8 of the 10 missiles fired at the Kunlun were shot down. The remaining 2 were hit by dozens of electromagnetic shells as they approached the ship, causing a violent explosion. The huge shock wave hit the huge hull of the Kunlun at close range, causing its light green protective shield to shake. The 3 frightened White Emperor fighter planes took advantage of the brief interference of the flying saucer by the anti-gravity wave and finally returned safely to the mother nest. The Kunlun quickly left the Antarctic battlefield at a speed of 3.6 Mach. In the distance, a disc-shaped UFO with an almost invisible blue halo hovered in the sky for a few seconds and stopped pursuing. The light and shadow flashed and then disappeared into the gray-black sky. Chapter 1:15 Chapter 1:15 Underground World. 3 hours later, the Kunlun finally returned safely to the depths of the Kunlun Mountains. Amidst a rumbling sound, the huge aerospace mothership passed through the wide hole and entered the tall mountain. This was the first direct confrontation between humans on Blue Planet and UFOs. It was short and intense. Both sides suffered losses, but humans suffered greater losses. Kunlun Aerospace Número 1 Base. Hu Jian, who had just gotten off the mothership, had no time to rest properly and rushed to the base command center without stopping. Old Hu, you're amazing this time. You're the first person to dare to confront a UFO head-on. When the base commander He Wei met Hu Jian, he shook his hands affectionately and said, "Let me report to everyone. What did we gain from this battle?" Hu Jian's face flushed upon hearing this, and he stammered, "Commander, are you kidding me? I lost 2 White Emperor fighter planes. I almost want to die. Comrade Lao Hu, we must look at the problem comprehensively. How can there be no casualties and losses in war? The key is that we must be good at summarizing our experiences and gains and losses in war, striving to avoid or minimize mistakes next time. Only by knowing ourselves and the enemy can we win every battle. He Wei frowned and said seriously, "How about this? You project today's battle video onto the big screen and explain the entire process so that everyone can learn from the experience and draw conclusions." "Okay, Commander." Then, a video of the close combat between the Kunlun aerospace cluster and the UFO was projected on the big screen. When seeing the UFO's abnormal teleportation speed and advanced protective capabilities, everyone present was extremely surprised and shocked. Although humans have long studied UFOs, they also know that some of their technological capabilities are incredible. But how can the fragmentary images and information of the past be more intuitive than the battle between the two civilizations? Are the underground people's weapons and equipment so advanced? UFOs can ignore gravity and move instantly by using geomagnetism. This black technology completely subverts people's understanding. The level of technological civilization on Blue Planet before the disaster was about 0.7. China's Kunlun aerospace cluster has barely reached level 0.9 in overall technology. Judging from the performance of this UFO, the level of technological civilization of the underground people has reached at least level 1.5 of planetary civilization. In other words, the underground civilization is at least 0.8 levels ahead of the surviving civilization on the surface of the Blue Planet. With such a huge gap, how can we fight once a large-scale war breaks out? Antarctica, 1,600 kilometers below the ice, deep in the lower mantle. There is a vast space with an area of 5 million square kilometers. The highest point in space is 120 kilometers. Looking up, it was like the sky beneath the Earth, a curtain of azure light covering millions of square kilometers, like a dreamy fairy tale world. In this vast space of 5 million square kilometers, there are mountains, hills and plains, waterfalls and rivers, canyons and lakes. The endless dark red rock formations look like pieces of flesh and blood of blue stars. On the ground and in the mountains, there grows only a purple succulent plant called dohera. The dohera trees are nearly 200 meters tall, constantly absorbing geothermal heat from their roots, and then emitting cool nitrogen through their branches and leaves. Yes, this is the world where millions of underground people, Hohana, have lived for 10,000 years. Itatu. Itatu, in their language, means eternal world. In the heart of Itatu, there's a vast blue lake covering 300,000 square kilometers. From time to time, various disc-shaped aircraft appear to break through the water's azure surface, as clear as a mirror. If you put the lake water on advanced instruments for testing, you will be surprised to find that the lake water covering hundreds of thousands of square kilometers is full of high-concentration liquid nitrogen. This extremely inert, colorless, and odorless liquid can remain at an ultra-low temperature of minus 200 degrees Celsius for a long time. The extremely cold temperature here is fatal to humans on the surface of the Blue Planet, but for the underground people Hohana, it is the most suitable temperature for them to live. Therefore, the basic living conditions of Hohana are 1. Extremely cold temperatures ranging from minus 150 to minus 200 degrees Celsius. 2. The nitrogen content in the air reaches 95%. 3. Use dohera, purple succulent plant, as the main food. The current surface temperature of Blue Planet and the 78% nitrogen content in the atmosphere are simply not suitable for the survival of underground people, unless at the center of Itatu, the vast bottom of the liquid nitrogen lake, a magnificent palace-style, huge city complex called Tula was magically separated from the nitrogen liquid. Crossing the blue lake is like entering a magnificent dragon palace city. Countless disc-shaped aircraft of varying sizes shuttled through the city. Groups of short, white-skinned underground people with large, flat heads supported by thin necks walked among the buildings. In the center of Tula City, there is a tall, pure white palace. 7 short, white-skinned underground people were holding a meeting in the palace. Their clothing is quite strange. Their short bodies are covered with long, colorful gauze, but if you touch it with your hand, you can't feel the slightest bit of real texture. Hohana's way of holding meetings was also quite magical. In the huge meeting room, there was not a sound of conversation. The 3D virtual imaging device in the center of the round table was broadcasting the recent encounter high in the Antarctic sky. The huge Kunlun and the slender bitey fighter left a deep impression on this group of short Hohanas, especially when the disc-shaped UFO was suddenly attacked by an anti-gravity magnetic field interference wave. It instantly lost its teleportation ability and was finally covered by fire and damaged. The core leaders of Ohana lost their composure and began to discuss collectively through their mind amplifiers. Governor Huoli, didn't you say that the humans on the surface of Blue Star are just a group of uncivilized monkeys? How come they have such advanced weapons? General Huoling, this is just an accident. According to the data we have collected over the past 1,000 years, the technological level of surface humans is generally low. Although they have developed rapidly over the past century, they're still far from reaching the level of planetary civilization 1. According to our comprehensive assessment, they are only around level 0.7. The level of weapon technology we see today is infinitely close to level 1 of planetary civilization. But even so, there is still a huge gap between our technological level. I agree with Governor Huoli. The humans on the surface of Blue Star are not to be feared. This natural disaster has created a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us to return to the surface. Yes, we have been waiting for over 12,000 years. We almost forgot that our ancestors once lived on the surface of the blue planet. I have good news for everyone. Our surface agents, the Freemasons, have sent us reliable intelligence. After this apocalyptic natural disaster, the total population of Blue Planet has fallen to less than 600 million, and their civilization and strategic weapons have been almost completely destroyed. This is the best time for us to return to the surface. Once the Antarctic ice gate absorbs enough extreme cold energy, the exit will be completely opened. Ladies and gentlemen, do we need to consider in advance a question? How do we solve the problem of surface temperature and atmospheric nitrogen content? According to the plan, we must at least lower the surface temperature to minus 150 degrees Celsius and raise the nitrogen content to 95% so that it is suitable for our long-term survival. Don't worry, the Antarctic atmospheric temperature and nitrogen content will soon reach the required level. This plan will be implemented soon, and the Blue Planet will soon be back in our arms. 7 short underground people stood up together, raised their hands to the sky at the same time, and their minds intertwined and resonated, chanting, "Noble Hohana will remain steadfast in his resolve to return to the surface and rebuild the great civilization of Atlantis." Chapter 116. The Ice Gate opens. The Pearl of Time recognizes its master. August 16, 2033, Nanxing. 1,000 kilometers above Antarctica, China's Tiangong. One is routinely collecting meteorological data. Suddenly, the gray-black stratosphere in Antarctica underwent drastic changes. The originally calm airflow was like someone throwing hundreds of large rocks into a lake, stirring up ripples. The next second, 300 balls of dazzling blue light exploded in the stratosphere above Antarctica. Seen from space 1,000 kilometers away, it looks like azure fireworks blooming in the night sky. So gorgeous. Half an hour ago, the Antarctic ice gate was completely opened. 300 billion-ton nitrogen bombs from the underground world exploded simultaneously in the Antarctic stratosphere. As the gorgeous blue fireworks bloomed, the temperature in the 16 million square kilometers of Antarctic airspace dropped sharply to minus 200 degrees Celsius in just half an hour. Antarctica has officially entered the terrifying Black Death cold. Kunlun Underground Base, China Meteorological Center. The number 1 commander was frowning as he stared at the weather projection screen. The screen displayed real-time images from the Tiangong 1 weather satellite. Looking down from the distant space, the vast Antarctic has now become a black, extremely cold dead land, and it seems to be spreading to the surrounding areas. Estimate how many similar nitride bombs would be needed to drag the entire blue planet into a deadly freeze. Chief Number 1 asked worriedly. Reporting to the commander, according to the monitoring data transmitted by Tiangong 1, the average temperature in Antarctica has dropped to minus 200 degrees Celsius, and the nitrogen content in the atmosphere has reached 95%. According to calculations, based on this extremely cold temperature and nitrogen content, to completely cover the entire blue planet, at least 120,100 million ton equivalent nitrogen bombs would be needed. Hearing this, Chief Number 1 breathed a sigh of relief. 120,000 nitride bombs with a yield of 100 million tons. Even a planetary-level underground civilization would find it difficult to produce so many, right? Therefore, there is still a chance for mankind. What's the progress of the upgrade of the anti-gravity jammer at Kunlun Aerospace Base? Reporting to the commander, the aerospace base has reported back that the upgrade of the anti-gravity jammer has been completed. The second-generation jammer will be put into production within 15 days. Okay, please help me connect with the president of the Northern Bear Nation. Receive. The number 1 commander withdrew his gaze from the screen, his face extremely solemn. He sighed and pondered. Xia Yu, where have you been? It's been almost 2 months. In a different time and space, in a vast purple space, there is a broad and boundless river of time. A man in black was walking upstream on the river with purple waves. Xia Yu has been walking in the long river of time for 2 months. He has witnessed 5,000 years of war history between China and mankind. Entering the ancient times, we see that the humans of Blue Planet have experienced 8 world-destroying disasters in the long 78,000 years. In a cave 3 million years ago, he and an ancient ape locked eyes, and their fingertips touched. Then he went into the past 66 million years and watched a huge asteroid hit the surface, covering most of the Blue Planet with flames and shock waves, swallowing everything. The dinosaurs became extinct, and almost all living things died out one after another. Blue Planet has once again entered a mini-ice age. He saw that 10 billion years ago, in a huge nebula, a bright fireball was formed, which captured a huge sphere after a long time. That sphere will, after 4.6 billion years, eventually become a planet called Blue Star. Xia Yu forgot to eat and sleep, exploring along the long river. His sea of consciousness and every cell in his body were immersed in the purple time. His figure turned into a blurry image, as if he had escaped from his original time and space and came back to life in the long river of time. He has walked through 10,000 years, 1,000,000 years, 10 million years, 100 million years, 100 billion years, until one day, he reached the end of the universe and the end of the long river. What Xia Yu saw was complete nothingness, no time, no space, only an extremely mysterious feeling. At this moment, he felt that he had become the only creator. In a single thought, he saw nothingness, primordial chaos, emerged. He closed his eyes, which were filled with the vicissitudes of time, and suddenly realized. It turns out that time does not exist, and the end of the universe is nothingness. Only because there is space, life, and people, there is time. The end of time is nothingness, which is also caused by thoughts and destroyed by thoughts. I understand now. Time is just a projection of consciousness. It has no length or existence. At the cosmic level, I am time, and time is me. Xia Yu opened his eyes, revealing a bright purple light. The vicissitudes of billions of years in his eyes completely disappeared. The long river of time under his feet began to roll excitedly. In the endless starry sky, countless purple airs swarmed in and poured into the river continuously. Xia Yu's entire body exuded a grand, yet subtle glow. He resonated with the rolling river and merged with it. His slightly longer black hair fluttered in the wind. The Pearl of Time has recognized its master. The time and space of Blue Star, the underground Noah city on the east coast of North America. At this time, a group of white people were toasting and celebrating the opening of the Antarctic ice gate, preparing to welcome the official arrival of the underground people's Hohana era. After thousands of years of inheritance and 100 years of persistence, Freemasonry is only one step away from achieving their ultimate goal. Everyone, to eliminate the inferior races and groups of humanity, to restore order on the Blue Planet, to shatter the triple darkness of the world, and to see the light of reason and freedom again. Cheers! The 82-year-old Freemason Grand Master Effinger, with a rosy face, raised a glass of red wine to the crowd. Our loyal allies, the underground people Hohana, have completely occupied Antarctica. Soon, they will sweep across the entire Blue Planet and turn it into a peaceful world. Cheers! Everyone raised their glasses and drank it all. Dear President Effinger, I have a question. If Hohana rules the world, how will we survive? American President Powell twisted his fat body and hesitantly raised a very crucial question. Dear Mr. President, your rank in the Freemasons is not high enough. so you don't know many secrets. There's no need to hide them now. Mr. Taylor Arison, you're also a key participant in this project, so please explain it to everyone. Ugh. Arison, who was nearly 80 years old, put down the red wine glass in his hand and said with a smile, "Most of you don't know that for the past 10,000 years, the underground people, Hohana, have been sealed underground and can only occasionally send flying saucers to the surface to carry out some sporadic activities. Actually, it's not that they don't want to come out, but that they can't come out on a large scale. 50,000 years ago, their ancestor Atlantis also ruled the blue planet for nearly 40,000 years. Later, due to a sudden disaster, they moved to survive deep underground. The goals of Ohana's return this time are, using Antarctica as a base, they would conquer the rebellious human forces by force, exterminate lower species, and then gradually lower the overall temperature of the blue planet to minus 200 degrees Celsius. Modify the atmosphere, reducing the average oxygen content from 21% to 4% and increasing the nitrogen content from 78% to 95%. Completely transform the blue star into a truly blue ice ball. As long as the temperature drops to minus 200 degrees Celsius and the nitrogen content in the air reaches 95%, is the most suitable environment for underground people to survive. This is also the true doomsday for the rest of the human race on the surface of Blue Planet." After hearing this, Bauer turned pale and asked with trembling lips, Then what should we do?" Arison smiled and comforted. "Don't worry, Mr. President. We will be fine. Hohana has reached an agreement with us that our East Coast Noah City, the American Alliance and the European Union, the Freemasons, and 100 million white elites will retain North America as their place of survival. They will help us stimulate the genetic chains that are similar to those of white people and underground people, carry out genetic modification of life, and make us closer to the superior Hohana race. From now on, we will be like Hohana, free from all illnesses and live a healthy lifespan of 1,000 years. After Arison finished speaking, the whole audience was silent. Everyone heard the sound of their own hearts beating wildly, and a few seconds later, the scene was boiling. Can I really get rid of all my illnesses? Oh my God, can we live to be 1,000 years old? If that's true, that will be fantastic. Oh God, no. Oh Hohana, please come quickly. Health and longevity have a fatal attraction to human beings, especially the powerful, at all times. For these, what would it matter if they sacrificed hundreds of billions of lives and destroyed the blue planet? In this world, as long as those who think they're noble can survive, why would they care about the flood outside? Chapter 1:17 Future City Crisis. This period of time was the most depressing time for Wu Yifeng, Zhao Jun, Su Songhai, and others. Xia Yu has been missing for 2 months, and all the war plans of the Divine War Army have been shelved. In the past 2 months, in addition to training, the Divine War Army has been conducting several combat exercises between one army and 2 armies. Without a real battlefield, everyone can only fight among themselves for fun. Both armies had capable people, and their equipment was almost the same, so both sides had their wins and losses. Anyway, each had its own abilities, and in the end neither side would admit defeat. However, the confrontation between the 2 armies' special forces teams had some highlights from time to time. Later, when Chun Yun's female supernatural archery team also joined in, things became completely lively. The superpowers from the 1st and 2nd armies of the Divine War challenged the women's archery team every now and then. But basically they are beaten to a pulp every time, yet they still enjoy it. The euphemism is, learn from each other and improve each other. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that the main purpose of these guys was nothing more than to get more contact with the female members of the Divine Archery team, while at the same time being able to enjoy the extraordinary grace of Captain Chun Yun. Captains Chun Yun, Xiaozhe, and Cui Jin were helpless in this regard. Since they had already controlled the extent of the damage, they were too lazy to stop them and just let them do whatever they wanted. After all, there has been no war in Future City recently, and everyone is feeling anxious, so it would be nice to confront and communicate with each other. On this day, Wu Yifeng, Zhao Jun, and Su Songhai, the 3 giants of the Divine War Army, stayed in the command center of the bunker until late as usual. Among the 3, Wu Yifeng was naturally the most anxious. Xia Yu's sudden disappearance left Wu Yifeng, the former firearms instructor of Snow Wolf and later the logistics minister of Future City, feeling at a loss. After all, in this increasingly chaotic end times, Coordinating the overall situation and making external decisions requires strong courage and confidence. Compared with Xia Yu, Wu Yifeng felt that the gap was too big. The entire Antarctica entered a deadly cold and was completely occupied by underground people, which also fulfilled Xia Yu's previous prediction. A greater disaster for the surviving humans on Blue Planet has just begun. With the current level of technology the humans have left, we are confronting a planetary civilization that is one level ahead of us. Wu Yifeng couldn't figure out where humanity's chances of winning lay. When Xia Yu was not around, these almost unsolvable dilemmas weighed on him like huge mountains. During this period, Wu Yifeng smoked cigars more and more frequently, and he almost never put down his cigarette. Brother Feng, the delegation sent by Kunlun has been settled, and the purpose of their visit is very clear. Let Future City provide technology and talent to help them upgrade the Kunlun base's plant and animal ecological cycle system. Zhao Jun said as he filled the cup with coffee. He's been under a lot of pressure recently, and his nervousness can only be relieved by caffeine. Let's leave them alone for 2 days. Xia Yu is not here, so it's hard to make any decisions. Sigh. Wu Yifeng sighed and said, recently, the situation on Blue Star has become increasingly tense. The Freemasons, the American Alliance, and the European Union have clearly sided with the underground people. The only remaining resistance forces of mankind are only 3 parties. The Northern Bear Nation, Kunlun, us, and the other remaining forces are simply not up to par. Brother Feng, under the current circumstances, I think we should strengthen communication and cooperation with Kunlun. After all, none of US can defeat UFO civilization alone. The Comsu Songhai put forward his own opinion. Therefore, it is better to meet with the negotiation team sent by Kunlun as soon as possible. Wu Yifeng heard this, pondered for a moment, nodded, and said, Wolfhead, send someone to inform the Kunlun delegation that we will meet at 10 a.m. tomorrow at the Underground City Management Center. Clear. Future City Guest House, in a business suite on the 19th floor. The 8-member negotiation team, sent by Kunlun Base, was sitting around a large modular sofa. Sitting in the main seat was Xia Yu's old acquaintance from Future City, Jiang Buwei, the head of the 739th Bureau. On his left sat Lu Tian, the leader of Group 3 of Bureau 739, and Nai Fei, a member of the group. On the right was Nian Xian, a modern eunuch from the Special Service Department of the Security Bureau, and his nominal wife Gao Lan. The 3 people sitting opposite were Su Fifan, a famous Chinese botanist and zoologist, and Yuan Liang and Zhong Yueming, experts in ecological circulation systems. I just received a notice from Future City Management that the 2 parties will officially hold the first round of negotiations at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Tell me, is it likely that we can reach a consensus in the first round? Jiang Buwei cleared his throat and said, Master Jiang, Xia Yu is not here. Future City has lost someone who can make decisive decisions. I don't think there will be any results so soon tomorrow. Lu Tian said, unable to help but sigh. Xia Yu's disappearance surprised many people, and also made some people in Kunlun Base see a loophole that could be exploited in Future City. Team Leader Lu, you're being too conservative. We're here to represent the Chinese government. Now that Xia Yu is gone, does that mean other people can no longer make decisions? Nie Yunxian sneered contemptuously and sneered. On the contrary, I feel that it is easier to succeed without Xia Yu. The strength of Future City in the past was due to Xia Yu's personal powerful force. Now that Xia Yu is gone, how can he still stand firm in the Future City? He, Jiang Buwei frowned, turned to look at the oldest, white-haired Su Fifan, and said respectfully, Professor Su, what do you mean? Su Fifan sat up straight and expressed his opinion seriously. Everyone, let me tell you a very serious fact. After repeated calculations, we have found that the existing food ecological cultivation system in the Kunlun underground base is overloaded. It is simply not enough to support the long-term survival of 10 million people. The only way is to get help from Future City as soon as possible and upgrade the ecosystem. Yes, we also agree with Professor Su's point of view. On the Blue Planet today, only the North Bear Country and Future City have the most advanced animal and plant ecological circulation systems. Now that we are here this time, we must not return empty-handed. Yuan Liang and Zhong Yueming looked at each other and agreed. As experts in ecosystem research, they're most eagerly looking forward to this trip to the Future City. Okay, now that everyone has reached a consensus, Let's strive for a successful negotiation as soon as possible. And I, Fei, you will be responsible for taking notes, and we will discuss our respective ideas and plans in detail again. Jiang Bui waved his hand and said, and I, Fei, nodded and activated his supermemory ability. He recorded every word and action of each person, typing it into his laptop quickly. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, a rapid and shrill alarm sounded outside the window. The sharp sound pierced the tranquility of the underground city and quickly spread to every corner. The underground future city suddenly became a commotion. The city administration and security camp quickly took emergency action and responded at the highest level of protection. All the city residents were awakened and asked each other about the situation in panic. What happened? Jiang Bui stopped the meeting and walked to the window. On the street downstairs, teams of fully armed security personnel were passing by. The alarm should be coming from a surface. Future City is in crisis, Jiang Bui said with a serious expression. This time, I'm afraid we're not safe underground either. Everyone, please be alert and don't separate for now. Everyone's expression changed, and they looked at each other in bewilderment. What kind of crisis has the powerful Future City encountered? Chapter 118, I like all your blood. On the surface of the Future City, in the bunker command center, Wu Yifeng stared at the surveillance screen with a grim face. After 2 violent explosions, the city wall at the west gate was engulfed in flames. The 3 squadrons of the 1st Army on duty for defense had all lost contact 2 minutes ago and were estimated to be in great danger. More than 300 fully armed soldiers, plus heavy weapons for defense, were wiped out just like that. Wu Yifeng couldn't accept this fact. The Zhao army was furious and immediately ordered an armored brigade and 3 tank battalions of the 1st Army to quickly support the West Gate. Fuck, who is this? Is he really that bold? No, I'll call the Special Forces team immediately and go over there to take a look. Zhao Jun looked anxious and angry and turned and left after saying that. Wolfhead, I'll also gather the 2nd Army's Special Power Team, and we'll go together. Su Sanghai's usually calm face also became solemn, and he quickly followed Zhao Jun's pace. On the West Gate Tower, between 2 balls of fire, the bodies of the God War Army were lying in a mess, more than 300 in total. Most of the soldiers held their weapons, but did not fire a single shot. Many people's faces never understand until they die. Why, in the silent darkness of the night, did everyone's head suddenly feel a sharp pain, as if being struck simultaneously by a hammer and a steel needle? Thus, these more than 300 lives disappeared in an instant. Only 2 squadron leaders, relying on their strong spirit and physical strength, were able to provide brief protection. He only had time to sound the alarm and throw 2 grenades at the group of dark figures climbing onto the city wall. Damn, I was careless. I didn't expect there were still 2 stubborn fish. After killing the 2 squadron leaders who dropped bombs, the second in command of the Snake Temple, Du with blonde hair, shook his head in dissatisfaction. Alyssa, there are flaws in this raid. That's fine. Wouldn't it be better to panic the prey and then hunt them down one by one? Alyssa smiled contemptuously and licked her bright red, sexy lips. Du, your mind-piercing skills have improved again. Even from such a long distance, you can kill hundreds of people at once. Thank you for the compliment. What does this mean to you? The blonde middle-aged man was modest for a moment. In the Snake Temple, or even in the whole Europe, he was not afraid of anyone except Alyssa. These 2 grenades killed 3 of our assassins. We only have 230 men left. The counterattack from Future City is imminent. Wang Shi, make the arrangements and divide the troops into 2 teams. One team will stay here to absorb the firepower, while the other team will go around to the north area and break through from the north area. Clear. King Snake, the 3rd in command of the Snake Temple with black hair and an Asian face, frowned, took the order, and turned to arrange the personnel. During this long-range raid on Future City, Wang Shi has always been worried. What if Xia Yu, who is most likely missing, suddenly appears again? Then it is estimated that none of them will be able to escape. King Snake couldn't understand even more. For the blood of hundreds of people with special abilities and a promise from the Freemasons, the Snake Temple actually took such a big risk? Is it worth it? Alas, without life, no matter how much you have, it is all in vain. More than 10 minutes later, Wang Shi led a team of 100 killers around to the north area and was about to enter the tall building complex. In the darkness, a burst of dense artillery fire and the roar of heavy machine guns rang out from between the two buildings ahead. Get down! The team of hundreds of people immediately hid behind the shelter of the building and laid down in different directions. But there were still a dozen people who were slow to react and were affected by the explosion of artillery shells and heavy machine gun bullets, and fell down screaming. Damn, it's so dangerous outside. Wouldn't it be nice to eat steak and drink red wine at home? The king snake had a bitter look on its face and sighed to itself. The artillery fire and bullets coming from the front became more and more intense, forcing them to not dare to show their heads. Everyone, prepare to attack the building on the right. Gecko, take your gun and C4 explosives, climb up to the observation window on the 5th floor, blow it open, and open the door from the inside. Yes, a thin young white man, carrying an AK and 2 C4s, quickly climbed up the silver-gray outer wall. His agile and flexible figure was like a gecko. Half a minute later, 2 deafening explosions were heard from the outer wall of the 5th floor. In the intense flames, the alloy plate of the observation window on the 5th floor was blown open. A figure flashed, and the killer, nicknamed Gecko, quickly crawled in. A few minutes later, gunshots and terrified screams were heard from the building, and soon the alloy door on the 1st floor opened from the inside. The thin Gecko held a gun and waved outside the gate. Everyone, enter the building. King Snake took the lead and led everyone to rush into the building quickly. Then the thick alloy door was closed again and locked from the inside. A group of vicious snake temple killers broke into the thousands of surface residents. These residents were none other than the mites and their families who were driven out of the underground city. The sudden disaster terrified them. On the West Gate Tower, Alyssa looked at the densely packed tanks and armored vehicles more than 300 meters away, and next to them was a group of powerful psychics. She did not show the slightest sign of panic, but instead was eager to try, like a leech that smelled blood. Future City, there really are so many B-level psychics? Haha, God help me. Alyssa smiled happily, her long brown hair fluttering in the cold wind. She stood on the roof of the West Gate Tower, calmly facing the thousands of troops in front of her. After Du arranged his team of killers, he also walked to the top of the city wall and stood silently behind Alyssa. He both respected and feared the young leader of the Snake Temple. On Blue Star, there has never been a strong person like Alyssa who can give him such great pressure and unfathomable feeling. He even suspected that this woman had broken through the ceiling of superpowers. S level. Don't doubt it, I am S rank. Alyssa didn't look back, but her extremely sharp mental power understood Du's thoughts. I broke through a month ago. Rumor has it in the supernatural community that there can't be 2 S-level supernatural beings on Blue Star at the same time. Since I'm S-level, Xia Yu should no longer be in this world. Du suddenly realized and exclaimed, Oh my god, so you really reached S rank? No wonder you were so sure that Xia Yu was no longer on Blue Star, and so confident about the raid on Future City. Of course Alyssa, will never take risks easily, and I will never fight a battle without confidence. As soon as he finished speaking, 300 meters away from the city wall, a cloud of smoke rose, and with flashes of fire, a group of tanks opened fire. Boom! Boom! Amidst the deafening roar, hundreds of shells whizzed down like raindrops towards the 2 people on the city wall. The next second, flames shot up into the sky, and thick smoke filled the air. The place where Alyssa and Du had just stood suddenly turned into a pile of broken walls. Next to the group of tanks and armored vehicles, Zhao Jun and Su Songhai stood motionless with cold expressions. Behind them stood nearly 100 members of the Special Forces team. With such intense fire, there's not even a slag left, right? What a pity. Such a beautiful foreign girl. Grey Wolf behind the Zhao army looked at the smoke on the city wall and sighed. Damn, Grey Wolf, your taste is too strong, isn't it? Are you interested in this kind of stuff? Haizi, who was standing by, said with a frown on his face, in disbelief. You know nothing. Have you never heard of the term exotic? Grey Wolf sneered. Cut. Everyone, you have the leisure to appreciate beauties before the battle. A cold female voice came from 20 meters ahead, followed by a swaying of figures, and a man and a woman appeared in the air. Shit, they're not dead. Kuriko exclaimed. Alyssa let go of Du's arm. She had just activated her high-speed ability to avoid the artillery fire, and it took quite a bit of effort for her to pull Du all the way over. If you can't kill me, don't be too surprised, because I'm stronger than all of you. Alyssa spoke fluent Chinese and glanced at the superpower team in front of her. He licked his bright red lips and smiled sinisterly. Very good. I like all your blood. P.S. Thank you to the following people for their gifts. It doesn't cost anything. Just taking the time to follow the update is a form of support. A flower, a world, a grain of sand, a world. Superconducting electromagnetic gun. Nanshu, who likes mulberry fish. I'm an idle person 31. Luo Chin, who loves mulberry bud tea. The Sea of Stars. Dachuan 70081898. Wajishan, who loves pickled cabbage pork elbow. Ming Hong Kong 102888799. Oh my god, a dot carrot oh carrot. Miss Lu from Shieling. Zhao Huangchao, who loves cordyceps wine. The head of the Lin family, who loves to eat and likes wild raccoons. 25007270. Chapter 119. S-Class Devourer. How come you, a beautiful girl, end up looking like a vampire? It's so fucking creepy. Heisey glanced at Alyssa's bright red lips, curled his lips, and said, as a girl, wouldn't it be nice to stay at home and play the piano and paint? Alyssa put away her creepy smile and looked at Heisey. TSK, TSK, TSK. Not bad. An A-level Esper. What's your ability? Speed wind. Heisey's face changed. It felt really bad to have the enemy figure out his cards at the first sight. If he didn't know that guns and cannons could not threaten this woman at all, he would have given the order to cover her with firepower. What's even more terrible is that the enemy is only 20 meters away from you. How can the artillery fire cover such a close distance? Do you want to die together? With the level of supernatural powers displayed by this woman and her abnormal movement speed, if she wanted to, she could kill them all in the blink of an eye at a distance of 20 meters. Future City has cultivated so many outstanding psychics in such a short period of time. If you say you don't have any special methods, no one will believe you, huh? Alyssa regained her sinister smile and said, I won't hide it from you. If I want to, I can kill everyone here, including those armored fighting vehicle soldiers, with just a thought. So, firearms are useless to me. So what are you going to do? Stand here and chat and brag. Feyusukangai is nidith. Stop talking nonsense. Let's fight if you dare. The whole audience was silent. Heisey and Huilang looked at each other, then looked at Su Songhai meaningfully, thinking, fuck, Feihu, are you serious? You really want to have sex with her? She's a female vampire. Elisa smiled contemptuously. A pripsikik? Very good. It's been a while since I've met someone as strong as you. As you wish, take action. Fuck, so pretty and so arrogant. Fuck her. Feihu, fuck her. Commander, come on. Su Songhai collected his thoughts and stared at the young woman 20 meters away. He knew that he only had one chance to strike, and if he missed, he would be defeated. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound of lightning within a radius of 10 meters where Alyssa was standing, and countless white lightnings confined this area of space. Su Songhai took action. He was covered in thunder arcs and appeared 2 meters in front of Alyssa in a flash. Throw a punch. The air and distance are instantly shattered. The force of this punch is at least 3 tons. The fist shadow pierced Alyssa's body, but Su Songhai did not feel the slightest joy. His heart sank. What he hit was just an illusion, while Alyssa's real body had appeared 50 meters away on the right, far away from the attack range of lightning and power. Alyssa let go of Du's hand and whispered, wait a moment, you'll make your move. Use all your mental power to penetrate the sea of consciousness of these psychics. Just buy me 1 second. Clear. Du agreed and secretly mobilized his huge mental power, preparing to launch a wave of A-level mental piercing against the Future City's superpower team. It's my turn. Alyssa's face turned cold, and her figure flashed away. Her speed could not be captured by the naked eye. Su Songhai's face changed drastically. He shouted loudly, and a ball of lightning flashed in front of him. At the same time, his right fist struck forward. Bump! There was a dull thud. Su Songhai, who was tall and slender, groaned miserably and flew backwards for 15 meters before falling heavily on the snow. Lying on his back on the snow, Feihu's face was blue and purple, having obviously been brutally attacked. His life or death was unknown. All psychics attack. Zhao Jun's eyes were red. He was completely furious and gave the order to attack with hatred. Alyssa, who had just appeared, was met with the most intensive supernatural attack in human history. Ice and earth wall confinement, mental hypnosis with entanglement, with thorns, flying metal pieces, flames, lightning. In the dark night, the power of supernatural powers is extremely cool. Unfortunately, it was useless. In the face of absolute speed, no matter how intensive the attacks were, they were in vain. Alyssa dodged and disappeared before the attack reached her. Just as the superpower team was about to launch a second wave of attack, a sharp pain pierced everyone's consciousness. Amid screams, chaos broke out among the crowd. Taking advantage of the brief distraction of the superpower team members, Alyssa's ghostly figure shuttled through the crowd. In just 1 second, nearly 100 members of the Special Forces team fell to the ground in the snow, their lives hanging in the balance. Huh, you're running pretty fast. The next moment, Alyssa flashed again and caught up with Heisey, who was escaping in the wind hundreds of meters away. Heisey felt a pain at the back of his neck, followed by a chill and numbness that instantly spread throughout his body, as if the blood in his body had frozen. A sinister voice sounded beside my ears. I'm not a vampire. I'm the only S-rank devourer of superpowers on Blue Star. I can raise superpowers and absorb their blood to improve my cultivation or even transform it into my own superpowers. Do you understand? Ming, your mom. Heisey only had time to curse before he collapsed on the snow. The tanks and armored vehicles of the God War Army were so cautious in the dark that they did not dare to fire a single shot from beginning to end. After Alyssa flashed back, she threw Heisey onto the snow, raised the corner of her mouth, and ordered, have someone move these superpowers back to the Westgate Tower. With them here, the artillery of the God War Army won't dare to move. Clear. Just guard these psychics and don't do anything else. Leave it to me. Yes. Women's archery team training base. Xinyan did not fall asleep on time. Tonight, she always felt an indescribable uneasiness. At 11:30 in the evening, she was meditating in the residence of the archer team when she heard the urgent alarm connecting to the outside world. Captain, the West Gate has been attacked, and the guards have been wiped out. The God War Army and the Special Power Team are already on their way. Should we go and fight? The petite deputy captain, Xiaoqing, knocked on the door and came in, briefly reporting the emergency situation. Blow the assembly call. In 10 minutes, the entire archer team will be out in battle. Yes. Xinyan finally understood why she was so uneasy tonight. It turned out that something big was really going to happen. Moreover, she vaguely felt that she could not avoid this matter and would have to face it sooner or later. In this case, she might as well take the initiative. 25 minutes later, Chun Yun led a team of 500 female supernatural archers and walked to a place 1 kilometer away from the West District. The sounds of gunfire and explosions ahead had mysteriously stopped. The cold, dark night looks particularly eerie against the backdrop of the gray snow. Captain, something's wrong. Why did the sound suddenly stop? Is the battle over? Xiaoqing asked in a low voice. Xinyan did not answer, but narrowed his eyes and looked at the dark shadow of a dead tree 400 meters away. She suddenly stopped, holding the silver bow in her left hand, bent the bow, and put the arrow on it. Whoosh! The sharp arrow flashed out. A silver lightning crossed a distance of 400 meters in the blink of an eye and pierced through the gray-black shadows of the trees. The shadow of the tree in the distance flickered, and the sharp arrow shot into the air. Whoosh! 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 3 consecutive silver arrows shot out from the air, simultaneously hitting the night sky 300 meters, 150 meters, and 50 meters ahead. Team 1, Team 2, cover the 100-meter area on the left with your arrows. Team 3, Team 4, cover the 100-meter area on the right. Team 5, cover the 50-meter area directly ahead. As Chun Yun's voice rang out, 500 sharp arrows whizzed out, piercing the 250-meter space in front. The sky was filled with sharp arrows, some with flames, some wrapped in ice, and some even emerged from the soil under the ice and snow. What's more, the arrow's shadow disappeared into the air, creating ripples in the night. The last arrow, flashing with a silver light invisible to the naked eye and carrying a powerful aura, pierced into the night 30 meters away. This arrow is so fast and powerful. What a fast arrow! 30 meters away in the night, Alyssa appeared. She removed the silver arrow stuck in her left shoulder, ignoring the blood gushing out of her shoulder, and looked at it for a while before saying, I never thought there would be arrows with such a fast speed on the blue planet. Chapter 120. The battle between the 2 strongest women. In the dark and cold night, 500 women dressed in white, snow-covered fleece, holding silver bows and 500 sharp arrows, aimed at Alyssa 30 meters away. The arrogant S-class psychic Alyssa was injured by a small silver arrow. If you tell this to others, it's probably hard to believe just how powerful an arrow could be to injure an S-class psychic with extreme speed. What's your arrow call? Alyssa looked at Xia Yu, not far away, and asked curiously. A Mei Chi arrow. Xia Yu said calmly. A Mei Chi arrow? Nice arrow. But I really want to know, with a distance of only 30 meters, how are you going to shoot me with your next arrow? Alyssa smiled and licked the wound on her left shoulder with her right index finger. She put the blood on her finger on the tip of her tongue and tasted it carefully. You're a pervert. Xia Yu frowned and said, Thank you for the compliment. There are even more perverted ones. I actually prefer to taste your blood, especially yours. The blood of a virgin who has practiced chi cultivation must be very sweet. Ha ha ha. Alyssa laughed loudly, and her figure suddenly disappeared into the night. Whoosh! Xia Yu shot an arrow and then closed his eyes. The internal energy in Dantian has circulated throughout her body, and every tiny fluctuation in the airflow within 100 meters outside cannot escape her perception. Half a second later, 3 meters to the right of Xia Yu, the air moved lightly, and a white hand stretched out and reached towards her neck like lightning. With a puff sound, the white fingertips brushed against Xia Yun's neck skin and then retreated in an instant. At the same time, a silver arrow appeared mysteriously and penetrated a distance of 3 meters. With a muffled groan, Alyssa was injured again. Xia Yu, who was wearing white, also felt that the blood in his body was quickly frozen, his brain became dizzy, and then he fainted on the ground. How come this woman's archery skills are so strong? Alyssa endured the severe pain from the arrow wound on her right leg and once again used her speed ability with all her strength. In just 2 seconds, the 500-member female archery team was wiped out. All of them were knocked unconscious and fell to the ground in the snow. No one escaped. Hurry up and bring some people and get some transport trucks over here. I've caught a batch of fresh fish at the junction of the Central District and the northern section of the West District. Alyssa endured the pain in her shoulders and legs and used her mental power to communicate with the poison in the West Gate Tower. I'm injured. Remember to bring a field first aid kit. 1 a.m., Future City Guest House. The lights in the business suite on the 19th floor were still on. Jiang Buwei stood at the window, looking at the street below anxiously. On the street, except for the occasional footsteps of the security patrol, everything was eerily quiet. More than an hour has passed since the alarm sounded, and the battle situation on the ground is still unclear. Considering the strength and background of Future City, this is very abnormal. Unless the enemy this time is extremely powerful, so powerful that even Future City is helpless. Old Jiang, do you think Future City can stop at this time? Xia Yunshin asked. He couldn't help but become nervous and a little restless. Gao Lan, who was standing next to him, looked at the man with disdain. No, he should no longer be considered a man. His lower body was crippled, and even his bearing and courage were far inferior to that of someone else. Not to mention a year, even if it were 10 or 100 years, it would be impossible for me to fall in love with him. Director Nya, judging by the current situation, the city is in danger. The enemy this time must be very powerful. Jiang Buwei took a deep breath and said uneasily, Then what should we do? Will we be affected? Nie Yunshuan's face turned pale. He had thought that this was a promising job, but such a sudden change had occurred. Damn it, my luck is so bad. The situation is unclear and anything could happen. Let's stay together tonight and not separate. Lu Tian, go outside and gather some intelligence. Be careful and return as quickly as possible. Jiang Buwei ordered. Yes. Lu Tian responded, turned around, and went through the wall. The assassin team of 100 people led by Wang, she has been guarding the building for an hour and a half. Outside the building, nearly 10,000 soldiers of the God's War Army, tanks, armored vehicles, heavy machine guns, and even armed helicopters surrounded the entire building. King Snake knew that they could not get out until Alyssa completed her mission. It can even be said that no matter what the outcome is, they will never be able to get out. From the very beginning, they were just victims of Alyssa and the Freemasons' plan. Their only bargaining chip now is the thousands of residents in the building under their control. An hour ago, Wang Shi had arranged for his men to gather all these people together and lock them up in the spaces on the 2nd and 3rd floors. All the water, food, and other supplies in the building were also collected. Wang Shi believed that with this group of top killers, unless the Divine War Army ignored the safety of the hostages, no matter how many troops they had, it would be useless and they would not be able to attack. Notify the Divine War Army to deliver enough food and drink for 5,000 people for a week in half an hour. Otherwise, some of the hostages will starve to death first. King Snake said coldly. Yes. Alyssa treated the wound and watched the people sent by Du load Chen Yun and 500 female archers onto a truck and transport them away. The God War army, hundreds of meters away, was heavily armored and armed with live ammunition, but they could only watch them leave. There is no way. It is so frustrating that our own people are in the hands of others. The real future city should be underground, right? Alyssa chuckled softly and disappeared into the darkness. Underground, future city. Lu Tian climbed over walls and spent half an hour exploring the city management center before he collected some important information. After completing the task, he did not delay any longer and turned around and left through the wall. Just after passing through the wall and leaving the management center building and walking a few dozen meters along the street, Lu Tian had a feeling of being possessed by a ghost. There is someone following me, and that person is very fast. Lu Tian frowned, rushed through the buildings on the street, and kept moving around in the densely packed buildings. After circling for 20 minutes, the feeling of attachment on his back slowly disappeared. Damn, this is so scary. Lu Tian couldn't help but think of the horror movies he watched when he was a child. The feeling that the female ghost in white gave him in the movie was almost exactly the same as before. Half an hour later, Lu Tian returned to the guest house and went back to the suite on the 19th floor, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Tian, have you found out the situation? Zhang Bui asked. The situation is very bad. On the surface of Future City, the West Gate has fallen, and the guards at the West Gate have been wiped out. The top brass of the Divine War Army and the Special Forces team were also wiped out in the battle. According to information analysis, they should have been captured. Therefore, the current Future City, no matter how many soldiers and firepower it has, can only act cautiously and is extremely passive. As Lu Tian answered, he poured a cup of hot tea and drank it in one gulp. That's a big problem. Do you know what force did this? Zhang Bui frowned, feeling increasingly heavy-hearted. I don't know. On Blue Star, apart from the underground people Hohana, I can't think of any other force that would be so powerful. After Lu Tian finished speaking, he put down the teacup. Xiao Hu bot. To protect your files from piracy, choose Xiao Hu when searching for books or robots. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into traps. That's because you are too ignorant, haha. Suddenly, a strange female voice was heard in the room. Who is it? Everyone was horrified, and Lu Tian jumped up directly. The creepy feeling he had when watching horror movies as a child appeared again. Damn, this female ghost actually followed me all the way. The light and shadow from the suite's door closet flickered, and a brown-haired white woman flashed out. She glanced meaningfully around the room and praised. A level penetration skill, not bad. And you, old man, your face is so smooth. Could it be the legendary Earth-type mutation petrification skill? Ngane Plus? Amazing. What a great harvest tonight. Ha ha. Who are you? Zhang Bui forced himself to calm down and asked in a deep voice. Snake Temple. The strongest killer organization. Smart, what a pity. Bang. Suddenly, a dull gunshot rang out in the room. And Ai Fei, who was sitting next to the sofa, was holding a dark Type 92 pistol that was emitting light smoke. The bullet was shot at the brown-haired woman, leaving only a shadow. She moved so fast. The next moment, everyone in the room widened their eyes as they saw a streak of bright red blood gushing out from Ai Fei's snow-white neck. No. Lu Tian's eyes were bloodshot, and he desperately took out the dagger from his waist and rushed towards a figure behind Ai Fei. Chapter 1:21 Betrayal. Lu Tian flew out, ignoring all obstacles. He passed through the coffee table, the sofa, and even Ye Yunxian, who was standing in front of him. However, he could not get over the grief and anger in his heart, nor could he get over Ai Fei's life and death. The distance of several meters in the room was passed in the blink of an eye. The dagger in Lu Tian's right hand slashed across Alyssa's neck, and he hugged Ai Fei with his left hand. He couldn't feel the dagger entering his flesh, but his hand felt lighter and the dagger left him. No, it should be his entire right arm that was lost. Alyssa dodged and broke the arm in one go. Bump! With a dull thud, Zhang Bui crashed into the solid hotel wall, on which was still the afterimage of Alyssa standing just now. A large human-shaped hole was revealed in the solid wall. Zhang Bui turned around, clasped his hands together, and his skin glowed with a luminescent glow as smooth and flawless as jade. He instantly turned into a jade statue. After missing the attack, Jiang Buwei picked up a glass with his right hand, which quickly turned into stone and threw it to the other corner of the room. Bang! A figure flashed in the corner of the room, and the stone cup hit nothing. But wherever the stone cup touched, including the cabinets, the objects on the cabinets, and even the carpet, they were instantly petrified into hard stone. What a powerful petrification technique. Alyssa's eerie voice came in the air. Jiang Buwei felt a pain in his neck, and the petrified state of his entire body quickly dissipated. The blood in his body was like being put into an ice cellar at minus 100 degrees Celsius, and it all froze into blood ice in an instant. He groaned and then fainted on the ground. Lu Tian held the pale-faced Ni Fei in his left hand. He could no longer feel the life breath of this middle school girl, and he even ignored the huge pain of his broken arm. The grief was beyond words, and 2 lines of blood and tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. What a loving and holy couple. What a pity. I hate sneak attacks the most. Sneak attackers deserve to be killed. Alyssa sighed, and her figure flashed. Lu Tian's body softened, and he fell on the carpet holding Ni Fei. All the blood in his body seemed to be frozen, and the bleeding from the wound on his broken right arm miraculously stopped. The changes in the room happened too quickly. In a blink of an eye, Ni Fei was killed, Lu Tian's arm was broken, and Jiang Buwei was knocked unconscious by the petrification. The Kunlun negotiation team consisted of 8 people, including 3 A-level psychics with the highest combat power, all of whom were wiped out. Tell me, who are you? And then give me a reason why I should let you go. After dealing with the 3 psychics, Alyssa slowly walked to the sofa and sat down leisurely. She picked up a teacup from the tray and poured herself a cup of tea. Dear Madam, hello. We are the negotiation team sent by the Kunlun base of China and have nothing to do with Future City. These 3 people just now offended you. It was all their personal behavior. I hope you will not blame them. Nie Yunxian, with a pale face, mustered up his courage and explained humbly. Kunlun base. So they're Chinese officials. Interesting, but I just accidentally killed one of your people. You won't pursue it, right? Alyssa laughed. How could that be? It's all their own fault. Please rest assured, our Chinese government and Kunlun will never pursue any charges. Nie Yunxian said hurriedly, unaware of the angry and contemptuous expressions of Gao Lan and the 3 experts beside him. Can you represent the Chinese government? Alyssa asked curiously. Of course, my father is Nie Jinyuan, the 3rd most important person in China. I see. He's just the son of an official, huh? I'm not kidding you guys. Actually, I'm not afraid of retaliation from Kunlun or the Chinese government. I even dared to offend Future City, and you think I would be afraid of offending you? Well, Nie Yongxuan looked embarrassed. It turned out that the other party was just joking. He was not afraid of the so-called Kunlun and the official. Tell me, what reasons do you have for me not to kill you? Alyssa stopped laughing. She pointed at the gray-haired Yuan Liang and Zhong Yueming and said seriously, let's start with the 2 of you. We are China's top experts in ecological recycling systems. That's not enough reason. Alyssa shook her head and waved her hand, and an invisible wind blade flew out. Puff! With a slight sound, 2 streams of deep red blood gushed out from Yuan Liang and Zhong Yueming's necks, looking as gorgeous as flowers under the dazzling light. The 2 experts opened their eyes wide in horror, covered their hands with their hands to hold back the gushing blood, tilted their heads, and soon died. It's your turn. Alyssa looked at Su Fifen. Su Fifen, with a head full of white hair, was trembling all over, his eyes were bloodshot, and he glared hatefully at the cold-blooded woman opposite him. With a pa sound, he spat at her and cursed. Devil! Alyssa shook her head and waved her hand. A gust of wind blew up, and the saliva in the air dissipated. A stream of blood gushed out from the wrinkles on the white-haired old man's neck. The old man touched his neck and smiled miserably. Commander, I'm afraid the mission cannot be completed. Su has failed your expectations. With his head tilted, he left this chaotic end times with deep regret and sadness. It's your turn. A cold voice like a death knell penetrated Nie Yunxuan's ears. Etc. Nie Yunxuan's handsome face turned pale, and he fell to his knees with a thud. Senior, I know many secrets about Xia Yu, the Lord of Future City. His top secret files are in my father's hands. As long as you don't kill me, I'll find a way to give them all to you. Oh, Xia Yu, Alyssa raised her eyebrows and showed interest for the first time. Nie Yinxian, are you crazy? That's the country's top secret. Gao Lan forgot the fear of death. She stared at the despicable and cowardly man kneeling on the ground, feeling extremely angry. Shut up. Gao Lan, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. From the beginning to the end, you couldn't let go of Xia Yu, that bastard. What did you say about giving me a year to fall in love with me? Haha, I was so stupid back then. How could I agree to that condition? It's all because of you, because of Xia Yu, that I've become what I am today, neither human nor ghost. What does Xia Yu's secret files mean to me? I want to live. Nie Yinxian pointed at Gao Lan, his eyes filled with crazy hatred. How unfair is God to me, Nie Yinxian? Why does this world need Xia Yu? Nie Yinxian, I curse you to die a miserable death. Gao Lan was so angry that he was shaking all over and spoke with gritted teeth. Alyssa, who was watching the two fighting with great interest, suddenly cast her gaze above Nie Yinxuan's head. A wisp of black energy, invisible to ordinary people, appeared out of thin air and quickly penetrated Nie Yinxuan's head, then disappeared in the blink of an eye. Mouth curse? How is that possible? This girl doesn't have any supernatural power fluctuations at all. Could it be that she is born with it? Alyssa couldn't help but take another look at Gao Lan. This stunning beauty who seemed a little cold and aloof had extraordinary talent. It was a pity that she wasn't psychic. Mr. Nye, right? I'm very interested in Xia Yu's secret. But before that, you have to do two things for me as a token of your loyalty. I don't deserve the title of young master. If you have any requests, please feel free to tell me. I, Nie Yinxian, will obey you without hesitation. Okay, the two things are, first, destroy the underground future city. I have a miniature concentrated nitrogen bomb here. As Alyssa spoke, she handed over a blue ball the size of a duck egg, and Nie Yinxian took it with trembling hands. The operation is very simple. Just press the white button in the middle, and it will self-destruct after half an hour. The second thing is, since you love or hate this woman so much, just kill her. Well, Nie Yinxian was startled and turned to look at Gao Lan. The reluctance and resentment in his heart kept entangled and struggling. Why? Can't bear to leave. Alyssa said coldly. No, I'll do it right away and kill her first. Nie Yinxian stood up suddenly, pulled out the pistol from his waist, and pointed it at Gao Lan's forehead. Chapter 122 Chapter 122 Summer in Return. Nie Yinxian, if you have a gut, shoot. Gao Lan's face was pale. She was very scared before. She was afraid that after she died, the things in this world would have nothing to do with her anymore. But when she really faced death, she calmed down. The wheel of fate is too big, so big that no one can easily push or change it. Bang! A crisp gunshot. Gao Lan closed her beautiful eyes, and her soul seemed to fly out of her body. She floated to the ceiling of the room and looked at everything below from a very novel angle. She saw herself with her eyes closed, and Alyssa sitting on the sofa with a look of astonishment. Nie Yinxian, holding a gun, stood motionless, his face full of fear and panic. Because he did fire the gun and pulled the trigger, but Gao Lan in front of him did not show any signs of blood or being shot. He just had a very strange feeling. The moment the bullet hit Gao Lan, time seemed to stop. A yellow bullet was suspended in the air, only half an inch away from Gao Lan's forehead. Then he saw the bullet change its trajectory and slowly approach his forehead. No! He screamed loudly, the fear of death quickly crushing his will. But no matter how hard he struggled, he could not change the fate of the bullet penetrating his head. Is it fun? A cold male voice sounded in the room. A young man in black appeared out of nowhere. Xia Yu. Nie Yinxian widened his eyes and uttered the last two words of the moment before his death. Xia Yu. Gao Lan's soul, floating on the ceiling, couldn't help but exclaim. Xia Yu is back, and all the monsters and demons are ready to be swept away. Xia Yu walked towards the sofa. When he passed by Gao Lan, he patted her shoulder and said softly, "Stop looking and come back." Gao Lan on the ceiling responded, as if she heard the call from deep within her body. She reluctantly fell from mid-air and returned to her body. Snake Temple? S-Class Esper. Xia Yu sat down quietly on the sofa, ignoring the mess and blood on the floor, and stared at the brown-haired woman opposite him with intriguing eyes. Yes, you are Xia Yu. Alyssa took a deep breath. For some reason, she felt unprecedented pressure and fear. The man in front of her was unfathomable. She even suspected that when Nie Yinxian fired the gun just now, the time in the room seemed to have really stopped for half a second. Is there anyone in this world who can really control time? Oh my god, it's so scary. You shouldn't have gone against me, Snake Temple. You might have lived longer if you'd stayed away. Why did you have to come here and die? Alyssa was silent. Her figure flashed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Xia Yu leaned over and picked up a blue ball from where Alyssa had just sat. It was an activated miniature nitride bomb. Just a tiny one can plunge a city into a freezing cold of minus 200 degrees Celsius, filling the air with unbreathable nitrogen. This woman has a very cruel heart. Xia Yu shook his head and disappeared. Alyssa used up all her strength and pushed her speed ability to the extreme. In just a few seconds, she crossed half of the future city and escaped from the underground through the exit passage. When she returned to the ground, she used her mental power to sweep the area and could no longer sense the scent of poison and the king cobra, knowing that they were definitely in great danger. So he didn't dare to stay any longer and rushed out of the city wall at a speed invisible to the naked eye. In a blink of an eye, the Westgate city wall was within reach. Alyssa was delighted and flew away quickly. Although the outside was a wasteland covered with ice and snow, it was also a vast expanse of sea and sky. Now that you're here, don't leave. A familiar voice sounded beside her ear, and Alyssa was immediately frightened. Her body, which had moved at high speed, was trapped half a meter above the ground and could not move at all. What realm is this man in? It's so strong that it's unbelievable, so strong that it makes people despair. Let me see what's behind you. The indifferent voice rose again. Alyssa felt a buzzing in her brain, and in an instant, even her thoughts were imprisoned. An extremely powerful divine consciousness penetrated deep into her sea of consciousness and began to search recklessly. So, it's the Freemasons who are causing trouble again. Huh? Undergrund manhwa? Antarctica? You guys, have you finally come out? Alyssa's consciousness gradually became blurred, and she felt that her soul was being pulled into a dark and bottomless abyss, about to fall into eternal damnation. Am I going to die? At the last moment, her mind was finally able to move. Yes, and all the assassins in the Snake Temple will accompany you, Xia Yu said in her sea of consciousness. On the 5th floor of Guanchong Bunker, the command center of the Divine War Army, Wu Yifeng stared at the violet fragment in his hand in a trance. 3 minutes ago, after summarizing all the battle situations and losses, he decisively took out the emerald jade beads left by Xia Yu and crushed them with his force. The battle situation is extremely unfavorable. Future City has reached the moment of life and death. If this pearl is crushed, what miracle will happen? The jade bead shattered, and a thick purple aura rose into the sky. Instantly, the purple energy spread, covering the entire future city above and below ground. In every corner, a powerful divine consciousness emerged. At the same time, inside the Westgate Tower, more than 100 assassins under Du's command felt a headache and were attacked by countless spiritual senses. They fell to the ground with screams and died suddenly. Even though he was poisoned by a powerful A-level psychic, he could only resist for 10 seconds before being killed by 2 groups of spiritual consciousness and fell to the ground unwillingly. The King Cobra, which was fighting desperately in the building, suddenly felt a sense of impending disaster. He looked at the Snake Temple killers around him, who fell to the ground one by one with screams. His heart sank, and he immediately activated his invisibility ability. In addition to his body, even his breath and breathing were hidden. But it was useless because even if he could hide his body shape and breathing, or even hide his aura, he could not hide his thoughts and spiritual consciousness. As long as the thought remains in this space, it cannot escape the spiritual attack left by Xia Yu. Soon, the king snake hidden in the air appeared in a very embarrassed manner, screaming, and completed the last journey of his life. Damn it, they say it's dangerous outside, but wouldn't it be nice to just stay home and eat steak and drink red wine? You're such a jerk. The king snake left a long sigh at the last moment of its life. What Wu Yifeng didn't know was that this grip not only activated Xia Yu's killing intent buried throughout Future City, but also completely woke him up in the Pearl of Time. Xia Yu, who has been recognized as the master of the Pearl of Time, directly crossed the boundary between the 2 time and space and returned with the treasure. Back in the Future City, he swept his spiritual sense across everything and saw everything clearly, with everything under his control. However, in a suite at the Future City guest house, he found several familiar faces. A bloody plot was unfolding, so he had no choice but to intervene. In the guest house suite, Gao Lan opened his eyes in shock. The experience just now, with her life hanging by a thread, was thrilling and full of ups and downs. What she couldn't imagine was that the woman named Alyssa was so cruel that she not only forced Xia Yu to blow up the future city, but also forced him to kill herself. It turns out that human nature is really selfish and cannot withstand the so-called test. In order to survive, Xia Yu was willing to sacrifice hundreds of thousands of people in future city and even betray himself. Is it really that important to be alive? In order to survive, can anything be sacrificed? Galan felt that if she had to sacrifice all these in exchange for a humble life, she would rather die. She has never been a perfect woman and is selfish, but as a human being, she also has a bottom line to uphold. Xia Yunxuan's death did not stir up the slightest ripple in Gaolan's heart. Instead, Xia Yu's return revitalized her withered heart. Xia Yu, I decided not to leave this time. Chapter 123 Chapter 123 Future City Relocation. Xia Yu returns, and the crisis in Future City is resolved. The first thing, of course, is to wake up the unconscious psychics. This is not a technically difficult task for Xia Yu. When Zhao Jun, Su Songhai, Chun Yun, and other arrogant people woke up, they all felt like they had walked through the gates of hell, and their former arrogance was slightly restrained. Xia Yu, when will you fulfill your promise to me? Xia Yujing was trying to comfort these frustrated commanders, but he was caught by Chun Yun. Knowing he was in the wrong, he muttered, Captain Chun, I'm not delaying on purpose. Something really delayed me earlier. So, the moment I came back this time, I was thinking about helping you realize your wish as soon as possible. Chun Yun looked Xia Yu up and down, and didn't see any trace of excuses on that charmingly handsome face. Only then did she feel relieved and warned. I hope you don't lie to me, otherwise, Xia Yu's forehead was covered with black lines. He didn't want to get entangled with this little girl anymore. He summoned Zhao Jun and ordered, notify everyone. In 15 minutes, all commanders of the Divine War Army battalion level and above, as well as heads of all departments of the Future City Management Center, will gather on the 5th floor of the bunker for a meeting. Yes, I'll let you know right away. On the 5th floor of the bunker, the operations meeting room. Xia Yu and Wu Yifeng hugged each other for a full 10 seconds before separating. Xia Yu could feel that Wu Yifeng immediately relaxed a lot after his return. You know what? If you don't come back, I'm going to go crazy. Don't place such a heavy burden on me anymore. Brother Feng is old and can't handle it. Wu Yifeng lit an old country cigar and returned to his usual nonchalant self. Brother Feng, what can I do? You are the oldest and most experienced here. Who else can I give it to besides you? Huh? Xia Yu smiled and lit a cigarette, letting the smoke enter his lungs, filtering out the twists and turns of the past 2 months. Don't. From now on, you should take care of this kind of good thing yourself, or ask Wolfhead and Flying Fox. Anyway, don't ask me, okay? That's fine. Brother Feng, you can be our logistics director from now on. I've arranged everything else. Any new ideas? Yes. The situation is serious, and it's time for a change. What are your thoughts? Tell me about it. Keep it secret for now. We'll talk about it in the meeting later. Roll. Taking advantage of the break before the meeting, Xia Yushin mysteriously disappeared for a few minutes. When he came back, Wu Yifeng was very curious, but Xia Yu didn't answer him directly, and said perfunctorily, I just went to the East Coast of North America and planted a few bombs. Wu Yifeng was stunned and smiled bitterly. It seemed that someone was going to be in trouble again. 15 minutes later, all the leaders of the Divine War Army and the Future City Management Center were in place. Xia Yu is finally back. He has gathered so many people. He must have something important to announce. Looking at the crowded meeting room, Liu Chanfeng, who is now the head of the Future City Environmental Sanitation Bureau, whispered, Of course, we've never done anything this grand before. I guess what they're going to announce this time is something serious. Pan Hao, who is now the director of the 6th Security Department of Future City, responded in a deep voice. As representatives of the survivors of Panjia Town, the two of them were not only lucky enough to have a stable life. Soon after, he was given an important position. It was impossible for him to say that he was not grateful to Xia Yu and Future City. In the end times, human life is worthless, and no one knows what fate will be in the next moment. Even as powerful as the Northern Bear Country or China's Kunlun, they dare not easily say that they can protect themselves when facing a planetary civilization like the underground people. As ordinary mortals who rely on major forces, they're more worried and anxious. Countless people have fantasized about the invasion of UFOs from underground civilizations. In Hollywood movies, The final ending is always that humans win. But now, it is not a movie, but the cruelest reality. Everyone, I have called you all together today because I have an important announcement to make. Seeing that everyone was present, Xia Yu walked up to the podium and said loudly, Antarctica has fallen, underground civilizations have invaded, and the Freemasons are instigating rebellion against the US and EU. The situation on Blue Planet has never been more dire. I believe everyone has seen that the temperature in Antarctica has now reached minus 200 degrees Celsius and the nitrogen content has reached 95%. This extreme cold and air is the death place for us humans on the surface, but it is the most livable environment for people underground. Think about it. What if the entire planet becomes like this? How will we survive? Xia Yu paused here and glanced sharply at the crowd in the venue. At the conference hall, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, their hearts trembling. Most of them only knew that Blue Star would face powerful enemies, but they never imagined that the situation would become so serious. Commander-in-Chief, if they dare to come, we can just fight them. Who's afraid of who? Kuriko stood up and said loudly, Heizi, what are you going to use to fight? Are you going to use your wind ability? Come on, their flying saucers can teleport at high speeds and turn you into ashes in a matter of minutes. Chen Tianfang of the Second Army mocked. Chen Tianfang, what do you mean? To give the enemy a lot of prestige? If you dare, let's have a fight right now. I'm telling the truth. All right. Xia Yu stopped the two from fighting, waved his hand, and said seriously, what Commander Chen said just now is correct. With our current level of technology, we are simply not strong enough to fight against the underground Hohana civilization. Therefore, this war is no longer one that ordinary people can participate in. The situation is pressing. In order to minimize losses and preserve manpower, I now declare, Future City officially merged into the small world. We will fully rely on the small world to build a brand new space-time base. This way, even if the Blue Planet is destroyed, we will always be invincible. As soon as Xia Yu finished speaking, the meeting room below was in an uproar. Small world? What small world? Could it be that besides the Future City, Xia, and you have a bigger trump card hidden? Except for Wu Yifeng and a few other people, no one here knows about the existence of the small world, but just by hearing the name, everyone knows that this place is not simple. Commander-in-Chief, you just said that our Future City will move into a small world, and that the small world exists in a different time and space. Su Canghai suppressed his excitement and asked, Yes, very soon. The small world will exist completely independently in a different time and space. No one except me will be able to find it. Xia Yu smiled, his face filled with strong hope and confidence. His emotions infected everyone, and for a moment, the venue was filled with endless joy and excitement. If there are no objections, everyone, get ready to go. One day later, we will enter the small world in Future City. Dismissed. After everyone dispersed, Wu Yifeng approached with a cigar in his mouth. He patted Xia Yu's shoulder and asked meaningfully, Boy, did you lie to me when you said that the small world can only be entered but not exited? Well, Xia Yu smiled awkwardly and explained, Brother Feng, don't we have to set a rule? Apart from me and those I allow, everyone else can only enter and leave. Get lost. Wu Yifeng pretended to kick him, but Xia Yu dodged cleverly. Future City Guest House. Jiang Buwei and Lu Tian have woken up after being treated by Xia Yu, but they still feel uncomfortable when they see the bloodstains on the ground. Of the 8-member Kunlun negotiation team, only 3 are left before the negotiation even begins. How can Jiang Buwei accept this? How am I going to report to my superiors when I go back this time? Well, Jiang Buwei sighed deeply and lowered his head to cover his face in pain. Old Jiang, there's no need to be so sad. After all, the dead cannot be resurrected. Xia Yu's voice rang in my ears. Xia Yu, Jiang Buwei raised his head, and his painful expression calmed down a little. Are you finally willing to show up? There was a little accident, and I was stuck in one place for 2 months. Lao Jiang, I also know the purpose of your coming this time. Do we have anything else to talk about? Don't worry, of course we can talk, but I have 2 conditions. What conditions? Tell me. Xia Yu cleared his throat and glanced at Gao Lan, who was sitting not far away. This woman had become aloof again since he appeared. My conditions are, 1. There are about 300,000 surface residents in Future City. We have selected them and hope that Kunlun Base can help receive them. 2nd, Gao Lan will stay, and her parents and relatives will take her over. Gao Lan in the room was shocked and stared at Xia Yu in disbelief. That's it. Jiang Buwei was stunned for a moment and asked in disbelief. That's it. If you agree, I will give all the ecosystem and technical drawings of the future city to Kunlun. Xia Yu, are you serious? Jiang Buwei was overjoyed. With the ready-made ecosystem and technical blueprints of the future city, Kunlun's food needs for the next 100 years will be completely solved as long as the scale is expanded on this basis. I'll report this to the commander immediately. Oh, if you give all to us, what about future city? You don't have to worry about that. We have our own way, Xia Yu said with a smile. Are you kidding? Since the future city has moved into the small world, what is the use of this ecological circulation system? Since it's useless, why not give it as a favor to Kunlun base? Chapter 124 Chapter 124 Entering a Small World in Different Time and Space. While Jiang Buwei was connecting to Kunlun base, Gaolan finally let go of her aloofness and approached Xia Yu and asked, "Why are you helping me?" "Because of your persistence and your minimum bottom line as a human being." Xia Yu said, "TSK, don't talk so high and mighty. Is there no other reason?" Gaolan rolled his eyes and sneered. What reason do you want?" Xia Yu smiled bitterly helplessly. "Yes, for example, you feel guilty towards me, or you are attracted by my beauty? You're overthinking it. Humph, you say one thing and mean another." After a while, Jiang Buwei returned to the room excitedly and laughed. "Ha, it's done. Xia Yu, the commander has agreed. We can execute it immediately. Okay, prepare Kunlun base to receive the ecosystem and personnel. I will move them in half an hour." Xia Yu smiled. Clear. Half an hour later, with the blessing of Xia and the powerful and abnormal spiritual consciousness, the entire plant and animal ecosystem of the future city, including technical drawings, was completed. There are also more than 300,000 surface residents who have all been moved to the Kunlun underground base. It is about 3,800 kilometers from future city to Kunlun, and Xia Yu only needs to move 3 times in a row to reach the destination. On the way back, he also brought back Gaolan's parents and several of her immediate family members. Seeing that the mission had been completed, Jiang Buwei did not delay any longer and returned to Kunlun with Lu Tian and the surface residents. The next day, at 10 a.m., the entire future city, including Guansheng Cave, was in a frenzy. Everyone knew that today was a good day for them to move into their small world. No one knows who spread the information, but some rumors about the small world have already been hyped up in the future forum. The small world they were about to move to was a vast one, with its own independent time and space. It was just like the blue planet of the past, and even more beautiful than the blue planet of the past. My God, the future city in the apocalypse is already a paradise, but it is still underground after all. Now, there is actually a place that is more beautiful than the future city or even the blue planet of the past. How can one not yearn for it? August 22nd, 2033, 10:06 a.m. The future city that stretches across the Guansheng snowfield has completely disappeared from the satellite map. It includes the city walls and buildings on the surface, Guansheng caves and bunkers, as well as the entire underground city more than 1,000 meters underground. On the gray snowfield, a 60 square kilometer wide Tianqing, 2,000 meters deep, was left behind. On the same day, another equally shocking news spread throughout the world. The underground city cluster on the east coast of North America was completely destroyed in the early morning of the 21st by a miniature nitride bomb and 10 nuclear bombs with a yield of 5 million tons. Along with the tens of millions of people inside, they all turned to ashes. Freemasonry, the U.S. alliance, and the European Union have officially disappeared from the long river of history of the blue planet. The moment the future city entered the small world, Antarctica, more than 10,000 kilometers away, also sensed it, but the people underground still didn't understand what was happening. On the endless grassland of the small world, a huge silver-gray city suddenly appeared out of thin air. In the center of the city, there was a karst mountain range. Thousands of meters underground in the grassland, there's also an extremely large modern city. No one knew that they had completed the relocation in an instant, until an elf-like voice sounded in their ears. "Welcome to the Stargate world. I am the mind spirit of the small world. Please don't panic. I am just a pure consciousness speaking in your mind. There are 9 levels in the small world, and the one you are in now is the 2nd level, grassland. Everyone can step out of their homes into their little world and experience their new home firsthand. Soon, hundreds of thousands of residents of the future city, including the God War army, all walked out of the city walls and set foot on the vast grassland. What comes into view is the bright blue sky. Endless green grass, colorful wildflowers, flocks of sheep like white clouds, and horses galloping in the distance. Take a breath, and you will feel the fresh air with the scent of grass that penetrates into your heart and lungs. Oh my God, is this a small world? How can there be such a beautiful place? I think this is the real life, a life where the sky is high and the birds fly freely. It turns out the legend is true. There really is a place more beautiful than Future City. Everyone look, what is that? A huge tree with 2 purple dragons on top. Is this the world tree? You bow. Guarantee that this is definitely the world tree. Anyone who disagrees can come and argue. Gaolan was as stunned as everyone else. She was accompanied by her parents and family, immersed in the unparalleled beauty before them. She suddenly felt very glad for her choice, glad for her persistence, glad for choosing to stick to the bottom line, and glad for choosing to stay. Although fate goes around in circles, as long as you persist, you will always be rewarded. What a beautiful grassland. Xia Yu, is this the little world you were talking about? Chen Yun, dressed in white, blinked her shining eyes. It turned out that this man really owned a world. Do you still like it? Xia Yu stood with his hands behind his back, looking very conceited. It was rare for Chen Yun, the ethereal and otherworldly sister, to be moved, and, of course, she felt a sense of accomplishment. But where's my manhwa? Well, Xia Yu touched his nose awkwardly and coughed a few times. Don't worry. Let me melt the pearl of time first, and then I will return manhwa to you. Don't lie to me again. How can that be? Just wait and see. As Xia Yu finished speaking, the small world in front of him changed again. Xia Yu merged the pearl of time deep in the sea of consciousness into the chaotic space. In an instant, purple air rolled in the chaos. Primordial chaos was born, and the long river of time appeared. The space of the small world seemed to be suddenly filled with a pool of fairy spring water, and a wonderful flowing sound gurgled out. Everything in the small world, including the humans in it, felt the flow of time at this moment, a time unique to the small world. Perhaps a day will no longer be 24 hours, and a person's life will no longer be 100 years, but 1,000 years or even 10,000 years. This mystery finally allowed the small world to break away from its connection with the blue star, and the first valley was also completely separated from the time and space of the blue star. The entire small world officially entered an independent space and time. Except Xia Yu, no one can find a time and space belonging to Xia Yu, which is always connected with him. The extremely rich purple energy of the Pearl of Time instantly upgraded the small world from the 4th level to the 6th level, a total of 8 levels. Moreover, the endless supply of Hongmeng purple energy means that the future upgrades of the small world will no longer rely solely on external things. The Stargate Small World's 6th high-level upgrade has been completed. Solidifit Terrain. The 1st level, Valley. The 2nd level, Grassland. The 3rd level, Planting Plains. The 4th level, Freshwater Lakes. New upgraded terrain. 5th level, Forest, with a total area of 960,000 square kilometers, can be integrated with similar terrain for upgrade and expansion. The 6th level, Ocean, with a total area of 7.68 million square kilometers, can be integrated with similar terrain upgrades and expansions. With the vast forests and oceans, Xia and the chaotic space, and the many related landforms that were plundered before the end of the world, including the plants and animals living there, can finally be integrated into it. Daxinganling, Manhwa, Zishuangbana, Huangshan, Zhangjiji, the Amazon rainforest, ABA's national treasure giant pandas, Shenangjia golden monkeys. In addition, the 180 million square kilometers of the Pacific Ocean is 5 meters deep, and there are countless fish, shrimps, seafood, and creatures in the seawater. Chapter 125 Chapter 125 Ame Mountain reappears. The small world's associated main body has been upgraded. Physical fitness, 15,300%, strength, 15,500%, speed, 15,800%, 100 meters in 0.002 seconds, brain development, 85%. Special abilities, spiritual consciousness transfer. Any object can be transferred by spiritual consciousness, and the transfer distance limit is unlimited. Teleportation, within the direct coverage of spiritual consciousness, unobstructed radius, The distance between the Earth and the Moon, 380,000 kilometers, underground. The distance to the center of the Earth, 6,400 kilometers. Supermind control can invade and control all networks, satellites, mechanical software, human brains, animals, low-level microorganisms, etc. Cell disguise. The superintelligent brain can control the rearrangement of cells throughout the body and change the skin, bones, appearance, hair color, pupil fingerprints, voice, smell, age, etc. at will. Cell remodeling and regeneration. Keep the body youthful permanently. Wounds heal quickly and automatically and achieve longevity. Distortion light, invisibility. New special abilities. Time stillness. It can instantly stop the time and space within the range of consciousness for 3 seconds, and the subject of the spell will not be affected. The spell can be performed once within half an hour. This upgrade will bring huge benefits to Xia Yu. In addition to his physique, strength, and speed having reached a terrifying height, his important skills of mind transfer and teleportation have also made a qualitative leap. Since the small world has entered a different time and space, theoretically, all objects in the universe are no longer restricted by distance as long as Xia Yu can move them. The distance of a single teleportation has increased from 1,280 kilometers to 380,000 kilometers from the Earth to the Moon. That means Xia Yu can now reach the Moon from the blue planet in a flash. Even the center of the Earth, 6,400 kilometers deep, can be reached instantly. It can be said that in the Earth-Moon system, he is no longer restricted by distance. As for the newly added special skill, Time Stand Still, it is even more awesome. Just imagine, in the history of Blue Star, how many people can master the rules of time. Although you can only stay still for 3 seconds in a life-and-death battle, not to mention 3 seconds, even 1 second can change the entire situation. Xia Yu's brain has been developed to 85%. If the average person's brain is developed by more than 20%, the body and cells simply cannot bear it. But Xia Yu is different. Every time he upgrades, his body and cells will be upgraded at the same time. So even 85% of his brain development is completely within his tolerance range. When the human brain is developed to 85%, theoretically, it can ignore the rules of time and space, and even travel through time and space through the long river of time. Xia Yu had also experienced this when he was in the Pearl of Time, but even if he could go back to the past, it would be difficult to interfere with the course of history. This is the most unsolvable time paradox in the universe. Because in Xia Yu's cognition, time does not exist. It is just a projection of human and biological consciousness. Therefore, there is no such thing as past and future. At this moment on Mount Amei, there is a group of people who truly feel the mystery of time. In Daoming Temple, Chun Yun, Master Feng Ling, Senior Sister Qing Lin, Third Senior Sister Qing Yun, a large group of close relatives from the sect hugged each other and cried. This meeting seems like a lifetime ago. It turns out that some people and feelings can overcome the passage of time, and they will return to the past at some point in history. Master, let's go back to the real Mount Amei. Chun Yun and everyone else sighed for a while, and suddenly remembered something very important. Yinner, what are you talking about? Isn't Mount Amei no longer there? Master Feng Ling gave Chun Yun a white look and touched her pretty face lovingly. No, Mount Amei is still there. I promised Xia Yu that I would help him form the women's archery team, on the condition that he would return me a complete Mount Amei and my sect. Real. Master Feng Ling was shocked and confused, and the people in the room looked at each other in disbelief. It's true. Please follow me. Xia Yu, who had watched enough of the long-awaited reunion drama, could finally speak. He smiled and flicked his sleeves. In an instant, the people in the room seemed to have entered a time tunnel. Before they could react, they were already standing on a high mountain. Before my eyes was a vast expanse of pristine mountains, green ancient trees, endless forests, hundreds of birds flying and singing, and strange beasts roaming the mountains. Surrounded by clouds and mist, it feels like being in a fairyland. Master, how about placing Mount Amei here? Xia asked with a smile. Nun Feng Ling, who had just woken up from the surprise of teleportation, glanced at the mountains and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, it's nice here. Okay, let's stay here. Watch carefully. I'll return Mount Amei to you. The distant space suddenly shook, and with a slight tremor, the mountains opened like a landscape painting, and a mountain range with lush green peaks emerged from it. The mountains are majestic and beautiful, surrounded by clouds and mist. The mountains are steep, but not vulgar. The mountains are full of exotic trees and wild teas, and streams flow like a beautiful eyebrow across the mountains. The clouds are emerald green. The eyebrows are made up in the distance, just like the eyebrows of a beautiful lady, thin and long, beautiful and gorgeous. So it is named Manhwa, Amay County Records. Everyone was stunned by the magical scene before them. Xinyan glanced at Xia Yu in disbelief. Although she had always believed when a magnificent Manhwa really appeared before her one day, it still seemed like a dream. This man is so mysterious and powerful. Master, look, isn't that the golden summit of Manhwa? Third senior sister Xia Yu jumped up excitedly and pointed at the golden area in the distance. Our Daoming temple should be in this direction, right? Master, let's go home. Senior sister Qinglin pointed to the westernmost part of Manhwa and could no longer hide her excitement. Okay, let's go home. Master Feng Ling waved her hand and led the way towards the distant Amay mountain. Master, don't you want me to take you there? This way it will be much faster. Master Feng Ling said in a clear voice without even turning her head. Young man, life requires a journey, and so does going home. Do you understand this? Well, Xia Yu looked helpless and had to follow on foot. Along the way, they saw the lush Wulong, Siguniang Mountain, Jiajin Mountain Range, and the ABA Nature Reserve, which is like a pure land. On the mountains, the adorable pandas, our national treasure, are seen munching on fresh bamboo, rolling on the grass, or even climbing trees to play with birds. Master, look, this giant panda is so cute. Oh my god, could it be the giant panda Menglan? The third prince of Zizaman. No doubt, this is it. Everyone look, isn't that the panda Chizai? So cute. Xia Yu, and you are so amazing. You even took in the pandas Menglan and Cheesy. Senior sister, look, isn't that the beautiful panda Hawa? She's so beautiful. A group of women who had entered the monastic life were attracted by the beautiful scenery and animals along the way, and they had lost all the reserve of monks. Fortunately, the ethereal Xinyan was able to control herself and laughed all the way, but she would not get carried away like her senior sisters. Sisters, if we continue to travel this far, we won't reach Amay Mountain by dark, right? Could you please hold back a bit? Is it your business? Yes, go away and don't get in the way. You don't understand the happiness of us women. Well, do as you please. Xia Yu shook his head helplessly. Seeing Xia Yu being humiliated, Qinyan couldn't help but laugh secretly. In the picturesque mountains and forests, her smile is like a bright spring light, reflecting the green leaves and wildflowers all over the mountains, and she is as beautiful as a fairy on earth. Chapter 126. A Rich and Invincible Small World. It was not until dusk that Xia Yu and a group of women from Daoming arrived at the western foot of Mount Amay. With the strength of a group of chi-refining warriors, it wouldn't take long to climb to Daoming Temple halfway up the mountain. Returning to their old home after such a long absence made Master Feng Ling and her disciples sigh with emotion. How lucky is it to be able to rekindle the past in another world at the end of the world? Therefore, their gratitude towards Xia and the Lord of this small world came from the bottom of their hearts and was beyond words. That night, everyone stayed at Daoming Temple halfway up the mountain. It was inconvenient for Xia to be with a grown man, so he could only teleport back to the wooden house under the small world tree. It was late at night, and he couldn't go find Tang Yina, so he had to sleep alone with his pillow. 2 months ago, Xia Yu placed Tang Yina, Grandma, Grandpa, and Xun Yu into the first valley of the small world. The thoughtful Xia Yu, of course, placed Batsi Mountain and Grandma's old building in a beautiful mountain area in advance. The bamboo forest of Batsi Mountain is now connected to the bamboo sea of another mountain range. The bamboo shoots are everywhere on the mountain, and there is no way to dig them all up. Every day, Tang Yina goes back to the health department for half a day to arrange her work. Her greatest joy was taking Xun Yu for a wild run up the mountain, watching the pheasants and birds that filled the mountain, digging up some fresh bamboo shoots, and wandering around happily for the whole day. When we returned to the small building, the 2 old men who had been exchanging musical skills for most of the day had already prepared a delicious meal. Enjoying the mountain breeze, eating fresh vegetables, a plate of delicious bamboo shoots, chili peppers and bacon, and a steamed green carp caught in a mountain stream. Isn't such a comfortable life what they have always dreamed of? The first valley in the small world has completely merged with the other valleys and is completely separated from the time and space of the blue planet. The area of the valley has reached 380,000 square kilometers after the integration of Xia and Qing dynasties. in addition to being a beautiful and livable place. The valley also produces millions of tons of high-quality vegetables and fruits every year. With the soil, water quality, and air of small world planetary grade +++, everything produced is top-notch. The small world now has a population of about 4 million, and these millions of tons of fruits and vegetables cannot be eaten up at all. They can only be made into canned fruits and vegetables, or Xia, you can put the surplus into the chaotic space for preservation. Xia Yu's chaotic space is like an infinitely large ice storage that can preserve all animals and plants, and most importantly, it can keep them fresh forever. The second level of grassland now has more than 3.3 billion cattle, sheep, and horses. When Xia and almost all the famous grasslands of Blue Star were plundered, they also harvested countless livestock. There are countless others such as chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, domestic dogs, military dogs, rabbits, etc. The livestock output far exceeded demand, which gave Minister of Agriculture Xia Binglin a headache. He finally had to issue a decree to strictly control the breeding of poultry and livestock populations. The third level of the small world, with 300 million mu of cultivated plains, is the veritable largest granary in the small world. Today, the soil and water quality of the planting plain have been greatly improved with the blessing of the spiritual energy of the small world tree. The grain yield of 1 mu of land in 3 seasons has exceeded 10,000 jin. With 300 million mu of fertile land, the annual grain output is 1.5 billion tons. What does that mean? 10,000 tons of grain can feed 30,000 people. What about 1.5 billion tons? That's enough food for 4.5 billion people. How rich is this small world? There was no other way. Since they couldn't finish eating it, Xia Yu could only store it in the chaotic space. The fourth layer is a group of freshwater lakes with a total area of 1 million square kilometers, divided into dozens of different lake areas. The cod produced near the glacial lake in the north is the most popular among the residents. It is meaty but not fishy, tender and boneless, and melts in the mouth. Where have you ever eaten such delicious cod on Blue Star before? The fifth level of the small world is the newly upgraded terrain, forest, with an initial area of 960,000 square kilometers. After integrating the Amazon rainforest, Greater Xing'an Range, Zhishuangbanna, Mount Amei, and other terrains, it rapidly expanded to 16 million square kilometers. This primeval forest is almost twice the size of China's former territory. It grows most of the plants on Blue Planet, as well as rare species unique to the small world. To the north of the mountains and forests lies a 3.6 million square kilometer tropical savanna, home to almost half of the plants and animals found on the savannas of early summer and harvested in Africa. As for pandas, elephants, lions, tigers, leopards, golden monkeys, antelopes, giraffes, countless wild animals, birds, and insects form an extremely complete ecosystem. Xia Yu's idea is that this area should only be used for tourism, exploration, and scientific research, and should be avoided from overdevelopment as much as possible to preserve its original appearance. The sixth ocean has a total area of 7.68 million square kilometers. Xia Yu merged all the 5 meters of sea water harvested from the 180 million square kilometers of the Pacific Ocean into it. The ocean's area instantly expanded by nearly 1 million square kilometers, and countless marine creatures and fish and shrimp greatly enriched the ocean's ecosystem. On the east side of the ocean, Xia Yu specially separated a large area and placed the Hami Salt Lake, the largest salt mine in China, into it. The Hami Salt Lake covers an area of 4,500 square kilometers, with a salt layer tens of meters thick, and the total salt reserves exceed 30 billion tons. With a population of several million in this small world, it would take tens of millions of years to eat all the food, not to mention millions of years to pickle it. After the management team of Future City entered the small world, they quickly integrated with Yi Bing's original department. The work point mechanism of the small world made all work simple and efficient. The thousands of Chinese restaurants that initially entered the Future City soon found their place in the small world. Yi Bing had made preparations in advance and had Man build several long food streets in the central area where the population was concentrated. The collective arrival of Chinese delicacies has instantly aroused the taste buds of millions of residents. After all, with the abundance of materials in today's small world and the high quality and freshness of ingredients, how can the past Chinese food culture not regain its glory? Anyway, foodies like Man and Deng Deguang can't wait any longer. The entertainment activities in the small world have gradually become richer since the establishment of the Stargate Network and TV station. In addition to the vast amount of entertainment and science programs, movies, and TV series that Xia and copied from Blue Star, Small World has also given birth to several extremely talented film, television, and literary teams, and a number of film and television works that fit the themes of the end of the world and new life are constantly being produced. The old people in the small world are happy because the elderly are well cared for and the sick are well treated. The key is that since being cleansed by the spiritual energy of the small world, people's illnesses have basically disappeared. The middle-aged and young people in the small world are also happy because they don't need to bear too much pressure and don't have to rack their brains to get rich. They can get rich material things and live the life they want. Children in the small world are even happier because their schoolwork is no longer heavy. With the nourishment of the little world tree, learning will be more effective with half the effort. Every day, they can walk in the city square designed by Oh Man Man or the beautiful and novel children's playground and happily spend their real childhood. During holidays, children can explore magnificent mountains and grasslands or visit vast lakes and oceans and experience the unique aura and time of this world. The only people who are suffering in the small world, apart from the guard battalion station in the settlement, are the 100,000 divine war troops. The base of the God War Army was located at the foot of the snow-capped mountains by the lake in the harshest environment. Every day, they spent their time in rigorous and boring training and confrontation. But no matter how hard it is, no one complains. Because no matter which world it is, it needs a strong armed force to guard it. Behind the lights of thousands of houses, there's always a group of people who have to carry the burden forward. Even this rich and invincible little world is no exception. P.S. I'm busy with work these days, so the update will be late, but I'll try to keep it up to twice a day. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 127. The Yu Sisters and 36 Hours a Day. The future city entered the small world, and Xia Yu no longer had any worries on Blue Star. He had been very busy recently, and now he had the rare opportunity to relax. Xia Yu stayed in the small building in Batsi Mountain and spent 2 days with Tang Yina. However, during the day, there was always Xia Yu, the light bulb, hanging around. At night, when they were together, this little girl would find some messy excuses to knock on the couple's door, and she was simply not tired of it. There was no other way. Xia Yu, who was a little overwhelmed, had to hastily end his honeymoon with Tang Yina and turn to find the cold Yibing. Today, Yibing has completely turned into a workaholic. The daily changes in the small world seem to arouse her thoughts. She cares more about and is more nervous about everything in this world than even her master, Xia Yu. So when Xia Yu came to see her, she only spent a brief moment with Xia Yu before turning back to her busy work. In response, Xia Yu could only shake his head and smile bitterly. But if you think about it carefully, isn't it a kind of happiness to have such a caring, capable, and super girlfriend housekeeper? That day, Xia Yu climbed to the top of the small world tree again. Standing on 2 majestic purple dragons, with a thought, you could see every person, every walk, every blade of grass, and every tree in the world. Standing on a high place, Xia Yu suddenly had a feeling of looking down on the world and being invincible. As the master of a small world, possessing the perspective of a creator, one will inevitably develop a transcendent sense of control over everything. As the population of the small world increased, the faith of the daily pilgrims became stronger and stronger, and the purple divine fruits of the small world tree naturally grew in number. So Xia Yu was not stingy and selected another 3,000 people from the Divine War Army, distributing a purple divine fruit and a full-level red fruit to each of them, expanding the Special Forces team into 3 battalions. Each battalion consists of 1,000 people, and members of the first batch of special ability teams serve as commanders at all levels. The purple aura of the small world tree has already extended faintly over 200 kilometers away. Every time the rising sun rises, a miraculous aura rises in the pilgrimage temple. At this time, purple air condensed in the air above the pilgrimage temple, transforming into a lifelike flying goddess, dancing in the wind. Looking from afar, it made people intoxicated and fascinated. Xia Yu was facing the rising sun and suddenly felt quite touched. He turned his head to look at the pilgrimage temple and saw a flying statue dancing in the air. This flying girl looks and behaves exactly like the sun goddess Yuing. Interesting. Xia Yu's divine thoughts moved, and he appeared in the pilgrimage temple. The lovely twin sisters of the Yu family, who had just finished a day of pilgrimage and miracle-making, were playing with each other in the garden in front of the temple. A handsome man in black suddenly appeared 2 meters away from them. Ahem, the teacher is here to check homework. The 2 sisters were stunned, turned their heads, and jumped up screaming. Xia Yu, 2 soft and warm bodies pounced on him, and without saying anything, they hugged Xia Yu tightly from the left and right. Brother, it's really you. Oh, brother, where have you been? Why haven't you come to see us for so long? Woo, I miss you so much. Xia Yu's face was filled with black lines, and he didn't know how to comfort the 2 girls. He said awkwardly, I went on a long trip a while ago. Didn't I come to see you today? The 2 sisters were in tears, excited and happy. After a long time, they left Xia Yu's arms embarrassedly. Brother, now that you're back, are you still leaving? The younger sister Yu, who still looked a little weak, asked timidly. Well, let's take a break first. We'll be staying longer this time. Xia Yu replied, smiled, and touched Yu's head affectionately. Why? Can't bear to see me go. Yu's pretty face turned red, and she quickly lowered her head to twist the corner of her clothes. Brother and I, we didn't neglect our studies while you were away. Every day we followed the method you taught us to connect heaven and earth and give birth to the sun and the moon. The sweet and innocent elder sister Yu raised her youthful and pretty face and said proudly, Very good. I am relieved that you have not fallen behind in your studies. Come, let me check your progress. After Xia Yu finished speaking, he walked to a lawn and sat down cross-legged. The 2 sisters of the Yu family quickly followed and sat down next to Xia Yu, one on the left and one on the right. A ball of thick purple air descended from the sky and enveloped the 3 of them. The 3 of them closed their eyes at the same time, their minds connected, and in the blink of an eye, they entered the will of heaven and earth. In the far east of this small world, a red sun was rising slowly, emitting a brilliant glow that illuminated the entire world, making it even more magnificent and vibrant. Wisps of spiritual energy, invisible to the naked eye, escape between heaven and earth, nourishing all things or floating in the air. The sun rises, vitality appears, aura is born, and all things come to life. With my own independent little world of time and space, I naturally have a new time. From the time the sun rises, the daylight lasts for 24 hours until the sun sets. Then, a silver moon hidden in the east shyly climbed up into the sky, and the 12-hour night quietly fell. Today's small world has completely broken away from the original time of the blue planet. A day is no longer 24 hours, but 36 hours, and the daytime alone takes up 24 hours. This is a blessing for all things in the world. The longer the daytime, the more sunlight there is, the more abundant the spiritual energy is, and the faster all things grow. But growing fast does not shorten the life cycle. On the contrary, the world's timescale is extended by 1/3. That is to say, the youth and lifespan of all living things in this world, including humans, have been extended by 1/3. In the small world, everyone's lifespan has easily exceeded 160 years, and that's 160 years if a day is 36 hours. After a day and a night, Xia Yu and the Yu sisters slowly woke up. For some reason, every time they entered the will of heaven and earth with Xia Yu and roamed hand in hand, they always had a very mysterious feeling. It felt as if their bodies and souls had completely merged into Xia Yu's body. They followed Xia Yu's consciousness in the small world. Sometimes it transforms into a ray of sunshine, sometimes into a patch of green grass, and sometimes into a colorful butterfly, dancing in the vast sky and earth. The twin sisters of the Yu family slowly opened their eyes. They were still immersed in that wonderful experience and couldn't extricate themselves. This feeling is hard to describe in any words. It seems sweeter than love, even more wonderful than the pleasure of men and women, and more magical than visiting heaven. With my brother, Yu and Yu looked at Xia Yu beside them with their beautiful eyes, their eyes filled with shyness and love. Well, that's right. Your conception of the sun and moon has basically taken shape. With the pearl of time, the time and space of the small world will be even more perfect, and the sun and moon will be even more perfect. After Xia Yu finished speaking, he stood up. Are you leaving with my brother? Yes, I'll come to see you guys next time. Keep up the good work. Looking at the 2 sisters with red eyes, Xia Yu sighed secretly, stretched out his hands, touched the 2 cute heads respectively, and smiled. Don't be sad. It's not like we'll never see each other again. I will miss you. Before he finished speaking, the figure disappeared. Just when our great lover Xia and his classmates were enjoying themselves in the small world, the blue planet in another time and space was in turmoil again. A world-destroying war between underground people and humans has begun. P.S. Writing is not easy. Before I knew it, this book has already updated 300,000 words. This is the author's first novel published on the internet, and also my first novel with more than 300,000 words. I decided to have a bamboo shoot and bacon rice tonight, with some spicy sauce to celebrate. Chapter 128. Chapter 128. The world-destroying war begins. Blue Star, Kunlun Underground Base, Combat Command Center. The large satellite monitoring screen is broadcasting images from Antarctica in real time. Half an hour ago, a sky window with a radius of 100 kilometers mysteriously opened in the sky above Antarctica, which had turned into a dark blue land of death. Seen from space 2,000 kilometers away, it looks like a dark blue eye with a black demonic pupil in the middle. Are there any abnormalities in the data transmitted back by Tiangong-1? Chief Number 1, whose black hair already had a few strands of silver visible, asked solemnly, saying that he had been under too much pressure during this period. Reporting to the commander, apart from the appearance of this black hole, there are no abnormalities in the data above Antarctica. Continue to observe closely. Also, notify Kunlun Aerospace Number 1 base and be prepared to launch an attack at any time. Clear. Leader Number 1 sighed secretly, rubbed his swollen and painful brows, and tried to relax his tense nerves for a moment. The survival of mankind seems to be hanging by a thread. On Blue Star today, Europe and America have been destroyed, and Future City has suddenly vanished. In this battle, only Kunlun and the Northern Bear Nation remain. Commander, we've received a call from the Northern Bear Nation. They've decided to officially launch the Tsar 2 project and are awaiting our response. The gray-haired old Sioux, the second in command of Kunlun, said in a deep voice. Commander, the North Bear has really invested a lot of money this time. If they succeed, the entire Antarctica will be completely wiped out. Well, do you have any detailed information about Tsar 2? Chief Number 1 raised his eyebrows and asked. I have it here, put on the big screen. Admiral Liu, dressed in a dark green general's uniform, took out a USB drive, handed it to the guard next to him, and instructed. Take it and play on screen Number 1. Yes. Half a minute later, a shocking video of the Tsar's hydrogen bomb explosion appeared on the big screen. A round and thick nuclear bomb fell from an altitude of tens of thousands of meters and opened a deceleration parachute halfway. When it reached 4,600 meters above the ground, the nuclear bomb exploded, and a huge and dazzling white light engulfed the entire sky and earth. During the explosion, flames rose, accompanied by a huge mushroom cloud that shot straight into the sky. The black smoke was tens of thousands of meters high. The terrifying shock wave even caused the unmanned camera in the distance to shake. The area within a radius of 50 kilometers from the center of the explosion was instantly turned into ashes by the high temperature and flames of 350 million degrees Celsius. The huge shock wave squeezed the seawater and air within a radius of nearly 400 kilometers around it, forming a short-term vacuum hole. The glass of countless buildings was shattered in countries as far as 1,500 kilometers away. A seismograph 10,000 kilometers away also detected a 5.6 magnitude earthquake wave. The most powerful explosion in human history occurred. Watching the shocking scenes in the video, the crowd in the Combat Command Center remained silent for a long time. Human beings have actually invented such a weapon that can destroy the world. General Liu combed his gray hair and said seriously, the Tsar hydrogen bomb of the Northern Bear State, also known as Big Ivan, is a nuclear weapon with the largest explosive yield in human history, with an initial design yield of 170 million tons of TNT equivalent. The test explosion in the video was of Tsar 1, whose power was 50 million tons of TNT less than its designed equivalent. But as we can see, its actual destructive power is still unprecedented. According to the test explosion data provided by the Northern Bear Country, the direct killing range of the explosion reached 1,560 square kilometers. The mushroom cloud was 40 kilometers in diameter and 64 kilometers in height, higher than 7 Mount Everest combined. The explosion radiation affected an area of more than 2,500 kilometers. The shock wave propagated as far as 18,000 kilometers, and a maximum earthquake was measured at magnitude 5.6. After the explosion of the Tsar No. 1 hydrogen bomb, the crust of the entire Eurasian continent shifted 9 millimeters to the south. Listening to Admiral Lu's introduction, Commander Number One's expression began to grow serious. He pondered and said, "Old Lu, according to your estimate, what will be the total explosive yield of the Tsar 2 project?" General Lu frowned and replied in a deep voice. The detonation of the Tsar, a hydrogen bomb in the video, was more than 10 times the combined power of all the bombs used by humans during World War II. According to the Tsar 2 plan provided by the Northern Bear Nation, its intended damage output should have exceeded the original design yield. We estimate it to be around 200 to 300 million tons of TNT. Hearing this, everyone gasped. Damn, 300 million tons of TNT explosion equivalent. What a terrifying concept. The big boy that the United States dropped on the island nation of Guangzhou had an equivalent of only 15,000 tons, but it destroyed most of Guangzhou and killed about 150,000 people. 300 million tons equivalent. That's 20,000 times that of the big boy. The Tsar's lethality is undeniable. The question is, how can the Northern Bear Nation deliver it over Antarctica? Xia Yu, who had just experienced the pain of losing his son, raised a question. His face was obviously thinner and more haggard. Old Xia, this is why the Northern Bear Nation wants to cooperate with us. Old Su cleared his throat and said, after discussions between the two sides, the Tsar 2 plan proposed 2 bombing paths. First, abandon the plan of dropping from high-altitude fighter jets and delivering with the Sarmat ballistic missile. The plan is to use the Boreai strategic nuclear submarine to dive deep under the ice to the bottom of the sea 300 kilometers from Antarctica, and then use the Petrel 2 nuclear power missile to carry the Tsar and directly strike Antarctica. With the Haiyan missile's penetration speed exceeding Mach 20, it only takes 45 seconds to cross a distance of 300 kilometers. In such a short time, it would be difficult for the people underground in Antarctica to respond effectively. Second, borrow our Kunlun aerospace carrier, have the Kunlun carry the Tsar 2, break through the Antarctic defense line in space 40,000 kilometers away, and launch a surprise bombing attack. Old Su, can the Northern Bear Nation be assured of handing over such a terrifyingly powerful weapon to us? Xia Jinyuan asked with a frown. What else is there to worry about? Humanity is almost extinct. Moreover, they will send a bombing team to the Kunlun, specifically responsible for the final launch of the Tsar 2 and the activation of the explosion code. Well, I have no more questions. Xia Jinyuan nodded and said nothing more. The number 1 leader breathed a sigh of relief, looked around at everyone in the room, and said loudly, "Everyone, the war to annihilate the world on Blue Planet has begun. The survival of mankind will depend entirely on this battle. If we win, we can still survive in the end times. If we lose, humanity will perish. Therefore, we must summon all our faith and determination and mobilize the entire human race to fight the underground people. Yes, use all the strength of mankind to fight against the underground people. Use all the strength of mankind to fight against the underground people." The deafening roar echoed over and over again throughout the combat command center. Soon, this slogan spread throughout the huge Kunlun base and to the aerospace base deep in the Kunlun Mountains. Finally, it spread to the Northern Bear Country, the underground city in the Arctic ice field. Mr. President, China's Kunlun just called and agreed to participate in the Tsar 2 project. The old president of the Northern Bear, Putin, was looking through the documents. He looked up and said in a cold voice, "Very good. Order, Tsar 2 project is officially launched." The bomb-dropping group immediately took Tsar 2 onto the Boreai strategic nuclear submarine and headed for Antarctica at full speed. Order, Bomb Team 2, take Tsar 3 and board the transport plane immediately to Kunlun. Roger that, Mr. President. Putin nodded, and a hint of the coldness and iron-bloodedness of the past years could be vaguely seen on his old face. Everyone thought that the Northern Bear Country only produced 2 of these earth-shattering weapons of the Tsar. One was tested decades ago, and the other was completely shelved. In fact, the Northern Bear Country later secretly produced the more powerful number 2 and number 3. Now, at the most critical moment, his hideous true face is revealed. The world-destroying war has begun. P.S. The Tsar hydrogen bomb, also known as Big Ivan, was a strategic weapon developed by the Northern Bear State in the last century. A reduced-volume test explosion was conducted in 1961. The first-generation design explosive equivalent, 170 million tons of TNT. Adopting a unique 3-level explosion mode. In the first stage, nuclear fission releases energy and detonates. In the second stage, nuclear fission triggers secondary nuclear fusion, while releasing neutrons outward. In the third stage, the released neutrons will trigger more intense nuclear fission, thereby generating exponentially more destructive power. Just one nuke would flatten Antarctica. Chapter 129, Kunlun's Background. September 11th, 2033, 8 a.m., 12 days after the Tsar 2 project was officially launched. The majestic Kunlun Mountains stretch about 2,500 kilometers from north to south. Deep in the vast mountains, there was a steep mountain several thousand meters high that cracked in the middle. After a low roar, the snow collapsed. At the huge exit, the dark green aerospace mothership Kunlun No. 1 slowly flew out of the cave. With a low humming sound, the giant mothership had already soared to an altitude of nearly 10,000 meters. Immediately afterwards, 5 tall mountains within a radius of 1,300 kilometers also cracked. 5 dark green aerospace giants slowly flew out, each with a line of bright red text visible on the front of their dazzling hulls. Kunlun 2, Kunlun 3, Kunlun 4, Kunlun 5, Kunlun 6. It turns out that China's Nanximen No. 2 project does not have just one aerospace carrier, but 6. China, which has always advocated patience and low-keyness, did not hide at this time and directly revealed its cards. The appearance of the 6 Kunluns shook the sky above the entire mountain range. A few minutes later, they began to climb rapidly, flying towards the space orbit 40,000 kilometers away. At the Kunlun's Mach 3.6 speed, it only takes 9 hours to enter outer space orbit and then approach the South Pole 13,000 kilometers away. Kunlun ships, this is Kunlun No. 1. Please reply if you get it. On Kunlun 1, Captain Hu Jian connected to the fleet's public communication channel with a stern expression. Kunlun 2 received. Kunlun 3 received. Kunlun 6 received. Immediately, replies came from the other 5 sky ships. I am Hu Jian, Captain of Kunlun 1. Following orders from Commander-in-Chief, I, as the overall commander of this operation, hereby issue the following orders. First formation, Kunlun 4, 5, and 6. Shut down your communications network in 5 minutes. Enter full stealth mode. Approach Antarctic area airspace at full speed and conduct a surprise bombing raid as planned. Receive. Second formation, Kunlun 2 and 3. Close communications in 6 minutes. Navigate in full stealth mode. Target Antarctic area B airspace, and conduct the raid as planned. Receive. In the dark orbit of outer space, 6 huge aerospace ships, like an alien fleet in a science fiction movie, were divided into 3 batches and approached the sky above Antarctica like a group of sky ghosts. On Kunlun 1, Hu Jian made one last inspection of the Tsar 3 hydrogen bomb. This massive weapon, which held the fate of all mankind, lay quietly in the high-speed bomb bay. A few hours later, it will heroically complete its final mission of saving humanity. If you win, your name will be recorded in history. If you lose, you will be lost forever in the long river of history along with humanity. Ajay, tell me, after we go on this expedition, will we be able to come back? On Kunlun 2, the 28-year-old young Captain Lin Yi patted his deputy Yun Ruijia on the shoulder and said with some concern, Captain, if even our Kunlun aerospace fleet cannot break through the underground people's defenses, the humans on Blue Star will be doomed to extinction. Yun Ruijia, who was also young and full of vigor, had lost his former arrogant confidence and said, Our Kunlun fleet represents the highest level of technology ever achieved by mankind. Therefore, there is no room for retreat in this battle. Ajay, I believe that even if we are gone, the flame of humanity will not be extinguished. Someone will continue to live on for us. Lin Yi said, his eyes slightly filled with sadness, filled with endless reverie. Oh, who is it? Future City, Xia Yu. Ah, Future City? Didn't it disappear? I believe it's still there. With Xia Yu here, I should be able to live a comfortable life. Captain, you admire Xia Yu, oh very much. TSK, don't you admire him? Such an amazing man with incredible fighting power. Almost omnipotent. Yun Ruijia nodded and agreed. Indeed, but I just don't understand. How could such a huge future city just disappear in an instant? Could it be that Xia Yu's spatial ability is really so incredible? What's this? Have you forgotten the disappearance of Lake Baikal? Lin Yi curled his lips and said disdainfully, "It's much more powerful than gods." That's true, but how can the people of Future City be put into the space? Isn't it normal to open the space so that it can only hold supplies, not living things? Damn it. Jia, have you read too much of that apocalyptic novel? You're really addicted. Why don't you let Xia Yu have a small world space? Small world space, isn't it amazing? Huh? You wouldn't believe it. This is really possible. Yun Ruijia raised his resolute yet still somewhat childish face and said with great yearning, "That world, it would be great if we had the chance to go in and take a look." Lin Yi withdrew his gaze from the control screen, patted his shoulder again comfortingly, and said firmly, "If we can come back alive this time, I believe we have a chance." Antarctica, bordering the northern Pacific Ocean, about 300 kilometers away from the Antarctic continent, beneath the ice, 500 meters deep in the dark shadows of the deep sea, a huge ghost killer emerged. After 12 days of nonstop deep-sea sailing, the Boreai-class strategic nuclear submarine finally arrived at the designated launch area. The submarine has a deep blue teardrop-shaped, streamlined shape. It cuts through the water like a giant toothed shark, scaring the nearby sea fish into fleeing in all directions. Boreai 955A-2 nuclear submarine. Hull size, 171.5 meters long, 13 meters wide, 10.5 meters deep. Maximum underwater displacement, 24,000 tons. Maximum surface speed, 16 knots. Maximum underwater speed, 29 knots, 53.7 kilometers per hour. Maximum diving depth, 500 meters. Unterwasser Navigation Noise, 108 Decibels. Weapon system, 10 RSM, 56, Bulava, submarine-launched intercontinental ballistic missiles, 6 Petrel, 2 nuclear-powered missiles, each of which can carry Tsar 2 nuclear bombs or 10 nuclear warheads with a yield of 10 million tons. Maximum missile range, 8,000 kilometers. This time, the Tsar 2 project, the Boreai nuclear submarine, will be responsible for the first wave of attack. In another 2 hours, when the Kunlun Aerospace Attack Cluster arrives over Antarctica, the raid will be officially launched. Captain Shakov, we have entered the designated launch area. Shall we proceed to a silent, concealed position? Okay, order, sink another 50 meters, all ships enter silent mode, and wait for the launch order. Yes, Shakov, who is over 50 years old, was once the youngest nuclear submarine captain of the Northern Bear Country. At the age of 31, he became the first captain of the first-generation 955 type Ori. Then, with his extraordinary command ability and outstanding performance in previous exercises and actual combat confrontations, he was promoted to the first captain of the Northern Bear Country's most advanced 955E2 nuclear submarine. This operation was personally arranged and instigated by the president, and its significance is self-evident. 300 kilometers ahead is the mysterious and powerful underground manhwa Hana, and behind him are the 23 million survivors of the Northern Bear Country, the only 300 million remaining humans on the blue planet. If they win, humanity will survive, but if they lose, everyone will fall into the abyss forever. So in this battle, regardless of life or death, he has no way to retreat. Chapter 130, Raid on Antarctica. September 11th, 2033, 7:20 p.m. The first fleet of aerospace carriers finally entered the airspace over Antarctica. Halfway through the journey, the fleet had gradually lowered its flight altitude from 40,000 kilometers of outer space orbit to 1,000 kilometers of atmosphere. Looking at the strange Antarctic black hole 600 kilometers away, the 3 Kunlun ships hovered for a minute and reopened the communication channel. Kunlun 1, the first formation has arrived at the target airspace. Please give instructions. Kunlun 1 has received this. All ships are to check the nuclear missile launch procedures. In 5 minutes, enter the Antarctic airspace 500 kilometers at full speed and launch the Dongfeng 61 as planned. Clear. Soon, 3 huge Kunlun Aerospace motherships flew towards the black hole above Antarctica at a speed of 3.6 Mach. 5 minutes later, the fleet was not far from the huge and gloomy black hole. At the command, the vertical missile launchers of the 3 Kunlun Aerospace ships slowly opened. As a puff of smoke rose, 12 dark green Dongfeng 61 strategic nuclear missiles flew out with long tail flames. After making a graceful arc in the sky, 3 missiles took the lead and flew towards the black hole in the middle. The other 9 nuclear bombs were launched in 3 directions, directly into the Antarctic death zone below. The first 3 nuclear bombs fired at the black hole were still 50 kilometers away from the hole entrance when 5 disc-shaped UFOs suddenly flew out of the hole. There was a flash of silver light, and the missile, which was traveling at a speed close to Mach 18, disappeared in an instant. What's going on? There was a cry of surprise from the Kunlun fleet. As we expected, the underground people should have mastered the technology of geomagnetic space movement. They can instantly transfer the attacking object to a specific space through geomagnetism. Immediately activate geomagnetic anti-gravity interference on the flying saucer ahead. Yes, particle cannons and high-energy pulse laser cannons will launch a saturation attack on the target. Receive. With the launch of the second-generation geomagnetic anti-gravity interference wave, the 5 flying saucers in the distance were briefly stunned. In an instant, the 3 Kunlun ships launched intensive high-energy attacks, roaring towards them. Violent explosions and flashes covered the area of the black hole exit. Before the first round of explosions ended, the second round of attacks came. Then came the third round, the fourth round. The first formation of the Kunlun showed no mercy once it entered the battle. Continued to increase electromagnetic interference output, dispatched the Baidi aerospace fighters to encircle and destroy the flying saucer ahead. Soon, 288 Baidi aerospace fighters carried by 3 aerospace motherships came out in full force. It flew towards the 5 flying saucers at an astonishing speed of Mach 5.6. Before the fighter planes arrived, dense rain of electromagnetic pulse particle accelerated shells and laser-guided missiles had already covered the mouth of the black hole. As soon as the 5 confused disc-shaped UFOs appeared, they were subjected to a series of violent fire attacks. Does humankind have a serious fear of fire in their war philosophy? Or is this just a fine tradition of China? Before the smoke cleared, the UFO at the center of the fire had already suffered damage, even with the high-energy protective shield on. But under such a fierce and perverted attack, even the underground people with a level 1.5 planetary civilization were caught off guard. Just as the exchange of fire at the black hole mouth over Antarctica had just begun, another 9 Dongfeng 61 missiles broke through the atmosphere and crashed into the icy land of Antarctica at high speed. When it was still 60 kilometers from the ground, several strong white lights flashed on the glacier and hit the high-speed flying Dongfeng missile very accurately. There was a series of flashes and explosions. 9 Dongfeng 61 missiles were hit at high altitude and disintegrated instantly. 500 kilometers into the atmosphere, after experiencing several rounds of intensive fire attacks, the 5 flying saucers finally broke free from the entanglement of the anti-gravity interference waves. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared in the fire and smoke. The 288 Baidi aerospace fighters that flew like silver lightning suddenly missed everything. In the first round of battle, the DF-61 missile attack failed and the UFO retreated. At the dark cave entrance, the smoke gradually dissipated, and except for the sound of Baidi flying through the air at high speed, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Reporting to Kunlun 1, our first round of missile attack has failed, and we have repelled 5 flying saucers. Okay, proceed to the second step of the plan. In 5 minutes, the Northern Bear Nation's Boreai nuclear submarine will launch Tsar 2. Received. Execute the second step of the plan immediately. After a slight vibration, the 3 Kunlun aerospace motherships, leaving behind a trail of afterimages, flew towards the deep black and extremely cold airspace of death. Command, activate extreme cold protection mode, open the protective shield, Baidi aircraft fleet escort, target, Antarctica. The huge aerospace attack cluster passed through the atmosphere and dived towards the extremely cold place with a temperature of minus 200 degrees Celsius without hesitation. Outside Antarctica, 300 kilometers beneath the ice in the deep sea, a large, deep blue fish slowly rose up until it was 100 meters away from the sea ice, and then the submarine stopped rising. Petrel, 2 nuclear-powered missile, carrying Tsar 2, target, Antarctica, area A 5,000 meters, launch. Haiyan 2 launch, countdown 10, 9, 8. 10 seconds later, a huge dark figure broke through the sea water, smashed through the 30-meter thick ice, and flew high into the sky with a blue tail flame. In just 5 seconds, the petrol missile reached the stratosphere and flew towards the Antarctic airspace 300 kilometers away. Breaking the high-altitude sound barrier at 20 times the speed of sound, the missile turned into a thin line. In just 40 seconds, the most terrifying nuclear explosion in human history will strike the Antarctic continent. Can the underground people block this powerful weapon? Shakov and the members of the bombing team in the Boreai submarine were nervously staring at the flight trajectory of Tsar 2 on the monitoring screen. Every second seemed so unbearable. To be on the safe side, in addition to the target trigger detonation, the bombing team also set up remote control detonation for the Tsar 2 nuclear attack. If they find something is wrong, they will immediately detonate the Tsar. In this way, even if we cannot achieve the maximum killing goal, at least we can cause certain damage to Antarctica. Haiyan, carrying Tsar 2, is approaching the Antarctic sky. It has 140 kilometers to go before entering the explosion zone. Okay, how is the situation of Kunlun's first formation? Report: the first formation has entered 150 kilometers above the South Pole and has not encountered any interception attacks so far. Okay, order the second formation, Kunlun 2 and 3, to enter the designated area as planned. Release all Chang'e mechas and launch the attack in 3 minutes. Yes. At an altitude of about 800 kilometers from the South Pole, Kunlun 1 entered full stealth mode and was issuing combat orders one by one. 20 seconds later, Tsar 2 will arrive at the detonation airspace, and the Kunlun formation, equipped with a special anti-nuclear shield, will take advantage of the chaos to launch a second round of attack. The Kunlun aerospace cluster, with its entire force out, and the Chang'e mecha making its debut, will face off against the underground people. And Tsar number 3, hiding in the dark, is the real ultimate boss. Chapter 131. The Clash of Two Civilizations. In the blink of an eye, the petrol missile was only 80 kilometers away from Antarctica. At the end of the final breakthrough, the missile automatically adjusted its flight angle, and a thin line cut through the dark blue sky and flew straight towards the Antarctic continent. In the last 12 seconds, Tsar 2 will enter the detonation area. Inside the Boreai nuclear submarine, missile monitors reported the missile's tail section breakthrough in real time. 10 seconds left. Oh my god, high-energy laser. The missile has been locked onto by the laser. The petrol missile, which was diving towards Antarctica from high altitude, was hit by a beam of white light. Its tail broke, and it was shaking, and its penetration speed suddenly slowed down. Report: the missile's tail fins are damaged, and its speed has dropped to Mach 15. Emergency inertial guidance has been initiated. Should we detonate immediately? Another blazing white light streaked across the sky and hit the side of the Haiyan missile. Thick smoke billowed, and the missile was in danger of exploding and crashing at any time. Detonate it. Yes. A second later, the Haiyan missile, which had just approached the edge of Antarctica, turned into a huge, dazzling ball of white light with a diameter of 200 kilometers, like a supernova explosion. A temperature of 350 million degrees Celsius, 7 times higher than the sun's internal temperature, instantly erupted at the center of the explosion, accompanied by blazing flames that shot skyward and raged wildly in all directions. The icebergs and sea surface within a radius of 1,000 kilometers were instantly melted by the high temperature or turned into ashes. The enormous shock wave completely flattened the icebergs and snowfields on the edge of the Antarctic Pacific Ocean and turned the sea ice layer covering an area of nearly 10,000 square kilometers into a vacuum hole. Above Antarctica, a large piece of the extremely cold and deadly zone, which was originally 300 kilometers thick, was bitten off by this nuclear explosion. Looking down from thousands of kilometers in space, it looks like a blue-black eye with 1/3 of it cut off by violence. A terrifying mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and a strong vibration tore apart all the glaciers and snow-capped mountains within 5 million square kilometers. Even the Boreai nuclear submarine, which was 300 kilometers deep in the sea, was still pushed back more than 2,000 meters by the shock wave of the nuclear explosion, even though it was equipped with 2 layers of missile shells and activated a special protective shield against radiation and magnetism. The 300-meter-high waves stirred up by the earthquake broke through the ice, crossed the iceberg, and roared towards the Antarctic continent like a world-destroying beast. What a pity, Tsar 2 only blew up the edge. 800 kilometers away in the atmosphere, on Kunlun 1, Hujan felt the force of the explosion while issuing the order for a general attack. Order the first formation to enter the Antarctic A zone midair at an altitude of 50 kilometers and launch a surprise attack. Order the second formation to immediately release all Chungying mechas and attack Antarctic Area B as planned. Yes, the communicator received the order and quickly issued combat instructions on the encrypted channel. Hu Jian breathed a sigh of relief and turned his head to look out the window. Through the dark atmosphere, he seemed to see the majestic figure of the Kunlun Mountains in the distant east. Commander, I just left you an encrypted message for you to pass on to my wife and daughter. Please tell them. I'm leaving first. You guys have to live well. Hu Jian whispered to himself, a hint of tenderness and sadness appearing on his resolute face. After a moment of silence, he gave the order for Kunlun No. 1 to attack. Kunlun 1, maintain full stealth, activate the protective shield, and enter the center of Antarctica at a low altitude of 5,000 meters at full speed. A gigantic space ghost flashed and quickly disappeared into the thick darkness. In the airspace of Area A in Antarctica, the first formation of the Kunlun Aerospace Cluster has just entered an altitude of 50 kilometers from the ground. More than 100 rays of blazing white light suddenly shot out from the glaciers and snow-capped mountains on the Antarctic ground. Alarm! Alarm! Under attack from high-energy lasers on the ground, the first-level kinetic shield has been activated. The Baidi Aerospace Fighter Group is dodging and counterattacking on their own. The laser beam instantly penetrated the first formation cluster at a speed of 300,000 kilometers per second. More than 20 Baidi fighter planes that had no time to dodge were hit and blown up on the spot. The first formation suffered heavy losses. All Baidi Aerospace fighters formed teams of 3 and dispersed to eliminate the ground laser fire points. After receiving the attack order, the Baidi aircraft fleet quickly formed 89 combat teams, locked onto the surface target that had just emitted the laser, and flew away in all directions with a roar. A distance of 50 kilometers can be reached in just 15 seconds with Baidi's abnormal flying speed. Before the aircraft arrived, the offensive between the two sides had already begun, with particle shells and missiles flying all over the sky towards the South Pole. On the ground, more than 100 dense lasers were fired again, hitting the incoming missiles or sweeping the diving Baidi fighter jets. Dazzling white lights flashed, followed by deafening explosions and fireballs. For a moment, the 20,000 square kilometers of land and air were filled with turbulent waves, the ground shook, and thick smoke billowed. Report, 2,300 kilometers to the right. UFO attack group detected. Number 20. The enemy is teleporting. Estimated arrival time. For seconds. Another burst of urgent alarms sounded from the 3 Kunlun ships. The largest UFO battle in human history is about to begin. All motherships immediately activate all second-generation geomagnetic anti-gravity jammers. Target, UFO group to the right. Li Tianran, captain of Kunlun 4 and commander of the first formation, issued an urgent combat order. Kunlun 5, Kunlun 6. Activate the planetary-class large-scale anti-gravity drive, teleport to the left and back of the UFO group respectively, and attack when the opportunity arises. Yes. Receive. 4 seconds later, 20 silver flying saucers appeared 60 kilometers to the right of the First Fleet's mothership. As soon as the group of UFOs appeared, Kunlun 5 and 6 disappeared. The underground people in the aircraft were stunned and horrified. Damn, when did the humans on Blue Star also master anti-gravity teleportation? Before they could realize what was happening, Kunlun 5 had appeared 30 kilometers to the left of the UFO group, and Kunlun 6 appeared 20 kilometers behind it. Geomagnetic anti-gravity interference wave has been activated. Orbital electromagnetic cannon, particle cannon attack. High-energy pulse laser cannon, vertical launch missiles, fire. As a strong anti-gravity interference wave came from the front, left, and back, the group of flying saucers became stagnant for a moment, as usual. Countless flashes and explosions instantly covered the entire UFO formation. 20 flying saucers urgently activated their protective shields. At the same time, 60 blazing white lights pierced the 3 Kunlun ships. The superpowered laser, which was at least half a level ahead of human civilization, tore through the first protective shield of the 3 Kunlun ships and struck the huge hull. Green smoke rose, and the super protective shell on the aerospace ship was damaged in an instant. Report, Kunlun 4's hull has been damaged, and its defense loss is 23%. Report, Kunlun 5's hull protection loss is 25%. Kunlun 6, defense loss 30%. A series of damage reports put the Kunlun aerospace ship of the First Fleet in danger. Chapter 132 Chapter 132 Chungying Mecha. The Pacific Ocean is located north of Antarctica, 500 meters below the sea. The Boreai nuclear submarine had just experienced a strong shock wave and undercurrent impact. After being forcibly pushed back more than 2,000 meters, Captain Shakov, who had just recovered from the shock, was about to give the order to surface. Alert! A high-speed moving object has been detected approaching the seabed, southwest of 62 nautical miles, at a depth of 800 meters. Torpedo locked on a target. Zoom in on the monitoring screen. Report, the target is moving too fast to be locked onto. Measured speed, 370 knots. How is that possible? Shakov's face changed drastically. How could there be a monster on Blue Planet that could travel at 370 knots underwater? After all, the Boreai's 29 knots was the upper limit for submarines. On the Blue Planet, the fastest known underwater torpedo is China's Yu, 11 supercavitating torpedo with a maximum speed of 220 knots, 408 kilometers per hour. A deep water speed of 370 knots, faster than the most advanced torpedo? Note, in fact, among human civilizations on Blue Planet, the fastest underwater vehicle is the Chungying No. 2 deep-sea mecha, with a maximum speed of 330 knots. Only 3 minutes later, the high-speed moving object had approached within 20 nautical miles of the Boreai nuclear submarine. Through sonar monitoring, we finally got a clear view of the shape of this moving object. It turned out to be a blue flying saucer the size of a car. Shit, we're being watched. Being chased by a UFO in the deep sea. Shakov didn't know whether he should feel honored or helpless. But emergency response measures are still necessary. Otherwise, you will be buried in the sea and killed by the Dragon King in minutes. Storm torpedoes, 6 salvos. 2 seconds later, 6 dark blue storm torpedoes, carrying bubbles, were fired from the 533mm torpedo tubes. The storm torpedo flew head-on at a speed of up to 200 knots towards the rapidly approaching underwater flying saucer. 6 storm torpedoes broke through the water at high speed and encountered the blue flying saucer in just 1 minute. The expected violent explosion did not occur. Instead, in a ripple, 6 torpedoes disappeared for 1 second in the monitoring screen. Then, strangely, it reappeared under the water 2 miles away from the god of the north wind. Carrying terrifying overpressure bubbles, 6 giant storm torpedoes shot towards the submarine at a high speed. Oh my god, what's going on? Shakov's eyes were bloodshot, and he gave an anxious order. Full left rudder, full speed evasion. Decoy bomb, release the decoy bomb. But all the struggles were in vain. At such a close distance, and at a speed of 200 knots, the Boreai nuclear submarine was like a clumsy whale being chased by 6 ferocious toothed sharks. Several consecutive, dull underwater explosions stirred up the seawater. The sea water rolled, and in the fierce flames, the huge Boreai nuclear submarine disintegrated. The best nuclear submarine captain of the Northern Bear Nation and his 116 crew members were all buried at the bottom of the sea. The airspace of Area B in Antarctica seemed exceptionally quiet amidst the chaotic battlefield. Kunlun 2 and 3 are hovering at an altitude of 10,000 meters at the edge of Area B. Their advanced full stealth mode makes the 2 giant ships difficult to detect in the dim blue environment. Open the vertical landing channel of the cabin and release the Chungying No. 1 mecha. On Kunlun 2, Lin Yi, the commander of the second formation, issued an order in a deep voice. Soon, 2 transparent light beams with a diameter of 50 meters shot out from the clouds. The light beams went straight to the snowfield on the ground from an altitude of 10,000 meters, like 2 tunnels descending from the sky. Tall, silver mechas slid down from the transparent passage. Soon, 44 6.2-meter tall, 11-ton, Chungying No. 1 air-to-ground tactical mechas were standing on the snowy plains of Area B. After receiving the combat orders transmitted by the mothership, 44 Chungying mechas were divided into 2 groups and stepped forward on their 2 sturdy mechanical legs towards the interior of Antarctica. The sound of footsteps that shook the earth spread across the snowy plains of Area B. After releasing the Chungying No. 1 mecha, the 2 Kunlun ships retracted the vertical landing channel and retreated rapidly to the open sea. The final mission can only be completed by these Chungying mechas. Of course, before entering the airspace of Area B, the second formation had already released 32 Qing No. 2 deep-sea mechas near the coast. These deep-sea mechas brought 40 Qing No. 3 mechas to a depth of 1,000 meters on the seabed. 40 Qing No. 3 drilling machines rapidly drilled into the Antarctic continental crust in the deep sea thousands of meters deep, advancing towards the inland seabed. Each of these 40 Qing No. 3 missiles carries a hydrogen bomb with a TNT equivalent of 50 million tons. They will be placed in the designated Antarctic crust layer as planned and detonated simultaneously. Antarctic Zone A battlefield. More than 200 Baidi aerospace fighters were divided into 89 combat teams. While releasing powerful firepower, it flexibly dodged the high-energy laser beams on the ground with its high speed of 5.6 Mach and brief anti-gravity flash, and continued to approach the ground target. Along the way, more than 60 ground-based laser weapons were destroyed, and when close to the surface, there were only less than 100 Baidi fighter jets left. It is conceivable how fierce this close combat situation is. The combat loss ratio of almost 3-to-1 dealt a heavy blow to the Baidi aerospace fighter group. Only when we get close to the ground will we gradually enter the blind spot of the laser weapon. The Baidi fighter jets can finally make full use of their speed and flexibility advantages, flying low among the icebergs and choosing the right opportunity to destroy the laser weapons on the ground. For the first time, the surface war is developing in a direction that is beneficial to humanity. White Emperor Fighter Group, clear the surface laser weapons as quickly as possible and participate in the encirclement and destruction of the flying saucer. The White Emperor fleet received the message and will clear the ground obstacles as quickly as possible. 10 minutes later, nearly 100 laser cannons on the ground were completely destroyed. Of the original 288 Baidi aerospace fighter planes, only 83 were left, with more than 200 losses, which was a very tragic loss. The fighter jets regrouped and were preparing to quickly gain altitude to support the 3 motherships that were already at a disadvantage at high altitude. Suddenly, the ice and snow on the top of a snow-capped mountain below the fleet cracked, revealing a white ball the size of a millstone. The ball emitted a circle of invisible ripples into the air. Alert! Alert! We're under an unknown sonic attack, and the flight equipment is damaged. Alert! The aircraft's anti-gravity field drive is damaged. The internal variable cycle engine power unit has been destroyed, and the aircraft is stalling. Suddenly, they suffered a wave of attacks from unknown sources. The remaining 83 Baidi aerospace fighters kept stalling and falling. In less than 10 minutes, the first formation of Baidi aerospace fighter planes was completely wiped out. The gap between human civilization and underground planetary civilization is already obvious. On the 3 motherships, deep sorrow and indignation filled everyone's heart. Everyone, the second formation has arrived, and number 1 has begun operation. Since we can't go back, why not die heroically? Li Tianran, captain of Kunlun 4, said on the communicator. Agree, agree. Seeing that the other 2 comrades had no objection, Li Tianran grinned. Let those underground bastards know that there are no cowards in Kunlun, China. Send the order, accumulate energy, initiate the final anti-gravity teleportation. All power systems and nuclear bombs, prepare to detonate. Half a minute later, a formation of 20 flying saucers emerged from the smoke and were preparing to deliver the strongest blow to the Kunlun ship. Suddenly, the 3 Kunlun ships disappeared at the same time, and when they reappeared, they were already in the group of flying saucers. What do these surface ants want to do? Oh no, they're going to self-destruct. There was no time to react or dodge. 3 huge balls of fire surged up, like 3 small suns exploding in the group of flying saucers. The flames and high temperatures exceeding 100 million degrees instantly engulfed everything. The powerful smoke and shock waves turned this high-altitude battlefield into a Shura hell. The 3 Kunlun ships could never return, and they finally chose to self-destruct heroically. On the battlefield, 16 of the 20 flying saucers were destroyed on the spot. The remaining 4 aircraft flashed blue light, their damaged alloy shells emitting bursts of arcs and black smoke. Chapter 133. The Destructive Tsar No. 3. The brutality of the battlefield in Antarctica Area A did not affect the attack of the Chang'e Mecha. 44 Chang'e No. 1 mechas advanced from Area B into the depths of the Antarctic continent. The intelligent detection radars inside the mechas were constantly searching within a radius of 1,000 kilometers around them. 590 kilometers ahead, a large laser artillery base has been discovered. Coordinates 391. Prepare for fire coverage. The connection channels between the Chang'e mechas quickly summarized and shared the enemy information obtained. 44 mechas completed the coordinate entry and shooting preparation within half a second. Rocket launcher loaded 3 salvos. The Intelligent Attack Command has just been issued. A total of 88 sets of Tornado-class rocket launchers were mounted on the shoulders of 44 mechas, spewing out thick flames and smoke and roaring towards the distant laser base. Hundreds of blazing fire streaks cut through the gray-blue sky of Antarctica. The sudden attack awakened the underground people in Area B. 12 silver disc-shaped aircraft flashed out from the glacier and flew towards the mecha group in the distance. In less than 3 minutes, a barrage of rockets fell from the sky, covering the large laser cannon base. The light blue energy shield temporarily erected at the base only blocked the first 2 rounds of rocket attacks. Amid the loud explosions, flashes of flames continued to appear. The light blue energy shield is crumbling. When the 3rd round of rockets whizzed in, the blue light curtain finally collapsed. There was a deafening roar, and countless flames shot up into the sky. The underground people's large laser cannon base was completely destroyed. High-speed teleporting targets detected. Number 12. Immediately activate high-energy pulse laser cannon. But this time, facing the flying saucer UFO with high-altitude advantage and teleportation ability, the Chang'e mecha seemed a little passive. Fighting on the ground against the air is always an insurmountable hurdle. Dozens of Chang'e mechas fired high-energy pulse lasers from their left and right arms, constantly interweaving and forming a white light net in the sky. The flying saucer uses its high speed and anti-gravity teleportation to flexibly shuttle through the optical network and occasionally fires high-energy lasers at the ground mecha group. The high-energy laser battle lasted only 15 minutes, and more than 16 mechas were destroyed. The mecha group was completely at a disadvantage in the battle situation. Team 1, form a circular defensive formation. Team 2, take off on the right and draw the UFO's fire. The Mecha Intelligent Command System quickly analyzed the battle situation and provided an optimal solution. Of the remaining 28 Chang'e number 1 mechas, 20 quickly formed a circle, forming a tight defensive formation. The other 8 mechas activated the low-altitude flight mode, and their huge bodies, which were 6.2 meters high and weighed 11 tons, flew towards the outer airspace on the right. While flying, it attacks the flying saucer formation in the air. The change in formation of the Chang'e mecha did indeed interfere with the flying saucers in the high altitude, so they had to send out a small team to specifically clear out the low-altitude mechas. The battle between the two sides entered a white-hot stage. The fierce air-to-ground laser cannon battle lasted only 65 minutes. When the last mecha on the ground was destroyed, the battlefield finally quieted down. The UFO formation was hovering quietly in the air, with blue lights flashing on their fuselages, indicating that their protective shields had been severely damaged. Of the 12 circular flying saucers, only 10 are left. 2 of them were hit multiple times by the dense laser fire from the mecha group, and unfortunately crashed. The ice and snow on the ground were littered with broken mecha limbs and parts. Amidst the smoke, a relatively intact mecha moved. A blue arc of electricity emerged from its broken mechanical head, and an intelligent voice sounded in a low voice. Chang'e Mecha Group No. 1 has successfully delayed the enemy's defensive capabilities in Area B for 65 minutes. Mission accomplished. On Kunlun 1, Hu John, with a calm expression, glanced at the watch on his wrist. In 1 hour, the fully invisible Kunlun 1 aerospace ship quietly penetrated into the center of Antarctica from the atmosphere of Area B. Now, it is only 140 kilometers away from the predetermined target airspace. At the speed of Kunlun, it can be reached in 2 minutes. Report, Kunlun Aerospace Fleet's 2nd Squadron has sent a secret message. Chang'e No. 1 Mecha Group has completed its containment mission. The Mecha Group has been completely destroyed. Well done, they are heroes. Has Chang'e 3 completed his mission? The second formation sent a message. The Chang'e No. 3 drill machine has completed installation at the Antarctic crust collapse explosion point. All 50 million ton equivalent hydrogen bombs have been installed. Very good. Notify the second formation and order the Chang'e number 3 mecha group. In 3 minutes, no matter what the situation, detonate all crustal hydrogen bombs simultaneously. Yes. Kunlun 1. Enter the Antarctic at a low altitude of 5,000 meters and proceed at full speed. Receive. A huge, ghostly black shadow penetrated the dense, extremely cold fog and appeared in the central airspace of Antarctica. The underground people finally discovered the invader. At one moment, nearly 100 flying saucers took off and approached Kunlun number 1. On the ground, beams of blazing white lasers shot out densely, continuously sweeping across the sky. Alarm! The attack is too fierce. The ship's protective shield is insufficient in energy. Alarm! The protective shield has been penetrated. The hull is damaged. The damage rate is 37%. Hull damage 82%. Expected to disintegrate in 19 seconds. Hu Jian, with a stern face, turned a deaf ear to the continuous alarm sounds. He calmly gave his final order. Release all Baidi aerospace fighters. Tsar number 3 hydrogen bomb. 10 seconds countdown to detonate. At this time, the Kunlun had entered the Antarctic at a low altitude of 5,000 meters. On the ship's hull covered with smoke and scars, the hatch opened and 96 Baidi aerospace fighters flashed out. The fleet flew towards a group of UFOs that were continuously firing lasers in the distance, and they would never return. 10, 9, 8, 7. The countdown of life is reading second by second. Inside the cabin of Kunlun number 1, everyone stopped what they were doing and quietly waited for the last second. Hu Jian, wearing a blue aerospace combat uniform, stared calmly at the window. Outside the window, the sky full of white light and smoke intertwined into a dazzling apocalyptic picture. Everything should be over. At the last second, a ball of dazzling white light with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers exploded from Kunlun 1. The entire sky and earth of Antarctica was pierced by this white light. The deafening roar, the temperature exceeding 400 million degrees, and the raging flames that shot up into the sky instantly engulfed everything around it, including the laser cannon base on the ground, the flying saucer in the sky, and the Baidi fighter plane that fought without hesitation until the last moment, all turned to ashes. An extremely huge mushroom cloud covered the sky above Antarctica. Its strength exceeded the shock wave of a level 900 typhoon. It took only half a minute to sweep across the entire Antarctic continent. The blue planet was shaking, and 1,000 kilometers away in the Pacific Ocean, a wall of wave 1,000 meters high was forming. Before the huge earthquake subsided, a dull roar was heard again from the crust of Area B in Antarctica. It was like a devil had escaped from hell and was wreaking havoc in the earth. In an instant, it overturned over 1 million square kilometers of crust and ice sheets. The crust fractured and the ice evaporated. In Area B, 40 hydrogen bombs with a yield of 50 million tons were detonated simultaneously. This crust layer is the weak point of the Antarctic crust structure and is also an important area for underground people to enter and exit the ice gate. The 2 consecutive world-destroying nuclear explosions combined to create a terrifying destructive energy. Even Kunlun 2 and 3, which were 5,000 kilometers away in space, felt its power. Looking down at the distant Antarctica, the devastating white light and smoke were so dazzling. Lin Yu was silent. He knew that many people in the Kunlun fleet would never be able to return. Chapter 134. There is no such thing as a peaceful life. In the far east, Kunlun, the underground city base. The number 1 leader watched the picture on the big screen silently. The Tiangong, 1 satellite and the remaining 2 Kunlun spacecraft have just sent back the scene of a devastating explosion in Antarctica. No one made a sound in the command room. Everyone knows what this nuclear explosion means. It not only means that the underground people's only stronghold on the surface of Blue Star has been eradicated. It also means that the 4 Kunlun ships and more than 3,000 soldiers will never come back. Alas, there is no such thing as a peaceful life. It's just that someone is carrying the burden for you. The number 1 leader sighed and took the lead in solemnly saluting towards the Antarctic on the screen. Immediately afterwards, everyone in the command room stood up and saluted silently. In every era, there are always some people who don't actually want to be heroes. But whenever there's a crisis, they will still stand up and do what they think is right. Commander, before the Kunlun number 1 went on its mission, it sent back a message via encrypted satellite signal. It was from the captain, Major General Hu Jian. Read, Yes. Hello, Commander. By the time you read this message, I will no longer be alive. I am walking this final journey of my life with my comrades. I am not alone. Chief, I feel that China's thousands of years of foundation and heritage will not be easily extinct. We have Kunlun's perseverance, and, at the same time, we have another person, Xia Yu. I suspect that the disappearance of Future City might be a good thing, because another Chinese bloodline, with a more complete heritage, has opened up another world. This mission is the most glorious moment in my life. I am very happy, so I will die without regrets. Finally, please pass on a message to my wife and daughter. I'm leaving first. You guys have to live well. After reading it, the correspondence secretary couldn't stop crying. Many of the staff around were also silently wiping away tears. Damn it, the cruelty of the end of the world didn't make them cry or surrender. So how come a small piece of information could break their defense? Were there any tough guys or heroes in this world? They're just ordinary people like you and me, with parents, wives, and children, and they also have joys, anger, and worries. The difference is that at a certain moment in history, they chose to do it. Order Kunlun Base, all survivor bases in China. Lower flags to half-mast to honor the heroes. This day will be forever remembered in the long river of human history. September 11th, 2033. Kunlun 1 entered the enemy's nest alone and detonated the Tsar 3 hydrogen bomb. Kunlun 4, 5, and 6 rushed into the enemy aircraft group and exploded heroically. Hu Jian, Li Tianran, and many more unsung heroes who sacrificed their lives for their country. In the small world, Xia Yu just finished reviewing the training of the women's superpower archery team, and then ran to the bases of the 3 superpower divine combat camps without stopping. With the blessing of the abundant spiritual energy and purple energy of the small world, after this period of training, the 3,000-member new superpower team has all been promoted to the maximum level of B. The first batch of psychics who served as commanders were all upgraded to A level. Xia Yu believed that it would not be long before the first S-level mutant of the Divine War Army would be born. After that, there will be more S-level psychics, even SS level and SSS level. On Blue Star, the law that there can only be one S-level mutant in an era does not apply here. Because this is a small world in a different time and space, Xia Yu is the master of this world, and things like rules and laws are decided by him, right? The 500 members of the women's archery team were also successfully promoted to Class A in superpowers, but even so, no one's combat power could surpass Chunyin. As the team leader, Chunyin has always refused to take the purple divine fruit. She told Xia Yu clearly from the beginning, she will not become a superpower. Her internal energy and Chi arrow technique are superpowers. As long as she practices Chi arrow to the peak, no matter what superpower you have, she can break it. Faced with Chunyin, who was so ethereal and persistent in her original aspirations, Xia Yu only admired her. I did not force her. To be honest, strictly speaking, Xia Yu and himself are not superpowered. His superpowers are all brought about by the upgrading of his small world and the continuous development of his brain. It is fundamentally different from the superpowers in the ordinary sense. Therefore, his abilities and realms have no upper limit and can be continuously strengthened and upgraded. Xia Yu, who was letting his thoughts fly, suddenly felt something in his heart. His spiritual consciousness moved and extended to the vast chaotic space. Today's chaotic space, due to the existence of the time pearl, the originally gray and single color has become much more vivid. In the vast space, there is a long river of time, shining with purple starlight, rolling forward. On one side of chaos is absolute stillness, where there is no passage of time. On one side of the pearl of time, the universe was just beginning to open up, the heaven and earth appeared, and all things came into being, constantly nourishing the small world with the purple energy of the universe. Xia Yu's spiritual consciousness quietly fell on the long river of time. His spiritual hand, following his inner feeling, flipped his hand and caught a brilliant wave. A shocking and tragic scene of the blue star appeared within the waves. In the deadly cold of Antarctica, a corner was blasted open by the Tsar II, followed by the heroic self-destruction of the Kunlun First Fleet. The Chunging mecha held them back, and the entire army was annihilated. Kunlun 1 bravely ventured into the heart of Antarctica alone, and finally, without hesitation, detonated the largest weapon in human history, Tsar 3. The devastating explosion and destructive power instantly tore apart the entire Antarctica. Just as the first wave started, 40-50 million ton hydrogen bombs buried in the Antarctic crust also exploded simultaneously. The underground people's only base on the surface of the blue planet has been completely wiped out, and the extremely cold Antarctica has become dilapidated and devastated. Historical scenes are constantly replaying. Xia Yu saw Hu Jian with a resolute face and calmly issued the last battle order. He saw Li Tianran, the captain of Kunlun 4, and many unfamiliar faces, disappearing into the flames of war without hesitation. Most of those faces are still very young, even a little immature. He saw the 2 surviving Kunlun ships and silently returned to the Kunlun aerospace base. He saw the Kunlun underground city and all the survivors' bases under the ruined land of China. 100 million people, at the same moment, solemnly faced the lowered flag, saluted solemnly, or bowed their heads in silence. The mountains and rivers are broken and the wind blows the catkins. There has never been a shortage of wars and sufferings in Chinese history, so the blood flowing in the bodies of the Chinese people has always retained the indomitable spirit and tenacity of their ancestors. But this time, it's not just a war for China, but a battle for the survival of the entire human race on Blue Star. Xia Yu's spiritual consciousness returned to Antarctica again. The devastated Antarctica has shed its cloak of death and extreme cold, and has truly become a dead land in the gray-black smoke and dust of the nuclear explosion. But Xia Yu knew that its apparent tranquility was just an illusion, and a bigger conspiracy was quietly brewing. Antarctica, underground people seeking death? Your trump cards are about to be revealed, right? I'm really looking forward to it. Antarctica, beneath the ice 1,600 kilometers deep in the lower mantle. The mysterious underground world, Itadu. In the center of Tula City, at the bottom of the liquid nitrogen lake, in a pure white palace, Governor Hua Li, the leader of the Hohana, is discussing matters with 6 other senior leaders. They still communicated with their unique divine thoughts. The surface humans' attack was completely unexpected. We never imagined they possessed such terrifying nuclear weapons. General Hua Ling shook his large, flat head and spoke in telepathic communication. Governor Hua Li, our intelligence gathering on the surface of Blue Star over the years has been seriously flawed. You know what? The nuclear bomb that exploded this time has a power that is almost beyond the level of planetary civilization and is approaching the technological level of stellar civilization. Yes, General Hua Ling, I admit that the losses suffered by the Hohana military in Antarctica this time were heavy. The loss of weapons and personnel is secondary. The key is that the Stargate that we spent so much effort to build to connect to the black hole has been completely destroyed. Governor, time is running out. Since the Antarctic base is no longer viable, why don't we just activate Plan B? Oh, Lord Hu Yuan, what do you mean? Send out the Itata mothership, and then lure out the owner of the Stargate key? Yes. Chapter 135, The Underground People's Giant Ship. The tranquility of Blue Star only lasted for half a month. On this day, a huge monster suddenly appeared above the vast Pacific Ocean ice sheet. A giant disc-shaped ship appeared out of nowhere in the clouds above the ocean. From a closer look, it looked like a huge, dark blue city, hovering quietly in the air. The space satellites of Kunlun, China, and Beixiong country immediately sent this image back to the underground city base. The humans on the surface relaxed a little for half a month, but then became depressed again. The appearance of the giant UFO mothership indicates that the underground civilization has stopped hiding and has directly adopted an open attitude. We are in the core area of Blue Star, waiting for you to fight, otherwise you will be destroyed. On the giant airship, Hua Ling, the leader of the Hohana army, glanced at everything outside the window. His calm expression could hardly hide the surging emotions in his heart at the moment. 12,000 years have passed. As a descendant of the Atlanteans, the former overlord in the history of Blue Planet, today he can finally return to the ground. This mothership, named after the underground world Itu, represents the highest technology of the Hohana civilization and their determination to return to the surface. Lowly surface humans, stop using any more schemes and tricks, and have a head-on confrontation. Hua Ling's divine consciousness flew out of the window, spread in the air, and instantly spread across the entire Blue Planet, including the Steel City underground in the Arctic ice sheet and a magnificent city under the majestic Kunlun Mountains. The 300 million remaining humans on the Blue Planet were in an uproar. This naked provocation and arrogant tone make people angry, but also afraid and helpless. With the current strength of the Blue Star humans, how can they fight? When they used to fight. But if we don't fight and let the underground people take their time to make arrangements, they will eventually be destroyed. Fujiwara-kun, tell me, should our island alliance take the lead in surrendering to Hohana? After all, joining the strong is our wisest choice. In a medium-sized underground base on the Australian mainland, several yellow-skinned remnants of the island nation are discussing their daily lives. Kimura Yuki, have you thought it through? This is a great crime of betraying humanity. The middle-aged man, Fujiwara Hiroshi's face turned pale, and he said in a deep voice, Humans. Huh, what humans are there now? Those from China? The northern bear monsters? Or those people all over the blue planet who only know how to hide and survive? Our island nation was annihilated and sunk by a nuclear attack. Where were these humans? Did they ever lend a helping hand? No, not even a word. The island nation sank, the U.S. alliance was destroyed, the EU was reduced to ashes, and the rest are just fucking shitty humans. The young Yuki Kimura, with his palms on the conference table, flushed red in the face, roared excitedly. I think Kimura-kun is right. Since our homeland is gone, revenge is hopeless, and humanity is on the verge of extinction, we, the remnants of this island nation, might as well take a risk instead of just trying to survive. Yes, rather than waiting to die, it is better to seek refuge with the underground people and find a glimmer of hope for survival. I agreed to. Seeing that everyone was leaning towards joining the underground people, Fujiwara Hiroshi fell silent. He frowned and thought for a full 5 minutes before heaving a sigh of relief and said, Immediately gather all members of the Island Alliance. 3 days from now, all of you will set out to the Pacific Ocean. We surrender. Kunlun Base, Combat Command Center. The number 1 leader, Lao Tzu, Nie Jianyuan, General Liu, and more than a dozen core leaders of China have barely slept a wink for a whole day and night. Faced with the open provocation of the underground people, everyone discussed it fiercely and proposed many plans, but without exception, the possibility of success was not high. These middle-aged and elderly people, who are no longer young, seem to have forgotten hunger and sleep. When they're hungry, they just eat a few bites, and when they're sleepy, they just take a nap on the chair. Commander, you've been working for a long time. It's time for you to take a good rest. Your health is more important. The confidential secretary next to him walked to the table and persuaded him softly. The number 1 leader rubbed his swollen and painful brow, waved his hand, and said, Everyone go back and rest. In 12 hours, gather in the combat conference room. Also, notify the captains of Kunlun number 2 and number 3 to attend the next meeting. Yes, Lin Yi, the young captain of Kunlun 2, has become unusually low-key and silent during this period. In the words of Yin Ruijia and the crew, it is depression. He didn't say a word for a long time. All day long, he was either buried in studying videos of humans fighting UFOs or writing and drawing in his notebook. The combat meeting was held as scheduled 12 hours later. At the meeting, everyone watched the clear video sent back by the satellite again. A huge disc-shaped flying ship, as huge as a city in the sky, hovered over the Pacific Ocean. The dark blue hull did not emit a single ray of light. From a distance, it looked like a huge dark cloud, giving people a feeling of depression before a storm. From time to time, silver or light blue butterflies flew in and out from the top and bottom of the giant ship. Just like a group of bees, they work hard outside and return to the nest after collecting honey. Everyone, today, we are holding the second high-level combat meeting. We have added 2 young people, Captain Lin Yi of Kunlun 2 and Captain Ma Changfeng of Kunlun 3. Welcome, everyone. After a round of warm applause, the 2 young captains quickly stood up and saluted the leaders present. To be honest, it was impossible not to be nervous at all when suddenly sitting together with so many important people. Lin Yi saluted seriously, sat down, nudged Ma Changfeng on his right with his elbow, and muttered softly, The commander will definitely let us speak later. Are you ready? Don't make a fool of yourself. Tisk, take care of yourself first, you little brat. I think the first person the leader will call out is you. Ma Changfeng retorted. We old guys have been working on this behind closed doors for a whole day and night, but we still have no idea. Why don't we listen to the ideas of the young people on the front lines? The number 1 leader looked around the meeting room and said with a smile, Captain Lin Yi of Kunlun 2, tell me what you think. Damn, Ma Chungfeng's bad mouth turned out to be right. Yes, Chief. Lin Yi glared fiercely at Ma Chungfeng, who was trying to hold back his laughter, and stood up timidly. He calmed himself down and turned his gaze to the giant ship on the big screen. Captain, the underground people are being so high-profile this time, probably because our last attack completely disrupted their original plans. Antarctica has become a wasteland and the cost of reconstruction will be very high, so the Hohanas chose to provoke us in this way. My guess is that their real purpose is not to destroy us, but to lead someone out through oppression of humanity. Luring someone out? Who is it? General Liu frowned and said, this young man's ideas are too damn wild. Xia Yu. Xia Yu. There was a commotion in the venue, and it took a while before it stopped. Lin Yi, do you have any evidence to support your statement? Calm old Su asked the question. No, it was purely a hunch. Commanders, just think about it. From the opening of the Antarctic ice gate, to the establishment of the Antarctic base, to the dispatch of the giant airship this time. In which wars did the underground people initiate the attack? What were they waiting for? Or what were they afraid of? Given the level of civilization of Hohana, this shouldn't happen. Could it be that they are afraid of our Kunlun? Or the Northern Bear Nation? Lin Yi spoke eloquently, no longer feeling the stage fright he had at the beginning. During this time, he carefully reviewed the entire battle situation. Finally, he came to a surprising conclusion. The underground people are waiting for an opportunity, or rather, they are very afraid of something or someone. Chapter 136 Chapter 136 Traitor of Humanity. The underground people are afraid of Xia Yu. Nie Jianyuan, who was wearing a gray-blue Zhongshan suit and had gray hair, frowned and said disdainfully, in the war against the underground people, we were the ones who rushed to the front. Did Xia Yu put in any effort at all? Why would the underground people be so afraid of someone they've never met before? Captain Nye, I've only stated one possibility. After all, with the help of the Freemasons, the underground people's intelligence gathering capabilities are not bad. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he sat down and stopped participating in the argument. The problems and doubts have been raised, and how to deal with them is no longer something a small person like him can influence. Everyone, I think that although Xiaolin's point of view just now is very novel, it is not without reason when analyzed carefully. The underground people put on such a big show, but why don't they just attack us all at once? Chief number 1 paused and continued. Therefore, the focus of our discussion should be appropriately adjusted. For the time being, we should not take proactive action against the giant airship. Instead, we should closely monitor it and adopt a defensive approach instead of an offensive one. I agree with number 1. We should preserve as much strength as possible. Kunlun can't withstand any more turmoil. Old Su expressed his opinion. I also agree with number 1's opinion. We should monitor closely and defend instead of attack. Agree. I agree too. At Kunlun's second high-level combat meeting, the strategic direction was actually changed because of the opinion of a young captain. I wonder whether it is good or bad. Kunlun in China has entered a period of silence. In a tacit understanding, the Northern Bear Country also took the same measures, allowing the underground people's aerial carrier to show off its power. Every day, countless UFOs fly in and out, appearing unscrupulously everywhere on the Blue Planet. Human beings, the former rulers of the Blue Planet, have completely turned into cowards and have all hidden underground. And Blue Star has become the back garden of the underground people Hohana. On this day, a convoy of nearly 10,000 people arrived on the vast ice surface of the Pacific Ocean. More than 2,600 cars of all sizes drove towards the giant dark blue ship hovering in the distance. At the front of the convoy, 2 tall Mitsubishi heavy trucks were leading the way. On the roof of one of the cars, a red and white sun flag was particularly eye-catching. On the roof of another car, there was a long white flag with a line of words written in large English. Great Hohana, please accept our submission. Translation: Great Hohana, please accept our surrender. After the Kiwana Society, the U.S. alliance, and the European Union, the second biggest traitor to mankind has appeared. Although there are some remnants of the island country that are not presentable, they are indeed disgusting at this very sensitive moment. Damn, these sons of bitches are living such a low life. They didn't know how to hide properly after their country was destroyed, and now they pop out again. At the Kunlun Underground Base Command Center, General Liu, who was on duty, looked at the satellite image and started cursing. Damn it, I say just throw a few Dongfeng shells over there. I'm getting fed up with just looking at these bastards. Old Liu, please don't do anything rash. Number 1 has already made it clear that you should keep a low profile during this period. Don't take the initiative to cause trouble, and don't cause trouble under the noses of the underground people. Xia Yu advised, and then reported the situation to the office of the number 1 leader, and the reply he received was, "Wait." The upright old Lu almost threw the cup. Wait? Wait for what? Wait for these bastards to lose face for all mankind? Or are you waiting to be laughed at by the underground people? Waiting for the confidence of 300 million survivors to be shattered inch by inch? General Lu felt aggrieved, but also helpless. As someone who holds a high position in the Chinese military, how could he not understand that a lack of patience can ruin great plans? I just don't know why, but I just can't swallow this anger. I just feel suffocated. Ever since I decided to adopt a defensive strategy against the underground forces, I haven't felt comfortable since then. Fujiwara-kun, another 50 kilometers, and we'll be under the shadow of the Hohana airship. Why hasn't anyone contacted us? Or even tried to stop us? Kimura-kun, don't worry. The fact that Hohana didn't stop us from approaching proves that we have a chance of being accepted. Pass the order down. All vehicles should unfurl white flags of surrender and shout slogans in English. Soon, more than 2,600 vehicles, each holding up a long white flag, on which was written a line of eye-catching English surrender. Great Hohana, please accept our submission. Then, nearly 10,000 people marched forward while continuously shouting the slogan in unison. Great Hohana, please accept our submission. Great Hohana, please accept our submission. These survivors of the small life have really gone to great lengths to win the acceptance of their new masters. On the Itata mothership, Hualing stared at the 3D image in front of him with great interest and couldn't help laughing. These surface ants are really interesting. They even come up with so many tricks to surrender. Ha ha. General Hualing, do you want to send out a flying saucer to destroy them all? The deputy beside him asked. Why destroy them? Have you forgotten our purpose this time? Isn't it nice to have this group of ants around to discuss these self-proclaimed noble surface humans? Ha ha ha. Yes, we'll keep a close eye on them. Don't worry, they won't cause any trouble. Great Hohana, please accept our submission. Huh? Why does this sentence sound so similar to what the Freemasons say? Fuck, these little bastards are so shameless. They're almost kneeling down to lick me, right? Damn, I really want to throw a few Dongfeng missiles over there. Inside the Kunlun base, the resolute General Lu looked at the ugly scene on the screen and once again became so angry that he slammed the table and cursed. It's a pity that I can only scold but not hit. It's so frustrating. 5 kilometers to go, and we will enter the protection of the great Kohana. Looking at the huge shadow cast by the Ita mothership in the air on the ice ahead, Fujiwara Hiroshi stood up excitedly, picked up the fleet communicator, and shouted, "Everyone, speed up and let us enter the great kingdom of the powerful Hohana." As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp whistling sound reached his ears. Fujiwara Hiroshi stretched his head and looked up at the sky, only to see 3 black spots with white tail flames appearing in the air. The black spot fell from the sky and approached the convoy in a blink of an eye. At this time, everyone stopped shouting slogans and looked up at the sky at the same time. The black dot with white tail flames was getting closer and closer, and the huge shadow of death had already covered the head. The convoy began to fall into chaos, with screams of terror coming one after another and vehicles constantly fleeing to the periphery. But death came too quickly. Before these people could escape far away, a violent explosion sounded 100 meters above the convoy. The blazing fireball, carrying a powerful shockwave, instantly engulfed everything around it, covering the entire convoy within a 3-kilometer radius, which was instantly engulfed in flames. A second before the black dot exploded, Kimura Yuki finally saw the appearance of the incoming object. Fuck, it's the Chinese Dongfeng 21D. Chapter 137. You're all scum when it comes to teleportation. Looking at the convoy engulfed by violent explosions and flames on the big screen, General Lu was stunned. Holy crap, what's going on? This is clearly China's Dongfeng 21D, the so-called aircraft carrier killer. But did I order the missile launch? No. Could be old Xia. General Lu looked at Xia Yu next to him and saw that he had just put down the red telephone receiver and said, "Don't stare at me like that. This has nothing to do with me. I just called number 1, and it has nothing to do with him either. Who could have done this?" General Lu was also confused. Apart from them, who else on the blue planet had the Dongfeng 21D? Could it be? Hurry up and have the Rocket Force check and report the latest EF-21D inventory. Yes. 5 minutes later, the anxious General Liu finally received the message for the Rocket Force. Reporting to the commander, 3 Dongfeng, 21D missiles have been discovered missing from the southwest Shawandishan Missile Base No. 8. General Liu slapped his thigh, jumped up, and shouted, "Old Mia, I know who did it." "Who is it?" "Xia Yu." "Xia Yu? Yes, that's him, huh? This kid is really brave. It's so fucking satisfying. Ha ha ha." On the huge Itata mothership, General Huoling, who had a big head and a small body and was only 1 meter tall, had a grim face. It stood in front of the large observation window, overlooking the ocean ice below, and the flames rising into the sky made its face red. Its face turned red and blue, which was very strange. "Who did it? Right under my nose. How dare you?" "General, after analyzing the missile data, it has been confirmed to be a Chinese Dongfeng 21D. China? It's him again. This country really doesn't know how to live or die." Huoling was a little angry. The recent series of losses suffered by the underground people Hana seemed to be related to the Chinese military. What on earth was this somewhat mysterious Oriental nation trying to do? Aren't they all afraid of death? It seems that one's kindness and tolerance can easily be mistaken for tolerance by these surface ants. Order, dispatch the 2nd and 3rd flying saucer formations to bomb Kunlun. Yes, sir. In less than half a minute, a wide hatch opened at the bottom of the mothership, which was as big as a city, and 60 silver flying saucers flashed out. In the blink of an eye, we were tens of thousands of meters high. Harlan, the commander of this UFO fleet, was in high spirits and was commanding 2 formations of UFOs, activating anti-gravity teleportation. From here to the east, it is less than 15,000 kilometers away from Kunlun in China. At the fleet's extreme teleportation speed, it can cross 900 kilometers at a time and reach the destination within 2 minutes. With a tremor in the atmosphere, 60 silver flying saucers disappeared in an instant. The next second, it appeared again, already at an altitude of 900 kilometers. Alert, unidentified objects spotted 30 kilometers ahead. As soon as the UFO fleet appeared, an alarm was sounded. At a distance of 30 kilometers, if someone intended to launch a sneak attack, even a UFO with the technology of a first-level planetary civilization would be in danger. Scan target identity. 2nd formation high-energy laser cannon fire. The attack command was issued, and 30 dazzling laser beams were shot out from the 30 flying saucers in front. At a distance of 30 kilometers, the laser will hit the target in a moment. But at this moment, Harlem and the flying saucer had a very strange feeling. Time stopped. All the UFOs, including the emitted beams of light and the surrounding air currents, suddenly stopped. Then, something even stranger happened. The 30 flying saucers from the 2nd formation that had just launched the attack suddenly appeared in front of each beam of light. Then time resumed its flow. There was a flash of white light, and a deafening explosion sounded. 30 silver flying saucers were destroyed by their own high-energy lasers in a daze, and turned into fireballs. Shit, what the hell is this? It felt like a pause of only 3 seconds before time resumed, but Harlan was already stunned. Report, the electromagnetic scanning mapping results are out. The target is a blue star human, male, wearing black. Alert, 20 kilometers behind the fleet, the target just now has been spotted. Quick, everyone, keep teleporting forward and get rid of him. A second later, the remaining UFO fleet appeared in another airspace 900 kilometers to the east. Oh no, 30 kilometers ahead, the man in black has been spotted again. How is that possible? Fleet Commander Harlan was horrified. His big, flat head and eyes were as big as a pair of small lanterns. How could such a monster exist on Blue Planet? Not only does it strangely freeze time, but its teleportation speed is even faster than a flying saucer. Stop advancing. Contact General Hua Ling immediately and report the situation. Not long after, more than 1,000 kilometers away on the Itata mothership, Hua Ling also received news that the UFO fleet had encountered obstacles. Teleport? Time stops. The man in black? Could it be him? Xia Yu, the person we were waiting for. Hua Ling's face changed drastically, and he immediately issued an order to the fleet. Harlan, order the fleet to suspend the bombing of Kunlun. Do not attack the targets ahead rashly. Wait for my instructions. The remaining group of silver flying saucers in the sky were floating quietly, not daring to make a sound. 30 kilometers away from them, a man in black stood with his hands behind his back, looking mysterious and intimidating against the gray-blue sky. What kind of existence dares to stand alone in the sky, facing a group of flying saucers from a first-level planetary civilization without fear, and even kills 30 of them in seconds? Even the most powerful General Hualing issued an order to stop the action and not to attack at will. In the leading silver flying saucer, Harlan secretly swallowed his saliva. The detection screen in the flying saucer projected the face of the man in black in front of him very clearly. Suddenly, the man in black grinned. An extremely powerful spiritual consciousness invaded the minds of the underground people in the 30 flying saucers. They received a message that was not in the Hohana language, but they could understand its meaning instantly. Compared to teleportation, you are all scum. All the underground people immediately felt uneasy. When had the noble Hohana ever been insulted like this? Commander Harlan, let's fight. This blue star ant is too abominable. Yes, teach him a lesson. Let's fight. It's so painful to be looked down upon by an ant. Damn him. Listening to the communication of divine thoughts coming from his ears, Harlan's face turned red and white. He suppressed the rising anger in his heart and said in a cold voice, "Don't act rashly. Wait for General Hualing's orders." Standing tens of thousands of meters in the air, Xia Yu calmly felt the cold gale. He glanced at the flying saucer fleet in the distance with some impatience, shook his head, and muttered to himself, "Aren't the underground people pretty awesome? Why aren't you fighting anymore? If you don't do anything, I will." As he said that, he disappeared from the spot. Oh no, the target has disappeared. Alarms sounded among the UFOs. Harlan jumped up nervously and was about to issue the teleportation order. A cold divine thought invaded its brain, and then its thoughts and consciousness were completely imprisoned and controlled by another powerful consciousness. Xia Yu, dressed in black, appeared calmly in the UFO cabin. He looked at the group of underground people who had been imprisoned and smiled cunningly. "Let you taste the feeling of killing each other again, After Xia Yu finished speaking, he disappeared out of thin air. Far away on the Aitato mothership, Hualing, who had just finished communicating with the underground headquarters, witnessed a scene that he would never forget. On the 3D projection on the control platform, 30 silver flying saucers suddenly attacked each other. Blazing white lights intertwined in the sky. Flying saucers hovered motionlessly, some firing high-energy lasers at other flying saucers, while others were being hit by other flying saucers. Tens of thousands of meters in the sky, white light shot out, explosions continued, and balls of flames and green smoke continued to rise. All 30 flying saucers were blown to ashes in just 1 minute. The underground manhwa Hana attacked Kunlun's flying saucer fleet and was wiped out. Hualing fell into the large command chair, his face pale. Could it be that the teachings left by our ancestors are really so effective? Hualing couldn't help but recall the first time his father brought it into the ancestral temple of Hohana when he was a child 1,000 years ago. In the solemn and majestic hall, my father showed it an ancient stone tablet with a sentence engraved in ancient Hohana script. The great Atlantis rose on the continent of Osiris and perished in earthquakes and a vast ocean. Its resting place is underground, where it can endure for millions of years without decay. If it returns to the surface without a stargate to transport it, it will be in danger. Chapter 138. The Division of Universe Levels. The destruction of a human betrayer and the underground UFO fleet shocked the world. This news was deliberately spread by China and the Northern Bear Country, and along with the popularization of satellite videos of the two events, it immediately created a hurricane among the 300 million survivors. People rushed to tell each other and celebrated by clapping their hands. The fear and frustration they had felt during this period were swept away. It turns out that the powerful Hohana is just like this. They're not invincible. Xia Yu's casual action seemed to inject a shot of adrenaline into the dying person, reviving the pessimistic hearts in an instant. Kunlun Underground City. The #1 leader and a group of Chinese senior officials repeatedly watched the satellite video on the big screen. They have watched these two videos over and over again for no less than 10 times, and they still can't get enough of them. It turns out that human history is not short of heroes, but short of superheroes who can turn the tide with their own strength. Everyone, tell me, what impact will Xia Yu's return have on the current situation? The #1 leader turned off the video on the screen and said loudly that he had finally found an outlet to relieve the heaviness and depression he had felt some time ago. "Commander, I believe that Xia Yu's return is a blessing for the people of Blue Star, and at least it will benefit our country. Old Su was the first to express his opinion. Yes, no matter what, Xia Yu is quite tough. I like him. Damn, I haven't felt this comfortable in a long time. It's great to be young, said the white-haired Admiral Liu, his face still flushed with excitement. Old Liu, you just watched Xia Yu do something you wanted to do, but didn't dare to do, right? Nie Jianyuan said sarcastically. So what? Young people are just brave enough to do it. If you, old Nia, dare to be so bold, I will still admire you. Come on, you're already quite old, but you still act like a fool. Is it your business? Seeing these two old guys whose combined age is over 100 years old, arguing and about to fight, everyone couldn't help but smile. The number one leader knocked on the table, stopped the two people from arguing with each other, and said, all right, you two can settle your grudge privately. Now let's get back to business and share our thoughts on this matter. Chief, let me tell you what I think. Xia Yu's return this time, no matter what the outcome, is first and foremost a great benefit to us. The underground people will focus their attention on him, so we can take a breather for now. General Liu stopped arguing with Nie Jianyuan and spoke seriously. Yes, old Liu finally got to the point. I agree too. Okay, since everyone has reached this consensus, let's work in this direction. Old Liu, please come up with a new strategic plan as soon as possible. Lao Su, please stay for a while after the meeting. The others can leave first. After everyone left, Chief Number 1 and Old Su sat face to face on the sofa beside them. After a long silence, Chief Number 1 finally opened the topic. Old Su, let me ask you a question. What would you think if the 100 million Chinese people were handed over to Xia Yu? Old Su was startled, and after a moment's hesitation, he asked softly, why do you suddenly have such an idea? I had this idea a long time ago. I talked to Xia Yu about it before, but he refused. Not yet. Maybe. Xia Yu was very strong at that time, but not strong enough to take on 100 million people. Is the time now? Yes, this is a matter of national survival. It's time for us to make a decision. On the Itata mothership, Hualing stared at the 3D projection playback in a trance. The footage sent back by the UFO fleet before its destruction made it feel uneasy for a long time. Xia and this person from a surface of Blue Star displayed incredible fighting power and superpowers. If we really want to evaluate strictly, this man's combat power has exceeded the existing planetary civilization level of the underground people and is infinitely close to the level 2 stellar civilization. Could it be that the secret of the Stargate will really come true to this person? The underground people's persistence and pursuit of more than 10,000 years were so easily broken by a surface human from the blue planet? God is really unfair. The pursuit of millions of people for thousands of years is not as good as an opportunity of others. Maybe this is luck. Hualing Shun sighed, closed his eyes, and opened them after a long time. It seemed that he had made a great decision. A divine thought flew out from the mothership again and instantly spread across the entire blue planet. Xia Yu, I am Hualing, the commander of the Hohana army. Please show yourself. Less than 3 seconds after Hualing sent out his divine thought, a figure in black appeared in front of him. A handsome young man suddenly appeared out of thin air, startling all the underground people in the main control cabin. Don't panic, everyone. This is my honored guest. Hualing quickly sent out his divine thoughts to the surroundings, trying to calm him down. Then he turned to face Xia Yu and respectfully placed his right hand on his forehead. Respected Xia Yuxing Lord, I am Hualing, and I would like to talk to you. Star Lord. Xia Yu raised his eyebrows, a little confused. Yes, that's Star Lord. We in Hohana will respectfully call anyone who has reached the pinnacle of level 1 planetary civilization the Star Lord. Hualing explained with great respect, completely devoid of his usual arrogance. That's interesting. Is there anything special about this name? Xia Yu smiled and replied with his spiritual thoughts. Yes, we, the Hohana, actually come from the Atlantean race 12,000 years ago. At that time, our ancestors ruled the blue planet for 48,000 years. A sudden major earthquake and tsunami almost destroyed our civilization. From then on, the remaining members of our tribe moved underground and have lived there until today. As early as tens of thousands of years ago, our ancestors had developed to the peak of level 1 planetary civilization, but there has never been a star master who can lead us into level 2 stellar civilization. According to the classification passed down by our ancestors, the level of civilization in the universe is divided into levels 1 to 9, and level 1 is only the lowest planetary civilization. Correspondingly, the levels of a universe as strong are also divided into 9 levels. Level 1, Star Lord, who can command planetary civilizations, such as the Earth-Moon system. Second level, Domain Lord, who can command stellar civilizations, such as the solar system. The third level, System Master, corresponding to the galaxy civilization, can dominate a huge galaxy, such as the Milky Way, and can teleport within the galaxy at will. Level 4, God Lord, corresponding to wormhole civilization, can easily create interstellar wormholes and can jump and shuttle freely within the galaxy. Level 5, Stargate Master, corresponding to the Stargate civilization, is already able to create large wormholes, that is, interstellar gates, which can provide limited access to neighboring galaxies. Level 6, Lord of the Galaxy, corresponding to the galaxy civilization, does not rely solely on interstellar navigation through interstellar gates, but can temporarily tear space to build wormholes and quickly enter neighboring galaxies. Level 7, Lord of Space, corresponding to space civilization, has fully mastered the rules of space, can tear space at will, and instantly cross to another galaxy or nebula. Level 8, Creator, corresponding to the creation civilization, not only masters space, but can also create space and create the world. He can use space folding technology to reach any galaxy in the universe. Ninth level, Domination, corresponding to the dominant civilization, can not only create space at will, but also control time at will. There is no place in the universe that cannot be reached. It dominates everything and can even create new life. After hearing what Huoling said, a flash of lightning seemed to pass through Xia Yu's mind. Lightning suddenly cut through the gray mist, opening up a new and vast starry sky for him. Many of his past doubts and puzzles about the future suddenly became clear. It turns out that his own level is not that of a cultivator or a person with special abilities, but that of a cosmic powerhouse who is closely connected with the level of this cosmic civilization. With his current strength, he is actually only considered the lowest level of the 9-level cosmic civilization powerhouses, Star-Lord. Damn, isn't this too depressing? Chapter 139 Stargate Key. The civilization level of humans on the surface of Blue Planet hasn't even reached level 1 yet. Xia Yu asked Huoling a question. Although he already had the answer in his mind, he still wanted to confirm it. Yes, Star-Lord. The civilization level of the surface humans is below planetary civilization level 1. That is, level 0. According to our Hohana's assessment, it should be around level 0.7. Nima, this is too depressing, isn't it? Xia Yu curled his lips and spoke with emotion. In fact, humans on Blue Star are a very unique kind of cosmic creature. Our ancestors, Atlantis, took tens of thousands of years to reach the pinnacle of first-level civilization. After we moved underground, based on our ancestors' influence and accumulation, it took us 10,000 years to enter a level 1.5 planetary civilization. But this line of surface humans appeared 10,000 years ago and has always been backward and ignorant. In the past 200 years, the level of human civilization has been raised to level 0.7. Your Chinese Kunlun has repeatedly dispatched aerospace carrier clusters, and its technological level is infinitely close to that of a level 1 civilization. The 2 nuclear bombs detonated in Antarctica last time, in terms of their power, almost reached the level of a second-level stellar civilization. Huoling explained that sometimes it was also confused about such a weak civilization system. How could the Kunlun aerospace ship and the Tsar nuclear bomb, which are far beyond the average level of civilization, appear unexpectedly? Or even, will a monster like Xia Yu appear? Occasional flashes of inspiration are the gift and hallmark of our generation. Unfortunately, the cosmic civilization hierarchy is determined by the overall level of civilization. In other words, based on your mastery of space technology, how far can your manned spaceflight reach? As for weapons, that comes naturally, right? In just a short period of time, Xia Yu had a clear understanding of the level division of the universe. Master Star-Lord is absolutely right. Huoling complimented, saying that this young Star-Lord's comprehension was indeed incredible. General Huoling, how long does it usually take for a civilization to advance from level 0 to level 1? Star-Lord, according to our ancient texts, each level of civilization advancement takes tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years. The later the civilization level, the harder it is to advance. This vast universe is at least 15 billion years old, and even medium-level Level 5 civilizations are not numerous. Not to mention the creator and ruler at the top. According to our ancestors' speculation, there's only one Level 8 civilization in the universe, which means that there's only one strongest being, the creator. As for the highest level of master, until time is mastered, the position is still vacant. Xia Yu was shocked when he heard this. In addition to the heaven-defying small world and chaotic space, didn't he also collect a time pearl? I wonder if this has any direct relationship with becoming a master? Ahem, I think I'm overthinking this. What the hell is going on here? I'm actually dreaming of becoming the supreme god of the universe, the master? General Huoling, if you say so, then if I want to be promoted to the highest level, wouldn't it take billions or even tens of billions of years? Huoling was startled, looked Xia Yu up and down, shook his head, and said, I can't see clearly, I can't guess. You've become a Star Lord at such a young age. Your luck is incredible enough. This universe is amazing, with laws everywhere. But sometimes it defies common sense like you. Oh, you know a lot about me. Xia Yu said with a smile. These underground people are doing a good job in intelligence work. Star-Lord, when Future City first emerged, we had the Freemasons begin collecting detailed intelligence on you. Coupled with a series of events that happened afterwards, you officially entered our priority list. Huoling paused and continued. We have always suspected that you possess a great secret, not just a simple spatial ability. So, we restarted the plan to return to the surface, occupied Antarctica, and at great expense, build an artificial secondary black hole to receive the key to the Stargate. Stargate key. Xia Yu was very curious. Could this thing be related to his Stargate world? Yes, the Stargate key is one of the greatest treasures in this universe. Countless civilizations with ambitions to advance to the level of dominance want to obtain it. According to a legend passed down by our ancestors, this Stargate key is ancient and mysterious. Legend has it that it was created at the beginning of the universe, and it has the power to open the door to creation and even dominate the world. Huoling looked longingly at the sky outside the window, his thoughts flying. Do you know what a Stargate key looks like? Xia Yu asked, and his heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. I don't know. That's why it's so mysterious. Legend has it that the key to the Stargate could be a stone bead, an ancient tree, or even a world. Huoling looked out the window with even greater reverence and yearning, and continued. Although our artificial secondary black hole ultimately failed to obtain the Stargate key, it did collect a glimmer of information before it was destroyed. The Stargate key has found its master, and this master is still on Blue Star. So, that's why you're targeting me. Xia Yu's expression was cold. Anyone who coveted his little world would be eliminated, no matter who it was. No. Lord Star-Lord, please don't misunderstand me. Although we are certain that the Stargate key is in your possession with a high probability, we have never coveted it. The biggest purpose of deploying the Itata mothership this time, besides intimidating the surface humans, is to lure you out. Then what? Of course I'll follow you. Well, Xia Yu was immediately stunned. Damn, aren't we enemies? Why did the style suddenly change? Master Star-Lord, there is no need to worry. In every planetary system with civilization, if a powerful Star-Lord appears, everyone will follow him unconditionally. This is the iron law of civilization development. Furthermore, our ancestral teachings have repeatedly warned us that only by following the powerful who possess the key to the Stargate can we escape the fate of further destruction and ascend to a higher level of civilization. Huoling once again reverently placed his right hand on his forehead and bowed. Oh, following me? Interesting, huh? Xia Yu's expression relaxed slightly, and he said with a smile, You, the underground civilization, what can you offer me to surrender? Star-Lord, of course, everything. Our world and resources, our technology and culture, our millions of people from now on, all are yours to command. Can you represent Hohana? Of course, our military authority in Hohana is supreme, and before we came here, our 7 senior leaders had already reached a consensus. Xia Yu was silent. He was thinking about a question related to his own fate and the fate of the human beings on Blue Star. Should he continue to hide in the small world and develop himself in a servile way? Or are you officially embarking on the road to supremacy among the strongest in the universe? If he stayed in his own little world, he might be able to live out the rest of his life in peace and contentment. With his current physique and realm, His lifespan might even reach 10,000 years. But what happens after that? Doesn't it all just return to the earth? I and my friends and family will completely disappear in a long river of time. Or should he be brave enough to strive for the pinnacle of the universe's might, lead his followers into a dominant civilization, and live as long as the heavens? It's really confusing. Why can't I just develop slowly while secretly leveling up? Damn, only kids make choices. I want both. After figuring it out, Xia Yu finally grinned. Star-Lord, what are you doing? Nothing. Lead the way. Let's go see your underground world. Chapter 140. The Secret of the Moon's Center. On the devastated Antarctic continent, 1,600 kilometers beneath the ice, deep in the mantle, lies Ohana's underground world. Xia Yu did not take the flying saucer provided by the underground people, but took Huoling with him and teleported to an underground world 1,600 kilometers deep. Xia Yu, who has been upgraded to become the Star-Lord, can now go from the moon to the center of the Earth with just a thought. The Earth-Moon planetary system no longer posed any obstacles to him. Of course, whether it's strong winds, vacuum, high nitrogen, extreme cold or heat, or even cosmic rays, it has no effect on Xia Yu, whose body cells and brain have been developed to the planetary level. In the blink of an eye, Xia Yu went from high above the Pacific Ocean to deep underground, which really surprised Huoling, who was teleported with him. But when I thought about Xia Yuxing Lord's identity, I felt relieved. It seems that the decision of the Ohana race to follow Xia Yu is the right one. When Xia Yu entered the underground world for the first time, he was shocked by the enormous space. Damn, 5 million square kilometers of underground space is half the size of China's land area, right? In comparison, the underground bases of humans on the surface, which cover dozens or hundreds of square kilometers, are nothing but rubbish. The underground people have a very deep foundation. Well, that's pretty good. You can make the most of it. In the vast land of the underground space, there's only a monotonous purple, succulent plant called dohera. Xia Yu looked up at these strange plants that were nearly 200 meters tall, shook his head and sighed. You underground people, do you eat this kind of thing every day? Huoling, who was standing next to him, was stunned. He didn't understand what Xia Yu wanted to express, and asked doubtfully. Yes, we in Ohana have been eating it for 12,000 years. It's good, filling, and nutritious. What's the point of living for thousands of years if you eat this kind of thing every day? If you lose the joy of eating, then even living a long life will be in vain. Well, Huoling was so scared that he dared not say a word and could only nod in agreement. Life must have quality, understand? Star-Lord, you're right. How about I take you to visit Tula City, where we live? Okay, let's go see where you live. The two soon arrived at the center of Itu, a huge lake with an area of 300,000 square kilometers, with mirror-like blue waves and flying saucers flying out of the water from time to time. Crossing the liquid nitrogen lake at a temperature of minus 200 degrees Celsius did not cause Xia Yu any discomfort. It was not until he saw the palace-like city with an ancient atmosphere that Xia Yu exclaimed. The food isn't great, but the accommodation is okay. In the center of Tula City, outside the gate of a tall, pure white palace, there are 6 short underground old men standing respectfully. Having already received the information about Xia and the Star-Lord's visit, all the senior executives of Ohana came out to greet them grandly. After a while, Huoling, with a respectful look on his face, came over from a distance, leading a man in black. Just as everyone was about to go forward, in a flash, the man in black and Huoling were already in front of them. Damn, shrinking the Earth into an inch? It seems that this man has completely ignored the barriers of spatial distance in the Earth-Moon system. Master Star-Lord, let me introduce you. This is Huoli, the governor of Ohana, and this is Hui Yuan, the Minister of Science and Technology. Huoli introduced the 6 underground people at the door one by one. Xia Yu nodded and walked into the hall under the guidance of Huoling. The simplicity and grandeur of the hall, as well as the various reliefs and artworks, all reveal the long history and heritage of this ethnic group. Xia Yu visited the site with great interest, as if he were witnessing the rise and fall of an epic civilization. When they arrived at the conference room, everyone sat down at the round table, and the formal communication of divine thoughts began. Master Star-Lord, first of all, on behalf of the millions of people of Ohana, I sincerely thank you for your kindness and acceptance. From today on, Ohana will forever follow the footsteps of Xia and Star-Lord. and together they will transcend cosmic civilization. Governor Huoling, whose skin was pale and wrinkled, stood up and stated the position of the underground people. Yes, we, Hohana, follow the lead of the Star Lord. Yes, all orders will be obeyed by the Star Lord. During the communication of divine thoughts, Xia Yu smiled and said, You guys, don't forget to show your loyalty. First, answer me a question. Is this blue planet annihilation disaster related to the Stargate key? Well, why are the questions this Star Master asks always so tricky? But he always hits the nail on the head every time. Damn, it's hard to fool him. Master Star-Lord, speaking of the apocalyptic disaster on Blue Planet, it is indeed related to the Stargate key, but it is only indirectly related. The old Governor Huoling explained with his divine consciousness. It can be said that every major world-destroying disaster on Blue Star is inextricably linked to the Stargate key. How should I put it? Star-Lord, have you ever been to the moon? Do you think the moon is just a simple satellite? Xia Yu raised the corner of his mouth and asked, Could it be that the moon is really hollow, as some legends say? Is there a massive base inside it? Xia Xingzhu is truly clever. Indeed, the moon is hollow. We have been studying the moon's core for thousands of years. Inside it is a space half the diameter of the moon, and in the very center of that space is a portal to another time and space that is unimaginably large. A door to another time and space. Xia Yu was a little surprised. He never thought that the celestial body closest to the blue star would hide such a secret. Yes, we have explored it. This space-time gate is very vast. Going deeper, the width inside is even greater than the distance between the Earth and the moon. For thousands of years, whenever this door emits a dazzling light, the blue planet will inevitably encounter a major disaster. Some disasters, such as asteroid and meteorite impacts, were intercepted by us midway, until this world-destroying catastrophe. Does it also include the Tunguska explosion over the northern Bear Country in 1908? Xia Yu raised his eyebrows and asked, Yes, we also smashed the meteorite from high altitude. So, the people of the northern Bear Country and Blue Star should be thanking you. I don't deserve it. We did it for ourselves. After all, we also live on this planet, and at that time, the time for us to return to the surface was not yet ripe. Understood. So, after so many years of research, we highly suspect that there is a civilization on the other side of the Stargate that is similar to ours, or even much more advanced than ours. The apocalyptic disaster that occurred on Blue Planet must have been caused by this civilization. After Huoling finished speaking, his expression became serious. Governor Huoling, I have a question. Why would the other world on the other side of the space-time gate want to destroy us? Xia Yu frowned and asked, I wonder if the Star Lord has ever heard this saying. Only those who obtain the Stargate can become a master. Huoling said with a serious expression. The Stargate key is the only way to open the cosmic Stargate. Therefore, for the sake of the cosmic powerhouses and the upgrade of their own civilizations, almost all the powerful people and civilizations will participate in the competition. Since ancient times, the legend of Atlantis' Stargate has predicted that it can lead to the arrival of a whole new world. But it will also open the gates of hell. Another parallel world in a different time and space will participate in the struggle for destiny, and a catastrophe is about to come. According to our civilization system theory, this world, including the blue planet, has both positive and negative worlds existing at the same time. The more prosperous one world is, the more decadent the other corresponding world becomes. They are just opposite, like a pair in quantum entanglement. No matter how far apart they are, they still influence each other. P.S. Thank you to the following people for the gifts. 32454137. Lu Shanshan, who likes Rinchiodrome. Please don't follow me. Salt and pepper rice candy. Qingfeng Donghua. August Snow Peak. Deng Biting of Yunshe Station. 787478808. / Peerless Book Fairy. 444-16264. Sunset. 92319302. Dugudu of Chow Village. Chapter 141. Chapter 141, incorporating Kunlun. The Dragon Reappears, into Volume 1. The positive and negative worlds are actually an extension of the theory of parallel worlds. It's just that the situations in these two corresponding worlds are opposite. If one world is plagued by disasters, technological development stagnates, or even regresses, then the corresponding world will live better and technological development will be faster. Therefore, by creating a world-destroying disaster on Blue Star, and thus suppressing or destroying Blue Star civilization, the world corresponding to the gate to different time and space will gain rapid improvement. In addition, that other world has somehow learned that the Stargate key appeared on Blue Star. While blocking the news, it will definitely find a way to come and fight for it as soon as possible. The crisis on Blue Star did not disappear with the surrender of the underground people. The real crisis has just begun. Facing this unknown and mysterious civilization from another time and space, Xia Yu felt unprecedented pressure. He couldn't help but recall the long, apocalyptic dream before his rebirth. There was no invasion of underground people in the dream, but countless powerful and exotic beasts poured in from the interstellar space. Finally, humanity was annihilated in despair. Xia Yu's rebirth changed the course of the apocalypse and the trajectory of history, adding the interlude of the underground people, but the main plot of the invasion from another world should be difficult to change. As soon as one wave subsides, another one rises. It seems that Xia Yu's idea of hiding in the small world and developing himself is not so easy to realize. The underground world of Aitu, the city of Tula. Xia Yu's meeting with the underground people has ended. Aitada held a grand ceremony to officially recognize Xia Yu as the Lord of Blue Star. Millions of Hohana people witnessed this historic moment. Blue Star finally got rid of the embarrassment of not having powerful cosmic beings and truly embarked on the road of civilization upgrading. The most important thing is that Xia Yu, the Star Lord of Blue Star, is very likely the youngest Star Lord in the universe because he is only 27 years old. Xia Yu, who has extraordinary luck, also possesses the key to the Stargate, a treasure that can help him advance to the level of a master. Xia and the road to strength have unlimited potential. Over the past 2 days, through communication with the underground people's high-level leaders and consulting the 60,000-year-old Hohana database, Xia Yu has basically confirmed. The small Stargate world he owns is the key to the Stargate. The most precious treasure that could make anyone dominate the universe was actually in his hands. Xia Yu couldn't help but feel excited and worried. He was excited because he had gained the chance to become the supreme god of the universe thanks to a heaven-defying opportunity. But those intermediate and even advanced civilizations in a vast universe would definitely take action after hearing this. The Blue Planet, and even the Solar System and the Milky Way, will not be at peace for a long time to come. It only took Hohana an hour to spread the news that the underground people had acknowledged their master's submission, and Xia Yu had become the master of Blue Star throughout the entire Blue Star. People went from being stunned at first, to being surprised, to being excited. The danger of underground invasion has been resolved. The person who solved this crisis was the most powerful person in the history of Blue Star, Xia Yu. His fighting power and ability have actually reached the pinnacle of planetary civilization. Doesn't this mean that from now on, their world has the protection of God? For a time, the worship and identification of Xia Yu by the 300 million remaining humans on the Earth reached its peak. 3 days later, Xia Yu issued his first order as Star-Lord. Blue Star Alliance Order Number 1. The content is as follows. 1. Establish the Blue Star Alliance, which is composed of 4 forces: China, the Northern Bear Kingdom, the Outer Alliance representing other surviving humans, and the underground people Hohana. Xia Yuren is the leader of the alliance, and a leader has absolute authority and power. 2. Hohana contributed the crystallization of civilization and technology for tens of thousands of years free of charge to help the Blue Star Alliance upgrade and build planetary civilization war weapons and update high-tech energy. 3. Gather all the Alliance's cutting-edge technologies, important materials and talents, use Kunlun Base as a base, and work together to build an advanced interstellar army. 4. Closely monitor the space-time gate in the center of the moon and send heavy troops to guard it. After arranging all this, Xia Yu still had one thing left to do: recruit Kunlun. China needs a stronger rear base and a place where the flame of Chinese civilization can be passed on. And the small world is the best choice. Ever since deciding to participate in the battle for supremacy among the strongest in the universe, Xia Yu also realized the shortcoming of the small world, which is the serious lack of talent. In order to advance to a higher level of civilization in a short period of time, in addition to Xia Yu's golden finger, talents in all aspects, especially top scientific research teams, are very important factors. And China, with its profound cultural heritage, has no shortage of these. As a result, Xia and Kunlun quickly reached a consensus. After being screened by Tang Yina's mind reading and mental amplifier, a total of 91.26 million people from the surviving bases in Kunlun in China were qualified and recruited and officially entered the small world to live. The beauty and richness of the small world allowed these survivors of the apocalypse to experience what heaven and fairyland are like. The influx of a large amount of manpower and high-end talents has also made the development of the small world more rapid. More than 6 million people who were not selected, including the surface residents sent from Future City, were all concentrated in Kunlun Underground City. Also staying behind were the Chinese combat troops. The Kunlun Aerospace Base, missile bases in various places, and conventional garrisons have a total population of more than 1 million. In fact, this group of people did not feel much loss, because the materials and renewable resources that were originally used to support the survival of 100 million people were now all directed to these few million people, and they suddenly became materially wealthy. Having solved the biggest problem of national survival, Kunlun seemed to have put down a huge burden, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. That day, Number 1 took Xia to have tea and chat. Xia Yu, I won't call you Star-Lord anymore. It seems strange, but your achievements are unprecedented. Haha. Chief, please stop praising me. I'll be proud. Xia Yu's face almost turned red and said, Commander, let me show you the Chinese spirit. Could it be they're still there? Xia Yu nodded and said affirmatively. Of course, there are also museums, libraries, and art galleries. China's heritage cannot be broken. Let's go and witness their reappearance now. Yes, call Old Su, Old Lu, and the others. 15 minutes later, Xia Yu led a dozen important figures from Kunlun, China, and appeared on the top of a towering mountain. The vast world of the small world, the endless mountains and primeval forests, shocked the group of old people. When I think about the Chinese bloodline, it will continue in this world and move towards higher civilization and glory. They couldn't help but be stunned. What kind of incredible luck does it take for God to be so particularly kind to the Chinese nation? All these miracles were caused by the young man named Xia Yu who was beside him. Commanders, please look ahead. Xia Yu's voice interrupted everyone's sighs, and everyone looked towards the lush green mountains in the distance. To the north of Mount Song and the forest, there is a tropical savanna covering an area of 3.6 million square kilometers, where countless beasts and animals live. At this moment, the air vibrated slightly at the junction of the tropical savanna and the mountains. A long mountain range appeared out of nowhere, stretching from east to west for thousands of miles. Above the mountains, a long dragon coils proudly. This oriental dragon, which has run through thousands of years of Chinese history and through the blood and soul of every Chinese, has finally reappeared in the world. Oh my God, the dragon is really still there. The spirit of the dragon is here, and the legacy should remain. Looking at the majestic dragon in front of them, everyone was filled with emotion. There are so many landscapes and buildings that carry a long culture and a rich history. The first volume, Blue Star Era, has concluded, and the second volume, Cosmic Stargate, will officially begin. Chapter 142, Purple Nine Dragons and the Mineral Vein Continent. The faith of nearly 100 million people makes the small world tree full of purple energy. On the top of the tree, the 2 purple dragons that were originally circling have now turned into 9 giant purple dragons. Purple air arises and 9 dragons appear. From a distance, it looks more like entering a mythical kingdom, so fantastic and mysterious. The world tree reached the 9 dragons realm. Its trunk grew taller again, reaching 10,000 meters. The vast purple energy brought the spiritual energy of the entire small world to its peak. In an instant, everything in the small world, including the soil, water, and air, was brand new. The residents of the small world are at least 2 levels ahead of the humans on Blue Star in terms of physique, spirit, and lifespan. The general physical and mental fitness of the residents has reached 500%, while those with psychics and some special abilities have exceeded 1,500% or even higher. The 36-hour day gives them more time to work and enjoy themselves. The time in the small world still uses the 365 days of the blue planet, but the total length of a year here is 1/3 longer than that of the blue planet. With the overall quality of the whole nation being upgraded again, the average life expectancy of residents has reached 300 years for the first time. The era of the small world has officially begun. With the foundation of Kowloon, Xia Yu's spiritual power can truly be called endless and inexhaustible. The Pearl of Time in the chaos and the primordial purple energy accumulated over this period of time have brought about another major upgrade for the small world. By the Stargate Small World's 7th high-level upgrade has been completed. Solidifie terrain. The first level, valley. The second level, grassland. The third level, planting plains. The fourth level, freshwater lakes. Fifth level, forest. The sixth level, the ocean. New upgraded terrain. Seventh level, mineral continent, with a total area of 61.44 million square kilometers, can be upgraded and expanded by integrating similar terrain. This vast mineral vein has plains, hills, mountains, and plateaus. From east to west, it rises gradually, which is somewhat similar to the steppe terrain of China, but the area is much larger. This terrain encompasses almost all types of minerals used and studied by humans. Commonly used ores, including iron, ore, and copper ore, each have total reserves of more than 500 billion tons, which is much more than the total proven iron and copper mines on Blue Planet. As for the two precious metal mines, silver and gold, their reserves far exceed the total reserves of Blue Planet, reaching 280 billion tons. In addition, there are commonly used metal mines such as aluminum, lead, and tin, with reserves of more than 100 billion tons. Some rare metals that are extremely rare in the Blue Planet, such as titanium, lithium, vanadium, beryllium, germanium, cesium, radium, tungsten, etc., can also be found everywhere in this mineral vein terrain, and the content is not low. As for the rare earth minerals that are more strategically valuable, there are more than 200 varieties here, and the reserves are very complete and abundant. Some non-metallic minerals, gemstone mines and jade mines, such as jadeite, diamond, ruby, sapphire, crystal, pyrophyllite, agate, serpentine, etc., are widely distributed and have amazing reserves. Other things like combustible organic rocks and minerals, and even some minerals that have never appeared on the Blue Planet, can be found here. It can be said that this mineral vein terrain, with an area of tens of millions of square kilometers, which is the size of 6 Europes, is a super mineral continent. Moreover, the quality of the minerals here is planetary grade 3+ or above, and the concentrated mineral resources are also easy to develop and utilize. With the existence of the purple energy of the small world tree, the future development and production of this area will certainly not pollute the environment, because all the slag and waste gas will be easily absorbed and filtered out. The adaptability of the mineral vein terrain also made it easier for Xia Yu to continuously add the mineral resources he could collect when he conquered foreign lands in the future. The small world's associated main body has been upgraded. Physical fitness, 135,600%, strength, 135,800%, speed, 155,900%, sublight speed for the body, brain development, 90%. Special abilities, spiritual consciousness transfer. Any object can be transferred by spiritual consciousness, and the transfer distance limit is unlimited. Teleportation, within the direct coverage of spiritual consciousness, unobstructed radius, 3.04 million kilometers, obstacle radius, 51,200 kilometers. Supermind control, ability to invade and control all networks, satellites, mechanical software, human brains, animals, low-level microorganisms, etc. Cell disguise. The superintelligent brain can control the rearrangement of cells throughout the body and change the skin, bones, appearance, hair color, pupil fingerprints, voice, smell, age, etc. at will. Cell remodeling and regeneration. Keep the body youthful permanently. Wounds heal instantly and automatically and achieve longevity. Distortion light, invisibility. Special ability upgrades. Time freeze. The space and time within the range of consciousness can be instantly frozen for 5 seconds, and the subject of the spell is not affected. Xia's physique, strength, realm, and mental power have been greatly upgraded again. The biggest change is the teleportation distance, which reaches 3.04 million kilometers. That is, within a distance of 3.04 million kilometers, he has exceeded the speed of light. It takes 10 seconds for a light beam to travel 3.04 million kilometers, but Xia Yu only needs 1 teleportation, or half a second, to reach the destination. Xia Yu's space teleportation is actually qualitatively different from the underground people's anti-gravity teleportation. Because of his ability, he can fold the space directly within his body and reach a distance of 3 million kilometers in an instant. Therefore, Xia Yu's current realm, if only in terms of speed, has completely surpassed the domain lord of the second-level civilization, and even the system lord of the third-level civilization. For example, according to the gravitational influence of the Sun, the diameter of the solar system reaches 4 light years, or 19 billion kilometers. At the speed of light, 300,000 kilometers per second, it would take 4 exhausting years to travel from one end of the solar system to the other. But Xia Yu only needs to teleport 6,080 times, which takes 51 minutes, to theoretically cross the entire solar system. Therefore, Xia Yu's current combat power and realm may only be at the peak of the Star-Lord level. But his teleportation distance and speed are invincible under the master of the system. There's also an incredible skill, time stops, which is increased from 3 seconds to 5 seconds. If you could stay still for 5 seconds during a battle, how desperate would your opponent be? The emergence of the mineral continent injected a shot in the arm to the high-tech development of the small world. In addition, Xia and Jiang have replicated the technological achievements of the underground people Hohana for tens of thousands of years. With the intelligence and abilities of this group of new humans in the small world, it is only a matter of time before they catch up with and surpass the underground civilization. Xia Yu stayed in the small world for a month, and only returned to Blue Star when he saw that everything was on track. Today, Blue Star has become united under the influence of Xia Yu's personal ability and prestige. The establishment of the Blue Star Alliance combined the power of the two civilizations on the surface and underground for the first time. Relying on the technological foundation of Hohana's level 1.5 civilization and fully mobilizing the resources of the two civilizations, the construction of the interstellar army has begun to take shape. In Xia Yu's impression, the strange beasts that invaded from other worlds in the apocalypse were all very powerful. Their greatest characteristics are their strength and defense, and their special brain structure means they are not affected by mental power at all. Xia Yu's perverted mental control suddenly became useless. This is just an ordinary level monster. According to the Blue Star's supernatural combat power level classification, it has reached at least E level. In addition to this, are there stronger beast kings, or even beast emperors who are stronger than the second-level cosmic civilization? This battle is not easy to fight. Chapter 143. The door to different time and space opens. Kunlun Aerospace Base. The vast, gray-white mountains hide China's most advanced military achievement in the past century, the Kunlun Aerospace Fleet Cluster. In the past 2 months, with the technical assistance of the underground first-level planetary civilization, the Kunlun has made a qualitative leap. The latest Kunlun, based on the original design, has achieved planetary-level performance. The total length has increased from the original 282 meters to 306 meters, and the wingspan is 793 meters. The empty weight is 51,600 tons, and the maximum takeoff weight is 189,800 tons. After installing the anti-gravity core power system provided by Hohana, the orbital altitude has been upgraded from the original 43,000 kilometers to 380,000 kilometers. The upgraded Kunlun can now fly directly to the moon and participate in future battles with other worlds. The conventional maximum cruising speed has been increased from the original Mach 3.6 to Mach 10, 3.39 kilometers per second, which is comparable to the speed of a missile. If you take off from the blue planet and don't use anti-gravity teleportation, it only takes 29 hours to reach the moon. The additional anti-gravity teleportation power system can teleport up to 900 kilometers in a single time, and the startup time is only 6 seconds. The main weapon configuration includes 3 sets of third-generation anti-gravity jammers, 30 sets of orbital electromagnetic cannons, 16 sets of particle cannons, 20 sets of high-energy pulse laser cannons, 46 sets of vertical launch missiles, and 30 sets of high-speed close-in defense guns. Given the alien beast's powerful defensive capabilities, conventional firepower is unlikely to cause much damage to it. The new Kunlun adopted Xia Yu's advice and fully aligned the power of the high-energy laser with the level used by flying saucers. In addition, 2 additional unconventional weapons are equipped. 2 Tsar series hydrogen bombs with an explosive equivalent of 150 million tons and 3 super-enriched nitrogen bombs with an equivalent of 100 million tons. The newly upgraded Kunlun has almost all the most advanced weapons and technologies from the two major civilizations on Blue Planet, and its combat effectiveness is incomparable. Referring to the latest Kunlun, within half a year, the humans on Blue Star will build a huge interstellar fleet consisting of 30 Kunlun aerospace motherships, 3 Itatu flying saucer motherships, and 900 flying saucers. The center of the Blue Planet is 5,300 kilometers away from the ground. A small sun with a diameter of 800 kilometers is emitting a high temperature of nearly 5,000 degrees and scorching rays, shining outward. The endless supply of geothermal energy seeps into the core of the Earth, down to the mantle and crust. Looking at the magnificent scene before him, Xia Yu is filled with emotion. It turns out that the legend that there is a small sun in the center of the Blue Planet is true. As early as tens of thousands of years ago, Ohana's ancestors, Atlantis, had recorded that they believed that the geomagnetic and geothermal energy of the Blue Planet fundamentally came from the small sun in the core of the Earth. This little sun is like a human heart. Once it becomes sick and completely extinguished, the Blue Planet will collapse, the Earth will crack, the geomagnetic field will disappear, and all things will wither. At that time, the Blue Planet will officially enter its death phase. As the exchanges between the two civilizations on the surface and underground deepen, the two biggest secrets of this century, the sun at the center of the Earth and the hollow moon, are finally revealed to the world. Master Star-Lord, the defense force of the lunar core base has been tripled, and there have been no abnormalities with the space-time gate recently. In the White Palace of Tula City, Hualing said respectfully, "According to the Star-Lord's wishes, we have added a large number of nuclear bombs and nitride bombs with a yield of 100 million tons to our defensive weapons." Excellent. Remember this. The less danger there is, the more vigilant you must be. Danger often comes without warning, Xia Yu said with a serious expression. As I recall, the invasion of the alien beasts was very sudden. They seemed to appear out of thin air in the interstellar space, and then ravage the entire Blue Planet with powerful force. In the apocalyptic memories before rebirth, human resistance only lasted for half a year before being completely destroyed. Master Star-Lord, we have entered the depths of the gate of different time and space and explored for over 6,000 years, but have never been able to reach even 1% of it. The junction of the two worlds alone is so vast. Do races from other worlds really have the ability to cross the border? Hualing looked at Xia Yu's solemn expression and began to worry. General Hualing, you have to know that for a cosmic civilization above level 2, as long as it has a clear goal, it is not unthinkable that it can spend thousands of years to cross boundaries. If all the major disasters on Blue Planet over the past few thousand years are related to them, then it is only a matter of time before these alien creatures cross the border. It can be seen that Xia Yu is deeply wary of this corresponding alien world. I wonder if it is because the dream of the end of the world and the invasion of alien beasts left him with too tragic an impression. This knot in my heart is not easy to untie. Star-Lord, the defenses at the center of the moon have been fully upgraded. There's no need to worry too much. Even the most powerful creatures will be utterly useless when faced with high-yield nuclear and nitride bombs. Hualing comforted him, his tone low, but it was more like a kind of self-reassurance. General Hualing, don't take it lightly. Believe me, the creatures from this foreign land are more powerful than you can imagine. Xia Yu said seriously that in the communication of divine thoughts, emotions are the most easily contagious. For a moment, Hualing and a group of Ohana executives were all brought into a solemn atmosphere. Master Star-Lord, to put everyone at ease, I suggest we go to the Moon Heart Base in person. The elderly Hua Li suggested. The governor is right. We should go to Moon Heart to investigate. Perhaps we can get some better inspiration. Hualing agreed and turned to look at Xia Yu. Xia Yu nodded and said, "It's time to go to the moon. Let's go and see the grandeur of the moon's heart." As soon as he finished speaking, the air moved, and Xia Yu and a group of underground leaders were standing on the ground of the moon, looking at the deep and dark space. With a huge gray-blue planet hanging in the air, everyone was in a trance. The blue planet seemed close at hand, within reach, yet also out of reach. With this wonderful feeling, it seemed that in just half a second, I had crossed billions of miles spanning a long century. The cold and thin oxygen atmosphere on the moon had no effect on Xia Yu and Ohana. After standing on the surface of the moon and sighing for a while, Xia Yu teleported again and instantly entered the vast center of the Earth from the surface of the moon. The lunar core space, with a diameter of nearly 2,800 kilometers, gives people a feeling of vastness. Every underground guard station here has been baptized and blessed by the ancestors of Ohana. The more than 20,000 guards of the gate to another time and space are all elites of the underground people. When you arrive at an incomparably tall gate from another time and space, the ancient and vicissitudes of life atmosphere of the gate hits you in the face. Xia Yu suddenly felt a sense of oppression, as if he was facing a ferocious beast from ancient times. Humans seemed so small in front of this door. Xia Yu's divine consciousness, like a flexible tentacle, instantly penetrated the gate of different time and space, and continued to penetrate deep into the intersection of different time and space, extending to who knows how many tens of thousands of miles, but still could not reach the end. Xia Yu, whose spiritual consciousness continued to extend in the space-time gate, suddenly felt an equally powerful spiritual consciousness exploring from another distant world. For a second, the two divine thoughts discovered each other at the same time. Finally found you. Little bug from another world. Ha ha. Just wait. Our divine power is about to descend. An extremely powerful divine consciousness touched Xia Yu's divine consciousness and sent out a fanatical message. Oh no, we've been discovered. Xia Yu quickly withdrew his spiritual consciousness, but the spiritual consciousness from the other world that was tracking him had already locked onto the space of this gate to different time and space. A violent world consciousness rushed in, crossing countless layers of space and easily opening the door to this different time and space. Fate keeps going round and round, and no matter how hard you try or how careful you are, some things seem to be destined. The door to another time and space was opened. P.S. At the beginning of the second volume, the author was in a busy and tangled mood. It seemed as if there was a foreshadowing of facing the end of the world. Don't worry, I will adjust soon. Chapter 144, Chapter 144, Silver Beast Star Region. At the center of the moon, the door to another time and space has been opened, and ferocious beasts from the other world are about to descend at any time. Xia Yu was helpless and speechless about the way the door to another time and space was open this time. Damn, the first time I used my spiritual sense in a different time and space channel, I encountered the consciousness of a powerful being from another world and was captured. This kind of bloody coincidence was either arranged by God or done intentionally by the author Lao Lu. The Wheel of Fate is always so mysterious and magical. Although the center of the moon is huge, there is only one key point, which is the defense of the gate to different time and space. To this end, the underground people also specially selected more than 20,000 elites and stationed a cluster of flying saucer motherships. I have some very unfortunate news to tell you all. The gate to another time and space has been opened. Enemies from another world will descend at any time. What? Master Star Lord, this can't be such a coincidence, right? We've only just conducted our first close inspection, and something's already gone wrong. My God, are we so unlucky? What should I do? The faces of these Ohana's top executives immediately changed drastically, and they wailed. Xia Yu curled his lips. Damn, the door to the other time and space was opened because of him. He'd better not tell these guys, otherwise it would be a bigger blow to them. Everyone, since it's already happened, there's no point in worrying about it. Let's discuss our next steps. Master Star-Lord is right. Instead of feeling sorry for ourselves, we should intensify our preparations and be ready to fight at any time. Hua Ling suppressed his panic and used his spiritual thoughts to pull everyone back on track from the panic. Very good, General Hua Ling. You make the arrangements, no matter what method you use or how much it costs. Within 1 month, all 3 flying saucer motherships and 30 new Kunlun ships must be in service. Xia Yu instructed, patting Hua Ling's thin shoulder in appreciation. He was about to touch its head, but finally held back. Also, the space-time gate is the key to this battle. Defense is paramount. We must deploy at least 2 flying butterfly motherships and 20 Kunlun ships. Xia Yu knew in his heart that the tiny defensive force at the center of the moon was not enough to face the surging monsters. Once the war begins, the level of cruelty will surely be unprecedented. Try to control the battlefield on the moon and the starry sky. In the first battle, give the invading beast the most severe blow. Even if the entire moon is destroyed, it is better than letting the beasts wreak havoc on the blue planet. On the other side of the door to different time and space, separated by who knows how many layers of space, there's a different world closely related to the blue planet. This is a planet about the same size as our blue star. Viewed from distant space, the planet appears silver gray, with a long meteorite belt orbiting in a satellite orbit 380,000 kilometers away from the planet. The distance between the Earth and the Moon is the same as that of the blue planet, which is 380,000 kilometers. The only difference is that what surrounds this silver gray planet is not the Moon, but a black meteorite belt. 150 million kilometers away from the silver B star, there is also a sun with a diameter of 1.39 million kilometers. The silver B star and the other 7 planets form the silver B star system. The silver B star system is located on the edge of the behemoth system, which is as huge as the Milky Way. If there is no causal correspondence with the blue planet and no connection through the gate of time and space, how could the two different worlds of humans and humans possibly meet in the vast universe? On the silver B star, 90% of its area is covered by silver gray ocean. The ocean appears silver because of the large number of silver fish that live in the water. On the silver B star, almost all the exotic beasts feed on this kind of silverfish, and the silverfish, as the bottom of the food chain, also secretes a silver body fluid. Silver liquid can naturally produce oxygen suitable for the survival of exotic beasts. It can also allow the exotic beasts in the ocean to refine their physiques and upgrade their defenses in the process of continuously absorbing the silver liquid. The silver ocean, with an average depth of 100 kilometers, is home to 30 billion ferocious beasts. Most of these strange beasts are huge in size and have abnormally strong body defense capabilities. Are you kidding? Living in nearly 100 kilometers deep sea water for a long time, the super high water pressure is so strong that even diamonds can't withstand it. You can imagine their physique and hard protective power. The ecology and social structure of silver B star are very simple. The strange beast feeds on a large number of silver fish. Numerous exotic beasts absorb the silver liquid from the sea to refine their bodies. High-level exotic beasts, beast kings, and the only beast emperor can also continuously absorb solar rays to upgrade. This alien bee civilization has embarked on a path that is completely different from the human civilization on Blue Planet. They do not develop technology, but use body training as a technique and improve the world's level of civilization through the strength of themselves and their populations. When their physical skills and abilities are sufficient, they can still cross star regions and traverse galaxies. Since the silver B star has reached the level of level 2.5 cosmic civilization, destroying the blue star and occupying the solar system is the fastest shortcut for it to directly upgrade to level 3 civilization. Therefore, as a powerful master of the second-level stellar civilization domain, the Beast King, even if he is already in the silver B star and is as huge as a planet, he can shake the star system with his own strength. But it couldn't resist the temptation of upgrading to a third-level system master. That's why, for thousands of years, they have been searching for a way to destroy Blue Planet. On the silver B star, in the vast silver gray ocean, there are 6 bottomless trenches in which live 6 Beast Kings. Each of them is as big as a mountain, and their combat power far exceeds all the combat classification systems on the Blue Planet. Their skin is as hard as iron, and their strength can shake mountains and seas. Each of his 6 Beast Kings commands a large group of creatures. 1. Mega Shark. There are 1 billion of them. They are ferocious, bloodthirsty, fast, and have super strong ability to break through obstacles and attack. 2. Octopus. There are about 2 billion of them. They are large in size, can transform, have strong adhesion, are difficult to deal with, can emit highly toxic substances, can regenerate their bodies after being broken, and have strong vitality. 3. Jellyfish beasts. There are 2 billion of them. They master space magic, are good at teleportation and mental attacks, and can regenerate genetic cells. As long as they are not destroyed instantly, they will be reborn in a short time and are difficult to kill. 4. Silver sea lions. There are 2 billion of them. They have thick skin and strong bodies. They have top-level defense and can withstand the explosion of nuclear bombs below 100 million tons at close range. Their main weapon is sonic attack. 5. Flying manta rays. There are 3 billion of them. They're the smallest, only human-sized, and similar in shape to the flying fish on the Blue Planet. It can fly at high speed in water and air, with a maximum speed exceeding Mach 30, 10.32 kilometers per second. Its beak is pointed and sharp and can penetrate a 30-meter thick steel plate. 6. Sea Dogmon. It is the lowest level of alien beast race on the Silver Beast star, with a population reaching a terrifying 20 billion. Its reproductive capacity is extremely abnormal. A female can give birth to 3 cubs every 7 days on average. The cubs can grow up in 20 days. They have a fierce bite force and strong eyesight, and can see in the dark. After the door to different time and space was opened, the 2 different worlds simultaneously accelerated their preparations for war. The suddenly tense atmosphere on Blue Star infected a group of elderly people in Kunlun Underground City. Since entering this small world, I climbed the long-dreamed Great Wall again and witnessed the inheritance and rapid development of Chinese civilization. The number 1 old man and a group of Chinese senior executives have all retired to the second line with peace of mind. In their words, this is to leave greater opportunities to the young people. They rejected Xia Yu's suggestion that they live in the small world permanently and chose to stay in Kunlun. Perhaps, in the minds of this group of old people, wherever China's roots are, they will be there and stick to it until the last moment. Kunlun Aerospace Base among the towering mountains. 6 huge mountains that towered into the clouds shook at the same time. The ice and snow fell off, and the mountain cracked. 30 new dark gray Kunlun Aerospace carriers sailed out of the wide exit in a domineering manner. With just 1 teleportation, they were collectively suspended in outer space 900 kilometers away. At the same time, 2 UFO motherships from the underground world also appeared in the space between the Earth and the Moon. The preparations of the humans on Blue Star for war have finally come to an end. A storm is brewing, and an interstellar war between humans and beasts is about to begin. Chapter 145, Alien Beast Invasion. In the outer space of the Blue Planet, 1 UFO mothership and 20 new Kunlun ships formed the first aerospace formation, teleporting towards the Moon in a mighty manner. The remaining 10 Kunlun ships and 1 flying saucer mothership formed the second formation and continued to stay on the Earth-Moon space defense line. Inside the command cabin of the new Kunlun No. 1, the young Captain Lin Yi looked at the 3D holographic projection in front of him with a stern expression. The huge moon is just around the corner. The aerospace ship only needs 1 last teleport to reach the bumpy surface of the moon. Notify the Moonheart Defense Force that the first aerospace squadron has arrived and request that the gate to the Moonheart base be opened. Clear. A minute later, the domineering first aerospace fleet sailed into the vast center of the moon like a starry sky and stopped 900 kilometers away from the gate to another time and space. The distance of 900 kilometers is exactly the limit for a formation to teleport. As the commander-in-chief of this aerospace ship formation, Lin Yi certainly knows how to make the most of his own geographical advantages. Commander Lin Yi, I am Ma Chengfeng, the captain of the new Kunlun 2. Just as the fleet's formation was arranged, the voice of my good friend, Ma Chengfeng, came from the communicator. Ma Chengfeng, 32 years old, is only 4 years older than Lin Yi, but he has a more cheerful and lively personality and is less calm than Lin Yi. Kunlun 2, please speak. Commander Lin, don't we need to send a reconnaissance team into the space-time portal to investigate? That's exactly what I was thinking, but who should we send? How about sending Kunlun 6? Lin Yi raised the corner of his mouth slightly and paused deliberately. No, you don't want to choose someone as good as me? That's too much. Haha, I knew you. Ma Chengfeng had ulterior motives. Okay, Kunlun No. 2, listen to my orders. Kunlun 2 is here. I order your ship to enter the space-time portal and conduct reconnaissance 3,000 kilometers ahead. Pay attention to safety and keep communications open at all times. Yes. Small World, Xiefeng Mountain Divine War, Army Training Base. This future interstellar force, which has been keeping a low profile for several months, is now engaged in a fierce live-fire exercise confrontation. Half a day later, the live-fire exercise ended and the commanders of major tactical units gathered together and began the routine summary meeting in the military headquarters building. Wolf Head, Flying Fox, how are the casualties between your 2 armies in today's live-fire confrontation? Wu Yifeng, who was called Instructor Magneto by his subordinates, exhaled a puff of cigar smoke and asked, Report. 1 soldier in the First Army was seriously injured, 16 were slightly injured, and no one was killed. Report. 3 soldiers from the Second Army were seriously injured, 1 of whom is being rescued, and 20 were slightly injured. Wolfhead Zhao Jun and Flying Fox Su Songhai each stood up and reported the casualties of the 2 armies' exercises. Where are the Special Forces Brigade and the women's archery team? Report. Only 3 members of the Special Power Brigade were slightly injured, with no serious injuries or deaths. Xia Yu, commander of the Special Ability Warfare Brigade, replied, glancing proudly at the people from the 1st and 2nd Armies on the opposite side. His asking for a beating look made the people on the opposite side so angry that they wanted to grab this guy and beat him up. No one from the women's archery team was injured. Speaking of which, Commander Xiao, the 3 of you who were slightly injured were the result of us showing mercy. Chun Yun, who had a beautiful and elegant face and an ethereal air, spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu immediately wilted and started counting his fingers without saying a word. That's right. No matter how awesome your special power team is, aren't we still defeated by Captain Chen? You can't even beat a group of women. What's so awesome about that? He. Heisey glared at Xiao Yu, who had his head hung down, and smiled with glee. Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. In the God War Army, no one felt that it was a shame to be defeated by the women's archery team. On the contrary, many people took pride in it and fought again and again despite repeated defeats, never getting tired of it. Excellent. In these live-fire exercises, each unit has achieved a high degree of mission completion, and the casualty rate has been greatly reduced. This is great progress. Wu Yifeng praised them, and the atmosphere became lively. Chief Instructor, since the training is going well, when can we be deployed to the battlefield? I heard that Blue Star will soon face a war of the century. The Grey Wolf took advantage of the situation and casually asked what most people present were thinking. Didn't the Commander-in-Chief say that? With the current level of our God War Army, sending them out would only make them cannon fodder. Wu Yifeng frowned and said, in the short term, the only way out is to stay here and develop slowly. As long as we can elevate our small world to the 2nd level cosmic civilization. Only when our combat power reaches this level can we be sent out, allowing everyone to venture into the interstellar space, where the sky is the limit. In a short period of time? How long is this short period of time? Su Canghai, who had just been upgraded to an SS-level psychic, asked with concern. Xia Yu's estimate is 100 years. Wu Yifeng said, 100 years? Shit, everyone must be old, right? Heisey and Huilang were so excited that they almost jumped up. There hadn't been a war in 100 years. It would be strange if these warmongers didn't get sick. Given the average lifespan of the small world's population of 300 years, this time is within an acceptable range. Besides, our psychics will only allow us to live longer. Zhao Jun said expressionlessly, as if these 100 years really could pass by in a flash. Heisey and Huilang looked at each other and sighed helplessly. It seemed that the possibility of asking to be released from seclusion early was not very likely. Moonheart, the door to another time and space. Its huge and magnificent momentum made the Kunlun fleet and the group of flying saucers around the gate look as small as ants. 30 Kunlun ships, 2 flying saucer motherships, and 1,200 flying saucers were densely packed around the gate. Closer to the door, 2,000 dark gray anti-gravity space bunkers were quietly suspended in the air. The dark particle cannons and high-energy laser barrels emit an eerie glow. Kunlun 2, please report the latest position and reconnaissance situation. On the Kunlun number 1 command ship, Lin Yi connected to the communication channel of Kunlun number 2. I'm Kunlun Drugye. We're currently in Area B of the space-time corridor, 2,920 kilometers from the main gate. We've completed our reconnaissance of Area B. Simultaneously, we've conducted a 150,000-kilometer deep space exploration. Everything is currently operating normally. All right, continue moving towards Area C for reconnaissance. Please stay alert. Kunlun 2 received. Don't worry, everything is calm. With the deep space probe here, any disturbance will definitely be discovered in advance. What the hell is this? Quick, activate the teleportation program immediately and retreat. Ma Chengfeng's panicked voice was heard from the communicator, followed by a burst of rustling interference noise. Kunlun 2 has lost contact. Lin Yi pressed the communicator a few times, but seeing no response, he immediately switched to another special call channel. Kunlun 2 received, please reply. Kunlun 2, Ma Chengfeng, receive, please reply. What responded to Lin Yi was still the rustling noise of electromagnetic interference. There is no doubt that Kunlun 2 encountered an emergency, and the most likely possibility is that it was attacked by enemies from another world. Lin Ye's face turned pale as he connected to the base's combat command public channel. Attention all units. Attention all units. Alien beasts are invading. Alien beasts are invading. Activate the war process immediately. A sharp alarm sounded, spreading throughout the entire Yueshin base in an instant. All the defense forces deployed by the Blue Star Alliance in the base were mobilized. Countless orbital particle cannons, electromagnetic cannons, high-energy laser cannons, missiles, even nuclear weapons, nitride bombs. All of them point to the enormous gate to another time in space. Soon, the vast space inside the door began to vibrate strangely, as if countless ferocious beasts were rushing in. Even the vacuum was shaking. In the distant deep space, a silver wave half the size of the moon spanned countless layers of space and was rapidly approaching a huge door to another time in space. Chapter 146. The First Battle Between Man and Beast. The huge silver wave sphere passed through countless spaces and suddenly stopped in the airspace 300 kilometers away from the gate of time and space. The silver ball is like a small liquid planet, with mysterious animal patterns constantly emerging on its flowing surface. An extremely powerful and violent divine consciousness rushed out from the silver ball, sweeping across the surrounding space in an instant, penetrating the gate to different time and space, rushing towards you Xin frantically. It seemed as if within this silver sphere, there were billions of ferocious beasts hidden, poised to break free and tear apart all life at any moment. All units, attention! All units, attention! Wait until the enemy is 100 kilometers from the gate and attack immediately. Lin Yi connected to the command channel and issued the first combat order. It would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous when facing an interstellar monster for the first time, but no matter how nervous I was, I couldn't be afraid, because the consequences of being afraid before the battle were usually dire. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, a rough and long animal roar sounded, piercing the tense atmosphere. The surface of the silver sphere rolled violently. A large group of giant sea lions with shiny black bodies broke out of the water and flew quickly towards the gate to another time and space. Countless black sea lions, each as big as a truck, covered half of the 300-kilometer distance in just 3 minutes. Lin Yi, standing in the Kunlun command cabin, looked at the extremely realistic remote sensing 3D holographic projection in front of him. He felt beads of sweat on his palms, and his heart seemed to be in his throat. All units, particle cannons, electromagnetic cannons, high-energy laser cannons, launched the first round of attacks. As soon as the words fell, ripples surged, and countless beams of light and artillery shells instantly pierced through space, passing through the gate and slamming into the Black Sea lion torrent. Boom! 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 A deafening explosion sounded, flames surged, and soon a sea of fire formed among the beasts. The blazing white laser pierced through the tall beast's body, triggering countless piercing animal cries. Increased firepower output, and missile attacks will cover the middle of the herd. Receive. The intensity of the previous round of artillery fire had just been escalated. More than 3,000 medium-range missiles carrying high-yield explosive units whizzed across the alien space-time gate and rushed into the middle of the densest black beast group. Explosions spread over 1,000 miles, cascading down and completely engulfing the front half of the charging sea lion herd. Amidst the shrill roars of beasts, the beast's attack finally came to a clear halt, but the beasts, numbering as many as 1 billion, continued to advance under the artillery fire. The Blue Star Alliance has mobilized almost all of its conventional firepower in the face of the first round of attacks from the alien beasts. Apart from the highly destructive nuclear bombs and nitride bombs, the Blue Star side has few more cards up its sleeve. The strange beasts only launched a tentative charge. The sea lion beasts in front were the first batch of cannon fodder, and their true strength had not yet been revealed. 1 billion sea lions only managed to reach 30 kilometers from the alien spacetime gate before being annihilated by the overwhelming artillery fire of the Blue Star Alliance. The airspace stretching for more than 1,000 kilometers has become completely quiet. Smoke is everywhere, and black animal corpses are floating all over the space. Lin Yi in the command cabin secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but his sense of crisis did not diminish in the slightest. The combat troops had already made a lot of targeted preparations based on the information about the exotic beasts provided by Xia Yu. But even so, no one dares to say that they are sure to win this battle. All units, rotate weapons and take alert. The enemy's second attack will arrive soon. Prepare to launch nuclear weapons and nitride bombs. Just as Lin Yi issued the warning order, the silver ball and the holographic image moved again. It split into two and quickly moved away from each other. Alert! Alert! New enemies appear in areas A and C. In the communicator, urgent alarms sounded from the two areas to the left and right of the space-time gate. Alert! Alert! A herd of giant sharks has appeared in area numbering approximately 100 million. They are moving very fast and are approaching the 100-kilometer cordon line at the gate. Alert! Alert! Silver sea lions are emerging in Area C, numbering 300 million, and are approaching the 100-kilometer cordon. Should we attack? Enemies appeared in the two airspaces on the left and right of the gate at the same time, and they were two different species of exotic beasts, which really caught the defenders off guard. At this time, more than half of Blue Star's defensive forces were concentrated in the middle airspace of Zone B. Order the anti-gravity bunkers in areas A and C to open fire. Nuclear and nitride bomb units to launch at the right moment. All other units to prepare for fire support. Receive. Clear. The group of giant sharks at the front of Area A were met with a round of fierce artillery attacks, but their abnormal defense ability actually blocked most of the conventional firepower. After the first round of artillery fire, the giant sharks suffered relatively little damage. Furthermore, they had already broken through the 100-kilometer cordon and were getting closer and closer to the gate. The interception of the Silver Sea Lions by Area C was even worse. After a round of artillery fire and lasers, these thick-skinned and abnormal giants managed to withstand it and suffered very little damage. Nuclear bombs and nitride bombs accelerate the launch. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lin Yi immediately gave the order to attack with a large-scale weapon. The trajectories of missiles cut through the thin space, carrying 100 Tsar hydrogen bombs and 200 enriched nitrogen bombs, flying into the herds of beasts on both sides. In the airspace of areas A and C, devastating bombardments surged, the heat and flames engulfing everything. Amidst the roars of the beasts, the fierce shockwaves tore the dense formations apart. Before the high temperature and flames subsided, a series of huge blue flashes exploded, and the space within 1,000,000 kilometers instantly became extremely cold at minus 200 degrees Celsius. The space seemed to be exploded by fire and then quickly froze. This hot and cold operation stunned the two groups of beasts. Their formations were in chaos, and they suffered heavy losses. The Tsar hydrogen bomb of the Northern Bear Country and the enriched nitrogen bomb of the underground people, their lethality has reached the level of a second-level civilization. The power generated by the concentrated detonation of such a large number of hydrogen bombs and nitride bombs is extremely terrifying. The most abnormal thing is that these two powerful weapons, one hot and one cold, caught even the Silver Sea Lion, which has the highest defense, off guard. Although the strange beasts are strong and powerful, they become very passive when they cannot get close to the enemy. Technology and body training, humans and beasts, the first head-on collision between these two civilizations. In the first battle, humans actually won. This greatly boosted the morale of the troops defending the Yueshin base, and their fear of the strange beasts was also reduced a lot. Orders, all units, continue to provide fire coverage and eliminate the attacking enemy as much as possible. As soon as Lin Yi issued the order, heavy artillery fire once again covered the remaining beast herds in areas A and C. The beasts, having just experienced the extremes of ice and fire, were now faced with the perverted fire bombardment of humans. It seems that no matter on the ground or in the air, or even in different time and space channels, as long as the war is led by the Chinese, firepower is king, and it is a necessary prerequisite. How can the Chinese people's deep-rooted fear of insufficient firepower be cured so easily? Report the split silver sphere has merged again. It has retreated 500 kilometers. The combat observer enlarged the holographic image and saw the silver liquid ball outside the space-time gate quickly retreating into the distance. At the same time, the deep space probe on Kunlun 1 received a strange sound wave. That sound wave was like a mysterious siren, sitting in the deep sea, constantly expressing her hatred and resentment. What the hell is this? Lin Yi's hair stood on end, and he felt inexplicably creepy. Chapter 147 The Sound Waves of the Siren. The creepy sound waves instantly covered the entire Yueshin base. Some guards with weak willpower were already sweating profusely and collapsed to the ground trembling. What on earth is emitting this sound wave? Damn, it's too weird and creepy, right? Lin Ye's face turned pale, and he suppressed his trembling body and said in a deep voice, "Missile Force, launch 5s are missiles and 5 enriched nitrogen bombs at the silver liquid sphere. Yes, launch immediately." 3 seconds later, 10 long-range missiles were fired in 2 batches, passing through the gate of time and space and flying towards the distant silver ball. The high-speed missile with a penetration speed of Mach 20 reached the target over 1,000 kilometers in less than 4 minutes. The first to be detonated were 5 Tsar hydrogen bombs, with an explosive equivalent of 150 million tons. The power of 5 bombs exploding at the same time can be imagined. Even Lin Yi, who was far away in another space, could feel the blazing white light. Through the deep space detector, the holographic projection clearly showed the explosion of 5 Tsar missiles. 5 balls of blinding white light surged up, then instantly connected to form a white sun. Like a supernova explosion, it quickly squeezed everything around it into an absolute vacuum. What was strange was that the white light had just appeared, and the raging flames, high temperature, mushroom cloud, and shockwave had not yet had time to wreak havoc. A silver ripple vibrated, and the hydrogen bomb that had just exploded was extinguished within 1,000th of a second, turning into 5 white ice blocks. What the hell? What's going on? Yun Ruijia, the deputy who was carefully recording the combat data, jumped up with a scream in fright. Detonating an exploding hydrogen bomb goes completely against scientific principles, right? This method is beyond the comprehension of the humans on Blue Star, so it is no wonder that Yun Ruijia was so shocked. Not only him, but also Lin Yi and all the Moonheart Guardians who witnessed this scene were deeply shocked. Immediately afterwards, 5 nitride bombs also flew to the front of the silver liquid ball and exploded. 5 balls of blue light appeared, and the silver ripples reappeared. The same strange thing happened. The 5 balls of blue light that had just exploded were instantly covered by the silver ripples before they had time to expand. The 5 balls of blue light were quickly condensed and turned into 5 huge blocks of ice that were visibly turned to the naked eye. In front of the huge silver sphere, 10 ice blocks were floating in the air, alternating between blue and white. This strange scene shocked the defense forces of the Yueshin base. The joy and excitement brought by the victory in the first battle have disappeared, replaced by panic and anxiety. Everyone, the enemy's mystery doesn't mean they're invincible. They're also flesh and blood, and they have lives, so they can still be killed. We are now facing a decisive battle, so we should abandon our fear and regain our confidence in victory. If any strange beast dares to cross the gate, kill it. Lin Ye's cold voice sounded from the communicator. After a moment of silence, countless resolute voices and divine thoughts emerged in the channel. Yes, kill the monster. Kill the monster. Kill. Kill. Just a few words boosted the low morale of the defenders at Yueshin base. Yun Ruijia had to admit Lin Ye's ability. Otherwise, why did others always take the main position while he could only be the deputy? Alas, there's a reason. For anything, talent, hard work, and luck are all indispensable. Report, there is new information about the silver liquid ball. The monitor's hurried tone brought Yun Ruijia back to his senses. Lin Yi, who was standing beside him, also walked closer. On the 3D holographic projection, the ripples on the silver ball began to roll violently, like a sudden change in weather over the ocean, a super hurricane brewing. The sound wave that had made people shudder before came again, and became even more violent. Order, all Kunluns and flying saucers, open the protective shields. Soon, all the aircraft opened their protective shields, but the pervasive sound waves easily penetrated the advanced protective light curtains. Who the hell is playing tricks on me? I want to find them and kill them. Yun Ruijia was very annoyed and cursed loudly. You! Lin Yi glared at him and shook his head helplessly. This guy's taste is too strong, isn't it? It's really unbearable. Look, something is coming out of the silver ball. The monitor's voice reminded them, and their eyes focused on the silver liquid ball again. The ripples rolling on the silver ball suddenly condensed, and a huge figure flashed out. Zoom in. Lin Yi gave the order, frowning, and the feeling of uneasiness in his heart became even stronger. The holographic image was enlarged, and the figure that just flashed was actually a standing silver sea lion. No, ordinary silver sea lions are not that big, and they don't have this kind of weird temperament. Captain, is this a siren? Its demeanor is too much like a woman's. Damn, it's so thick and strong. Yin Weijia's face turned pale. He remembered his bold words just now about doing it, and couldn't help but shudder. Damn, that was so careless. It should be the Silver Sea Lion Beast King. This thing is not easy to deal with. Lin Yi ignored Yun Weijia's embarrassment and spoke to himself. Deep in the space-time channel, the Silver Beast Star finally sent out their high-end combat force, the Beast King. The Silver Sea Lion King is a female, humanoid, with a thick waist, silver skin, and thick lips. Its skin is as hard as diamond, and its defense is top-notch, capable of withstanding the explosion of a billion-ton nuclear bomb at close range. Its main weapon is sonic attack. This fat monster, which looked like a small mountain when standing upright, actually had silver waist-length hair, charming eyes, and thick, slightly upturned lips. Damn, it's really an eyesore. What a tall and strong silver-skinned mermaid. Captain, fire and kill it. Out of sight, out of mind. Yin Weijia couldn't bear it anymore and wailed. Lin Ye's mouth twitched slightly, and he was about to give the order for a long-range attack. The siren moved. The mountain-like body was approaching rapidly, shaking with wave after wave of sound waves. Its speed is the same as the sound waves it emits, which can be superimposed. Strictly speaking, it is traveling on its own sound waves. The faster the sound waves are superimposed, the faster it is. In a blink of an eye, the silver-haired mermaid had crossed hundreds of kilometers, and a magnificent gate to another time and space was right in front of her. Attention all units, full fire coverage. Kunlun Aerospace Formation, activate high-intensity electromagnetic cannons. Close-range intercept. The speed at which the siren moved was so fast that it was almost like teleportation. In just a few blinks of an eye, it approached the door to the other time and space. The distance was too close, and missiles and weapons of mass destruction had no time to be launched, while other weapons were difficult to lock onto at such an abnormal speed. Therefore, we can only carry out full airspace fire coverage. Boom! 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 Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless artillery shells and electromagnetic coils, particle beams, and high-energy laser beams suddenly flooded the space within 300 kilometers before and after the space-time gate. The saturation attacks all over the sky once again confirmed the Chinese people's art of war command. The violent explosion and dense light net did not stop the siren's advance. As a sharp sound wave sounded, a passage suddenly appeared in the 300-kilometer Hellfire area, and a figure as tall and strong as a mountain rushed out. The door to another time and space was broken. In the moon's center space, the mermaid was suspended in the air, with her silver hair fluttering, and behind her was a sky full of artillery fire and light beams. The uncomfortable and creepy sound waves disappeared, but the appearance of the siren made people feel even more depressed. Stop the attack. All units retreat 500 kilometers. Seeing that the door to time and space was broken, Lin Yi decisively gave the order to retreat. In an instant, the densely packed anti-gravity suspension bunkers and locust-like flying saucers all retreated. Together with the Kunlun Aerospace Formation, they formed the last line of defense for the Yuexin base. Report, a large herd of beasts has appeared in the space-time channel, numbering 10 billion, and is approaching the space-time gate. Chapter 148, Chapter 148, The War Begins. Billions of beasts rushed in, filling up half of the space-time passage, and a war between humans and beasts began. Inside the Kunlu No. 1 command cabin, Lin Yi looked at the dark masses of strange beasts in the holographic projection with an extremely solemn expression. The Blue Star Alliance has made sufficient preparations to deal with the invasion from another world, but when they really faced it, they never expected the situation to be so serious. Not to mention the Beast King. There's also the top combat power Beast Emperor who has not yet appeared. These tens of billions of beasts alone are beyond the ability of the current Moon Heart-based defenders to handle. Orders. All floating bunkers. Concentrate your firepower to contain the Kraken. Other units. Cover the alien space-time gate with firepower to intercept the alien beast's invasion. Yes. As the order to attack was given, 2,000 giant bunkers opened fire at full power. The overwhelming particle cannons, laser cannons, and electromagnetic cannons pierced through the void of the moon's center and pounced on the distant siren. The formation, consisting of the Kunlun and a group of flying saucers, has locked all its weapons on the gate to another time and space farther away, just waiting for the arrival of the beast herd. Faced with the all-encompassing artillery fire, the mountain-sized siren also moved. It emitted a sharp sound wave that shook the heart for half a month, and its body approached rapidly. It was as if a real sound wave was approaching, like a hurricane sweeping across. And among the 2,000 bunkers suspended in the air, the front 300 or so suddenly began to crack and explode. The rest of the bunkers were also knocked down by the sonic waves, and the fierce artillery fire just now all stopped. The first round of attacks from a bunker did not stop or restrain the siren for long. In a blink of an eye, more than 300 bunkers were destroyed, and the guards in the remaining bunkers were all buried or knocked unconscious by the sound waves. Half of the Yueshin Guard's combat power was lost. At this time, the herd of tens of billions of beasts had just approached the gate to another time and space. According to the plan, the Kunlun and the Flying Saucer Cluster will launch long-range missiles and lasers to destroy and intercept the invading beasts as much as possible. But the approaching Kraken and the suddenly ineffective floating bunkers completely disrupted the defense plan. All Kunluns and Flying Saucers immediately initiate teleportation. Target: 300 kilometers northwest of the space-time gate. Seeing that the situation was critical, Lin Yi decisively adjusted his battle strategy and used teleportation to avoid the mermaid's close attack. 6 seconds later, the Kunlun aerospace ship and the Flying Saucer formation disappeared out of thin air and appeared in the airspace northwest of the space-time gate. At the same time, a herd of tens of billions of beasts were approaching the gate. All units of the formation, firepower covers 500 kilometers of airspace outside the gate. Tsar hydrogen bombs and enriched nitride bombs are launched in batches. As Kunlun No. 1 issued its combat order, nearly 10,000 electromagnetic circles, particle beams, and laser beams passed through the light gate and pierced the beast herd. The fleet unleashed its remaining 300 Tsar and enriched nitrogen bombs, carrying a devastating aura as they flew into the air above the beasts further away. The overwhelming first round of attacks hit the beasts in the front. A deafening roar sounded, and the column of strange beasts approaching at high speed showed a hint of chaos and stagnation. But the damage was not high, because the Silver Sea Lion, as the vanguard, used its abnormal defense to block most of the firepower. Then, 300 Tsar hydrogen bombs and nitride bombs exploded one after another, and the middle and rear sections of the dense herd of beasts once again experienced the world-destroying ice and fire. Half of the herd of hundreds of billions of beasts were wiped out by this horrific explosion, and the exotic beasts suffered heavy losses. But the remaining beasts, unafraid of life and death, charged forward under the dense human artillery fire. Report: the Tsar hydrogen bomb and enriched nitrogen bomb have been cleared. Report: deep space probes indicate that there are another 4.8 billion alien beasts approaching. It is predicted that they will break through our final fire blockade in 16 minutes. Alert, alert! The siren is approaching at high speed from behind our formation. Estimated arrival time: 1 minute 15 seconds. On the Kunlun No. 1 command ship, Lin Ye's face was pale, and a trace of blood appeared on his lips due to nervousness. He licked it and swallowed the fishy taste hole. As the last defensive force of the Moonheart base, the first aerospace fleet has reached its most dangerous moment. There are endless ferocious beasts coming in front of them, and there is the sea monster, the powerful beast king that is so powerful that it makes people despair, behind them. Captain, let's fight. Send a group of ships to hold back the siren first. We'll kill as many of the beasts ahead as we can. Yun Ruijia was unusually serious, and his expression became extremely solemn. He knew that if they could not stop this wave of enemy attacks, their only outcome would be a heroic sacrifice. If the moon is lost, the blue planet will be in danger. I can't believe that the difference in the level of cosmic civilization is so huge. Our initial thoughts were too optimistic, or rather, too naive. The foundation of every second-level civilization is not something we can easily shake. Lin Yi stared at the holographic projection in a daze. Outside the door, to the different time and space, countless huge monsters were getting closer and closer. It won't be long before these alien enemies break through humanity's defenses and completely submerge Blue Star civilization. Captain, what's wrong? Are you scared? Yin Ruijia saw that Lin Yi was a little distracted and couldn't help asking. Afraid? We've all died once. So what's there to be afraid of? I just feel a little emotional. So, are we just going to give up like this? Why not get one last try? We must fight. We just need to do our best to intercept the beasts and leave the rest to others. Who are we leaving it to? That one behind is a super abnormal sea monster. Could it be the Star-Lord? Xia Yu. You're right, it's him. The silver-haired siren stepped on the harsh sound waves and quickly approached the distant aerospace cluster. Before its figure arrived, a huge deterrent was already looming. Still a few breaths away from the fleet, the charming yet cold face of the siren was clearly visible. A surge of divine thoughts rushed towards the fleet. Little bugs from another world. Wait for the Lord of Destruction to come. You can't escape. Everyone on the fleet received this message. An invisible fear and despair suddenly filled everyone's heart and could not be shaken off. Although we know that it is wrong to be afraid at this time, no one can help it. In battle, collective panic is the most terrifying because it can instantly crush the remaining morale and then lead to a crushing defeat. Really? Who are you calling a bug? The silver-haired mermaid who was acting recklessly suddenly received a powerful divine sense, and a cold voice penetrated into its head without any hindrance. The siren's body shook as it dodged, and it suddenly stopped in the air, causing a circle of ripples visible to the naked eye. Who is it? The siren instinctively sent out a search message in all directions, but there was no one within hundreds of miles. P.S. Thank you for the gifts sent by the following people. Thank you for your support along the way. I have been busy with work recently and feel guilty about it. Thank you. Qin Shu Bao, who loves begging grass. Qing Feng Donghua, August Snow Peak, the great god riding a motorcycle, salt and pepper rice candy, and Muhan Han, who loves drunken chicken. Chapter 149 Chapter 149 Swallowed. Small world upgraded to 8th level. Don't look for it. Redneck, you can't see me. The cold divine consciousness invaded again, like a sharp ice knife, piercing into the sea monster's sea of consciousness without emotion. Stop playing tricks, little bug. Show up and fight if you dare. The siren put away her charming demeanor, and like tangible sound waves, it spread out in all directions, wave after wave. The space within hundreds of miles around was distorted. The Beast King from another world. Is this all he can do? Sigh. How disappointing. This sound that kept penetrating into the sea of consciousness completely angered the mermaid. It screamed, and its body expanded again, turning into a silver mountain. Terrifying sound waves pierced the thin air, blowing the distant Kunlun fleet and the flying saucers all over the place. All right, if you don't show up, I'll kill all those little bugs. Destroy them. The siren's silver hair fluttered as it flew towards the human fleet in the distance. You don't stand a chance. Before he finished speaking, the siren's high-speed moving figure suddenly stopped, and the flow of air and sound around it became still. It seemed that in an instant, the whole world came to an absolute standstill. A man in black appeared from the air 200 meters in front of the siren. He glanced at the siren's massive body with disdain and muttered to himself, "It's so ugly and disgusting." As he spoke, his spiritual consciousness moved and the mermaid disappeared. The powerful Beast King of the second-level civilization was killed instantly. Time began to flow again. In the chaotic space, the mermaid that Xia Yu had captured had no time to think before it was pulled by an irresistible force of heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a ball of rich purple air. The purple energy vibrated and merged with the primordial purple energy overflowing from the Pearl of Time, causing the small world space to once again experience a wave of creation vibrations. The small world that has been upgraded to the 7th high level has finally shown signs of upgrading. In addition to purple, ore, and Hongmeng purple energy, Xia Yu has another way to upgrade his small world, collecting exotic beasts. However, Xia Yu recently discovered that after the 7th level, it is becoming increasingly difficult to upgrade the small world, and the energy required for future upgrades is estimated to be a huge amount. The primordial purple energy overflowing from the Pearl of Time is no longer sufficient to advance to the next level in the short term. Therefore, hunting a large number of exotic beasts is the most effective method. However, there is still a huge difference in the help that ordinary exotic beasts can provide to the upgrade of a small world compared to top-level beast kings and beast emperors. In this battle, the tenacity of the human defenders attracted the Beast King Siren, and Xia Yu couldn't help but show up. I wonder what the upgraded 8th level small world will be like. It's almost time for the upgrade, just a little bit away. At this time, a group of 4.8 billion alien beasts have approached the gate of different time and space. Less than 100 kilometers away, these ferocious creatures will invade the moon's heart and begin to wreak havoc on the human world. Captain, the enemy has crossed the cordon. Why haven't you issued the attack order yet? Yun Weijia stared at the herd of beasts that were getting closer and closer, his heart in his throat. What was strange was that Lin Yi, who was always very decisive, remained silent and did not issue any order to intercept and fire. No need. Someone will take care of it. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief and turned on the communicator. Attention, all units. Attention, all units. The Kraken has been eliminated. First Squadron abandons interception of the herd. All units retreat 200 kilometers. The order was conveyed, and the 1st Aerospace Squadron began to teleport and retreat to the rear. Yun Weijia, who was confused, realized that the figure of the mermaid monitored by the holographic projection had disappeared at some point. The Star-Lord has arrived, and he told us to retreat first. Lin Yi said this in a surprisingly calm tone, as if any problem, no matter how big, could be solved as long as Xia Yu was around. Damn, what a mistake. Why didn't I pay attention to the battle scene between the Star-Lord and the Kraken? Yun Weijia cried out in frustration. What's there to be concerned about? It's still a one-shot kill. Well, in front of the gate to the other time and space, billions of alien beasts surged in. The Silver Sea Lion beast, who rushed to the front, first saw a human in black, standing in front of the gate with his hands behind his back, looking lonely and arrogant. The figure of the human in black appeared so thin and tiny under the magnificent gate of different time and space. Go over there and crush this little bug. The tyrannical divine thoughts surged from the beasts. The space shook, and countless huge figures rushed towards Xia Yu frantically. What's the point of being thick and strong? Isn't it just for me to level up? Xia Yu glanced at the endless herd of beasts with disdain and smiled happily. The next moment, many people in the command cabins of the Kunlun and the Flying Saucer saw a shocking scene through holographic projection. The group of strange beasts that surged forward like a tsunami started 1 kilometer in front of Xia Yu and were suddenly swallowed up, like a group of sheep rushing into a bottomless abyss, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This strange devouring force spread rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, most of the huge herd of 4.8 billion beasts had disappeared. By the time the remaining group of strange beasts realized that the situation was not good, disaster had already arrived quickly. In less than half a minute, the endless group of strange beasts were devoured. Inside the various cabins of the First Fleet, there was complete silence. This scene overturned everyone's perception. It turns out that war can be fought this way. In the face of absolute strength, no matter how huge the number is, it is just trash. After completing the collection of the strange beast, Xia Yu glanced at the distant deep space. A silver ball the size of half a moon was floating quietly. A ray of extremely powerful spiritual consciousness peeked out from the silver ball, and as soon as it came into contact with Xia Yu's spiritual consciousness, it separated again. Damn little bug. Wait for my true form to appear. The silver ball disappeared and escaped into the depths of another time and space. This divine thought was familiar to Xia. It was the powerful existence that he first came into contact with in the channel of different time and space. Xia Yu pondered for a while, then waved his hand, and a huge layer of spiritual light curtain sealed the entire door to the different time and space. With his spiritual protection, the next invasion from another world will not pass so easily. After doing all this, Xia Yuan disappeared into the void. Bye! The 8th level of the Stargate's small world has been upgraded to the initial stage. Sodidifit Dehan. The first level, Valley. The second level, Grassland. The third level, Planting Plains. The 4th level, Freshwater Lakes. 5th level, Forest. The 6th level, the Ocean. The 7th level, the Mineral Continent. New upgraded terrain. The 8th level, Glacier, with an initial area of 123 million square kilometers, can be upgraded and expanded by integrating similar terrain. The 8th level of the small world is actually a glacier. This pristine glacier, covering over 100 million square kilometers, is almost the size of 10 Antarctica continents. It includes icebergs, glaciers, ice fields, snow swamps, caves, and ice oceans. The complex and varied polar landscape is home to countless animal species from both the north and south poles of the blue planet. Adorable penguins, silly seals, agile skuas and snow petrels, as well as killer whales, Antarctic wolves, dusky dolphins, etc. Gray polar bears, giant sea whales, fur seals, walruses, lemmings, sea lions, musk oxen, graylings, bald eagles, Arctic grouse, gray wolves, etc. In the sea water beneath the ice layer, there lives a huge number of purple ice krill. It is even more amazing than Antarctic krill, with a super strong reproductive capacity. One shrimp cyst can produce thousands of shrimp eggs. The key is that long-term consumption by humans can quickly change their physical condition, enhance brain development, and prolong life. The residents of the small world have obtained another treasure. On the other hand, the freshwater reserves of this glacier alone are more than 8 times the total freshwater reserves of the blue planet. It can be said that with the current population of 100 million in the small world, even if recycling is not possible, it is estimated that it will not be squandered in hundreds of millions of years. The small world's associated main body has been upgraded. Physique, God level, strength, God level, speed, God level, brain development, 92%. Special abilities. Spiritual consciousness transfer. Any object can be transferred by spiritual consciousness, and the transfer distance limit is unlimited. Teleportation. Within the direct coverage of spiritual consciousness. Unobstructed radius. 6.08 million kilometers. Obstacle radius. 102,400 kilometers. Super mind control. Can invade and control all networks, satellites, mechanical software, human brains, animals, microorganisms, etc. Cell disguise. The superintelligent brain can control the reorganization and arrangement of cells throughout the body and change the skin, bones, appearance, skin color, hair color, pupil fingerprints, voice, smell, age, etc. at will. Cell remodeling and regeneration. Keep the body youthful permanently. Wounds heal automatically and instantly, and be in sync with all things in the small world, extending life indefinitely. Distortion light, invisibility. Special ability upgrades. Time freeze. The space and time within the range of consciousness can be instantly frozen for 7 seconds, and the subject of the spell will not be affected. The spell can be performed once within half an hour. Although this upgrade was only to the initial 8th level, it opened a wider door and window for Xia Yu. Chapter 150. Longevity of the New Humanity. The Blue Star Alliance suffered heavy losses in the first round of war with alien beasts, but also learned profound lessons. When faced with high-end combat forces above the Beast King, it is difficult for humans to cope because the level difference is too great. Enemies with high-end combat power can only be dealt with by Star Lord Xia Yu. After the war, the Blue Star Alliance focused its preparations on ordinary beast groups. When facing a large herd of beasts, saturation firepower is the only option. As a result, Blue Star began to build Kunlun and flying saucers on a large scale, especially the highly destructive Tsar and enriched nitrogen bombs, which they devoted all their efforts to manufacture. In addition, the Alliance did not collect any useful information about the disappearance of Kunlun 2. Deep space exploration and Xia Yu's spiritual sense scans have not found any trace of it, not even a small piece of debris. Therefore, the biggest possibility is that Kunlun 2 was captured by alien beasts. The small world was upgraded to the initial stage of level 8, which also brought about a qualitative change in Xia Yu's physique, strength, and speed. For the first time, Xia Yu stepped from the mortal level to the god level. In other words, from this moment on, Xia Yu officially entered the ranks of the powerful beings in cosmic civilization and possessed the ability to travel through the stars in his physical body. When the brain development reaches 92%, it has completely subverted the existing scientific cognitive system of mankind. Xia Yu now has only the rules of time that he cannot master. He can freely travel through the space within the range of his spiritual awareness, and can even control and change it. One teleportation can reach 6.08 million kilometers and can control the power of space. Such a miracle is like a god to mortals. After possessing a divine body, every cell in Xia Yu's body has been reborn. His identity as the master of the small world allows him to live in sync with this world and have an unlimited lifespan. Among the special skills, Xia Yu's ability to stop time has been extended to 7 seconds. With the extended stop time, there are more things that can be done. But Xia Yu is not satisfied with this. His ultimate goal is to control time and become a master. In this small world, 100 million Chinese people seem to be living in a happy paradise. People no longer have to worry about hunger, cold, and disease. They just need to live their lives to the fullest and use their personal strengths in their work. Inexhaustible resources, tens of thousands of years of accumulation of the two civilizations on Blue Star, plus intelligence that is 2 levels higher than that of the old humans on Blue Star. Let the small world develop by leaps and bounds. Stargate Space Science Research Institute, supported by mature anti-gravity theories, has produced more advanced curvature engine prototypes. Once the experiment is successful, the small world will be the first to transcend the first-level civilization and enter the prototype of the second-level civilization. Therefore, the design and construction of future interstellar curvature spacecraft has officially been put on the agenda. I believe that it won't be long before interstellar travel is no longer a dream for humans. Sister Yina, I have to work overtime again tonight. You and Grandma and Grandpa don't have to wait for me for dinner. At the Stargate Space Science Institute, Xia Yu, who is already a core member of the computer programming team, sent a voice message on the holographic communicator. Then, she smoothed up her messy hair, pinned it with a purple hairpin, and buried her head in front of the computer again. Bye. Tang Yina, who was arranging work at the health department, received a message. She clicked on the virtual display screen on her wrist and saw that it was from Xia Yu. She couldn't help but smile. This little girl must have devoted herself to her work and forgotten to eat and sleep. After listening to the voice message, Tang Yina sent back a hug emoji and said, "Remember to eat on time and take care of yourself. Bye." A few seconds later, she received a reply from Xia Yu. "I know. Remember to think of me, and don't think of that guy Xia Yu. Humph, he hasn't been back for many days." After reading it, Tang Yina laughed, shook her head, and continued to arrange the work of her subordinates. The busiest place in the entire Stargate world right now is the Space Science Research Institute, where Xia Yu works. They often work overtime for several days, day and night. There is no other way. As the vanguard in leading the small world to advance to the second-level civilization, the Institute of Science has the heaviest task and the greatest pressure. Although Xia Yu seems a little careless and crazy at ordinary times, once she starts working seriously, she works harder than anyone else. This often made Tang Yina feel very distressed, but there was nothing she could do. She didn't understand the work at such a high level and couldn't help. The only good thing is that with the support of work, Xia Yu spends less time mentioning Xia Yu in front of her. On the contrary, the work at the health department, where Tang Yina works, is extremely leisurely because the residents here have basically gotten rid of the troubles of disease. Nowadays, in the small world hospital, except for the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, other departments have become deserted. Medical personnel are of course happy to have some free time and have gradually shifted their research from disease diagnosis and treatment to how to make humans live longer. The average lifespan of 300 years in the small world, actually equivalent to 400 years on the blue planet, is not their ultimate goal. Perhaps in the future, they can live to 500 years old, or even surpass the 1,500 years of the underground people. The dream of immortality for this new group of humans is actually not out of reach. As the master of the small world and the blue planet, Xia Yu has gained the ability to live forever. His biggest goal, now, was no longer simply to stay alive, but to ascend to the top of the hierarchy as quickly as possible before the group around him grew old, achieving collective immortality. After staying on the Blue Star for a few days, Xia Yu entered the space-time channel alone and explored for billions of kilometers. Apart from layers of emptiness, he could not find any trace of life, not even starlight or cosmic dust. There are occasional void, turbulence, and dark matter. But other than that, this channel is almost empty. How did the strange beasts of Silver Beast Star cross the layers of space and appear so precisely in front of the portal to another time and space? They must have a special method. But Xia Yu believed that no matter what method was used, it would definitely come at a huge price. Otherwise, the alien beast would have invaded the Blue Star at will. After returning from the space-time channel, Xia Yu returned to the small world. Today's small world has entered a process of harmonious coexistence between man and nature, while scientific and technological civilization is developing rapidly. The mature application of clean hydrogen energy cycle technology and controlled nuclear fusion technology has completely solved the world's energy problem. Efficient social collaboration and rapidly developing scientific and technological productivity have given Xia Yu hope of realizing the ultimate dream of mankind. It is very tiring to pull a cart alone, but it is different to sit in the cart and guide the direction. During this process, he could have lived a little more comfortably and lived the life he wanted. For example, playing a song with Grandpa and Grandma, climbing up Batsi Mountain with Tang Yina to see the beautiful scenery, and digging fresh bamboo shoots. The two of them dug some bamboo shoots and caught some green carp from the mountain stream on a sunny day. Then, at a corner of a mountain road, I would secretly hide in the bamboo forest and do something shameful. Afterwards, Tang Yina would definitely blush and bite Xia Yu's arm hard. "Xia Yu, you're such a bad guy. I'll never go up the mountain with you again." "Really? Huh." Xia Yu had heard Tang Yina's angry words countless times, but it was okay to just hear them. Anyway, it couldn't be taken seriously, huh? Now that I have a beautiful woman by my side, I only envy the mandarin ducks and not the immortals. The mundane worldly affairs and love between men and women are the joy of life and the meaning of human existence. Otherwise, if you live a boring life, what's the point even if you can live for 1,000,000 years? Chapter 151. Chapter 151. This arrow is so dazzling. The second year of the Stargate era. 2 years had passed in the small world unknowingly, which was exactly 3 years in Blue Star time. This year, the small world as a whole entered the 1.8 level civilization, finally surpassing the underground people Hohana and becoming the community closest to the second level civilization in human history. The first curvature spacecraft has been successfully developed and tested and has officially entered the construction phase. The human dream of interstellar travel is getting closer and closer. During this period, apart from occasionally visiting Blue Star and Uxin, Xia Yu spent most of his time in his small world, traveling with Mei, shopping, eating delicious food, and enjoying the mountains and rivers. Although the small world is big, there is no place he cannot go. Of course, most of the time, Xia Yu stayed in the valley, living in his grandmother's old building at the foot of the mountain. In addition to Grandma and Grandpa, Tang Yina was also in the small building. Xia Yu would come back every now and then to stay for a few days. Once she came back, she would stick around Xia Yu and his wife, letting Xia Yu experience the feeling of being hugged by them. Tang Yina seemed to be happy with Xia Yu's intervention, so Xia Yu dared to commit the crime so blatantly. In fact, whether it was Tang Yina, Xia Yu, Xia Yu, or even Grandma, Grandpa, and other people in the small world, they all seem to have let go of this point a long time ago. We have all transformed into new humans with a lifespan of hundreds of years, and will probably live even longer in the future. Is it still necessary to care about the inherent secular concepts of the past? Besides, Xia Yuka is the master of the world, possessing the strength of a powerful cosmic figure and almost endless years. Isn't it normal to have a few beautiful girls around you who like you? Resources will always favor the strong. The stronger you are, the more resources you will get. This is an iron law of the universe, no matter where you are. This is true in all walks of life, including daily work, life, study, and even the distribution of resources between men and women. Recently, you can look at the novels on the platform. The more top-notch the author is, the more popular the data is, and the greater the traffic is. The principle is the same. The days of being a valley hermit are leisurely and comfortable. Xia Yu would occasionally take Tang Yina back to the wooden house under the world tree to recall their first time and then discuss life in depth with each other. Although it is called a valley, its actual area is 380,000 square kilometers, which is equivalent to the area of Yunnan province in China. Have you ever seen a valley as big as a province? No, right? But among the 8 small world terrains, the valley area is still the smallest. However, when it comes to the variety and beauty of the scenery, the valley undoubtedly ranks first. After all, the original scenery of the valley is like a fairyland, and it is integrated with many famous and outstanding landforms, such as Juzhegu and Butterfly Valley. The beauty of the valley is unparalleled in ancient and modern times. Of the 100 million residents in the small world, 70% are concentrated in the valley, including the capital Stargate City and 4 cities with a population of over 10 million. This basically encompasses more than 90% of the political, economic, cultural, and educational functions of the small world. Another 15% of the population lives on the grasslands, undertaking the vast majority of animal husbandry, agricultural machinery, and processing of agricultural and animal husbandry byproducts. More than 95% of the small world's aerospace and high-tech research and development are also concentrated on the prairie. The planting plain, which has achieved fully intelligent and automated mechanical management, is home to only 10% of the small world's residents, most of whom are agricultural researchers and farming population. The last habitable place in the small world is the island in the middle of the freshwater lake. This large island, which has completed integration and upgrading, covers an area of 15,000 square kilometers and is home to 5 million residents who make their livings in fishing and aquatic product processing. Other terrains, such as forests, oceans, mineral continents, and glaciers, have been preserved in their most pristine state, with no large-scale construction or development taking place. In addition to Tang Yina and Xia Yu, there's another beauty living in the valley. She is the youngest and first chief executive of the small world, Yibing. However, Yibing has been living in Stargate City for a long time and is a real workaholic. She has very little time to spend with Xia Yu. There was no other way. Xia Yu, who had the ability to reach his destination with just thoughts, could only find opportunities to meet with Yibing. Every time Yibing missed him, he would appear immediately. Wow, who else has this kind of boyfriend power? With the continuous upgrading of the small world, the world tree reached the realm of 9 dragons and was filled with purple energy. The 2 miracles, the sun and the moon, have been completely conceived and formed. Every morning, the fiery red sun rises from the distant east, accompanied by morning glow and purple air, filling the world with vibrant vitality. When night falls, the bright moon will climb up from the sea level into the night sky, and its pure and gentle silver light will cover the sea and the earth. At this time, 2 pretty and beautiful figures would always sit on the roof of the pilgrimage temple, holding up their delicate cheeks and staring at the bright moon in a trance. "Sister, do you think there's someone living on the moon?" Yu, who was somewhat delicate and introverted, asked softly. "Silly, how could there be someone on the moon? Could it be your sweetheart?" Looking at her sister's demented expression, Yu raised her red lips and sighed. "Ah, you're not thinking about your brother too, are you? Sister, aren't you?" Yui's face suddenly turned red, and she retorted. "Well, I miss him too. How long has it been since he last came to see us?" "I'm counting. It's been 1 day and 26 hours. Huh, why does it feel like it's taking so long? Of course. Have you forgotten that there are 36 hours in a day in the small world? What should I do? I keep thinking about him." The beautiful twin sisters were immersed in self-pity, but the person they missed was less than 10 feet away from them. Xia Yu, hidden in the night, quietly watched the infatuated pair of girls, shook his head and sighed, then turned and disappeared. In the silent night sky, colorful fireflies are like stars. Suddenly, the fireflies in the night sky all flew towards the pilgrimage temple. The colorful lights gradually gathered into a few large, sparkling characters, so magnificent and dazzling in the night sky. "I miss you too." Looking at the 5 big words formed by fireflies in the sky, the Yu sisters jumped up in surprise, and they covered their mouths and exclaimed in surprise at the same time. "For lines of tears burst out of my eyes, like night, dew wedding to blooming, night blooming serious. It's him. It's with my brother. It turns out that he has always known that we miss him. Woo. Brother, and I miss us too. Woo." An immense sense of happiness filled their hearts. At this moment, all the beauty in the world was not as beautiful as these 5 romantic words. "Damn, Xia Yu, are you still human? Such a heinous thing can be done. How do you make all the men in the world feel? I almost forgot. You're no longer a human being. You've become a god." These 5 eye-catching and brilliant characters danced gracefully, illuminating the entire world like a dream. In the valley, Xia Yu stood on the balcony of the old building, her face full of unhappiness. She shook Tang Yina's arm and complained. "Sister Yina, this must have been done by this guy Xia Yu. It's so disgusting. The words are written all over the sky. His tail is almost up in the sky, right? Why don't you do anything about him?" Tang Yina smiled sweetly, reached out and touched Xia Yu's face, and said with a smile, "Are you stupid? You don't allow Xia Yu to write to us. Just feel it with your heart. Why bother with calculations?" In the administrative building, Yibing, who had just finished his work, was stretching his aching waist. Outside the terrace, the suddenly brilliant night sky caught her attention. She looked up at the sky curiously, and the colorful fireflies shining in the night came into her sight. These words that suddenly appeared in the night sky seemed to have a kind of magic attached to them. Even though they were thousands of miles away, she could still see them, and they also penetrated into her heart. "Is that you, Xia Yu? The corners of Yi Bing's mouth curved slightly, and a happy smile unconsciously appeared on her cold and beautiful face. Somewhere in the prairie, the former future city has now been transformed into the Stargate Mineral Resources Research and Development Base. On the top floor of a 20-story building, Gao Lan, who had just been elected Minister of Resources, stood quietly in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window. The moonlight shone on her beautiful face with a hint of coldness and loneliness. Gao Lan looked out at the night sky, those flickering words filling her pupils. She murmured to herself, "Xia Yu, have you ever thought of me for a moment?" On the top of Xiefeng Mountain, the beautiful Tang Yina stood gracefully, gazing up at the distant night sky in trance. For some reason, those big words flying in the night suddenly penetrated into her heart and disturbed her calm state of mind. At this moment, junior sister Chun, who has always been as elegant as a fairy and has no concern for worldly affairs, suddenly thought of something and her pretty face turned red. Her breathing became a little rapid, and her towering chest rose and fell. Chen Yin frowned in annoyance. With a raise of his left hand, a silver bow appeared, and he put an arrow on it with his right hand and drew the bowstring to full length. Whoosh! A flash of silver lightning streaked across the night sky and crossed the distant horizon in the blink of an eye. Bump! A huge sound of air vibrations was heard, and the large firefly characters in the night sky were instantly shattered, scattering in all directions like colorful fireworks. This arrow is so cool. Are you still feeling proud? You scoundrel. Chen Yun, who had calmed down, smiled with satisfaction. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and on her beautiful and refined face, a stunning smile rippled gently like moonlight in the water. Chapter 152. Come on, have fun. Chen Yun's arrow. Shoot through Xia Yu's high profile and teasing. It also penetrated Chen Yun's own obscure thoughts. It turned out that the little fairy was not detached from the world. When she sees beautiful things, she will be moved and can't help but feel jealous. It is said that if a fairy is tempted by mortal desires, even the emperor cannot stop her. This is the case with Chen Yun at this moment. After the arrow shattered the firefly that night, Xia and this man began to appear frequently in her mind unconsciously. That handsome face always had a faint smile on it, which could not be shaken off, which made Chen Yun very distressed. Master Feng Ling once said that she did not lose her hair to enter the door because she was destined to have a love tribulation in the mortal world. If she could overcome it, she would be able to establish herself and achieve enlightenment, and the world would be vast and boundless. If she fails, her Taoist heart will be broken, and Dao Mingyan, and she will no longer have any fate. Chen Yun lamented inwardly. Now that the evil fate had come, it was impossible to avoid it. He could only throw himself into it. The outcome depended on his luck. I never thought this disaster would happen at this time, and I never thought it would happen to Xia and this person. Sigh. It really is fate. Xia Yu didn't know Chen Yun's complicated thoughts, and of course he didn't care, because he's been too busy recently, busy eating, drinking, having fun, and traveling. In the words of Deng Deguang and Oh Man, this dog, this man and woman. Come on, have fun, there's plenty of time. Come on, spend it all, there are still hundreds of years of good time left. Do you understand the feeling of being invincible and having plenty of young years to squander? Of course you won't understand, because you have to earn money to support your family, worry about relationships, be distracted by trivial household chores, be anxious about your studies, and worry about the future. Only occasionally, when you immerse yourself in novels and games, will you feel that your youth is still alive? The capital of the Stargate small world, the largest city in the small world, Stargate City. In the bustling commercial East District, there's a food street that houses thousands of Chinese cuisine restaurants. At lunchtime, the energetic Lu Qi was standing under a striking sign. Lu's secret recipe of pork stomach and chicken. Since moving in, the small world's high-quality natural ingredients and spring-like water have taken Lu's signature dishes to a higher level. Today, Lu's pig stomach chicken is well known far and wide, and business is booming. With the rapid increase in the population of the small world, the original work point system is no longer sufficient to support the current rapidly developing social situation. After discussions, economists and administrative departments launched a tradable electronic currency, Starcoin, based on the work point system. The rich resources and highly developed scientific and technological civilization of the small world have basically realized the ideal that only exists in the world of great harmony, distribution according to needs. But under the premise of unlimited material and spiritual abundance, a healthy and moderate business atmosphere can further enhance interaction between people and stimulate social vitality. This calligraphy is a perfect match for a sign. Lu Qi stood under the sign of his own restaurant, his face intoxicated, muttering to himself. In the entire Stargate food industry, I, Lu Qi, am probably the only one who can obtain the Star Lord and the divine calligraphy treasure, right? Ha! The 7 elegant characters above his head came from Xia Yu. Lu Qi's silly smile did not affect the diners who had booked seats early or came here specifically to take photos and check in. Boss Lu, since this is the only place here, it wouldn't be unreasonable for me to ask you for a private room, right? A clear voice sounded. Lu Qi's whole body was shocked, and he turned around suddenly, exclaiming, Xia, Star Master. Shoo, keep a low profile. Do you have a private room? Just the 3 of us. Yes, of course. Since the Star Lord has come, we have everything you need. Okay, then lead the way. Lu Qi suppressed his excitement and happily took Xia Yu to a quiet private room. It's still the same 3 things. You can handle the rest as you wish. Xia Yu sat down and spoke casually. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Lu Qi nodded and bowed, then hurried to the kitchen to instruct them to prepare the dishes. Xia Yu's current identity and status are already unattainable, but he still maintains a people-friendly style. It is a blessing for people like Lu Qi to have such a Star Master. Therefore, the encounters in life are often so wonderful. Some people will naturally soar to success if they make the right choice, which is more important than any effort you make. Lu Qi's greatest success in his life was not the creation of Lu's pig stomach chicken, but his choice to cling to Xia Yu. Come on, squander it. You have plenty of time anyway. When Xia Yu heard the out-of-tune singing outside the box door, he knew that Deng Deguang had arrived. This guy has been the Minister of Construction for 2 years, but he still looks like he hasn't grown up. I am speechless. The sturdy Deng Deguang and the charming Oh Man pushed the door open side by side. Deng Deguang shouted as he entered. Shadow, I miss you so much. You keep disappearing. Are you forgetting about us now that you've become the Star Lord? Huh, how could that be? Look, didn't I invite you guys to dinner today? Xia Yu smiled, glanced at the 2 friends who had followed him the earliest, and nodded with satisfaction. Well, with their current physical condition, living to 500 years old is not a problem. What would a young person think if he suddenly knew that he could live another 500 years without worrying about illness and had endless resources? The natural reaction of a normal person is, come on, have fun, spend your money, there's still plenty of time. No wonder this guy keeps chanting this sentence over and over in the voice chat all day long. It turns out he is speaking from his heart. Although Deng Deguang is a bit immature, his performance also indirectly reveals the people's sentiments and customs in this small world. In today's small world, people's love for life and expectations for the future have reached an unprecedented peak. Xia Yu, were you the one who made those big Firefly characters a while ago? How romantic. Oh Man, who still had a pretty wheat-colored face, approached Xia Yu mysteriously and asked in a low voice. Hey, why are you so close? They don't even know you. Seeing this, Deng Deguang pulled Oh Man away. Tis, what's it to you? I don't see you writing a few words for me in the sky. Oh Man powdered her pretty little mouth and muttered. I wouldn't do something so stupid and silly. Deng Deguang immediately became intimidated when he heard this and responded in a low voice. Bah, coward, you speak so confidently, but you don't have any manliness at all. I don't have the courage. Look at my strong arms and muscles. Oh Man, you can say whatever you want, but you can't say I don't have the courage of a man. Damn, do you call this courage? You call this brute force, okay? Looking at the daily banter between these 2 funny guys, Xia Yu couldn't help but laugh and said, all right, you 2, quarreling is healthier. Now that you're tired of quarreling, why don't you eat? Waiter, serve the food. Okay. The vast planting plain is experiencing the 4th harvest festival of this year. The endless golden sea of rice undulates with the wind under the bright sunshine, emitting wisps of refreshing rice fragrance. On the long ridge of the field, Xia Binglin, who had been busy for another season, walked leisurely towards the golden Hoji Terrace, not far away. Xia Binglin's simple and honest face was filled with a smile of harvest. Although he has long been accustomed to big harvests, every time at this moment he still feels a great sense of pride and happiness in his heart. Today's cultivated plains produce enough grain and various crops each year to feed tens of billions of people. Moreover, with the upgrade of the small world and the optimization of the environment, the soil, water, and air here have become infinitely close to the legendary spiritual level. Water and soil close to the spiritual level can naturally produce quasi-spiritual level food and agricultural products. And they will play an indispensable role in the longevity of the new human beings. In addition to the launch of the fourth season's bumper harvest today, Oh Guodong, director of the Institute of Plant and Animal Ecology, has another big news to announce. Xia Binglin has always been looking forward to Oh Guodong's research results. But it's been almost 10 minutes since the agreed time. Why hasn't this unreliable guy come yet? Could it be that this guy stayed up all night again last night? Chapter 153. I also want to taste the taste of love. Lu's signature dish, the secret recipe of pig stomach and chicken, is indeed worthy of its reputation. Relying on the higher quality ingredients from the small world, coupled with water quality close to that of the spiritual spring, and Lu Qi's original secret process, the simple pig stomach and chicken has become a peerless delicacy. Even Deng Deguang, who has always been very picky about food, praised it highly. Oh Man next to her ate with relish, completely disregarding her ladle-like image. When it comes to food, Deng Deguang and Oh Man are both true foodies. Otherwise, it would be impossible for this man and woman to have such similar tastes. After work, they often wander together in the streets and alleys of the city, looking for food. Shadow, the pig stomach chicken you recommended, is really good. It's authentic and has a unique flavor. After eating and drinking his fill, Deng Deguang touched his round belly and exclaimed in admiration. Of course, I used to come here often when I was in Future City. I didn't expect the food to taste even better after we moved in. Xia Yu proudly reiterated his achievements. Did you see the sign at the door? I wrote it. The boss is my high school classmate. He's very smart. He sees the opportunity of the Chinese cuisine rescue plan I initiated and moved in. Wow, Xia Yu, it turns out that so many delicious foods have been passed down. Is it your credit? I admire you so much. I've decided to abandon Deng Deguang for 3 minutes, so I could be obsessed with you for a while. Oh Man approached Xia Yu with stars in her eyes, which made Deng Deguang beside her grit his teeth, but he dared not say anything. Xia Yu, you know what? I've already tried half of the 4,326 restaurants and snack bars in this food street in Xingmen City. What about Taiyu Hot Pot, Hoji Mutton Restaurant, Tai Pickled Fish, Zhouhei Duck, Spicy Chicken, Husband and Wife Lung Slices, Baked Lobster, Mapo Tofu, Spicy Crayfish, Gillen Rice Noodles, Salty Tofu Pudding, Spicy Soup, Stone Ground Rice Noodle Rolls, Hot and Sour Rice Noodles, Hot Dry Noodles, Northeaster Dumplings, Steamed Buns with Mutton, Cold Noodles. TSK, each has its own flavor. I still have half left, and I will try to finish it all within 2 years, and then move on to another food street in Quancheng. Oh Man's eyes lit up when she talked about food. Do you like eating so much? Aren't you afraid of becoming fat? Xia Yu couldn't help laughing and teasing. That's right. She won't listen to advice, and will become a fat woman sooner or later. Deng Deguang echoed. Deng Deguang, shut up. Humph, what's the matter? Even if I become a fat woman, I'll still have someone who wants me. Why should you worry? In life, the only thing that cannot be wasted is delicious food. That's my creed. Oh Man said disdainfully and glared at Deng Deguang. Deng Deguang immediately became intimidated and lowered his head to drink tea with a wry smile. That's right, I think. Man is right. It's okay. There are so many delicious foods. We can slowly savor them later. After all, life is long and we have plenty of time, huh? Xia Yu quickly tried to smooth things over, laughing and patting Deng Deguang on the shoulder. Brother, don't be scared. No matter how tough a woman is, she's still a woman. What are you afraid of? Xia Binglin waited at the Ho Ji platform for about half an hour and finally saw a pink hovering car flying over from a distance. Look, it's Dino's car. Dean O is here. Someone in the crowd nearby noticed the pink car in the air and shouted excitedly. Xia Binglin shook his head. This O Guodong is well-educated, intelligent, and tall and handsome. I don't know what's wrong with her, but she likes everything pink. Even her car is so flirty and ostentatious. After a while, the pink car stopped in the square in front of the platform. O Guodong, with his hair a little messy, pushed the door and got out of the car, then walked over quickly. Brother Binglin, I'm sorry. I'm late because some important data needs final verification. Another all-nighter last night? Well, there's nothing I can do. I have to pull an all-nighter to catch up on this last test. You, don't take advantage of your youth and neglect your health. Stay up late less. It's okay. The small world has reached the quasi-spiritual level. This kind of environment and soil are immune to all diseases. Huh. Xia Binglin had no choice but to get to the point and asked, "What's the major research result you're going to announce today? Tell us about it." Okowo. Ogwo Dong didn't hesitate, walked up to the highest point of the platform, and cleared his throat. "Everyone, do you think that in this world we have no worries about food and clothing, no illness or pain, and can live to 500 years old? Do you think that life is satisfying?" Below the platform, there were nearly 1,000 people participating in the harvest launch ceremony, and they became agitated when they heard the news. Satisfied? What's there to be dissatisfied about? Star-Lord Xia brought us into this world, which is a great blessing for us. Yeah, let alone 500 years. Even if I could live like this for 100 years, it would be damn worth it. That's right. Dino, what exactly do you want to express? Dino, didn't you say there were some important scientific research results to be announced today? Yes, here are the important scientific research results I will announce today. As he spoke, Ogwodong took out a purple-red crystal fruit the size of an egg from the glass box he was carrying. This is a spiritual cherry that has undergone countless iterations and has been successfully cultivated. Experimental data shows that if we eat it regularly, our lifespan will no longer be 500 years, but 1,200. Wow! As soon as Ogwodong finished speaking, everyone on and off the stage was shocked. After Xia Yu finished his meal with Deng De Guang and Oh Man Man, he suddenly had an idea and went to visit the women's supernatural archery team at the foot of Xiefeng Mountain. He asked Qinyan to take him on a casual tour of the camp. When he was about to say goodbye and leave, he was stopped by Qinyan, who was dressed in white. Xia Yu didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that Qinyan looked at him strangely today. Her eyes, clear as water, held a faint hint of resentment, which made Xia Yu feel a little creepy. Xia Yu. Qinyan's clear voice was like the singing of birds in an empty valley. Xia Yu had no choice but to suppress the urge to leave and said with a smile, "Captain Shun, is there something wrong?" "Yes, let's talk." "Okay, where shall we talk?" "The top of the snowy mountain." "Good." Half a second later, Xia Yu and Qinyan stood on the top of Xiefeng Mountain. This highest mountain next to the freshwater lake is where Qinyan must climb every day. Standing here, you can look out at the endless blue water, where you can feel the crisp chill while climbing up to overlook the world. The coldness can wake you up and remind you that you are not in a dream, but are actually alive. Qinyan likes this feeling very much and enjoys this solitude. But after standing here that night and shooting that arrow, everything changed, and she could no longer maintain her original calm state of mind. "I shot the Firefly characters that night into pieces with an arrow shot right here." Qinyan took a deep breath, letting the cold wind rush into her chest. She bravely stared into Xia Yu's eyes and said, "I know. Well, but do you know that after that arrow, all I can think about these days is you?" Xia Yu was somewhat surprised. He was not surprised by Qinyan's behavior of shattering fireflies with arrows, nor by the fact that her mind was full of thoughts about him, but by her bold confession. "Is it my fault? I shouldn't have written those words. I don't blame you. Master said that I was destined to have this love tribulation, but I didn't expect it to happen to you." A trace of sorrow welled up on Qinyan's beautiful face, making her look like a little girl who appeared strong, but was actually lonely and helpless. Looking at her pretty face with a hint of fairy spirit, Xia Yu felt a slight pain in his heart for some reason. This girl has always been so special. Her appearance is like a silver arrow that can easily pierce your heart and can never be erased. "Xia Yu, you know what? I've been curious before, what does love taste like? Is it sweet or bitter? Did you taste it?" "I've tasted it during this period. It's bitter. It's really painful to be alone and miss someone." "Alas, if it's bitter, why do you still step in?" Xia Yu sighed, and with a thought, he moved closer to Qinyan. Their eyes met, and they could hear each other's heartbeats and breathe each other's breath. "Because I also want to taste the taste of love." Qinyan breathed rapidly and spoke softly. Before she could finish her words, a warm sensation blocked her subsequent words. The sky and the earth became out of reach, and the two seemed to fall into a soft cloud, which was both dreamy and real. This kiss made the air on the snowy peaks stop flowing, and crystal clear snow lotus blossomed in the ice and snow. After a long time, their lips parted. The two hugged each other tightly. Qinyan leaned on Xia Yu's strong chest, listening to the man's strong heartbeat. Plop, plop, slowly and firmly, blending into one with the world. What does it taste like? Is it still bitter? Xia Yu whispered in her ear. It's not bitter anymore, it's sweet. Qinyan's pretty face flushed. She looked up at Xia Yu's eyes and murmured, I want more. Forehead. Chapter 154, Silver Beast King Invasion. The cold top of the snow-capped mountains is now full of spring. Even the sun in the sky, out of envy, dispersed the clouds and cast more light on the two of them. Around Huji Terrace, Guodong's words were like a bomb, stunning everyone. A lifespan of 500 years is something that these humans from the blue planet cannot even dream of achieving. Now, suddenly someone comes out and tells them that they can live longer, up to 1,200 years old. Damn, who can accept this? 1,200 years old. By that time, wouldn't there be 1,000-year-old monsters everywhere? Guodong, are you kidding me? Can we really live to 1,200 years old? The honest and kind Xia Binglin was also confused, and he asked in disbelief. Brother Binglin, do you think I'm someone who would joke around casually? No, that's it, huh? You have to know that this achievement took our team 2 years of hard work and countless tests and experiments. Finally, by decomposing the longevity genes of the underground people, optimizing the genetic chain of the underground plant O'Hara, and combining it with the purple energy of the small world tree, we finally successfully completed the experiment on a 1,000-year-old cherry tree. Guodong sighed, thinking back to the past 2 years of working day and night and forgetting to eat and sleep to study. He couldn't help but sigh. Is it possible to mass-produce this longevity fruit? As the leader in charge of agriculture, Xia Binglin raised the most critical issue. Of course we can. We've already solved the problem of mass planting and production. I'm just planning to discuss with you how to promote the cultivation of this longevity fruit. Guodong said excitedly. Xia Binglin was overjoyed and immediately made the decision. No problem. This concerns the quality of life of the people. Of course, I will give my full support and give the green light. Come on, let's discuss a plan right away. On this day, the news that Guodong, director of the Institute of Plant and Animal Ecology, had increased the average life expectancy of residents to 1,200 years caused a hurricane in the small world. All of a sudden, the residents of the small world ran around telling each other in surprise. Stargate TV and Stargate Network conducted a series of special reports on this matter. This great news also plunged the small world into a sea of carnival. Chief Executive Yi Bing immediately announced that all functional departments, enterprises, schools, and institutions would be closed for 3 days. The Stargate world has ushered in a groundbreaking new era. As humanity enters the second level of cosmic civilization, it has also officially stepped into the threshold of immortality. Xiefeng Mountain, the base of the Divine War Army. Wu Yifeng was smoking a cigar in frustration. Opposite him sat the two giants of the First and Second Armies, Wolfhead Zhao Jun and Flying Fox Suit Songhai. Wolfhead, tell me, we are all going to live to be 1,200 years old, and that's 1,200 years with a 36-hour day. Oh no, that's not right. We, the superpowers, have more developed physiques and brains. We can probably live to be over 2,000 years old. For such a long time, do we just stay in Xiefeng Mountain every day for confrontation training? Wu Yifeng exhaled a puff of cigar smoke and said dejectedly, Instructor, even you feel this way? Let alone the people below you. Alas, these past 2 years, as Haizi and Huilang put it, we've been so idle that we've become like birds. Zhao Jun frowned and sighed helplessly. Go away. What are you talking about? What do you mean by idleness? Don't let those women from the archery team hear you, or you'll get beaten up again. Suit Songhai laughed and scolded. But the truth is, these bastards under my command are just like that. They were fine for the first 6 months, but after a while, with no battles to fight, they all became restless. How about we think of a way and try to convince the commander-in-chief that we can join the battle next time? Zhao Jun pondered for a while and made a bold suggestion. What's the reason? I'm talking about the reason for joining the war. Suit Songhai asked calmly. The commander-in-chief has said that unless the entire army's equipment is upgraded to the first level of planetary civilization and the entire psychic brigade is promoted to S level or above, they will not be allowed to participate in the war. Hey, didn't we just upgrade our equipment? We've upgraded our weapons. The F-22s of yesteryear are now rubbish, right? Wu Yifeng asked curiously, The current God's War army has long abandoned most of the weapons and equipment of the Blue Star in the past and replaced them with the new interstellar weapons developed by the Stargate Combat Readiness Research Institute. In the 3,000-man Special Forces Brigade, except for a few who are A+, most of them have been promoted to S level or even SS level. A pervert like Feihu Su Songhai was the first to step into the ranks of SSS level superpowers not long ago. If the current Su Songhai were to face the blood-sucking ghost, Alyssa of the past, he would definitely not be beaten to the point where he was unable to fight back, but would kill her instantly. Instructor, the key is the Special Power Brigade. There are still a few people who haven't been promoted to S rank, and they're always holding us back. Su Songhai said, shaking his head helplessly. Damn, how can this be tolerated? We can't afford to lose the entire army's chance to conquer the enemy just for a bunch of losers. Wolfhead, bring Xiao Yu here and give him 1 month to advance all members of the Supernatural Brigade to S rank, no matter what method they use. Wu Yifeng put out the cigarette, and said angrily, Clear. Cao Yun is pundit. But instructor, I think we should take a two-pronged approach. In addition to letting them train hard to level up, they still need to be given the necessary stimulation. Su Songhai smiled cunningly and continued. For example, let the female supernatural archery team beat them up from time to time, or send that newly promoted S-rank kid to beat them up. Wu Yifeng and Zhao Jun looked at each other and cursed in their hearts. Damn, this intellectual is so cunning that he can even come up with such a dirty trick. Well, getting beaten by a woman is indeed unpleasant. The child you're talking about, isn't that Xiao Yu's foolish apprentice? What's his name? Wu Jingyu. Yes, that's him. He was the fool who dared to blow up the tanks alone. Fortunately, he met the commander-in-chief and saved his life. All right then, let's do it. If even this idiot kid has reached S rank, what excuse do those losers have for not leveling up quickly? Wu Yifeng waved his hand, finalizing the decision. The 96 wastes of the Special Ability Brigade who have not yet been promoted to S level are about to embark on a round of hellish and humiliating training. On this day, Xia Yu finished a day's inspection of the small world and was snuggling with the little fairy Chunyun on the top of Xiefeng Mountain. After that kiss sealed their love, their relationship quickly heated up. Now Chunyun has completely devoted herself to this destined relationship and immersed herself in the wonderful love between men and women. Life is wonderful like this, but it's a pity that the outside world is still not at peace. I wonder when the next war will start. Chunyun's head rested gently on Xia Yu's shoulder, and she murmured softly. The two of them sat together on the ice and snow, not feeling the slightest bit of cold. It should be soon. Xia Yu's face was calm as he looked out at the vast expanse of smoke that looked like the sea. Huh? So you're leaving again? Can you take me with you this time? Chunyun raised her head and stared at Xia Yu's profile intently. What? Xia Yu turned his head and met her gaze. Because I want to fight alongside you, and I'm very strong. Chunyun said firmly. Xia Yu looked at her silently. He did not find any hesitation or fear on that beautiful face. This woman is very beautiful and fairy-like, but she is undoubtedly a natural female warrior. Okay, I promise. Chunyun was overjoyed and almost jumped up with excitement. She hugged Xia Yu's handsome face and kissed him hard. On Blue Star, after more than 2 years of recuperation, the Alliance's war strength has been fully restored. Moreover, the threat of alien beasts invading at any time put enormous pressure on humans, and more advanced and powerful weapons were produced in batches. As the atmospheric dust gradually dissipates, the average temperature of the blue planet has risen to around minus 20 degrees Celsius. Human outdoor activities have basically returned to normal. Boom! 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 On this day, 3 dull noises suddenly came from the center of the moon. The huge sound penetrated the surface of the moon and spread into space, and even the distant blue star could faintly hear it. Uxian, the door to time and space that had been calm for more than 2 years, began to shake again. An extremely powerful cosmic-level divine thought hit the gate, instantly shattering the protective layer of divine consciousness left by Xia Yu. I, the Lord of the Silver Beast Star System, a level 2 universe power, the Silver Beast Emperor, am here in person. Little bugs of the blue star, come out and die. This indescribably powerful divine thought instantly spread to the center of the moon, covered the blue planet, and even swept across the entire solar system. The most powerful enemy in the other world, the Silver Beast King, has invaded. Chapter 155, The Moon Shattered. Beyond the Earth and the Moon, in a vast starry sky, Two figures, one black and one white, appeared out of thin air. Here, you can see the moon and the blue planet in the distance, but there is silence all around, and people feel terribly small in the starry sky. Yinner, the enemy in this battle, is too strong. If you go now, your future is uncertain. I can only place you here. Xia Yu, dressed in black, touched Qinyun's somewhat cold cheek and said softly, "This place is far from the Earth-Moon battlefield. Don't worry, I've already enveloped you with my divine sense, so you don't have to worry about any harm from the outside world. If I can't come back, my consciousness will automatically bring you back to the small world in half an hour." Qinyun stared at the man in front of her carefully. She knew that with her current strength, she could only watch from afar when facing a battle between powerful beings at the level of cosmic civilization. She stared at Xia Yu for a long time before she hugged him tightly and whispered, "Be careful, I'll wait for you." Xia Yu nodded, let go of his hands, and disappeared into the vacuum in a flash. The moment Xia Yu left, Qinyun clearly felt that the starry sky had become even more vast and desolate. Without Xia Yu, the world was so lonely. In the center of the moon, Xia Yu stood in front of the huge space-time gate with his hands behind his back. The divine consciousness from another world was approaching rapidly, jumping through countless layers of space at an incredible speed. "It's finally here." Xia Yu took a deep breath and stared at the door to the different time and space. In the violently shaking void, a huge silver-white sphere was slowly appearing from blurry to clear. The silver-white sphere is very large, occupying almost half of the space-time gate. Xia Yu had an illusion that its body was even comparable in size to the blue star, but it was vague and unclear because of a thin layer of light curtain. The silvery white sphere was constantly wriggling on its surface, with hundreds of long tentacles extending from the bottom. From a distance, it looked a bit like a giant jellyfish. "Blue Star Lord." A huge divine thought was transmitted. "Yes, Silver Beast King." Xia Yu stood still and responded, "You're quite impressive. On such a barren blue planet, you've managed to become a Star Lord in such a short period of time. Huh, you're worthy of being the one who possesses the Stargate key." The Silver Beast King's mental power grew stronger and stronger, as if it was rushing towards him with the will of an entire star system. Faced with the violent and boundless pressure, Xia Yu responded calmly. Although his level was lower than the opponent, he was not afraid of it in terms of mental strength. In the small world, the world tree with 9 dragons circling around it can provide him with an endless supply of divine power. "You are so keen on destroying Blue Planet just for the so-called Stargate key." Xia Yu responded coldly. "What else could it be? A cosmic treasure like the Stargate key would tempt even a level 6, 7, or even an 8th level civilization. How could a mere Star Lord like you be qualified to claim it for yourself?" The Silver Beast King's mocking divine consciousness was like a knife with substance, stabbing at Xia Yu. Besides, Blue Star and Silver Beast Star are two opposite worlds. If one civilization perishes, the other will surely advance by leaps and bounds and surpass the cosmic level again. So, we are natural enemies, destined to fight to the death. Xia Yu interrupted its thought and said coldly, "That's right, it's a fight to the death." "Then let's fight." The two huge spiritual consciousnesses collided in the air, creating a dazzling white light, and the entire moon's center shook violently. On the surface of the moon, countless hurricanes suddenly blew up, causing landslides and cracks everywhere. The two powerful cosmic beings both possess extremely powerful spiritual awareness, but neither can restrain the other. The first confrontation was evenly matched. This surprised the Silver Beast King, who is already a level 2 cosmic civilization domain master. "You're quite good, but after all, we're only one level apart. Stop wasting time. Let's decide the outcome with our strongest attack." After the Silver Beast King finished speaking, the huge silver-white sphere began to wriggle even more violently. The sphere squeezed in from the space-time gate, instantly expanding and growing bigger and bigger. Hundreds of tentacles wrapped around Xia Yu's entire body in the blink of an eye. "Certainly." At the critical moment, Xia Yu shouted inwardly and used his trump card. Time stopped. During the battle, the time and space of both parties can stop for 7 seconds, but the caster is not affected. This kind of incredible golden finger is most suitable for challenging opponents of higher levels and defeating the strong with the weak. The space and time in front of him stopped moving. The body of the Silver Beast King expanded to the size of half a moon's heart. Its long and narrow tentacles were only half an inch away from Xia Yu's clothes. Xia Yu's body shook, and a huge amount of mental power burst out. As a white light rose, the tentacles in front of him broke into pieces and turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. A world power containing the small world, the moon, and the blue planet burst out from Xia Yu's hands. A ball of white light that filled the entire moon's center exploded and instantly hit the Silver Beast King's already paused body. Boom! Following a sound that shook the sky, an even more intense white light surged, and the moon shook, deviating from its original orbit. A light more dazzling than the sun shines out from the center of the moon, illuminating the vast space. Even humans far away on the blue planet could clearly feel the changes in the moon. Countless people looked up at the sky, unable to suppress the panic and confusion in their hearts. The Silver Beast King from another world is invading. The moon is in danger, and the sky is about to change. Chun Yun, who was standing in the distant void, also saw the white light of the moon, and her heart couldn't help but become nervous. With Xia Yu's spiritual protection, she can be fearless of various rays and injuries in space. And of course, she can also breathe freely. But what about fighting side by side together? At this moment, Chun Yun was very depressed. She had never wanted to become stronger as much as she did now. The white light gradually faded, and 7 seconds passed. The moon has deviated from its orbit by tens of thousands of kilometers and is floating precariously in space. Maybe in the next moment, it will break free from the constraints of the blue planet and fly away. The moon's crust has cracked into countless cracks and has become devastated. In front of the door to the different time and space, the Silver Beast King, who had been blasted into ashes by Xia Yu and the combined power of the 3 realms, was not dead. A short, silver-white tentacle emerged from the vacuum. In the blink of an eye, it grew longer and longer, splitting into 2, then 4. A few seconds later, a complete silver-white sphere appeared again. Amazing! You've even mastered the rules of time. How many secrets do you have? The resurrected Silver Beast King waved his long tentacles, his excited thoughts shaking the entire moon heart. Blue Star Lord, you can't kill me because I have the body of a jellyfish and can be reborn infinitely. Moreover, half of my body remains in another world. How can you kill me? Huh? Xia Yu stared at the huge monster expressionlessly and sighed helplessly in his heart. He never thought that the Silver Beast King would be so difficult to kill. Little bug, you are very strong. If you're allowed to grow up, it will be a disaster for our Silver Beast territory. So let's end it. The Silver Beast King stopped communicating with his mind, and his body expanded rapidly again. Hundreds of tentacles rushed towards Xia Yu like lightning. Xia Yu's figure disappeared, and with a teleportation, he appeared in the space 6.08 million kilometers away. At the same time, the Silver Beast King's huge body expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it broke through the center of the moon, and its body became larger than the blue star. A dull roar resounded throughout the stars. Chun Yun in the distant starry sky, as well as the humans on the blue planet, witnessed a scene that they would never forget. The moon, which has accompanied the blue planet for billions of years and is deeply rooted in human history and soul, has been shattered. It turned into a cloud of gray-black smoke and rubble filling the air. Chapter 156, Escape to the Sun. Little bug, your teleportation ability is quite strong. It's a pity that you are not a domain master yet, so you can't escape. The Silver Beast King, who had just transformed into a planetary body, slightly pulled the gravity of the distant sun. In the blink of an eye, its huge star-like figure disappeared. Domain Lord-level powerhouses can teleport to any point in the star system at will by using the gravitational pull of stars. Xia Yu just appeared in the space 6.08 million kilometers away when a silver tentacle stretched out from the void like a ghost and arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Puff! Xia Yu slashed out with the powerful spiritual blade, breaking the tentacles and turning them into ashes. At the same time, Xia Yu's figure in space disappeared again and teleported to another distant airspace. The invisibility technique was activated, and except for some slight fluctuations, there was no trace left in this space. He flashed and escaped into a meteorite belt hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Xia Yu's invisible body quietly clung to a black meteorite with a diameter of about 3 kilometers. Not only was he invisible, but even his breath and spiritual thoughts were sealed. Yu Xinxin's attack failed to kill the enemy. Facing a powerful cosmic being who was 1 level higher than him, Xia Yu could only choose to hide temporarily. There will be a half-hour window period after each use of the time-stopping skill. So within half an hour, Xia Yu basically lost the means to restrain the enemy. Besides, luring the Silver Beast King to outer space far away from Blue Star and Chunyun was the response strategy Xia Yu had decided on early on. Call out. The next second, hundreds of silver tentacles penetrated the space again, covering the entire area. The Silver Beast King's star body also flashed. The Silver Beast King cried out in surprise. Its divine consciousness, as vast as the sea of stars, quickly swept the area of tens of millions of kilometers nearby, but lost all trace of Xia Yu. Interesting. I didn't expect this little bug to have so many skills. It can even become invisible. The Silver Beast King's slender tentacles kept swaying in the void, and the divine consciousness emanating from its body was as if it had substance, completely imprisoning the meteorites and stardust within tens of millions of kilometers. Little bug, facing the absolute confinement of space and the compression of spiritual thoughts, no matter how powerful your invisibility skills are, they are useless, Then, a very strange scene occurred. Somewhere in the solar system, in a space with a diameter of tens of millions of kilometers, two meteor belts, including countless stardust, suddenly stopped all movement. The entire space seemed to have turned into a giant, solidified, transparent block of ice, quietly floating in the void. After a few seconds, this huge transparent ice began to compress inward rapidly from the edge at a speed faster than light. All the stardust, meteorites, all existing matter, even light within the space, seemed to be swallowed by an invisible black hole, rapidly gathering inward. At the center point where space is compressed, the mass becomes larger and larger. The Silver Beast King's intention is very simple. I have imprisoned this entire space and compressed it into a high-density spherical singularity. Where the hell can you hide? Xia Yu, who was hidden on the meteorite, clearly felt the confinement of space and the inward compression force, which became heavier and heavier. In less than a minute, this space with a diameter of tens of millions of kilometers will be directly compressed into an ultra-high-density sphere. And I guess there is nothing left to hide. Damn, this Beast King is so hard to deal with. Damn, he has so many tricks up his sleeve. Forget it. I'll break through first and keep looking for opportunities. Xia Yuan cursed, his body moved, and he activated the power of the planet. In an instant, he broke free from the confinement and teleported towards the center of the solar system again. Finally got out, but you're still running away? The Silver Beast King immediately captured the faint spatial fluctuation, and his huge divine sense tracked it, and his tentacles and body also followed his thoughts. Every time Xia Yu teleported forward, he had to first activate the power of the planets and consume a large amount of spiritual consciousness to clear the way, so as to break through the spatial confinement set by the Silver Beast King. This was the first time Xia Yu felt so aggrieved since he acquired the teleportation skill. It is like a person who is used to breathing freely, but suddenly has to expel the cotton balls blocking his nostrils with every breath. In the airspace of the solar system, a man and a beast, one fleeing and the other chasing, crossed countless voids in the blink of an eye. On the way, Xia Yu relied on his powerful spiritual sense and planetary power to safely resolve several attacks from the Silver Beast King, and each time, he consumed a lot of mental energy. Although the spiritual power provided by the purple energy of the small world tree seems to be endless, if this situation continues, the loss of purple energy will be too great, and the Stargate world will definitely be deeply affected. Xia Yu didn't want the beautiful country he had worked so hard to build to be damaged in this war. There is no other way but to wait for the opportunity. Xia Yu followed the trajectory of an asteroid, teleporting inward around the sun. The Silver Beast King was chasing him closely, but it could not imprison Xia Yu in a short period of time. Time passed by minute, and half an hour was about to pass. The man and the beast were getting closer and closer to the huge solar fireball. When they were still 10 million kilometers away from the fireball, Xia Yu clearly felt the violent solar wind blowing on his face. The high temperature of nearly 1,000 degrees stimulated nearly half of Xia's body's protective functions. He had already upgraded his body to a divine one and did not feel any particular discomfort. Here, he only needs 2 teleports and 1 second to flash into the sun. But Xia Yu was not absolutely sure what would happen next. So he hesitated. At this moment, the silver tentacles behind him had broken through the void and wrapped around him, and the silver Beast King's divine consciousness also surged towards him like a substance. Bump! A loud noise that could shake the stars tore apart the solar wind within millions of kilometers around, turning this large area into an absolute vacuum in an instant. Even the red solar flame, 10 million kilometers away, shook. Xia Yu once again resisted the spiritual attack of the Silver Beast King. The tentacles that were wrapped around him broke again and turned into silver ashes all over the sky. Xia's mind raced, developing 92% of his brain power, constantly taking in data from the sun and its surroundings, and then rapidly analyzing the best response plan. The final conclusion he reached was, the best approach works, with a success rate of 69%. With a winning rate of nearly 70%, the risk is still quite high, but there is no better way now, so I can only take the risk and give it a try. Damn, let's fight. Having just blocked the attack, Xia Yu was about to take action, but because of this brief hesitation, the approaching enemy also seized the opportunity. An extremely strong sense of crisis suddenly came over me. Call out! Xia and the surrounding tentacles that had turned into silver gray suddenly solidified again at some point and flew towards them in an overwhelming manner. Such a large number, such a close distance, plus the Silver Beast King's divine consciousness confined the space. When Xia Yu broke free from the restraints and activated the teleportation, the attacks from the sky had already reached him. There was no time to dodge, and the spiritual protection on his body was naturally opened, but the heavy blow that was close to the power of a star still injured Xia Yu. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Xia Yu was injured. This is the first time Xia Yu has been injured since his debut. Damn, in every battle before, wasn't he calm and composed, completely defeating his opponents? Have you ever been so embarrassed? Damn, I lost a few more ounces of essence and blood. How many delicacies and spiritual fruits should I eat to replenish them? Xia Yu was heartbroken. Every drop of blood in his divine body was precious, right? This is so fucking frustrating. There's nothing I can do. I'll just escape into the sun first. An even more powerful divine attack followed from behind, and the huge body of the Silver Beast King also appeared in the void. Ha! Poor little bug. Where can you escape to? Chapter 157 Chapter 157 Beast King Destroyer. Upgraded to level 8 high level. Xia Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, teleported twice in succession, broke free from the Silver Beast King's spatial confinement, and in a breath he crossed 10 million kilometers. Finally, it disappeared into the depths of the sun, spewing red flames. The high temperature inside the sun reaches 20 million degrees Celsius, constantly corroding Xia Yu's divine body. At this moment, Xia Yu had adjusted his divine body functions and divine consciousness protection to the peak position. In the small world, the Nine Dragons' purple chi was being consumed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xia Yu had estimated that at this rate of consumption, the Nine Dragon purple chi would be completely absorbed in half a minute. The half-hour window is about to end, and the time to activate time standstill again has come. Little bug, do you think I can't do anything to you just because I've escaped into a star? Ha ha ha. I'll seal off the entire star and see how long you can withstand the high temperatures. As soon as the Silver Beast King's mind moved, the space hundreds of thousands of kilometers outside the sun was immediately shrouded in an invisible confinement. Thousands of kilometers of solar flames surged outward, and the scorching solar wind blasted outward, but was confined to a small space of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Time is up. An extremely domineering spiritual consciousness surged out from the inside of the fireball. The Silver Beast King was stunned and was about to respond when time stopped in the airspace where it was. Including the surrounding solar wind and stardust, everything is strangely still. From a distance, it looks like a huge magical starry sky map. 7 seconds is enough. While activating the time standstill, Xia Yu mobilized the power of the small world and the blue star, drawing out a huge solar star power from the depths of the sun. The sun became violet. A ball of crimson flash flew out from the fireball, folding tens of millions of kilometers of space, and hit the Silver Beast King in the blink of an eye. A huge red light burst out, and the body of the Silver Beast King, which was larger than a blue star, was instantly shattered and turned into red dust in the sky. For this attack, Xia Yu mobilized at least 3 seconds of the sun's stellar power, with the sun producing the energy of 91 billion million-ton hydrogen bombs exploding every second. In 3 seconds, it is equivalent to 273 billion hydrogen bombs bombarding the Silver Beast King at the same time. Such a terrifying and perverted attack would instantly reduce even a powerful territory lord like the Silver Beast King to ashes. It's not over yet. Before the 7-second still time is up, Xia Yu teleports out from the interior of the sun and rushes into the mortal world transformed by the Silver Beast King. Receive. Xia Yu's spiritual consciousness moved again, and the red dust in the sky was absorbed into the chaotic space. In this airspace, there was no trace of the Silver Beast King anymore. Damn it, I was careless last time and didn't kill you completely. Let's see how you can regenerate infinitely this time. In order to kill the Silver Beast King, Xia Yu almost used all his trump cards. And finally, with the help of the power of the sun, he was able to kill this second-level universe powerhouse. To prevent it from being reborn again, Xia Yu absorbed the lesson from the first battle in Xin and immediately stored everything about it into the chaos space. Mobilize the power of the sun's 3-second star to give the Beast King the strongest blow. These short 3 seconds made the sun, a huge fireball, dim a lot. It took a full 30 minutes before it slowly returned to normal. But because of Xia Yu's attack, the sun's lifespan was overdrawn by 1 billion years. As the only star in the solar system, the sun originally had a lifespan of 5 billion years. But now, due to the actions of Star-Lord Xia, its lifespan has been shortened by 1/5. Will the plot of Wandering Blue Planet be brought forward? In the chaotic space, the remaining mortal remains of the newly captured Silver Beast King were quickly devoured and absorbed by the gray chaotic energy. After a slight vibration, the small world was upgraded again. The 8th level high-level upgrade of the Stargate small world has been completed. Sodidifit terrain. The first level, valley. The second level, grassland. The third level, planting plains. The fourth level, freshwater lakes. Fifth level, forest. The sixth level, the ocean. The seventh level, the mineral continent. Solidifie terrain upgrade. Level 8, glacier, with an upgraded area of 492 million square kilometers, can be integrated with similar terrain upgrades and expansions. After absorbing the body of the Silver Beast King, the 8th level of the small world rose 2 levels in a row, jumping from the initial level to the advanced level. The area of glaciers has also expanded fourfold from 123 million square kilometers. There are countless rare animals on the vast pristine glacier, and countless unknown treasures are hidden. This glacial continent, with its endless freshwater resources and biological ecosystem, ensures that this increasingly perfect world system has no worries. Valleys, grasslands, lakes, plains, forests, oceans, mineral veins, glaciers, we have them all. What will be the last level of the small world? I'm really looking forward to it. The small world's associated main body upgrade is complete. Physical fitness, peak god level, strength, peak god level, speed, peak god level, brain development, 95%. Special abilities, spiritual consciousness transfer. Any object can be transferred by spiritual consciousness, and the transfer distance limit is unlimited. Supermind control can invade and control all machines, networks, and organisms. Cellular disguise, top level. Cell remodeling and regeneration. Youth, immortality. Distortion light, invisibility. Special ability upgrades. Teleport. The spiritual consciousness covers a radius of 4 light years. Time freeze. The area within the range of spiritual consciousness can be instantly frozen for 30 seconds, and the subject of the spell will not be affected. The spell can be performed once within half an hour. New special abilities. Time travel, 3 seconds. Can be performed once within an hour. With this upgrade, Xia Yu's teleportation ability has undergone a drastic change. From the original 6.08 million kilometers, it suddenly jumped to the light-year distance level. The distance of 4 light years is exactly the diameter of the solar system. In other words, Xia Yu now only needs to teleport across the solar system. Moreover, within the solar system, with his peak, god-level strength and divine consciousness, he could reach any place with just a thought. In the airspace of the solar system, Xia Yu is the absolute overlord. With a single thought, he can destroy planets and end the world. Xia Yu's level was officially promoted from a first-level universe civilization star lord to a second-level civilization powerhouse. Domain Lord. If he were to fight the Silver Beast King with his current strength, Xia Yu believed that he would win easily and would not be in such a mess as before. What's even more amazing is that Xia Yu's most powerful cheat, Time Stands Still, has been increased to 30 seconds. In addition, an even more awesome cheat, Time Rewind, is also included. With the ability to turn back time, he has an extra chance to regret his move. Damn, you grab the chess pieces and then regret them. Who can play with you? When time comes, space is temporarily set aside. With the destruction of the Silver Beast King's body, the Silver Beast Star region in the Otherworld suffered a great loss of strength, while the technology and civilization level of the Blue Star made corresponding rapid progress. After Xia Yu became a second-level domain master, the small world naturally entered a period of rapid development. Countless scientific inventions and new aerospace technologies emerged like bamboo shoots after rain. The successful construction of the Curvature spacecraft announced that the small world had officially entered the second-level civilization, and mankind's dream of interstellar travel had finally been realized. In the small world, Chun Yun, who had moved back from space, finally felt relieved. Xia Yu returns safely, and the biggest threat to the invasion of Blue Star has been resolved. The next step, of course, is to take advantage of the victory and charge into the Silver Beast territory. But how to cross countless spaces and enter a world of different time and space is an unsolved mystery. The answer to this mystery has always been hidden in the Silver Beast King, but unfortunately, it has completely become the nutrients for the upgrade of the small world. There are still 20 billion exotic beasts in the Silver Beast Star region, and there are 5 Beast Kings left, including half of the Silver Beast Emperor's body. If we don't kill them all as soon as possible, there will be endless troubles. Xia Yu said to himself. Chapter 158. The Secret Across Different Time and Space. The moon has shattered. From now on, the moon will no longer be visible in the sky of the blue planet. In the silent outer space of the blue planet, the huge Kunlun 1 is carrying out a wartime patrol mission. Inside the cabin, Lin Ye's gaze was passing through the porthole of Kunlun 1. He was staring absent-mindedly at the large area of black gravel and dust in the distant sky. A day ago, the Silver Beast King invaded, and Star-Lord Xia Yu fought against him. With the appearance of the Beast King's true form, the moon that had accompanied the human race for tens of millions of years became history. Captain, who will win the battle between the Star-Lord and the Silver Beast King? Yun Ruijia, the deputy standing next to Lin Yi, asked with some concern. Star-Lord wins. Lin Ye's eyes were firm, and he replied calmly. Since the Big Bang was observed yesterday, the brightness of the sun suddenly dimmed for 30 minutes, and the temperature in space and on the planets plummeted. Then, the solar system slowly returned to calm. Huh? Captain, are you saying that the Star-Lord has already destroyed the Silver Beast King? Yes, otherwise, do you think we can still chat here so comfortably? That's true. Given the Silver Beast King's brutality, if it wins, how will we humans survive? Yun Ruijia sighed. Alas, it's a pity that the moon is broken. From now on, there will be no more flowers before the moon. Inside the main control cabin, everyone felt gloomy upon hearing this. The joy that had just arisen from Blue Star's victory was largely overshadowed by the reality that the moon was shattered. The black gravel and dust in the distance sparkled in the sun. Who would have thought that these gravels and dust floating in space were a loyal satellite not long ago? Huh, Captain, look, what is that? It's purple air, such a huge ball of purple air. How could purple air appear in space? Could it be Hongming purple air? Through the porthole, the crew discovered a huge ball of purple air, rapidly rolling around the moon's debris and dust. The scattered stones and dust were carried inward by the purple air. After only about half a minute, a purple star took shape. Under the sunlight, its surface shone with a dazzling purple light, and it rolled faster and faster. Everyone in the cabin stopped what they were doing and stared in amazement at this fantastic space scene. Bump! As a dazzling purple light flashed, the purple air slowly dissipated. A star with a slightly uneven surface is quietly floating in the distant void. From afar, it looks so familiar and intimate. Suddenly, exclamations arose in the cabin. This is the moon. How is it possible? Can a broken moon be reunited? Oh my God! What kind of magical trick is this? Am I seeing right? The moon is back. We finally found a lost soul. You're exaggerating, kid. If the moon is gone, it means a soul is gone. Isn't it? Without the moon, What would you be missing when you look up at the sky at night? Without it, how would we celebrate Mid-Autumn Festival in the future? How would we explain to future generations the poems and songs that describe the moon? Also, will the monthly sex life of women also be affected? Well, it was nightfall in the eastern hemisphere of the blue planet. A group of young men and women in winter clothes were standing on a snowy peak, looking up at the sky in trance. In the distant eastern horizon, in the gray night sky, there is a scattered dim band of light. Is this the moon? A thin girl asked blankly, pointing at the dim and desolate light band in the deep sky. Yes, it's broken, a fat man next to him said. Then, will we never see the moon again? No more flowers and moonlight. Will the moon only represent a broken heart? Another pretty girl lamented. And, you said, now that the moon is gone, we don't have to endure that monthly pain anymore, right? Tisk, what's wrong with you women's minds? You're dreaming. It's almost like menstrual disorders. Fuck, what are you talking about, fatty? Do you believe I'll kick you off the mountain? Well, everyone look. What is that purple air? It's purple light. Purple moon? Is the moon back again? Look, the purple air has dissipated. It's really the moon. Huh? Menstruation. No, the moon is back. These scenes, filled with amazement and surprise, are constantly being played out all over the blue planet. People have long been accustomed to the existence of the moon and take it for granted. But once it is lost, people suddenly realize its status and indispensability in people's hearts. At this moment, countless people, after losing the moon for a day, were shocked to witness the magic of the full moon again. The full moon returned to its original orbit and continued to orbit the blue planet. Does this world really have a creator? Inside the cabin of Kunlu No. 1, Yin Ruijia was already so shocked by the magical miracle before his eyes that his whole body was numb. He secretly twisted his thigh. Hiss. Pain. Proof that this wasn't a dream. Seeing this, Lin Yi on the side curled his lips and said disdainfully, "What are you thinking? What creator? This must be the work of Xia Yu, right? Star-Lord? Holy crap, this method is so terrifying. No, I admire him more and more." At this moment, Xia Yu was walking into space with light clouds and breeze. In order to reconstruct the moon, he used the Hongming purple energy of the Pearl of Time. This method not only possesses the power of space, but also encompasses the way of time. It turns out that sometimes the power of time can not only make people grow old, but can also be used to reconstruct space and objects. The mystery of this made Xia Yu realize a lot. Xia Yu stayed in space for a while, watching people all over the blue planet celebrating the end of the Beast King's crisis and the reunion of the full moon. Huge flying saucers flew out from the ground and teleported towards the new moon. A door to another time and space, shining with illusory starlight, reappeared in the center of the moon. On the other side of the door was an endless space of another time and space. Xia Yu thought about it, and a figure appeared in front of the door to another time and space. He stood with his hands behind his back, quietly feeling the layers of spatial power within the door, and seemed to have a flash of inspiration about the secret of the Silver Beast King's journey across time and space. What method did the Silver Beast King use to jump through time and space to reach Blue Planet? Could it be? Xia Yu's eyes lit up, and he vaguely grasped the core of this secret. It's really hard to see the light under the lamp. I didn't even think of such a simple method. Huh? In order to confirm his idea, Xia Yu left Uxin. When he appeared again, he was already standing on the vast river of time. Endless fragments of time transform into purple waves in the long river, some flowing calmly, some tumbling and leaping out of the river surface. Xia Yu's powerful spiritual sense swept across and accurately captured the wave that was created when the Silver Beast King attacked the gate to another time and space. Purple waves flew into Xia Yu's palm. Amidst the waves, the earth-shattering battle between the Silver Beast King and Xia Yu in Uxin was clearly reproduced. Following the fragments of time passed by the Silver Beast King, Xia Yu walked on the waves, and he pursued it all the way, until he set foot in the beast realm of another world. The Silver Beast King in the picture was launching an operation across time and space. Looking at this history that once happened, Xia Yu felt as if he was there in person. So, the secret of transcending time and space is really like this. I guessed right. Chapter 159. Destroy the Silver Beast Star and collect the remains of the Beast King. Xia Yu figured out the secret of crossing the different time and space, so he no longer hesitated and appeared in front of the door of the different time and space again. Facing this door, sparkling with starlight, Xia Yu took a deep breath. He raised his hands, and a massive, unparalleled planetary force surged out from the blue star, instantly spanning 380,000 kilometers and continuously pouring into the space-time portal. According to the Silver Beast King's experience, it would take at least 2 years to activate the program of crossing different time and space by relying solely on the power of a world's planets. But Xia Yu couldn't possibly wait for 2 years. Just kidding, even 2 hours would feel like a long time to wait. As his mind moved again, the power of the small world, which was many times more powerful than that of the blue star, was instantly injected into the space-time gate. 2 enormous world forces, superimposed on the gate, made the starlight above even more dazzling. The speed is still too slow, Xia Yu muttered to himself, and his domain, Lord-level mental power broke out completely, involving the power of the sun and the power of the other 7 planets, pouring madly onto the door. When Xia Yu was the Star Lord, his mental strength was already on par with that of the Silver Beast King, who was 1 level higher than him. Now that he has ascended to the throne of Domain Lord, his mental strength has skyrocketed nearly 100 times. Coupled with the continuous blessing of the small world tree, his spiritual awareness has reached a very abnormal level. It's still a little bit off. Xia Yu frowned and pondered for a while, then his mind resurfaced. In the long river of time, in the chaos, a purple light rose up and instantly enveloped the entire space-time gate. Use the power of time to accelerate the opening of the program that spans different time and space. Only Xia Yu has this golden finger cheat. Boom! Half an hour later, a muffled sound that shook the earth and sky was heard. On the space-time gate, a large area of colorful starlight shone, and in the middle, a black vortex slowly took shape. A distant yet familiar aura of a strange beast came from the vortex. The space-time channel connecting to the Silver Beast Star region has been opened. Xia Yu breathed a sigh of relief and grinned. It's time to visit the Silver Beast territory and see if there are any treasures to harvest. The figure flashed, and Xia Yu dived into the black vortex without hesitation. Inside the vortex is a passage filled with starlight, and on the walls of the passage, countless star marks are rapidly flowing backwards. It seemed like countless centuries had passed, yet it also seemed like just a blink of an eye. Xia Yu rushed out from an extremely tall gate. Outside the door, it was pitch black and eerily quiet. Xia Yu swept his spiritual sense and found that this was the interior of an asteroid slightly larger than the moon. In the outer space, there's a star similar to the sun, burning with blazing flames, and there are also 8 planets orbiting around it. One of the silver-gray planets was filled with the life breath of countless exotic beasts, and there were 5 breaths that were particularly powerful. Xia Yu didn't take these things seriously. Apart from the half-remaining body of the Silver Beast King, the others were just ants. Interesting, this guy actually split his body into countless parts and spread them all over the Silver Beast domain. Xia Yu finally found the breath of the Silver Beast King's remains. But these breaths were everywhere in the entire Silver Beast Star domain, and the Silver Beast King was broken into pieces. Do you think that just because you are everywhere and can be reborn infinitely, I can't destroy you? Silver Beast King, you think too much, huh? Xia Yu laughed loudly, and the figure disappeared. The next second, he appeared above the Silver Beast Star. Looking down at the vast silver ocean below, the breath of more than 20 billion exotic beasts accumulated above the ocean to form a violent cloud. Somewhere on the seabed, Xia Yu discovered the broken figure of Kunlun II, and the Captain Yun Ruijia and many crew members had disappeared. This group of human heroes is estimated to have been killed by strange beasts. Terrifying roars continued to be heard from the silver deep sea, and the 5 beast kings at the bottom of the sea were the first to sense the approaching danger. Outsider, who are you? A divine thought reached Xia Yu's sea of consciousness, carrying 3 parts of surprise and 7 parts of fear. Who am I? Are you so forgetful? I'm from the blue star, the little bug you call me. What? How is this possible? How can you cross another time and space? Could it be that you have been promoted to a domain master? That's correct. Little bug. Our emperor is still here. What do you want? The Silver Beast King? I already killed half of it. With its current remains, what threat does it still pose to me? I came here to kill you, of course. Roar, roar, roar. The deafening roars of strange beasts rang out, and the 5 beast kings issued an attack order to their tribes. In a blink of an eye, the calm silver ocean boiled. Countless ferocious beasts emerged from the seabed, broke through the water, and swarmed towards Xia Yu in the sky. A giant shark beast with extremely fast speed and sharp teeth and huge mouth. An octopus with a huge body and long tentacles that are constantly flying. A jellyfish beast that masters space magic and teleports over while launching mental attacks. A silver sea lion with tough skin and thick flesh that can emit sonic attacks. Billions of flying rays, each the size of a flying fish, flew by at a terrifying speed of Mach 30, 10.32 kilometers per second, their sharp beaks gleaming in the sunlight. The largest group were sea lions, a vast mass that almost covered half the ocean. They let out deep animal calls and rushed towards Xia Yu without regard for their lives. In this wave of attack, all the silver beast stars came out in full force. The impact of more than 20 billion alien beasts stirred up a huge doomsday vortex in the planet's atmosphere. No matter how many ants there are, there's still ants. Collecting so much nutrients for upgrading at once is pretty good, huh? Faced with the attack of so many strange beasts, Xia Yu is not surprised, but happy. His incomparably powerful spiritual sense instantly covered the entire silver beast star. With a thought, the silver beast star disappeared. In the chaotic space, before the 5 powerful beast kings had a chance to show up, they, along with more than 20 billion exotic beasts, became nutrients for the upgrade of the small world. The small world shook slightly. Xia Yu did not hear the expected ding. There are so many exotic beasts, including 5 powerful beast kings, but the small world does not show any signs of upgrading. How much nutrients and energy are needed to upgrade to the 9th level of this small world? Damn, isn't that an astronomical figure? Although there was no upgrade, Xia Yu felt that after absorbing many exotic beasts and integrating and digesting the silver beast star, the overall area of the small world had expanded by more than 10 times. After the expansion, the area of the small world is now equivalent to the total area of 15 blue stars. Xia Yu raised his eyebrows, but he didn't feel too disappointed. Because he had a premonition, upgrading to the last level of the small world would not be that easy. Silver Beast King, it's your turn. Xia Yu's spiritual consciousness spread out calmly, and the ubiquitous remains of the Silver Beast King in the Silver Beast Star region also reacted at the same time. The Silver Beast King, now a hero in his twilight years, had lost his former arrogance, and a hint of dejection appeared in his mind. As a fellow territory lord, do you really have to kill us all like this? Nonsense, considering the irreconcilable relationship between us. What do you think? No room for negotiation? Yes. Well, even if I destroy this star field, it won't be as you wish. Immediately, Xia Yu felt a crazy destructive consciousness erupting in the Silver Beast Star region. The star's flames surged, and the remaining 7 planets also began to shake violently. Silver Beast King, stop wasting your energy. Given your current state and regret, do you still have the ability to destroy this star field? Xia Yu expressed his disdain and didn't want to bother with it anymore. His vast spiritual consciousness surpassed that of a domain lord and instantly covered the entire Silver Beast Star domain. The Silver Beast King's crazy will of destruction was suppressed in an instant. How is it possible that your spiritual sense is so strong? Could it be that you have surpassed the territory lord? You don't need to worry about this. Silver Beast King, prepare to die. Xia Yu suddenly withdrew his spiritual sense, which covered the entire Silver Beast Star region. No, a scream that penetrated deep into the soul rang out in space. Chapter 160, Chapter 160, Plundering the Otherworld and Upgrading the Mineral Continent. With a scream that pierced the universe and the soul, the remains and spirit of the Silver Beast King were all absorbed into the chaotic space. In the gray and boundless chaos, purple air was swirling, and soon, the remains of the Silver Beast King turned into nutrients for the small world. A second-level cosmic powerhouse completely disappeared. After absorbing the remains of the Silver Beast King, the small world felt a slight vibration. But Xia Yu still didn't hear the crisp and pleasant ding sound. The small world has not been upgraded. Alas, this last level is so difficult to upgrade. Xia Yu sighed and collected his thoughts. It is gratifying that the overall area of the small world has doubled from its original size. Today, the total area of the small world has exceeded the combined area of 45 blue stars, and it has become a vast and fertile world. Now that we are here, we must maximize our benefits and see what treasures are in the lair of the Silver Beast King. Xia Yu's spiritual sense began to search carefully in the Silver B star region. Xia Yu discovered that there are two very special celestial bodies in orbit close to the star sun. One of them is as big as Venus in the solar system, and it shines golden under the reflection of the sunlight. Fuck, this is a gold star. A golden star. Xia Yu's divine sense swept over the golden planet, and the situation became clear at a glance. Gold mining planet, volume, equivalent to 0.9 blue star size. Gold content in the crust, 72.3. A star that is about the size of a blue star is actually more than 70% gold, and it is high-purity gold, or... Damn, what is the concept of this? Even Lord Xia, who always regarded money as dirt, was a little excited. After all, where had he ever seen so much gold before? I've collected it. Xia Yu moved his spiritual consciousness and decisively took the huge golden star into the small world. In an instant, a slight tremor was heard again in the vast mineral continent. A dazzling golden plateau appeared in the west of the continent, layer upon layer, reaching tens of thousands of meters high and stretching for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The sun rises, shining with golden light. At this moment, if someone stood on this enormous golden plateau, they would be deeply shocked. My God, how much gold is this? And more. A tungsten-rich planet the size of Mars, with the entire planet containing more than 95% tungsten. There are also rare Earth planets the size of Mercury. There are 60 blue star-sized copper mine stars and 1,300 blue star-sized iron mine stars. Damn, all 8 planets in the Silver B star region are treasures. This damn Silver B's king. He has such a treasure mountain, but he doesn't know how to use it. Instead, he goes to cultivate his body and mind. What a fucking waste of such a gift. No, I can't be such a spendthrift. I want it all. Without any explanation, Xia Yu unceremoniously took the remaining large planets into the small world. At this moment, a continuous, rumbling sound was heard on the mineral continent. Several mineral planets, with a total area exceeding 2,200 times the size of blue stars, have been integrated into the continent. The already vast mineral continent has seen its terrain expand further, and an astonishing treasure continent has completely taken shape. Today's small world is a little distorted. Of the total area of 1.14 trillion square kilometers, approximately equal to 2,270 blue stars, valleys, plains, lakes, forests, and other landforms only account for 2%, and the remaining 98% are all mineral continents. There are only 100 million new humans living here. The land is vast and the population is sparse, but the people are few and the wealth is abundant. Yet the resources are endless. As Xia Yu was upgraded to a star-level domain master, he traveled alone across time and space and wiped out the Silver B star domain. Whether it was the blue star or the small world, there was immediate joy. The Doomsday threat hanging over humanity has finally been lifted. Xia Yu, the common pillar of humans and underground people Hohana and the absolute leader, has been upgraded to the ranks of the second-level cosmic civilization powerhouses. The new human civilization in the small world has officially entered the second-level stellar civilization. And after integrating with the Hohana civilization, Blue Star is getting closer and closer to the second-level civilization. In the small world, the Mineral Resources Department is located in the former future city. Gaolon, a young and beautiful female minister, has just concluded a meeting on the deployment of a new round of mineral resource exploration. The earth-shaking changes in the mineral continent in recent days have alarmed many leaders and experts from the Ministry of Resources. To this end, they urgently formed nearly 300 expert prospecting teams. From now on, a team of experts will take advanced anti-gravity aircraft or hover cars to conduct a detailed exploration of this boundless treasure land. Where did Xia Yu and this guy get so many mineral resources? Gaolon returned to the minister's office and relaxed her tense nerves a little. She picked up the coffee on the table and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. In the distance outside the window are blue sky, white clouds, and endless grassland. These picturesque scenes make Gaolon feel like he is in a dream from time to time. In her mind, Xia Yu's handsome face and his tall and straight figure unconsciously emerged. She remembered that year when she met Xia Yu for the first time at the Jade and Jewelry Association in Myanmar. From then on, the love, hatred, and vengeance between her and this man became like a complicated thread of fate, becoming more and more entangled. Gaolan knew that there was no room in her heart for another man except Xia Yu. But now he is the lord of the territory. Will he even look at me? Sigh. Gaolan Sai Sa Li. Xia Yu, am I stupid? You're not stupid, you're dumb. A familiar male voice sounded in Gaolan's ears. Gaolan exclaimed. She turned around suddenly and saw a familiar and extremely handsome face. Xia Yu, why? Why are you here? Bang! The coffee cup in her hand fell to the floor. Gaolan covered her mouth with her left hand, trying hard to hold back the tears that were about to burst out due to excitement, sadness, and grievance. Why? Can't I just come and see my Minister of Resources? Xia Yu smiled and slowly approached the woman in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, until he was only half a foot away from her. The warm sunlight outside the window softly shone on her. It makes this woman's flawless face and mature and charming temperament even more brilliant and dazzling. Her tall figure, even in a light green business suit, could not hide her slender waist and full chest. This woman is a captivating beauty wherever she goes. Thank you for your hard work during this period. Xia Yu stared in her eyes intently and spoke softly. Gaolan responded, and 2 strings of crystal tears burst out his eyes. Xia Yu, I know you felt wronged and worked very hard. To become stronger, you even took the risk of swallowing the purple divine fruit and became an S-level curse user. You try hard to become better, but you can't let go of the humiliation and inferiority you once experienced. You're afraid I'll look down on you, right? Xia Yu stared at Gaolan's eyes seriously, watching her tears sliding down. Upon hearing this, Gaolan could no longer hold back her tears. She threw herself into Xia Yu's arms without hesitation, letting out all the emotions she had suppressed for years. Xia Yu hugged her gently and said softly, So, you're not stupid, you're dumb. After all this time, you still don't know what kind of person I am. Gaolan lay on Xia Yu's broad and strong chest, venting all the grievances and longings he had felt over the past 3 years. Only when the sobbing gradually subsided did Gaolan raise her head and stare blankly at the man in front of her whom she had been thinking about day and night. Xia Yu, kiss me. Xia Yu looked at this pretty face as red as a flower, those eyes as bright as stars, the slightly parted red lips, and the breath as sweet as orchid. He couldn't help the throbbing in his heart, and lowered his head to kiss her deeply. This kiss was lingering and long, lasting until late at night. Chapter 161, Chapter 161, Entering the Interstellar Age. General Huoling, with our space technology, when do you think we can enter interstellar space travel? On Blue Star, at the Hohana base in Antarctica, the old governor Huo Lijing was communicating with Huoling through telepathy. Today, Antarctica on the blue planet has been renitried by the underground people and has become the only surface base of Hohana. The surface humans and the Hohana began to live in peace, and the 2 technological civilizations carried out the deepest cooperation and exchanges. Xia Yu's cultivation is advancing by leaps and bounds. How long has it been? He has already entered the ranks of powerful domain masters. Given the character of Xia Yu, he cannot just stay in one corner. He will definitely seek outside help and continue his journey to dominate the universe. Huoling replied, his expression full of longing and yearning for the future. Once we enter the interstellar age, the resources and technological advancements we gain will be revolutionary. It will only be a matter of time before we become an intermediate cosmic civilization. Yeah, how long will it take for this day to come? I'm really looking forward to it. Huo Li, who is nearly 1,600 years old, slowly walked to the window of the building. From here, you can see through the thick nitrogen layer and vaguely see the high sky outside Antarctica. Today, on the Blue Star, thanks to Xia Yu's divine intervention, the meteorite smoke and dust have completely disappeared. Sunlight can penetrate the atmosphere normally and shine on the Earth of the blue planet. The average temperature on the blue planet has returned to around 20 degrees Celsius. The snow on the ground gradually melted and gathered into turbulent streams, which either flowed into lakes or rushed towards the distant ocean. The ice on the ocean surface has melted first, and in the vast ocean, you can occasionally see some tenacious fish and creatures swimming. On the devastated surface, some plant sprouts began to emerge. In addition to the humans who came out of the shelters and underground bases, the surviving animals also reappeared. The blue planet after the apocalypse is slowly recovering. On this day, Xia Yu made a rare appearance at the high-level meeting of the Divine War Army. As the commander-in-chief of this Iron Army, he usually just does things without any involvement. Since he didn't have to participate in the war for a long time, he confidently handed over daily military affairs and training to Wu Yifeng, Lang Tu, and Fei Hu. Commander-in-chief, you said before that as long as our equipment is upgraded to the level of a second-level civilization and all our special forces are promoted to S level, we can join the war. Heisei seized the opportunity and spoke first. During this period of time, he and his group of warmongers had been feeling sick from holding back their anger. Yes, have you all met the standards? Xia Yu asked with a smile. Of course, regardless of equipment or ability level, they have all met the standards. Heisei said excitedly that as long as he met the standard, there would be a battle tomorrow. Okay, Brother Feng, please arrange the preparation of supplies. In half a month, the warp spacecraft fleet will officially start its interstellar journey. Clear. Wolfhead and Flying Fox, each of your armies will select 3,000 elite warriors and depart on the spacecraft along with the special forces. Receive. Receive. Zhao Jun and Su Songhai responded in unison. Damn, I can finally show off my skills. Commander-in-Chief, is it okay if I ask a question? Grey Wolf asked with a smirk on his face. Explain. What I want to ask is, will Captain Chun of the women's archery team and her team members be on board? Xia Yu rolled his eyes when he heard this and said unhappily, they will all depart with the main force, but they will not be arranged on the same ship with you. Why? I know Captain Chun must be on the same ship with you, but why are the other female team members? The Grey Wolf was unwilling and started to cry out in grievance. TSK, why are there so many whys? Just based on your Grey Wolf. Your Grey Wolf's perverted X-ray vision, which female team member would want to be on the same ship with you? The black guy next to him attacked him with a look of contempt. Ha ha! Upon hearing this, everyone present burst into laughter. Ever since Grey Wolf awakened his ability of clairvoyance, the female members of the archery team would take a detour whenever they saw him from afar. In the entire army, no woman was willing to treat him well. He was truly notorious. Grey Wolf's innocent heart suffered another severe blow. He looked like he had lost all desire to live and slumped in his chair. All right. Starting today, everyone should prepare for the long voyage. We will depart in half a month. Xia Yu stopped everyone's joy and spoke seriously. Clear. The most advanced curvature spacecraft, 3 of which have been built in the small world, have been integrated with the most advanced technology of the current secondary civilization. If humans want to conduct interstellar travel, the first thing they need to solve is the problem of exceeding the speed of light. Because there is no superluminal propulsion system, it is unknown how long it will take for the fleet to escape from the solar system, let alone reach the star field hundreds or thousands of light years away. In the theory of stellar civilization, the universe is not flat, but like a big bubble with no boundaries, expanding outward rapidly every second. Since it is not a flat space, it can be distorted at will, thus creating curvature. Simply put, the spacecraft itself cannot fly faster than the speed of light, but the space surrounding it can, which in turn enables superluminal travel. The principle of curvature drive is, in a local bubble space, is not limited by the speed of light. Advanced curvature engines can effectively utilize this space distortion and space dragging to break through the upper limit of the speed of light. In the theory of interstellar space travel, space distortion is like compressing a spring. The greater the degree of compression, the greater the superluminal multiple produced. The small world's curvature spacecraft engine specially incorporates a super-energy material newly discovered on the mineral continent, R37. The discovery of this material perfectly solves the problem of distortion field stability in the power system. In a large number of tests, when the distortion factor of the curvature power system reaches 10, the new curvature spacecraft can easily exceed 2,300 times the speed of light. At this abnormal extreme speed, it would only take 3 hours to fly out of the solar system. It only takes 80 hours to reach Vega, 26 light-years away. At this speed, even if you completely fly out of the Milky Way, it will not take 40 years. This revolutionary interstellar travel speed is unimaginable for previous technological civilizations. The successful development of the curvature spacecraft has even allowed the small world's long-distance navigation technology to surpass the primary civilization and reach the level of a 5th-level intermediate civilization. The curvature spacecraft's voyage symbolizes that mankind has officially entered the interstellar age. Xia Yu had already decided on the route planning for the voyage. First past Proxima Centauri, then investigate Altair and Vega, and then head towards the center of the Milky Way. Xia Yu believes that if there are level 3 or level 4 civilizations in the Milky Way, they will definitely appear in the center of the Milky Way. There is no need to explain the reason. This is a kind of mysterious connection between the powerful beings in the universe. Before leaving, Xia Yu spent a lot of time gathering with his relatives, friends, and women around him. Although it was just a formal farewell party, Tang Yina, Xia Yu, Yi Bing, Gao Lan, and even the Yu sisters were still reluctant to leave. Xia Yu was helpless and could only use all his strength to cling to her until death during this period. What's going on? Can't I return to my little world instantly from the spaceship? That's my portable little world in another time and space. Alas, these women are overthinking. Chapter 162. The door of time opens. The road to domination is not over. In the small world, Xia Yu bid farewell to the many relatives, friends, and women surrounding him. He stood on the top of the tree in the small world as usual. 30,000 meters in the sky, 9 purple dragons were tumbling silently. Xia Yu stood with his hands behind his back. His gaze passed over the grasslands, over the valleys, over the planted plains, across magnificent and vast freshwater lakes, endless mountains and forests. The ocean where the sun rises, the vast mineral continent as dreamy as the starry sky, the cold yet vibrant primitive glaciers. The 8 small worlds are endless and magnificent. As the master of this world, Xia Yu can control every inch of soil, every blade of grass, every tree, and every person in it with just a thought. If you look at everything in the world from the perspective of God and the Creator, you will find that your state of mind is completely different. When you are immersed in worldly love and fireworks, you will feel the reality and flesh and blood of being a human being, as well as the sigh of the passing of time. And when you stand at the top of the world, you will have infinite life and be able to do anything. This feeling of loneliness of being at a high altitude and feeling the endless years will naturally arise. If 1,000 or 2,000 years from now, everyone I know has grown old and died, and I'm still young and can live forever, how lonely will that be? Xia Yu thought silently in his heart. His desire to become stronger and reach the top became stronger and stronger. Even though you own this world, what's the use if you can't escape the erosion of time? Only by reaching the top and becoming the master can one control everything, even time. Only then will Xia Yu and the people around him be truly away from aging and death and achieve eternal life. To reach the pinnacle of domination, the small world that serves as the key to the Stargate must first reach perfection. What exactly is the 9th level of the small world? Xia Yu pondered and said, Small world elf, do you know? Apart from going out to fight and kill enemies, Xia Yu usually either eats, drinks, and has fun or hides away. It is rare that he is as focused as he is today. Master, I am an elf from a small world. I cannot answer your question. So what can you answer? I can answer any question I know. For example, the 9th level of the small world has extremely strict conditions for opening. In addition to a huge amount of upgrade resources, it also requires the master to reach the level of a 7th level cosmic powerhouse. A 7th level cosmic expert? Are you kidding me? Xia Yu screamed in surprise. Damn, he has only just become a 2nd level domain master. To reach the 7th level, he must at least go through System Master, God Master, Stargate Master, and River Master. Only then can you be promoted to the 7th level Lord of Space. Lord of Space, what a powerful existence this is. He has mastered all the spatial laws of the universe, can tear space apart at will, and can travel through the stars in an instant. With his physical body alone, he can cross the galaxies and nebulae of the universe. Time is king, space is king. At the 7th level, except for the most mysterious and only powerful being in the universe, the Creator, one is basically above all civilizations in the universe. Isn't this too difficult? After hearing the elf's answer, Xia Yu was hit hard. The heroic spirit that he had just felt was gone in an instant. Reaching the 7th level of Space Lord is too far away. It will take at least 100 years. Elf, is there any quick way to achieve it? The little world elf was stunned for a moment. In a hidden void, it revealed a very human expression and rolled its eyes. Master, is this even human language? Even 100 years seems like too long to reach the 7th level. Did you know? There are countless civilizations in the universe that have spent hundreds of millions of years and still haven't reached the 5th level. Master, there's a way, but it will cost you something. What method? What's the price? You tell me. The quick way to achieve success is to open the gate of time in a long river of time and artificially accelerate the advancement of the small world and your master. Of course, the price you pay is quite high. Before you upgrade to the Lord of Space, you will no longer be able to use Time Stop. Moreover, if you're not careful, the lifespan of the master may be affected and lost. Xia Yu's expression was solemn. He pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth, and said decisively, "Life is of the essence. How can the path of strength be without risk? Open the door of time." "Okay, master, please move to the river of time." As soon as the elf finished speaking, Xia Yu appeared on the river of time. Countless glittering purple waves surged on the broad purple river. Here, the entire history of the universe and the direction of time were controlled. A translucent elf figure also appeared in the air above the river. It pointed to the riverbed and said, "The gate of time is hidden very deeply. As the owner of the Pearl of Time, you should know of its existence, but you may have overlooked it." "You mean that black stone at the bottom of the river?" "Yes, that's it. As long as you put all your spiritual consciousness into it, when it absorbs enough spiritual consciousness, it will be completely opened." "Good." Xia Yu did not stay any longer and slipped into the bottom of the river. Somewhere at the bottom of the river, on the endless white sand, lies an inconspicuous black stone quietly. The black stone is not big, only the size of a human fist. Xia Yu calmed down and looked at the black stone. His immense consciousness rushed towards the black stone frantically. Half an hour later, a layer of dazzling black light appeared on the surface of the black stone, but even after absorbing so much spiritual consciousness, the gate of time still showed no signs of opening. "Let's fight." Xia Yu gritted his teeth and mobilized all the 9-dragon purple chi from the small world tree. In an instant, the 9 dragons swam quickly, and countless purple divine thoughts crossed time and space, pouring into the black stone continuously. A slight vibration then occurred in the vast little world. People looked up at the sky in surprise, not knowing what was happening. In order to activate the black stone and open the door of time, Xia Yu not only consumed most of his spiritual consciousness, but also used the purple spiritual consciousness that had been stored for a long time. An hour passed, and the 9 purple dragons on the treetops had become somewhat transparent because too much spiritual power had been absorbed by the black stone. At this time, the vibration of the small world finally stopped. At the bottom of the long river of time, the black stone emits a dazzling black light. Yes, it is a black light that can sting the eyes. A vast and boundless aura, with endless years, came towards Xia and enveloped him. The door of time has opened. Xia Yu stared at a dark hole of light that suddenly appeared in front of him and shouted excitedly. He flashed and walked in without hesitation. The door of time is open, and the road to domination is not over yet. Once the door of time is opened, 1,000 years can pass in the blink of an eye, 10,000 years can flow back once, and even life can be restarted. In this vast universe, is there any place that cannot be explored? What is there to fear from powerful beings at all levels of the universe? The apocalyptic chapter of Blue Planet has ended, and humanity has embarked on a new interstellar journey. Xia Yu's road to dominance has just begun, but Xia Yu firmly believed that with the existence of the powerful Stargate, Key, Small World, and the Pearl of Time, it was only a matter of time before he reached the top of the universe and became the ruler of the strongest. There was just one question that had been bothering him. What exactly is the 9th level of the Stargate world? Could it be the starry sky? Or is it something higher than the starry sky? The end of the book. P.S. According to the original outline of this book, there was no interstellar content. So after the alien beasts were eliminated, the chapter about the end of the world on Blue Planet has been completed. As for how Xia Yu, carrying the small world, led the human race to dominate the stars and eventually became the master of the universe, that is another story. So, today the author read the outline again and decided to stick to the original idea. It is time to finish it, and there is no need to add more words. This book is the author's debut online work. The author is aware that it has many shortcomings and flaws, and will sincerely accept and summarize the experience. Thank you so much for your criticism and suggestions, and thank you all for your support along the way. See you in the next book. Chapter 163, Story from Another World and New Book Preview. Inside the Gate of Time, Xia Yu experienced 10,000 years in just a short breath. Here, he can reach the origin of time experience the shock of the Big Bang, and appreciate the magic of the first creation of the world. He can even travel across time and space and reach the future. Of course, just because he can do it doesn't mean that all of humanity can do it. How to speed up the timeline of becoming stronger while speeding up the upgrade of human civilization in the small world is a proposition worth exploring. There's no rush in summer. Anyway, he has the Pearl of Time, and the Gate of Time is open. He has plenty of time and can even reset it infinitely. Xia Yu, who is crossing the future timeline, discovered a very strange world which attracted his attention. This is a planet that looks like a giant Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. It is very large, comparable to 2 Jupiters. On one side of the world, it is eternal daytime and white snow covers the endless land. On the other side, there is an endless dark night. Under the dark and terrifying sky, there is a bottomless ocean. From time to time, some creepy and strange noises can be heard from the bottom of the ocean. At this moment, what interested Xia Yu is not only the strange black and white of this world, but also a person. Above the vast black ocean, there is a slender figure walking slowly on the water. Xia Yu had seen this person before. Before, they had briefly intersected in the long river of time. Xia Yu calmed himself down, and in a flash, he appeared in front of the figure. The figure was stunned and stopped. "Who are you?" the lone figure asked coldly. With the faint reflection of the water, Xia Yu saw the face clearly. This is a young man in his 20s. He has a handsome face with sharp edges and slightly raised eyebrows, and he has an indescribable evil charm. "You don't know me, but I know you," Xia Yu said with a smile. "Oh, the scorching sun in the Gobi Desert, the Pearl of Time. It's you." The young man's expression moved, his eyes lit up, and the look that inadvertently revealed in his eyes seemed to hide a world of stories and vicissitudes. "Yes, you remember? We met by chance in the long river of time." Xia Yu's expression was calm, but he could sense that the man opposite him was in turmoil. "The Pearl of Time has indeed recognized you as its master. In this vast universe, those with great luck are not simple people." The young man sighed and looked Xia Yu up and down seriously. "Could it be that you have already opened the door to time? Can you travel freely through time and space?" "I'm just lucky, huh?" "This isn't luck, it's destiny. Perhaps you're the only one in this universe who can obtain the destiny of time." "Yeah, don't doubt it. I know the Pearl of Time very well, and I understand even more how difficult it is to obtain it and gain its recognition. So what should I call it?" Xia Yu smiled, stepped forward, and stretched out his right hand. "Hello, let me introduce myself formally. My name is Xia Yu, Xia as in summer, Yu as in unique." The young man twitched his lips and extended his right hand to shake hands. "Hello, my name is Yi Chio, Yi as in leaf, Chio as in autumn." "What a great name," the two said in unison, then looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. The hearty laughter pierced through the dark night and drowned out the strange sounds from the bottom of the sea. The vast black and white world suddenly became extremely peaceful because of these two laughs. P.S. According to the original plan, Yi Chio is the protagonist of another novel and can be regarded as a continuation of this book in another world. However, the author has not yet figured out how Yi Chio's story will unfold, so it will be left for later. The next book will have brand new characters and stories. Spoiler alert, the hero is a little dark and even lawless, but it's cool enough. So it's worth looking forward to. See you in the next book. The new book will be officially released on Christmas Day, December 25th. Thank you. Chapter 164 Postscript. The Ultimate Secret. What is the 9th level? A few years later, Xia Yu reached the top and became the strongest of the 9th level civilization in the universe. From then on, the birth and death of the universe was just a matter of his thoughts. To him, time is just a tape measure that he can control at will. With the advancement to the 9th level of civilization, Xia and those who followed him achieved true immortality. Time passes and the stars change. The glorious past of Xia and his becoming the dominant god gradually spread quietly among the many civilizations in the universe. The passionate road to becoming a god is shocking and fascinating, especially his experience on Blue Planet, which was written into novels and made into countless movies. Blue Star Gregorian Calendar, December 21st, 3032, the 1000th anniversary of the end of the world. Thousands of years ago, the sinkhole left behind after the disappearance of Future City has now become a towering jade platform. The long white staircase was crowded with pilgrims. At the top of the platform stands a 300-meter tall statue of a person. The statue is of a tall young man with a handsome face and a pair of deep eyes, which are vivid and expressive, as if they can penetrate the infinite history and time. Men and women of later generations on Blue Star spontaneously gathered here to commemorate the most legendary figure in human history. Lin Taiyuan, you said your great-grandfather once fought alongside the gods. A lovely young girl stood on the top of the platform. She looked up at the tall statue with admiration on her face. Of course, my great-grandfather was the commander of the Kunlun aerospace fleet. He witnessed the first battle with the alien beast Xin with his own eyes and the powerful demeanor of the gods. A tall young man said proudly, I'm really envious of having the opportunity to fight against foreign enemies together with God. Kunlun, Taiyuan, what was your great-grandfather's name? His name is Lin Yi. At this time, the sun at 9 o'clock in the morning just happened to be reflected on the top of the statue. Looking at it head-on, it looked like the halo of God. The magical scene that happens once a year appears again. The sun's halo transformed into 7 circles of colorful halos above the statue's head. The 7 colors of halos spread out, like 7 flying goddesses in colorful clothes dancing gracefully in the air. So beautiful. Could these be the 7 beautiful women who are associated with God in the legend? They must be their incarnations. I heard that their love with God has transcended the limitations of time and space, truly achieving eternity. Woman, are you envious? He. Tisk, aren't you men envious? She's got women on both sides, enjoying all the happiness. Xia Yu was somewhat reluctant to leave. He turned his head and glanced at Tang Yina beside him. She was silently looking at the white clouds outside the window, as if she was lost in thought. Her beautiful profile was tranquil and otherworldly. That is, everyone. Who is the most beautiful among the 7 women who have been with God? Damn, why are you girls so gossipy? You're not gossiping anymore? I saw you reading Small World, the story of 7 women yesterday, and you were really enjoying it, weren't you? You discovered this too? Can you tell me? I think, among the 7 goddesses, Tang Yina is the most beautiful and virtuous. Yi Bing is cold and beautiful. Gao Lan is charming and has a queen-like style. Shun Yu is delicate and pretty. Chun Yun is the most fairy-like, and the Yu sisters are youthful and charming. Who is the most beautiful, then? Of course, they're all beautiful. The people around rolled their eyes and booed. What a cunning answer. But when you think about it carefully, there is really nothing wrong with this sentence. The 7 women around God each have their own characteristics and strengths. No one is so idle as to really sort out who is stronger and who is weaker among them. Especially men, they generally don't make choices easily, because only children make choices. Last question, what exactly is the 9th level of the legendary Stargate world? Isn't it the starry sky? It should be the star field, right? I think neither. What on earth is that? It's a stargate without boundaries, encompassing everything.